Family, today was quite an eye-opener. A small orange-haired beauty staged a scam on a handsome guy and swiped his treasure. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku of the Navy is obsessed with comics, depicting the three admirals in the style of SpongeBob. It turns out the author of this comic is a time traveler named M.O. Bai, who has a golden finger and uses a legacy crystal to cultivate Nami into a storm goddess. What happens next? It's so intriguing. Let me tell you, today's incident was absolutely incredible. I personally witnessed a little girl with exceptional scamming skills. Just a small orange-haired beauty, seemingly harmless. But what happened? Wow, right in the street, she executed a smooth little combo, weak and boneless. She just fell onto a handsome guy, and by the time you reacted, he was already limping away in the crowd, and that shiny treasure on his waist was gone. Who understands this technique, family? But this story starts with those big shots at the Navy headquarters. I tell you, Admiral Sengoku has been a bit distracted lately. During a meeting, he was engrossed in a magazine, nodding and frowning like he was constipated. What could capture his attention so much? A comic that became popular in the East Sea, titled Justice vs. Bikini Bottom. Wow, I was stunned. The author of this comic is simply a genius. He drew the three admirals in the style of SpongeBob. Sengoku couldn't hold it in any longer and called over our lazy admiral, Borsalino, come take a look. Sengoku pointed at the comic, his muscles twitching. This character called Monkey D. Yellow Cotton. Doesn't he look familiar? Did you offend someone out there? Kizaru's old face, already wrinkled, looked even more like a walnut upon hearing this. He took a look at the comic and nearly had a heart attack. In the comic, Yellow Cotton transforms into a beam of light, kicking a fisherman criminal and saying that classic line, "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Then he turns to face the big boss, immediately raising his hands and saying with a lewd expression, "Oh, so scary, so scary. Isn't this just Kizaru himself?" Even the expression is a perfect imitation. Even more outrageous, Akiji is depicted as Squidward, called Blue Squid, and Akainu is portrayed as Patrick Star, called Red Star. This author really understands the art of sarcasm. It's simply official trolling, incredibly lethal. Kizaru couldn't sit still and asked Sengoku if they should do something about it. But Sengoku flipped to the last page and showed him the real explosive point. What was it? A character card, specifically commenting on these big names at sea. This issue happened to feature Akainu. It stated, Sakazuki, magma fruit user, adheres to absolute justice, has a stern character, and is extremely ruthless, strength rating 5 stars, extremely high danger level. Seeing this was still pretty normal, right? The key was the last note. Report to the admiral, the opponent has 8 pirates, holding 2 hostages. Received, 10 pirates, 2 unarmed. Puffed. This is simply roasting Akainu over a fire. Kizaru was shocked and said they had to intervene. But Sengoku, munching on senbei, waved his hand. No need, this comic has great promotional effects, and the Navy's enrollment rate has increased recently. Besides, your character card was featured last issue. Should I look for it? Kizaru heard this and fell silent. So who exactly drew this wicked comic? It's our main character, M.O. Bai, a hapless time traveler who arrived in this pirate world a year ago. Initially, he fantasized about punching the 4 emperors, kicking the celestial dragons, marrying a rich beauty, and reaching the peak of life. But what happened? The cruel reality told him he was just an ordinary weakling. So he had to lie flat and became a ghostwriter in Rogue Town, drawing comics to pass the days. Unexpectedly, this comic Justice vs. Bikini Bottom became a global sensation, granting him financial freedom. Just when he thought he would spend his life as a wealthy slacker, ding. You know, the standard for time travelers, the golden finger arrived. Although the system was a year late, the compensation was overwhelming. A newbie gift pack. Congratulations, you have received a legacy. Bard, the Cosmic Traveler. Let me tell you, this is not the game character that just picks up trash and wanders around. This is the true god who controls time and space in the backstory. This immense fortune finally came his way. A mysterious power surged into his body, and M.O. Bai felt like he was flying. Space appeared to him like dough, moldable in any way he wished. He could glimpse the river of time. He opened the system panel and saw, wow, over 10,000 influence points. It turns out he had already accumulated his first pot of gold from drawing comics. With this incredible power, how could M.O. Bai not go out and have fun? He opened a spatial door and stepped out. But reality quickly gave him a resounding slap. He witnessed the atrocities on a pirate ship. It was like hell on earth, shattering his understanding of the evil in human nature. Previously, he thought pirate adventures were thrilling. Now, seeing it firsthand, these so-called free men were just a bunch of depraved scum. M.O. Bai trembled with anger, but resisted the urge to act directly. He merely immobilized those pirates, allowing the victims they bullied to take their revenge. After experiencing all this, Bai fully understood that this era was rotten to the core. The world government was rotten, and pirates were even worse. He decided that since the system wanted him to stir things up, he would do something by would change this broken era. How to change it? He needed helpers. So he used his time abilities to foresee the future, opened a spatial door, and accurately arrived at a small island called New Swallow Island, waiting for the right opportunity. At the same time, he opened the system all, looking at the dazzling array of hero legacies, directly spending 10,000 influence points, using a newbie discount card to exchange for a legacy Wrath of the Storm. Kanna, who was he waiting for? That's right, the little beauty who staged the scam at the beginning, Nami. At that time, Nami was still a little thief trying to gather 100 million berries to buy back her village from the dragon. She was searching for her next fat sheep on the street. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted Bai. Of course, she wasn't attracted to Bai's looks, but rather to the brilliant blue crystal hanging at his waist. That crystal was incredibly translucent, sparkling in the sunlight, clearly worth a fortune. Nami's mind was racing with calculations. As long as she stole this, she would have her 100 million. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Nami stepped with youthful vigor, calculated the distance, and as she stumbled, she let out an oops, precisely falling into Bai's arms. Before she could finish her apology, she was already up, limping into the crowd and disappearing. The whole process was so smooth and fast that no one could react in time. Bai just smiled, watching her disappearing figure as he gradually merged into the space, vanishing from sight. After successfully stealing, Nami ran all the way to the dock, jumped on her small boat, and set sail. Until she was surrounded by the endless sea, she dared to take out that brilliant blue crystal from her arms, trembling with excitement. 100 million berries, I finally did it. She looked at the crystal, tears of joy streaming down her face as she released all the grievances and pains of the past years. But she didn't notice that the crystal in her hand was glowing with a mysterious light. Just as Nami was crying her heart out, the crystal suddenly transformed into a thin layer of fluorescence, instantly wrapping her up. My crystal! Nami was stunned, watching helplessly as the crystal vanished, leaving her hands empty. Her 100 million. Her hope. Just like that, it was gone. The immense blow made her vision go black, and she fainted. At that moment, a notification tone echoed in Bai's mind. Ding! Nami has successfully obtained the legacy. Wrath of the Storm, Kanna. That's right, that crystal is not jewelry at all, but the hero legacy exchanged by Bai. He wants to personally cultivate a true storm goddess on this sea. Let me tell you, Bai's approach is simply taking the nurturing game to the extreme. The abilities of the storm goddess are not something trivial. They are completely different from those devil fruits that worry about stamina running out and sinking. This hero legacy, as long as there are enough followers and strong faith, Nami's power can skyrocket like she's on a rocket, theoretically with no upper limit. Wow, this is a top existence that could ensure favorable weather in the battlefield where gods fought back in the Runeland. On the other hand, our female protagonist Nami woke up feeling dazed. She had a long, incredibly vivid dream where she felt like she didn't exist yet was everywhere at once, sometimes a gentle breeze, sometimes a devastating hurricane. She could hear countless prayers mixed in the wind, and time seemed to fast forward like a PowerPoint, decades and centuries passing by. Who understands what her family went through? It felt like she had crossed over into another world. When she opened her eyes, it was already dark. Nami stretched and rubbed her eyes, only to find her little broken boat still floating intact on the sea. She was stunned. What are the odds of a boat on this vast ocean not capsizing without anyone to manage it? The probability is even lower than me finding money on the street. Wow, thank goodness. Looks like I'm really lucky. She patted her chest, just feeling relieved when she suddenly realized, hey, where's my big crystal? It's gone. Her heart ached so much she could barely breathe, but then she thought, forget it, she's almost reached her small goal of 100 million anyway. Just then, a bunch of chaotic voices suddenly entered her ears. Captain Roy is too strong. Pirates are coming, run. Goodness, did she just develop super hearing? The massive influx of information made her head buzz, and at the same time, a voice inside her urged her to hurry and help those helpless people. Could it be? That dream was real? Nami murmured, her gaze suddenly sharp. Who cares? Let's give it a try. Understood. She mimicked the form from her dreams, suddenly extending her hand forward and shouting passionately, Whirlwind, unleash. In the blink of an eye, the tranquil sea erupted. Towering waves surged forth, and the furious winds howled, creating a spectacle that seemed capable of tearing a warship to shreds. Nami herself was taken aback, her heart racing as she realized the power she could wield at will. Her intuition hinted that all of this was connected to the vanished crystal. The thought of the crystal led her to remember Mo Bai, and she felt a rush of guilt. Had she unwittingly stolen a precious ancestral artifact from him? Initially, she believed that taking the crystal would teach him a lesson about keeping his wealth hidden, but now she found herself the fool. Her heart was heavy with remorse. In the past, she had only stolen from pirates and villains, yet now she had wronged an innocent young man. She resolved to make amends when the opportunity arose. After a moment of indecision, Nami clenched her teeth and dismissed her doubts. The immediate priority was to return home and seek vengeance. Thoughts of Arlong and his gang, along with the painful memory of her adoptive mother Belmere, ignited a tempest of anger and resentment that had been brewing for 8 long years. In the past, she had been powerless, forced to endure and play the role of the meek. Now, she was no longer playing the part. She was ready to confront them. Harnessing the wind, her small vessel sped across the water as if equipped with rocket boosters, carving a white line through the sea, showcasing the speed and intensity of the East Blue. What would have taken half a month to traverse was accomplished in a single night. Standing on the soil of her homeland, Nami inhaled deeply and headed straight for Fishman Island, the site of her buried pain. This so-called Fishman Island was, in reality, the lair of the Arlong pirates. Accustomed to their tyrannical reign, the entrance was wide open, with no guards in sight. Clearly, they had celebrated the night before. As they lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly, Nami's fury ignited as she gazed upon these parasitic scoundrels who thrived on the sweat and blood of the villagers. "Who are you?" A groggy Fishman rose unsteadily, and upon recognizing Nami, he relaxed and lay back down, ordering her, "Oh, it's Nami. Time to collect the bounty. Go inform the village." That single sentence ignited a powder keg of rage within her. Enough! Nami's desperate scream jolted all the fishmen awake. They stared at her, bewildered, wondering if she had lost her mind. "I am done pretending to be amiable with you repulsive maggots. Today, I will settle the score for Belmere's murder." Nami's voice was hoarse, yet resonated with conviction. At that moment, the weight that had burdened her heart for 8 years lifted. "What did you say?" Nami, a voice, hauntingly familiar from her nightmares, rang out from a lounge chair in the center of the yard. Fishman Arlong stood, baring his jagged teeth, his expression twisted with malice. "Maggots? How dare you insult the great fishman? Would it not be better to obediently live?" As he uttered his threats, he leisurely approached Nami, beginning his classic villainous performance. Attempting to intimidate her, "I will capture you and slaughter an entire village before your eyes, shattering you with guilt." He reached Nami, his web hand reaching towards her head as if crushing her would be as easy as squashing an ant. However, he underestimated her resolve. Along. Nami's face radiated with uncontainable hatred as she retaliated with a powerful strike, a wind-pressing palm infused with her intense energy. The force of her attack transformed Arlong's expression from one of menace to sheer astonishment as he failed to react in time. With a thunderous crash, his massive frame was hurled like a cannonball, carving a deep trench in the ground before crashing through a distant wall. Silence enveloped the scene, leaving the remaining fishmen in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Just moments ago, they had seen Nami as a mere subordinate. Now she had effortlessly defeated their leader. This must be a dream. Yet, Nami paid no heed to the minions, her gaze fixated on the debris. Indeed, Arlong had not perished. Coughing and laughing, Arlong emerged from the rubble, his chest caved in and his signature long nose broken, a pitiful sight. "Is this the power of a devil fruit? Such enviable luck," he exclaimed, forcing his shattered ribcage back into place, his expression a mask of agony. Years of complacency had dulled his battle instincts. "Unfortunately, you failed to kill me just now. Now, you shall experience the might of the great fishman." With that, he plunged into a nearby pool, a premeditated escape route leading directly to the sea. As a fishman, the water was his domain. "Huh, didn't he know? The greatest weakness of a devil fruit user is the sea." Arlong, lurking beneath the surface, anticipated the fear that would mar Nami's face. Nami felt a flutter of apprehension. Could her revenge be thwarted? Sensing his opportunity, Arlong intensified his assault. Prepare to embrace despair. He erupted from the water, shouting, "Fishman's secret water cannon!" Countless droplets shot towards Nami like bullets. However, upon seeing this, Nami's heart steadied. Was that all he had? "Cyclone," she commanded, conjuring a rapidly spinning barrier of air before her. The water blasts, capable of shattering stone, evaporated upon impact, leaving no sound in their wake. Arlong fell silent, realizing he was outmatched. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. He still had a chance. If only the seawater could touch Nami. He remained submerged, firing water cannons to create chaos. Nami effortlessly deflected them, unaware that a shadow had stealthily circled behind her. Opportunity! Got you! Arlong lunged from beneath the water, his sharp grin gleaming as he charged at Nami's back like a torpedo. What? Nami sensed the movement behind her, her face paling, but it was too late. She could only watch in horror as the glinting teeth pierced through her body. Success! Arlong reveled in triumph. The fishmen in the yard began to cheer, declaring, "I told you, Arlong would never lose." Yet in the next moment, all fell silent. Arlong stared frantically at his teeth, now devoid of anything, while Nami's form transformed into a gust of wind, slowly dissipating. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Arlong's composure shattered. He finally comprehended that this was no ordinary devil fruit. It was a Logia type, the rarest power on the seas. Without Haki, he was utterly defenseless. Logia devil fruit? Though I did not grasp your words. This must come to an end. Nami's voice drifted from behind him. Arlong turned, defeated, and sighed, "To be honest, I have some regrets." Regrets? Regrets for occupying my village? Regrets for killing Belmir? Nami questioned through gritted teeth. Huh, I regret. Arlong's maniacal laughter interrupted her. I regret sparing your life all those years ago. I regret not exterminating your village. Before he could finish, Nami's fury erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic storm that obliterated Arlong, leaving not even ashes behind. The remaining fishmen fled in terror, scattering in all directions. Yet Nami would not spare them. She swiftly dealt with all but one, an octopus who had committed no wrong, before clearing the rest away. Observing the devastation of the yard, Nami exhaled deeply. The 8-year nightmare has finally come to an end. She joyfully skipped towards the village to share the delightful news with everyone. Subsequently, Kekiaxi village returned to its former tranquility. Meanwhile, Nami began to acclimatize to her new identity as the wind goddess. Although her ears were incessantly bombarded with a cacophony of cries for help from the sea, her kind heart compelled her to extend her aid time and again. As she rescued more individuals, she gradually found joy in her endeavors. Thus, a legend about the wind goddess began to circulate along the trade routes of the East Sea. Merchants and sailors began to honor a statue of a short-haired girl with orange locks on their ships, praying for safety. The fervor of belief began to fervently sweep across this weakest of seas. The instigator of it all, Mabai, after spending a considerable time fishing in Logtown, observed that Nami's divine status was beginning to stabilize, and he finally put aside his thoughts of leisure. He retrieved a prepared manuscript and dispatched it via the transponder snail. Before long, the transponder snail emitted a series of beeps. Upon connection, the sharp voice of the news magnate Morgans erupted. Mabai, are you serious about this issue as subject? The legendary pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, who escaped from Impel Down. My intel suggests he is hiding on the floating island in the East Sea. Once this newspaper goes out, he upheaved the entire East Sea. Mabai calmly distanced the transponder snail before allowing Morgans to finish his tirade. He then replied unhurriedly, "Rest assured, Mr. Morgans. You know I value my life." The old fellow, Shiki, is indeed formidable, but he is past his prime. Moreover, the current East Sea, aside from that fish-loving carp, has produced a true deity. At this revelation, Morgans nearly exploded, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Do you actually believe in those foolish beliefs? What nonsense about the wind goddess? Isn't she merely a nature fruit user? Such individuals are nothing in the new world. You dare rank her strength above Shiki." Those who understand would know that I was right beside him, witnessing the transponder snail mimic Mabi's calm demeanor with uncanny precision, making me wish I could kick it. As the king of news, Morgans was certainly aware of the girl who could control the wind emerging from the East Sea, yet he dismissed it entirely. Although nature users are rare in the New World, they're not as common as to be trivialized. The few who make a name for themselves are exceptionally rare, especially in the weakest East Sea. What manner of person is Shiki? Even if you have a grudge against that wind girl, you cannot be so reckless. If Shiki goes wild, he could easily obliterate her and eliminate Mabi, the instigator, with ease. He might even direct his wrath towards himself. I will never agree to publish this issue. If you do not wish to proceed, let's part amicably. Morgans fumed in frustration. Mabi, sensing it was time to administer a dose of encouragement to the feathered man, replied, "Hold on, I have a photograph you will surely find intriguing." Remarkably, the transponder snail's efficiency was impressive. Soon, a photograph was transmitted. The moment Morgans laid eyes on it, his pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints, nearly crumpling the photograph in his grasp. It was a panoramic shot taken from a unique angle, showcasing a cargo ship of unknown model, minuscule in the frame, amidst towering waves that seemed to reach the heavens. Most astonishingly, a pale blue barrier encircled the ship, delicate as gossamer, yet staunchly holding back millions of tons of oceanic fury. Historically, people often likened the might of powerful individuals to natural disasters, such as the volcanic eruption of Akainu or the earthquake of Whitebeard. However, in the world of One Piece, the most terrifying natural calamities remain the maritime tempests and tsunamis. To invoke these terms signifies monumental losses, and the individual in the photograph remarkably shielded a vessel in the eye of the fiercest tsunami. This was no ordinary tidal wave. It was of catastrophic proportions. Breaking news. I can sense the weight of a monumental story. Morgan attitude shifted dramatically. Mr. Mabi, I understand. I will publish this issue exactly as it is. A delightful collaboration. In 2025, in the East Sea, on a cargo ship, a sailor stood atop the lookout, spotting a news bird soaring overhead. Skillfully, he tossed 2 coins into the air. The news bird caught them in its pouch and perched on the mast, dropping a thick newspaper before flying off to its next destination. The sailor picked up the newspaper, extracted the comic magazine within, and settled down in the lookout to read. As a trendsetter, he had little interest in the news. Comics were his true passion. A devoted fan of Pixar, he found the author's vividly illustrated worlds utterly captivating. What is this? It isn't Justice at Bikini Bottom. Rather, it is a new short story titled Winds of Change. In this world, where the ocean serves as the backdrop, fishing is an ancient profession. Long ago, human civilization relied on fishing for sustenance. The vast ocean nurtures countless lives, maintaining the balance of the food chain. Fishermen, even with poor fortune, could still salvage stranded fish and crabs to make ends meet. As time progressed, population growth intensified the demand for food. Coastal yields could no longer satisfy the populace, compelling fishermen to venture deeper into the sea for larger hauls. In the beginning, although fishing vessels frequently vanished, it did not pose a significant concern for the vast fishing community. The bountiful catches led people to subconsciously overlook these losses. It was only when a terrifying calamity struck, nearly annihilating all fishing boats, that humanity recognized the ocean as not a tranquil cradle, but a chasm capable of devouring life at any moment. Faced with the specter of hunger, helpless individuals found themselves repeatedly hovering at the precipice of despair. In such dire circumstances, fear weighed heavily on every heart. With no refuge for their hopes, they directed their aspirations towards mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, stars, and the sea. Among these beliefs, the omnipresent wind remained the most constant companion to fishermen and sailors alike. As the narrative unfolded, the sailor became increasingly engrossed in the tale. Yet, the subsequent plot twists filled him with mounting dread. Thus, amid the wind, which held the faith of countless individuals, an ethereal being gradually emerged, proactively assisting humanity. People soon discovered that their ships sailed smoothly, igniting a fervent wave of belief in the wind until yet another fishing vessel encountered disaster, and fishermen, on the brink of death, glimpsed a girl emerge from the winds. Why does this storyline seem so familiar? Isn't this merely a revised version of the Captain's old preaching? Goodness, is this about the recent surge of individuals who have come to revere the wind goddess? Has the author taken to preaching as well? This shouldn't be the case. He ought to know she is merely a nature user. Why has he succumbed to the same superstitions as those old-timers? With this thought, the sailor quickly flipped to the conclusion. Upon seeing the wind spirit forgotten by humanity, falling into a slumber with a look of betrayal, he finally exhaled in relief. Phew, so it is just a standard narrative. Truly, the trend-setting youth would not fall prey to the worship of any deities. In Marineford, Carp munched on sunbae in the Marshal's office, oblivious to Sengoku's increasingly darkening expression. Oh dear, it's all gone. Carp rattled the empty bag, pouring the crumbs into his mouth, looking unsatisfied. Sengoku, do you have any senbei left? He reached towards Sengoku's drawer. Carp, you scoundrel. After a brief tussle, Carp ultimately failed to acquire more senbei and took a seat. Sengoku, what is going on this time? Carp inquired, regaining his seriousness, puzzled by his old partner's unusual demeanor. If I am not mistaken, something significant is about to unfold in the East Sea. Sengoku spoke with unwavering certainty. What? The East Sea? Kapu abruptly rose to his feet, his concern for his hometown palpable. His grandson, who aspired to become the king of the Navy, was still in the East Sea. Steady yourself, Kapu. Sengoku handed Kapu a newspaper and a magazine. Take a look at this. Kapu accepted the newspaper and magazine, quickly glancing at the latter before discarding it to the side, opting to read the newspaper instead. He had never been interested in such bizarre tales. Soon enough, he finished flipping through the pages of the newspaper, yet he found nothing that could account for Sengoku's solemn demeanor, not even a single piece of news regarding the East Sea. Just as Kapu was on the brink of losing his patience, Sengoku's lips curled as he picked up the magazine. Turning to the back cover, take a look at this character card. Kapu, puzzled, wondered what use these frivolous things could possibly serve. Yet he persevered and began to read. Legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, a Paramecia-type user of the Fuwa Nami. Renowned as one of the legendary pirates alongside the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, and the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. He possesses the ambition and courage to dominate the seas and the world, upholding the value of immense strength. Power level, 4 stars plus. Danger level, high. Though Shiki's combat prowess has diminished due to the loss of his legs, his swordsmanship remains formidable. An incident during the Battle of Eitwall has left the ship's helm embedded in his head, making it impossible to remove. At times, he may suddenly zone out or respond inappropriately, and he bears a psychological trauma from extreme weather. Shiki, prepare to die. Ha ha ha! A storm, the wind goddess Nami, heir to the wind spirit. Chosen by the ancient and mysterious wind spirit for her inherent goodness, despite being surrounded by despair, she has gained formidable powers. She obeys the will of the wind spirit, standing as an unyielding lighthouse, bringing hope to the despairing. Power level, 5 stars plus. Danger level, low. Nami, having acquired the wind spirit's powers, possesses a kind nature and is eager to assist those in distress. However, due to her past experiences, she has a deep fondness for money. When in need, offering berries may expedite her assistance. Kind wind goddess, your loyal follower requires your help. Nami, here I come. The character card consisted of only a few hundred words. After reading it, Kapu began to sense something amiss and looked up at Sengoku, asking, "Are you implying that Gold Lion will take action soon?" Indeed, regardless of the authenticity of the character card, it was evident that the previous 4 emperors and admirals were rated at 5 stars, whereas Gold Lion was positioned just below the admirals, a clear affront to his reputation. Shiki was prideful. Although the reasons behind his 2-decade concealment were unclear, it was certain he would not relent easily. The juxtaposition of the 2 character cards clearly indicated an intention to incite a confrontation between Gold Lion and the Wind Spirit's heir. However, in my view, it is more likely that Shiki will seek trouble with the author instead. Sengoku calmly analyzed. Do you suspect it is the author? No. That author is merely an ordinary person who has been living in Rotown for years. I believe it is that Birdman who incessantly clamors for big news. This may be our chance to capture Shiki once more. Sengoku's gaze was resolute. Years ago, Shiki had severed his legs to escape impelled down. Using the powers of the Fuwa Nami to become the first prisoner to break free since the prison's establishment. A resounding slap in the face to the Navy and the world government. After escaping, Shiki vanished without trace. It is hard to fathom what kind of conspiracy a man of his ambition has been brewing in the shadows for 2 decades. Now that an opportunity to eliminate this hidden threat has arisen, Sengoku would not let it slip away. You head back to the EC and keep watch. Have Akiji accompany you. Sengoku swiftly contemplated the 3 admirals in his mind. Akainu, as a hawk, was closely monitoring the movements of the 4 emperors in the New World. Always prepared for battle, Kizaru, known for his swift support, needed to remain at Navy headquarters to respond to unforeseen incidents. He had no other choice. The personalities of these top-tier combatants gave Sengoku a headache, and his old partner Kapu added to the burden. Sengoku, extend my holiday until this mission concludes to save me from making back-and-forth trips. It has been so long since I last visited my grandson. I wonder how Luffy is faring. As for the wind spirits heir mentioned in the magazine, they had long dismissed that information. What mysterious wind spirit? Never heard of it. Just an ordinary girl fortunate enough to consume a Logia-type fruit. While Sengoku analyzed and discussed, Shiki, concealed within the depths of the clouds above the East Sea, had also acquired the magazine. Despite having remained hidden in the clouds for 2 decades, Shiki was far from uninformed. The abilities granted by the Fuwa Nami endowed his crew of dozens of pirate crews with remarkable mobility, providing him with ample channels for acquiring resources and information. This fool, it seems Gold Lion, have been silent for too long, and now anyone dares to provoke me. Shiki seethed after reading the character card. He was a legendary pirate, on par with Whitebeard and Roger. Even in his old age, Whitebeard retained the title of the world's strongest man. Yet this damned author has ranked him behind a bunch of newcomers. Where is that magazine's author? The veins on Gold Lion's forehead throbbed as his conqueror's haki emanated, causing the captain of the crew that delivered the magazine to break out in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground, trembling as he responded. I know, he's in Rotown. The captain, overwhelmed by Shiki's conqueror's haki, was rendered helpless. Observing his subordinates' distress under his haki, Shiki frowned. The strength of these pirate crews drawn to him was alarmingly weak. Aside from serving as cheerleaders, they could only perform menial tasks. If only the former crew members of the Flying Sky Pirates were still around, his ambitions would not have been stifled, coiling up in a corner of the East Sea, seeking revenge through rare beasts. Go organize a crew. Prepare to head to Rotown. Reluctantly retracting his conqueror's haki, Shiki commanded. He aimed to remind the seas of the terror of the legendary pirate, making those who dare to provoke the lion understand the consequences. Newsbirds flitted across various locales. In Alabasta, Dressrosa, ambitious individuals lying in wait in every corner silently observed the world's changes, quietly amassing strength. A small magazine had drawn countless ambitious gazes toward the East Sea, the weakest of seas. Although it appeared outwardly tranquil as usual, they all knew that a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Just as Roger's demise in the weakest East Sea would lead Shiki to feel insulted by the defeat of his adversary, recklessly retaliating against the Navy headquarters, this magazine's author ranking his strength below that of the admirals would similarly offend him. They were unaware whether Shiki would seek out the natural-type user deemed stronger than him by the author, to prove that this magazine was nothing but nonsense. However, the author would undoubtedly face Shiki's wrath. To eradicate this threat that had lingered for 2 decades, the Navy would not relinquish this opportunity. As the Navy stood ready, the eyes of the world as hidden observers converged. The residents of Rotown remained unaffected, continuing with their daily lives, tending to fires and cooking, while the vendors of roadside fruit stalls continued their calls. Until one day, a vast shadow suddenly loomed across the clear sky, blotting out the sunlight. The residents looked up, their pupils widening in shock, mouths agape yet unable to utter a word. Only when a scream erupted from the crowd did their blank minds regain the capacity for thought. The island. The island is flying in the sky. The bizarre words attracted more people to look up, and the crowd, realizing the situation, descended into chaos. Although Rogue Town bore the execution platform of the pirate King Roger, it was not a tourist town. Under the command of the station navy, the crowd quickly dispersed, seeking refuge in nearby homes, leaving the streets deserted. Colonel Smoker gathered the navy stationed in Rogue Town. He was well aware that Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Akiji were lurking in the shadows. Yet the gravity on his face remained unyielding. After all, the adversary he faced had once decimated a significant portion of the Navy headquarters in conjunction with Sengoku and Karp. A formidable foe indeed. From a moment he received the news, the weight of psychological pressure had not lifted. Particularly vexing was the revelation that the catalyst for this incident was the work of his neighbor, Mo Bai, igniting a profound ire within him. Their animosity had been long-standing. Ever since Mo Bai's creations gained popularity, the young sailors at the base had become enamored with those tales, neglecting their training. To his dismay, even his protege, Dashiji, had succumbed to the allure of those juvenile narratives, frequently rushing off to demand new installments, leaving him no time to attend his paperwork. Do you have any idea how high those documents stack up? The psychological toll on a mere child, not yet 30, was immeasurable. Now, the trouble he had stirred would fall upon his shoulders to rectify. Curse to Mo Bai, I shall certainly give you a thorough beating after this. Smoker gritted his teeth. Nevertheless, he distinguished the urgency of the situation and addressed the assembled navy. Everyone, be mindful to avoid falling debris from above, and under no circumstances engage the enemy unless absolutely necessary. Our mission is to manage the falling debris effectively, assist the injured civilians, and minimize casualties. As Smoker directed the Navy to disperse throughout Rogue Town, the floating pirate crew had also completed their assembly in the skies. After enduring the tempest of the Atwater Sea battle, the Golden Lion Shiki not only developed a psychological aversion to extreme weather, but also lost faith in traditional seafaring vessels. The helplessness of being at the mercy of nature during the storm left a lasting impression on him, leading him to trust only in the power he could wield himself. Nowadays, the daily excursions of the floating pirate crew relied on the levitating islands granted by Shiki's few Nami abilities. The dense cluster of floating islands obscured the sun, instilling a profound sense of dread in everyone. The islands served as ships as well as instruments of intimidation. The descent of any single island could wreak havoc upon the ground below. Residents hiding within their homes could only shut their doors and windows, draw their curtains tight, praying for safety while awaiting an uncertain fate. Before long, Shiki emerged from the thick cluster of floating islands. Do you feel the terror of facing the lion's might? A mere swarm of ants, hiding and cowering. The desolate streets before him and the navy concealed in corners reminded him of the days when he roamed the seas freely. He was the floating pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, the dread looming over all. Relishing a moment of supremacy, Shiki did not forget the purpose of his visit. Where's the author of the Winds of Change? I have come expressly to meet you, he continued, and let that so-called wind user, who supposedly surpasses me in strength, show himself, so I may see if you speak the truth. His aged yet commanding voice echoed ominously over Rogue Town. Upon hearing these words, the residents concealed within their homes found a release for their fear of the unknown, cursing the troublesome author in their hearts. Yet, none noticed that the Golden Lion Shiki seemed to regard external strength with utter indifference. 20 years spent in the shadows rendered him redundant. Damn it, this wretched ship's helm has muddled my thoughts. Shiki mused, touching the helm that had melded with his skull, feeling quite vexed. Suddenly, a dark mass emerged in the distance, sending a chill down his spine. Could it be that he was about to grow a brain? Hey, an explosion of hair. Shiki pointed towards the distance, a look of confusion on his face. His crew had long grown accustomed to Shiki's sporadic eccentricities and turned to look in the direction he indicated. Captain, that's not an explosion of hair. It's a storm. We need to make a hasty retreat. Oh, not an explosion of hair. Shiki smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. What? A storm? He exclaimed, swiftly turning to flee. Just then, a figure appeared ahead. The storm was about to catch up to him, and Shiki's heart sank as he recognized the figure to be a young girl, prompting him to scoff disdainfully. No one in this world can withstand the might of the golden lion. Little girl, don't be so foolish in your next life. Wave cutter. A golden sword aura whistled through the air, but the opponent failed to react in time and was promptly bisected, just as Shiki was about to revel in his triumph. He witnessed the girl's body miraculously restore itself. A Logia user? You are the bingo that scoundrel author mentioned. Congratulations, you are correct. Nami snapped her fingers, revealing a devilish smile toward Shiki. This time the prize is a storm. Enjoy. You summoned this storm? Shiki glared at the ominous cloud mass behind him, gritting his teeth. Now it all made sense. The obstacles ahead were the handiwork of this little trickster. The sky darkened abruptly as the massive cloud, laden with ferocity, quickly bore down upon the golden lion's floating islands. Glancing upwards, he saw the sky obscured, stretching for hundreds of miles, flashes of lightning flickering within the dark clouds. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Even more terrifying was that within the storm raged not only lethal raindrops and deafening thunder, but also unpredictable gales. The wind howled ferociously. Tornadoes swirled chaotically, and the colossal waves of the sea were swept up into the sky. The floating islands lost their buoyancy, tossed about by the fierce winds. High up, the cold is unbearable. At this moment, every member of the floating pirate crew was on the verge of tears. In the open sky, devoid of any barriers, the cold intensified, and the winds grew fiercer. Each crew member clung desperately to whatever they could grasp, seeking a semblance of safety. Yet under the dual assault of the gale and the frigid air, their body heat rapidly dissipated, and they were swept away. Shiki, battered by the wind, finally grasped the truth. It was not the ship that was fragile in the face of natural disasters, but rather, everything was equally helpless against nature. He had to return to the sea at once. Feeling his body grow increasingly rigid and his stamina draining, Shiki gritted his teeth. Although he remained within the storm-esque grasp, the risk of hypothermia loomed large, and that little girl had yet to make her next move, undoubtedly ensuring he would not escape easily. He could only return to the sea, where his stamina would not deplete as rapidly, and then devise a means of escape. With this thought in mind, Shiki began to maneuver the floating island downwards. However, no matter how hard he tried, the island remained at the mercy of the tempest. Just as he felt his consciousness fading, a sudden itch in his mind sparked an idea: to resist the wind's control. He needed either a sheltered spot or to use gravity to render the wind ineffective. His Nami ability could negate the gravity of non-living objects he touched. Cursed helm, it muddled my brain. Shiki dismissed the buoyancy of the floating island beneath him, patting his head. How could he have only just realized this simple truth? Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the sea was rapidly displaced. The island, having lost its buoyancy, accelerated and finally broke free from the wind's grasp, returning to the ocean. Finally back to the sea, Shiki lay on the ground like a drenched rat, feeling the solid earth beneath him and the slightly warmer temperatures. Yet he could not muster any joy. The relentless gusts had spun him like a top, leaving him utterly nauseated. Prolonged exposure to the cold air had drained his strength, and now even breathing was a laborious task. Having paid such a steep price to return to the surface, escaping the storm had become a distant wish, especially with the instigator yet to make a move. Damn it, I stepped out only to encounter my nemesis. I haven't even had the chance to wield my sword. Life is not difficult, as long as one is willing to give up. Relinquishing his will to survive, Shiki felt an unexpected relaxation wash over him. Haha, I never imagined that the Golden Lion would fall victim to the storm twice. To be defeated by a junior from Donghai is indeed a testament to the remarkable talents birthed in a land capable of producing someone like Roger. Upon noticing Nami's presence before him, Shiki mustered his spirit and boisterously declared, "Come, in my life." Treading upon the corpse of the Golden Lion, "You shall undoubtedly rise to become a formidable force like Roger," standing atop the vast sea. True pirates fear not death. Lions are no different. The creditor had specifically instructed to capture him alive. Golden Lion? I generously seek death. Yet is this how you choose to insult me? Enraged, the Golden Lion rolled his eyes and fainted. Huh? Fainting is even more convenient for transporting you back. Nami dragged the unconscious Golden Lion, unable to transform into the wind for a swift return, resorting instead to pulling at his collar. Although her pace was brisk, many witnesses noted the news of the Golden Lion's defeat and capture swiftly spread. Upon returning to Logtown and entering through the window, an acrid scent assaulted her senses, accompanied by a face devoid of expression. Welcome back. Let's dine together. The ordinary statement, juxtaposed with the charred remnants on the table, made Nami feel as though she had heard the whispers of a demon. My apologies. It was my fault for forgetting to extinguish the fire before leaving. Nami hurriedly apologized, her eyes catching sight of the Golden Lion lying lifeless on the ground. I have brought back the collateral you requested. The bounty stands at 8 billion. At the mention of the bounty, the little money-loving Nami's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once more. So much berries slipping away from me. It pains my heart. Yet, recalling that she had single-handedly eradicated the malevolent dragon pirates responsible for Belmir's death, thus allowing the villagers of Cocoa Village to lead better lives. Her sorrow over the lost berries quickly dissipated. Please, for the sake of so many berries, let's dine out for lunch? Very well. Considering your error was made while working to earn money from me, lunch shall be out. Mo-Bai wasn't truly angry. He simply chose to go along with her request, not wishing to taste the charred food himself. Mo-Bai picked up an apple, placing it before the Golden Lion, and then used a spatial barrier to isolate the area. An invisible stream of light washed over Shiki, siphoning away all his vitality. After the Golden Lion's death, a mysterious energy surged from his corpse, careening around the enclosed space before finally embedding itself within the apple. The fruit swiftly transformed. In his previous life, Blackbeard had utilized the powers of the dark fruit to contain the energy of a devil fruit upon its user's death, subsequently using the fruit to harbor that energy. Mo-Bai, inspired by this principle, had devised his own method. Furthermore, during his previous acts of heroism, he had successfully intercepted devil fruits each time, and now possessed 6 or 7 of them. Grasping the fruit with his ring-adorned right hand, Mo-Bai swiftly made it disappear. The mustard seed contains the universe, a spatial application he had learned from novels in his past life. Indeed, quite practical. Mo-Bai and Nami proceeded to the adjacent Navy base to exchange the bounty for the Golden Lion's corpse. Carp had been awaiting their arrival, and upon witnessing the Golden Lion being dragged back, his expression shifted from shock to a fleeting sense of melancholy over being outpaced by the times, before reverting to his usual boisterous demeanor. To capture the Golden Lion at such a young age, the youth of today truly are remarkable. Young lady, would you be interested in joining the Navy? Thank you for your kind invitation, Vice Admiral Carp, but I must decline, Nami replied without hesitation. The Navy's ideals of justice might sound appealing, yet the dragon had maintained dominion over Donghai for 8 years, indicating that the Navy's internal workings were not as pristine as they appeared. Now that Cocoa Village had returned to tranquility, and she possessed the means to assist others, there was no need for her to join any organization. What a pity it is that I cannot have such an outstanding rising star as a colleague. However, hearing of your deeds in Donghai, it seems joining the Navy matters little. Carp expressed some regret before returning to the matter at hand. The bounty on the Golden Lion is excessively high. The division lacks sufficient funds. I will assist in applying for it, and it should arrive in a day or 2. Thank you, Mr. Carp. I appreciate your help with this matter. After expressing their gratitude, Mo-Bai and Nami departed the Navy base, as bringing a corpse along would surely spoil their appetite for lunch. The two settled at a modest eatery at the end of the street, ordering 2 portions of potato curry beef rice, hastily finishing their meal. I am quite full. I didn't expect such delicious food from this little place, Nami exclaimed, patting her belly as she slumped in her chair. It's too far to return. Just teleport us back. Mo-Bai replied, this half-street, only about 50 or 60 meters. Observing Nami's bulging belly, He shook his head and called for the check. After letting out a contented burp, he conjured a luminous passageway enveloping both of them, and they vanished from sight. By that afternoon, news of the Golden Line's demise in Donghai had spread widely. The mountain bandits, pirates, and local bullies of Donghai fell silent. This news was utterly terrifying, particularly due to Nami's elusive presence. Her followers claimed that the wind would heed the voices of the world, showering divine light upon its devotees. Initially, it served as a deterrent. But those lazy and unproductive individuals who could not survive without plundering began to resort to desperate measures, sneaking into villages to commit theft. Yet, it seemed the deity revered by the people of Donghai truly could hear their prayers. As soon as their actions commenced, the girl emerging from the wind would stop them, easily capturing them. As tales of these events spread, the bullies convened to discuss their situation, ultimately deciding to disband. What can we do? We cannot contend with a legendary pirate. Just as they plotted to raid, with knives drawn and flames not yet lit, a girl materialized behind them, and without a word, summoned a tornado that spun them around several times. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves bound by villagers, who reverently exchanged their bounty posters for money to give to the girl. This isn't robbery at all. It's like a warm welcome into the village. The security in Donghai improved, yet people across the world were shaken by the news of the Golden Lion's death in Donghai. On one side lay a legendary pirate who had stood atop the world for many years, while on the other stood a 16-year-old girl whose fame was confined to Donghai. The news seemed absurdly improbable. However, images of Shiki's corpse dominated the news, compelling belief. Ambitious individuals racked their brains, attempting to comprehend the situation, ultimately focusing their attention on the magazine that first exposed this girl to the world, which referred to her as the mysterious and ancient inheritor of the wind spirit. In the Grand Line, Alabasta, atop the Rain Banquet Casino, Crocodile gazed darkly at the newspaper. The wind, often referred to as the wrath of the sky. He was dedicated to uncovering the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton and subconsciously regarded this mysterious force that enabled a 16-year-old girl to slay a legendary pirate as one of the 3 ancient weapons. Uranus. While he awaited results on his end with growing impatience, news of Uranus's emergence reached him, intensifying his anxiety and causing him to chain smoke his cigar. His unease was mirrored by his employees. Frustrated, Crocodile redirected his anxiety towards Robin, the only person capable of deciphering ancient texts. The situation at sea is ever-changing, and our time is running short. New World, Dressrosa. This vacation paradise, known for love, passion, and toys, saw its streets deserted at night. A stark contrast to the daytime bustle, creating a sense of dissonance. Within the royal palace, Doflamingo donned a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, even wearing red sunglasses indoors. Were M.O. by to witness this scene, he would surely teach him how to stylishly twirl flowers. The mysterious and ancient inheritor of the wind spirit, a deity to be revered, those who seek to erase history and seize the divine throne will surely be unsettled. He chuckled. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Unbeknownst to M.O. Bai, who was preoccupied with more pressing matters, one need only possess sufficient strength to alter the world, yet establishing order requires the efforts of many. On the island of White Earth Baldigo, the revolutionary base, situated in the Grand Line, is meticulously concealed, despite passing by several times. Even with the use of the Eye of Time, M.O. Bai could not discern any clues. It was not until he encountered a group of vigilant individuals, adept in the art of combat known as Fishman Karate, that he confirmed he had stumbled upon the stronghold of the Revolutionary Army. Subsequently, he feigned defeat and allowed himself to be captured. After overcoming various obstacles, he finally met the target of his quest, Luffy's father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey de Dragon. On the desolate Baitu Island, Bardigo, a place rife with yellow sand and jagged stones, is paradoxically regarded as the greatest threat to the world government. Within the subterranean fortress, M.O. Bai gazed at the composed and commanding middle-aged man before him, his heart racing with excitement. It is indeed difficult to fathom that amidst this chaotic era, there exists someone who dares to propose the overthrow of the decaying world government. advocating for the establishment of a harmonious, free, and equal new world filled with dreams, while uniting the oppressed people across the lands to rise against tyranny. Such epic-defining ideology has naturally been branded as the most heinous crime by the world government, which aspires to remain on its lofty pedestal. As M.O. by observed Dragon, he felt as though he was staring at a version of Marx from another world. The idea of liberating all humanity ignited a fervor within him. Meanwhile, Dragon scrutinized M.O. by, perplexed by the crimson hue that enveloped his face upon their encounter. Could it be that M.O. by harbored feelings for him? Dragon shook off the thought, dismissing it as unlikely that someone would fall for a middle-aged man. Unable to remain silent any longer, Dragon broke the tension, concerned that his aged heart could not withstand the prolonged silence. Mr. M.O. Bai, as one who orchestrated the demise of the legendary Golden Lion, what insights do you have regarding the Revolutionary Army? Dragon inquired, carefully observing M.O. Bai's expression, attempting to glean any hidden meanings. Although M.O. Bai exuded a friendly demeanor, the Revolutionary Army's strength was still in its infancy. Thus, caution was paramount. The incident surrounding the Golden Lion's death had drawn attention from various factions, and while all reports indicated that M.O. Bai was merely an ordinary author, the situation was shrouded in enigma. It appeared that the Golden Lion had been challenged by a newcomer and had met his defeat, a scenario that, given the Golden Lion's notorious temperament, seemed plausible. Yet, the presence of an ordinary individual like M.O. Bai at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters raised suspicions. The Golden Lion had been orchestrated to die. The genesis of all this intrigue lay in a magazine, and the mastermind behind it was not as innocuous as they appeared. Rest assured, I bear no ill will towards the Revolutionary Army. Dragon's voice brought M.O. Bai back to the present. Not surprised at being recognized, M.O. Bai smiled and replied, I merely happened upon the Revolutionary Army's declaration of ideology, which stirred my blood, compelling me to engage in discourse with you, Lord Dragon, regarding the future of the Revolutionary Army. Herein lies my rudimentary insights on revolutionary thought. M.O. Bai presented Dragon with a small, red leather booklet containing his compilation of Mao Zedong's thoughts and the trajectory of socialist development. Although his understanding was not exhaustive, he stood on the shoulders of giants, believing that it could benefit the nascent Revolutionary Army. The advancement of human civilization is rooted in the collision of ideas. Dragon, acknowledging that his own ideology was not infallible, welcomed diverse perspectives. As he perused the booklet, he was profoundly shaken by its contents. The fundamental cause of the Revolutionary Army's emergence lay in the conflict between the exploiting classes and the working populace. The Revolutionary Army must adhere to the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention, and persist in the mass line. Its ultimate goal is to liberate all people worldwide, establishing a world devoid of exploitation and oppression. Potential challenges on the path to development and their resolutions, and how to swiftly promote and expand revolutionary forces. How is it that your understanding of the Revolutionary Army surpasses even my own? Who exactly is the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Dragon mused, treasuring the booklet as his suspicions regarding M.O. Bai dissipated. How could someone with such profound thoughts pose any threat to the revolutionary cause? He gazed at M.O. Bai with excitement. Mr. M.O. Bai, I would prefer if you call me comrade. Under Dragon's fervent gaze, M.O. Bai felt as though he had been possessed by the spirit of a great thinker. Standing tall and speaking with conviction, he declared, a comrade is one who shares a common ideal and strives diligently for the cause. The notion of individuals united by shared ideal and striving for their goals was exhilarating. Comrade Montak Bai, your thoughts and suggestions are invaluable to the development of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon, filled with enthusiasm, earnestly invited, join the Revolutionary Army. We need a thinker of your caliber. Comrade Dragon, I am eager to join the Revolutionary Army, yet I have some pressing matters to attend to and cannot remain here, M.O. Bai replied, nodding in agreement. He continued, in addition to this booklet, I wish to discuss the forthcoming direction of the Revolutionary Army. In a lighter tone, M.O. Bai recounted tales of his travels aboard the Straw Hat Pirates. You see, as soon as Usopp boarded, he embarked on his grandiose storytelling, claiming that the Golden Lion was a god of war in the East Blue, Yet in reality, he had faced defeat on 2 occasions there, which was utterly hilarious. Life aboard the Straw Hat ship is truly raw. 3 meals a day of barbecued fish nearly made Zoro ill, causing him to question his life choices. "Please, Luffy, I beg you, let's find a chef," Zoro implored. Usopp interjected, "Zoro, this is not a chef's problem. You're the real culprit. The map indicated we would reach the island in no time, yet you led us astray for over a fortnight, and now we are utterly lost. All right, then let us find a chef and a navigator." Luffy decided. Consider this configuration. It is akin to a mudslide within the pirate world. The absurdity escalated when the duo started firing cannons at obstacles in the sea. Suddenly, Johnny appeared, accompanied by the injured Joseph, desperately seeking a ship's doctor. "We have no ship's doctor aboard," Zoro stated. "What about a navigator?" Johnny inquired. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp replied in unison, "Non-existent." Johnny exclaimed, "I might as well be an old man taking the subway while checking my phone. What kind of lunacy is this? Setting sail without a navigator?" Usopp, struck by inspiration, suggested, "How about we try the Wind God cult?" Luffy chimed in, "The one that supposedly killed the Golden Lion? I am on board." And thus, the group began to perform rituals with candles and berries around Joseph, resembling a scene from a dark ceremony. "Help! I can still be saved," Joseph pleaded. Nami, the embodiment of the Wind God, suddenly appeared, and upon witnessing the scene, was utterly bewildered. "What are you doing? Are you using a person as a sacrifice?" "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We want you to save him," Usopp protested. "I am destined to become the Pirate King," Luffy declared. "Shut up," Usopp retorted. Nami assessed the unfolding drama, and after examining Joseph, discovered he was suffering from septicemia and vitamin deficiency. "Will grilled fish help?" Luffy inquired. "Are you serious?" Nami exclaimed. With swift precision, Nami produced several oranges and instructed them to extract juice. Then, Zoro suggested that Nami escort them to the nearest island. "You fools!" Nami exclaimed, waving her hand to summon a gust of wind that sent the merry away. She realized that she was surrounded by a group of brainless idiots. Mo chuckled from the sidelines. "Did you know they were fools all along?" Nami asked. "Indeed, they are quite amusing. They can bring joy to your everyday life. Would you care to go shopping together?" Mo proposed. Blushing, Nami replied, "That sounds delightful." Thus, Nami and Mo ventured out for a shopping excursion. As Nami was now a well-known figure in the East Blue, gifts were bestowed upon her wherever they went. One day, however, an unexpected visitor arrived at Mo's home, the Navy officer, Tashiji. "Mo, rise and help me choose an outfit." Early in the morning, Mo was roused from slumber by Nami's insistence. Facing Nami's personal fashion show, Mo gradually became numb. Just then, the doorbell rang. "I'll go answer the door," Montauk exclaimed. Upon opening the door, he found the Navy's Dasky standing there. As Dasky entered, she asked Mo, "Where are your drafts? You haven't been slacking off just because I haven't been around to urge you, have you?" Mo quickly denied it, claiming he was retiring and had earned a fortune from collaborating with Morgan, ensuring a comfortable later life. He even joked about supporting Dasky, providing her with a life of luxury. At that moment, Nami emerged in a splendid outfit, and Mo pointed at her, saying, "Look, the once impoverished girl is now living a prosperous life thanks to my support." Upon hearing this, Nami and Dasky were immediately struck with black lines of disbelief on their foreheads. The two girls huddled together to chat, and soon became familiar, leaving Mo behind as they headed to Nami's room to try on clothes. On this shopping day, due to Dasky's arrival, the previously planned outing transformed into an adventure for 3. As they strolled along, vendors recognizing Nami offered her fruits and other treats, which she accepted while paying in return. The vendors cautiously tucked away the belly she had handled, treating it like a precious talisman. By evening, the trio finished their meal at a street food stall, marking the end of their shopping escapade. And Mo mused to himself, "The situation in the East Sea has stabilized, and next up is the Grand Line. The target is Alabasta. I must say, the plot is nothing short of explosive. Dasky has acquired the Wall Sword and is determined to become the world's greatest swordsman," causing even Zoro to shudder. And Mo, this guy, even categorizes his legacies into ranks. Nami is merely a working-class individual, a confirmed tool. Goodness. Mo has dashed off to Alabasta to assume the role of a desert emperor, truly believing he is a grand figure. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, 3 years of drought had turned the land into a desolate wasteland. The bandit U2 discovered an ancient ruin, but before he could boast about it, he was silenced by Crocodile's men. The elegant Robin, following Crocodile in his treasure hunt, stumbled upon a relic older than ancient scripts, emanating a profound historical weight that nearly overflowed the screen. What is even more intriguing is that Crocodile found a prophecy of the Desert Emperor within the ruins, believing himself to be the chosen one destined to restore Shurima's glory. My friends, who understands this? The flag has been raised, and I nearly laughed uncontrollably. What happened next? Crocodile and his crew toiled for hours, unearthing a temple. Robin interpreted the inscriptions on the stone walls, revealing a ritual that could grant superpowers and immortality. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's eyes turned green with envy, contemplating that if he obtained this secret, who would care about becoming the pirate king? He could ascend right then and there. However, here's the crux. The world government is not to be trifled with. They stripped Crocodile of his warlord title and sent agents to seize the ruins. That guy Doflamingo also wanted a piece of the pie. Meanwhile, King Cobra of Alabasta was overjoyed, finally able to summon Princess Vivi back. Did Crocodile panic? Not all. He believed the buff of the Desert Emperor was upon him, and the world was his. Yet, he unearthed a legion of uncontrollable sand soldiers, only to be pursued and stabbed by them, which was utterly hilarious. Even more shocking, the Desert Emperor's corpse rose from the throne. Crocodile was so frightened he fled, abandoning Robin. Robin, too, proved to be formidable, realizing escape was impossible. She knelt and claimed to be a descendant of the Desert Emperor, asserting that Shurima would thrive under his leadership. This plot twist left me in absolute awe. Let me tell you, this situation is absurd. Just a moment ago, the infamous warlord Crocodile was boasting about facing me in a duel. The next moment, he was kneeling before me, on one knee, in a manner so formal it resembled a marriage proposal, leaving me utterly speechless. His subordinates were left petrified, their eyes nearly popping out. My friends, who understands this? Their boss charged in to defeat the opposing boss, only to be backstabbed in a split second, publicly bowing before the enemy. This spectacle is surely a candidate for the 2025 Annual Award for Confounding Behavior. Where should I begin? Perhaps from the moment I was resurrected and Robin attempted to deceive me. At that time, I had just exposed her poorly executed charade of impersonating my descendant. Let me tell you, she was quite the performer, seemingly ready to deliver a heart-wrenching performance. She likely thought her life was at stake, especially since even the warlord Crocodile fled at the sight of me. For her, an unarmed woman, wouldn't her life hinge on my words? With her eyes closed and an expression of heroic sacrifice, she prepared for the worst, but I had no intention of harming her. I patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous, my friend. Stick with me, and you'll have plenty to eat." And then, the main event unfolded. I stood tall, arms raised, my spirit ablaze, and proclaimed to the desert, "Shurima, your emperor has returned." What a commotion it caused. The entire desert shook as ancient cities of gold and splendor erupted from beneath the sands. Most astonishingly, a great golden disk in the sky began to pour down the waters of life, creating artificial rainfall for the parched land that had suffered for 3 long years. The minions of the Baroque works, who had just escaped from underground, were elated at the prospect of no longer having to dig, only to be utterly dumbfounded moments later. Alabasta went wild. The citizens, witnessing the miraculous rain from the heavens, erupted in joyous cries, celebrating the arrival of water, creating a scene more festive than the new year. King Cobra in the palace nearly fell off his chair in excitement, having witnessed the suffering of his people over the past 3 years. Now, with the heavenly rain, he no longer cared whether it was a blessing or a curse, rushing towards me with his most capable bodyguards, Gaka and Bell, fearing chaos would break out over the precious water. On the other hand, the cunning Crocodile reacted swiftly. Sensing something amiss, he instructed his core team, Quickly, we must leave. A horde of monsters is about to emerge. But it was too late. With a flick of my finger, an army of sand soldiers surrounded them like a tightly sealed barrel. Crocodile subordinates were bewildered, their eyes reflecting the drama unfolding before them, seemingly conveying, "Boss, we get it. This is about finding treasure and silencing witnesses, isn't it? Who knew you were such a treacherous crocodile?" Old Crocodile turned green with rage, cursing, "You fools. These sand soldiers are not under my control." Everyone followed his gaze to see me standing atop a high altar, flanked by their vice president, Robin, gazing down at them like fish trapped in a barrel. I cleared my throat, activating my show-off mode, and declared the iconic line, "Either rise with Shurima or fall at its feet." To be honest, I just wanted to look cool. Deep down, I thought these miscreants deserved to face justice. Crocodile, however, scoffed, sneering at me. "Follow you? Who do you think you are? Hand over the secret of ascension, and then we can talk about me becoming emperor." Fine. I knew the script of the overpowered protagonist was not meant for me. I pointed my staff with brevity. "Soldiers, go to work, kill." The scene turned into a one-sided massacre. My sand soldiers, ancient warriors bound to the sands, were an indestructible legion. The disjointed rabble of Baroque works had never faced such a spectacle. Their weapons merely tickled the sand soldiers, who easily reformed, unaffected by the attacks. In a swift turn of events, the sand soldiers fell before a single thrust of their spears, their cries of anguish and pleas for mercy creating a chaotic symphony. Observing from above, I effortlessly extracted a young girl known as Miss Huangjin Zhou from the battlefield. She was but a child, and such violence was unbefitting her. I entrusted her to Robin, assigning her the task of caring for the girl, and resumed my spectating. The formidable Mr. One, a user of the chop-chop fruit, displayed his mettle, urging his superior, "Boss, you should leave without regard for us." Crocodile, seemingly moved by this loyalty, shouted out his weakness in a desperate attempt to save them. "Use water. Attack them with water." His subordinates, clinging to this lifeline, rushed to the water channel, utilizing hats and hands to splash water onto the sand soldiers. Yet, the moment the water touched the sand, it was immediately replaced by dry sand, rendering their efforts futile. Despair enveloped everyone. At that moment, Crocodile, in a fit of urgency, resolved to capture the leader first. His body transformed into sand, rushing towards me like a whirlwind. I found amusement in the audacity of his actions. "Brother, you dare to play with sand before me, the Emperor of the Desert? You are courting disaster." I pointed my staff at him, and he plummeted from the air like a broken kite, reverting to his physical form. I seized the sand soldier's soul and forcibly inserted it into his body, momentarily usurping his control. He watched in horror as his body knelt before me, his eyes betraying the murderous intent he could not conceal. My heart swelled with satisfaction. While you play with sand, I shall control it. It is a perfect counter. As Crocodile knelt, his followers surrendered completely, bound by my sand soldiers. Once I dealt with them, King Cobra arrived, his demeanor humble as he inquired about my name. I interrupted him. "You are the king here?" "Indeed, I am," he replied. "Oh, from this moment forth, you shall no longer be," embodying the spirit of an authoritarian leader. I declared, "From today, this land shall bear the name of Shurima." The two guards behind him bristled, but upon being encircled by my sand soldiers, they faltered, ignoring them. I turned to the thousands of citizens eagerly awaiting water and proclaimed, "From this day forth, you are the people of Shurima. Greet your new emperor." The choice was stark: loyalty to a ruler who offered no water or a new master who promised survival. The rebel army led the way, kneeling in droves, with a few elders remaining standing, their eyes fixated on Cobra. I offered him a choice: align with me for the sake of the people or cling to his title and face ruin with them. With tears in his eyes, Cobra bowed deeply to his people, announcing the dissolution of the Alabasta Kingdom. "Excellent, you made the right choice." I interrupted the emotional scene with a wave of my hand. "Now, everyone, go fetch water." A chorus of cheers erupted. I then addressed Cobra. "You shall still manage the nation's daily affairs. Everything remains unchanged until I issue new decrees." With that, I returned to the palace with Robin, leaving Cobra bewildered by the absurdity of my actions. You have seized my kingdom. Yet allow me to continue as general manager? Is this a role-playing game? Upon entering the palace, I took my seat on the throne, observing Robin as she joined me. I must say, this lady truly captivated me. 28 years old, an intelligent and graceful woman, exuding an extraordinary aura. In a moment of impulsiveness, I boldly proposed. Would you be interested in becoming my queen? She appeared taken aback, likely assuming I was yet another lecherous ruler. She responded with caution, suggesting we should get to know each other better. Realizing my approach might have been abrupt, I conceded, very well, let's start by dating. I removed my armor, revealing my handsome visage, and introduced myself. I am M.O. Bai. Her gaze shifted, now filled with curiosity. While she took the young girl to find a room, I swiftly teleported to borrow 2 exemplary political officers from the revolutionary leader Dorag. Professional matters require professionals. Once the 2 officers arrived, their efficiency was remarkable. They promptly distributed red booklets to Crocodile's crew, instructing them to memorize the contents within 2 days, with inspections to follow. Failure to comply would result in ideological re-education. Crocodile erupted in fury, throwing the booklet to the ground and trampling it, exclaiming, I, Crocodile, would rather starve to death or leap from this temple than recite this nonsense. Yet, soon enough, he found himself embracing it. Before long, his subordinates transformed into diligent adherents of the values presented, advocating for civility, denouncing foul language, and participating in the No Waste initiative, all while vying to earn little red flowers for a day off. They realized this was the utopia Crocodile had once promised them, now a reality without the perilous life they had previously known. The entire Shurima, from the octogenarians to the toddlers, had memorized the 24 guiding principles, even adorning the palace walls with grand slogans. Only Crocodile remained, questioning his existence in prison. He contemplated escape, but every movement resulted in his body being commandeered by the foreign soul within. The memory of kneeling under such control filled him with rage, forcing him into a corner to sulk, feeling blue and despondent. Meanwhile, I reveled in the productivity of these chosen laborers, marveling at the government's waste of such exceptional manpower, locked away in the prison while being provided for. As I lamented this misallocation of talent, Crocodile, who had previously scoffed at the booklet, now clutched it as a treasure, laboriously memorizing each word. When his name was called, the guard hesitated, his expression betraying contempt for the once mighty man. Crocodile approached, trembling, handing over the booklet and reciting with surprising fluency. Prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony. His delivery was so polished, surpassing even his prior ambitions for governance. The guard stamped the booklet, and Crocodile, relieved, felt a weight lift. Yet, as he returned, his anger simmered, vowing revenge against the usurper emperor. Those who understand can empathize with him. It was not mere cowardice. Initially, the punishment for non-compliance was public recitation of the confession guarantee, a mere embarrassment for a man of his stature. However, he had no say. The soul within him seized control, forcing him into a public spectacle. Enraged, Crocodile returned, only to find that every attempt at rebellion was thwarted by the controlling spirit. On the 3rd and 4th days, his face grew increasingly green as he realized he was left with nothing but his undergarments. To endure such humiliation would be a fate far worse than he had imagined. In times of crisis, Lao Sha rekindled the fervor he once had for seeking the ancient weapon, the Ming Wang. Within a single day, he memorized the 24-character incantation with remarkable ease, ultimately safeguarding his last vestige of dignity. While Lao Sha valiantly struggled for his honor, I was enjoying a life of indulgence. Kabula managed affairs, while the comrades of the Revolutionary Army focused on ideological development, allowing me to experience a semblance of retirement ahead of schedule. My days were filled with eating and sleeping, or being pestered by Labine, who sought to learn the ancient characters from 4,000 years ago and listen to tales of yore. I must say, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to teach such a stunning beauty? Our relationship flourished, with hand-holding becoming a commonplace occurrence, teetering on the edge of something more than friendship, yet not quite crossing into the realm of lovers. As for the rapid progression of our bond, it was certainly not solely due to my handsome visage. It was primarily the result of my leisurely strolls around the streets clad in casual attire, adorned with graffiti from the young girls of Huangjinzhou, which transformed me into a dreamboat for young ladies nationwide. At this moment, I reclined in a lounge chair in the palace garden, indulging in an afternoon nap. Two hands massaged my shoulders from behind, while another pair gently kneaded my calves, and yet two more delicate hands grasped the armrests. Who would not envy such treatment? Of course, I was not merely idling away my time. The majestic ruins that had risen from the ground, aside from the sun disk, which was naturally present, were entirely crafted by my own abilities. The intricate Chinese characters etched upon them had cost me countless brain cells. Were it not for my sand manipulation abilities and the free yellow sand soldiers, this monumental task might have required the labor of the ages. After completion, I employed time magic to weather the structures, imparting a sense of historical gravitas. Nevertheless, I had suffered for my endeavors, yet the rewards were plentiful. A nation and a princess had been secured, and I amassed a significant influence value. The two statues at the palace entrance could finally serve a purpose beyond mere decoration. A sudden sneeze jolted me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I saw the hands before me dissolve into petals and a blade of dogtail grass fall to the ground. Turning my head, I caught Lobine stifling a laugh. I playfully scratched her palm in response. "Your service is exceptional." I stretched languidly, complimenting Lobine's massage skills and casually inviting her. "I plan to go out this afternoon. Would you care to join me?" "No. I wish to master these characters as quickly as possible. They are far too intriguing." I was not surprised by her refusal. After 20 years of evasion, history had ingrained itself into her very being. Nodding, I donned my eagle armor and made my way to the administrative hall. Interestingly, I maintained an air of aloofness as the desert emperor outdoors. Only Luobin and Huang Jinzu had seen my true visage. Here, we upheld the principle of equality, and passers-by merely bowed slightly upon encountering me, devoid of the archaic custom of kneeling before a single individual. Upon arriving at the entrance of the administrative hall, Wei Wei approached me with the wide-eyed admiration of a fan meeting their idol, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "Your Majesty, thank you for bringing peace and water to this land." She bowed deeply, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "May I take a photo with you? The socialist reforms you instituted are truly remarkable." I was taken aback. This young lady had once believed I was akin to Lao Sha, a usurper. Yet after witnessing my delegation of power to her father and the nation's gradual improvement, she had transformed from a skeptic to an admirer. Her gaze was filled with reverence, likely pondering how this ancient figure from 4 millennia past could possess thoughts more advanced than those of modernity. Certainly, I would never deny the request of a fan. We took several pictures at the entrance, attracting the attention of passing staff and pedestrians, culminating in a small fan meetup. After the photo session, Wei Wei led me to meet our current objectives, Suinji Bei-er and Hulong Jiaka. These two now serve as my head of security and chief of the military. "Your Majesty." Upon seeing me, they both saluted sharply. I patted their shoulders, commending their efforts before shifting the conversation. However, a nation's strength must be assessed not solely by internal security, but also by its capacity to repel external threats. Dignity resides only upon the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the reach of cannon fire. To speak frankly, with your current prowess, you could not even best a single yellow sand soldier under my command. While the initial part of my statement ignited their enthusiasm, the latter half dashed their spirits like frost upon an eggplant. I had no intention of psychologically manipulating them. Upon noticing their crestfallen expressions, I dropped a bombshell. "Surely you have heard the legends surrounding Shuruma that speak of acquiring immense power? Your Majesty, are you implying?" They both looked up suddenly, their eyes glinting with hope. "Indeed," I nodded, "for Shuruma possesses a rite of ascension that can transform individuals, enabling them to become divine warriors. However, there are currently only 2 slots available. My purpose here is to offer you this gift of power." Us, Bayer and Jiaka, were momentarily dumbfounded, their minds overwhelmed by the sudden fortune. "What? Do you not desire the strength to protect Shuruma?" My words yanked them back to reality. These two were the guardians of this land. How could they refuse such an opportunity? Yes, we certainly do. I led the two excited individuals, nearly stumbling over their own feet, to the colossal statues at the palace entrance. Each statue contained a fragment of ascension power. Place your hands upon them, and you shall receive strength. Jiaka, being a Hulong fruit user, immediately gravitated towards the canine-headed statue, while Bayer instinctively approached the crocodile statue on the opposite side. Wait, I called out to them. Jiaka, are you not stronger than Bayer? Bayer, do you not excel in handling internal affairs? Yes, your majesty. Although Bayer was puzzled, he answered truthfully. Then you should switch. I gestured, instructing Bayer to touch the canine statue, as it suits you better. Jiaka, the right crocodile possesses greater combat strength. I confess, I was merely indulging my compulsive tendencies. One avian transformed into a canine, and the other from canine to crocodile. How amusing. It emphasizes a delightful contrast. Moreover, Nisa S's canine visage is far more appealing than Lichten's crocodilian form. Surely, I was considering aesthetics for the greater good. After they switched positions and placed their hands upon the statues, a wave of invisible energy lifted them into the air. As the statues transformed into a cascade of golden light that surged into their bodies. In an instant, sand and stones whirled as two primal forces from antiquity soared upward. Ding! Bayer acquired the legacy of the Desert Reaper Nisa S. Ding! Jiaka received the heritage of the Desert Butcher Lichten. I waved my hand, sealing off the overwhelming aura, gazing at the transformed duo with a beaming smile. Everything is in place. We are merely awaiting the world government's imminent confrontation. While I was fervently engaged in reconstruction efforts, the world government was not idle. A fleet of warships, led by a grand vessel of the world government, surged towards Alabasta. At the bow, a masked CP-0 agent addressed Marine Admiral Akainu, speaking with an air of arrogance. Admiral Akainu, this operation may encounter unforeseen complications. I implore your cooperation. His tone was as haughty as a peacock's strut. These lackeys of the celestial dragons, having spent too long in their master's shadow, truly believed themselves to be sovereigns. Dismissing Akainu entirely, without turning his head, Akainu retorted, "My mission is to eliminate Crocodile. The Navy's affairs do not require your CP's interference." The tension between the two was palpable. The CP-0 agent, infuriated, exclaimed, "Know your place. We are the most trusted subordinates of the celestial dragons." Yet Akainu paid him no mind, leaving the CP-0 agent to retreat in humiliation. What an annoyance, Akainu scoffed. He had long harbored disdain for the Shichibukai, and now that he had the opportunity to eliminate one, a target he had wrested from Akiji's grasp, would he allow CP-0 to dictate his actions? Dream on. The downfall of the Shichibukai begins with you, Crocodile. Akainu's face was set with murderous intent. Soon, their ship came into view, with Shungting Island appearing on the horizon after a little over an hour's journey. As the colossal sun disk loomed high in the sky, Akainu felt a jolt of unease within him, sensing that the situation was far from ordinary. Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. Everyone around him sensed the tension, and the atmosphere grew instantly grave. In the palace at the heart of the desert, I was enthralling Robin with the tale of the 7 captures of Menghua. This girl was utterly captivated by historical narratives, even more so than Nami was by her beloved treasures. Just as I was caught up in the story, a flicker of awareness prompted me to raise my brow. An unexpected horde of uninvited guests was encroaching upon my domain. What is happening? Robin inquired nervously as she noticed my abrupt pause. Nothing alarming, just a few flies that I need to swat away, I replied, donning my armor as I prepared to depart. Yet, Robin called out to me from behind. Is it the world government's people? She asked, her face etched with concern as she leaned out the door. I turned to her and smiled. If I were to capture you, would I release you as before? She paused, taken aback. You should stay here and wait patiently. I shall never let you go, my princess. In an instant, a radiant smile illuminated Robin's face as she clenched her small fist. Then I entrust this to you. Good luck. I waved cheerfully and turned to leave, fully aware that the demon-slaying order of O'Hara would forever remain a source of anguish for her. My decision to keep her close was merely to provide her with a loyal companion, but it could not erase the shadows lingering in her heart. Today, I would shatter this mountain before her very eyes. I contemplated the sheer strength of tens of thousands of immortal yellow sand soldiers, complemented by 2 freshly minted celestial warriors. Not even a single general could withstand the might I commanded. Even if the world government were to bring its entire force, they would be brought to their knees. This time, none would escape. I had to strike with precision to avoid a flurry of retaliatory blows. In the desert, the Navy and CP-0 personnel trudged onward under the relentless sun. Akainu's subordinate, feeling sympathy for his men, suggested they remove their jackets. However, a nearby CP-0 agent in a mask sneered, "TSK, the Navy's discipline is truly beyond words." Akainu retorted curtly, "Fool," before the masked man could react. The sands ahead began to stir without wind. A legion of yellow sand soldiers, armed with long spears, erupted from the ground, forming an orderly array in the blink of an eye, their blazing gazes fixed upon their adversaries. "Is that the Shasha fruit?" Akainu squinted, astonished that Crocodile had prepared such a trick. To him, these creatures seemed like mere theatrics. In an instant, his hands transformed into magma, launching a meteor shower into the sky. Boom! 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 A multitude of colossal magma fists rained down, instantly engulfing the formation of yellow sand soldiers in a searing inferno. The Navy erupted in cheers. But in the next moment, all fell silent. As the winds dispersed the white smoke, the shattered yellow sand soldiers reassembled, unscathed. How is this possible? Akainu's pupils widened in shock. He felt that all his years of fruit development had been for naught, while Crocodile had grown extraordinarily formidable. Yet his subordinates were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the signal to attack, they charged forward with fervor, their blades and guns imbued with haki, ready to confront the sand soldiers. However, the reality struck them like a resounding slap. Their strikes sliced through the sand soldiers as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, only for the creatures to heal instantaneously. Damn it, the armament haki cannot grasp these monsters. Our attacks are futile. The battlefield descended into chaos, filled with shouts and curses. They were akin to sheep thrust into a den of tigers, ensnared by these invulnerable entities. A slash could inflict no harm, but a mere thrust from a spear could draw blood. How do we fight this? Tell me how. They faced a situation where they could only endure the blows without retaliation, a humiliating ordeal. All members of the Navy and CP-0 wore expressions akin to having swallowed something bitter. They struggled against the relentless assault of the fearless sand soldiers, and defeat was merely a matter of time. I tell you, this battle was absurd to the extreme. Within 5 minutes of engagement, the Navy and CP-0 were losing combat effectiveness in droves, captured like fledglings by the sand soldiers. That old scoundrel, Akainu, sent a magma punch straight through the head of a sand soldier attempting to ambush him, then turned to yell at a dazed recruit, "Stay focused on the battlefield." Meanwhile, he himself appeared quite vigorous, smashing magma fists indiscriminately as the sand soldiers crumbled before him like paper. Yet, these sand soldiers were uncanny, having been burned through by magma. They would resurrect as soon as the winds blew, their spears still aimed at Akainu, only to be melted by the elemental magma. What a peculiar standoff. Neither could gain the upper hand. Akainu realized that if this continued, the Navy would suffer a catastrophic defeat. He shouted, "Gather the remaining personnel and retreat from the battlefield. This is beyond your capacity." With that, he dashed towards the center of the desert, intent on capturing the leader first. The masked man on the battlefield was no fool. Upon noticing Akainu's movements, he swiftly organized the remaining CP-0 members to head towards the city area, cursing Akainu under his breath. "Damn. Trying to steal the glory and rise above me?" Bai observed the figures darting through the sky, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ah, finally catching on, are we?" He turned to his companion Bayer. "How are the preparations coming along?" Bayer responded promptly, "Your Majesty, everything is ready as per your instructions." However, Garka interjected, "Your Majesty, there's no need for such trouble. I can take them all down myself." Mo by regarded Garka with a stoic expression, thinking that perhaps Garka had inherited a fool's wisdom from Leekton. Your current strength is indeed formidable, but your methods against natural-type users are still lacking. Once you master hockey, you may play as you wish. He nodded to Bay Air. Proceed as I instructed. Obeying the command, Bay Air rushed to a mysterious altar adorned with enigmatic totems, where animal skulls and entrails were laid out. Grasping a staff, he stood at the center of the altar, initiating the ritual. Chanting incantations, his staff danced eerily, and the runes on the altar began to swirl, intensifying the aura of death. The flora and fauna surrounding the altar withered instantly, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. Meanwhile, Akainu and his team, while executing their moonwalk, suddenly felt an unbearable pain in their chests, plummeting from the sky like dumplings. What is happening? One exclaimed, only to be engulfed by an invisible inferno igniting from the depths of their souls. It hurts. Kill me. Please kill me. CP0 members began to frantically claw at their heads, attempting to suppress the agony of their souls with physical pain, but it was utterly futile. Akainu was no better off. Propping himself up with difficulty, he gasped for air, the pain compelling him to elementalize instinctively to escape the torment, but it proved ineffective. What a cursed tactic! It seemed he might not even lay eyes on his adversary. He realized that this was no mere scheme of Crocodile. There had to be another force at play. To incapacitate him, a vice admiral of the Navy, along with a cadre of CP0 members wielding the power of commanders, was no trivial affair. It was time to retreat. It appeared he would have to return empty-handed. Akainu thought bitterly, striking the ground with a fist. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden alert surged through him. While elementalizing, he desperately dodged to the side, but was still a moment too late. Thud! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he looked down to see his chest pierced by a claw adorned with intricate scales. The response was rather swift. Without further ado, the magma you wield is indeed quite scorching. Jaka retracted his arm, flicked the magma off, and expressed his regrets. Akainu glanced up and realized, to his astonishment, that it was Jaka who had transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, sporting the head of a jackal. Was it a Zoan type, Nami, an ancient or mythical variant? He pondered quietly, recognizing the adversary's speed. His Kinbunchika haki had barely registered before the attack arrived. Who are you? Akainu inquired. Jaka puffed out his chest, declaring, I am the ascendant warrior of the Shirema Empire, Jaka the Jackal. Indeed, I am Jaka the Jackal. He nodded to himself with encouragement. Akainu regarded this not overly clever individual and felt a pang of embarrassment at having been ambushed. The Shirema Empire? I've never heard of it. Has Alabasta changed its name? The priority now was to retreat safely, ideally taking the captured Navy personnel with him. We have come to eliminate the former warlord, Crocodile. Since you're not pirates, why have you attacked us? Akainu questioned, attempting to turn the tables. You make a valid point. Crocodile has already been apprehended and is currently undergoing labor reform in prison. If your Navy comes in good faith, we welcome you. However, I fail to see your sincerity. Jaka pointed at the CP0 members lying on the ground. With a disdainful glance, Akainu barely had time to respond before Jaka issued a challenge. Enough of the chatter. Show me the might of the strongest force of the Navy. With a roar brimming with combat fervor, his body began to swell, his life force intensifying, and the surrounding area was engulfed in a storm of sand and dust. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Akainu raised his arm to shield himself from the flying debris. Blood seeping from his lips, realizing that the situation was dire. If he fell here, who would uphold justice? Kulme, show me your capabilities. Cerberus. Akainu transformed his body into magma and hurled a punch at Jaka. The clash reverberated, and volcanic ash filled the air. Jaka emerged and scathed from the debris, mockingly stating, Your magma is only warm enough for a hot bath. With that, he charged at Akainu like a beast. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Akainu's magma, painting half the sky crimson, while Jaka's domain was shrouded in swirling dust. The CP0 members, struggling on the ground, perished in the wake of their battle. Mo Bai observed from a distance, marveling. It's no wonder he could become an admiral someday. His blood is truly thick. Just then, he noticed a casually dressed man with a blindfold and tousled hair approaching. So he has arrived after all, Akiji. Meanwhile, Jaka grew increasingly enraged, biting fiercely at Akainu, only to find his jaws closing around magma. Undeterred, he thought to himself, since you can transform into magma, I shall consume every bit of it, which would equate to your defeat. Are you ready to accept your demise? Jaka burped with a cruel smile, lowering his head once more. Akainu stared into the gaping maw approaching him, his eyes widening in fear. Elemental transformation consumes stamina, maintaining it was already at his limit. Would he truly perish here today? At that moment, a voice rang out, "Ice time?" Akainu froze in surprise, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Oh dear, Akainu, how much longer will you lie there? If you are in such disarray, it seems your opponent is quite troublesome. Akiji? Akainu opened his eyes to see Jaka, now encased in ice, realizing that he wasn't imagining things. You arrived just in time. This opponent is quite troublesome. They possess a mysterious technique that renders those of Vice Admiral rank and below in great pain, and even I find it challenging to resist. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering ice echoed. It seems this is not the place for discussion. You should rest at the back for a moment, Akiji said, pulling Akainu's collar and swiftly dragging him away. You attacked me? Jaka burst free from his icy prison and lunged at Akiji. Two-pronged spear. Akiji conjured several ice spears to launch at Jaka, but they shattered against the scales. Is that insufficient to breach my defenses? Let's try this. Frozen time capsule. A massive wave of cold air enveloped Jaka once more, but Akiji's expression grew graver. He sensed that the frozen individual was entirely unharmed. This is troublesome. We should retreat. This mission appears unachievable. Akiji urged Akainu to flee, but suddenly he felt his heartbeat intensify. Thump! Thump! What is happening? Akiji knelt, feeling an inexplicable burning sensation in his soul. Is this the mysterious technique you mentioned earlier? It's indeed insidious. We must depart quickly. Akiji seized Akainu and dashed away. But Jaka pursued, the distance closing rapidly. Akiji, let me down, Akainu said calmly. The Navy cannot afford to lose two admirals simultaneously. With that, he summoned all his strength to burn through Akiji's grip. Akiji looked back at him. Don't look back. Go uphold justice in my stead. Akainu pondered whether he would meet his end here. Perhaps it was acceptable, as long as Akiji could escape, with him and Kazuru around. The seas wooed and tea descend into chaos. Faced with the approaching maw, Akainu felt uneasy. Hey, Jaka the Jackal, I'm out of stamina for elemental transformation. Just kill me with your weapon. I'm sure you don't wish to consume human flesh raw. But Jaka had lost his rationality. I will tear you to shreds. At the brink of calamity, a claw pressed against Jaka's head. Calm down, Jaka. Bell manifested his ascendant form. Akainu, seeing Bell, felt disoriented. Another dog-headed figure. Just then, he noticed Akiji lying at Bell's feet. You didn't escape? No, I encountered him on the way. It was even more absurd. Just as I met him, I was caught, Akiji said helplessly. Akainu gazed upwards in silence, realizing that the Navy would have to fend for itself from here on out. Well, given how dire things are, I might as well think positively. This dog-headed gentleman seems far more rational than the previous one. At least we can communicate. And perhaps we won't end up dead after all, Akiji reassured. While the two admirals conversed, Jaka regained his composure with Bell's assistance. These two's elemental transformations are truly difficult to handle. Without your methods, I fear I would have fought for days without defeating either. Don't worry. We have only recently acquired ascendant power, and we can defeat the Navy's strongest admiral. We will only grow stronger, Jaka said, his dialogue entirely disregarding Akainu and Akiji, who felt their faces flush with embarrassment. After exchanging a few words, Bell turned his gaze back to the two admirals. Jaka likely mentioned to you that if the Navy comes to Shurema in good faith, we would welcome you. But it is clear that your mission does not align with this. Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances, understanding that the other party was willing to communicate and did not intend to kill them. Our mission is to capture Crocodile. You initiated the attack on us. Akainu began to argue. Crocodile conspired to usurp the nation and has been apprehended for labor reform. Moreover, Entering Shurema requires prior application. You are here illegally. And your companions, the members of the world government's espionage organization, exude no goodwill, dispatching a group of assassins into another nation. Should we not interpret this as a declaration of war against Shurema? Bell narrowed his eyes at Akainu and Akiji. Is it true that Shurema does not intend to join the world government? Akainu raised his voice, finally realizing that this nation, Shurema, harbored significant hostility towards the world government, openly opposing the world government. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? The world government? It may indeed be powerful, but no one can halt Shurema's rise. Bell chuckled, shaking his head before his expression turned solemn. Very well. I wish you luck. State your conditions for allowing us to leave, Akainu conceded. Leave behind a formidable method of cultivation, and then affix your signatures to this contract. Buyer handed a document to Chi Quan. Upon opening it, Chi Quan was taken aback. The distance of the 12 Seas safety defense line? The only clause in the Mutual Non-Interference Peace Treaty bearing the implication of compensation is that the criminals captured at the nearest naval base to Shungting Island must be sent to Shuruma prison for labor reform. Providing free labor? Is that all? At that moment, Chi Quan's aged face was left in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide open, fixated on Bayer, his jaw nearly touching the ground. Yet, Bayer stood tall, radiating an air of authority as if he were the spokesperson for the world, and began to deliver a lengthy discourse. In Shuruma, we prioritize kinship, sincerity, benefit, and inclusiveness. We steadfastly maintain good relations with our neighbors, treating them as companions. Chi Quan only grasped the initial 2 words. The rest was as incomprehensible as encrypted communication. His mind buzzed, and he turned to the nearby Qingji, who appeared enlightened, and inquired, "What is this fellow rambling about?" Qingji replied solemnly, "I cannot comprehend, but it certainly sounds reasonable." I burst into laughter, leaving Chi Quan speechless. Well, if he didn't understand, he had to feign comprehension, and thus the 2 of them listened attentively to Bayer as if they were elementary school students absorbing knowledge. When Bayer finally concluded, he asked, "Gentlemen, any questions?" Chi Quan and Qingji shook their heads vigorously, proclaiming no questions. Absolutely none. They feared another lengthy explanation. Hastily retrieving their pens to sign the contract, Chi Quan then produced a telephone bug, instructing his subordinate to promptly deliver the manual on the formidable cultivation techniques of the Navy. Remarkably, the Admiral's subordinate was quite impressive. Despite the earlier chaos that felt akin to an earthquake, this situation provided him with clarity. The path was unobstructed, and before long, he appeared before us. Upon witnessing his 2 admirals pinned to the ground, he became furious, drawing his sword and preparing for a fight. Chi Quan weakly waved his hand. "Calm down. Do you have the materials?" The subordinate quickly handed over the manual, which Chi Quan did not even glance at, instead gesturing for Bayer to take it. He then looked at Bayer, his expression conveying one clear message. "Brother, may we leave now?" Bayer received the booklet, flipped through a couple of pages casually, and nodded, with a gentle wave of his staff. I tell you, at that moment, Chi Quan and Qingji felt as though the constricting spell upon their souls had vanished. They felt an overwhelming sense of relief, especially Qingji, whose previously depleted energy began to replenish, finally able to stand on his own. "Fawao, Qingji stit, supporting Chi Quan. I will convey your good intentions to Marshal Zhanghua." With that, he led his unfortunate superior and subordinate away in a rather sheepish retreat. Once they departed, Jaka could barely contain himself, seizing the manual from Bayer's hands, grinning like a child weighing 200 pounds. Ha! Once I master this formidable technique, when I encounter slippery foes like Chi Quan, just watch me inflict internal injuries upon him. My friends, who can understand that suffocating feeling of a punch landing on cotton? Jaka never wished to experience that again. Meanwhile, on the departing warship, Chi Quan and Qingji, 2 unfortunate brothers, lay on the deck questioning their existence. Chi Quan's brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. If they're this difficult without mastery of the formidable technique, how can we fight them if they do learn it? With their physiques, combined with armed colors, is there any hope left in this game? Qingji, embodying the spirit of indifference, pulled down his eye mask. The one with a headache will be the world government. It is of no concern to us. I need to take an extended leave to get some proper rest. Chi Quan felt even more perplexed. Indeed, could they truly ignore the orders of the celestial dragons? On the other hand, Bayer and Jaka handed the formidable technique manual to Mo Bai. Mo Bai waved them off to commence their training while he began to contemplate. The world government, self-proclaimed as divine beings, had suffered a significant setback this time. CP0 was entirely obliterated, and their two admirals nearly failed to return. The slaps of defeat echoed loudly, and could they truly rest easy? However, Mo Bai chuckled. The slaughter order was no longer sufficient for their needs. Could they genuinely provoke him into action? Never mind, why ponder so much? Even if they wreaked havoc upon the world, couldn't I simply reverse time and rectify it? Having reached this conclusion, Mo Bai strolled towards his palace. Yet before he could reach the entrance, he saw Robin bounding towards him like a little rabbit. Leaping into his embrace, trembling and whimpering, Mo Bai quickly wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back. What is the matter? Who has bullied you? With reddened eyes, Robin wiped her tears and snot all over Mo Bai's clothing, murmuring, among those who came this time, there was an admiral, right? In that instant, Robin's PTSD flared up. The previous downpour of magma, akin to a meteor shower, had directly reminded her of the destruction of O'Hara, which was caused by Chi Quan. She felt utterly despondent. Believing that the sanctuary she had finally found was about to be taken from her, her heart shattered. She leaned against the door, waiting for death. Seeing Mo Bai standing alive before her now, amidst overwhelming sorrow and joy, her emotions crumbled. She broke free from Mo Bai's embrace, circling around him to inspect for injuries, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon finding him unharmed. Mo Bai smiled and pulled her back into his arms, whispering warmly in her ear, I told you I could protect you. Do you believe me now? Two admirals, Chi Quan and Qingji, arrived, yet before Jaka and Bayer even warmed up, they were already defeated. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, Robin's ears flushed crimson. She looked up at Mo Bai's astonishingly handsome face, particularly his gentle eyes that resembled a starry river, and she was utterly captivated. Their faces drew closer, and just as an unfamiliar sensation brushed against their lips, Robin suddenly snapped back to reality. She instinctively attempted to retreat, but Mo Bai was not about to let her escape. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her neck and initiated a passionate kiss. One intense clash of lips and tongues ensued. Initially, Mo Bai was a novice, retreating under Robin's skilled assaults, but it must be said, his learning ability was remarkable. Within a few exchanges, he found his rhythm, turning the tide and forcing Robin into a vulnerable position where she could only surrender, softly tapping his chest. Mo Bai triumphantly accepted her surrender, gazing at the limp, flushed, and gasping captor in his arms, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. How delightful! I am referring to this ascendant form, truly delightful. After a considerable time of recovery, Robin regained her breath. Leaning against Mo Bai, she greedily inhaled his scent, a feeling of security she had never experienced before. Having endured a tumultuous childhood filled with betrayal, she wished to engrave this moment of warmth in her memory forever. Yet, Mo Bai was not one to rest. Holding her soft form, he glanced down and found himself captivated by the view. His breath quickened. Robin sensed a shift, her body stiffening, her face reddening. She gazed into Mo Bai's fiery eyes, biting her lip as if resolving something within herself. She buried her flushed face in his chest and softly asked, Could you repeat the question you posed on our first meeting in the palace? Mo Bai feigned ignorance. What question? Robin shot him an exasperated look, pretending to walk away. Mo Bai quickly grasped her wrist, adopting a serious demeanor. Then, Miss Robin, would you do me the honor of becoming my queen? I would. Without a moment's hesitation, Robin wrapped her arms around his neck and initiated a kiss. Goodness, who could withstand such a moment? Mo Bai instantly transformed from passive to active, achieving the feat of capturing Robin once more. However, this time, it was evidently not going to end so easily. He scooped her up in a princess carry. Robin exclaimed, Wait, it's still daytime. Mo whispered breathlessly in her ear. There is nothing pressing today. It would be best to retire early, my queen. With that, he carried her straight into the palace. Here, 1,000 words of intense battle are omitted. Ultimately, the result was that our proud knightess, Robin, repeatedly pleaded for mercy, while Mo, thanks to his ascendant physique, emerged victorious. As the fierce battle raged on at Mabai's location, the atmosphere at the naval headquarters had plummeted to an icy chill. In the conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face darkened to an ashen hue, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Everyone, we are in grave trouble. The joint operation has ended in disastrous failure. Not a single member of the world government has returned." The room erupted in chaos, disbelief rippling through the attendees. How is this possible? A general was leading the charge. Sengoku bellowed, demanding silence. I am not senile yet. The adversary this time is a nation called Shurima. He relayed the intelligence received from Akainu in meticulous detail. Tens of thousands of indomitable yellow sand soldiers, impervious to hockey and sea stone. Two self-proclaimed ascendants who withstood the assaults of two admirals without even employing hockey. Even more outrageous, the enemy possessed a mysterious technique that rendered all officers below the rank of rear admiral completely ineffectual, with even Akainu and Akiji unable to withstand it. As this shocking news sank in, a heavy silence fell over the room. Kizaru's lecherous visage nearly broke into tears as he frantically calculated. Oh no, does this mean I am the last of the three admirals? Will I be treated like a mere beast of burden? He quickly mustered the courage to ask. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, are Akainu and Akiji all right? Sengoku nodded. They are unharmed, and Shurima has agreed to a peace treaty, demanding only the training methods for hockey and proposing a trade of our captured Navy personnel for pirates. Upon hearing this, murmurs of discussion broke out as the attendees considered Shurima's seemingly reasonable stance. However, Rear Admiral Crane's sharp retort brought them back to harsh reality. All members of the world government are dead. This matter is far from over. In an instant, all the rear admirals grasped the gravity of the situation, each one seeking excuses to make their escape. Fleet Admiral, there are pirates pillaging in my waters. I must take my leave. Fleet Admiral, my wife has given birth. I bid you farewell. Before long, the vast conference room was left with only Sengoku and Kizaru. Kizaru was dumbfounded, realizing he was now certain to be dispatched into a perilous situation. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Sengoku patted him on the shoulder, saying, "May you find your own fortune." With that, he exited as well. Alone in the conference room, Kizaru felt the funds burning a hole in his pocket, his mind racing with ideas. No, he could not sit idly by. Since there was no unforeseen incident, he could create one himself. Eureka! He would seek out the Yonko Kaido for a confrontation. Big Mom was troublesome, Whitebeard was formidable, and red-haired Shanks was elusive, but Kaido, with his tough skin and adherence to combat ethics, would be the most suitable target for his KPI enhancement. It was all about creating a thunderous spectacle with minimal actual impact. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the atmosphere in the Five Elders conference room was even more somber than at the naval headquarters. They had sought to summon Im Sama for assistance, but he was nowhere to be found. The most irascible of the Five Elders slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! Why can't this relic of history remain buried? What is he doing here?" Ultimately, these rulers of the world, who had held power for 8 centuries, were left with no choice but to retreat into their shells, fully committed to gathering intelligence on Shurima and probing for the weaknesses of that mysterious emperor and his monstrous allies. It was a dismal realization that apart from their subordinate Navy and CP organization, they had no cards left to play. They could only reassure themselves, I tell you, these so-called gods are nothing but paper tigers, all show and no substance. The scene shifted to the Shurima Palace, where the 28-year-old Robin was in full command, effortlessly subduing Mabai. Their fierce battle raged until dawn, a tumultuous clash of might. In the morning, Mabai awoke to find Robin in his arms, and he thought to himself, "Ah, this feeling is home. It is my sanctuary." His heart swelled with joy as he gently kissed her forehead, whispering, "Hee, you are mine now." Robin stirred, extending her delicate arms and leaving a soft kiss at the corner of his mouth. "Good morning. I would like a fried egg sandwich and a glass of milk, please, darling." Upon hearing this, Mabai thought to himself, "I must express my gratitude. This is insufficient. The meal will require 2 sweet kisses." Robin, undeterred, obliged him with another kiss. In a flash, Mabai conjured a sumptuous feast as if by magic, leaving Robin utterly astonished. "How did you do that?" Mabai grinned with pride, declaring Lord Mabai is, of course, all-powerful. After their meal, Robin expressed her desire to study the historical stone tablets, and they set off together. Mabai gazed at the invigorated Robin, marveling at her remarkable recovery, akin to a high-capacity pump. Upon reaching the parade ground, Mabai lifted Robin into the skies, surveying the flourishing Shurima below, his heart swelling with pride. "Behold, this is the empire I have established for you." After bidding Robin farewell, Mabai retrieved his transponder snail and sent photographs of St. Ding Island to Morgans. The instant Morgans received the call, he erupted with excitement. "Mabai, you are truly my brother. The angle of this photograph is extraordinary." Mabai quickly interjected, "Do not forget to allocate the proper space for this issue's layout." Morgans, startled, replied, "After all our cooperation, you still do not trust me?" Mabai chuckled, "I have a photograph worth 100 million berries. Would you like to see it?" Morgans nearly exploded at the thought. "You want to sell me a single photograph for 100 million berries?" Mabai leisurely clarified, "It is a photo of the Emperor of Shurima." Morgans's demeanor immediately shifted, declaring, "Best friends for life. Here's to our fruitful partnership." Ah, the burdens of being an emperor are not light. Mabai now felt a profound sense of responsibility, believing it his duty to lead Shurima towards greatness. The sun disk had resolved the water supply issue and thwarted Crocodile's conspiracies. The nation was now undergoing extensive development, with advancements in healthcare and education, resulting in a nation that was thriving. With the direction set, all that remained was to develop the country diligently. Cobra's abilities were truly remarkable. As Mabai walked, he reflected on the primary external threats. The world government would undoubtedly not overlook Shurima, and pirates would surely come to stir trouble. Professor AI was correct. Strength was the undeniable truth. With this thought, Mabai recalled the great inventor Heimerdinger. Upon checking his system panel, he found that his influence had nearly reached 1 million. Finally, he had attained affluence. With ample resources at home, he felt at ease. Securing Heimerdinger's legacy, Mabai proceeded to the weapon factory to consult Chief Designer Richter. "Your Majesty, you summoned me?" Richter, a man of science, was not particularly loquacious. Mabai stated his request directly. "I need you to design a coastal cannon with a minimum range of 20 nautical miles." Richter's eyes widened in alarm. "Your Majesty, you may not fully grasp the complexities involved." Mabai hastily interrupted him, fearing he would begin a lecture. "I entrust you with the coastal defense of Shurima. This is your task reward, so give it your all." With that, he transferred Heimerdinger's legacy into Richter's being and swiftly departed, unable to endure the presence of the scientist. With Cobra managing domestic affairs, Bell overseeing law and order, and Richter in charge of coastal defense, this emperor found his role remarkably stress-free. Strolling through the bustling streets, Mabai felt elated and even began drafting a biography in his mind, titled How an Emperor is Forged. Suddenly, he halted, frowning as he spotted a man in the guard's uniform. Goodness, this man was walking along, suddenly breaking into an overly flamboyant dance, his stout physique striking a delicate pose. "Hey, Finkelai, where do you think you're going after breaking out of prison?" Mabai blocked his path, his expression darkening as he coldly inquired. Finkelai, terrified, sank to the ground, trembling. "I must tell you, today I witnessed something incredible. That cannonball, barely the size of a coconut, shot out with a whoosh, and from dozens of kilometers away, it exploded with a resounding boom. A massive mushroom cloud rose dozens of meters high above the sea. Who understands this? This is not merely fighting pirates. It's akin to performing a nuclear test for the Earth. It is all about precision strikes, leaving no trace behind. Yet this tale began with my day spent substituting at a primary school. I went there to experience the life of a teacher and to observe the girl named Golden Week. But guess what? That little girl was not paying attention in class at all. I had to pull her up to answer questions, and to my surprise, she actually got it right. My temper flared up instantly, and I was resolute in my disbelief. I decided to challenge her with more difficult questions, moving from elementary school problems to those at the middle school level. And guess what? She answered them all correctly. My mind was buzzing. Could it be that I had encountered a prodigy? If this continued, I would soon exhaust my meager stock of knowledge. Was the intelligence of people in this world truly so extraordinary? It seemed unlikely. That fellow, Luffy, hardly appeared to possess a high intellect. In an effort to prove that my intelligence had not been forsaken by the world, I casually summoned another child, only to find that he responded with utter nonsense. I sighed in relief, grateful that the prodigy was merely an anomaly and that I had not been stripped of my humanity. Finally, after enduring until the end of class, I playfully tugged at Huang Jinzhou's pigtail and left the school, feeling satisfied. On the way home, I met up with Robin, and hand in hand, I began to vent about today's events, expressing my admiration for that elementary school genius named Huang Jinzhou. To my surprise, Robin giggled, covering her mouth, and whispered in my ear, "Don't be deceived by her small stature. She's actually 16. I was utterly stunned. What? 16 years old? A young lady of 16 pretending to be an elementary student in front of me? Was I, in her eyes, nothing more than a fool? My anger surged, and I turned to Robin, questioning her fiercely. "You knew all along and didn't tell me? You helped her keep it from me?" As I spoke, I began to tickle her playfully. Robin burst into laughter, pleading for mercy. Okay, I'll tell you." I insisted. "If you don't provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall wreak havoc tonight." My threat was met with a knowing smile from Robin, who understood my reference to the Three Kingdoms. She playfully rolled her eyes and remarked, "You twist meanings, but I'm quite looking forward to witnessing your prowess on the battlefield. I believe you will triumph." Her playful banter only fueled my determination. She explained that Huang Jinzhou had been terrified on the battlefield by my soldiers, and upon realizing I believed her to be a child, she chose to maintain that facade. This revelation only heightened my frustration, as I feigned a pitiful demeanor, burying my face in her embrace, lamenting, "This is outrageous. You exploited my kindness, and you, in our relationship, aided her in deceiving me." Robin, like a nurturing figure, patted me soothingly. All right. I've told you now. And we were on the same side at that time." "On the same side?" I scoffed internally, recalling how readily she had agreed to assist me in creating a clothing strategy. It seemed we had both been outwitted. There was no way I would let this go without compensation. Reluctantly, Robin acquiesced to my demands. Without a moment's hesitation, I seized her hand and executed a spatial transfer, whisking us back to the palace. I wasted no time and redeemed the legacy of the enchanting Nico from the system, conjuring a mesmerizing flower that I presented to her. Robin, initially believing I was about to perform a romantic trick, accepted the flower with a smile, only for it to dissolve into her body upon contact. A notification chimed in my mind, signaling that she had received the legacy. Ignoring the message, I produced a newspaper from my ring and thrust it in front of her, demanding now, "Transform," as Robin savored the newfound lightness in her body. She glanced down at the newspaper featuring the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. Her expression instantly shifted to one of playful danger. "You're thinking of another woman while I'm right here?" Panic surged through me. I had crossed a line. I hastily defended myself. Didn't we agree on compensation? Besides, even if your appearance changes, you remain you. Before Robin could inquire about what I meant by appearance change, she seemed to sense my more scandalous thoughts. Her cheeks flushed, and she hesitated. Isn't it inappropriate to engage in such actions while taking on someone else's form? Seeing my opportunity, I quickly countered, "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just between us." Encouraged by my words, Robin finally cast aside her reservations, focusing intently on the image of Hancock as her body began to transform. Moments later, a living embodiment of the Empress stood before me. However, as I circled around her, I furrowed my brow, sensing something was amiss. Though she looked identical, There was an intangible quality lacking, akin to an AI-generated image, resembling the original yet devoid of its essence. Robin, perceiving my confusion, explained, "I can indeed alter my appearance, but to replicate it completely, I must first understand the target." With that, she shimmered and morphed into Vivi's likeness. I was astounded. It was nothing short of perfection. Not only did her face match flawlessly, but her attire transformed into the pale pink dress Vivi had worn that day. My eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "You've even changed clothes? If you could transform into me and don my armor, I could sell it for a fortune." Robin, or rather Vivi, twirled before me and leaned in, using Vivi's sweet voice to ask, "Would you like me to compensate you in this form?" That voice sent shivers down my spine. I was genuinely tempted. Yet I recalled that Vivi was only 16, and my law dictated that adulthood commenced at 18. I couldn't be the one to lead us astray. Robin, sensing my hesitation, flashed a mischievous grin, her tongue gently tracing my ear. "But, dear brother, I'm 28. In an instant, my flimsy defenses crumbled. The spark of war was ignited. Within the Grand Palace, a sound unlike any before rang out, clearer and more melodious. Simultaneously, the world erupted over my clash with the world government. News of our resounding victory spread throughout the seas, invigorating the revolutionary army in the East Blue, who were filled with fervor. The world government faced its first significant defeat, their foundations shaken. Dragon brandished my image, proclaiming to his followers that I was a comrade buried centuries ago, now awakened to liberate the world. I was truly astounded by their imagination. Such creativity deserved to be penned into stories. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo was rendered speechless. Having received word from his Navy informants about my defeat of 2 admirals and the emergence of a legion of sand crocodiles, he slumped in his chair, questioning his very existence. He had once believed himself destined for the throne of the world. Now, it seemed he wouldn't even graze its edge. Of course, the most amusing were the mindless pirates. Upon hearing of the admiral's defeat, they believed themselves invincible, roaring about how wine and beauty belonged to the brave, embarking on a spree of looting and destruction. The result? They were met with a furious onslaught from a navy, who chased them from the Grand Line to the 4 seas. Only then did these fools realize that it wasn't the Navy's weakness, but rather my overwhelming strength. Yet, there will always be those unafraid of death. That very night, 2 pirate captains, one round as a ball and the other gone as a ghost, conspired to launch a surprise attack, believing that we would be weakened from battle. Their audacity was commendable, sailing forth in the dead of night. Unfortunately for them, the weather was clear, and our vigilant sentinels spotted them from afar. Pirates approaching, the alarm rang out, and the entire coastal defense force sprang into action. This news swiftly reached the mainland, where Generals Bell and Gaka prepared to mobilize their troops to the border, only to be intercepted by our brilliant scientist, Richter. This fellow, sporting enormous dark circles under his eyes, was brimming with excitement, claiming he had made progress on a new weapon and wished to test it in this perfect opportunity. Upon hearing it was a task I had assigned, Bell and Gaka agreed without hesitation. Resulting from the chaos, like heat led them into the courtyard, pointing an absurdly large and exaggerated cannon, commanding, "Help me move this." The battle-crazed Jacana's eyes lit up as he clutched the cannon's barrel, exclaiming, "Goodness! Is this cannon meant to strike the sun?" Ultimately, he single-handedly hoisted the enormous cannon onto his shoulders and sprinted frantically towards the shore. On the surface of the sea, the 2 pirate captains harbored their own sinister intentions. The lean and tall Jella felt a pang of regret, wishing he could turn back, but fearing the loss of face. Just then we opened fire. Jella scolded, They are nearly 20 nautical miles away. Their cannon cannot reach that far." No sooner had he spoken than a subordinate from the lookout tower tumbled down, terrified, shouting, "No, Captain, that cannon is firing shells much larger than the others, and they are coming our way." Just as Jella pondered what kind of shells, a deafening explosion reverberated. The pirate ship belonging to the Plumpian, along with all its crew, vanished from the surface of the sea without leaving a trace. A deep crater was formed, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose ominously. Jella was left in shock, the pain from shards cutting his face confirming this was no dream. He screamed in despair, "Run!" I was in the palace at that moment. Hearing the muffled sound, I donned my eagle armor and teleported to the coast. Upon hearing from Bell, I realized it was the result of Lykeet's cannon. Gazing at the colossal cannon and the coconut-sized shell cradled by Lykeet, I was utterly bewildered. This contraption caused such a cacophony? Bell informed, "Your Majesty, the enemy has fled nearly 35 nautical miles away. Please inspect the cannon's power and range." I nodded, intrigued. They adjusted the trajectory, and Jacana excitedly ignited the fuse. Another roar erupted as the shell shot forth in an instant, so swift that even its shadow was imperceptible. Moments later, a mushroom cloud emerged near the horizon. I stared in astonishment at the cloud, my heart sinking. This was no ordinary artillery shell. It was akin to a mushroom bomb. I promptly named this shell Little Boy and instructed Lykeet to check the explosion zone for nuclear contamination. No, magical contamination. Then I ordered the establishment of a checkpoint 40 nautical miles out, mandating that all incoming ships must register, with noncompliance resulting in immediate sinking 30 nautical miles out. It was no jest. If this continued, not only pirates, but even the deep-sea fish in Shurima would become unaffordable. After addressing this matter, I returned to spend some tender moments with Robin, and then we strolled to the royal cemetery. On our way, we encountered Vivi, who was working in the administrative hall. Upon sighting her, my mind involuntarily recalled the previous night's events, and my face flushed with heat, prompting me to quickly avert my gaze. Robin, noticing this, mischievously linked arms with Vivi and, as they departed, silently gestured several words to me. Upon seeing this, my face turned crimson. This mature older sister was becoming increasingly playful. With matters in Shurima temporarily settled, I decided to return to Rogtown to visit my other two beloved wives, Nami and Dasky, embodying both love and purity. I changed into my artsy attire, donned a bracelet they gifted me, and teleported back to my home in Rogtown. Upon arrival, I found Nami absent, likely off working to earn influence points on my behalf. Thus, I ventured out to the adjacent Navy base in search of Dasky. To my astonishment, as I stepped outside, I was taken aback to see the notorious green-haired ruffians maintaining order while donning armbands. The fellow named Bartolomeo approached me eagerly, expressing that being a pirate was now challenging and requesting I design a character based on him for my comics. I promptly declined. What a farce. I, a sovereign ruler, would not create a biography for someone else. To my surprise, rather than being disheartened, he was inspired by my refusal to create his own story, aspiring to become the pirate king within it. Watching his departing figure, I felt a sense of fulfillment, realizing I was indeed a beacon of light amidst the darkness. Upon reaching the Navy base, I navigated my way to Smoker's office. As I entered, I found him alone, buried in a haze of paperwork, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Upon seeing me, his fury ignited, unleashing a torrent of complaints about my comics, claiming they had led Dasky to neglect her duties and bombard him with demands for updates, leaving him inundated with documents. Though he was furious, he refrained from taking action against me, ultimately venting his frustrations and irritably pinching his brow as he advised, "Go to the training hall to find her." Despite his anger, he did not act against me. After venting his frustrations, he suggested I search for her at the training hall. I must say, ever since I gifted Dasky that sword, she has been obsessively training at the hall daily. However, truth be told, even if Smoker would never admit it, he was secretly pleased. After all, he believed it better for her to enhance her strength than to be engrossed in worthless comics, as it would better equip her to battle pirates in the future. Observing the mountain of documents on Smoker's desk, I couldn't resist teasing him. All right, you ought to use your brain more. This is to prevent your head from rusting." To my surprise, as my hand landed on his shoulder, he reacted as if electrocuted, collapsing to the ground. "What the hell? You try to frame me. What the hell? You ambushed me." We both shouted simultaneously, then stared at each other in confusion before realizing it was a misunderstanding. Smoker took a deep breath, pushed himself off the ground, and fixed a serious gaze on the black bracelet on my wrist, his expression grave. "Where did you get this bracelet?" "It contains sea prism stone. I was taken aback, thinking to myself how astute this old smoker was. Sea Prism Stone is a rarity, aside from the world government. Only the beast pirates could procure it, and each method of acquisition is complex. Previously, the Golden Lion Shiki had caused chaos in the East Blue. Smoker's suspicion of the beast pirates' involvement was not unfounded. I shrugged, feigning innocence. If I were to say this bracelet was a free giveaway from a jewelry store celebration in Rogtown, would you believe me? Speaking of which, Sea Prism Stone jewelry is already absurd, and it just so happened that Nami and the others got lucky with it. Suddenly, I realized something was amiss. This was precisely the method to verify whether Nami was a devil fruit user. I instantly connected the dots. Trouble was afoot. Someone was trying to invade my home. Having been preoccupied with matters in Shurima, it seemed someone was attempting to raid my residence. With no time to explain to Smoker, I vanished from the spot. Smoker, staring at the place I had just been, must have been bewildered, thinking, wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary person? How could he suddenly vanish? And that girl, Nami. The scene shifted to a small town on a half-sized island, where devastation reigned. Dozens of pirates plundered and burned, flames lighting up the town amidst the cacophony of cries. These pirates were unlike the petty thugs of the East Blue. Their strength was astonishing, rendering the local hunters utterly useless against them. In this critical moment, a sharp voice rang out, "Stop!" Immediately, a fierce gale swept through the area, causing those remaining pirates to be reduced to mere skeletons in an instant. Nami, furious, arrived on the scene and, witnessing the hellish scene, felt her anger boil over. Ever since she acquired this ability, such tragedies had not occurred in the East Blue. What perplexed her further was how, given the improving security in the East Blue, such a vicious band of pirates could suddenly emerge. The reason for her late arrival was that she had just finished rescuing from another fire. Without hesitation, Nami prepared to eliminate these scoundrels. Suddenly, she spotted a pirate raising a knife against a man. In a flash, Nami intervened, saving the man just before the blade fell. "Are you all right?" Nami inquired. The man's face still bore a look of terror, yet as he turned to express his gratitude, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "It's nothing. Thank you for the synchronous imprint." As he spoke, a beam of light, half black and half white, shot towards Nami. Goodness, this is ominous. By the time Nami reacted, it was already too late. The black and white beam had directly imprinted itself onto her body. The man smugly elaborated, "I have consumed the synchronous fruit of the superhuman type. Those marked by my beam will uncontrollably mimic my actions." With that, he struck poses that defied the limits of the human form. Nami felt her bones grinding against each other and hastily attempted to transform into the wind, only to find she could not control her body at all. "TSK, how boring. The target has been captured. Let us withdraw." The man called to his companions as they prepared to leave. At that moment, a fierce gale swept through once more. "Dream Eater," a muffled voice echoed, and Nami felt a shadow rush toward her before losing consciousness. A man clad in black, his body enveloped by a cloak, buzzed, "Be careful, she is no ordinary foe." The actions of the other three squads have all failed. At the harbor, the pirate flag was lowered, replaced by one representing the world government. Nami was taken into the ship's cabin, where the sails of the world government's ship billowed and departed from the port. The CP members on board began to indulge in fantasies of the rewards they would receive upon their return, even dreaming of being chosen as companions by the celestial dragons. However, unbeknownst to them, the space within the cabin suddenly warped, and a figure silently emerged. I had directly jumped from the spatial nexus, taking control of all those inside the cabin. A quick examination revealed that Nami was unharmed, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, they have deployed a special rules-type ability user, and not too foolish at that, I murmured, sealing off the surrounding space. I retrieved 2 fruits and utilized the power of time to drain the life force of these CP members, transforming them into devil fruits. Such rule-type abilities are notoriously difficult to defend against. I tell you, Lorda must be regretting this deeply. What a blunder. Attempting to eliminate the entity known as Shurima with a single grand move, only for it to be returned with a spatial portal intact. And the payment was due upon receipt. The next moment, His own grand move exploded into chaos above his home. Mariehua. Who understands this? The boomerang has struck its own master, delivering a precise blow. But to discuss this matter, one must begin with the 5 unfortunate elders. I assure you, the atmosphere in the conference room was utterly stunned. The elders, the pinnacle of power within the world government, one moment dignified, the next transformed into swine, cattle, sheep, chickens, and dogs. The celestial dragons, upon witnessing this, mistook them for mere livestock and expressed their disdain, covering their noses in disgust, exclaiming, "How dare you relieve yourselves in a conference room? Utterly revolting." Especially that chicken, which had transformed from one of the curly-haired elders, lost all composure and, with a sudden release, caused quite the stir. The poor fellow was mortified to the point of fainting. The celestial dragons, oblivious to the true identity of their superior, commanded, "Take them away and deal with them. It is their honor to become our divine descendants' meal." What a close call. They nearly became a feast of livestock. Just as these celestial dragons quarreled over the empty seats of the elders, the true power arrived, the Knights of God. Upon their entrance, they swiftly expelled the chattering celestial dragons and knelt on one knee, respectfully greeting Lord Im. Im emerged from his floral chamber, his steps abruptly halting as his ability to listen to all was alerted to something unusual. "Bring in the cattle, sheep, pigs, dogs, and chickens," he commanded, and the 5 unfortunate beings were dragged in. You must understand, the scene was chaotic. One chicken had patches of feathers missing, clearly on the brink of the grill, while one sheep had its throat half-slashed. Upon seeing him, both beings burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling and exclaiming. The prospect of a day out in the gates of hell. How could they not be moved? But then, that curly-haired chicken, in its excitement, lost control once more. With a loud crow followed by an unfortunate release, fresh droppings fell right at Im's feet. The chicken immediately buried its head in its wings, pretending nothing had occurred, though its bright red rear was unmistakably conspicuous. Silence fell over the room. Im's eyelids twitched violently. I could only imagine the curses swirling in his mind. Had I known, I would not have saved you. My eyes are sullied. He suppressed his disgust and inquired, what exactly transpired? The dog, the one who was the sword-wielding elder, immediately began to weep and recounted everything. The tale ranged from Alabasta to Shurema, spanning millennia, all at once. It was left bewildered. A millennium-old empire, absent from the annals of history, suddenly emerged, and within the territory of the Nefertari family? He rushed to the room adorned with a massive straw hat, growing increasingly uneasy. No, this cannot stand. I must crush this newly arisen Shurema and restore the majesty of the world government. Thus, in the next moment, dark clouds loomed above St. Ding Island, and a colossal black energy sphere descended with an aura of destruction aimed directly at Shurema. The inhabitants of Shurema were left dumbfounded. With such a vast range, where could they flee? The recently liberated slaves felt despair. Having just escaped one peril, they were now plunging into another. But at that moment, the solar disk above Shurema activated. It blazed forth, resembling a second sun. A sacred halo unfurled, dispersing the aura of despair. Following this, the solar disk spun rapidly, and with a burst, it shot forth a golden sphere the size of a wheel, charging directly toward the colossal black energy sphere. In this critical moment, I must tell you, our protagonist, Mo, by having just completed his tasks in Mariehua, returned in a leap through space. Upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily stunned. What in the world? Just after committing misdeeds, I am met with retaliation? This cannot stand. I must return. With a wave of his hand, the invisible force of space enveloped the entire area. In the next instant, both the massive black energy sphere and the radiant golden sphere vanished into thin air. The onlookers stared in disbelief. It's gone? The crisis has been averted? One by one, they resumed their revelries, their hearts remarkably at ease. Meanwhile, back in Mariehua, Im had just unleashed his devastating move and returned to his floral sanctuary when he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He swiftly stepped out to see the black energy sphere he had just cast hurtling back toward him, accompanied by a small golden sun. This is bad. Im's pupil shook. He attempted to halt it, but it was too late. He could only join the Knights of God and the casually passing Kizuru to soar into the sky, desperately erecting a barrier of haki to withstand the aftermath. With a thunderous boom, the inhabitants of Mariawa were rendered deaf in an instant. The blinding light was so intense that even with closed eyes, it felt as though one might be blinded. The terrifying shockwave tore through the lines of ordinary guards, reducing the buildings below to mere rubble as if they were made of paper. When the brilliance dissipated and and the others descended from the sky, they beheld the ruins before them, utterly dumbstruck. 800 years of legacy had crumbled in a single moment. Im's heart sank with regret. Had you possessed this power, why did you not speak sooner? I would have gladly relinquished the void thrown to you. Despite the pain within, he left the Knights of God with a directive to oversee the reconstruction, advising them to avoid provoking Shurema before retreating to his solitary floral chamber, consumed by melancholy. As for our master Mo, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, after returning Im's package, he considered his day concluded. Yet, he could not shake the thought of Robin's hint from that morning and hurriedly made his way to the royal tomb to find her. Upon arrival, he discovered Vivi was also present, eagerly pulling Robin along to join her for dinner. Mo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, yet he maintained his composure. At the dining table, upon seeing Wei Wei, he was instantly reminded of the awkward incident from the previous night, choosing instead to bury himself in his meal. Lo Bin, on the other hand, engaged in lively conversation with Wei Wei while casting mischievous glances in his direction. Just as Ma Bai was savoring the dessert before him, a sudden rigidity seized his body. Beneath the table, a soft touch graced the very essence of his future happiness. He abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Lo Bin's playful smirk. Goodness, is that how the devil fruit can be utilized? What is this technique called? Blossoming words? I must remind you, Wei Wei is still right beside us. Every moment of this meal felt akin to a festive celebration, both exhilarating and torturous. Finally, when Wei Wei finished her meal and called for someone to clear the table, Ma Bai could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he took Lo Bin back to their chambers, tossing her onto the bed. Who would have thought you were capable of such mischief, Lo Bin? No one is allowed to change. Tonight, I shall administer a fitting punishment. But this affair was far from over. News of the explosion in Maligiao had already been captured by the reporters of the World Economic News Agency. The journalist, having initially prepared a headline titled Sanctuary Under Siege, was eagerly ready to submit for his reward when he looked up and found the sanctuary obliterated. In his excitement, he tore up the article and, with dark circles under his eyes, hastily rewrote it. Astonishing. The destruction of the sacred land Maligiao. The following day, this news sent shockwaves across the globe. Countless nations, gasping under the weight of golden oppression from above, saw their kings roaring with laughter. Ha ha! The opportunity has arrived. We must rise against them. The Empress of Nine Snake Island, Han Kyuk, rejoiced at the heavy casualties among the celestial dragons. Yet she worried whether the audacious individual behind this would suffer the same fate as her benefactor in the past. In Dressrosa, Dufyalangming gazed at the newspaper, his expression grave. He felt increasingly bewildered by the world, as his dream of the empty throne seemed to drift further away. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Sabo held the newspaper with admiration. Looking at Long, leader, did you foresee this calamity befalling the world government? Long sat uneasily, internally lamenting. How was I to know that Shuruma was so formidable? Yet, he could not voice this thought. Clearing his throat, he solemnly announced, "Comrades, the time has come. Initiate the plan to spread revolutionary seeds across the world." The global landscape was irrevocably altered by this explosion. Pirates grew more rampant, and the Navy gained greater autonomy, causing the entire world to stir with anticipation. Just then, our Straw Hat crew finally arrived at their last stop in the East Sea, Logtown. Thanks to Nami and the Revolutionary Army's thorough cleansing of the East Sea, their journey had been remarkably tranquil, akin to a leisurely sightseeing tour. Upon learning that this was the birthplace and execution site of the pirate king Roji, Lu Fei was ecstatic, clamoring to see the execution platform. To his dismay, Usopp murmured, "I've heard that the wind goddess Nami resides in this town as well." Luffy instantly deflated. What? That terrifying and violent woman is here, too. He could never forget how he, a rubber man, had been beaten to a pulp by Nami. Besides his grandfather Kapu, she was the second person to do so. He immediately assumed a serious demeanor, instructing Fenkiel to lower the pirate flag. "Everyone, take heed. Our actions must remain covert. Sanji, you stay behind to guard the ship." Why? Because Sanji is Nami's #1 fan, and Luffy feared that his excitement might give them away. Upon reaching the town, Zoro, true to the original story, encountered Tasiki while searching for a sword. When the charming girl clumsily stumbled and dropped her glasses, he picked them up only to find that she bore an uncanny resemblance to his childhood friend Gaina. In his excitement, he inadvertently crushed her glasses. Alas, unable to compensate for the damage, he had no choice but to remain as a three-sword-style cleaner. Just as they were about to slip away after completing their shopping, the vengeful Eurylida pursued them to Logue Town, exposing Luffy's pirate identity in the bustling streets. The Navy swiftly mobilized, and yet another grand chase ensued. Nami, of course, received word and took to the field herself. Just as the Straw Hat crew found themselves cornered, a tempest suddenly erupted in the sky, thunder and lightning crashing down. A cloaked figure, none other than Long, discreetly took action. Amidst the chaos, Luffy and his crew managed to escape, inadvertently collecting the lost Zoro along the way. But just as they fled, they collided with Tasiki around a corner. Tasiki unsheathed her sword, blocking their path, her gaze fixed intently on Zoro. "Why do you wish to be a pirate? Tarnishing the honor of your esteemed blade? Surrender it." Upon hearing this, Zoro's fighting spirit ignited. "You all go ahead, I'll handle this." He drew his new sword Suizu and charged forward. I must say, that battle commenced swiftly and concluded even faster. Tasiki's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and without so much as a blink, Zoro felt a sharp pain in his hand. The next instant, the cold blade was pressed against his throat. "You have lost." Zoro was left in shock. "I have lost." He had vowed never to be defeated again, only to be dispatched in a single move by a girl who looked just like Gaina. In a daze, he felt as if he had lost to Gaina for the 2002nd time, just as Luffy prepared to stretch out his arm to save him. A powerful gust of wind swept them all up, carrying them back to the ship. On the rooftops of Logue Town, Nami faced off against Long. Who would have thought that the son of the Revolutionary Army leader would be such a foolish pirate? Long smirked, refraining from rebuttal. "Thank you for your restraint. Should he act out of line, I will intervene personally." Back on the ship, the defeated Zoro reignited his fighting spirit, embarking on a fervent training regimen reminiscent of his pursuit of Gaina. Meanwhile, Mabai, having thoroughly punished Lobeen, felt refreshed. He believed he had lingered in Shuruma long enough. It was time to stir up trouble elsewhere. Concurrently, in a certain area of the Grand Line, a yellow submarine adorned with a smiling face slowly surfaced for air. On the deck, a group of individuals reveled in the sea breeze, relishing a rare moment of relaxation. Who could have anticipated that this tranquility was about to be shattered? Is this truly the Grand Line? It feels no different from the North Sea, one crew member muttered quietly. Instantly, another retorted, "You fool, we are underwater." It all looks the same. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, our protagonist Mabai arrived. Upon his entrance, his gaze fixated on the tattoo on Ro's hand. And I thought to myself, this intense scrutiny cannot bode well. Indeed, without hesitation, he accessed the system and purchased the legacy of the indomitable Thunder Volibear. Goodness, he is a true player of currency. Even more audaciously, after acquiring the legacy, he hurled a lightning rune at the sleeping Beibois. I was utterly astonished. This maneuver was outrageously extravagant. Ding! With a crisp sound, Beibois successfully inherited the legacy. Before anyone could react, electricity began crackling around Beibois, and his physique began to swell. This was no mere bear. He had transformed into a humanoid power bank. Ro and the others were left dumbfounded, encircling Beibois as confusion painted their faces. Beibois, panic-stricken, cried out, "Captain, help!" Yet astonishingly, the lightning coursing through Beibois' body caused no damage whatsoever. Instead, Two crystalline formations, radiating lightning, emerged from his shoulders. Beibo blinked, feeling the surge of power within him, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Captain, I think I've become incredibly powerful. We can finally pursue your goals." My goodness, what a genuine surprise. The members of the Red Heart Pirates were left in awe, especially at the sight of the serene sea suddenly converging and dissipating into lightning and storms. A true miracle had descended. Loa hurriedly approached, thoroughly inspecting Beibo inside and out, confirming that there were no injuries before finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Beibo, I will find a way to handle my matters, so you need not worry," Loa said, embracing Beibo with genuine concern. This captain truly is the darling of the crew. However, Beibo was not pleased and forcefully pushed her away. "Captain, I have truly grown stronger." To prove his point, Beibo let out a mighty roar towards the heavens. And guess what? A terrifying storm indeed arrived, with dark clouds looming overhead and thunder flashing. Beibo's size began to increase dramatically. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. A colossal, thunderous teddy bear. The members of the Hongshin Heitan were left dumbfounded, urgently shouting, "Beibo, stop! The ship will be crushed." Only then did Beibo hastily dispel the storm, reverting to his original size. "See, did you all witness that? I have indeed become quite formidable." The crowd finally snapped back to reality, showering Beibo with praise. As Lo observed Beibo surrounded by admirers, a sudden spark of realization struck him. He recalled a newspaper report about a girl from the East Sea who had gained the recognition of the Wind Spirit and subsequently vanquished the Golden Lion. Goodness, this storyline is eerily synchronous. Could it be that Beibo also possesses the capability to avenge Colossal? Lo's breath quickened, yet he forced himself to remain calm, preparing to notify the crew to set sail. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding space. "Everyone be cautious." "Room," Loa shouted, activating his abilities in readiness for any unforeseen circumstances. However, before he could react, Beibo among the crowd vanished. "Beibo!" Loa cried out in anguish, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Shachi and Peijin broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Captain, Beibo has disappeared." With great effort, Loa suppressed his sorrow and reassured everyone. "Do not cry, Beibo is still alive. We shall head to the Kanglasa. Perhaps Beibo will be waiting for us there." Alas, the scene was unbearably heart-wrenching. As the scene shifted, our dear Beibo stood bewildered on an island composed of white clouds. "Captain, where are you?" He called out helplessly, but the only response was the echo of his own voice. "I've gotten lost." As Beibo murmured to himself, he despondently wandered along the cloud shore. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Looking down, he saw a small white fox indignantly scratching at his foot. "My apologies for stepping on you." Beibo quickly moved his foot aside, bowing and apologizing profusely, exuding an adorably charming demeanor. "Are you all alone here? Would you like to come with me? Let me tell you, our captain of the Hongshin Heitan is an incredibly impressive person." Embracing the little fox, Beibo began enthusiastically promoting his captain. The little fox tilted its head in confusion. "Wonderful. From now on, you shall be a member of our Hongshin Heitan." Assuming the little fox agreed, Beibo joyfully bounced along the cloud shore, contemplating, "Surely, the captain and the others are searching for me right now. Perhaps I should first assist the captain in achieving his goals. When we reunite, it will be a delightful surprise for everyone." Suddenly, a hurried voice called out from behind. Beibo turned to see a girl with wings chasing after him. "An angel?" Beibo exclaimed in astonishment. "Put down the fox. What are you doing?" Kunisu glared at Beibo with suspicion. Only then did Beibo realize he might have unintentionally abducted someone's pet. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your pet." Beibo quickly apologized. "I am Beibo from the North Sea, and what do you mean by Qingha? I have no idea how I got here." Kunisu observed the regret and confusion on Beibo's face, nodding in understanding without doubting his words. "We are currently on an island in the sky called Tanshiro, situated 10,000 meters above the Qingha." Kunisu patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Beibo's imagination conjured up the image of falling from 10,000 meters, causing him to shiver with fear. "Kunisu, do you know how to return to the Qingha from here?" Kunisu warmly invited Beibo to her home for a visit. Alas, there's no helping it. This little white bear is simply too adorable. Meanwhile, far away on Sinjridak, Ailu was leisurely consuming fruit while digging in his ears. Suddenly, he detected an unfamiliar voice within his heart network. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning struck towards Beibo. Kuranisu, step back, Beibo warned, raising his gaze to the sky, sensing impending danger. Divine retribution? Kuranisu gasped in horror. And guess what? The lightning struck Beibo but caused him no harm whatsoever. Instead, he felt invigorated. You're unscathed? Kuranisu stared at Beibo in disbelief. Beibo appeared innocent. Is that all? Quickly, Kuranisu seized Beibo, warning him of the dangers of the Sky Island and urging him to flee. Simultaneously, Ainilu also took note of Beibo's anomaly. Let this intruder entertain the Sunju Shulan. Thus, Beibo was whisked away to the trial of the clouds. Land, soil at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the Qing. Beibo exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the soil lining the sides of the cloud path. After enduring hunger, a mishap while grilling fish and battling giant cloud shrimp, Beibo finally arrived at the trial of the sphere. However, before he could commence the trial, he caught the eye of the Lord of the Sky. The priest's son Jifili was directly consumed by the Lord of the Sky in an effort to rescue Beibo. Terrified, Beibo fled in a panic and stumbled into the trial of the ropes. Seeing the precarious situation, Priest Shuo quickly led Beibo away and persuaded him to seek help from the Iron Trial priesthood. Meanwhile, the warriors of Siak were also aware of the Lord of the Sky's movements, preparing to seize the opportunity to reclaim the sacred ground in the sky. Ultimately, under Shuo's guidance, Beibo arrived at the Iron Trial. Upon seeing this, wasted no time and joined forces with Shuo to confront the Lord of the Sky. Beibo, on the sidelines, was soon discovered Bo, who sent his pet dog Shangjie to deal with him. What adventures await Beibo next? On the other side of the battlefield, it was a scene of chaos. The warriors of Xia, sporting modified windskate shoes, moved at astonishing speeds, armed with an array of weapons, charging towards Sada. Their rallying cries echoed, reclaimed Shenjida, illuminate Shangduola. Such fervor was reminiscent of a special forces unit's descent. They had long used the Heart Network to ascertain that the territories of the first three priests had already been ravaged by the massive serpent, leaving only the final obstacle. The Swamp Trial Priest Yurpon. If they could eliminate him, they would be face to face with Inilu. This was the closest they had been to home in centuries. Who wouldn't be excited? However, upon entering this domain, they found themselves surrounded by swamp clouds, sinking deeper with every struggle. Several unfortunate souls fell victim immediately. But did they think this was the end? The Xiao warriors had battled these priests for 4 centuries. They had seen it all. Teammates swiftly produced wind shells, cranking their power to the maximum, and a fierce gust blew them free. At that moment, the main event began. The priest, soaring above on his wind shell, looked down with disdain. Guerrilla fighters? The gods have no time to play house with you. As he spoke, he conjured 2 massive clumps of swamp cloud and hurled them downward, naming the technique Swamp Cloud Burger. I couldn't help but laugh. It was as if he were attempting to serve up a dish. And guess what? A comrade named Talong was struck by the attack. Again, it was him. This fellow was an expert at absorbing damage, accumulating every debuff possible. His teammate Lachi hurriedly used a wind shell to clear him. Seeing this, Nerpon realized the strategy was ineffective, preparing to change his approach, but their captain Ripa was already losing patience. With the fire stick resting on his shoulder, he aimed directly at Apon in the sky and pulled the trigger. Boom! With a resounding boom, a colossal fire tongue erupted, leaving no time for reaction, as the air was ignited, turning the once vibrant scene into mere ashes. Indeed, it was a literal annihilation. Wei Pa's cannon fire was undoubtedly premeditated, characterized by its swiftness, precision, and ferocity. He stowed away the cannon and waved his hand decisively. Let us go. Defeat the god, and the sacred land shall be ours. This commotion was unmistakably heard by Inilu within the temple. He was leisurely enjoying fruit, his expression one of displeasure. These priests have truly disappointed me. allowing the vermin to breach this sanctum. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, for his grand arc was nearing completion, and soon he would traverse the boundless lands in pursuit of dreams. He regarded the chaos as merely a final revelry. Casting aside the fruit, his body crackled with lightning and vanished. Meanwhile, Wei Pa and his comrades sprinted fervently, excitement bubbling as they approached the island of the gods. Suddenly, from behind the enormous vine leaves, a voice rang out. Raijin. A bolt of lightning shot forth. It was Enelu. Wei Pa's eyes reddened, and with a deft twist of his wind shoes, he executed a smooth drift to evade the attack, retaliating with a fiery cannon shot. However, Enelu was of the natural element. Physical attacks were futile, and the projectile passed harmlessly through him, detonating behind. While Wei Pa evaded, his unfortunate comrade, the mantis, fell victim yet again, charred and smoking. Raki, nearby, was on the verge of tears. Mantis. Wei Pa glared at the unscathed Enelu, and then at his fallen companion, nearly bursting with rage. Enelu continued to cackle, to challenge a god. One must be prepared for death. You are all exceedingly weak. As he spoke, another bolt of lightning struck the downed mantis, a pure act of corpse desecration. Who could withstand this? The remaining Shandians erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon Enelu. Yet it was all for naught. Bullets and cannonballs passed through him, and Enelu stood still, arms outstretched, reveling in his invincibility. Do you not comprehend? Before you stands a god. He grew increasingly indulgent, darting through the crowd like a streak of lightning, playing a cat-and-mouse game. He would incapacitate one, and while their comrades rushed to aid, he would strike again. If no one intervened, he would relentlessly torment the fallen, relishing their expressions of despair and helplessness. It was a cruelty taken to its zenith. Before long, only Wei Pa and Raki remained standing. Enelu smirked mischievously. Who shall be next? You? He pointed at Raki, eager to gauge Wei Pa's reaction. Raki, undeterred, seized the opportunity amidst Enelu's taunts and fired shot. Alas, the bullet melted upon striking Enelu's face. Enelu's expression darkened. Ambushes are not a commendable habit. In an instant, he vanished, appearing behind Raki, delivering a crushing blow that felled her. Now, only you remain, little ant. Enilu tontit vapa. Spewing venomous words. With a leader as feeble as you, your comrades are truly pitiful. Witnessing his companion's fall, Wei Pa recognized the futility of physical attacks and thus entered a fervent state, unleashing an array of spirited retorts directed at Enelu. Remarkably, the god found himself on the defensive, momentarily shaken. Silence. A lightning bolt struck Wei Pa, knocking him to the ground. Yet his wrath was not sated. He heated his golden staff with lightning and branded Wei Pa's back, pressing a foot upon his head with force. Just then, a reversal occurred. Wei Pa suddenly extended his leg, using his sea prism-embedded skates to firmly hold Enelu in place. Seizing the moment, while Enelu was bewildered, Wei Pa flipped him over. Pinning him down, gasping for breath, he retrieved a shell, pressing it firmly against Enelu's heart. The proud expression on Enelu's face froze. His voice quivering, "Let us talk this over." He attempted to elementalize, but found his body limp, devoid of strength. This was a repulsion shell, 10 times more potent than a concussion shell. If it connected, even a god would meet their demise. A smirk crept upon Wei Pa's lips, blood trickling from the corner. "Dear God, have you heard of sea prism stone?" Without hesitation, he activated the repulsion shell. With a thunderous crash, Enelu's chest caved in. Wei Pa was also thrown back, spitting blood, yet he shook off the impact, yearning for another strike. In that critical moment, 2 peculiar divine weapons resembling lambs appeared, dancing and releasing toxic gas. The stench forced Wei Pa into a coughing fit. He had to use a wind shell to disperse the noxious fumes, then blasted the 2 dancing fools with a fiery cannon. However, in that brief delay, he turned back only to find Enelu had vanished. He had forcibly revived his heart with electricity and slipped away. Infuriated, it was so close. Wei Pa gazed at his fallen comrades, gritting his teeth, dragging his injured body deeper into the island of the gods. Not long after, a small figure burst onto the scene. It was the little girl Aisha. who could hear the voices of all things. Upon seeing Raki and the others downed, she rushed over. Raki, wake up! Meanwhile, on the other side, priests Om and Shura continued their struggle against the great serpent. After fruitlessly attacking for some time, they found the serpent unimpressed and increasingly enraged. Now unable to halt its rampage, Shura began to shift blame. Om, does your attack feel more like a tickle? Om, infuriated, retorted. If you're so capable, then why don't you take over? Wasn't it you who led this beast to me? Their tempers flared, and upon turning, they spotted Beepo and their own divine canine, Holy, watching from a distance, barking commentary, filling them with frustration. Shura's eyes lit up with a plan. Let us lure the serpent over. That white bear is the true culprit. Om readily agreed, and together they stealthily maneuvered the battlefield toward Beepo's location. Beepo dodged a flying branch, turning to Holy. Do you feel as though they're drawing nearer? Holy barked in affirmation. Beepo proposed, then let's move further away. Holy agreed, and they leaped onto Holy's back, securing a safer vantage point. Back with Enelu, he seized the time afforded by his subordinates to restart his heart with electricity, then sped back to his palace at lightning speed. Once home, he unleashed chaos, releasing bolts of lightning that ravaged his surroundings. The sensation of nearly perishing instilled a rare fear within him. He resolved with fervor, this island, which has humiliated me so, is no longer necessary. Ascending his golden arc, he soared into the skies, preparing to conjure a storm of thunderclouds to obliterate all below. This news rapidly spread across the floating islands, plunging everyone into panic as they desperately fled. Amidst the turmoil, Cornice and her father persevered in search of Beepo. They encountered Aisha, the little girl safeguarding her companions. Cornice inquired if she had seen a talking white bear. Aisha, attuning to the island's dynamics, instantly grasped the situation. Om and Shura are battling the serpent. Beepo is providing commentary, and Enelu plans to destroy the Sky Island. Aisha was left in a state of distress, pointing in Beepo's direction, urging Cornice and her father to escape. However, Cornice, resolute and steadfast, declared, Father, I must find Beepo. Without hesitation, her father replied, We shall go together, leaving an extra vehicle for Aisha. At this juncture on the battlefield, Om was caught off guard and struck into the ground by the serpent's tail, spitting blood. Shura, seeing his comrade wounded, panicked at the thought of Enelu's wrath, and in a moment of desperation, he resorted to murder. He stealthily bound the incapacitated Om with invisible ropes, watching helplessly as the serpent's tail came crashing down for a second and third strike, crushing Om to death. Om's final words echoed through the clouds, filled with anguish and fury. After resolving the situation with his teammates, Shura let out a sigh of relief and turned his focus toward the sole eyewitness, Beibwa. He soared through the air on his enormous bird, setting a rope cloud trap and launching a fiery spear straight at Beibwa. With a swift roll, Beibwa evaded the attack, his face a mask of confusion. Had this fellow gone mad? Just moments ago, he had dispatched a teammate, and now he was targeting him? When Shura's attack missed, he redirected his aim toward the nearby Xingjia. Caught off guard, Xingjia suffered a severe burn, howling in pain. Shura aimed to land a finishing blow, yet Beibwa dashed in to rescue Xingjia, bellowing at Shura, Do not harm my companion. Unfazed, Shura sneered, declaring, You are already ensnared by my rope clouds. Your demise is inevitable. With that, his mount unleashed another torrent of flames at the injured Xingjia. Attempting to flee, Xingjia found herself ensnared by the rope clouds, unable to move, and was struck by the flames, losing consciousness. Devastated, Beibwa cradled the unconscious Xingjia, tears streaming down his face. He raised his gaze, his expression transforming entirely, and declared with unwavering conviction, I warned you, do not harm my companion. He set Xingjia down, rising to his full height as the thunderous crystal on his chest began to pulse with vibrant energy, his entire form enveloped in crackling lightning. An ancient and fearsome presence erupted forth. The once mighty serpent, which had been so arrogant moments ago, sensed this overwhelming energy, froze in place, and fled with unbridled speed. Trembling at the sight of the electrified Babwa, Shura was struck with terror. Thunder? Is this not the power of a deity? Babwa raised his arms high, charging toward him with ferocity. His speed was so blinding that even a flying mount could not evade. In Shura's horrified gaze, Babwa's lightning-imbued paw loomed larger and larger. With a resounding crash, Babwa's strike sent Shura, mount and all, plummeting through the floating island, crashing directly toward the white sea below. In that instant, Konis and her father arrived, witnessing the retreat of the Lord of the Skies, alongside Babwa's electrifying blow that dispatched the divine official. Konis stood in stunned silence, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this still the same adorable white bear who would apologize at a moment's notice?" Babwa, now enveloped in crackling electricity, turned to them, the electric aura fading as he reverted to his endearingly naive demeanor, scratching his head. "Ah, Konis, what brings you here?" With Babwa's sudden transformation back to his cute self, Konis swiftly moved to the point. "Babwa, run. Enel is going to blow up the island." After speaking, she gestured for Babwa to hurry into the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Babwa glanced up at the ominous storm clouds, recognizing the gravity of the situation. However, he hesitated. "No, I cannot abandon my companion." It dawned on him that Shungjie was still lying on the ground. Clenching his fists with determination, he said resolutely, "Konis, you all go ahead. I must take down Enel." What audacity to seek confrontation with a god so soon after gaining newfound powers. Konis grit her teeth, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Pagaya, sitting on the ground, remarked, "Konis, let us not deceive ourselves. The escape slots are already full. It's hopeless." He then picked up a handful of dirt. Inhaling it. "Is this BAS?" "Quite relaxing." I was stunned. This old man is incredibly calm. Yet Konis came to terms with reality, gazing at the electrified Babwa, smiling as she said, "Babwa, the hope rests upon your shoulders. I will take care of your little companion." Konis, ever the kind-hearted soul, rushed over to tend to Xingjie's wounds. Babwa nodded, filled with fighting spirit. "Yes, I will." The scene shifted to reveal the true instigator, Enel, who stood before the ancient golden bell, a relic of 4 centuries past, exclaiming, "Only a god deserves such a treasure." He stood atop the Arc Maxim, reverently touching the massive bell with a sense of pride. A bolt of lightning struck down, piercing through the clouds beneath, securing the bell firmly onto the Arkansas. With the golden bell secured, Enel unleashed his full power, surveying the floating island, and noted that all the divine officials had perished. What a bunch of fools. They deserved their fate. Enel scoffed, feeling no remorse. To conquer the infinite lands, it is I, the true god, who must lead. He manipulated the ark, conjuring storm clouds that engulfed the entire island in darkness. Destruction is the essence of divine power. Simultaneously, the port of the cloud path was teeming with frantic residents. Fortunately, Gonfer had returned with the divine guards to maintain order, urging the children to evacuate first. Children first. Form a line, do not push. Aware of his inability to defeat Enel, Gonfer resolved to fight for the future of the island, prioritizing the safe passage of the children. Observing the increasingly orderly crowd, he lifted his gaze to the sky, his resolve unwavering, and patted his steed. "Pierre, we ride." With a cry, Pierre transformed into a celestial steed, carrying Gonfer toward the heart of the storm. This was the moment when the old god prepared to take his final bow. A god is not a ruler, but a protector. These words brought tears to my eyes. Beneath the oppressive storm clouds, arcs of lightning flickered. Gonfer flew low upon his celestial steed, encountering no obstacles. The thunder overhead weighed heavily on his heart. This power was beyond that of mere mortals. For the sake of the floating island, Gonfer silently repeated, steeling his resolve. At last, he beheld the Arc Maxim and the arrogant figure of Enel. Without hesitation, Gonfer raised a spear and struck with a decisive blow. Enel did not even flinch as the strike passed harmlessly through his form, landing on the ground behind him. An old god? Such feeble attacks, have you not eaten? Enel yawned, his invincible demeanor contrasting sharply with the previous state in which he had been so easily defeated. Gonfer had anticipated the futility of his effort, redirecting the wind towards Enel with a fierce gust. Whoosh! The howling wind swept away Enel's headscarf, revealing his wild hair. Enel's expression darkened instantly. "You foolish old man. You seek your own demise." He pointed an index finger. Divine retribution. A massive column of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Gonfer and his steed, engulfing them in black smoke as they plummeted downward. "And you, infuriating pest." Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon the vines, obliterating that area entirely. The battle demon, Wappa, who had just climbed up, was knocked unconscious and fell. "Yahaha, I am the true god of the floating island." Enel cackled, reveling in the sight of his erstwhile adversaries being obliterated in a single blow, his arrogance reaching new heights. "Now, let the gods bestow upon you annihilation." Enel manipulated the storm clouds to form a massive sphere of darkness, the aura of destruction spreading, instilling despair in the hearts of all. "Yahaha, I am a god." Enel directed the dark storm cloud sphere toward the floating island. This was the very technique he had used to obliterate his homeland. With this move, the floating island was doomed. The floating island is on the brink of destruction. Enel, At the cloud path port, the islanders halted, bracing for the impending doom. Meanwhile, Babwa gazed at Enel atop the ark and the plummeting dark sphere, his body trembling. But it was not fear. It was exhilaration. In this endless storm of thunderclouds, he felt as though he were being summoned, every cell in his body greedily absorbing the essence of lightning. "I will defeat him." Babwa clenched his fists and roared at the dark storm cloud sphere, then unleashed the full extent of his power. The storm clouds above converged into an even more terrifying mass, swiftly filling the sky that had been vacated by the dark sphere. Roar! Babwa's form expanded dramatically amidst the thunder and storm, his once innocent roar growing increasingly robust. Endless thunder emerged from the dark clouds, converging towards Beepo, with the dark spherical thundercloud being the first to bear the brunt. In the blink of an eye, the thunder of the dark sphere unraveled and wrapped around Beepo, whose size soared into the heavens, continuing to grow. "What is this?" Enel watched as the void above his head was swiftly filled with thunderclouds. Before he could rejoice, a colossal bear, towering over 1,000 meters, adorned with lightning, entered his line of sight. A thunderous giant bear. Enel's interest was instantly piqued. With such a robust physique and the overwhelming aura of thunder, this creature was undoubtedly a prime candidate for a divine pet. "You are worthy of becoming a divine companion. Come forth and kneel in gratitude for the deity's grace." Enel spread his arms wide, addressing Beepo, who stood at eye level with him. "Divine?" Beepo scoffed, filled only with an unquenchable fighting spirit. "The divine should fear me." No sooner had he spoken than endless thunder gathered in his raised arms, crashing down upon Enel. It seemed a lesson was in order. Enel thought, his form transforming into elemental essence, intending to disregard Beepo's assault. However, as soon as he elementalized, his expression froze. "This is bad." In the blink of an eye, Beepo's thunderous arm struck down, and the elemental Enel was instantly sent flying, sparks flying in every direction, with the Arc Maxim beneath him suffering the same fate. Bang! A resounding toll echoed across the Sky Island, and the Arc Maxim was reduced to smithereens. Countless golden fragments scattered into the air, piercing the island's clouds and plunging into the azure sea. I want you dead." Enel's eyes turned red. The ship crafted from the gold he had plundered from the entire Sky Island was gone. How could he conquer the vast world now? In that moment, his feelings towards Beepo shifted from envy to hatred. Let me tell you, that Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach is nothing short of a mobile disaster simulator. Having just defected from Whitebeard, he set his sights on Winter Island aboard a rickety wooden raft. His signature laugh echoed from afar, claiming he wanted to see King Wapple's fruit. What a blatant act of theft. As soon as their dilapidated vessel docked, the guards of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom surrounded them. Dozens of guns aimed at them, warning that pirates were unwelcome. And what happened next? The muscular fighter Bagus, a champion, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, volunteered to step forward. Striking a few bodybuilding poses, he leaped from the ship onto the shore, delivering a devastating elbow strike into the crowd. Let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. The guards opened fire, but the bullets merely tickled Bagus, who charged through the hail of gunfire, taking down a large number with just a few punches and kicks. In the end, he grabbed one guard, using him as a makeshift weapon, swinging him around and knocking down several others, all while demolishing a house in the process. The remaining guards were utterly demoralized, crying out in terror before scattering in all directions. They hadn't fled far when they all collapsed, their faces darkening, unable to even scream. It turned out that their ship's sickly doctor, Q the Poisoner, had made his move, his skills lethal and unseen. News of the chaos reached the palace, where King Wapol was munching on a table. Upon hearing of Blackbeard's arrival, he rolled out from beneath the table in fright. My dear friends, can you believe it? The king didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately shouted to his most loyal captain, Dalton, you must take people to intercept them and buy me time to escape. With that, he fled the rear mountain with his 2 sycophantic ministers and a so-called entourage of 20 doctors. This maneuver was a perfect replica of the infamous King's flight of 2025. Dalton stood dumbfounded, pondering what he had devoted his life to. In a time of national crisis, the king was the first to flee. He had previously deceived himself into believing the king would change, but this revelation shattered his loyalty. Drawing the large iron spade from his back, he shouted to his subordinates, "We are leaving," and charged down the mountain. But this time, he was not acting for the king, but for the people of this nation. Alas, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. Just as Dalton reached Blackbeard and his crew, transforming into his minotaur form, he was instantly taken down by a single punch from Bagus, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Blackbeard glanced at him, inquiring if anyone wanted the minotaur fruit, but his crew dismissed it as too weak. Upon reaching the palace, they found it deserted. Blackbeard was not angered. Rather, he felt his notoriety growing, finding it amusing that he could scare away a king. The group swaggered away, fully confident. As they departed, Sachi's spirit, followed the trail of dark energy to Winter Island. While I did not find Blackbeard, I was drawn to an overwhelming aura of resentment. Let me tell you, the scene within the dwelling was harrowing. A woman stared vacantly at the corpse of her husband on the bed. Years ago, her child perished due to a minor ailment exacerbated by Wapol's cruel doctor's order for a hunting expedition. Today, her husband succumbed to infection from an untreated wound. This nation was once renowned for its medical prowess. All her hatred and despair were directed at the fleeing King Wapol. She dreamed of plunging a knife into his chest. Yet she was merely an ordinary woman, powerless to act. As she prepared to ignite the hearth and bid farewell to this desolate world, I manifested before her. I tossed a spear before her and uttered a single command, call forth his name. My dear friends, she understood instantly. Her gaze met mine, her eyes ablaze with the same vengeful fire. She grasped the spear, summoning all her strength to cry out, King Wapol of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, help me kill him. Without hesitation, she thrust the spear into her own heart, and with a sickening sound, she pierced through. As her life force ebbed away, a remnant spirit arose from her corpse, connecting to me through an invisible thread. Your vengeance is my vengeance, I spoke coldly, absorbing her spirit into the void within my chest. In that moment, her pain, all her memories surged into my mind, merging us into one as we embarked on our quest for retribution. Meanwhile, the wretched King Wapol, having fled Magnetic Drum Island, utilized his munch fruit powers to create a submarine, turning to piracy and raiding vessels at sea. At this moment, he was drunkenly reveling in the ship's hold with his 2 sycophantic ministers. Suddenly, I appeared silently before them. The 2 ministers, bleary-eyed, attempted to shout, but one picked up a bow and shot an arrow at me. The arrow passed harmlessly through my spiritual form, utterly ineffective. Awakened by fright, they screamed about a ghost, hastily rousing the inebriated Wapol to flee. Could I allow them to escape? 2 spears, ablaze with spiritual fire, shot forth, pinning them against the wall. Their souls were instantly absorbed. I approached Wapol, releasing the woman's spirit. We stood in silence, waiting for Wapol to awaken, bleary-eyed, only to be horrified upon seeing us, 2 vengeful specters. In that moment, the woman lifted the spear, driving it fiercely into his heart. Wapol's eyes widened, blood frothing from his mouth, his soul consumed by the flames of vengeance. The debt of vengeance was repaid. The woman's spirit bore a serene smile as she gradually dissolved into light, merging with my being. Shifting the scene, allow me to share another explosive development. On the Navy's side, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki had recently unleashed himself like a wild dog freed from its leash. Previously restrained by the world government, he now acted without oversight, unleashing fiery destruction upon any pirate vessel he encountered. Boom! Both crew and ship would be engulfed in flames. His stance was clear. I do not capture, I only exorcise. One day, a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku arrived, stating that Blackbeard sought to become a Shichibukai. Akainu erupted in fury. My opinion of the Shichibukai remains unchanged. Pirates are merely pirates. Even in the Warring States period, the understanding was present, though it remained unspoken. He is not yet ready, and our Navy cannot take action at this moment. However, you have only one chance. Do you grasp my meaning? Akainu comprehended instantly. He hung up the phone and issued a direct command. Steer left, change course, set sail. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's crew was preparing to capture a bounty of over 100 million, intending to use the pirate as a badge of honor to join the Shichibukai. They had their sights set on a man named Hueisai, a user of the animal fruit. That individual possessed astonishing speed and lethal venom, and he quickly incapacitated Bajiasi. As the situation escalated towards annihilation, Blackbeard finally intervened. His ability, derived from a Yami no Mi, was exceedingly formidable. Upon unleashing the dark water, no matter how extravagant the powers, they would be rendered ineffective. Capturing the foe resulted in a thorough beating, followed by extracting the fruit from the defeated, claiming he intended to sell it. Such an act was utterly unreasonable. Just after seizing the fruit, he looked up to find Navy warships approaching. Blackbeard sought to evade, only to realize they were headed straight for him. The most audacious part was that Akainu had been hiding in the cabin, emerging only when the two ships were in close proximity. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a meteor volcano. I tell you, it was as if the sky was raining down lava fists. Blackbeard cursed vehemently. Damn! Akainu was lurking in the cabin to ambush me. The raft was destroyed, and they had no choice but to leap onto the Navy ship. Blackbeard attempted to befriend Akainu, saying, "Oh, Admiral Akainu, we will soon be colleagues. There is no need for such severity, right?" Did Akainu care? A magma dog struck him squarely in the face. Blackbeard, relying on the Yami no Mi to absorb attacks, grew quite arrogant, yet Akainu's magma was too intense. Even absorption caused him injury, and the fruit side effect was to endure double the pain. He howled in agony. Akainu was indifferent to his suffering. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Inuzuka Kurenai bit down on his shoulder, while the magma dog pierced through his chest. Blackbeard was struck with muscle memory, enduring excruciating pain as he tried to ensnare Akainu with darkness, thinking he had rendered him powerless. Yet, Akainu retaliated with a hockey-infused iron fist. BM. He knocked Blackbeard unconscious. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it means to appear as a mage while being a berserker capable of casting fireballs. Apure dimensional suppression. As Akainu prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a gunshot rang out. Sniper Van Oka had opened fire. Although it was ineffective, he gestured to the side, revealing that the entire Navy crew had been incapacitated by the poisonous Q, each one turning purple. They intended to use this ship of men as hostages, threatening Akainu to release them. I tell you, had it been the old Akainu, he would have effortlessly eliminated Blackbeard along with his crew without a second thought. However, circumstances had changed. Having experienced the devastating defeat at Shirima, he understood the importance of elite forces. He glared at his incompetent subordinates, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, but ultimately yielded. Helpless, he watched as Blackbeard's crew sabotaged the battleship's propulsion system and escaped in lifeboats. Once the crew members recovered from the poison, Akainu, furious, bellowed at all Navy personnel. Upon returning, your training tasks will be doubled, and I shall personally supervise. The Navy members turned pale at this proclamation. Who would want such a fate? On Blackbeard's side, It took him a while to regain consciousness, clutching his concave forehead and the hole in his chest, wincing in pain. He swore vehemently that he would never engage with a master again before acclimating to the double pain. Just after being beaten by a kainu, his pent-up fury had nowhere to go. Upon looking up, he spotted a small boat in the distance, containing a dog and a white bear. Instantly, he became excited and waved to his crew. Having just been injured by a kainu, we can feast on dog meat. Go kill that dog, we shall have a feast. Goodness. Having just been violently beaten by the Navy's top combatant, he turned to bully small animals. The audacity was unparalleled. They rode after the boat. Bajiasi leapt forward with a punch, only to find that the dog, named Shungjia, could actually fight back. It met Bajiasi's punch head-on, displaying impressive technique, and did not falter. Bajiasi was dumbfounded. This dog can box. Van Oka also fired his weapon, but the white bear named Babwa unleashed a surge of electricity from its paw, effortlessly intercepting the bullet. Babwa, enraged, bared its teeth and shouted, "Enough! Leave us alone. We do not wish to fight." Yet, the opposing crew persisted in their approach. I tell you, upon hearing those words, Babwa completely erupted. Without further ado, its small body expanded several times, emitting crackling electric sparks, resembling a Super Saiyan mode. With a roar, one massive paw descended from the heavens, entangled in lightning. Goodness! The muscle-bound Bajiasi was the first to be struck, and, just as he leapt, that paw slapped him squarely in the face. In that moment, I felt as if I could see his X-ray. His skeletal structure was laid bare. Then, with a thunderous crash, Blackbeard and his unfortunate crew were sent plummeting into the sea, as if they were being rained down. Now they were subdued. All were devil fruit users, and falling into the sea rendered them helpless. They flailed about, shouting for rescue. We were wrong. Save us. We shall never eat again. The scene was utterly chaotic. The only one who had not consumed a fruit, Van Oka, precariously piled his teammates atop himself, barely managing to keep his head above the water, begging for mercy. I reckon his sole thought at that moment was, I shall never eat a devil fruit again. My teammates are truly heavy. Our Babwa, possessing a kind heart, refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Transforming back to its original form, it approached the edge of the boat, squinting and asking, "Do you still wish to eat dog meat?" "No more, no more." Von Okoshputeret, hastily responding. Babwa nodded in satisfaction, instructing Shungjie to retrieve their shattered boat. Before departing, it struck a pose and added, "Remember what you said today? Also, bears are adorable and should not be eaten." With that, it huffed and set sail. Blackbeard and his crew lay slumped on the boat, dazed. Having just embarked on their journey, they faced consecutive beatings, and the heart that had swelled due to acquiring the Yami Yami, Nami felt a sudden chill. As the scene shifted, I tell you, the Straw Hat crew officially made their entrance. They sailed aboard the Mary, having endured numerous adventures, and the ship's doctor, Chopper, had also joined. At this moment, they arrived at a place called Shurima. However, upon reaching the fortress bridge, they were taken aback. What was this? To enter a city, one must submit an entry application online 2 days in advance. Luffy complained about the inconvenience, while a local businessman chuckled, saying, "Haha, you could also storm in without an application, but I assure you, you won't even make it 30 nautical miles before being blasted to pieces by our coastal defenses." Goodness, how domineering. That night aboard the ship, a certain individual named Phone Kale, also known as Mr. 2, appeared to be in an emotional state. Luffy, wrapping his arm around his neck, inquired, and he tearfully recounted that his former colleagues from Baroque Works had been captured and forced into labor in Shurima. He wished to rescue them. Upon hearing this, Luffy's blood surged with fervor. He thumped his chest and declared, "Your friends are our friends. Enough talk, we must save them." After waiting for 2 days, they finally received their entry pass and set off with great enthusiasm. Along the way, gazing at the patrolling fleets of Shurima, adorned with gleaming metallic cannons, Luffy's eyes widened in awe. Upon entering the city, Phone Kale volunteered to act as a guide, confidently stating he knew the way to the prison. What ensued? He led them straight into a hospital. Chopper's eyes sparkled, marveling at the advanced medical equipment. Zoro, utterly speechless, held his forehead and groaned. Little Phone, You're directionally challenged. You've taken the wrong path. Phone Kale blushed in embarrassment, awkwardly responding, trust me once more. Then, under his guidance, the group meandered again, only to infiltrate an elementary school. Baka, even Zoro, the epitome of directionlessness, could no longer contain himself, pointing at the large characters of the 8th elementary school and exclaiming, "You still claim you're not directionally challenged? Ladies and gentlemen, who understands this? A directionally challenged person rebuking another." The scene was simply extraordinary, as Phone Kale found himself in an utterly awkward situation, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear. He suddenly spotted a familiar face, Huang Jianzhou. He hastily pulled the individual into a corner and, amidst tears and snot, exclaimed, "I am here to rescue you." To his surprise, Huang Jianzhou looked at him with a perplexed expression. "Rescue us? I am now the art teacher at this elementary school, living quite comfortably. When the bell rings, I rush to class and advise others not to create trouble." Phone Kale was utterly dumbfounded. Yet, undeterred, he remained convinced that his comrades were suffering. Thus, they sought out others, only to discover Mr. 1 working as a construction material cutter and Mr. 3 engaged in wax figure artistry, each one turning down their goodwill. Just as Phone Kale began to doubt his life's purpose, a harrowing scream echoed from a nearby factory. Instantly alert, he declared, "Listen, there must be someone inside." Usopp and the others were equally tense, envisioning various torturous scenarios. Unable to contain himself any longer, Phone Kale kicked down a wall and shouted, "Mr. 5, I have come to rescue you." The moment his voice faded, silence enveloped the scene. There was Mr. 5 squatting in front of a large basin, his face flushed and his expression one of sheer agony. Upon seeing the group burst through the wall, he stood up hastily, pants barely secured, and feigned calmness as he asked, "Oh, Mr. 2, is there something you need?" Phone Kale, disregarding his embarrassment, grabbed him to make their escape. However, Mr. 5 shook him off, explaining, "Rescue me? Oh, you mean the earlier noise? I am a user of the bomb fruit, currently assisting the doctor in researching new weaponry. I was merely experiencing a bit of constipation, researching new forms of experimental weaponry." Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp were left utterly dumbfounded, their minds conjuring images of massive cannons launching piles of waste. Terrified, they shivered, vowing never to engage such an opponent in battle again. Luffy quickly took hold of Phone Kale, saying, "Little Phone, it seems your companions do not require rescuing. Let us leave at once." Thus, the grand rescue mission turned into a monumental farce. They returned to the desert, only to face an even graver predicament. The recording pointer required 5 days to fill, and their provisions were woefully insufficient. The following day, Sanji dispatched Luffy and the others to forage for food. While they were trudging back with a pile of scorpions and lizards, Phone Kale suddenly pointed at a cloud of dust rising in the distance, joyfully exclaiming, "It's the president! It's Crocodile!" Upon hearing the name of the former Shichibukai, Luffy became invigorated. When they finally met, he addressed Crocodile with utmost seriousness, stating, "Little Phone is here specifically to rescue you. I will help you defeat that emperor and restore your freedom." This proclamation stirred a hornet's nest. Within Crocodile's body resided a soul of a loyal yellow sand soldier. The instant it heard someone daring to insult the emperor, the soul erupted in fury, seizing control of Crocodile's body. In an instant, Crocodile's golden hook struck out like lightning, piercing through Luffy's rubber body. Luffy, Zoro, and the others were taken aback, immediately drawing their swords. Yet, as a Logia user, Crocodile was impervious to their attacks. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to the downed Luffy, a gunshot rang out. A burst of flames diverted Crocodile's golden hook. Ace had arrived. Luffy's joy at seeing his brother was immeasurable. Ace had intended to mediate, knowing that Shurama was not to be trifled with. However, upon inquiring, he was astonished to hear Luffy openly declare his intention to defeat the Emperor. According to the laws here, insulting the Emperor warranted a 2.5-year prison sentence. Negotiations were now out of the question. Ace, preparing to lead them to safety, suddenly found himself engulfed in a fierce sandstorm. When the tumult subsided, they all stood frozen in place. Before them stood an endless array of yellow sand soldiers, their golden armor gleaming in the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Ace turned pale and advised Luffy, "Surrender, Luffy. We cannot defeat these monsters." Yet Luffy, resolute, declared, "No, I am destined to become the Pirate King." He charged forward with fervor. "That's our captain." Zoro chuckled as he followed suit. Usopp and Chopper, trembling in fear, nonetheless joined the fray. Reluctantly, Ace could only smile wryly as he dashed alongside his reckless younger brother. However, their valiant assault proved futile. Their attacks merely tickled the yellow sand soldiers, who instantly reverted back to their original forms. This tragic charge was swiftly quelled in under a minute. The Straw Hat crew, along with Ace, found themselves firmly ensnared by the unyielding undead army. Even Sanji, who had descended from the ship to rescue them, was tripped by a mound of sand and captured. Ultimately, the verdict was delivered. The law enforcement officials regarded the records with disdain. The others faced charges of conspiracy, property damage, and obstruction of justice, leading to a 22-day detention. When it came to Luffy, however, the officials regarded him with utter contempt. "You, for insulting His Majesty the Emperor, are sentenced to 2.5 years in prison." To be frank, I witnessed the entire affair unfold. I have always believed that good and evil are rewarded accordingly. Individuals like Crocodile, who previously attempted to overthrow the government and nearly caused the demise of millions, cannot expect to wash their hands of past misdeeds merely by basking in the protagonist's glory. In my eyes, that is simply not feasible. He shall spend his life diligently excavating sand in the desert, serving the people. If he dares to play tricks and attempt to escape using Luffy as a pawn, he shall face dire consequences. At this moment, deep within the desert, Crocodile, having just regained control of his body, was laboriously using his powers to search for mineral veins. Suddenly, he shivered, glancing up at the scorching sun, muttering to himself, "Strange. Cubby coming down with a cold?" Little did he know, his future labor endeavors had already been meticulously arranged by the big boss. Shirema, a place seemingly arid and inhospitable, would transform if it were to be filled with water. Vast greenery would shield against the winds and sands. The oasis would alleviate the sweltering heat, and what was once a desolate land would bloom with life. Moreover, the desert harbored abundant mineral resources, and Crocodile, with his sand fruit, was the ideal treasure hunter for this region. Numerous mineral deposits had already been discovered, significantly augmenting the nation's wealth. At this point, a month had passed since Luffy and his crew were captured. Those charged with property damage and obstruction of justice had served their sentences and were now released. They had opened a restaurant in the urban area to pass the time and earn some money while awaiting Luffy's release. Chef Sanji's culinary skills were exceptional, quickly earning a reputation that would soon recoup the initial investment and start generating profit. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. By the way, here is my life card. Luffy, I leave him in your care. He always has a knack for causing trouble," Ace said after finishing his meal. His visit was primarily to seek revenge on Blackbeard for Sachi, and his meeting with Luffy was merely incidental. He had not anticipated being trapped in prison for over 20 days due to Luffy's antics. "Life card?" Sanji stepped out of the kitchen, receiving the life card with a puzzled expression. This was a novel item only found in the New World. It was impervious to water and fire, and if torn, the two pieces would attract one another. No matter how far apart, they would eventually reunite. Ace explained with a smile before waving goodbye. "Hey, did you see that?" Zoro turned to Sanji. "Indeed, the mark of the Whitebeard pirates. His grandfather is a naval hero, and his father is a revolutionary leader. Luffy's family is truly remarkable," Sanji remarked, suddenly breaking into a rueful smile. "Remarkable? They've been sentenced to 2.5 years. It was merely a single phrase that encapsulated the turmoil. "I am sorry. All of this is my fault," Fincole murmured, his head bowed, burdened by an overwhelming sense of despair ever since the capture of several individuals. "Knowing this, just focus on doing the dishes," Sanji retorted, his voice raised towards the kitchen. "With Luffy's voracious appetite, we must earn enough belly before he is released." Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the iron mine, a group of laborers whispered among themselves. "Did you see that kid? He can consume 100 portions in one sitting." ever since his arrival. The cafeteria had been compelled to add 3 more stoves and hire 6 additional kitchen assistants. "I'm so full. But alas, the meat is so scarce," Luffy lamented, clutching his round belly with an unhappy expression. The fare here paled in comparison to what Sanji offered, yet he remained unconcerned. The true issue lay in the meager amount of meat. Where was the staple of rice? "I demand a bone-in buffet." The head of the kitchen reported again, "Boss, this kid devours food meant for 100 people, but can only perform the work of 98. We've had to urgently expand the kitchen staff. This cost-benefit ratio is quite unbalanced." As a member of Shurama, he had dedicated himself to the nation's construction, and encountering such a situation, which deprived Shurama of profit, pained him more than the thought of losing his own flesh. Since Bai had promised Robin to assist her in locating the historical stone tablets, she had comfortably settled in Shurama, indulging in a previously unknown intimacy. Under the silvery moonlight, Robin reclined amidst the disordered battlefield while Bai embraced her. He traced his fingers along her graceful, pale neck, inhaling the floral scent from her hair, before whispering teasingly into her crimson ear, "Why did you surrender so quickly today?" Having deciphered the historical tablets within the royal tomb, Robin had engaged in training with Bir Jiaka during her leisure. Though she had not experienced true combat, Bai recognized that her progress was remarkable. Her wildness and endurance on the training grounds had certainly improved. Just as he was about to tease her further, a sudden noise from outside the room interrupted. The door creaked open, revealing Robin's silhouette. Bai's mind raced, and he leaped from the bed in shock, glancing back at the Robin who had just been battling him, and then at the Robin at the door. The image of Fun Ku-Lei's heavily made-up face filled his mind, causing him to curl up in a corner, feeling pitiful and helpless. "Damn it, I should have sent Luffy and the others off with plenty to eat and drink." Bai was nearly paralyzed with fear. Seeing Bai's anxious expression, the Robin at the door quickly pieced together the situation and realized the cause of his fear. She had intended to surprise him with her newfound skills, but instead, she had inadvertently caused shock. However, the cunning Robin was not ready to reveal her intentions just yet. "Who are you?" the Robin at the door demanded, her expression tense as she faced the doppelganger on the bed, prepared for any eventuality. "And who might you be? Trying to impersonate a servant? Bai won't fall for that," the doppelganger on the bed replied, casting a delicate, pleading glance towards Bai. Upon witnessing the doppelganger's coy demeanor, Bai's complexion turned a shade of green. The memories of their previous fierce battle flooded back, and he could only envision Fun Ku-Lei's effeminate face. Enraged and embarrassed, he raised his hand, ready to eliminate the doppelganger that had once shared such intimacy with him. Seeing Bai's intent, Robin crossed her arms, and the doppelganger instantly transformed into a flurry of petals, vanishing without a trace. Bai stared, dumbfounded, as he lowered his hand, casting a fierce look at the now smiling Robin. "You nearly ruined the happiness of our lives. Do you realize that?" Bai muttered, first glancing at the remaining future, exhaling with relief, before his lips twitched in annoyance. Just as Robin's screams pierced the air, he brought his palm down heavily. "Wait, the sensations of the doppelganger are synchronized with the original," Robin pleaded, seeking mercy. In response to the anticipated punishment, Bai grinned maliciously, unleashing his pent-up emotions. He resolved to ensure that Fun Ku-Lei would be kept far from him. "Please, Sanji, you must keep a close eye on him." Having rapidly advanced to develop her doppelganger abilities, Robin was indeed progressing swiftly. Thankfully, the fields of water cultivation were less laborious than those of dry land, allowing Bai to maintain an advantage. The following day, Bai awoke early, and his first task was to concoct a pretext to have Luffy and his companions expelled from the country. The fright from the previous night was still fresh in his memory. As a sensible individual, it was best to keep a respectful distance from those who defied nature, especially a shape-shifting inmate like Fun Ku-Lei. "You can leave now, but you must vacate Shurama's borders by noon," the head of the cafeteria announced. Having received word of the task early in the morning, he was pained to witness this unprecedented super glutton consuming food, and he hurried to relay the message before the meal commenced, knowing that every portion saved was a fortune. "Wonderful. We can leave today," Luffy exclaimed in delight upon hearing the news. Initially, he had expected to languish there until his sentence was served or until he could defeat the Emperor to escape. The prospect of departure filled him with joy as he dashed out of the iron mine, leaving the cafeteria manager's disapproving gaze behind. "Sanji, everyone!" Luffy called out as he boarded the ship, only to find it empty. Confused, he counted the days. They had been locked up for 22 days, and now a month had passed. Something felt amiss. First, I need to address my hunger. Having not found anyone, Luffy's excitement waned as his stomach growled. He decided to return to the cafeteria, stretching his arm across the entrance to sneak back in. Under the cafeteria manager's mournful gaze, he single-handedly devoured breakfast meant for 100 people. There was no other place in Shurama where he felt more at home regarding his dining needs. Meanwhile, as he feasted, the cafeteria manager arranged for someone to inform Sanji and the others, who were running a restaurant in the city, of Luffy's early release. He simply wished to expedite the departure of this gluttonous guest. Upon hearing this news, Sanji and his group promptly made their way to the Iron Mines cafeteria, where they found Luffy indulging in a hearty meal. Releasing Luffy early and sending us back. Could it be that they can no longer afford to feed him? Sanji mused, observing the cafeteria manager's pained expression and Luffy's bulging belly. He took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he recalled his own efforts to prepare meals for the crew on board. Perhaps he too should consider hiring additional help. Indeed, you are correct. Luffy possesses an insatiable appetite. Zoro, gazing at the towering pile of bowls and dishes, responded with utmost seriousness. A thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps if the food supply were sufficiently abundant, they need not fear capture. That seems reasonable. Upon returning, we could experiment with increasing our portion sizes. By this time, the memory pointer had been fully charged. After Luffy had eaten his fill and the group tidied up the pots, bowls, and their travel essentials, they set forth towards their next destination. The cafeteria overseer exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched the glutton depart, while the ink-black figure observing Luffy and his companions also felt a wave of relief. Now, there was no fear of mistaken identity, allowing for carefree enjoyment. During their time in Shurama, numerous events transpired upon the ocean. With the newfound autonomy, the Navy intensified its crackdown on pirates, resulting in an overall improvement in public safety. This shift prompted many pirates, lacking confidence in their own abilities, to seek refuge beneath the banners of the four emperors of the New World, hoping to find protection. Some even opted to join the ranks of the warlords of the sea, obtaining what they deemed legal plunder rights from the world government, thereby evading Navy pursuits. This method proved effective, inadvertently fostering a growing animosity within certain factions of the Navy towards the warlords of the sea, linking such sentiments to the world government that had instituted this policy, creating internal rifts. Among all the unfolding news, the betrayal of the Whitebeard pirates by Blackbeard and his ascension to the warlords of the sea undoubtedly emerged as a hot topic of discussion, particularly given the Navy's intensified efforts. Suddenly, Blackbeard found himself amassing a considerable following. However, the development of this power was far from smooth. "Captain, the members of the 6th Division have all been slain," Van Oka reported, his expression grim. Following their induction as warlords of the sea, a multitude of pirates flocked to Blackbeard, who accepted them all, expanding his fleet to 20 divisions, mirroring the structure of the Whitebeard pirates. Initially, he felt a bright future ahead, unaware that a ruthless adversary had emerged, methodically starting his killing spree from the last division, leaving only 5 crews remaining, including the main ship. They remained oblivious to the identity of the assailant, living in constant fear, unable to sleep through the night. This period should have marked the rapid growth of their pirate crew, yet such calamities caused potential recruits to hesitate, choosing instead to observe their plight. How could Blackbeard, emboldened by the acquisition of the Yami no Mi, endure this? Damn it, once I capture him, I will make him understand the price of crossing Blackbeard, he growled, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Having endured the brutal beatings from Akainu and Bepo, Blackbeard had been cultivating his patience, now accustomed to the agony of double the pain. "Gather everyone. I want to see who dares to stir trouble atop my domain." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the senior officers convened once more. The Navy had made significant strides in its operations at sea, yet countless souls awaited justice from behind us. We must remain vigilant. After his opening remarks, Admiral Sengoku shifted the conversation to a momentous piece of news. A meeting between Shanks and Whitebeard had been reported from the New World. The room fell silent, then erupted into a cacophony of heated discussions. What monumental event might unfold from this? Would the two emperors clash, presenting us with an opportunity? Silence, Sengoku commanded, observing that everyone had expressed their thoughts. Regardless of whether this was an opportunity, it mattered not. The balance of power at sea was tilting in our favor, and we could not afford to lose any leverage. The purpose of this meeting was to ensure that all present approached any challenges with composure. By proceeding with caution, the justice of the Navy would undoubtedly reign supreme. Sengoku spoke with unprecedented fervor. Recent changes had rekindled his ambitions, perhaps before retirement. He would witness the Navy's ascendance to supremacy. While the Navy convened, the two emperors of the New World met as scheduled. The overwhelming Haushiko haki reverberated throughout the venue. The clash between Griffin and Songyun tore through the clouds above. After exchanging customary greetings, Whitebeard and Shanks sat down to converse. True to the original narrative, even with Shanks in attendance, his powers had not garnered due respect from Whitebeard. After all, as a father, what justification would there be to prevent one son from avenging another? Shanks arrived hastily and departed just as swiftly, leaving matters unchanged and a jug of wine behind. Thick clouds obscured the moonlight, sealing the night in impenetrable darkness. In a small town, Blackbeard sat in his room, wide-eyed, savoring a cherry pie while guarding the remaining 5 crew members. This marked the 3rd day of his vigil, yet he had uncovered no leads. His patience waning and his hatred intensifying, he vowed to obliterate the interloper obstructing his rise to power, to quench his burning resentment. Here they come. A blood-curdling scream echoed, igniting Blackbeard's fury as he sprang to his feet. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, flooding the area with light, rendering the moonless night strangely eerie. Rushing into the room from whence the scream originated, Blackbeard was met with a sight of contorted corpses, their faces frozen in terror from unspeakable dread. As Blackbeard turned back, he noticed a thick fog enveloping the once illuminated area, the light now shrouded in a haze, rendering it more terrifying than the complete absence of light. A ghost! Save me! Simultaneously, cries of anguish erupted from all directions. Blackbeard's expression soured as he was left unsure of which way to turn. As his Kinbunshiko haki extended, he received only the grim tidings of his crew members falling, with no evidence of any intruders. The absurdity of the situation, coupled with the surrounding environment, set his nerves on edge. Could it be that ghosts were truly among them? Gulp! Blackbeard swallowed hard, feeling a presence approach from behind. Without a moment's thought, he turned and struck. Jami Nomi. His palm transformed into an abyss of darkness, reaching out towards a figure behind him. "Captain, it's me," Toki cried out, caught in the grip of the dark water. Realizing his mistake, Blackbeard awkwardly attempted to retract his hand. In the next instant, with a whoosh, a spear shot forth from the fog, and Blackbeard instinctively reached out to seize it. Upon grasping the spear, a cry of agony escaped him. The chilling spirit flames seared his very soul, more unbearable than any physical pain. In response, Blackbeard activated the powers of the Yami no Mi, his palm transforming into darkness, consuming and shattering the spirit flames. Just as the spear seemed destined to be devoured, it abruptly morphed into a swirling black mist, vanishing into the fog. Blackbeard gazed towards the direction where the spear had fled, observing the mist parting to reveal a figure holding a spear, glowing eerily. "Who are you?" Blackbeard gazed at the figure, gradually merging with the familiar silhouette in his memory. Sachi. Trembling with fear, cold sweat pouring down, Blackbeard's body stiffened in dread. He had personally plunged a knife into Sachi's heart and witnessed him collapse in a pool of blood. The glowing apparition before him, seemingly not of this world, was undoubtedly a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. "Stay calm, Captain. You were able to withstand his previous attack. Do Q. noticing Blackbeard's disquiet, timely reminded him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Blackbeard regained his composure. The ability to withstand Sachi's assault indicated that, with due diligence, he could not be harmed. What was there to fear? All fear stemmed from the unknown. Knowing he could counter Sachi's strike reinstated Blackbeard's confidence. Laughing heartily, he addressed Sachi, "I have never killed a man twice. Thank you for providing me with a brand new experience from afar." With a sinister grin, Blackbeard clapped his hands against the ground. Darkness was unleashed in vast swathes, enveloping the terrain and absorbing everything in contact, compressing and shattering it into fragments. "Sachi!" The voice echoed ominously. Brandishing a spear, Sachi leaped from the structure, evading the dark hole's reach, and hurled the spear at Blackbeard with great force. Without pausing, Sachi conjured another spear from the black mist behind him and continued his assault on Blackbeard. Although Blackbeard's corpulent form seemed cumbersome, his agility was remarkable as he dodged Sachi's spears, occasionally retaliating with dark energy attacks. Sachi evaded and maneuvered amidst the structures. When he re-emerged into this world, he existed in a unique state, immune to physical attacks, although elemental assaults could still affect him. The darkness surrounding him was no exception. Adoyosa. This is the power of the devil fruit you acquired earlier, the ability I have long coveted, Blackbeard said, growing more confident as he observed Sachi dodging his attacks. I have lurked within the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years because they were the most likely to obtain this devil fruit. I was gambling, betting my future on an uncertain outcome. Fortunately, my gamble paid off. This will be my era. Blackbeard unabashedly revealed his ambitions, explaining to Sachi the reasons for his betrayal of the Whitebeard pirates. You deserve 1,000 cuts. As Sachi listened to Blackbeard's words, the sinister glow in his eyes intensified, resembling a machine as he relentlessly hurled spears at Blackbeard. The surviving members of the Blackbeard pirates rushed towards the clash, employing their skills to attack Sachi. Yet all their efforts passed harmlessly as if they had encountered air, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The battle between Sachi and Blackbeard resembled a marksman whose basic attacks consistently missed. Facing a sorcerer without designated skills, the combat appeared dazzling. Yet the damage was truly lamentable. Enraged by the other Blackbeard pirates' interference, Sachi regained his focus and resolved to eliminate all of Blackbeard's allies before feasting on the main course. Shifting his target, Sachi's spear pierced through pirate after pirate, claiming their lives under Blackbeard's furious and helpless gaze. The soul fragments were purified by the ethereal flames on the spear, nourishing Sachi's spirit, gradually bringing it closer to a corporeal form. Ugh! A fleeing pirate paused, gazing down at the spear that had pierced through his body from behind, exuding an icy chill. As he attempted to call for help, the excruciating agony of his soul being torn apart distorted his visage. The cold, ruthless soul flames from the depths of hell caused his spirit to tremble, tightening around his throat. He left not even a final word in this world before life was stripped away. The souls of the deceased instinctively sought to wander toward the afterlife. Yet in the next moment, the flames on the spear surged, transforming them into nourishment, devouring them completely. After slaying his targets, the spear morphed into a mass of black mist, which Sachi reclaimed. Feeling the nourishment from the pure souls, the glow emanating from Sachi's spirit deepened slightly. It pales in comparison to willingly offered souls, Sachi mused, reflecting on his transformation. During his pursuit of Blackbeard, he had been drawn by hatred. The souls he had invited to join him in this journey of revenge, after finding peace, provided him with far greater sustenance than those he had directly slain. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, upon realizing he could not easily threaten Blackbeard, Sachi shifted his focus to Blackbeard's crew. Now, only Blackbeard's initial core crew remained. Teach, feel my vengeance. Sachi's voice, filled with hatred, resonated as he condensed the spear in his hand. This time, he targeted the ailing Du-Q, launching the spear with lightning speed, aimed directly at him. He intended to leave Blackbeard isolated, witnessing his ambitions crumble before his eyes. Leave now. Blackbeard swiftly positioned himself in front of Du-Q, intercepting the spear with his fruit ability and grimly addressing his core crew. You must go. Sachi's peculiar form can only be engaged by my dark fruit ability. All other techniques are rendered useless against him. These comrades will merely become the next hunted targets. Hinder my progress. They are the cornerstone of my ambitions and must not perish here. Captain, we will wait for you at the port. Fan Oka and the others, clearly understanding the situation, spoke before hastily retreating towards the port. Trying to escape? Do you underestimate me? A chilling voice echoed as countless spears rained down like a storm, blocking their path. So even a traitor cares for his companions? Sachi's vengeful gaze swept across everyone present, finally settling on Blackbeard with a cruel smile. Now we shall play a game. One life will be collected, either Blackbeard's or yours. Choose. With that, the spears surrounding them transformed into black mist, encircling Blackbeard and his crew, creating a quintessential arena. Sachi's spirit, perched high within the black mist, observed their choice with keen interest. It was challenging to eliminate Blackbeard, who wielded the dark fruit, but the lives of the others were no longer able to escape his grasp. Captain, what shall we do? Bagus inquired, gazing at the arena formed by the black mist. As one of the earliest core members of the Blackbeard pirates, he still held some loyalty to Blackbeard. The devil officer Lafitte, Fan Oka, and Duque also looked to Blackbeard, awaiting his decision. Do you think you can sow discord among us with such tactics? You are utterly naive. Blackbeard laughed heartily at Sachi before addressing his crew. I will lead you out of here. With that, Blackbeard unleashed a vast expanse of darkness, the gravitational force devouring the surrounding black mist, gradually expanding the arena. Observing the slow pace of expansion and the indifference of Sachi towards Blackbeard's demeanor, Poison Q and Van Oka exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously decided to strike at Blackbeard. A projectile imbued with hockey shot towards Blackbeard, while Poison Q unleashed the powers of the Rumble fruit upon him. Betrayal and deceit are inherent in the world of pirates. Their attacks posed no threat to Sachi, but Blackbeard was certainly an exception. In the face of survival, treachery inevitably arises. As an ambitious individual who had acquired the Yami Nami through betrayal, Blackbeard was well aware that some of his crew might turn against him. And the darkness he had previously unleashed was prepared for such eventualities. Just as Van Oka's projectile was about to reach Blackbeard, the darkness on the ground surged forth, consuming it and rapidly extending towards the feet of the others. The devilish officer Lafitte, who had maintained a smile on his face, seized the moment of discord among the crew and, without hesitation, spread his wings to soar into the sky, intending to escape this crumbling team. Ignoring the rules of the game as if I do not exist? Seeing this scene, Sachi's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the spear pierced Lafitte's body, and Sachi returned to his original position, holding the roasted pigeon that was once Lafitte, continuing to observe the unfolding drama. Captain Yu, Bagus in shock, witnessed the internal conflict among his comrades, and before he could react, he was pulled to the ground by the gravitational force of darkness, immobilized. Bagus, wait until I deal with the traitors, and then I shall release you, Blackbeard said grimly to the muscular Bagus, a smile still lingering on his lips, unfazed by the treachery of his subordinates. Sachi, a rather clever game you play, but I am not one to be caught off guard by such fools, Blackbeard remarked, casting a glance at Sachi. He then pressed his hands to the ground, unleashing the darkness without reservation, previously occupying a vast expanse. The darkness now surged forth with renewed vigor, spreading at an accelerated pace and soon ensnaring the unprepared Van Oka. You claim to be the speed of sound. Yet since joining the crew, what have you accomplished beyond showing off with that broken gun against seagulls? Blackbeard mankt Van Oka. The Blackbeard pirates, formed out of ambition and dreams, had faced numerous calamities since their inception. Despite recruiting crew members with illustrious reputations, once aboard, they had done little beyond dealing with minor adversaries, and when confronted with formidable foes, they either suffered severe beatings or were on the verge of doing so. How dare they still act so brazenly? Reflecting on the string of unfortunate events, Blackbeard's gaze turned fierce. Von Oka, Budish, you pitifully weak fool. I truly regret inviting you aboard. With that, Blackbeard commanded the darkness to completely engulf and crush Van Oka. This is fate. Von Okorimocht. His single telescope reflecting the encroaching darkness, his expression calm. The moment he aimed his gun at Blackbeard in defiance, he had foreseen this outcome. Yet, compared to a fate where one's very soul is torn asunder, perhaps this was a preferable choice. After eliminating Van Oka, Blackbeard, who had been in a state of combat from the outset, merely took a few breaths before regaining his composure. He required no rest. His extraordinary physique not only afforded him several times more time than an ordinary person, but his stamina also replenished rapidly. It could be said that even in a combat state, his energy continuously revitalized. Next is your turn. Blackbeard cruelly grinned at Poison Q. Anyone dealing with a traitor would relish the thought of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon them. Even Blackbeard, skilled in enduring betrayal, felt the same. Captain, perhaps we should first deal with our common enemy, Poison Q suggested, exhibiting remarkable agility as he evaded the approaching tendrils of darkness, signaling to Blackbeard that he could first address Sachi, who was observing with keen interest. I will handle him, but before that, allow me to send you on your way. Blackbeard glanced at Sachi, understanding that, despite his displeasure, he needed to deal with the traitor Poison Q first. Dark water. Blackbeard's hands transformed entirely into darkness. With full force, the gravitational pull intensified manyfold. As Poison Q dodged the encroaching tendrils of darkness, he suddenly stumbled, uncontrollably drawn towards Blackbeard under the immense gravitational force. You have forced my hand. Poison Q, realizing he could not escape the grasp of gravity, retaliated with a lethal barrage of invisible pathogens directed at Blackbeard. Is this your trump card? Blackbeard laughed heartily as he absorbed the evident toxic mist into the darkness. Yet, as he laughed, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, equally pathetic. Blackbeard recalled the series of defeats he had suffered, gritting his teeth. The previous lackey pirates had been dispatched with ease by Sachi, and the contributions of these key crew members had been negligible. With these thoughts, Blackbeard's resolve to seek powerful crew members only intensified. As Poison Q was drawn into Blackbeard's grasp, a strange smile remained on his face. Seeing this smile, Blackbeard's already foul mood worsened. He was determined to eliminate Poison Q. But suddenly his expression shifted, though his corpulent form concealed it. As the owner of this body, Blackbeard distinctly sensed that the fat on his chest had thickened, leaving him feeling hollow below. When did you make your move? Blackbeard asked, his expression darkening. Subsequently, he unleashed his haki with all his might, neutralizing the effects of Poison Q's feminine ailments, and regained his lychee. However, the moment he ceased channeling haki, his expression relaxed for just an instant before freezing again. His lychee vanished once more. Useless. Since you've decided to go after the captain, I certainly cannot hold back. This time, I have made the virus non-contagious, making it even more deeply rooted. Unless you maintain your haki at full capacity, you will find it exceedingly difficult to retain your fighting strength, Poison Q explained, laughing with glee at Blackbeard's expression. Blackbeard's face turned pale upon hearing this. He had no heirs. Without his lychee, what rationality could he possess? Release your powers. Blackbeard snarled, gritting his teeth, gripping Poison Q's neck with veins bulging, nearly choking him to the point of rolling his eyes back. Cough. The next user of the Rumble fruit cannot undo the powers of the previous user. Only while I am alive do you have a chance at lychee, Poison Q gasped, clutching at Blackbeard's hand on his throat. Despite Blackbeard's ruthless nature, he understood that to preserve his lychee, he must ensure his own survival, which was the very contingency he had considered when deciding to turn traitor. A guarantee that Blackbeard could not refuse. Upon hearing Poison Q's words, Blackbeard, despite his intense hatred, had no choice but to protect his life. Cuff him with Sea Prism Stone. Blackbeard growled fiercely, tossing Poison Q to Bagus, who had remained loyal. He then directed a fiery gaze toward Sachi, who had been an observer throughout this entire spectacle. Blackbeard had not forgotten that the root of all this turmoil began with him. Sachi, I can kill you once, and I can kill you twice. Upon uttering these words, Heihuzi directed all his pent-up fury, stemming from his intermittent loss of Li Ji and his transformation into a new breed of humanity towards Saki. The darkness seemed to stretch infinitely from HeiHuzi, gradually peeling away and consuming the black mist that had enveloped the arena. Souls traversing the earthly realm are gradually eroded by time. For them, the black mist serves as the most hospitable environment, a preservative for their essence. As the performance drew to a close, Saki relinquished the black mist that had shrouded the arena, allowing it to dissipate entirely. With the cage dissolved, their titanic clash was once again on the brink of ignition, even though HeiHuzi's darkness had already cast a shadow over the entire town. Saki's spiritual form was not constrained by the terrain. The sky and the depths below, where darkness could not encroach, were all his dominion. Thus, the battle devolved into a cat-and-mouse game of pursuit and evasion. "Damn it," Saki muttered as a spear was once again devoured and crushed by the darkness. He found himself yearning for his former corporeal body. Had he still possessed the power of Haki, perhaps HeiHuzi, who wielded the Yami no Mi, would not be such a formidable adversary. Yet, the thought of being able to exact revenge in his spiritual form made those musings dissipate. Realizing he could not contend with HeiHuzi at present, Saki shifted his focus to his crew member, Beijis. "If I say you should become a loner, then you must transform into one." A torrent of spears surged forth with the ferocity of thunder towards the concealed Beijis and Du Q, blotting out the sky. Swish! Swish! The sharp, chilling sounds echoed as the spears descended upon them in a saturated assault. Witnessing this, Beijis grasped the sea-stone handcuffs that bound Du Q and sprinted towards the perimeter. However, against the speed of the spears, human effort seemed futile. "No!" Beijis exclaimed, his pupils dilating as he beheld the ever-approaching deluge of spears. In a moment of desperation, a familiar figure flashed by. "Captain!" Beijis felt a surge of excitement, but his grip slackened as HeiHuzi dragged Du Q away, vanishing into the shadows. In the next instant, the onslaught of spears pierced Beijis, pinning him to the ground like a sieve. His body shattered beneath the barrage, his soul torn asunder by the spears. Yet, what pained him more was the realization that the captain, HeiHuzi, had chosen to save the traitorous Du Q over his loyal self. Was Li Ji more important to him than I am? He desires Li Ji and not me. With a profound obsession, Beijis' eyes dimmed. His soul was carried away as pure energy scorched by the spears. Du Q observed Beijis being forsaken by HeiHuzi, a mocking smile adorning his pale visage. Had it not been for his contingency concerning HeiHuzi's Li Ji, he too would have been unceremoniously cast aside. In the eyes of someone as self-serving as HeiHuzi, loyalty held no value. Dignity, emotions, everything could be discarded. Only profit mattered to him. Even the one who is truly loyal to him has been cast aside. HeiHuzi, your actions are indeed unbecoming. Saki's voice turned icy at the sight of HeiHuzi becoming a solitary figure, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. If HeiHuzi were to perish, he would feel even greater relief. Once you step into the sea, you must be prepared to meet your demise. This world ultimately belongs to the strong. HeiHuzi carlesti déclarait, au sein du cul azide. Look around you. My darkness has consumed all surrounding matter, HeiHuzi proclaimed. From a moment he sensed Saki as a formidable opponent, he had steeled himself for a protracted battle. During this time, he relentlessly devoured the spiritual flames from the spears and the surrounding structures, vessels, pirate corpses, and even the land itself. The darkness had collapsed under the weight of countless remnants, and when released, it would unleash his most devastating blow. HeiHuzi gazed at Saki, a wicked smile gracing his features. The darkness that enveloped the entire town began to coalesce above him under his command. The gravitational pull ceased, forming a whirlwind that released all the remnants he had consumed in all directions, and in a bid to strike at Saki's spiritual form, HeiHuzi infused the remnants with an unshakable darkness. Release! He cackled. In his boisterous laughter, the dark tornado hurled forth a deluge of black debris. The island was torn apart by the chaotic force, and the overwhelming might and reach obliterated the already ravaged surroundings. Inescapably, under this saturated assault, Saki's spiritual form was struck by the encroaching remnants of darkness. As the dark remnants collided, the darkness clung to Saki's spirit as if it possessed a life of its own, re-establishing the gravitational pull that tore his solid form, creating several gaping holes. Ugh! The pain that struck his soul was far more intense than that which could be conveyed by the body. Saki let out a pained howl, his visage contorting. His already glowing spiritual body appeared as ghastly as a demon. Captain Saki, it seems I'm about to kill you for the second time. Heihuzi laughed arrogantly at Saki's suffering, relishing the moment. The experience of killing a man twice, especially one who had risen from the depths of hell, was a legendary tale that even Pirate King Roger might not have encountered. Saki roared Heihuzi's name in fury, his spiritual voice resonating with a hollow, eerie tone. Heihuzi's words evoked memories of betrayal, and hatred and resentment flooded Saki's soul, overshadowing the agony inflicted upon his spiritual form. The light in Saki's eyes blazed like a raging fire. Ignoring the relentless assault of the dark remnants, Saki transformed into black mist, only to coalesce before the still-laughing Heihuzi, gripping a spear imbued with cold, burning spiritual flames, and thrusting it at him with ferocity. Zing! The spear pierced flesh with an ease that belied its intent, plunging into the unguarded chest of Heihuzi, simultaneously tearing apart his very soul. Heihuzi cried out, his face contorted in agony as he writhed on the ground. The spiritual flames on the spear flickered, igniting the torn remnants of his soul. In that moment, he too felt the excruciating pain that struck at the core of his being. Sweat poured from his brow like rain as he hastily summoned darkness to envelop the spear that had pierced him. The torment of his soul being scorched by the frigid flames finally subsided. However, the wounds inflicted by the spear remained, the ache relentlessly haunting him. Heihuzi, trembling in pain, knelt upon the ground, and as he prepared to rise, his gaze fell upon Saki's glowing spiritual form. Captain Saki, I was bewitched by the Yami Nami, driven to madness. Spare me. Heihuzi gulped, seeing Saki's relentless advance. For Whitebeard's sake. Father? As Saki heard the first half of Heihuzi's plea for mercy, he remained expressionless, driving the spear downwards. But upon hearing the mention of Whitebeard, Saki's actions faltered momentarily. Memories of laughter and joy shared with his father and many brothers flooded his mind. How heart-wrenching it would be for father to discover his sons engaged in mutual slaughter. Yet all this was due to you, Tick. Anyone could plead for mercy, but you shall not. Betrayer, unforgivable. With this thought in mind, Saki's gaze once again solidified with resolve as he continued to thrust his spear downward like a fisherman spearing a fish. However, the brief moment of hesitation granted Blackbeard the opportunity to react, rolling away like a lazy donkey to evade the descending spear. In the next instant, a dark aura enveloped him, imprinting itself upon Saki's spiritual form. Captain Saki, you and your white-bearded brethren truly possess an unbreakable bond, or perhaps a foolish naivety. Blackbeard gasped, having regained some strength, and continued, the pain emanating from his soul igniting his ferocity. With his face contorted, Blackbeard maximized the gravitational pull of the darkness in his hand, consuming and collapsing Saki's spiritual essence. It hurts, Teach. You shall also experience the agony of a soul being torn apart. Saki howled in torment, recklessly plunging his spear into Blackbeard's body. In the next moment, Blackbeard's agonized scream echoed as well. You truly deserve to die, Saki. Those who have already perished should remain quietly in the depths of hell. Blackbeard exclaimed amidst his cries. Unwilling to back down, he pressed his other hand against Saki's spiritual form. I return from the underworld to take you, the traitor, with me. I shall not rest until I achieve this. Saki gritted his teeth, filled with hatred, as he twisted the spear embedded in Blackbeard's flesh. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless torment of each other, their cries of anguish reverberating through the desolate pirate town. The ferocity of their battle was fierce enough. Yet they were fortunate it was not directed at him. Watching from the sidelines, the weakened Du Q, who had been overlooked, managed to sit up and observe the fierce exchange between the two, his eyelids twitching, relieved that he was not the target of such painful attacks. Kidnapping Blackbeard in advance had indeed been a wise choice, but alas, the other party was a ghost. Otherwise, had he captured another Blackbeard, he would truly have been free of worries. Below Blackbeard's chest, blood soaked his body. The significant loss of blood rendered his consciousness increasingly hazy. Yet upon witnessing Saki's gradually fading spiritual form, he clung to the hope of dragging his opponent down with him. Saki was similarly resolute. Both were ignited with a fierce determination, their struggle of life and death continuing until dawn broke. As the sun rose high, its brilliant rays pierced through the clouds, casting light upon the earth. The sunlight, a natural element, was particularly feared by spiritual beings who thrived in shadows. In a certain sense, the intense sunlight was more daunting than darkness itself. At the moment the sunlight enveloped the ruins, Saki's spiritual essence became increasingly transparent at an accelerated pace. Captain Saki, even the heavens favor me. It seems this battle is mine to win. Blackbeard's hair, drenched in cold sweat, hung limply, despite his disheveled appearance. He could not help but laugh at Saki's even more miserable condition. Damn it! Saki glared at the ascending sun, his voice laced with frustration. With time, the sunlight would only grow stronger, becoming increasingly detrimental to him. He was so close to avenging himself. It appeared that this time, his quest for vengeance would end in failure. With this realization, the fierce mentality of life and death began to dissipate. It was time to devise a strategy, to first enhance his spiritual strength and reserve the opportunity for revenge for another occasion. Contemplating retreat, Saki withdrew the spear he had plunged into Blackbeard. Are you planning to give up? I shall not grant you a single chance. Blackbeard laughed boisterously. Saki was still ensnared by his gravitational grasp. There was no way he would allow this threat to escape. Observing Blackbeard's smug demeanor, Saki felt a surge of annoyance and, inadvertently glancing at the bystander WhoGave, suddenly conceived a way to irritate him. Oh, you best watch closely. This maneuver will be quite impressive, Saki remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he hurled the spear directly toward WhoGave. Hey, you two can fight however you wish. Why involve me? WhoGave, watching the incoming attack, felt his hairs stand on end. Currently, he was shackled by sea-stone handcuffs and could not escape quickly. You dare! Blackbeard's pupils trembled at the sight, instinctively wanting to intercept the strike. Yet, considering the tenacity of Saki, who had been a thorn in his side, he knew that failing to eliminate this threat would lead to endless troubles. In the dilemma between saving WhoGave and eliminating the threat, Blackbeard could only watch as WhoGave failed to evade the spear that pierced through him. You can only rely on such underhanded tactics to annoy me. Await your second death. Blackbeard, whose loss of WhoGave was now a foregone conclusion, gasped in anger. Are you so certain of your victory over me? Saki retorted, and abruptly, his figure dissolved into black mist. Free from the gravitational constraint, Saki appeared beside WhoGave, withdrawing the spear from his chest, and addressed the dazed Blackbeard. Teach. The next time we meet shall be your demise. Relish these final moments. Leaving behind a chilling harbinger, Saki's figure vanished into the black mist, leaving only the ravaged ruins and the solitary, severely injured Blackbeard. Blackbeard, with a stiff expression, stared at the spot where Saki had escaped his gravitational hold, his mouth agape in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. In this battle, he had lost all the subordinates who had joined him after becoming a Shichibukai, and none of his loyal members remained, not to mention the loss of WhoGave. How could he have failed to retain Saki despite sustaining such severe injuries? How could he escape the gravitational constraints and still battle at such extremes? Blackbeard stood in the ruins, his face dark with displeasure. After a lengthy silence, a look of unease crossed his features. After a moment's contemplation, Blackbeard approached a deep pit, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before releasing his haki without restraint. We may not meet often again. Farewell, little Teach. After placing a stream of water into the pit, Blackbeard, with a melancholic expression, caressed his pitch-black future, then, pulling up his pants, ceased the release of his haki. Feeling the emptiness below him once more, Blackbeard steeled himself. A person's dreams never end. At that moment, a seagull flew overhead, questioning whether it had misremembered the location of the town, when suddenly it heard a sound below and unhesitatingly dropped a newspaper. Blackbeard, dragging his injured body, picked up the newspaper and scanned the contents with rapidity, suddenly pausing at a particular message. In a flurry, he extracted the bounty notice tucked within the newspaper, quickly flipping through it, and a smile spread across his face. One of this year's supernovas, the Surgeon Trafalgar Law, wielder of the Ope Nami. Little Teach, you have hope, Blackbeard exclaimed, elatedly clutching the bounty notice as if it were a lifeline. Having perused the devil fruit compendium, he recognized the worth of this precious devil fruit, valued at 5 billion berries. The dream of every doctor. The users of the medical fruit must immerse themselves in a plethora of medical literature to harness the full potential of their surgical prowess. This year, Trafalgar Law undoubtedly stands as a medical genius. What ailment does the medical fruit address? We are not well acquainted with it. But this is precisely the ship's doctor that my Blackbeard pirates ought to possess. Countless wounds, tearing at his soul, do not hinder Blackbeard's fervor in pursuing his dreams. Dragging his injured body, Blackbeard sets off toward his goal upon a makeshift raft. Shortly after his departure, a small boat propelled by flames swiftly cleaves through the sea, creating towering waves, and halts before an island that has fallen into ruin. The island is fractured, littered with debris, and devoid of life. Having endured a battle of unparalleled ferocity, could this be the work of Blackbeard? After circling the island and finding no survivors, Ace departs on a small boat toward a nearby isle. In the world of pirates, betrayal is an ever-present specter. Yet, all factions cannot bear such treachery, simultaneously denouncing the betrayer while tolerating their existence for the sake of profit and ambition. However, the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, are entirely different. They form a familial bond devoid of blood ties, referring to one another as brothers and sisters, treating each other as family. Betrayal among such kin, wielding trust as a weapon, is utterly intolerable. As the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace swears that he will make Blackbeard pay, even if it means pursuing him to the ends of the earth, to send him to the underworld to apologize to Sachi. Blackbeard's extraordinary constitution allows him to recover slowly from his severe injuries without treatment. Yet, the relentless agony of his soul's tearing gnaws at him, forcing him to endure through sheer willpower. From the latest intelligence, Blackbeard has pinpointed the last known location of the Heart Pirates. The only place suitable for replenishing nautical supplies in that region is none other than the Kingdom of Heron. The vastness of the ocean and its many harsh weather conditions render it impossible for him to row while simultaneously enduring the pain of his soul. Thus, clinging to hope, Blackbeard abandons his original raft and boards a passenger ship bound for the Kingdom of Heron. This vessel caters to the nobles of Heron. However, to accentuate their elegance and nobility, it naturally requires the presence of commoners as a backdrop. Despite the understanding of this dynamic, those ordinary folk, daydreaming of gaining the favor of the aristocracy, continue to fawn over them with fervor. Seizing this opportunity, Blackbeard successfully boards the ship, depleting his remaining savings in the process. Fortunately, as a vessel dedicated to serving the nobility, it may hold disdain for commoners, yet to exhibit the world's disparities and flaunt the wealth of the aristocrats. It still provides free, sumptuous meals on the lower deck. At this moment, Blackbeard indulges in the complimentary fare. Do you see that gluttonous pig devouring below? He likely has never witnessed such a spectacle in his lifetime. Without a doubt, the cost of my meal could purchase dozens of such slaves. On the 3rd deck of the passenger ship, young noblemen from several families of the Kingdom of Heron, accompanied by a throng of women, revel in their elevated status while observing the grotesque sight of a lower class ravenously consuming their food. They must grant these individuals some chance to rise, or else, should they cause a commotion, we would find ourselves in quite a predicament. One youth, with dark circles under his eyes and pale lips, brazenly explores the attire of a nearby maid while engaging in idle conversation. Suddenly, he suggests, "Let us play a game." Whoever surrenders first must take that large. Dark man as a concubine. The golden-haired youth wears a mischievous grin as he glances around at his companions, already envisioning the amusing scene that will unfold. This is taking things too far. The others, equally weary with dark circles, hesitate at the thought of marrying such an unattractive figure, even if merely as a concubine, as it would render them the subject of ridicule within their circles. Moreover, they would struggle to hold their heads high within their families. Yet at that moment, the golden-haired youth's playful voice rings out once more. Those who feel unworthy may withdraw. Unworthy? What man could endure such humiliation, especially when it requires acknowledgement? Very well. I swear upon my family's honor, no one may play tricks. The remaining youths eagerly echo this challenge. In an instant, the upper deck is filled with a ludicrous spectacle. Within a few minutes, the actions of the noble youths come to a halt, panting heavily as if they were bellows stoked by a fire. Gervis, congratulations on acquiring your 48th concubine. We are still no match for you. After catching their breath, the golden-haired youth adopts a fierce demeanor and feigns praise towards Gervis, who is the first to surrender, beads of sweat forming on his brow, oblivious to the scornful expression of the maid beside him. Congratulations, congratulations. We had sworn upon our family's honor, so do not go back on your word. The other youths, slightly more composed, urge Gervis to accept his punishment. The integrity of my Neagle family is beyond question. Despite his ghastly complexion, Gervis stubbornly asserts, I prefer those with more flesh. You cannot fathom the delights therein. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Gervis strides towards Blackbeard. Even though his appearance repulses him to the point of nausea, he suppresses his discomfort to avoid losing face in front of his peers. The formidable Blackbeard immediately senses someone drawing near, pondering the intentions of the faltering Gervis. Suddenly, a hand audaciously slaps him on the behind, the flesh quivering like waves, causing him to stiffen, experiencing an unprecedented physiological reaction. The sensation is rather pleasant. Previously feeling as if you're being led to the gallows, Gervis, emboldened by the unexpected wave, can't resist another grab, only to turn and behold the wretched visage of Blackbeard. Woman, you are fortunate. From this day forth, you shall be my 48th concubine. Quickly retracting his hand, Gervis, fighting the urge to retch, addresses Blackbeard, whose face bears an unusual flush. What are you saying? The sudden assault irks Blackbeard, especially as he finds himself reacting, which fills him with shame, and the individual before him dares to propose such humiliation. It seems that since I, Blackbeard, became a warlord, I have not shed much blood. Now, everyone feels emboldened to insult me. Blackbeard's pent-up frustrations ignite, and with a swift motion, he severs Gervis' head from his body, holding it aloft in raucous laughter to release his emotions. He reflects inwardly, having only faced a few setbacks. How could he act like a coward, paying for passage on a ship? I am a pirate walking the path to greatness. A murder. The commoners on the lower deck flee in panic at the sight of such bloodshed. Meanwhile, the noble youths on the upper deck turn pale at the sight of Gervis's grim fate. Quick, guards, capture him. He must be severely punished for harming a noble. It is indeed audacious for one to impersonate the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Blackbeard, when everyone knows he is a man. A few noble youths, paralyzed with fear, slumped to the ground, issuing commands to the guards aboard the ship, hoping to rely on their strength for protection. Upon witnessing Blackbeard's menacing aura, the guards hesitated to approach, opting instead to fire from a distance. The bullets rained down upon Blackbeard, yet before they could reach him, they were engulfed and crushed by the darkness emanating from behind him. You rabble dare to lay a hand on me, Blackbeard proclaimed, pressing his hands against the deck, as darkness surged outward, swiftly ensnaring the guards and squeezing them to a pulp. With effortless ease, he vanquished the ship's defenders, filling his heart with unparalleled exhilaration. Blood from the slain Gervis splattered across his face, rendering his countenance as fearsome as a demon. Surveying the scene, he reveled in the terror that enveloped those around him, feeling a surge of emotion that made him want to weep. This is the proper course of events, he thought, reflecting on the failures he had endured recently. First, he faced Admiral Akainu, then a colossal white bear clad in lightning, and finally, the restless Spectre Sachi. Look at this. One high-stakes encounter after another. Have I somehow offended the heavens? The endless darkness swiftly consumed the entire deck, obliterating all in its path, leaving only a handful of sailors dressed in tattered garb. The darkness, relentless, spread to the upper decks, where the anguished screams of humanity echoed, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh and bone being devoured by the gravitational force. Before Blackbeard, the luxurious cruise liner transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. Yes, relish in your fear. Blackbeard cackled maniacally. Spare my life. I can offer you immense riches. One noble pleaded. I hail from the Philaboo family, and can provide you with untold wealth. Another chimed in. Terrified by the infernal scene, several noble youths knelt before Blackbeard, begging for mercy. I shall remember your families. However, I desire both your wealth and your lives. Tread slowly on the path to the underworld. I will accompany your kin to reunite with you. Blackbeard laughed cruelly, watching as the once arrogant nobles, now akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, knelt before him. He then controlled the darkness to engulf and obliterate them. Listening to the cacophony of screams, Blackbeard's thirst for power intensified. Status and identity crumbled into insignificance before sheer strength. He resolved to amass formidable devil fruits and loyal companions, aspiring to become the most powerful and influential figure in the world. With a menacing presence, Blackbeard commanded the remaining sailors to set course for the kingdom of Heron. Thanks to their unique underwater mode of travel, the Heart Pirates encountered no obstacles along the way, skillfully evading any challenges. In their haste to locate Beepo, they traveled at a significantly swifter pace. The Kingdom of Heron served as their penultimate stop before reaching the New World, just prior to the Sabeti archipelago. After assigning a few crew members to guard the ship, Law led the Heart Pirates ashore to the outskirts of the Kingdom of Heron for much-needed supplies to sustain them on their journey to the Sabeti archipelago. With a clear purpose, they quickly procured the necessary items and returned to the shore. Captain, do you think we'll find Beepo before we reach Dressrosa? A penguin, close to Beepo, lamented while carrying a box of seasonings. It's been ages since I last ruffled that timid polar bear. On the nth day since leaving Beepo, he sighed, I don't know, but Beepo is definitely searching for us. If we cannot find him along the way, we will surely reunite in Dressrosa. Law replied, visibly dejected, yet maintaining confidence. They had grown up together, sharing an unbreakable bond akin to family. The sea is rife with countless miracles, and reunions are among them. As a group conversed, they could not help but reminisce about the only lost member of their family, Beepo. Upon returning to the shore, they encountered a passenger ship blocking their vessel, where an obese, unattractive black woman stood on their deck, holding one of their companions captive. Room, Law exclaimed, hurriedly discarding his belongings and activating his surgical space, swapping places with an injured comrade lying on the ground. In an instant, he appeared beside Blackbeard, swinging his gamma knife toward him. What formidable abilities! Blackbeard's observation haki instantly detected Law's movement, allowing him to evade the strike. Subsequently, his hand morphed into darkness, drawing Law toward him with a formidable gravitational force. Dark water. Under the immense pull, Law was inevitably drawn closer to Blackbeard, sensing the peril in his palm. In a flash, Law activated his ability again and shifted his position. What an elusive power, Blackbeard remarked, a look of surprise crossing his face. Although Law still exhibited a degree of immaturity, his impressive performance so early in his career marked him as a worthy potential ally, precisely the kind of companion Blackbeard sought. Having assessed Law's qualifications, Blackbeard ceased to hold back. His corpulent form darted forward, appearing directly before Law, grasping him with the power of the Yami Yami Nomi. How swift! Law's pupils dilated at the sudden appearance of Blackbeard, and as he attempted to teleport again, he found his fruit's ability rendered ineffective. There's no need for alarm. I harbor no ill will towards you, and your companions have only sustained minor injuries. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Blackbeard, one of the warlords of the sea. My yummy yummy Nami is considered the most perilous of the devil fruits, capable of nullifying the powers of anyone who comes into contact with me. Blackbeard explained, releasing his grip on Law to demonstrate his goodwill. One of the warlords of the sea, Blackbeard? The newspapers clearly state that Blackbeard is a man. Yet this one before me. Law contemplated. Fine, since I cannot overpower him, I shall accept him as Blackbeard for the time being. What brings you to seek me? Now freed, Law questioned cautiously, despite Blackbeard's assurance of no malevolence. You possess great potential. How about joining the Blackbeard pirates? Blackbeard offered directly, extending his hand towards Law with a smile. Receiving the invitation, Law regarded Blackbeard, unsure of his true intentions. However, considering the threat to his life and that of his crew, he felt compelled to accept for the time being, planning to reassess the situation later. I will rely on you, Captain. With a decision made, Law firmly shook Blackbeard's hand, accepting his invitation. Welcome aboard. Law, you are now the captain of the 1st Division of the Blackbeard Pirates. You shall not regret your choice today. Blackbeard boomed with laughter. After a moment of mirth, he turned to Law with a somewhat hesitant expression. Could you possibly utilize your fruit ability to help me reclaim the future? The future? This imposter, the corpulent figure masquerading as Blackbeard, still yearns for a future, does he? It is indeed possible, but you must first procure the materials you desire, Law said, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Observing Blackbeard's awkward demeanor as he adjusted his trousers, Law's previously aloof expression crumbled into one of disbelief. Materials? Upon hearing the affirmative, a flicker of joy illuminated Blackbeard's face. However, upon hearing Law's mention of materials, he was struck by the realization that Law had misunderstood his intent. Recalling the alternate title of the surgery fruit user, the free modifier. I'm man. Recently, I was ambushed and afflicted by a stubbornly resistant female ailment. Blackbeard declared with a scowl, unleashing his haki before Law. In the midst of Law's astonished gaze, Blackbeard's feminine traits gradually faded away, his Adam's apple emerging, and the excess fat dissipating until he resembled the Blackbeard depicted in the newspapers. How about it? Do you have a solution? Blackbeard retracted his haki, reverting back to his female form, and inquired with a sinister expression. Such an occurrence would be intolerable for any normal individual. Captain, the cause of your condition is due to the uncontrollable surge of estrogen within your body. My medical expertise is currently limited to surgical procedures, and I'm unable to isolate specific hormones. Law responded cautiously, his throat tightening. Noticing Blackbeard's increasingly darkening expression, Law hastily redirected the conversation. You might consider seeking out the revolutionary commander, Ivankov. He is a paramecia-type hormone fruit user and an expert in manipulating estrogen and testosterone. Ivankov, the Okama king, Blackbeard murmured, contemplating the name. The prospect of finding someone who could address his predicament visibly lifted Blackbeard's spirits. Captain, during our previous encounter, I sense that your soul might be experiencing some issues. I can assist you with that, Law quickly added, revealing his bargaining chip. Given their current power dynamics, facing a warlord of the sea would undoubtedly place immense pressure upon them. Hearing that Law could remedy his soul's afflictions brought a smile to Blackbeard's face. If his appearance and future were at stake, the incessant torment of his soul posed a direct threat to his present. Where is the future without the present? This truly is a stroke of luck. Then I shall entrust this to you, Law, Blackbeard said with eager anticipation. Leave it to me, Room. Law nodded, opening the surgical space. His fingers glided along the blade, extending to its tip, and then he gestured towards Blackbeard from a distance. Blackbeard observed Law's performance with bated breath, his heart racing. Having recently experienced betrayal, he did not fully trust Law, remaining ever vigilant with his haki and the powers of the dark fruit, ready to seize control at the slightest hint of treachery. Understanding the disparity in their strengths, Law harbored no ill intentions as he diligently performed the soul repair procedure on Blackbeard. Within his surgical space, even the ethereal essence of the soul had no place to hide. The Gamma Blade, imbued with his fruit's powers, delicately traced over the ragged wounds of Blackbeard's soul, mending the torn edges. It is finally done. To inflict such damage on the soul It seemed you encountered a rather formidable opponent. Law exhaled, retracting his ability. The beads of sweat on his forehead attested to the complexity and strain of the soul surgery. As the relentless, tearing sensation faded from Blackbeard's soul, his furrowed brow relaxed. He recalled the tenacity of Sachi, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Indeed, a troublesome adversary." However, upon reflecting on Sachi's equally severe injuries, his mood lightened once more. "Let us create some commotion. It is time for the world to hear the name of the Blackbeard pirates," Blackbeard proclaimed, laughing heartily. In the opulent heart of the central city, the exclusive enclave of the nobility of the Heruan kingdom lay. A vast artificial canal separated this area from the surrounding impoverished districts, creating two entirely distinct worlds. The outer districts were bustling with the mundane affairs of humanity, where individuals toiled for essentials, embodying the warmth and chill of existence. In stark contrast, across the canal, the central city served as a paradise for the elite. The streets were wide and immaculate, with towering, magnificent edifices, and a number of servants catering to the nobility reached into the tens of thousands. Yet, this former sanctuary of the common folk welcomed an uninvited guest today. Blackbeard, accompanied by Law and members of the Heart Pirates, effortlessly dispatched the guards at the city gates, infiltrating the noble stronghold of the Heruan kingdom. The grievances of past humiliations and the insult of being taken as a concubine lingered in his mind. They've killed someone. The pirates are slaughtering people. Quickly, summon the guards to stop them. The terrified crowd screamed, scattering in panic as news spread far and wide. Blackbeard observed the chaos unfold without interference. He was ruthless and despicable. All the traits expected of a pirate were evident in him. Yet, every action he took was driven by purpose. The massacre of these innocents bore no significance. After capturing an individual to extract the locations of several noble families, Blackbeard decisively snapped the person's neck. With a resounding thud, he found his target and kicked open the door. Subsequently, he unleashed the darkness without restraint, the endless void rapidly expanding as it enveloped everything in its path. The wails and pleas for mercy echoed as all matter and life were devoured and crushed by the encroaching darkness. In a mere moment, the estate of a noble family was transformed into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. As the Heart Pirates' vessel submerged into the depths of the night, it now operated under the command of the warlord of the sea, Blackbeard. The atmosphere aboard the ship was heavy with tension. Blackbeard's slaughter of several noble families was undoubtedly motivated by more than mere vengeance. It was likely a demonstration of power intended to intimidate Law and dissuade any unwarranted thoughts. "Law, what is your opinion of Kid?" Blackbeard inquired, reclining in a chaise lounge while scrutinizing a bounty poster, directing his question towards Law. This supernova had surprised him greatly, prompting Blackbeard to contemplate recruiting crew members from this new generation of pirates. "I am not particularly acquainted with them. We lost a companion and have seldom focused on other matters throughout this journey," Law replied, leaning against the wall with his gamma blade. He then shifted the conversation, stating, "You are likely aware of my relationship with the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. We are not suited for collaborative endeavors." Law's statements were distinctly purposeful. Despite being compelled by circumstances to join Blackbeard's crew, he continued to plot his course for finding Beepo. "Doflamingo, you are indeed correct. My current position is not suitable for antagonizing Doflamingo." Blackbeard, with a glint in his eye, pondered for a moment before stating, "After we finish dealing with Kid, we will part ways. My sole purpose in becoming a Shichibukai is to leverage this identity to infiltrate Impel Down and recruit powerful allies. Rest assured, your opportunity for vengeance is not far off." Recruiting allies in Impel Down? Blackbeard has truly lost his mind. Upon hearing this notion, Law's expression shifted once more. That place is reputed as the world's most formidable prison, known as the Impenetrable Fortress. Since its establishment, only the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion has managed to escape, and he lost 2 legs in the process. "Are you serious?" Law asked, astonished. It is indeed a mad idea," Blackbeard replied with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, his laughter ceased, and he fixed a serious gaze on Law, asserting precisely because it's a mad idea. No one else would conceive of it, making it the most feasible. Wouldn't you agree? Law fell silent, choosing not to respond. In his heart, he had already resolved to distance himself from Blackbeard and lead his crew far away from this madman. What does it matter if Blackbeard's 1st Division captain is part of this reckless crew? Blackbeard, misinterpreting Law's silence as shock, erupted into laughter, blissfully unaware that this solitary ally was preparing to part ways with him. In the evening darkness, in a small town along the first half of the Grand Line, countless dismembered limbs and corpses littered the streets, now reduced to ruins. My bounty should rise again with this, cackled Kid, with his crimson, spiky hair and a sinister grin, reveling in his handiwork. Hailing from the South Blue, his ruthless nature has led to innumerable acts of slaughter and destruction, securing his position as the top bounty among the latest generation of supernovas, not merely due to strength, but rather the chaos he has wrought. The reason for his massacre in this town was simply that when he arrived for a meal, the proprietor informed him that it was too late, and only curry udon remained, inquiring if he would like to order that. Did this detestable shopkeeper not realize that curry udon was his most loathed dish? Was this not a deliberate affront to him? Kid, you truly need to temper your temper, Kira remarked to Kid, who had become increasingly irritable along their journey, unsure of how to remedy the situation. Let us go. There's nothing left to eat here, Kid retorted with a laugh, leading the way toward the shore, heedless of Kira's words. He is a pirate. Killing a few people is quite normal. Should he adopt a vegetarian lifestyle and preach? As they walked, a muffled, youthful voice emerged from the nearby ruins, causing Kid to halt. Is there a survivor? Kid turned to see a filthy young girl. Fear etched on her face, cowering behind a fragment of wall. She bore a noticeable injury on her arm, likely from exposed rebar, the previous sound having been a result of her pain. You were almost free. What an unfortunate survivor you are. Let me escort you on your way, Kid declared cruelly, manipulating his magnetic powers to draw a piece of rebar into his grasp. That's unnecessary, Kid, Kira urged from the side. I'm just having some fun. Her family is gone, so I'm merely sending her to join them, Kid replied, hurling the rebar toward the girl. As it drew near, Kid's face radiated madness and delight, as if he could already envision the splatter of blood. A voice resonated in the air. In the next moment, the girl vanished, replaced by a peanut that collided with the rebar. Who is it? Kid's excitement vanished, and he turned to the source of the voice. Trafalgar Law, are you seeking death by meddling in my affairs? Kid questioned irritably upon seeing the one who rescued the girl. In response, Law merely raised a middle finger in derision. Pirates should not be overwhelmed with compassion, Blackbeard remarked, equally surprised by Law's intervention, smiling as he addressed him. I was merely reminiscing about the past, Law replied, handing the girl over to a crew member and shrugging. Blackbeard paid little heed to Law's response. Surveying the devastated town, he turned his gaze to Kid. Such destructive capacity is rare among the supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million, and Kid's display naturally piqued Blackbeard's interest. Kid, would you consider having your crew join the Blackbeard Pirates? Blackbeard proposed directly. The Blackbeard Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Merely the lapdogs of the world government. Why do you have to recruit me? Kid scoffed at Blackbeard's invitation. He then activated his magnet fruit powers, manipulating magnetic forces and electricity to attract all metallic debris around him, forming a colossal mechanical arm. Let us show you what a true pirate is, Kid bellowed, the massive mechanical arm swinging toward Blackbeard and Law's group. Speak only if you can act. The last one standing has the power to dictate. This has always been his principle. Blackbeard shook his head, significantly diminishing his impression of Kid. Such a mindless brute would only serve as a lackey. If sent out to handle matters, he would likely botch the job. Blackbeard's hand transformed entirely into darkness as he nodded toward Law. Law instantly grasped Blackbeard's intent, releasing his surgical space and promptly tossing a peanut toward Blackbeard's palm, swiftly controlling the exchange of positions between Kid and the peanut. In the blink of an eye, Kid found himself ensnared in Blackbeard's grip. The encroaching darkness nullified Kid's powers, causing the colossal mechanical arm to disintegrate into a chaotic array of metal fragments, spiraling uncontrollably toward Blackbeard. Blackbeard was momentarily stunned, hastily unleashing a wave of darkness to intercept and consume the falling debris. He then turned to the bewildered kid, who was still trying to comprehend how he had ended up in Blackbeard's grasp, and reiterated his invitation. "Would you consider joining the Blackbeard pirates?" Kid snapped back to reality, attempting to utilize his magnetic powers to retaliate, only to discover his abilities rendered useless. "Impossible. Where are my powers?" Kid exclaimed in disbelief. "My dark fruit allows me to nullify the abilities of any devil fruit user who comes into contact with me. I will ask you one last time. Do you wish to join the Blackbeard pirates?" Blackbeard inquired, his patience wearing thin, having traveled to recruit such a mindless brute. Blackbeard felt he had made a poor investment compared to Law. Meanwhile, Kira, glancing away for a moment, witnessed Kid's sudden disappearance, only to see him abruptly captured by Blackbeard, who swiftly approached with a spinning scythe in hand. "Release Kid," Kira shouted, the scythe whirring at high speed, slicing toward Blackbeard. The nature of a captain is mirrored in that of their crew, and so it is with the insurmountable gap in strength that remains obscure between us. Blackbeard, observing Kira as he launched an attack, shook his head and spoke. Darkness, driven by his will, spread across the ground towards Kira, swiftly claiming vast territories. The overwhelming gravity momentarily hindered Kira's rapid advance, rendering him immobile, bound to the earth. "Have you made your decision? Reveal your answer to me," Blackbeard demanded, his gaze laced with menace. This reckless and arrogant supernova had already been stricken from his list of potential allies. Any continued invitation was merely a pretext to ensure that this endeavor would not yield entirely fruitless results. "I will not join any other pirate crew. From the moment I set sail, I resolved to become the Pirate King," Kira declared boldly, his triangular eyes suddenly glinting with ferocity. "Do not underestimate me, you grotesque, corpulent woman. The true essence of a pirate is that of a desperate outlaw, with their very lives bound to their belts. As a paragon among them, Kira was never lacking in the resolve to confront death. If my abilities are rendered useless, then I shall forego them." He drew a dagger from the strap across his chest and lunged fiercely at Blackbeard. "What did you say? Grotesque, corpulent woman?" Blackbeard's expression darkened. Kira's words had undoubtedly struck a painful chord. Already suffering from the torment of female-related ailments and the indirect loss of little Tiki, being openly mocked as an ugly, overweight woman ignited a fury within Blackbeard. He seized Kira's hand, veins bulging, and drove it deep into his flesh. When faced with the oncoming dagger, Blackbeard cast a disdainful glance. With one hand enveloped in armament hockey, he struck the dagger with unyielding force. The sickening sound of metal clashing rang out as the dagger splintered beneath Blackbeard's fist, which then crushed Kira's armbone with ease. "Ah!" Kira cried out in agony, but soon clenched his teeth, silencing himself, meeting Blackbeard's gaze with defiance. He might falter, but he would never concede defeat. "Why do you bear such an infuriating expression, despite your pitiful weakness?" Blackbeard taunted cruelly as he continued to extend the darkness, engulfing and crushing all of Kira's crew before him. The sound of whales' cries and shattering bones painted a hellish scene, yet Blackbeard remained unperturbed, even smiling. Compared to Kira's brutality, Blackbeard clearly held the upper hand. "Kia, I shall assuredly kill you. You will experience the suffering of Kira and all members of the Blackbeard pirates. You shall accompany Kira to the grave." Kia cleared a black bath, watching as the darkness consumed him piece by piece, his rage spilling forth in a torrent of curses. However, given his limited vocabulary, he could only repeat a few phrases, a futile display of impotent fury typical of the weak. Blackbeard, observing Kira's desperate outburst, felt his mood lift considerably. After summoning a fruit from the Red Heart Pirates, he plunged his arm forcefully into Kira's chest, crushing his heart. Simultaneously, he activated the powers of the Yami Nami, drawing forth the mysterious energy still lingering within Kira and binding it to the fruit in his hand. Before the astonished gaze of the Red Heart Pirates, the fruit quickly transformed into the Paramecia-type Magu Nami, that Kira had once consumed. Can he truly deprive others of their devil fruits? Does this mean that, should he desire, my Nami could also fall in his grasp? Law was left in shock at this revelation, his perception of Blackbeard's threat elevating significantly. Blackbeard, satisfied with the stunned expressions of the Red Heart pirates, mused that they would surely think twice before defying him now. Surely, his recruitment progress must now be deemed acceptable. Law, we shall part ways here. You continue your search for your lost comrades, and I will notify you should an opportunity to enter impel down arise. Blackbeard handed Law a communication snail, having grown indifferent to the notion of recruiting supernovas after the demise of Kira. With so many supernovas throughout history, how many truly managed to remain at the forefront of times? Individuals as remarkable as Law were, but a rare few. What he aimed to do now was to patiently await the tides of the ocean, seeking a chance to gather formidable allies, and then strike when the moment was ripe. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates had reached Gaia Island in a peaceful journey after leaving Sabaody. They encountered Uncle Corey, who had confirmed the existence of the Sky Island and wished to witness it firsthand. Accompanied by Uncle Corey, they successfully boarded the ascending current and entered the Sky Island without incident. Due to Beepo having dealt with Enel prior to their arrival, the Straw Hat crew's adventure in the Sky Island turned out to be a whimsical journey. They marveled at the enormous statue of the White Bear, the legendary Golden Land of Shandora, experienced the customs and culture of Angel Island, and savored the delectable cuisine vastly different from the Blue Sea, all culminating in a simple yet joyous conclusion to their Sky Island escapade. As Blackbeard ended Kira's life, the Straw Hat Pirates had already arrived at Water 7. With funds acquired from encounters with several pirate crews engaging in underhanded dealings, they sought to repair the Going Merry, only to be met with the disheartening news that the ship was beyond repair. Reluctantly, they had to abandon it for safety's sake. Meanwhile, Usopp had also distanced himself from the crew and had a duel with Luffy. At this moment, Usopp, bandaged and clutching a pile of planks, was desperately attempting to patch up the Going Merry, hoping to salvage their companion who had journeyed alongside them. "Stop wasting your efforts. Here, and here," Frankie exclaimed, pulling Usopp away as he surveyed the numerous repair marks on the Going Merry. Ultimately, he shoved Usopp into the water, declaring, "The keel is cracked. This ship is beyond saving." He did not grasp the emotional bond between the Straw Hat crew and the Going Merry, but as a skilled shipwright, he could not allow a vessel destined for demise to set sail again. That would be an irresponsible act toward the lives of its passengers and a grave insult to the profession of shipbuilding. "Get away from me. The Going Merry will be fine." Usopp resisted, tears brimming in his eyes as he shook off Frankie's grasp, obsessively continuing to hammer and nail at the ship's myriad of fractures. The Going Merry was a gift from Miss Kaya, and throughout their journey, it had become more than just a ship. It was a true companion. Why can't my skills be better? Perhaps then I could save the Going Merry and fulfill everyone's dreams alongside it. I apologize for interrupting you during your busy time. Just as Frankie was about to offer more advice, CP9 burst into the dock, having successfully obtained the ancient weapon Pluton blueprints. "What are you doing?" Frankie shouted in anger, rushing towards CP9 as he witnessed his subordinate being kicked aside. Iron block. Just as Frankie's fist was about to connect with Califa, Bruno stepped in to block the blow. Seeing this, Frankie immediately redirected his other fist to strike Bruno's face, his modified steel fist rendering Bruno momentarily dazed. "Bruno, what are you trying to accomplish?" Frankie inquired, gripping Bruno's head. Frankie, still unaware of their CP9 identities, merely perceives Bruno as an ordinary bar owner. Bruno, unwilling to be outdone, similarly grips Frankie's face. However, as Frankie exerts more force, he ultimately lifts Bruno off the ground. Under the sting of pain, Bruno instinctively prepares to retaliate with a finger gun, only to be swiftly halted by a comrade, who easily topples Frankie with a single kick. After rendering Usopp unconscious upon witnessing this scene, CP9 takes Frankie away, preparing to report back. Following the destruction of Mary Geos, the world government urgently seeks every means to enhance its strength, and the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton are among their most pressing needs. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions encounter the injured mayor, Iceberg, who has narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. Are you not in search of an exceptional shipwright to join your crew? If possible, take Frankie with you. He, like me, is a disciple of the shipwright Tom. Unlike me, the mayor, he has never abandoned his craft and is undoubtedly the finest shipwright here, Iceberg explains, having treated his wounds with Chopper's assistance. Upon learning that Frankie is also a disciple of Tom, the legendary shipwright who crafted ships for the pirate King Roger, Luffy immediately declares his intention to have him aboard as a comrade. After discovering the injured Usopp in the dock, they receive news of Frankie's abduction by CP9 and successfully infiltrate the sea train before its departure. Utilizing his devil fruit ability to mimic, Frankie is freed from his captors by Kaku, and, just as in the original tale, the Straw Hat Pirates engage in battle with CP9. However, at this moment, CP9 has yet to consume their devil fruits. The conflict unfolds aboard the moving sea train. In this encounter, Kaku faces off against Luffy, while Frankie takes Nami's place to confront Khalifa. Finger gun. Kaku's silhouette vanishes and reappears before Luffy, rapidly puncturing his body with multiple strikes. Storm leg. Seizing the opportunity as Luffy coughs up blood, Kaku delivers a devastating kick to Luffy's abdomen. Bang! Luffy is sent careening backward, crashing into several rows of seats before coming to a halt. With such feeble strength, I cannot fathom how you insignificant pirates dare to obstruct the world government's affairs. Kaku remarks, observing the panting Luffy struggling to prop himself up. This is the first time he has encountered such a reckless pirate eager for death. Kaku points a finger at Luffy and unleashes a flying finger gun. In a split second, the air compresses, generating a shockwave that hurtles toward Luffy. Just in the nick of time, Luffy's body emits steam and vanishes from sight, evading the attack. Indeed, your inability to perceive my speed stems from the explosive force of my rapid footwork, a technique I have replicated using my devil fruit ability, which I have dubbed second gear, Luffy proclaims, his body enveloped in pink steam. The Marine 6 style Zoro, you learned it after just one glance? Quite the talent, yet before me, you remain too weak. Kaku, both astonished and skeptical, maintains a facade of calm. Flying finger gun fire. Kaku snaps his fingers, igniting the air through swift friction, sending a fiery projectile toward Luffy. Goma Goma no, Gatling gun. Luffy dodges this attack and swiftly closes the distance to Kaku, unleashing a barrage of punches. Paper drawing. Kaku's form becomes as thin as paper, evading all of Luffy's strikes propelled by the gusts of wind from his punches, before closing in on Luffy. Finger puncture. Kaku's hands swiftly create a multitude of afterimages, launching a deluge of finger strikes toward Luffy. Under the relentless barrage of Kaku's attacks, Luffy, like a sheet of paper, effortlessly evades each assault. Another mimicry. Are you here for a lesson? Kaku's expression darkens as he realizes Luffy's capabilities. Determined to end this battle swiftly, Kaku employs Soru to close the distance to Luffy. As Luffy attempts to evade, Kaku's legs contort unnaturally, ensnaring Luffy and preventing his escape. Maximum wheel. Kaku presses his fists against Luffy's body, channeling every ounce of strength from his cells into his fists before unleashing a devastating blow. Six King puncture. Bang! Kaku's attack pierces through Luffy, creating a powerful shockwave that tears through the train car, demonstrating the immense damage inflicted upon Luffy. After executing this move, Kaku, breathless, turns to depart, but Luffy's voice rings out behind him. Ugh! Luffy roars, rising once more with a fierce expression directed at Kaku. Gomu Gomu no, get Gatling. Luffy grits his teeth, channeling energy from within his cells to his hands, unleashing a chaotic flurry of punches toward Kaku. Unlike the previous ordinary Gatling gun, this jet Gatling, fueled by his entire body's energy, moves so swiftly that the punches leave no visible trace, only a massive shockwave erupting before him. This is a derivative technique of life return. Are you truly here to learn from me? Kaku's expression turns blank, his pupils constricting to pinpoints. The most formidable CP9 in 800 years? Surely, this title is a jest. Iron block. Amidst the cacophony of shockwaves, Kaku tightens his muscles. In the next instant, countless invisible punches rain down upon him like a torrential downpour, causing him to spew blood as his consciousness begins to fade. How alarming. To witness a freak who learns while battling and masters techniques in a single attempt. I need to take a nap. In another compartment, Zoro, having not faced Mr. One, finds himself in a challenging duel against Kaku, having entered the realm of steel. Three-sword style, bullhorn. Zoro charges forward, mimicking the sharp horns of a bull as he unleashes a series of slashes at Kaku. Iron block, no blind spots. Despite being able to block the attacks with his sword, Kaku remains unharmed, employing the iron block technique from 6 styles. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds resonates. Kaku's body glimmers with a metallic sheen as he withstands Zoro's strikes without injury. Useless. Your attacks cannot harm me, Kaku states calmly, with a hint of malice in his tone. He then relentlessly overwhelms Zoro with a flurry of sword strikes and swift kicks, forcing Zoro to endure the onslaught. Damn it! Why can't my sword cut him? The sword is a swordsman's most intimate companion and weapon. If one cannot even breach the defenses of their opponent, there is little reason to continue the battle. In Zoro's mind flashed the scene of Hawk Eye's Mihawk effortlessly severing a massive ship with a single stroke, alongside the memory of their clash, where swords collided with astounding force. The edge of Hawk Eye's blade was extraordinarily sharp, indicating that the disparity was not merely a matter of craftsmanship. There was something deeper that Zoro had overlooked, as he defended against Kaku's chaotic blade strikes and swirling kicks. Strategies swirled in his mind, with every detail replaying in vivid succession. Suddenly, a profound stillness enveloped his surroundings, as if he had ascended to a divine vantage point, where every object became crystal clear, revealing even their intricate internal structures. Yes, indeed, everything possesses its vulnerabilities. By targeting these weaknesses, anything can be effortlessly cleaved asunder. Santoryu, 108-pound phoenix. Zoro's gaze sharpened. Upon emerging from this moment of enlightenment, a tempest of chaotic blade strikes disrupted Kaku's offensive rhythm. Santoryu, tiger hunt. Zoro's 3 swords charged at different angles, unleashing successive strikes imbued with tiger-shaped sword energy towards Kaku. Not all, young man, your attack. Kaku began, crossing his swords to brace for the oncoming assault. However, before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound resonated as his 2 katanas were severed as if they were mere butter. How is that possible? Kaku's expression shifted drastically, and he swiftly employed one of the 6 forms, Iron Body, preparing to absorb the blow as he had before. As the metallic sheen flickered past him, Zoro's strike fell immediately. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed as the 3 tiger-shaped sword energies effortlessly breached the Iron Body's defenses, leaving gashes on Kaku akin to tiger claws, deep enough to reveal bone. Cough! Kaku collapsed, blood spilling as he fell. I concede, swordsman, your strikes are formidable, he acknowledged gracefully, accepting his defeat with remarkable composure. Devil Wind Foot, the finishing touch. At the moment Zoro triumphed over Kaku, Sanji dispatched the wounded Gabra with a fiery kick. Similarly, after a fierce battle, Frankie's metallic fist overcame Bruno, who wielded the door fruit. Among them, Frankie seemed to have the easiest time. After imitating the fruit's abilities to approach Califa, he unleashed a series of flamboyant yet effective punches, swiftly subduing his opponent with minimal effort. Soon, the victorious warriors, battered yet resolute, converged in a carriage. Hey, Mosshead, I didn't expect you to have defeated your opponent too. I thought you would need my assistance, Sanji remarked, observing Zoro, who was covered in dust. Despite the pain in his legs, he puffed out a smoke ring, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Shut up, Curlybrow. I dispatched my opponent with ease, Zoro retorted furiously. Luffy and Frankie, witnessing the tattered state of their companions, who were nonetheless boasting about their effortless victories, were at a loss for words. Luffy-san, you all are amazing. I just finished off my opponent. At that moment, the impeccably dressed Frankie, his flamboyant makeup unscathed but slightly wrinkled, approached with delight. The bickering Sanji and Zoro fell silent upon seeing Frankie's appearance, sheepishly rubbing their noses. All right, now we just need Chopper and Usopp. Let's go find them, Luffy declared. Counting heads. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar erupted from the front carriage. What was that? The group turned to see a colossal monster with horns burst through the carriage as the sea train was abruptly severed. The rear carriages losing power and gradually coming to a halt. A few minutes earlier, the timid Chopper and Usopp had tucked themselves beneath the rear seats of the carriage. Usopp, everyone is waiting for you to return. Once the battle is over, you should reconcile with Luffy, Chopper urged. Stop it. I only came along to avenge the beating we took at the shipyard. Don't get all sentimental. Despite his concern for their safety, Usopp, frustrated by Luffy's abandonment of the Mary, snapped back with a scowl. Usopp, we all miss the Mary too, Chopper attempted to reason, but just then, a voice interrupted. Hiding, are we? There are two little mice here. The figure of the headless bird pointed beneath the seats. Where? Where? Let me see. The lion-like figure leaned down, peering through the gap. Indeed, he discovered Usopp and Chopper concealed beneath. Clever hiding, but unfortunately for you, you've been found, the lion-like figure declared, his disheveled hair extending towards them. Usopp, run. We've been discovered. Chopper shouted in panic, swiftly scurrying away, but just a few steps in, he heard Usopp's voice urging him to stop. Hey, monster, put me down. Usopp dangled in midair, ensnared by the lion's long hair. Although terrified, he had grown from their adventures and took out his slingshot, firing a projectile at the lion. Bang! The projectile struck the lion's body. I've been hit. I'm going to die. The lion stiffened, clutching his chest, but the next moment his expression morphed, revealing a metallic sheen as he laughed. Unfortunately, you won't die. How is it that he isn't unscathed? Usopp and Chopper were left in stunned disbelief at the sight of the iron body. This is one of the Navy's 6 forms, iron body, which significantly enhances a person's defensive capabilities. After enduring a millennium on the mountain and another at sea, under the guidance of a master, I have finally reached the level where I can control every cell of my body. The lion-like figure reveled in their astonishment, demonstrating the artful control of his wild hair, striking various poses as he explained. One incredible feeling. Usopp and Chopper gulped, unable to fathom the terror of a technique honed over such a lengthy period. Actually, he is only 34. This technique, the ultimate mastery of the Navy's 6 forms, is called Life Return. The headless bird chimed in, quickly zipping his mouth shut under the lion's disapproving gaze. Knowing it is of no consequence, Life Return, lion's finger gun. The lion, now irritated by the revelation, abandoned his playful demeanor. His wildly thrashing hair transformed into numerous fingers, lunging towards the suspended Usopp, who was unable to evade. Usopp, Chopper, witnessing the imminent danger, quickly swallowed a rumble ball to complete his transformation and dashed towards Usopp, desperate to save him before the attack landed. Your opponent is me. Headless Bird's wild fist. The headless bird intervened, blocking Chopper's path with erratic punches. In that moment, Chopper's delay allowed the lion's finger guns to rain down upon the helpless Usopp. Thud, thud, thud. The barrage of finger guns battered Usopp's body, causing him to sink into unconsciousness. Yet the lion showed no signs of stopping, continuing his relentless assault. Usopp, as Xiaoba observed the scene, his subordinates immediately intensified their efforts. However, the Yin Wutoing's defense proved remarkably formidable. Even though Xiaoba's hooves struck its body, the outcome remained uncertain for the time being. Step aside, Xiaoba exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he addressed the Yin Wutoing blocking his path. If this injury was not swiftly halted, Usopp would undoubtedly perish. I cannot allow you to pass. Cha-ba-ba, super spinning iron ball. The Yin Wutoing resolutely decided to obstruct Xiaoba, simultaneously utilizing its iron block while spinning rapidly towards him. Usopp had no other choice. Blue wave ball. Xiaoba glanced at Usopp, his gaze sharpening, and quickly retrieved 2 blue wave balls, crushing and swallowing them. In the next moment, after consuming 3 unpredictable blue wave balls that transcended his limits, an immense surge of energy overwhelmed his consciousness, causing his body to expand rapidly as Xiaoba entered a berserk state. His colossal form instantly shattered the carriage, and his weight bisected the sea train, even causing cracks to appear on the iron tracks above the water, producing ominous sounds under the strain. Illo! An ethereal and terrifying roar echoed across the sky. Confronted by the Yin Wu towing, which had transformed into a metallic sphere hurtling towards him, Xiaoba effortlessly swatted it away, sending it crashing far beyond recognition. Monster! The lion-like Xiong Shi Wei Qi, witnessing Xiaoba's rampage, cautiously retreated after abandoning Usopp, fearful of making a sound that might alert the colossal beast. Yet in the next instant, Xiaoba swung his fist down towards him. Iron block steel. Xiong Shi Wei Qi hastily activated his defensive skill, the only one among CP9 members who had refined his iron block to the realm of steel. Bang! The massive fist struck Xiong Shi Wei Qi, and despite employing his most confident defensive technique, he still bled profusely and lost consciousness under Xiaoba's overwhelming force. Bang! Bang! In his berserk state, Xiaoba did not cease his assault, relentlessly delivering blow after blow to Xiong Shi Wei Qi in a brutal manner. With a resounding crack, the tracks finally succumbed to Xiaoba's immense strength, resulting in a series of carriages, along with those who had rushed to the scene, plunging into the sea. As a devil fruit user, Luffy and Frankie sank towards the seabed, ultimately being dragged to safety by Zoro and Sanji. That's Xiaoba. And Usopp, hey, Frankie, hurry to rescue them. Luffy, perched on Zoro's back, called out to Frankie upon spotting Usopp floating on the water and Xiaoba, now transformed, submerged in the sea. Leave it to me. Frankie twisted his wrists and launched his arms towards Usopp and Xiaoba, grasping them and pulling them back. Considering the distance from the shore, do we have to swim back? And Frankie, even if you don't look like this, I would never abandon you. Sanji, carrying Frankie, floated on the water and shouted at Frankie, who had transformed into a woman. Are you questioning my character? Frankie responded, but there was no choice. The tracks were broken, and they could only swim back. Zoro, carrying Luffy, spoke up, having already exhausted much energy in the previous battle. Now, he had to swim back to Water 7 with someone on his back, uncertain if he could manage it. Look over there. Just then, with a high vantage point, Luffy suddenly spotted a very familiar ship drifting towards them across the sea. Mary. A look of delight spread across Luffy's face as he waved his arms at the approaching Mary. How is this possible? In disbelief, the Straw Hat crew watched as the unmanned Mary sailed directly towards them. Ultimately, the Mary returned everyone safely to the port of Water 7. Just as the last person disembarked, the Mary suddenly emitted a crisp sound, splitting open with a massive crack. Mary, Usopp, and Xiaoba also gradually regained consciousness, witnessing this scene and shouting at the Mary. I am truly happy to have shared so many joyful moments with everyone, but sadly, this is my final journey with you. An ethereal voice echoed from nowhere, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Mary, upon hearing this voice, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates were brought to tears, reminiscing about the countless adventures shared with Mary. It is said that only ships that have experienced heartfelt companionship can give rise to ship spirits, allowing it to depart peacefully. It can no longer travel safely with you. Frankie advised Luffy and the crew, having remained silent since the unmanned Mary appeared before them. He had only heard the tale of ship spirits in stories, and this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand, revealing the deep bond between Luffy and the Mary. Yet, this was a ship destined to sink, a companion fated to be lost. Mary, as they watched the Mary split in two and heard the ethereal farewell, even if Usopp was reluctant, he had to accept the reality that the Mary had reached the end of its life. With Luffy casting aside a torch, the Mary slowly sank beneath the waves amidst the tearful farewells of the crew. Due to the Straw Hat crew rescuing Frankie, despite their insufficient funds, Frankie decided to craft a ship from Adam's tree as a gesture of gratitude. As for Luffy's invitation, Frankie did not hesitate to decline. He had the protection of his mentor, Mayor Iceberg, in Water 7 and companions from the Frankie family to care for. What need was there to set sail and become a pirate? In the following days, Frankie poured all his efforts into creating a perfect masterpiece that showcased his skills at their peak. This is the new ship I have crafted for you. Now, it is time to witness a miracle. On the day the new ship was launched, Frankie brought everyone to a mysterious colossal object covered with a tarp. As he spoke, he removed the tarp. Wow, this is amazing. What a beautiful ship. It's so big. The crew expressed their admiration, especially Luffy and Xiaoba, whose eyes sparkled with wonder. "This is my magnum opus, and I have named it the Thousand Sunny." Seeing the crew's satisfaction, Frankie joyfully introduced the ship's features and his design additions. "Now that the new ship is ready, you may set sail. I wish you all the best in fulfilling your dreams." At the port, Frankie concluded his words and turned to leave the ship. Luffy and the others exchanged knowing smiles. In the next moment, as if in unison, the crew sprang into action, swiftly overpowering Frankie and binding him. Luffy's arms and legs stretched around him, wrapping him tightly. "Hey, you bunch of bastards, let me go." Frankie, firmly restrained on the deck, protested, though he did not exert much effort in his struggle. When the Thousand Sunny was just completed, Iceberg had come to speak with him privately. The world government would not allow the design of the ancient weapon Pluton, a dangerous item, to circulate freely. They would undoubtedly go to great lengths to obtain it. Even if he had destroyed it in front of them, it would be futile. The world government would never permit anyone who had seen the blueprints, potentially capable of constructing Pluton, to remain unmonitored. If he were to remain in Shishuei-Jidu, both the city and his companions would undoubtedly be adversely affected, plunging them into an endless abyss of peril. In truth, he was prepared to join the Straw Hat Pirates, a crew capable of giving birth to a ship spirit, ensuring that life aboard would be anything but mundane. However, having previously declined their invitation, he felt a pang of pride that held him back. Being taken away in such a passive manner did not seem too bad after all. "Uncle Iceberg, everyone, please take care of Frankie for us." Luffy waved goodbye to Mayor Iceberg and Frankie's adoring fans on the shore. "Frankie, big brother, we will miss you." The Frankie family bid a tearful farewell. Mayori Sebe, true to his name, simply observed in silence. The Thousand Sunny let out a horn, bidding farewell to their friends in Shishuei-Jidu, as its power system roared to life and the ship began to move slowly. At that moment, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. "I am delighted to continue this journey with all of you. Let us set sail towards our dreams together." An ethereal and delicate voice resonated, as an unseen shadow flitted across the deck of the Thousand Sunny, brushing past each person. "Mary, it's Mary." Usopp, still haunted by the sinking of the Mary, burst into tears upon hearing its voice again and confirmed to those aboard the ship, "We heard it too." "Oh, Mary. Haha, Mary. Welcome back." The Straw Hat crew joyfully rolled on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, celebrating the return of their long-lost companion. Only Frankie, forcibly taken aboard, gazed thoughtfully at the scene unfolding before him. So, is the ship spirit actually the essence? Is the ship merely a backup? Contemplating this, Frankie hesitantly suggested, "Should we continue to call this ship Mary?" "I concur." Agreed. Ensuring that the ship spirit of Mary could accompany the Straw Hat crew on their adventures was naturally the work of Mobai. This was his first encounter with a harmonious and mysterious creation in this world. It was akin to a splendid melody that captivated the heart, yet it was equally fragile. Just as it was about to fade into silence, Mobai decisively intervened, leaving behind this harmonious sound. Reflecting on it, he infused some solar energy from his vibrant bloodline into it, enhancing its strength, allowing it to possess a degree of self-preservation in this world. Thus, it returned to the side of the Straw Hat crew. Having taken 2 of their companions, he now returned 2 in a fair exchange that highlighted his professionalism. Montakbai, who orchestrated all of this from the shadows, saw no need to keep a close watch on the Straw Hat crew. The ship spirit now served as his eyes, granting him immediate awareness of all that transpired. At this moment, Mobai's figure appeared elsewhere. "Is this Impel Down?" He mused, indeed, a testament to the wealth of the world government. Mobai stealthily maneuvered through the spatial crevices, traversing the first level of the Red Lotus Hell in Impel Down. Observing the prisoners being chased by poisonous spiders and guards, darting amidst the sword trees and needle grass, he couldn't help but scoff at the waste. With so many physically capable prisoners sprinting about, if they were taken out to work, how many construction teams could they rival? Moreover, they wouldn't even need to be paid. Their meals would be provided. They were blissfully unaware of the treasure trove of labor at their disposal. It was often said that the mind of the Kaizoku Kuni's teacher Kai was lacking, yet it appeared that the architects of this prison were even less astute. Mobai meandered through the narrow corridors of the prison, feeling regretful for the squandered labor force. Yet he held no strong opinions on the guards torturing these prisoners with punishment. Occasionally, out of curiosity, he would slip into chase after the prisoners for a while. Those captured here were no innocents. Even the ones confined to the first level were ruthless, violent individuals who would kill without hesitation. Their confinement was merely due to their weaker strength and the lesser destruction they caused to the public. The punishment they received was well-deserved. The same principle applied in Tsurima, albeit with labor replacing physical punishment, creating more value for the masses from their useless existence. Mobai strolled through the passageway with a purpose. In his mind, the Marineford War would inevitably unfold, and Blackbeard would come to impel down, seeking powerful allies. Given that all of his veteran members had perished, his recruitment targets would likely be more numerous this time. Being committed to establishing a harmonious society, Mobai would not allow the most vicious criminals imprisoned here to escape and pose a threat to the innocent citizens at sea. His purpose for being here was to eliminate potential hazards and prepare a surprise for Blackbeard. Suddenly, an unusual sound in the distance caused Mobai to pause, his expression shifting to one of concern. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he phased through the wall, concealing himself within the spatial rift to observe a new kind of spectacle he had never witnessed before. A whip cracked against a prisoner bound and suspended in midair, eliciting an immediate scream of agony. The hair-covered eyes of the small Suddy glistened with interest as she licked her lips upon hearing the prisoneress wails. Spare me," the prisoner begged in desperation. Yet the more he screamed and pleaded, the more Suddy seemed to revel in his torment. Whether out of interest or inclination, she took great pleasure in her interrogation work. A guard stationed at the door contemplated speaking, but upon hearing the cries, ultimately chose silence. It was only when the prisoner was rendered unconscious from the lashes that Suddy reluctantly ceased her actions. "Take him away. Rest assured, I left him with a breath," she remarked, noting the guard's hesitation. The two guards at the door said nothing in response, lowering their heads as they dragged the unconscious prisoner away with an air of haste. Suddy is too ruthless. She didn't even ask the prisoner any questions. "This is clearly intentional, merely to indulge her peculiar fetish," one guard whispered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead once they were far enough away. "Perhaps it was accidental?" The other guard offered hesitantly. "You, a newcomer, wouldn't understand. In my years here, I've never seen Suddy ask a prisoner questions. This is undoubtedly a deliberate oversight," the first guard asserted, drawing upon his experience to conclude the matter. The second guard shrank back, falling silent. It was as if a mental stimulus had struck him. Along the way, he could not help but tremble at the sight of the matronly guard beast, shaking like a leaf. After the guards departed, Suddy leaned against the table, trembling as she relished the memories of her previous experience. Meanwhile, Mobai, who had been observing the torturous performance, ensured that the door to the interrogation room was locked from the inside before revealing himself before Suddy. "Would you care to play a game? However, let us switch roles from earlier," he proposed, his gaze sweeping across the implements of torture in the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. His fingers gently caressed the line of Suddy's jaw as he inquisitively inquired. Such a scenario, in this environment, was something he had never experienced with Robin. Before it even began, his emotions were already stirred. The intruder caught little Suddy off guard as she suddenly saw Mobai appear before her. She was bewildered, unable to comprehend why an intruder would manifest here so stealthily. Although she knew she should call for the guards to apprehend him, her body's reaction left her in a state of confusion, compelling her to continue with the unfolding drama. "What will you do now?" Little Suddy exhaled, her face flushed. Such behavior and words unmistakably revealed her intentions. At this juncture, Mobai had no reason to let her off easily. Little Suddy had an abundance of items in the interrogation room: silk cloths, an array of clips, overwhelming in variety. Although Mobai had never encountered this kind of group before, he was, after all, a product of the information explosion era. Understanding often hinges merely on the experience of practice. And now, Mobai was presented with an opportunity for such practice. Soon, the interrogation room was filled with the agonizing screams of its original occupant. observing little Suddy, who had fainted before even taking the stage. Mo pondered for a moment in exchange for the legacy of the star child Soraka from the system. Ding! You have obtained the legacy of the star child Soraka. Soraka was a wanderer from the celestial realm. She relinquished her immortal divinity to protect the mortal races from the harm of their own violent instincts. She extended compassion and mercy to everyone she encountered. Subsequently, Mo placed his hand on little Suddy, and an emerald glow began to envelop her body, visibly restoring her to her original state. Watching this familiar scene unfold, Montauk instinctively uttered, Optimitza. Soraka's healing was comprehensive. Under the influence of her restorative abilities, little Suddy quickly regained her composure. The first thing she did upon waking was gaze at the implements laid out on the interrogation table. Noticing little Suddy's reaction, Mo immediately felt displeased. You fainted in delight while I was left here, waiting? Let's set these things aside. I am quite irked at the moment. As he spoke, Mo swept the items off the table and covered little Suddy's mouth to silence her. Surely, his ascended form, refined by the power of the sun, was far more formidable than these items. Thus, under Mo's repeated optimization and healing, little Suddy found herself incapable of even fainting. With the next scene ahead feeling hauntingly familiar. Optimize. Master, I am so tired, little Suddy lamented, lying limply on the table, almost pleading. Then let us allow you some rest, Mo said, his fingers gently twirling through her hair, his tone benevolent in response to her soft entreaty. Having unlocked a new gameplay mechanism in the oppressive depths of the underwater prison, Mo felt remarkably relaxed. After tidying up the scene and learning the whereabouts of Deputy Warden Hannibal from little Suddy, Mo departed the interrogation room. His target this time was Hannibal. In the original narrative, this man, who was enthralled by women and harbored great ambition, always sought to shift all responsibility onto his superior, Magellan, in hopes of usurping the position for himself. Although such thoughts revealed his unworthy character, it was worth noting that Hannibal merely contemplated these ideas without taking action. When faced with Blackbeard's invasion of the city, he still managed to rise again, even after sustaining severe injuries, driven by a resolve to fight until his body could no longer stand. He was an imperfect minor character, yet possessed a resilient will and an inner steadfastness akin to a major figure. How enviable! Hannibal sat in a grand, imposing chair, his face dark as a demon as he rested his chin on his hand, envisioning various scenarios of himself ascending to the position of warden. The deputy warden's role was a stepping stone to that of the warden. One day, it will be mine, Hannibal replied nonchalantly. He never concealed his ambitions, even in front of Warden Magellan, often carelessly voicing his desire to replace him. Seeing this, Tomino chose not to comment further. Such scenes had played out countless times here. Warden Magellan spent most of his day alone in the vast toilet, detoxing, while Hannibal would seize any opportunity to be in this space, savoring the position he so dearly coveted. The underwater prison was predominantly tranquil, with new inmates arriving at fixed intervals each month. Truth be told, Hannibal had spent more time in the warden's office than anyone else, as he lost himself in fantasies. Mo following the route provided by little Suddy, approached and provocatively asked, "Do you desire to usurp Magellan's position, Warden Hannibal?" Hannibal immediately wore a foolish expression, imagining himself as warden, basking in the adulation of the masses. Simultaneously, Tomino, hearing this, instantly became alert, scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice, all while pressing against the wall and activating the alarm bell. Ding, ding, ding. A series of piercing bells echoed throughout the city, snapping Hannibal from his reverie. He quickly grabbed his trident. An intruder? Or perhaps a prisoner attempting to escape the city? Hannibal, gripping his trident, cautiously surveyed the area, his serious demeanor reflecting his determination. "Whoever you may be, I will not allow you to escape. Surrender at once." In response to their vigilance, Mo stepped forth from a spatial rift, addressing Hannibal once more. "Do you wish to claim the position of warden you have long coveted? Intruder, I shall personally seize the position of warden. For now, remain in prison." Hannibal disregarded Mo's words and lunged at him with his trident. Like trying to strike a reflection in water, Hannibal's attack proved ineffective, passing directly through Bai's form. Undeterred, he swung his trident again, only to find the same result. A devil fruit user? Observing this, Tomino cautiously retreated to a blind spot, inching closer to Bai, and from behind, she lunged at him with a pair of sea stone handcuffs. Got you. As she approached without evasion, a triumphant smile spread across Tomino's face, only for the next moment to freeze her expression in shock. The anticipated contact never materialized. Bai's figure seemed to exist outside the realm of reality. In an instant, Tomino, propelled by her momentum, passed through him and fell toward the ground. Bai reached out, catching Tomino and preventing her face from hitting the ground. Be careful. Don't ruin your looks. The expected pain never came, and upon hearing his words, Tomino froze in surprise. Realizing she had been saved by Bai and was even being admonished, leaving her bewildered. Aren't we trying to capture you? Is this really okay? Thank you. Tomino exclaimed, finally regaining her senses. She then swiftly secured the handcuffs around Bai's wrist. You be careful too. I'm the chief guard here. Given that you seem decent, I will afford you some leniency once you are inside. Tomino tidied her clothes and nodded. Well done. Tomino, take him down now. The great city of Tujin has suffered an incursion by formidable foes. Under the leadership of the illustrious Vita Hannibal, the warden, the intruders have been successfully apprehended. With such an achievement, the position of warden surely draws closer to him, does it not? Ahaha! As Hannibal spoke, he envisioned his ascension to the role of warden, laughing heartily with hands on his hips. Hey, you should wait until I leave before claiming credit. I am still here. Tamanu could not help but interject, covering her face in exasperation. The work environment here is problematic. The superior might not be seen for an entire month, while this second-in-command is preoccupied with thoughts of usurping the top position. Do not act as though I'm not present, Malbai called out, drawing the attention of the two. In their astonished gaze, he casually slipped his hands through the handcuffs. Observing the handcuffs he had passed through, Malbai was perplexed. These should be standard issue within the prison. Yet they were conspicuously absent from the prop pile on Xiao Sudiy's side. I shall not be returning these handcuffs, Malbai declared, shaking his head. He then stashed the handcuffs into his spatial ring, planning to experiment with them further when he next encountered Xiao Sudi. The Hailu stone is ineffective against you. Hannibal and Tamino looked at Malbai in shock. It was evident he possessed a unique ability that rendered him impervious to attacks, even dismissing the Hailu stone's counter against those with powers. The next moment, they were reminded of the legendary figure in the sea, the wind goddess Nami. Despite her extraordinary abilities, is not classified as a power wielder. A terrifying entity who at the tender age of 16 defeated the infamous pirate Jean Shitsi. To be candid, I have come to Tujin to kill, Malbai announced to the stupefied duo. Whom do you intend to kill? Hannibal's throat constricted slightly. He was uncertain if Magellan could withstand such a being. However, it was likely that those deemed divine upon the seas would not be able to endure. Which prisoner on the third level? Before Malbai could finish, Hannibal hastily inquired. Just one or two prisoners, he said calmly, eager to expedite Malbai's departure. None shall remain below the third level. Malbai replied unflinchingly. All. Hannibal was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face. How many prisoners resided below the third level? Moreover, the denizens of the sixth level, the infinite hell, were notorious for their brutality, mere whispers of their existence erased from history. Even the merciless Shilio would not dare to make such a claim. The faint smile that had lingered on Malbai's face transformed into a chilling emblem of ruthlessness. Impossible. If that were the case, what purpose does Tujin serve? I can personally arrange for you 2 or 3 prisoners from the 5th level. Hannibal's expression was one of fury, yet he recognized that none of his tactics could threaten Malbai. It was better to negotiate than face annihilation. I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you, Malbai stated, a lantern with a hook chain appearing in his hand. Consider this a gift, Warden Hannibal. With that, Malbai hurled it toward Hannibal and vanished into the ethereal rift. Instinctively, Hannibal caught the lantern. In the next moment, a torrent of dark and malevolent mist erupted from it, enveloping Hannibal entirely. Deputy Warden, Tamanu cried anxiously, attempting to rush in to rescue him. But the ominous aura of the black mist forced her back against the wall in despair. Ding! Hannibal has acquired the soul lock of the Warden's Hammerstone. The brutal and cunning Hammerstone hailed from the Isle of Shadows, perpetually ambitious and tireless. He had once guarded countless secrets, disintegrating flesh and bone under a power that transcended life and death. Moments later, the black mist retreated into the lantern, revealing Hannibal once more. "Deputy Warden, are you all right?" Tamanu approached with concern. "I am unharmed," Hannibal replied, shaking his head at Tamanu, glancing at the chain lantern in his grasp, and discarding his previous weapon, the trident. "Let's proceed. Even if we cannot halt him, we cannot remain idle, can we?" Hannibal stated, grasping the lantern as he exited the warden's office. Heading toward the colossal lift leading to the third level below, he was eager to test whether he truly possessed such power. If so, this underwater prison would indeed be rendered unnecessary. He himself would become a prison. Without needing to search for a passage, Mabai traversed directly through the earth, descending to the third level, the abyss of hunger. Here, the guards seldom provided food or warmth to the prisoners, leaving most in a state of near death from starvation and cold. Upon arriving, Mabai beheld the inmates languishing helplessly on the ground, devoid of any desire to move. Such a life is devoid of meaning. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Without hesitation, Mabai initiated a violent fluctuation of space within all the cells. Crack! Crack! The fabric of space began to shatter into countless shards, and anything that lay within the fissures crumbled as if mere glass, including the very structures of the cells collapsing in an orderly manner. The prisoners within the cells were torn apart by the spatial rift, their remains scattered in pools of blood, yet they lacked the strength to even scream. Quickly, the intruder has breached the third level. Only after Mabai had dealt with all the prisoners did the guards arrive, albeit belatedly. Paying them no heed, Mabai vanished into the earth, continuing his descent. The fourth level, the scorching hell. The fifth level, the frigid hell. Mabai faced no impediments. All prisoners encountered fell victim to the tearing of space, reduced to mere fragments. Upon reaching the 55th level underground, Mabai abruptly quickened his pace, gliding past without a glance. Those in the realm of the hybrids moved north. In mere moments, he arrived at the 6th level, the infinite hell. Those confined here were no ordinary criminals. They were monstrous beings, either awaiting execution or deemed too perilous for life imprisonment. Due to their heinous acts exceeding the bounds of human cruelty, news of this level was sealed away, hidden from the outside world. Upon entering, Mabai's first encounter was with the notorious Momo fruit user, Bandy Wald, trapped within a massive block of ice, known as the World Destroyer. The Momo fruit grants the ability to exponentially increase the size and speed of any object it touches. Such a dangerous power combined with Wald's colossal ambition to overthrow the world government warranted his imprisonment in this forsaken state. Mabai, intrigued by this fruit, sealed the surrounding space and tore Wald free along with the ice. The mysterious energy of the devil fruit began to flee upon the wielder's demise. Yet within the confines of the solid space, it could only choose to attach itself to the singular fruit within Mabai's grasp. After neutralizing Wald, Mabai released the spatial seal, and in an instant, every prisoner in the 6th level cells turned their gaze toward Wald's confinement. "Who is it? Release me, and I can offer you great treasures." Kikik. Magellan would never have imagined someone would invade here. "Hey, let me out, or I will kill you." The 6th level suddenly erupted with commotion. The sound of clashing chains intermingled with a cacophony of voices. Although the newcomers were unseen, this unexpected disturbance clearly signified an intrusion into the Impel Down. Whether through coercion or temptation, the prisoners in their cells hastily offered their own terms, hoping to regain their freedom and return to the seas to pursue their ambitious ventures. Silence. A pale female voice cut through the noise, instantly bringing a hush over the 6th level. "Release me, and I shall recognize you as captain, allowing you to establish one of the few powerful factions atop the sea," declared the infamous Moonlight Hunter, Kate Lin Na Dai Pong, directing her words toward the cell of Wald. As one of the most notorious female criminals of the pirate era, her prowess was undeniably formidable, granting her the confidence to make such a declaration. "Count me in as well," chimed in a drunken figure sporting a long nose, who also exuded an air of self-assuredness regarding his own strength. Thus, under the auspices of Ka Te Lin Na Dai Pung, the sixth level's infinite hell swiftly transformed into a venue for self-nominations. Mo Bai observed the prisoner's enthusiastic declarations with keen interest before speaking. "Oh, since you all believe yourselves to be exceptionally powerful, who among you claims to be the strongest here?" At this pronouncement, silence enveloped the infinite hell once more, as many gazes instinctively drifted toward the two innermost cells. However, these glances seemed to provoke the displeasure of their occupants. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki surged through the infinite hell, its formidable presence causing even many of the prisoners confined on the sixth level to succumb to unconsciousness. "Hiss, what a powerful aura! This truly is a monster," Mo Bai mused, his gaze piercing through the bars to rest upon the source of this overwhelming presence. He beheld a tall figure, a testament to relentless training even while shackled by sea stone cuffs. The devil's descendant, Barrett. Montauk Bai articulated softly. The figure in the cell ceased its training and turned its gaze toward Mo Bai's direction. With no response from Barrett, he subsequently unleashed his observation haki, yet found no trace of Mo Bai. The next moment, Barrett, intrigued, unleashed his conqueror's haki with full force, directing it toward Mo Bai's position. Buzz! The unrestrained conqueror's haki was so potent that it seemed to shake the very ground of the sixth level's infinite hell, yet it held no effect on Mo Bai. Leaning against the bars of his cell, Barrett's crimson gaze met Mo Bai's with a grin. "Let's have a duel. Show me your strength." Driven solely by a desire for power, Barrett was naturally excited by the prospect of facing someone like Mo Bai, who had the audacity to intrude upon him, pell down, and kill. The bars of the cell groaned under the strain as Barrett eagerly pounded against them, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. "Apologies, but I did not come here to entertain the challenges of the weak." Mo Bai's voice resonated throughout the infinite hell. The prisoners collectively held their breath, their attention fixed on Barrett's cell, awaiting the reaction of the devil's descendant. As expected, in the next moment, the already potent conqueror's haki spiraled into a frenzy, causing the ground to visibly tremble. "What did you say?" Barrett's arm slammed against the cell door, his booming voice echoing like thunder in the stillness of the infinite hell, followed by a maniacal laugh. "If you have the courage, come closer, and I will let you witness the strength of the trash you speak of." Barrett's words were laced with blatant provocation. This tactic, often ineffective in the treacherous world of pirates, could, however, yield results when both parties were supremely confident in their abilities. After all, no opponent Barrett had faced during his time with the Roger Pirates had ever been able to resist such taunts. "I dare say I possess a fair amount of courage," Mo Bai retorted, his voice emerging from just behind Barrett. A smirk crept across Barrett's lips as he immediately infused his arm with armament haki, sweeping it backward. However, this strike met only empty air as Barrett, undeterred, began to thrash about within his cell, leaving destruction in his wake, yet still striking nothing but the void. A devil fruit user? Barrett pondered silently, contemplating his next move, his gaze eventually landing on the sea stone cuffs binding his wrists. "Come out. Is hiding and dodging all you can do?" Provoked by the elusive nature of Mo Bai, Barrett shouted angrily around him. "Is it possible that I have not moved since my arrival? Furthermore, the trash I referred to does not pertain to you." Mo Bai's figure materialized mere inches from Barrett, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "I was speaking of all those present here, both in strength and character, seeking death." Upon seeing Mo Bai so close, Barrett wasted no time in lunging forward with the sea stone cuffs between his hands. Yet, Mo Bai merely watched Barrett's actions with calm detachment, too disinterested to evade. In the next instant, the cuffs, accompanied by a metallic clang, passed through Mo Bai's form, pulling Barrett down to the ground with a crash. Bang! Barrett landed face first, quickly regaining his footing, only to be met with a look of incredulity as he turned to face Mo Bai. The other prisoners, witnessing the spectacle, were equally taken aback by Mo Bai's display. No wonder you are so fearless. Neither hockey nor sea stone can touch you, Barrett realized. Now understanding that he could not threaten Mo Bai, and thus ceased his aggressive actions, locking his gaze onto Mo Bai and inquiring, "So, what brings you here?" "To kill." Montauk Bai replied succinctly. "Bundy Wald?" "He has been imprisoned here for many years. I truly wonder what offense he committed against you," Barrett remarked, shaking his head, choosing to ignore Mo Bai and resume his physical training. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly echoed from another cell. "He intends to kill everyone here." This declaration momentarily stunned the infinite hell, only to erupt into a chorus of disbelief. Is he lying? How could he dare to do such a thing? Barrett also halted his training, casting a wary glare at Mo Bai. Even aware that his abilities could not reach Mo Bai, he was not one to resign himself to despair. Mo Bai, however, did not counter the voice, instead directing his gaze toward an elegant old man leaning against the wall. Having read the original text, he recognized the figure imprisoned in that cell. Known as the Solitary Red, the man who stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard, the Red Count. Barol Reclatefield, "Can you foresee my future?" Montauk Bai inquired, puzzled. Given the perpetual barriers of space and time surrounding him, he believed no one could penetrate those veils to witness his destiny. In response to Mo Bai's question, the Red Count shook his head with composure. "I merely glimpsed my own future." "I see," Mo Bai nodded in understanding, then surveyed the room before addressing the inmates of the infinite hell with a smile. "Are you prepared to embrace death?" As his words fell, the very fabric of space within each cell of the infinite hell began to unravel, like the sharpest blade in existence. The fissures that appear rend asunder any object they touch. Even a famously robust Hailu stone is not spared. Countless spatial rifts tear through the bodies of prisoners within their cells, leaving wounds in their wake. Not even the monster Barrett and the Red Count, deemed as such by their fellow inmates, can preserve themselves against the onslaught of spatial fragmentation. Severed limbs and dismembered human forms litter the ground. In his nascent stages of acquiring power, Mo Bai was accustomed to gently siphoning the life force from individuals through the passage of time. Yet, as he traversed the seas and bore witness to the myriad of atrocities committed by these malevolent beings, he too underwent a transformation. Now, when he resorts to violence, he employs even more brutal methods to eliminate his foes. Under the vast expanse of infinite hell, Mo Bai's spatial devastation left no room for survival. Even the cells were reduced to ruins. Having procured several devil fruits, Mo Bai departed from this hellish wasteland. On his way to ascend, he fortuitously encountered Magellan and Shiryu, who were hastening towards the 6th level. "The prisoners from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels have been slaughtered. We must reach the 6th level before the murderer does. The fates of these prisoners are inconsequential. However, some of them possess particularly troublesome abilities. Should they surface in the sea, another calamity would ensue." Magellan, his countenance grim, addressed Shiryu with urgency. When the alarm rang, he had been in the restroom, in the brief moment it took to adjust his trousers. He emerged to discover that prisoners had been ruthlessly slain across several levels. The fervor for killing is even greater than Shiryu's. With so many prisoners, do you not feel weariness in your eyes? Shiryu silently followed behind Magellan. After receiving this news, he rushed to the 3rd level, only to be met with a scene of severed limbs and carnage, all wounds remarkably clean, earning the respect of the swordsman within him. As he hastened through the 4th and 5th levels, he encountered only desolation, with no sign of the perpetrator. Furthermore, this individual was so vicious that they cleaved through the very cells. The thought made Shiryu instinctively recoil. Although he relished torturing and killing prisoners, encountering a psychopath capable of indiscriminately slicing through cells was a first for him. "Director, you are aware of the monsters confined in the 6th level. The murderer would only invite their own demise by venturing there," Shiryu cautioned Magellan. Typically, he hunted prey among levels 3 to 5. The monsters housed in the 6th level were not to be trifled with. The Hailu stone merely hampers the troublesome abilities of the devil fruit users, rendering them physically weak. However, The inmates there are not limited to mere ability users. Many possess the formidable Conqueror's Haki. It is worth noting that even during routine inspections, only a handful within the prison possess the strength to inspect the 6th level. Do not underestimate the situation. The mere fact that the enemy breached Impel Down indicates they are no ordinary individual. Magellan replied without turning back, instinctively placing his hands over his abdomen. He had emerged from detoxification only halfway through to fulfill his duties, truly a model worker. As the two continued on their way, a sudden sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. The space surrounding Shiryu began to fracture, cracks spreading like a spider's web, instantaneously carving countless wounds into his body. Even the timely use of Haki proved futile as his arm was severed. "Who is it? Shiryu, are you all right?" Magellan shouted, as poisonous mist began to spread, attempting to thwart the assault of the intruder. "It hurts. Wasn't this supposed to be swordsmanship?" Shiryu grasped his severed left arm, hastily distancing himself from the ruptured space. However, in the next moment, he collided with an invisible wall. What is happening? Shiryu's pupils dilated. Although there appeared to be nothing before him, he could not advance. "I cannot possibly die here so easily." Turning to confront the encroaching fissures, Shiryu shouted in desperation, drawing Raindrop with one hand and cleaving towards the rift. As Shiryu's eyes widened, the space rift collided with Raindrop. The sound of metal shattering filled the air, as Raindrop splintered into fragments. While the fissure continued its relentless advance toward Shiryu, a scream escaped his lips, followed by a chorus of wailing. Shiryu finally comprehended the agony experienced by the prisoners he had mercilessly tortured to death, as the spatial rift reduced him to countless pieces of human remains. After claiming Shiryu's life, the fissures abruptly vanished, leaving the surroundings eerily tranquil as if nothing had transpired. "Shiryu!" Magellan cried out upon witnessing Shiryu's tragic demise. Although he often found this colleague, who relished in the torment of prisoners, to be a source of frustration, and had even submitted documents for his trial and punishment, they were still colleagues until a verdict was pronounced. Magellan retrieved a Den Mushi and dialed, connecting with Hannibal. "Please head to the 6th level corridor and retrieve Shiryu's body." "Shiryu, that deranged killer, is dead. I'll be right there." After notifying, Magellan hung up the Den Mushi, pondering why Hannibal's voice carried a hint of suppressed excitement. "Surely, I'm overthinking this. Little Suddy, have you rested enough? Let's continue." In the interrogation room, M.O. cuffed little Suddy's hands to the chair, playfully pinching her tongue with a mischievous grin. "My master, I still wish to rest," little Suddy replied, her face flushed as her tongue curled around M.O.'s fingers, her voice muffled. Noticing her fatigue, M.O. summoned an emerald-hued aura that spiraled up her body. Optimization. A dense black mist enveloped the now desolate and frigid hell, as vast swathes of eerie green light struggling to drift away were ensnared by the black fog, slowly transforming into something sinister. A single beam of green light morphed, nurtured by the black mist, into a ghostly figure exuding a phosphorescent glow reminiscent of its former self. "Am I not dead? Where's this place?" The ghost gazed at its translucent hands in confusion, unable to comprehend its current state due to the prior stillness of its soul. "Return to Hannibal's prison." A voice echoed nearby. In the next moment, the black mist enveloped the ghost, condensing it into a small orb, which then flew into the cursed lantern held by Hannibal. Oh, what a delightful sensation! Hannibal inhaled deeply, savoring the essence within the black mist. Each soul captured within his lantern imbued him with a sense of growth, progressively enhancing his own strength. Observing that the souls within the black mist were nearly ready, Hannibal raised his lantern and proclaimed, "All return to Hannibal's prison." In an instant, the black mist that blanketed the frigid hell surged, transforming into a torrent that rushed into the lantern. What a splendid treasure! The previous intruder was undoubtedly a benefactor. Hannibal leaned closer to the lantern, marveling at the interior that shimmered like a starry sky, where thousands of green orbs flickered. "Now, let us collect the soul of the murderous fiend, Shilio. I hope the inmates of the 6th level have also faced their execution," Hannibal remarked as he brandished a lantern and made his way down the corridor towards the 6th level. I eagerly anticipate the collection of those wicked souls. Mo lingered while optimizing the advanced city, diligently searching for the whereabouts of Blackbeard. Finally, Ace, seeking vengeance for Sachi, discovered Blackbeard on an unnamed island's dock. Do you remember the fate of those who betray their comrades within the Whitebeard pirates? Teach? Ace inquired, perched atop a mast, casting a disdainful gaze upon Blackbeard below, his eyes betraying no hint of the loathing and hatred he felt. After days of relentless stalking, he had discerned that the grotesque figure before him was indeed Blackbeard. Captain Ace, Whitebeard's health is deteriorating. One cannot remain at the pinnacle forever. Why not join me instead? Blackbeard, seemingly oblivious to the contempt in Ace's eyes, extended an invitation. With the absence of his crew, the lone pirate had been in a state of isolation. He dismissed those of lesser strength and sought to recruit anyone of formidable power who crossed his path. Be silent. You have no right to speak of Whitebeard. I shall take you back to Sachi's grave to kneel before him. Ace retorted, his gaze sharpening as he formed a cross with his hands, aiming it at Blackbeard. Crossfire. A torrent of flames erupted from Ace's fingertips, hurtling towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard, fully focused, swiftly dodged to the side, but Ace's flames relentlessly pursued him. A disagreement leads to immediate confrontation. Captain Ace, your temper remains as impulsive as ever. Blackbeard jested while evading the fire, his laughter echoing in the air. Soon, shadows began to envelop him, dark tendrils swirling towards Ace. Blackbeard, Ace warned, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the ominous aura emanating from the encroaching darkness. Flame Pillar, Ace proclaimed, summoning a fiery vortex that spiraled around him. The flames swiftly ascended into the sky before striking down towards Blackbeard on the ground. Upon contact with the earth, the fiery energy erupted, wild tongues of flame licking at the surroundings, reducing the nearby structures to ruins. Yet, to Ace's astonishment, the ferocious flames met the darkness, only to be absorbed as if they were but a pebble cast into the sea, their terrifying power consumed before it could manifest. Do you understand now, Ace? This is the power I have acquired, Blackbeard bellowed, reveling in Ace's astonished expression. Before he could utter another word, countless green, firefly-like lights appeared around him. Ace's voice echoed through the air. Firefly Bomb. With a flourish, Ace conjured numerous small fireballs resembling fireflies that floated about, and as he finished his incantation, they converged upon Blackbeard, erupting in a violent explosion. So hot, so hot, Blackbeard cried, collapsing to the ground, rolling in agony as the flames seared his flesh. Releasing shadows, Blackbeard consumed the flames that clung to him, finding some relief. The gravitational pull of darkness can effectively absorb the weight of a power user's body. He gasped, rising with a feral glint in his eyes, fixating on Ace. In an instant, the darkness behind Blackbeard sprouted numerous tendrils, an immense gravitational force drawing Ace towards him until he was seized by Blackbeard's grasp. You see, Ace, my body, Blackbeard declared with a triumphant grin. He had long coveted the power of the Nami, having spent over 2 decades hiding within the Whitebeard pirates to obtain the capabilities of this devil fruit, known as the most perilous of the Logia type. Could it be? Ace's eyes widened as he deciphered Blackbeard's intentions. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he attempted to utilize his elemental transformation, only to find his abilities utterly inaccessible. In the next moment, Blackbeard's fist lunged towards Ace, displaying his prowess without even employing haki. Bang! Ace's body bent under the force of Blackbeard's blow, propelling him backward into the ruins, where he crashed against a stone. Cough, cough. Ace spat out blood, seizing the moment before Blackbeard could close in, swiftly forming a cross with his hands once more. Crossfire. The flames shot forth towards Blackbeard, yet before they could make contact, they were devoured by the dense darkness surrounding him. Ace, I offer you one final opportunity. Join me in seizing the world. I have meticulously plotted our path to dominance. The era of Whitebeard has come to an end, Blackbeard declared, surveying Ace, who was bloodied and disheveled, extending his last invitation. Years ago, when Ace first set sail, he had received an invitation from the Shichibukai and had battled Jinbei for 5 days and nights. ultimately reaching a stalemate. Such strength was precisely what Blackbeard desired, a worthy ally endowed with power. However, being a man of clear ambitions, he would not squander excessive time on any one individual. To submit to power is to forsake one's manhood. I refuse to allow regret to shadow my life. Do you comprehend, fool? Ace struggled to his feet, addressing Blackbeard. He foresaw his impending defeat, but would never acquiesce to someone who betrayed their comrades for the sake of power. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. A multitude of colossal spiraling flames surrounded Ace, enveloping the vast sky. His body released a spiral of fire, consolidating all surrounding flames into a massive fireball that resembled the sun. Raising the immense orb, Ace hurled it towards Blackbeard. What a pity, Ace. To live in a time where existence equates to victory, Blackbeard mused, suspecting Ace was mocking his lack of a future, his countenance darkening further. His body began to exude darkness in vast amounts, casting shadows over half the sky as the two titanic forces turned the dock into a desolate wasteland. As the darkness continued to encroach, the energy of the massive fireball began to wane, ultimately being entirely consumed. Exhausted from expending such immense flames, Ace collapsed to the ground, succumbing to Blackbeard's grasp. Pork-ass D. Ace, Blackbeard loomed over the unconscious Ace, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Gazing at his face, he recalled the rumors surrounding him as the son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This matter had previously incited conflict between Squard and Ace, indicating that there was indeed some truth to the whispers. If he were to deliver the son of the man who ignited the great pirate era, Joel D. Roger, to the Marines, the world government would undoubtedly conduct a public execution to quell the surge of pirates flooding the seas. This will undoubtedly captivate the attention of all forces across the globe, presenting an opportune moment to invade Impel Down. Moreover, the legendary Whitebeard would never forsake his son. A monumental clash is inevitable. The Navy would find it challenging to resist such a golden opportunity to eliminate one of the four emperors of the sea. If fortune favors me, I might emerge as the greatest unseen victor. Ha ha ha. Captain Ace, you have indeed bestowed upon me a splendid gift. Ha ha. Blackbeard, dragging the unconscious Ace, wore a triumphant smile. After waiting so long for the chance to breach Impel Down, he could hardly believe the magnitude of his fortune today. The strongest man in the world, known for wielding the power to annihilate the formidable Gura Nami, he finally saw the prospect of acquiring it. With this thought in mind, Blackbeard retrieved the snail phone he had obtained after becoming a warlord, which allowed him to communicate directly with the world government. BR ring, BR ring. What is it? Provide me with a valid reason. The call was quickly answered, albeit with a slightly distorted electronic voice that conveyed impatience. Esteemed Gorasi, I have significant news to share. I have captured the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Pork-ass D. Ace. Despite not understanding why the snail phone had taken on the form of a dog-ass head, Blackbeard expressed his intentions clearly. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the other party's annoyance. Just one Pork-ass D. Ace? Hand him over to the Navy. You need to inform us of such trivial matters? I question your capability to hold your position. The voice on the other end belonged to a bald Gorasi, transformed into a dog-like creature by a mysterious invader, exhibiting a temper more volatile than before. Had it not been for the newly developed animal communication device by Vegapunk, he would still be barking at anyone he encountered. Although he could now speak, he adhered to a protocol of remaining out of sight unless absolutely necessary. Given the exceptional mimicking abilities of the snail phone, he was on edge the moment the call connected. Wait, Gorasi, Blackbeard, taken aback, had expected to leverage this identity to infiltrate Impel Down. He hastily clarified, Pork-ass D. Ace also bears another identity. He is the biological son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Is that true? The Gorasi on the other end was taken aback, quickly seeking confirmation from Blackbeard. If this were indeed factual, capturing the son of Joel D. Roger would hold tremendous symbolic significance. It would send a clear message to the outside world of the world government's resolve to combat piracy, reminding nations under its jurisdiction that the world government remains a formidable force. Furthermore, It would serve as a powerful deterrent to those pirates stirring up trouble on the seas. Look, even the bloodline of the Pirate King is severed. How long do you think you can keep causing chaos? I assure you, this fact is well known among the old members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard gazed at the still unconscious Ace, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. You have done well. I will send someone to make contact with you. Once Ace's identity is confirmed, the world government may agree to one reasonable request from you. The Gorosei on the other end replied, equally exhilarated. Since the deployment of troops to Sabati Archipelago, followed by the capture of Nami, who possessed mysterious powers beyond the devil fruit, and the invasion of Mariehua that transformed them into livestock, with the Holy Land suffering significant destruction, and the failure to locate the Pluton blueprints, this news was indeed the sole ray of hope he had received in quite some time. While Blackbeard was communicating with the world government regarding Ace's capture, the defeated CP9, under the blame of Chief Spandam, found themselves on the run from orders issued by the world government. Since Lucci and his companions had yet to consume any devil fruits, those who regained consciousness after their defeat and the train sinking into the sea still possessed the ability to rescue their unconscious comrades. Ultimately, after the awakening of Bruno, who wielded the power of the Dordor fruit, they successfully extricated themselves from peril. However, before they could contact Chief Spandam, they were confronted by agents of the world government's intelligence agency sent to apprehend them. Upon defeating these agents, they discovered the extent of Spandam's betrayal, which had plunged them into a dire situation. Thus, while evading their pursuers, they sought to earn money in passing towns to aid the severely injured Lucci and Kaku. None of them had consumed a devil fruit, so they refrained from performing acts of entertainment, earning their keep through honest labor. Given the need to stay alert and avoid capture, making money became increasingly difficult, but the bonds forged through years of training and shared experiences within CP9 were exceptionally strong. They had never considered abandoning their comrades. What shall we do? Kaku is gravely injured. If he doesn't receive treatment soon, it could be perilous. Califa expressed her concern as she sat by the bedside of the unconscious Kaku, faced with the uncontrollable rampage of Chopper, who had consumed his third devil fruit. Kaku bore multiple fractures and internal injuries, far worse than Lucci's. How about medical expenses? Lucci murmured weakly from his bed, his injuries considerably lighter than Kaku's. They lacked any operational funds. Having hidden in Water 7 for 7 years, they had only managed to sustain themselves. Now, after a single setback, they found themselves discarded and pursued, which severely undermined Lucci's faith in the righteousness of the world government. Indeed, righteousness, this concept, which branded the weak as criminals, was embodied by a man who had once killed 500 soldiers taken hostage by pirates. He himself harbored a warped sense of justice, one that revered necessary evils and upheld a dark form of righteousness. Should their objectives align, perhaps he and Akainu could even become allies. To unleash justice without reservation inevitably required treading into the realm of malevolence. Hence, he had always held himself to stringent standards. Under his leadership, CP9 adhered to principles that resonated with his own. No matter the difficulties, they would never resort to bullying the weak through deceitful means. Even if their targets were scoundrels or pirates, any stolen goods would remain untouched. But if such actions could save a comrade, Lucci, eyes closed as if enduring immense torment, eventually spoke, "Let us borrow some medical fees from the local thugs." After uttering this, he leaned weakly against the head of the bed, as though all his vitality had been drained. Lucci, Caliphus said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she bit her lip, her gaze wavering between Lucci and Kaku. They understood Lucci's aspirations well. Witnessing him willing to forsake his dreams for the sake of his comrades stirred a complex mix of emotions, both touching and sorrowful. They had acted in service of the world government, yet found themselves in such dire straits. "Go now. Kaku cannot wait much longer," Lucci urged. Califa nodded in agreement and prepared to leave when her expression suddenly hardened, as an unexpected figure appeared in the room. "Who are you?" As the conversation unfolded, Califa had already positioned herself in front of Lucci and Sure waits you, her gaze vigilant upon the suddenly appearing Immo in the hospital room. Relax. Iarbo no intentions. If I wished to strike, they would already be dead, Bai stated, his eyes sweeping over Khalifa before settling on Lucci, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. How does it feel to work for the world government? Lucci, leaning back against the headboard with his muscles relaxed, regarded Bai with an expression of confusion and shock, having no doubt about the absence of malice in his words. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, even with an open mind, he would not have been able to perceive Bai's presence. Lucci even speculated that had Bai not chosen to reveal himself, no one would have been able to detect his trace, even after having taken action against them. I wish for you to work for me, Bai stated bluntly. He had no desire to relinquish a blade that had obediently concealed itself for 7 years, merely due to a rumor back into the hands of the world government. How can we trust that you won't discard us as the world government did? Lucci inquired, his gaze fixed on Bai. They had already been abandoned by the world government and found themselves ensnared in a perilous pursuit. Faced with such a formidable and enigmatic presence, they had little choice. Having a place to take refuge was already a considerable fortune. The question was merely a means to seek reassurance. Because I am stronger than the world government, and I disdain treating you as they would, Bai discerned the underlying intent in Lucci's words. As he spoke, a jade-green aura emanated from his hands, weaving around them. As he took the initiative to display his sincerity, the pure life energy began to take effect, first enveloping the weary Khalifa, who felt revitalized under the influence of the emerald glow. Next was Lucci. The wounds beneath his bandages rapidly healed, scabbing over and finally shedding, leaving his skin as smooth and unblemished as an infant's. The comatose waits you stirred, the sound of cracking bones resonating as shattered fragments reassembled at an unimaginable pace. The same rapid recovery occurring in his injured internal organs. The entire process took mere seconds before waits you opened his eyes, fully awakened. Where did you find such a doctor? I feel completely restored, waits you exclaimed, feeling as light as if he were running free. He sprang from the bed, striking an exaggerated pose towards Khalifa. Meanwhile, Khalifa and Lucci were too astonished to respond, their gazes fixed on Bai. Such an elusive stealth ability could be attributed to a unique devil fruit akin to Bruno's, yet possessed such formidable healing capabilities. What could this possibly signify? How could waits you's near-fatal injuries heal in the blink of an eye? The mythical beast-type undying bird fruit was renowned for its healing prowess. Yet this was beyond even that. We have seen your sincerity. What do you require of us? Lucci inquired as he stepped down from the bed. After a moment of silence, following Bai's raised eyebrow, Lucci furrowed his brow before relaxing, displaying a posture of submission as he knelt on one knee and addressed Bai. From this day forth, I humbly ask for your guidance. Excellent. You shall not regret your decision today. Bai nodded, satisfied. To have gathered such a responsible group of individuals would allow him to relax and revel in life more comfortably. In Bai's hand appeared a scythe with a terrifying crimson eye, exuding an aura reminiscent of a beast. He presented it to the kneeling Lucci. It is said that a cursed blade only recognizes its master when it encounters someone worthy. I possess a weapon that surpasses such cursed blades. Do you have the courage to try it? Weapons? Lucci looked up at the scythe, but before he could examine it further, the crimson eye abruptly turned to gaze at him. Who is worthy enough? A voice filled with darkness and loathing manifested in the room, inciting discord among them. An insidious thought crept into their minds, that only the last one standing could earn the weapon's favor. Waits you and Khalifa's expressions began to shift towards the crimson hue, their thoughts tainted by a growing hatred. Just then, the emerald glow reappeared in the hospital room, dispelling the darkness and malice that threatened to consume them, restoring clarity to their minds. What a terrifying weapon! Was that voice its own? Khalifa exclaimed, cold sweat soaking her hair, her heart racing with fear. She had momentarily entertained the idea of eliminating everyone to claim the scythe for herself. I heard it too. Waits you turned his head away, not daring to look at the scythe, equally shaken. This scythe possesses its own consciousness. Cold sweat trickled down Lucci's forehead as he fixated on the scythe. Indeed, I'm unsure if the cursed blade has awareness, but this scythe certainly does. You can either conquer it or be conquered by it. Montak by Regadet Luki. Awaiting his decision, one that could grant him immense power to act upon his own will. Is that so? Lucci shut his eyes, recalling the arduous training he had endured and the beliefs he had steadfastly held. Despite encountering failures along the path of the protagonist, he was hailed as the most formidable weapon in the history of CP9, regarded as the strongest in 800 years. With newfound confidence flooding back, Lucci opened his eyes, his expression resolute as he declared, "It is not I who am worthy of being your master, but rather, you who are worthy of being my weapon. It belongs to me," Lucci proclaimed triumphantly to Mo-Bai. In the next moment, without hesitation, his hand grasped the scythe, lifting it high. Instantly, the dark essence within the scythe began to seep into Lucci, while his hand transformed into a silhouette of darkness, binding him to the weapon. His mind involuntarily absorbed vast amounts of combat techniques and shadow magic. Ding! Rob Lucci has acquired the legacy of the Scythe of the Shadow Flow. Kane, a prodigy of shadow magic, fought to fulfill his true destiny, aspiring to one day lead the Shadow Flow sect and usher in a new era of dominance in Ionia. With the aid of shadow magic, Lucci barely managed to wield the living dark essence scythe, yet the corrupting power still slowly eroded his body and mind. Be silent. Stop the noise. Lucci awoke from the inheritance, the first act being to manifest his newly acquired shadow magic into a shadow fist, delivering several blows to the scythe's crimson eye. This entity was incessantly chattering, directly infiltrating his thoughts. He could not escape its influence. Thankfully, the shadow magic he had just mastered proved effective. After a few punches, the consciousness within the scythe finally ceased its relentless noise. Having pacified the weapon, Lucci turned his attention to Mo-Bai. "What do you require our assistance with?" Lucci inquired with utmost respect. After receiving the inheritance, he had come to fully comprehend the enigma and might of Mo-Bai. The shadow magic he acquired allowed him to transform into a shadow, evading harm for a brief period akin to a nature-type ability user, devoid of weaknesses like High-Loose Stone. Furthermore, the scythe he wielded possessed extraordinary powers: decay, destruction, obliteration, an unparalleled weapon of lethality. The inheritance also revealed that if he could fully conquer this weapon, he would learn blood magic, becoming a truly immortal being. Such abilities, aside from the devil fruit, naturally led him to think of the wind goddess, the ascendant of Shurima. Mo-Bai's strength and status in his heart transcended even that of the world government, compelling a complete submission. "You are to address all obstacles to justice in the South Sea, including thugs, bandits, pirates, gangs, and certain unworthy nobles and royals," Mo-Bai instructed Lucci. Recalling the incident where he had slaughtered 500 soldiers taken hostage, he cautioned, "You must exercise even greater caution than before. Do not descend into darkness. It will always watch you, seeking opportunities to consume you." Mo-Bai pointed to the dark scythe in Lucci's hand as a warning. Lucci nodded, contemplating the scythe he held. He had gained formidable power that could crush his former self, yet the corresponding risk was the ever-looming threat of the living scythe corrupting him. As he pursued a dark form of justice, he must remain vigilant, maintaining his light amidst the shadows, for a single misstep would lead him to perdition. Once the other CP9 members returned from their side jobs, Lucci shared the news of Mo-Bai's salvation of him and Xiong-Shi, and their future servitude to Mo-Bai. Subsequently, Mo-Bai opened a spatial passage to the South Sea, sending them to their destination. With a weapon that could monitor its master, Lucci's path could not narrow in the future. Mo-Bai bid farewell to the CP9 members and vanished from the infirmary. What? Impel Down has been invaded. The inmates of Infinite Hell have been slaughtered. The news of the invasion and the massacre of all prisoners from the 3rd to the 6th levels echoed through the Grand Elder's conference room in Mariewa, eliciting a thunderous roar. To avoid impacting the already crumbling image of the world government, the elders could only swallow their frustration and suppress the news, secretly searching for the assailants. Fortunately, good news soon arrived. After the world government received aid from Blackbeard, Scouts sent out to gather information quickly returned with confirmation that Ace was indeed the son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This revelation invigorated the elders, restoring their spirits. Blackbeard, you have performed exceptionally well. You joined the 7 warlords last, yet your contributions are on par with those of the seasoned ones. I can grant you a modest request. The elder with the sword grinned widely, addressing Blackbeard through the transponder snail. He disregarded the snail's impressive mimicry abilities, as Blackbeard was the sole bearer of positive news during this period, enhancing the elder's fondness for him, even rendering his grotesque visage somewhat endearing. Oh, you jest. Serving the world government is the duty of a warlord, Blackbeard chuckled in flattery. Although he desired to infiltrate Impel Down and recruit a powerful crew, he knew this thought must remain hidden from the world government and navy. Otherwise, his bounty would skyrocket, making him a target for both entities. The resurrection of the Pirate King, Gold Roger, would be of no concern to him. His priority was to eliminate those who threatened him. If only the other warlords shared your awareness. Even if you refuse, your merits cannot be overlooked. The elder, propping his head on his sword, contemplated the plundered treasury and said, I will have someone deliver an honorary medal for outstanding contributions to the world government. Thank you in advance. Blackbeard replied with a beaming smile. Once the transponder snail call ended, his expression soured. A medal? Who cares for your medal? Only a Kainu might value such accolades. Blackbeard fumed, his face contorting with rage. Damn it, a measly medal for a pauper. Ace's bounty is 550 million berries, and now that I've delivered him to you, you dare not mention the bounty. A stingy old man has become an elder. Once I recruit a powerful crew and become the Pirate King, I shall ransack your treasury in Mariehua. Blackbeard calmed himself and began contemplating his plans. Ace's public execution was set for 2 weeks from now in Marineford. Whitebeard would undoubtedly not abandon his son. The clash between the 4 emperors, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, and the Navy would surely attract global attention. The perfect opportunity to invade Impel Down had finally arrived. Blackbeard thought, retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket to contact the only crew member he had managed to recruit. Trafalgar Law. The transponder snail rang for an eternity until Blackbeard's patience wore thin, and finally, the call connected. Law, what are you doing over there? Why did it take so long to answer? The moment the connection was made, Blackbeard roared into the transponder snail. Before Law could respond, the snail began its mimicry, transforming into an octopus face. The octopus face opened its mouth and uttered a string of incomprehensible words. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of bubbles clearly emanated from the transponder snail. Blackbeard stared dumbfounded at the snail's octopus form, realizing he had been tricked by Law. Gripping the transponder snail, his veins bulged as he crushed it into a pile of mush. How dare a mere rookie with some notoriety jump around in my presence? Does he not know how many eyes the King of Beasts has? Very well, Trafalgar Law. Next time we meet, I will make you regret it. Blackbeard hurled the remnants of the transponder snail to the ground, seething with rage. He had already begun plotting how to make Law understand the consequences of provoking him. The ability of the Ope Nami is quite remarkable. I shall seize it next time we meet. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Due to Mob Bice invasion of Impel Down and the slaughter of all prisoners between levels 3 and 6, the world government realized that Impel Down was not as reliable as they believed. Consequently, Fire Fist Ace was directly imprisoned at Marine Headquarters, guarded by Admiral Tsuru, who possessed the human fruit. Owing to the familial bond between Garp and Ace, both Sengoku and Tsuru found themselves in a difficult position, doing what they could to provide Ace with extra care during his confinement. At this moment, Garp had received news from the world government regarding Ace's execution scheduled for 2 weeks later, sitting silently in front of Ace's cell. As I gazed at my grandson who, though not of my blood, bore an uncanny resemblance to my own, a tumult of emotions surged within me. I had countless sentiments to express, yet found myself at a loss for words. The elderly man, Ace, peered through the bars of the prison cell at Garp, bowing his head as he spoke in a halting voice. It had been a long time since he had last seen Garp. In his memory, Garp was often absent, vanishing for the majority of the year, and when he did return during the rare holidays, his demeanor towards both him and Luffy was consistently harsh. often resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. However, in this encounter, Carp, who typically stood tall and steadfast like a mountain, now appeared somewhat diminished. Ace, thanks to you. The Marine headquarters, nay, the world government, is in disarray, Carp lamented, his mind drifting to memories of sending off his formidable rival, the Pirate King Jold. Roger, in a similar predicament, attempting to mask his chaotic emotions with laughter. Kill me. Ace interrupted Carp's laughter, exclaiming, just kill me. At that moment, Ace contemplated the inevitable repercussions of his capture. He knew that Whitebeard, his father, would undoubtedly rally his crew to confront the Marines, leading to the deaths of many of his comrades. Given Whitebeard's frail health, the thought was grim. You want me to kill you? Fool. Nothing will change, Carp muttered, his posture sagging further as he spoke to himself. Even if you die, Whitebeard won't rest easy. We've provoked the king of the sea. Yet deep down, Carp understood the reality. If Ace were to perish here, Whitebeard would surely retaliate, but it would only amount to chaos at Marineford, after which he would retrieve Ace's body and depart. Conversely, if Ace survived, Whitebeard would fight fiercely to rescue him. The world government's public execution of Ace aimed not only to diminish Jold, Roger's legacy, but also to find an opportunity to eliminate one of the four emperors, tipping the balance of power in their favor. During this tumultuous process, there existed a possibility for Ace's rescue. Ace realized that a monumental clash between the Marines and Whitebeard's crew was unavoidable, recalling the invitation from Whitebeard upon boarding and the goodwill extended by his shipmates. Soon, many would fall in a battle against the Marines because of his capture, losing their lives. I had hoped to see you and Luffy become exceptional Marines. Now, we are destined to become infamous villains together. You have heard the rumors about Luffy, haven't you? Carp reminisced, recalling moments of laughter as he watched his grandson's frolic. I even told Luffy about his father. He was taken aback to learn he had a father, Carp recounted, unaware that the mention of father pierced Ace's sensitive heart. Such matters were fraught with complications. Both he and Luffy bore the blood of a world-renowned criminal. How could we possibly become Marines? I refuse to acknowledge the bloodline of that scoundrel father of mine. Old man, I am solely Whitebeard's, Ace declared resolutely, his gaze fixed on Carp, a hint of pride gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Carp's expression fell with unspoken disappointment. Was he truly set on a path of no return? How I wished he would express a desire to join the Marines, for then I could find solace in my own convictions. Criminals are unworthy of sympathy. Yet family deserves compassion. As Carp visited the prison, news of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, being captured and scheduled for execution at Marine headquarters in 2 weeks, spread across the seas. Concurrently, a shocking revelation emerged. Fire Fist Ace was the illegitimate son of the Pirate King Jold, Roger. These two pieces of news created a tremendous stir across the oceans. Is this a jest? The bloodline of the Pirate King Jold, Roger? It is said that the world government hunted down every pregnant woman in the regions Roger traversed. How could his bloodline possibly exist? The newspapers reported that Ace's mother had fought valiantly to ensure her child's birth, carrying him for 20 months before finally giving birth. What a noble sacrifice! Yet, it seems the bloodline is cursed, for it claimed its mother's life at birth. For years, the world had suffered under the tyranny of pirates, and those who read the papers vocally condemned the vile lineage of the Pirate King that heralded a new era of crime. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco, the 1st Division commander, received the news and rushed to Whitebeard's side, his expression filled with concern. Father, Ace has been captured by Teach and turned over to the Marines. Marco presented the newspaper to Whitebeard, who looked at him with a mixture of worry and determination. Whitebeard, having raised each member of his crew as his own sons, felt the weight of the news deeply. Ace, Whitebeard murmured, his gaze fixed on Ace's disheveled photograph, his weary eyes regaining their youthful sharpness. My sons, your brother has been captured by the Marines. What shall we do? He surveyed the other captains on board, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the captains raised their weapons in unison, shouting, "Attack Marine headquarters! Save Ace! Save Ace!" After their rallying cry, The Whitebeard pirates fell into an unusual silence in the New World. Yet beneath this calm lay turbulent currents. The Marines and world government swiftly consolidated their forces, recalling every available unit from the New World and various bases across the seas. They also summoned the Shichibukai to prepare for the impending clash with the four emperors, Whitebeard. In the calm belt on Amazon Lily, a newly powered warship equipped with sea stone slowly approached the island. Despite its coating, which concealed it from most sea kings, fortune does not always favor the brave. A massive sea king, over 100 meters long, spotted the ship and leaped from the depths, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth aimed at the vessel. To our surprise, we were met not by the women of Amazon Lily, but by this beast. Should the warship fall prey to the Sea King, it would be a disgrace to justice. Rear Admiral Mongoose leaped forth, wielding his sword and cleaving across, slashed through the monstrous fish, sending it crashing back into the depths. Rear Admiral Mongoose declared triumphantly as he felled a Sea King with a single stroke. This is a splendid opportunity. I hear the Pirate Empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. I wonder if we might have the fortune to witness her greatness. The sailors aboard the ship, initially praising Rear Admiral Mongoose's prowess, soon found themselves captivated by the prospect of meeting the Pirate Empress. Everyone focus. Do not tarnish the Marine's reputation. Admiral Wushu could not help but cover his forehead and shout at the Navy on the ship. Although he spoke thus, he understood the fervor of these young sailors. It was entirely natural for such a spirited group of youthful men, brimming with vitality, to be excited at the prospect of meeting the renowned Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, often hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world. If he were to be a decade or two younger, he would likely exhibit similar enthusiasm. As the Navy, filled with eager anticipation, approached the dock of Jiushi Island, a vessel being towed by two enormous serpent-like sea kings obstructed their path. The warriors of Jiushi Island cast their gazes toward the wooden doors of the ship's cabin, drawing the attention of the Navy, who could not help but follow suit. The crisp sound of high heels seemed to resonate in the hearts of all, and amidst their eager anticipation, the wooden door creaked open. Dressed in a red cheapao and sporting an elegant hairstyle, the statuesque Boa Hancock emerged, her high-heeled boots clicking against the deck. "Who dares to litter the path I tread?" her cold and haughty voice echoed, as she nonchalantly kicked aside a small creature that dared to play in her way. Finally, she had arrived. Wushu, fixated on Hancock as she gracefully descended, proclaimed his purpose. "I am Admiral Wushu of the Navy headquarters. I have come to retrieve you, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. This is today's newspaper. The time and place for the public execution of Whitebeard Pirates, 2nd Division, Captain Porkasti. Ace has been confirmed. This summoning of the 7 warlords is a direct order from the world government. Refusal will result in the forfeiture of your titles. Consider what that entails. Those who have long enjoyed the protection of the world government will be reduced to mere pirates, regarded as adversaries by both the world government and the Navy." Handing a newspaper to the warriors of Jiushi, Wushu addressed the Empress aboard the ship. As a conventional Navy officer, he held the 7 warlords in disdain, yet he could not deny their formidable strength. At the very least, their alliance could serve as a bolster against the world's strongest man, the Pirate King Whitebeard. However, the Navy officers accompanying Wushu, upon witnessing Hancock's emergence, completely forgot their mission, their focus solely on the Empress. She was indeed the Pirate Empress, rumored to be an unparalleled beauty, and they were not mistaken. Their gazes began to ascend from her elegant high heels, reluctant to miss any detail. Her legs were long and slender, her waist was delicate, and her figure was nothing short of perfection. Her forehead was smooth, her almond-shaped eyes exuded a hint of aloofness, her nose was dainty, and her lips were soft. Devoid of any creases, her features were flawless. Adorning her ears were glimmering serpent-shaped earrings, symbolizing her status. Truly, she represented perfection. The admiration in the eyes of the sailors turned into infatuation, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "What a beautiful woman!" they exclaimed, willing to offer her anything. The sailors began to haul large crates and even emptied their personal savings, entranced as they transported goods to the ship of the Jiushi pirates. "Wake up, you fools!" Wushu shouted at the sailors aboard the ship. This finally interrupted their zealous actions of giving away the ship's cargo to the Empress. He issued a final ultimatum. The execution of Fire Fist Ace has been confirmed. The Navy will deploy its entire might, led by the 3 admirals, to face Whitebeard. Decide now. Will you forfeit your title as 7 warlords or accept this summons? The deadline is approaching. His words shifted the atmosphere to one of tension. If Empress Boa Hancock refused the summons, it would mean the loss of her title, transforming their relationship from allies to adversaries, inevitably leading to conflict. Unacquainted with Luffy, Hancock held no intention of participating in the war. Standing atop the Serpent Sea King, she surveyed the Navy and Admiral Wushu from her elevated position, her gaze growing impatient. In the past, merely expressing a thought would have garnered immediate compliance. It was rare to encounter such a resolute man. I cherish my title as 7 warlords and do not wish to lose it. However, I detest the world government and refuse to follow their commands, regardless of my actions. Be it kicking aside small creatures or taking lives, the world forgives me. Why? Because I'm simply too beautiful. With a light step, Hancock leapt onto the Navy's ship, tilting her head back to toss her hair, forming a heart shape with her hands before her chest. Consider this as if you never came to fetch me. Become a stone in the calm sea of the doldrums. Sweet aroma. Without a thought of joining the war against Whitebeard, Hancock unleashed her powers upon Admiral Wushu and the accompanying Navy. Hancock! Hancock! Amid the sailors' ecstatic cheers, a sweet, pastel fragrance enveloped the area. To the Navy, Hancock seemed to exist in a blissful fantasy, a deep infatuation blossoming from their hearts. Their breaths quickened, and the thrill of excitement consumed their minds, leading them into a state of eternal reverie, turning them into statues gripped by love. At the moment Hancock activated the powers of the sweet, sweet fruit, Admiral Wushu, without hesitation, drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into his palm, using the pain to dispel the instinctual urges he felt in her presence. Drawing attention away through pain proved effective, but the soldiers were doomed. Noticing that Wushu had not been petrified, Hancock admired his decisiveness and experience. However, the notion of allowing them to vanish into the doldrums, escaping the war, and refusing to assist the world government was not something Hancock would permit. Fragrant leg. Hancock flashed to Wushu's side, her long, elegant leg sweeping towards him. Wushu swiftly withdrew the dagger from his palm and used it to block Hancock's kick. But the moment they made contact, the dagger began to petrify and then shattered into pieces. What a troublesome ability, Wushu thought, feeling a wave of dread. The most terrifying aspect of the sweet, sweet fruit was that its petrification powers could even bypass Haki. Once petrified, the body becomes exceedingly fragile, shattering with the slightest impact. This foolish creature, Wushu, glanced back at the petrified Navy soldiers before unsheathing his katana and launching an assault on Hancock with swift, precise steps. He found himself with no avenue for retreat. He even sought ways to divert Hancock's attention to protect the petrified sailors aboard his ship. Wushu concentrated fiercely, maximizing the potential of his observation Haki. Henceforth, he had to be exceedingly cautious. He could not afford to receive even a single blow. Otherwise, what awaited them would be entombment in the windless sea after being petrified, total annihilation. As the two engaged in combat, Wushu predictably found himself at a disadvantage, spending most of the time evading attacks. However, as a seasoned vice admiral, he was still capable of holding his ground for a while, provided his focus remained sharp. With Wushu intentionally shifting the battlefield, they gradually moved from the Navy's deck onto the ship of the Kuja tribe. Initially, during their limited movements, Hancock had not taken much notice. But now, the battlefield had completely transformed, making it nearly impossible to avoid her attention. Could she still be concerned about those soldiers when her own safety was at stake? Hancock crushed Wushu's katana with a kick, fixating her gaze on him, who was now wounded, his left lung pierced by shards of the broken blade. Though they were somewhat foolish, who among the youth can guarantee perpetual clarity? Ultimately, the future of this world belongs to the young. Coughing up blood from his injury, Wushu glanced at the petrified Navy statues on the deck, then struggled to stand. holding the broken hilt of his sword and pointing it at Hancock. Boya Hancock, even if you manage to retain the title of warlord this time by sheer luck, you shall inevitably face retribution. The breath escaping his shattered lung caused Wu Xiao to break into a cold sweat. Yet he summoned his strength, striving to sound resolute. The chaos of this world shall ultimately be rectified by justice. Justice? Hancock retorted, her brow furrowing. I once harbored hope for the existence of justice. With measured steps in her high heels, she approached Wu Xiao, her expression marred by anger and resentment. In the dark past of over a decade ago, she too had yearned for justice to rescue them. Yet those figures cloaked in righteousness never appeared. It was only when the flames ignited their hope for light that these embodiments of justice resurfaced. But their intent was merely to cast them once more into the abyss of despair. How pitiful are those who pride themselves on carrying justice. It does not exist in this world. Recalling those dark memories sent Hancock into a panic, instinctively channeling her rage to mask her emotions. Fragrant foot, with a fierce flicker of her brow, she aimed a kick at Wu Xiao's head. Remaining ever vigilant, Wu Xiao deflected the attack with the hilt of his broken sword the moment he sensed Hancock's assault. With a resounding crack, the remnants of the sword turned to stone upon contact, shattering to leave only the hilt. Hancock's relentless kick continued toward Wu Xiao's head. Was this the end? He pondered as her leg approached ever closer. From the very onset of their confrontation, he had sensed his impending defeat. Even if his palm had not been pierced by his own weapon, he would not have matched Hancock's prowess. With her mastery over the three forms of haki, observation, armament, and conqueror-s, and the extraordinary powers of her sweet fruit, no one without the strength of an admiral could claim to be her superior. The anticipation of death is a tormenting experience. Wu Xiao felt as though time had come to a standstill. The kick that should have struck him in an instant taking an eternity to descend. Just as confusion clouded his mind, he suddenly noticed a hand gripping Hancock's ankle. Though he could not recall when it had appeared. Who had saved me? Wu Xiao's gaze shifted to the owner of the wrist, a youth he had never seen before, and he surmised that this young man possessed a sense of justice. Oh no, this is not the time for such thoughts. Let go. You will be petrified, Wu Xiao shouted frantically to Mo Bai. He hoped that this savior would not meet an untimely end. Why should I let go? It feels quite pleasant, Mo Bai replied, still gripping Hancock's ankle and absent-mindedly stroking it. Lecherous fool. Hancock's anger flared, her silver teeth gleaming as she mocked. Do not think that avoiding my kick means you will escape petrification. Indeed, as her words fell, Mo Bai's grip lost sensation, and stone began to creep up his forearm. Such a domineering ability? Mo Bai mused, surprised by the rapid onset of petrification. He had been channeling the bloodline of the sun within him, yet it had proven ineffective against the petrifying power. Truly, carnal desires always pose a significant hindrance to a man's path. He had merely sought to take advantage. And this was the consequence. Young man, I am grateful for your assistance, but you must leave. She is a formidable opponent, Wu Xiao warned. Noticing Mo Bai's arm had begun to petrify, he felt fortunate that it had not been entirely severed. Preserving even a single life was a blessing. Mo Bai's petrified arm remained in a position that suggested a casual grip on Hancock's ankle. Ignoring Wu Xiao's plea, he tapped his petrified arm with his other functional hand, producing a rhythmic thud. It seems the bloodline of the sun is not entirely without merit. At least the hardness of the petrified limb surpasses that of others, Mo Bai mused, nodding in satisfaction at his newfound resilience before forcefully tearing off the petrified limb. Due to the petrification, the severed arm had completely lost sensation. Even when torn asunder, he felt no pain whatsoever. Instantly, emerald rings of light encircled the fractured area, and the stone debris fell away, revealing a pristine and intact arm regrowing in its place. What remarkable healing capabilities! Wu Xiao gazed in awe as he witnessed the regeneration of the severed limb, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Such an exceptional healer would be a tremendous asset to the Navy. Future battles would no longer be a source of concern regarding injuries. As a man, do not regard me with such eyes. Are you in need of healing? Mo Bai remarked, feeling uncomfortable under Wuxiao's enthusiastic gaze, only to suddenly notice the blood seeping from Wuxiao's chest wound. Just say if you require assistance. I would not deny you healing, and if you do not need it, I would not impose, he stated, as emerald rings of light enveloped Wuxiao, rapidly mending the damaged tissue in his lungs and expelling the remnants of the broken blade fragments, swiftly restoring the wound to a smooth state. In an instant, Wuxiao felt rejuvenated, his gaze toward Mo by now filled with even greater intensity. The healing ability not only mends wounds, but also significantly restores the spirit depleted from previous battles. Though the young man's thought process may seem somewhat unconventional, he is undoubtedly the naval medical prodigy we require. Under the fervent gaze of the weasel, Mo awkwardly shifted his position toward Hancock, sensing something amiss about her. Meanwhile, Hancock, after retracting her legs, unleashed several arm strikes to shatter the petrified forearm bound to her ankle, leading to a new understanding of Mo Bai's extraordinary toughness. "Who are you? Why are you obstructing me?" she inquired. "If I cannot ensure their silent descent into the calm belt, I will either lose my identity as a Shichibukai, plunging my nation into ceaseless turmoil, or I will be forced into a war I do not wish to join." Hancock delicately caressed her forehead, adopting a sorrowful pose that tugged at the heartstrings as she gazed at Mo Bai. "I do not wish to choose either of these paths." She held unwavering confidence in her captivating beauty, often proclaiming that regardless of her actions, the world would forgive her. Even if a minuscule faction still harbored disdain, it would certainly not include this youth, who had dared to touch her even after being petrified. In Hancock's sorrowful demeanor, imbued with the powers of the sweet fruit, it seemed as though she could influence the thoughts of those around her. To Mo Bai's eyes, Hancock appeared enveloped in a sweet, thick, almost tangible pink atmosphere, causing his heart to race as the idea of assisting her against the naval forces began to take root in his mind. "Hey, young man, snap out of it. You should leave now," the weasel urged, concern etched across his face. He sensed that these youths often succumbed to temptation when confronted with beauty. "Should I intervene, or should I not?" he pondered. "Don't worry, while I may be a lecher, I will never become a sycophant." Regaining his composure, Mo Bai sheepishly scratched his head, thinking it inappropriate to confess his earlier murderous thoughts to the weasel. "Please, grant me a favor, lift the petrification on the Navy, and let them go." Montauk Bai, inspired by the words of the red-haired, confidently addressed Hancock. "Favor?" Such a familiar phrase. The weasel looked at Hancock with eager anticipation, hoping they could retreat unscathed. As for the Shichibukai's summoning issue, the world government could handle that themselves. "Why should I grant you favor?" Hancock retorted, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Just as she was about to respond further, she saw Mo Bai's lips move silently, uttering the words "flying dragon's hoof." How could he know? If this information were to leak. In an instant, Hancock's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the area, causing several lesser crew members aboard the Nine-Snake ship to faint under its pressure. Sister, Sandersonia and Marigold looked at Hancock with concern, having gleaned the information from Mo Bai's lips. The weasel, exasperated, glared at Mo Bai. "This favor doesn't seem to align with my expectations. It feels like we are about to face an even harsher beating. If you think this will allow you to let them go, then." Hancock's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Mo Bai, her words deliberate. "I will bury you alongside them in the calm belt." No sooner had she spoken, Hancock vanished, launching herself toward Mo Bai with an unstoppable force. "How swift!" The weasel broke out in a cold sweat, astonished by Hancock's speed, which seemed even more formidable than that of the light-speed Kizaru. "Great fragrance kick." Hancock's teeth ground together, her forehead darkening as she aimed her most powerful kick at Mo Bai. With a thunderous crash, the Nine-Snake ship violently shook and began to sink beneath the waves, ultimately succumbing to the pressure and breaking in two, marking the end of its existence. Water surged from the fractured deck, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The wreckage of the ship began to take on water, and due to its size, the sinking process would last about an hour. All those still standing and conscious anxiously watched the cloud of dust, awaiting the final curtain to fall. Such an attack can't possibly be fatal, right? The weasel, still drenched in cold sweat, watched the dust-laden area with concern. This young man, who had willingly stepped in to assist the Navy, was undoubtedly a remarkable prospect. Moreover, his impressive healing abilities would be coveted on any ship. But could anyone survive such a devastating attack? Hancock's enraged strike undoubtedly possessed the power to threaten even the admirals and emperors. Fortunately, Mo-Bai had already activated his time-space domain upon witnessing the domineering nature of the sweet fruit's petrification ability, rendering him untouchable. Hancock's fleeting attack passed through him, her foot striking the deck of the nine-snake ship, the force cleaving it in two. In Mo-Bai's view, after destroying her own ship, Hancock plunged into the sea, her momentum carrying her downwards for dozens of meters. Have you forgotten that you are a devil fruit user? Mo-Bai watched Hancock's self-destructive attack with bemusement, raising a hand to his forehead. He felt fortunate to have activated his domain. Had her kick connected, it would have surely shattered his kidneys. My beautiful, foolish wife. Mo-Bai appeared beside Hancock, who was sinking deeper into the sea, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. He then spatially jumped, their figures appearing atop the wreckage floating on the water surface. With Mo-Bai's arm around her, Hancock, soaked and her form accentuated by the clingy fabric of her dress, glared at him, her eyes still filled with murderous intent. Do not think that saving me will earn your gratitude. As she emerged from the water, her strength gradually returned, and a soft pink glow began to emanate from her. Smack! Mo-Bai sensed Hancock about to unleash her sweet fruit powers. He quickly struck her curvaceous form, interrupting her incantation, and said, "Calm down. Can we talk this out? I can help you deal with the flying dragon's hoof." As he spoke, Mo-Bai silently invoked an enhancement, a jade-green halo enveloping Hancock's delicate figure and settling on her back. Hancock, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the earlier attack, found her thoughts momentarily blanked by Mo-Bai's words. In the tumultuous escape from the sacred land of Shangdima Ligia, there were slaves who, in a desperate bid to sever ties with their unbearable past, cruelly excised the flesh from their backs. Ultimately, they succumbed to excessive blood loss, leaving a gruesome image indelibly etched in the memories of the sisters. Henceforth, they shunned any mention of the disgraceful marks left by the Tian Shinlong's hoof, opting to conceal their shame from the world, pondering whether the indelible stigma could ever truly be resolved. Hancock, lost in thought, gazed at Mo-Bai, recalling the moment when his petrified arm regenerated. Perhaps it was indeed plausible to believe in such miracles. As her mind remained ensnared in a web of convoluted thoughts, she gradually regained her composure under the refreshing breeze that caressed her back. Was it truly over? Doubt gnawed at Hancock's heart, yet she bit her lip, closed her eyes, and delicately swept her hair back, exploring the smooth contours of her chi-pao's neckline. It felt exquisitely even and silky. Hancock's hands lingered on her unblemished back, a sensation she had not indulged in for a long time, to avoid the grotesque scars of her shame. Even her routine washing had been reduced to a mere cursory rinse. Reluctantly withdrawing her hands, she noticed that Mo-Bai's gaze had softened. "I can spare those Navy soldiers, but you must stay. My two sisters also require your assistance in addressing their marks." Mo-Bai readily nodded in agreement. Having arrived, how could he not linger a while longer in the kingdom of women? He could hardly forget the exasperation he felt watching Luffy's antics in the daughter country during his previous life, nor could he overlook Tang Seng's performance, which left every man wishing to take his place. As the onlookers waited anxiously, the clouds of dust slowly dissipated, revealing the alluring Hancock, drenched in her chi-pao, alongside the impeccably pristine Mo-Bai. How could he emerge unscathed after such an assault? The weasel stared incredulously at Mo-Bai, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Hancock's recent kick would have warranted serious attention from even a Yonko, yet here he stood, not even a wrinkle on his attire. A true powerhouse. This was a top-tier warrior boasting the strength of an admiral or Yonko, not to mention possessing formidable healing abilities. The weasel's expression turned pensive as he contemplated how to engage such a formidable ally. With the 3 admiral positions already filled, it was imperative to offer appropriate treatment to win him over. What a headache! Why did the slacker occupy one of the admiral roles? Sister, Sandersonia and Marigold, seeing Hancock drenched, hastily rushed over, draping their cloaks over her, and cautiously brandished their weapons at Bai. They were well aware of their sister's formidable prowess. Yet, facing this young man, they felt utterly powerless, indicating his extraordinary strength. "Do not worry," Hancock reassured as she accepted the cloak and wrapped it around herself, addressing her concerned sisters. She then turned her gaze towards Rear Admiral Weasel. "I have granted you a reprieve. You may depart." With that, Hancock released the petrification on the Navy personnel aboard the warship. "Hurry and take your soldiers away. Kuja Island does not welcome you. We are saved." Weasel exhaled in relief as he watched the Navy soldiers gradually regain their senses. They had nearly faced annihilation at the hands of such a dangerously powerful woman. As for the Empress Boa Hancock's refusal to answer the call of the Shichibukai, that would be a matter for the world government to grapple with after the war with the White-Beard pirates concluded. "Thank you. I am Rear Admiral Weasel, and I have yet to learn your name." Weasel's eyes gleamed with fervor as he looked at Bai, evidently still harboring thoughts of enlisting him in the Navy. "You may call me Bai. I intend to spend some time touring Kuja Island, so I shall not linger in conversation." Unable to endure Weasel's intense gaze, Bai waved his hand dismissively and leaped onto Kuja Island, leaving only his silhouette behind. Weasel found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing between Bai's retreating figure and Hancock, Kuja Island may not welcome men, but he was a treasured guest of Hancock, and thus that rule did not apply to him. Noticing Weasel's conflicted expression, Hancock offered a brief explanation before departing the scene, stepping ashore. How had they transitioned from a fierce confrontation to being esteemed guests? Was there an unwritten rule governing such encounters? Leaning on his chin, Weasel fell into deep thought. He recalled the extraordinary phenomena observed when the Yonko red-haired and White-Beard met, as well as the customary brawls between red-haired and Mihawk, followed by reconciliatory feasts. Even when admirals fought, they would first exchange blows before engaging in dialogue. So, was it customary for powerful beings to offer a greeting through combat upon meeting? Weasel nodded thoughtfully. "Excellent. I, too, shall aspire to become a cultured powerhouse." After Bai set foot on the island, Hancock quickly followed. Guided by her, they traversed the outer forest, entering the gates of Kuja Kingdom, and after navigating through the bustling marketplace, they arrived at the residence of the sisters. The red walls and yellow tiles, adorned with intricate carvings, resonated with Bai's aesthetic sensibilities, evoking a sense of not merely traversing worlds but epics. The architectural style was breathtaking. Bai inhaled deeply, captivated by the fragrant aroma of an unknown wood, a scent brimming with the essence of nature, effortlessly soothing the spirit. "If you desire, I can arrange a room for you here," Hancock said, instinctively responding to Bai's remark, only to realize the implications of her words, causing her cheeks to flush with heat. She felt fortunate to have encountered Bai, who could alleviate the burdens of the Tianshanlong's hoof, enabling the sisters to liberate themselves from their traumatic past. Her gratitude towards him was profound, yet she also harbored an inexplicable sentiment towards this man who seemed to seize every opportunity to take advantage of her, whether it was indignation or something else. Visions of him caressing her ankle and the sound of his slap lingered uncontrollably in her mind. "Then I shall express my gratitude." Hancock. Upon hearing Hancock's offer for him to stay, Bai seized the opportunity to affirm her proposal. "Please, this is the daughter country. Not only will I stay if you invite me, but even if you try to send me away, I will return frequently." Thank you? He agreed, which meant they would essentially be cohabiting, wouldn't it? Hancock's face flushed deeper, steam seemingly rising from her cheeks. Lost in a whirlwind of self-delusion, her imagination spiraled, envisioning Bai's hands gliding up her leg from her ankle, shifting the scene of his slap to a new location. Suddenly, Hancock pressed her forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, her body swaying forward. Hancock, Bai, who had been silently observing her movements, caught her just as she began to fall. While he relished in the thought of winning the heart of such a captivating woman, he suddenly caught sight of his two wary sister-in-laws, weapons drawn and glaring at him. "I assure you, I have done nothing," Mo-Bai spoke, reaching out to shift the gunpoint aimed at himself. Yet in the next moment, the barrel was repositioned by its owner. "Release my sister. As for the matter you've mentioned, it shall be resolved once she awakens." Sandasania aimed her spear at Mo-Bai, gesturing for Mali Galuda to retrieve Han Cook from his grasp. With her heart seemingly captured, Mo-Bai could hardly unleash his wrath upon his sister-in-law, and thus he compliantly handed Han Cook over to Mali Galuda. "Many on Snake Princess Island have never seen a man. Remain here and do not wander, lest panic ensue. You will be notified once my sister regains consciousness." Observing Mo-Bai's cooperation, Sandasania's demeanor softened. After securing a room for Mo-Bai, she and Mali Galuda took Han Cook to seek assistance from the knowledgeable granny Guluo Liu Sa. Montak Bai, initially hoping for a more intimate encounter, sighed and shook his head in disappointment, muttering, "Good things are worth the wait." As a man of indulgent desires, Mo-Bai could not simply remain idle. He activated a spatial passage to Shurema, making it evident to the readers that this was indeed a harem novel. Meanwhile, without the exceptional navigator Nami, and having been detained in Shurema for over a month, the Straw Hat Pirates found themselves in a dire situation. Having not even glimpsed the fearsome three-masted ship during their playful antics, Usopp noticed a seagull delivering news and beckoned it over, tossing a belly to retrieve the newspaper. Upon glancing at the first page, he was struck with shock. The second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, had been captured and was to be executed at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Ace was Luffy's brother, was he not? "Hey, Luffy!" Usopp hurried to Luffy, who was still frolicking with his crewmates, trembling as he handed over the newspaper. He knew that upon learning this news, Luffy would recklessly charge into the battlefield at Marineford. Although fearful, he felt no justification in dissuading Luffy from rescuing his brother. Growth is essential, and despite the fear that lingered from their adventures, Usopp resolved to act decisively when the time came. "What?" Luffy questioned, perplexed as he took the newspaper, typically oblivious to such news. Though confused as to why Usopp wanted him to see it, he opened the paper, only to be captivated by the bold headlines. Ace had been captured and was to be executed at Marine headquarters in Marineford. Luffy's hands trembled as he clutched the paper, his eyes widening in shock. They had only recently met, yet now Ace was in peril? How many elite Marines would gather at Marineford on the day of execution? "Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie," Luffy called out, rallying his comrades, his serious gaze sweeping over their faces. "I am about to embark on a perilous and arduous battle. If any of you wish to withdraw, I will not hold it against you." He understood the danger in heading to Marineford to rescue Ace. But Ace was his beloved brother, and he had to go. However, the bond his crewmates shared with Ace was limited to their captain's brother, and it felt unreasonable to throw them into danger for this cause. "A ship requires a single will, Luffy," Zoro declared, grinning as he extended his fist toward Luffy. "Are you looking down on us?" Sanji chimed in, following suit. When a companion is in need, a courageous warrior of the sea would never back down. Usopp, despite his trembling, thrust his fist forward. "I am with you." All the crew members' fists met, and they turned their gazes toward Luffy. "Everyone." Luffy felt a lump in his throat, struggling to find the words. "The captain cannot hesitate and weep." Zoro urged him with a smile. Wiping his eyes, Luffy joined his fist with those of his companions, a smile breaking through. "Everyone, set course for Marineford." Oh, under the clear, azure sky, the pirate town below was engulfed in an ominous darkness. A dense black fog enveloped the entire town, and amidst the cries of terror from the big beard pirates, Sachi mercilessly hurled his spirit fire spear into the pirate's chest. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced flesh, tearing the very soul of the big beard pirate apart, twisting his face into a grotesque visage of agony, devoid of any semblance of humanity. The chilling and searing spirit fire ignited, incinerating his soul into pure energy, which Sachi absorbed within himself. A spectral figure emerged from Sachi's body, observing the contorted, anguish-stricken corpse of the big beard pirate, filled with a vengeful satisfaction that dissipated into nothingness. This should suffice, Sachi mused, gazing at his nearly tangible spirit form. Perhaps due to the nature of the spirit, his voice remained cold. He had learned through the newspaper of Blackbeard's capture of Ace, handing him over to the world government for execution at Marine headquarters in Marineford. He secretly resented himself for not having dealt with Blackbeard earlier, leading to these events. However, dwelling on the past was futile. What mattered most now was the urgency to rescue Ace. Enough of this. Time is of the essence. Sachi clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening. Soon, the black fog in the pirate town began to converge towards him, revealing a multitude of distorted faces, clearly those who had endured excruciating pain before death. As the black fog coalesced, it flowed into Sachi's chest, vanishing, leaving behind a spectral form glowing with an eerie green luminescence under the blazing sun. Very well. With the protection of this black fog, participating in a war should pose no issue. Sachi looked up at the scorching sun. This long-awaited sunlight should have felt warm. Yet at this moment, it felt like a painful encounter of snow with the first rays of dawn. Ace, I had hoped to avenge you personally before we meet again, Sachi declared, his eyes shifting from warmth to icy resolve. Let us settle both new and old grievances once and for all. Teach. Even if the world government had suffered a severe blow, the formidable structure built over the years would not easily crumble. Aside from Boa Hancock, who harbored extreme hatred for the celestial dragons and refused to answer the world government summons, the remaining Shichibukai had gathered at Marine headquarters before the impending conflict. To capture the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates and orchestrate a full-scale war against Whitebeard is indeed a grand endeavor. Doflamingo glanced at Fleet Admiral Sengoku, seated at the head of the conference room before his gaze settled on the seemingly harmless Blackbeard, sensing a fellow ambitious spirit within him. This war began with Blackbeard's capture of Ace, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates, known for their emphasis on familial bonds within the crew, could never remain indifferent while the Navy executed Ace. Likewise, the Navy would not relinquish the opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, thereby tipping the scales of power entirely in their favor. Among them was the imposing figure of the large, dark-skinned man, who had concealed his presence within the Whitebeard pirates for over 20 years. His intentions in this conflict were undoubtedly far grander. The annihilation of the scum of the seas was, after all, the very purpose of the Navy's existence. The unexpected influx of restless individuals this time caught him by surprise. Fleet Admiral Sengoku surveyed the 7 warlords present, discreetly observing Blackbeard. He sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding this war. The opportunity to eradicate a Yonko crew was at hand. Should they miss it, the Navy's ambition to dominate the seas would be postponed indefinitely. Unless another Yonko crew emerged, he could not afford to dismiss such a tantalizing opportunity. His long-standing resentment towards Whitebeard had festered. After over 20 years as a mere subordinate, he watched as Ace was promoted to captain upon joining, all while being told they were like sons to Whitebeard. In his mind, he jested that he must be the adopted child. Blackbeard, perceptive to the probing gazes of the two men, raised his drink in a mock toast, attributing his betrayal of the Whitebeard pirates to the inequities aboard the ship. He was prepared to enact his plan for Impel Down, now merely waiting for the war to commence, drawing the world's attention away from his actions. Those present were not fools. None truly believed Blackbeard's words. However, their purpose for gathering was the impending confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates, and they would not choose this moment to provoke Blackbeard. Doflamingo, with a glass raised, chuckled, glancing around the assembly. His sunglasses shielded his eyes, concealing the disdain he felt when his gaze fell upon Moria. His true intention for joining this conflict was to assist those above him, regardless of Blackbeard's schemes. His own interests would remain unscathed. After 2 weeks of anticipation, the paramount war, which had captured the world's attention, finally arrived. On that fateful morning, as the morning mist began to lift, the Navy stood ready at Marine headquarters, Marineford, awaiting the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Fleet Admiral Sengoku had spent the night without rest, meticulously checking every detail of the Navy's deployment, fearful of any oversight. Just as he confirmed that everything was executed flawlessly according to his plan, he received unexpected news from the soldiers below. What? Blackbeard has hijacked a battleship and vanished? Sengoku's voice rose with alarm. Though aware of Blackbeard's ulterior motives, he had not anticipated that after plotting for so long to provoke a war with the Whitebeard pirates, he would choose this moment to depart. Refusing the summons could cost him his title as a warlord of the sea, having betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Was he now playing the Navy and the world government against each other? Was he intent on making more enemies? Setting aside his concerns for the moment, Sengoku acknowledged that the war with Whitebeard was of greater importance. If they could resolve the threat posed by the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy could draw significant combat power from their defenses against the four emperors to target weaker pirate factions that had yet to mature, thus creating a snowball effect, ultimately establishing a position of overwhelming dominance over the pirates at sea. At that point, Blackbeard would merely be a fugitive, pursued relentlessly by the Navy. While the Navy focused on their various deployments, Blackbeard, under the cover of night, effortlessly commandeered a battleship and made his escape. After drifting for a while at sea, he observed the morning fog dissipating and the sun rising slowly. He steered the stolen battleship toward Impel Down. The approach to Impel Down was fraught with swirling eddies and turbulent waters. Safe passage necessitated passing through the gates of justice. The battleship's identity and his status as a warlord of the sea served as his best protection at that moment. I am Blackbeard, a warlord of the sea, on a secret mission. Open the gates and allow me passage. Blackbeard called out to the soldiers guarding the gates of justice. Please hold on. We need confirmation from above. The guard replied, having seen Blackbeard's battleship but harboring no suspicions. As the soldier prepared to contact his superiors, Blackbeard seized the opportunity. Drawing out a special transponder snail designated for communication with the five elders, he declared, I am currently executing a secret mission personally assigned by the five elders. If you doubt me, you may contact them directly. However, if any delay or leakage of information results in mission failure, you will bear all consequences. Like most bureaucracies, one could do nothing, but making a mistake was intolerable. Upon hearing that he would be held accountable, especially for a secret mission from his superior's superior, the soldier panicked. Please wait. I will open the gates immediately. The guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, efficiently opening the gates of justice and allowing Blackbeard to pass with a lowly bow. Impel Down. Here I come, Blackbeard exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement as he beheld the imposing sight of the notorious prison. Having learned from Law about Ivankov, who possessed the hormone fruit and could resolve his future threats, he'd been covertly gathering information on Ivankov, whose last known location was indeed within Impel Down. Within these walls lay not only powerful allies he had long sought, but also the promise of his future. Once he recruited a formidable crew from here, he could proceed to the paramount war, waiting for the Navy and Whitebeard to inflict mutual destruction. At that moment, he would emerge as the unexpected predator, effortlessly seizing the opportunity to acquire the world-destroying powers of the Tremor fruit from Whitebeard. With the illustrious victory of vanquishing both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy under his belt, who could contest his claim to the title of Pirate King? No, it was not merely the title of Pirate King. Even the world government and the renowned Shirima, known for its formidable reputation, would bow before his overwhelming strength. I am the one who shall command the world, standing atop all. With a maniacal laugh, Blackbeard reveled in his delusions. Subsequently, employing the same ruse, he deceived the guards at the entrance of Impel Down, citing his secret mission as a reason to refuse the Warden Magellan's request to wait until he finished in the restroom. Guided by a guard, Blackbeard entered the first layer of the Red Lotus Hell. So, this is the world's most infamous prison, the so-called impregnable Impel Down? It does not seem nearly as formidable as the legend suggests, he mused, walking through the Red Lotus Hell and observing the prisoners being tortured among the spikes and sword trees, unperturbed. At the outset, he was fully prepared to launch a forceful incursion, yet he did not anticipate that the guards here would cooperate so readily in an effort to evade responsibility. It seems that the banner of the five elders truly bears significance. Upon his initial entrance into the Push City, he had declined the company of others. Blackbeard wandered for quite some time within the depths of the Honglian Hell, yet he still had not reached the passage leading to the next level. How outrageous! At this rate, by the time the commotion on the other side concludes, My own endeavors here have yet to commence. Blackbeard furrowed his brow, only to quickly relax it. He had never intended to create a disturbance without cause. Thus, let this place erupt into chaos. A wicked grin spread across Blackbeard's face as he swiftly dispatched a passing jailer with a single punch, subsequently forcing open the metallic prison door of the Homely in Hell. One must pursue their dreams independently. One's freedom must be fought for. Let the revelry commence. He let out a hearty laugh directed at the inmates before enveloping his fist in hockey and delivering a tremendous blow to the ground. Since a passage could not be found, he would simply create one. With a resounding crash, the floor of the first level of Homely in Hell shattered beneath his might. Blackbeard leaped into the air, landing in the second level, the Beast Hell. He forcefully tore open several prison doors, liberating the inmates within. Whether it be freedom or the agonizing wait for death, the choice now lies with you. After offering these prisoners a motivational speech, Blackbeard shattered the floor once more and leaped into the third level, the Hunger Hell. However, upon entering, the eerie silence caused Blackbeard to furrow his brow once more. Were the inmates? Not a single soul on this level. Is the punishment here so horrific that none can survive? Observing the desolate, lifeless environment, Blackbeard's brow tightened in confusion. Never mind. Releasing the inmates from the third level would not incite much chaos anyway. The matter at hand is paramount. He reassured himself, relaxing his brow. He then smashed through the floor again, descending to the fourth level. Empty. Blackbeard sensed an unusual aura and, undeterred, broke through to the fifth level. Still vacant. This is absurd. 3 consecutive levels of the prison are devoid of life. Is the mortality rate truly this high? If they wished to execute them, why not do so outright instead of sending them to suffer in Push City? Is this a mere indulgence for the world government? A futile endeavor to build a prison for amusement? The world government is so affluent, yet the reward for capturing Ace is merely a token honor medal. I refuse to believe that those infamous criminals, erased from history, possess abilities less dangerous than those who languish here. Blackbeard's brow furrowed deeper than a well-worn cloth, and he struck the ground once more. Having come this far, one cannot simply relinquish their pursuit now. Fortunately, this time, the commotion was distinctly different from before. As Blackbeard punched down, the floor shattered, revealing a mere few centimeters of height, leading to an inclined surface that appeared to have been tampered with. My instincts were indeed correct. There is something amiss below. Meanwhile, the inmates released from the first and second levels were creating chaos, quickly attracting the guards of Push City to quell the disturbance. Yet, the anticipated struggle against these heinous criminals did not materialize. Vice Warden Hannibal, having recently changed his weapon, has become remarkably formidable. It seems he has been acting peculiarly, muttering to himself. Could it be that he is possessed by the malevolent spirit rumored to haunt the prison? The guards observed as Hannibal advanced like an unstoppable force, effortlessly dispatching the unruly inmates. One prisoner, witnessing the horrific sight of his fellow inmates falling, turned in terror to flee. But just as he made a few steps, a piercing cry echoed in his ears. No! Before he could utter a plea for mercy, a warm, crimson tide surged forth and silenced him, dimming the light in his eyes. Is this how simply my life concludes? Yet, perhaps it is preferable to languishing in this eternal prison without hope. Before his final thoughts could dissipate, the deceased prisoner found his consciousness abruptly returning, only to behold his own ephemeral form bound by chains of the soul. Hannibal mused to himself about the failure of Warden Magellan, pondering how, in such a short span, another intruder had breached Push City. He rested his head against his lantern, observing the myriad of tiny green lights swirling within, reminiscent of distant stars. A satisfied smile gracing his face. How delightful! The number of inmates under his command had increased, though the world government did not officially appoint him as warden. He now presided over more than 1,000 inmates, surpassing the total incarcerated in Push City. This lantern is his prison, and he is the warden of the souls confined within it. As for the warden of Push City, now nearly devoid of inmates, Vice Warden Hannibal, out of benevolence, decided not to contend for the position with the slothful Magellan. You claim that the one who invaded Push City is the warlord Blackbeard? Hannibal turned to the guards who were spectating on the sidelines, their faces stricken with fear. Yes, indeed. Vice Warden Hannibal. Blackbeard has contacted the five elders using the special Din Mushi, deceitfully claiming to undertake a covert mission on their behalf. The guards, startled by the sudden inquiry, saluted awkwardly and reported truthfully. The terrifying display of Hannibal had altered their perception of the Vice Warden, instilling a newfound respect. Your negligence will be addressed following this incident. For now, tend to the bodies of the deceased inmates and do what you can for the living. It would be unacceptable for Push City to be entirely devoid of prisoners, Hannibal stated, sensing a shift in the guard's gaze. Surveying the battlefield where he had recently wreaked havoc, he noted the guard's hesitance and felt his expression stiffen. Great. Let us hope this doesn't lead to mass unemployment. I must first deal with Blackbeard. You all carry on with your duties. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Hannibal hastily departed. As Blackbeard began his vigorous excavation, the evident tremors caught the attention of those residing in the 55th level, the new human paradise. Damn it. Has someone breached Push City once more? Could it be that malevolent specter who decimated the inmates of levels 3 to 6? Lady Ivankov, what should we do? Several new humans huddled together in fear, awaiting the decision of their queen, Ivankov. Ever since the last incident where MO had exterminated all the inmates from levels 3 to 6, they had remained in a state of trepidation. The 5th level above them was a veritable house of horrors, devoid of life, as was the 6th level below. Moreover, the intruder had managed to stealthily bypass the guards of Push City, evidently not traversing through conventional routes. The opposing party is likely already aware of the circumstances surrounding the Shinrin Yuan, yet for some reason, they have refrained from taking action. Do not lose your composure. The last invader was elusive, and throughout the entire ordeal, no one detected his presence. Or perhaps those who encountered him in the city of Tuajin were all deceased. This individual is undoubtedly not the same as the last one. Iwan Kafu's face was dotted with beads of sweat, his discerning gaze fixed intently on the rooftop. The increasingly palpable tremors signaled the imminent arrival of a newcomer. With frequent invasions occurring every few days, it had become increasingly difficult to remain in the Tuajin city. At last, a resounding crash echoed as the last floorboard was shattered. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a figure gradually emerged into their view. Here they come. Iwan Kafu exchanged a glance with Shandian, then stood poised, ready to respond at a moment's notice should the situation take a turn for the worse. As the smoke dissipated, the gaze of the infamous Blackbeard was instantly captivated by Iwan Kafu, who stood at the forefront. His distinct smoky eye makeup allowed Blackbeard to immediately recognize that this was one of his targets. Was his future not saved at last? Ha ha ha, I have finally found you. Blackbeard approached, his malicious gaze never straying from Iwan Kafu. With arms spread wide, he proclaimed in a savior-like manner, "One of my objectives in invading Tuajin City is to find you and rescue you, Iwan Kafu. Shed your identity as a revolutionary being hunted by the world government and join me. I have already devised a path to supremacy. Is this person not a fool? He barges into Tuajin City to recruit me?" Iwan Kafu rolled his eyes and exchanged a glance with Shandian, who responded with a helpless shrug. Enough with your theatrics, Iwan Kafu thought to himself, having already concluded that Blackbeard was lacking in intellect. He patted Blackbeard on the shoulder, interrupting his speech. As a new human, since you have come this far, I shall not leave you to perish. Welcome to Shinrin Yuan, haha. Iwan Kafu grinned widely, his purple lips exaggerated in expression. The inhabitants of Shinrin Yuan momentarily forgot their earlier fear of the invader. Enthusiastically responding to Queen Iwan Kafu and welcoming their new companion, Blackbeard, Shandian, however, disregarded the commotion, utilizing his powers to repair the shattered floorboards. Blackbeard, are these people actually welcoming me to their den of freaks? Amidst the cacophony of greetings, Blackbeard's dark expression was fraught with menace. Who would join you worthless misfits? And I, Blackbeard, a man. His crimson eyes glared at the crowd, and with a sudden surge of gravitational force, He sees the unsuspecting Iwan Kafu in his grip. Iwan Darren, the audacity. What do you intend to do with Iwan Darren? The surrounding new humans erupted in furious inquiries upon witnessing their queen captured by Blackbeard. Even Shandian, who was busy repairing the ceiling, halted his actions, his gaze fixed on Blackbeard. Can you cure the affliction I suffer from? Ignoring the others, Blackbeard glared daggers at Iwan Kafu, his grip tightening as he pressed for an answer. Cough the affliction. So, you're not a new human, Blackbeard boy. To suffer from such an ailment indicates a connection to new humans. Have you reconsidered? Caught off guard by the gravitational pull, Iwan Kafu took a moment to catch his breath and suggested to Blackbeard, the primary cause of this affliction is the excessive secretion of female hormones, leading the body to perceive itself as female and develop accordingly. Generally, those afflicted are born this way, a rare occurrence indeed. It can be deemed a connection. I shall say this once more. I, Blackbeard, am a man. Blackbeard's face contorted as he tightened his grip on Iwan Kafu, nearly roaring in his insistence. Gah, ease up, ease up. Iwan Kafu winced in pain from Blackbeard's crushing hold and remarked, I'm a user of the hormone fruit. Since you have found me, you must have done your research. Such a question is trivial. Do not fret over gender identity, Blackbeard boy. Maintaining the regal composure befitting his status, Iwan Kafu prepared to unleash his powers. However, no matter how he urged himself, he found his abilities utterly unresponsive. Could it be due to him? Iwan Kafu gazed at Blackbeard in shock, the danger posed by this hefty man afflicted with female disease escalating in his mind. Ha! Have you discovered it? This is my power, the ability to counter all other powers. Blackbeard reveled in Iwan Kafu's astonishment. As the darkness he summoned spread across the ground beneath the new humans, he released Iwan Kafu, declaring, do not attempt any tricks. The lives of these individuals rest in your hands. Now, regaining his abilities, Iwan Kafu recognized the peril posed by Blackbeard's intentions. Yet, as his followers were ensnared by Blackbeard's control, he had no choice but to comply with his demands. This is male hormone. Once injected into your body, it will counteract the female hormones within you, allowing you to reclaim your true male identity. Iwan Kafu's nails transformed into needle-like projections as he prepared to administer the injection. With the introduction of the male hormone, Blackbeard's physique underwent rapid transformation. The soft contours of his face sharpened, and while the excess flesh remained, his belly was the only remnant of his former bulk. Most importantly, he had regained the weight beneath him. His future. He had reclaimed his future. Ha ha. Blackbeard unfastened his trousers, gazing upon the long-lost Tiki with tears of joy. After a moment of laughter, Blackbeard's gaze returned to Iwan Kafu. You have done well. Though Blackbeard's words seemed commendatory, his eyes brimmed with malice. The silent betrayal of Luo had made it clear to him that those who did not willingly join his ranks, regardless of the temptations or threats he posed, would inevitably abandon him when the opportunity arose. Now, at a critical juncture in his quest for dominance, Blackbeard would not tolerate leaving potential traitors as allies. Fortuitously, with his future restored, Iwan Kafu had lost his value. Worthless trash ought to be discarded. As a token of my gratitude, let me demonstrate my might. A sinister smile crept across Blackbeard's lips as the darkness enveloping the new humans surged with gravitational force, beginning to consume and shatter everything in its path. The first to succumb were the decorative materials used for celebrations in Shinrinyao, Lian, swiftly ground to dust by the encroaching darkness. Following closely were the stage, the stone blocks, and the humans. The new humans present were those whom Iwan Kafu and his allies had rescued from the 55th floor of Tuajin City. Naturally, they were not formidable foes. In the face of Blackbeard's dark gravitational pull, many were quickly engulfed up to their knees. Iwan Darren, save me. Someone help me. I'm trapped. The anguished cries echoed throughout the 55th floor of Shinrinyao Yuan. Damn it, Blackbeard. Ivankov gazed upon the scene as the new human paradise transformed in an instant into a hellish nightmare. Anger surged within him, causing his nails to extend like daggers, embedding into his own visage. With a fierce blink of his deathly large eyes, he summoned a tremendous gust of explosive wind. The force swept through, catching Blackbeard off guard, hurling him away amidst the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, lightning transformed his hands into colossal scissors, severing a portion of the wall and launching it toward Blackbeard. Cough! I must admit, you are not to be underestimated. Blackbeard, rolling away like a hefty beast, evaded the crashing debris, his expression turning serious as he swatted away the swirling dust. Let's see how you fare against this, he proclaimed. With that, the gravitational darkness enveloping the ground dissipated, vibrating intensely before spiraling into a vortex, indiscriminately releasing all consumed remnants. The chaotic onslaught of debris assaulted everyone like a relentless hail of gunfire. Lightning swiftly fashioned a barrier from the wall to shield them from the barrage, yet many of the newly transformed humans were clearly devoid of life amidst the relentless bombardment. Did he truly believe that a mere wall could shield him from Blackbeard? A smirk crept across Blackbeard's face as he commanded the darkness to surge forth, engulfing everything in its path. As long as they did not make contact with Seastone, even it could not withstand his dark encroachment. The shadows expanded, claiming vast territories around them. A victorious smile graced Blackbeard's lips until his gaze inadvertently fell upon a corner of the darkness where a familiar, eerie green glow emerged. No, not just one. His expression stiffened as he turned to behold an assembly of ethereal forms, bright enough to illuminate the street. Rain-S Shiryu, the colossal warship, and Katarina Devon materialized before him. As Blackbeard uttered their names, his heart sank. Previously, merely contending with Sachi had led to a stalemate. Had he not possessed the advantageous circumstances to repel Sachi, the outcome would have remained uncertain. Now, these formidable entities that once stirred tempests upon the seas stood before him, transformed into ghastly apparitions. This was entirely different from his expectations. Something unknown must be afoot within Impelled Down. These were once the apex predators of the New World. Surely unwilling to remain confined in this abyssal prison, our opportunity has arrived. The gaze of the outside world was captivated by the fierce clash between the Marines and the Yonko, Whitebeard. This moment was indeed the best chance for us to escape Impelled Down. Blackbeard endeavored to harness his oratory skills, attempting to convey to these spectral warriors that they shared a common cause. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he could persuade them to join his ranks. There were no positions left for the Yonko in the New World. It would all belong to Blackbeard. Just as he began to indulge in his delusions, a flash of insight struck him. No, if these spectral warriors possessed powers akin to Sachi, they would have long since escaped Impelled Down. Either their strength had diminished in their spectral forms, or there existed an even more terrifying force restraining their actions within these walls. Blackbeard's pupils constricted as he peered toward the rear of the spectral assembly. Indeed, behind these ghostly figures, shadows of monsters from the era of Roger emerged. Hidden away by the world government in the annals of history, the world destroyer, Bondewald, the solitary red-legged F, and the devilish progeny, Barrett. Stunned, Blackbeard beheld these titans of the Roger era. Although it was not a certainty that those from the past were inherently stronger, these individuals had undoubtedly weathered the trials of time, free from the veil of false repute. Among them were two legends, one who stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger and Whitebeard, and another who could hold his own against Rayleigh, second only to the Pirate King himself. Just as Blackbeard believed these two to be the most fearsome presence within Impelled Down, the spectral figures parted as if welcoming an imminent arrival. Was there an even mightier beast lurking behind them? After a series of mental shocks, Blackbeard awaited the emergence of the prominent figure with bated breath as the footsteps approached, resonating ominously in the eerie silence like the tolling of a death knell, unsettling both him and Ivankov, who had been covertly observing from behind the wall. The footsteps grew nearer, and the figure finally unveiled himself from the shrouded mist. It was Hannibal. Ivankov, concealed in the shadows, was utterly astounded upon recognizing Hannibal's face. Over the years, they had carved out the fictitious 55th layer within Impelled Down, and naturally, they had gained insights into the management personnel. This man, who had long fantasized about usurping power, turned out to be such a terrifying entity. The formidable criminals who had perished during the invasion of the sixth layer now appeared as spectral beings, all paying deference to Hannibal. No wonder there had been no reports of intruders. This was nothing short of treachery. Wait, had I just grasped a potential leverage? Hannibal, swiftly deal with Blackbeard, or I shall inform Magellan that you were responsible for the massacre from the third to the sixth layer. Ivankov shouted, emerging from behind the barrier. He could not concern himself with whether Hannibal would resort to silencing him. The situation had escalated to a critical juncture. Only a confrontation between Blackbeard and Hannibal could offer them a glimmer of hope for escape. Ivankov, and these individuals? So it was they who had orchestrated the rumors of the malevolent spirits within impelled down. As Hannibal, perplexed by the revelation of the non-existent 55th layer, recognized Ivankov, he quickly pieced together the circumstances. The last invader was me? How was I unaware? In his confusion, Hannibal glanced at the spectral forms arrayed beside him, finally grasping the situation. However, he found himself at a loss for explanation. No, Domino also witnessed the invader and can testify for me. Silence. I shall handle this intruder. Blackbeard, who has breached Impel Down. As for you miscreants who dared to roam during your confinement, I shall ensure justice is served. Hannibal roared at Ivankov before commanding the spectral figures beside him, advance. Those who exert considerable effort may serve as administrators in my prison. Under the guidance of the esteemed warden, one shall surely dedicate themselves wholeheartedly, and in the future, I trust the warden will extend their favor. Xian Yu Hunter Ka Te Lin Na Dai Pong cast a seductive glance of lethal intensity toward Han and I Ba Air before launching an assault on Blackbeard. The drunkard and the tyrant followed closely behind. With age comes a relinquishing of vigor, allowing these youthful individuals to take the lead. The Red Count stood relaxed, unmoving, embodying his own words, for with age comes a waning of the fervor of youth. When Mo Bai engaged, he did not resist. After being confined within the lantern by Han and I Ba Air, his days consisted of advising Han and I Ba Air on the mastery of his domineering aura, trading his insights for a more leisurely existence within the lantern, akin to being Han and I Ba Air's golden-fingered elder. You must remain powerful. Though I am but a soul now, there will come a day when I shall surpass you, shattering all who stand before me. Ba Lei Te glared menacingly at Han and I Ba Air, reluctantly turning to Blackbeard only after raising his hook chain. The once trembling figure now seemed to accelerate in strength, growing formidable beyond recognition. Yet, as long as he retained consciousness, his indomitable fighting spirit would not wane, and he too would eventually be surpassed. Ba Lei Te observed Blard, who evaded attacks amidst a swarm of ethereal entities, a terrifying grin etched upon his face. Trusting solely in his own strength, he would never cease to enhance his power. He was a true warrior at heart. Let me test the strength of this invader. These luminescent spirits are peculiar manifestations of the deceased, transformed under the shadow of the black mist. They exist between life and death, between the material and the spiritual. Having been slain once, the devil fruit abilities of these sixth-level inmates have all vanished, and they are bereft of corporeal forms, rendering them unable to wield the haki that requires a physical body. Even in the face of a concerted assault, Katelin Na Dai Pong and the tyrant found themselves unable to gain an advantage over Blackbeard. When the demon offspring Ba Lei Te prepared to join the fray, Dai Pong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Step aside, you rabble. The conqueror's haki, born from mental fortitude and indomitable spirit, did not fade with the loss of his body. Ba Lei Te, exuding an unparalleled aura, boldly entered the fray. His overwhelming presence pressed upon all without distinction. Such terrifying vigor, even in these circumstances, remained monstrous. Under the weight of Ba Lei Te's domineering aura, Dai Pong and the others found themselves momentarily stunned, gazing in awe at this still arrogant behemoth. After being confined within the lantern, this creature continuously sought to enhance its power. Upon discovering that the black mist nourished spirits, it occupied the densest corners of the mist, relentlessly honing itself until battered and bruised. All souls within the lantern succumbed to Han and I Ba Air's torment. And with every increase in strength, Balete sought out Han and I by air to issue challenges. This is a monster capable of becoming powerful in any environment. Who would have thought that the once playful spirit from the Whitebeard Pirates and Shanks crew would meet again in this place? Balete's spirit became more solid. Unlike Dai Pong and the others who had to evade, he boldly disregarded the darkness emanating from Blackbeard's fists, grinning as he retaliated with a punch. The clash reverberated, sending waves of energy rippling outward. In a stalemate where neither would yield, it seemed the outcome remained undetermined. Ha! Balete. You don't seem as formidable as I imagined. Blackbeard's confidence surged upon realizing he could match Balete blow for blow. After all, he stood among the most powerful on the Pirate King's ship, second only to Roger. It appeared his strength was drawing closer to that of Roger and Whitebeard. Ha! Let me see your true power. Balete paid no heed to the mockery in Blackbeard's words, laughing heartily as he unleashed another punch. The solid spirit of his fist gradually shattered under the suffocating pull of darkness, an agony of the soul that would be unbearable for most. Yet Balete savored it. This continual cycle of shattering and mending within the black mist forged him into something even more powerful. The two danced and clashed, their exchanges reminiscent of a youthful, fervent anime. Meanwhile, Dai Pong and her companions, once part of the protagonists, now found themselves mere spectators. We probably shouldn't interfere in their battle. It would only complicate matters. There's a group of little mice over there. Let us capture them and report back. The onlookers winced at the dark energy unleashed in Balete and Blackbeard's fierce duel, which would cause them pain even upon contact. They could not fathom why Balete remained entirely unfazed. Consequently, they turned their focus toward Ivankov and others, who were stealthily attempting to escape by cutting through the walls. Spirits are threatened by natural energy, yet none among Ivankov's group possess such abilities. Aside from the explosive shockwaves generated by rapid blinking, which posed a minor threat, all other means proved futile. Ultimately, Ivankov and his comrades, having been imprisoned yet enjoying their time in the newbie paradise on the 55th floor for several years, were easily captured and shackled before being presented to Han and I Air. What did you intend to report to Magellan? Han and I Air's devilish visage bore a sly smile as he fixed his gaze on Ivankov, his eyes radiating an unmistakable chill. Was he to be silenced? Ivankov, startled by Han and I Air's stare, flailed his hands in denial. No, I only meant to say that Warden Han and I Air is grand and magnificent, full of vigor and charisma. He even attempted to throw a flirtatious wink at Han and I Air. Han and I Air, struck by the unexpected compliment, clutched his chest in mock agony. He had no intention of silencing anyone and beckoned Dai Pong and her companions, quickly escort them to the passage on the 5th level. These are the last inmates of Impel Down. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Dai Pong and felt a strange similarity between her and Ivankov in terms of their distinctive appearances. Dai Pong, there's nothing more for you here. You may leave. Without awaiting her reaction, Han and I Air promptly confined her within the lantern, secretly resolving to keep her there henceforth, lest she frighten others. The battle between Blackbeard and Balete raged on, neither willing to relent. Despite lacking a physical form, Balete's Bunchaku, hockey, and combat awareness remained intact. While his spirit bore numerous cracks, Blackbeard received a fair share of punishing blows, due to the ethereal nature of their forms. Balete's strikes inflicted a dual torment of body and soul upon Blackbeard, resulting in a mutual devastation akin to his clash with Sachi. During their fierce exchange, Blackbeard caught sight of Han and I Air capturing Dai Pong in the lantern. Gazing at the lamp, which flickered with countless green lights reminiscent of a starlit cosmos, he instantly recognized its significance. Consequently, he consciously maneuvered the battlefield closer to Han and I Air while continuing to engage Balete. What a thrill! The spiritual fissures of Belit were dense and intricate, seizing upon a slight vulnerability intentionally exposed by Blackbeard. With a powerful punch, he sent him soaring through the air. A chance has come. Blackbeard, veins bulging on his forehead, spat out a mouthful of blood. finding that the outcome aligned with his expectations as he flew toward the direction of Hannibal, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. As he landed amidst the rising dust, Blackbeard, gritting through the pain, quickly rose to his feet and charged toward Hannibal with remarkable speed. "I've got it." As he neared the lantern, his triumphant smile illuminated his face. Yet in the next moment, an ancient voice pierced his ears. "Old man, hasn't he made a move? But do not act as though I am not here." The Red Count intercepted Blackbeard's advance, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. In the midst of Blackbeard's backward flight, Hannibal, realizing the theft of the lantern, darkened his expression and controlled the hook chain at the other end of the lantern, the scythe rapidly pursuing the retreating figure of Blackbeard. In the horror-stricken gaze of Blackbeard, the scythe, glinting with a sinister light, descended toward his lower abdomen. "No!" In his terrified eyes, the hook chain, glimmering with a piercing coldness, carved a path of crimson, vanishing in an instant. Like a tragic scene from a melodrama, those in love are often torn asunder. Just after a brief reunion with Blackbeard, Little Teach was utterly severed from him by Hannibal's treacherous hand, cast into the air with blood trailing behind. Mid-flight, Blackbeard curled his body in agony, crashing to the ground and rolling helplessly. Cold sweat poured from him as he trembled, clutching the remnants of Little Teach still attached to him, his hands stained with a ghastly mix of red and yellow blood. "Damn it, you all shall perish." He knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Beyond the unbearable physical agony that no man could withstand, the piercing pain of his soul revealed a grim truth. This departure of Little Teach was far more complete than before. He was no longer a whole man. Indeed, the scythe in Hannibal's grasp was exceptionally unique. The wound inflicted was not merely physical, but also severed a part of Blackbeard's very soul. Even if Blackbeard were to seek out Trafalgar D. Waterlaw and agree to use materials to replace Little Teach, what would regrow upon him would merely be a hollow remnant, devoid of any true essence. The battlefield is ever shifting. Upon witnessing Blackbeard's landing and swiftly approaching Hannibal, Bayleet realized he had been deceived. As he furiously pursued Blackbeard, he beheld the scene of the Red Count kicking Blackbeard away and Hannibal's scythe reaping Little Teach, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Turning his gaze back to Hannibal, he felt an unsettling discomfort in his lower abdomen. Taking advantage of another's misfortune is never commendable. Yet this was merely the consequence of one's own actions, he thought as he stepped before Blackbeard. Despite his disdain for such underhanded tactics, the deliberate display of weakness amidst battle, while calculating, filled Bayleet, who revered personal strength over cunning schemes, with disgust. "It's over, you worthless wretch." Bayleet clenched his fist and leaped high toward Blackbeard with an unstoppable momentum. "Damn it!" Blackbeard watched helplessly as Bayleet's fist loomed larger before him. Yet, having just endured a pain unbearable for any man, he found his muscles trembling uncontrollably, unable to even flinch from the impending attack. In the depths of Blackbeard's unwilling gaze, Bayleet's fist struck his head, the excruciating pain causing him to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. Just as Bayleet prepared to deliver a final blow to extinguish Blackbeard's life, Hannibal's sharp voice rang out at the opportune moment. "Stop! How many prisoners are left and impelled down?" With the current number of staff, even a dozen men would struggle to manage a single prisoner, Hannibal nearly roared. Though he had established his own prison, he could not allow all his former colleagues to become unemployed. What could Magellan, who spent nearly all day in the restroom, do at his age if he lost his job? He couldn't just stand by and watch him starve, could he? TCH, Bayleet scoffed, glancing at the unconscious Blackbeard before transforming into a green light that soared into the lantern held by Hannibal. Having fought Blackbeard to this extent, he had reached his limit. Growth and danger always walk hand in hand. The cracks in his spiritual form, once mended, would forge a more resilient and solid essence. Yet, they also serve as a symbol of peril. Should the spiritual form shatter completely, it would become fodder for the black mist, dissipating entirely into the world. As Hannibal dealt with Blackbeard, Magellan, who had been tied up in his own affairs, hastily emerged from the restroom. "What? The prisoners on the first and second levels have caused chaos. and Hannibal has resolved it all, observing the bodies of prisoners being carried out by the guards. Magellan was at a loss for how to feel. Should he commend Hannibal? Doing so would mean losing his secure position and impel down. Should he berate him? Killing the unruly prisoners was not wrong. He had once dreamed of becoming a Marine, standing on the front line of justice, upholding righteousness. Yet, as a user of the Doka Nami, he spent most of his days in the restroom detoxifying, unable to adapt to a lifestyle of constant readiness for battle. Becoming the warden of Impel Down was the most suitable role for him. But with 2 consecutive invasions resulting in the death of all prisoners, could he retain this job? Hannibal, oh Hannibal, even if you desire to be the warden, this department must still exist. Indeed, Warden, the intruder, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard. Deputy Warden Hannibal has gone to apprehend him, replied the guard who had been stopped and questioned. Blackbeard, Hannibal is gone. Magellan's eyes widened in astonishment. Blackbeard is one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the world government. What does it mean to be a warlord of the sea? They hold power on par with the Marine headquarters and the 4 emperors of the sea. Each warlord possesses the strength to threaten an entire nation. How could Hannibal dare to pursue him alone? Without a second thought, Magellan disregarded any complaints about Hannibal eliminating the last of the prisoners and hurried toward the direction indicated by the guard. Though Hannibal had many flaws, Magellan recognized his unwavering belief in justice, which mattered more to him than the structure of Impel Down. His primary concern was Hannibal's safety. Due to the absence of prisoners below the 3rd level, even the slightest sound could be easily detected in the desolate environment. Magellan proceeded without hindrance until he sensed the commotion of battle upon entering the 5th level, which soon fell silent. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the source of the earlier disturbance. As he drew closer to the site of conflict, his concern for Hannibal climbed to his throat with the cessation of the sounds of battle. To his surprise, before he could reach the location, he spotted Hannibal's figure. What astonished Magellan the most was Hannibal escorting 6 prisoners, including the already missing Ivanov from Impel Down, and among them was the unfortunate Blackbeard, lying in a contorted position. Magellan, pointing at Ivanov and the others, found it hard to believe that Hannibal had managed to capture them. Even the notorious Blackbeard, a member of the 7 warlords, was in such a dire state, with thick, congealed blood of red, white, and yellow seeping from his trousers. Is Hannibal truly this formidable? Magellan pondered, realizing why he often claimed he sought to replace him as the warden of Impel Down. Perhaps I am unworthy of the position. Upon seeing Magellan, Hannibal waved his hand in greeting. His enhanced capabilities had imbued him with newfound confidence, although he no longer coveted the title of warden. His long-standing camaraderie with Magellan made his words seem more like a symbol of their friendship, a habit not easily discarded. Unexpectedly, Magellan took him seriously. Nodding with a serious expression, the punishment for the last invasion of Impel Down has yet to be determined. I will recommend you for the position of warden to the higher-ups. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Among all the high-ranking officials of Impel Down, it was Hannibal, who often appeared disheveled and harbored ambitions of usurpation, whom Magellan valued the most, believing him to be the most suitable candidate for the next warden. I appreciate your kind words, but I shall not usurp your position, Warden Magellan. Hannibal patted Magellan's shoulder. Do you remember the invader I mentioned to Domino during our last encounter? He left me a treasure. As he spoke, Hannibal shook the lantern in his hand, and a flicker of eerie green light escaped, transforming into a shadowy figure familiar to Magellan, the spirit of Shiryu. Shiryu, what is the meaning of this? Magellan exclaimed, astonished by the manifestation of Shiryu's spirit, eagerly inquiring. The notion of the deceased appearing in another form was utterly unfathomable. Behold, this lantern possesses the ability to capture souls that have recently departed. The multitude of green lights within contains the spirits of prisoners who perished before arriving at Impel Down. This is my prison, while Impel Down is yours, Warden Magellan. Including Blackbeard, there are 7 prisoners here. Consider them a treasure I leave for you. Just ensure they do not perish. Hannibal patted the bewildered Magellan on the shoulder before striding ahead, leaving only his silhouette behind. Magellan gazed speechlessly at Hannibal's retreating form, his emotions a tumult of thoughts. You possess such a small lantern to contain so many prisoners, while I have merely 7 in this vast impelled down. Is it true that dozens of guards oversee just one? Moreover, why did the last invader leave you such a treasure? I desire it as well. Meanwhile, when Blackbeard invaded Impelled Down, Marineford was far from tranquil. As the entire Navy prepared for battle, sealing off the gates of justice leading to Marineford, a multitude of pirate ships emerged from the distant fog. They have arrived. All personnel, prepare for combat. The lookouts swiftly sounded the pre-battle alert upon spotting the shadowy ships in the mist. The Navy sprang into action, repositioning the coastal cannons atop the city walls. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who had not rested, arrived at the front line, astonished by the sudden appearance of the pirate fleet, which had somehow traversed the gates of justice. Despite the Navy's substantial deployment at every checkpoint, the pirates' ability to breach the gates of justice and advance toward the Navy headquarters was well beyond Sengoku's expectations, rendering the surrounding defenses ineffective. As the pirate fleet emerged from the fog, preparing to enter the inner bay of Marineford, shadows appeared beneath the waves, sending ripples across the surface. So they must have surfaced from beneath the sea after coating their ships, Sengoku realized, unraveling the mystery that had lingered in his mind. Though he soon recognized his misjudgment, realizing it was too late. As the Navy watched in shock, the waves parted, revealing the massive Moby Dick surging from the depths, its hull shimmering with a rainbow-like sheen under the sunlight before shattering and vanishing. Just when it seemed the Whitebeard pirates' dramatic entrance had concluded, the waves continued to swell. Subsequently, 3 more pirate ships appeared in the bay of the Navy headquarters in the same manner. These included Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, along with 14 other captains, all gathered together. The Navy was left in awe at this spectacle. Betrayals among pirates were not uncommon. Even the formidable 4 emperors could not boast absolute loyalty among their ranks, especially when confronted by the Navy, a recognized formidable opponent. The remarkable solidarity among the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates left the Navy, accustomed to facing pirates, in a state of astonishment. It has been decades, hasn't it, Sengoku? In the gaze of all, the towering figure of Whitebeard ascended the ship's bow, addressing Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is my dear son unharmed? The man known as the strongest in the world stood there with an air of calmness akin to that of a neighbor inquiring after a friend. Yet his presence exerted immense pressure on the Navy, causing them to tense in response. Whitebeard, Sengoku thought, realizing the pirate had intruded so close. The cold sweat on his brow became increasingly visible. It was not fear of Whitebeard's strength. Given his and Garp's past encounters at sea, he could confront any pirate without trepidation. However, as Fleet Admiral, he was obligated to view the situation from a broader perspective. In the presence of a powerhouse like Whitebeard, even the residual effects of their clash would exceed the limits of endurance for many. Engaging in battle with Whitebeard at such proximity would undoubtedly come at a grave cost, even if the Navy emerged victorious. Should Whitebeard choose to escalate the destruction, the complete submersion of Marineford would not be out of the question. It was crucial to note that after Zephyr's family had been slaughtered in retaliation by pirates, most of the families of Navy high-ranking officers had been relocated to Marineford. If Marineford were to sink, the Navy would become a global laughingstock, rendering their dominion over the seas a distant memory and complicating their recruitment efforts for new blood. Meanwhile, Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, looked upon the approaching pirate fleet with regret and guilt, recognizing that their arrival signified the impending loss of many lives. Yet, they had come without hesitation. As Whitebeard made his entrance and inquired about Ace's well-being, Ace could no longer suppress the emotions welling within him. "Father," Ace cried out, tears glistening in his eyes as he directed his gaze toward Whitebeard. He was acutely aware of his father's condition, burdened with injuries that required daily infusions to stave off deterioration. Yet, for the sake of his unworthy son, Whitebeard had come, despite his afflictions. And the first thing he did was inquire about Ace's safety. "Wait for me a moment, Ace." Upon hearing Ace's call, Whitebeard's gaze was drawn to the figure kneeling on the execution platform. After a brief utterance, Baihuzi clenched his fists against his chest, unleashing the tremor of the Jun fruit, striking downwards into the atmosphere on either side of his body. The crisp sound of his actions reverberated through the air, revealing visible fissures in the previously unblemished atmosphere under Baihuzi's assault. The air itself was fracturing. The naval forces on the shore, witnessing this unprecedented scene, were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Could it be that humanity had attained such power? Under Baihuzi's fists, the cracks in the atmosphere multiplied, and the once tranquil sea began to churn restlessly. The ground of Marin Fander trembled with increasing intensity, while the helpless Navy personnel scanned their surroundings, desperate to locate the source of the tremors, as the water level of the sea rose alarmingly. What was this ground-shaking phenomenon? It was coming. The disturbance caused by that man had transformed into a tsunami. The earthquake man, Baihuzi, Edward Newgate, Carp, seated beside the execution platform, explained, his face drenched in sweat. Whether from anxiety or turmoil was uncertain. He, known as the naval hero Vice Admiral, had dedicated his life to combating pirate criminals. Yet here he faced a man dubbed the world's strongest, one of the four emperors. Logically, he should be stationed at the front line to confront Baihuzi. However, if he intervened, what would become of his grandson? But if he refrained from acting, the navy he had devoted his life to would suffer a devastating blow. As Carp's words fell, towering tsunamis, far larger than the naval headquarters, surged forth from the waves, crashing against the port's stone walls, heading straight for Marin Fander. It was a tsunami, an enormous tsunami. Was this truly the power of Baihuzi? The navy on the shore appeared small and helpless, akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, as the colossal waves, dozens of meters high, approached. The sheer weight of these monstrous waves was enough to sink islands. As the terrifying sight drew closer, the Navy personnel's hearts raced in fear. At a critical moment, among the three admirals seated above, the figure of Akiji vanished from his chair, instantly soaring into the air. Ice Age. Akiji extended his hands, summoning long ice pillars that connected to the monstrous tsunami, instantly freezing the gigantic waves mid-air. Halt! It has stopped. We are saved. It is Admiral Kuzan. Baihuzi is formidable, akin to a monster, yet our navy possesses equally powerful admirals. The hearts of the navy on the shore began to calm as the tsunami ceased, restoring their confidence to confront Baihuzi's pirate crew. Akiji, you rascal. Baihuzi, seeing his offensive thwarted, was not at all surprised. If the navy were truly so easy to handle, the four emperors would not merely be confined to the New World. After freezing the colossal tsunami, Akiji did not relent. The cold air froze the surrounding atmosphere, conjuring two long spears that he hurled toward Baihuzi. Two-pronged spear. Unfortunately, this level of attack seemed trivial against someone of Baihuzi's caliber. Baihuzi merely cast a casual glance at the ice spears and unleashed a tremor from the atmosphere, shattering Akiji's icy projectiles instantly. The atmospheric shockwaves did not cease there. They still had enough force to target Akiji himself. However, being an admiral of the navy, Akiji swiftly transformed his body to evade the impending damage, yet the shockwave still knocked him down, plunging him into the sea. The moment he hit the water, a multitude of ice shards erupted, and Akiji reappeared unscathed before everyone. The navy on the shore felt a surge of tension. Though no injuries were sustained in this brief encounter, the disparity in strength was evident. Akiji's strike seemed to signal the commencement of a decisive battle, as Kizaru, seated, also materialized above the battlefield in a flash of light. Hakashaku Kogu. Kizaru clasped his hands before him, unleashing a barrage of luminous projectiles raining down upon Baihuzi like machine gun fire. Hey, why is it so blinding? Baihuzi squinted, his body holding still, not making any move. In the next moment, a figure engulfed in blue flames soared from behind Baihuzi, intercepting Kizaru's concentrated assault. How could I allow you to disturb our captain so soon? Marco, ablaze, hovered in the air, addressing Kizaru, before executing a swift kick towards him. The mythical Zoan type. Phoenix form, Marco. Kizaru recognized Marco, muttering his name as he raised an arm to block the kick, only to be sent crashing into the walls of the naval headquarters. The explosion from the impact, leaving a massive hole, in the structure. Kizaru then emerged from the debris, engaging Marco in a back-and-forth exchange. No one could ascertain whether Kizaru was holding back, but given Marco's status as the first division commander of the WhoGave pirate crew, it was reasonable to assume he could contend with an admiral. I have long desired to witness the disparity between us and the world's strongest, Mihawk proclaimed, drawing his black sword, Yuru, and unleashing a long blade of energy towards WhoGave, ultimately intercepted by diamond jaws of the WhoGave pirate crew. Kill. Save Ace. Roar. Let us teach these Navy scoundrels a lesson for daring to capture our comrade. The battle's horn had finally been sounded, as the pirates leaped from their vessels, charging across the ice towards Fander. For the tranquility of the sea, for the justice behind us, we must not retreat. Annihilate the pirates. Destroy these scum of the sea. With this rallying cry inspiring them, both the Navy and pirates surged onto the icy terrain created by Akiji's Ice Age, engaging in chaotic combat across the surface. The other captains of the WhoGave pirate crew joined the fray, cutting down several Navy personnel before being entangled by more powerful Navy vice admirals. The scene of the chaotic battle, with tens of thousands of figures clashing before Fander, was indeed breathtaking. WhoGave observed the tumultuous fight on the ice, yet internally, he was far less confident than he portrayed. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. Should the Navy's formidable lineup unleash their full might, they would be unable to rescue Ace. In fact, by the end, few members of the entire pirate crew would escape unscathed. However, having lived for so long, WhoGave understood human nature well. He knew that the rescue mission for Ace was a trap laid by the Navy and the world government against the WhoGave pirate crew. Yet, as a man who treasured his family, he could not stand idly by and let his son perish, even knowing it was a trap. Similarly, Carp, who had raised Ace since childhood, despite his stern approach to combating pirates, would also falter when faced with his grandson's life and death. This hesitation was their hope for rescuing Ace. As a naval hero, Carp had established connections throughout the Navy over the decades. The Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, his longtime partners, the three admirals, his juniors, and numerous Navy vice admirals were all at his disposal. While they could fight fiercely against pirates, should anyone manage to take Ace from the execution platform? No, should they merely approach, most of the Navy would turn a blind eye out of respect for Carp. This is their opportunity to rescue IC. Tichi, Whitebeard surveyed the chaotic battlefield, observing the pirates who fell one after another, unable to rise again. A trace of regret flickered in his sharp, aged eyes, reminiscent of his former vigor. Had he not taken in that ambitious young man, Tichi, who had knelt before him seeking refuge years ago, none of this would have come to pass. Sachi would not have perished, IC would not have been captured, and those sons who fought desperately to save their brother would still be aboard the ship, merrily celebrating. Whitebeard stood motionless at the bow of the ship, while on the Navy's side, the three admirals, including Akainu, remained seated, along with Sengoku on the execution platform and Carp beside him, both observing the unfolding situation. Among the Shichibukai, Boa Hancock had not responded to the summons, and Tichi had taken advantage of the night to hijack a warship and escape. Jinbei, owing a debt of gratitude to Whitebeard regarding Fishman Island, also refused to participate in the conflict against him and was imprisoned by the Navy. Only Mihawk, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma were present on the battlefield. Although they appeared, they were largely disengaged, not inclined to assist the Navy significantly, with the exception of Moria, who had begun attacking the pirates the moment the battle commenced, even collecting the corpses of Navy soldiers, making him the most dutiful among the Shichibukai. After his sword strike was blocked by diamond jaws, Mihawk had no desire to continue challenging Whitebeard, but instead felled some ruffian pirates, merely going through the motions. The same could be said for Doflamingo and Kuma, but the most perplexing of all was Akiji, who, after being knocked down by Whitebeard, had lingered among the weaker pirates, barely appearing in the frame. Akainu, seated on the high platform, observed Kizaru entangled with Marco. His mood already fell. However, considering Marco's ability to kick Kizaru away, it was understandable that a victor was not yet determined. Upon seeing Akiji, he felt utterly bewildered. "You are an admiral," I wouldn't mind if you were to intercept the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. But you are here fishing in a novice village? Is this a joke? Did you not hear the orders from Fleet Admiral Sengoku's pre-battle speech that even with an absolute advantage, one should not become complacent? On another front, the Straw Hat Pirates, having hurried to the scene, finally arrived at the front of the Justice Gate of Marineford shortly after the battle commenced. How infuriating! How we get past this gate? We are so close to Marineford. Luffy frowned at the imposing gate before them. If they could just pass through. A few minutes of sailing would lead them to the Navy's headquarters. Yet this tantalizing destination remained just out of reach, enough to drive anyone mad. As they laid eyes on the Justice Gate, the Navy soldiers stationed at this checkpoint also spotted Luffy and his crew. Admiral Guion, we've spotted a pirate ship ahead. The flag indicates it's the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, the lookout reported, lowering his telescope. Straw Hat Boy Luffy? Is he another grandson of Carp? That family is nothing but trouble, Guion remarked, taking the telescope from the lookout and gazing at the wanted poster that Carp had once proudly pointed out. Letting out a sigh, the ace who was to be executed was indeed Carp's grandson, prompting the Navy to wage war against the Yonko, Whitebeard. Should Luffy proceed further, the potential danger in the chaotic battlefield could lead Carp to the brink of losing both grandsons, and what he might do was unpredictable. To give Carp some face, let's use artillery to force them back. Guion reluctantly waved his hand, instructing his soldiers. This world ultimately values human connections. Did you not see how Doflamingo, despite having lost his celestial dragon status and committing acts of plunder, still received special treatment? As the Navy adjusted their cannons, calculating the blast radius to avoid Luffy's ship, they had already devised a plan to breach this checkpoint. Don't worry, Luffy, when I built this ship, I equipped it with capabilities to handle various situations. The shipwright Frankie exclaimed with a smile. He then opened a concealed hatch, adding cola fuel and activating the ship's booster. Wind cannon, Frankie shouted as the rear thrusters roared to life, propelling their ship forward with tremendous force, launching them like a furious bird. To the astonishment of the Navy, they soared over the imposing Justice Gate. Admiral Guion, they're flying, they've made it, the lookout reported. No need for that report. I can see it myself. Guion squinted at the pirate ship soaring above, the sound of the gold bells jingling beside him. At this moment, to prevent their passage, he would have to take drastic measures to sever the ship, but given his relationship with Carp, such actions were clearly inappropriate. This unexpected maneuver perfectly aligned with the style of Carp's family. Guion retrieved a din-din mushie from his pocket and dialed. After a brief wait, the call connected. Guion, calling at this time, is there something happening on your end? Came the calm voice of Vice Admiral Tsuru, possessing a soothing quality that could easily calm anyone. Not much, sister, but Carp's other grandson, Straw Hat Luffy, has flown over the Justice Gate towards Marineford. Please keep an eye on Carp's state, Guion replied truthfully. Flown? After leaping over the Justice Gate, Luffy's ship did not halt, thanks to Frankie pushing the booster to its maximum power. What should have been a sea vessel transformed into an airborne ship, soaring hundreds of meters before finally crashing into the water. Yet the momentum did not cease. After a few bounces on the surface, the ship sped towards Marineford at an incredible pace. Wow, Frankie, this ship is absolutely amazing. A flying ship. You are the most incredible shipwright I've ever seen, Luffy exclaimed, pushing up his glasses in delight, seemingly relishing the praise from his comrades while adding more cola fuel. The pirate ship's speed surged like a runaway stallion, gaining momentum as it raced ahead. On the main battlefield before Marineford, pirates and Navy were entangled in chaos. The pirates, fueled by ferocity, initially surged with remarkable vigor. However, as the distance of the clash increased, their speed gradually diminished, and with the addition of the Navy's reinforcements, they found themselves mired in a quagmire. Coupled with the formidable defensive line erected on the shore, advancing felt like an unattainable luxury. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a colossal figure emerged from the ice behind the pirates, towering more than twice the height of Marineford, each step sending tremors through the ice, instilling a sense of dread in the Navy akin to facing a mountain. With a deep, thunderous roar, the massive figure crushed a group of Navy soldiers underfoot, revealing its distinct racial features to all. No doubt about it, a giant. If I can obtain his corpse, I can create a second strongest zombie, Gecko Moria thought. His gaze filled with fervor and greed that could not be suppressed. He had responded to the call of the world government, partly to earn the title of Shichibukai, which allowed for legal plunder. However, of greater significance in this war is his ability to acquire more corpses to forge his own zombie legion. The moment he laid eyes on Aozi, he resolved to secure his body at all costs. The giant forces commenced their advance. Upon witnessing this colossal figure emerge from the pirate ranks, a contingent of giant naval vice admirals stepped forth from the navy, wielding enormous weapons that, with a mere swing, could easily dispatch dozens of ordinary pirates. "Do not falter," the pirates shouted, brandishing various weapons to rally their spirits as they charged at the naval giants. Yet, the giants disregarded them entirely, striding past with indifference, continuing their advance toward the towering figure of Aozi. "Stopping that fellow is our duty," the giant naval vice admirals thought as they observed the formidable demon, who seemed unfazed by the cannon fire and massive ships on the battlefield. Their own towering stature of several meters had propelled the kingdom of giants to the pinnacle of power, granting them the status of vice admirals upon joining the navy. However, before this demon, they felt the overwhelming sensation of ordinary folk facing giants. "You have truly brought forth an extraordinary being," Marshal Sengoku remarked in surprise upon encountering the nearly extinct demon race on the execution platform. "Aozi, no, your massive form will become a target for them." Ace, witnessing his fallen crewmates on the battlefield, filled with guilt, cried out in agony as he saw Aozi recklessly ignoring the cannon fire in a desperate attempt to rescue him. As a member of the demon race, Aozi's immense physique made cannon fire seem like mere mosquito bites. Yet his size was not solely an advantage. The Navy's attacks required no precision, easily striking this conspicuous target. Just as an ordinary vice admiral could slay a 100-meter sea king, the strength within a single body is finite. Aozi's colossal form could not shield all vulnerable points from attack. If he continued to expose himself within the range of all assaults, his situation would undoubtedly become dire. Nevertheless, upon hearing Ace's words, Aozi's resolve only intensified, his eagerness to rescue Ace growing stronger. "I will come to you immediately." Aozi's booming voice resonated like the wind echoing through a cavern. With that, he braved the cannon fire, lifting a naval battleship and hurling it toward the towering wall blocking his path to rescue Ace. "Oh no! Quick, stop him!" The giant vice admirals, realizing Aozi's intentions, quickened their pace, positioning themselves in front of the massive ship he aimed to launch. Boom! The moment of contact unleashed a thick fog over the ice surface. Even the giant naval vice admirals appeared diminutive before the battleship. Their efforts rendered futile as they were swept along with the colossal vessel into the bay's defensive wall, creating a massive breach. Aozi has opened a path into the bay. Roar! Charge into the bay! Aozi's remarkable feat invigorated the beleaguered pirates, instantly revitalizing their spirits as they surged into the naval formation, wreaking havoc and forcing the Navy to retreat. Cough. This is the first time I have looked up to someone. Me too, several unscathed, giant naval vice admirals remarked, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads as they clenched their teeth, watching Aozi advance towards the bay's defenses. "I'm going to ace. Do not hinder me." Aozi's terrifying, bloodshot eyes bore no emotion as he confronted the vice admirals blocking the breach in the bay's defenses. "I will stop you here." Vice Admiral Lakulova, aware he was no match for Aozi, gritted his teeth and charged forth. Clang! The moment their weapons collided, sparks flew. Lakulova's arm, holding the sword, trembled under Aozi's overwhelming power, struggling to deflect his attacks. Yet, he inevitably fell into Aozi's relentless rhythm of assault. Clang! Clang! Each strike came without finesse, relying solely on Aozi's terrifying strength, forcing the giant vice admiral to retreat repeatedly. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, Lakulova's sword shattered, and in a moment of terror, he was felled by Aozi's blade. That fool Aozi, there is no way to handle his reckless bravery. Courage and blind recklessness are not the same. Whitebeard, standing at the bow and surveying the battlefield, witnessed Aozi's reckless approach and turned to call out to him. Yet, before he could voice his concerns, Aozi responded. Do not stop me, old man. I want to save him, to rescue Ace as swiftly as possible, Owzie declared, maintaining his pace as he turned to Whitebeard. I understand, Whitebeard replied, eyes closed and troubled. Just as he, as a father, had no right to prevent Ace from pursuing Blackbeard for his brother Sachi's revenge, he equally had no justification to deter Owzie from rescuing his brother. In the end, Whitebeard could only helplessly shout to the reckless pirates charging toward the bay's defenses. You lot, go assist him. Shield Owzie, under the cover of the pirates. The majority of the Navy's attacks against Owzie were intercepted, and with no high-ranking officials descending to confront him, there were no further obstacles in Owzie's path. As Owzie progressed unimpeded, drawing ever closer to the execution platform, the warlord Bartholomew Kuma finally made his move. Kuma extended his arms toward the sky, and the invisible air above him began to compress slowly under the influence of his Nikyu Nomi abilities. Ultimately, when it was grasped within his palm, it had shrunk to the size of an egg. I'm coming to save you, Ace. Owzie's colossal form made even his speech appear sluggish. Due to the height disparity, he failed to notice Kuma's hands poised to unleash an attack beside him. Ursa's shock, Kuma stated flatly. The compressed, invisible air silently flew toward Owzie, and upon contact, a tremendous shock wave erupted. Boom! Like a colossal bomb, the world momentarily dimmed, engulfing Owzie in a blinding white haze. The ice surface and the bay's defensive structures cracked, sending debris flying, along with some unfortunate Navy and pirates caught in the onslaught. As the white mist gradually dissipated, Owzie's body lay battered and bloodied. Owzie, you cannot reach here, Ace shouted at the sight of Owzie's dire condition, hoping to dissuade him from further sacrifices. Still, it is not enough. Owzie, on the brink of collapse, knelt upon the ground, his vision fading to white, yet his arms stretched desperately toward the execution platform. Hearing Ace's voice, Owzie's consciousness surged anew, realizing he could not rescue Ace and unwilling to withdraw. At the very least, I must take down one of the warlords. In his fading clarity, Owzie shifted his target just before his body succumbed, pushing himself toward Don Quixote da Flamingo with a powerful punch. Boom! The towering figure of Owzie, despite being gravely injured, managed to create a gaping hole in the wall of the bay defense with a single blow. However, regrettably, his movements were still too slow. The distinctive laughter of Doflamingo echoed in the air as a silhouette appeared above Owzie, tauntingly inquiring, "What is the matter, demon?" With drooping eyelids, Owzie felt his body begin to tilt, realizing that something was amiss with his foot. He glanced down, and indeed, he beheld his foot thrown into the air. With a thunderous crash, Owzie's body leaned forward and knelt upon the ground. Owzie, having endured a series of devastating blows, Owzie had reached his limit. In a daze, he once more heard Ace's voice and stretched out his hand toward him. Just a little more, Ace. Wait just a moment longer. Owzie's hand reached toward the execution platform. The figure in his vision, teeth clenched against tears, drew nearer. That scoundrel Doflamingo had severed his foot. That wretch's corpse was what I desired. Shadow Sorcerer, unleash it. Shadownos. On the ground, Moonlight Moria gritted his teeth, his shadow beneath him expanding suddenly, as countless bats surged forth towards Owzie's body. After soaring into the air, the bats coalesced into a shadow lance resembling Moria, piercing towards Owzie from below. With a swift thrust, the shadow lance pierced through Owzie. His outstretched hand faltered. His breaths grew heavier, and ultimately, he collapsed weakly before Ace's execution platform. Owzie, upon witnessing Owzie's body fall, tears streamed down Ace's face. Memories of times spent with Owzie flooded his mind. In stark contrast, Moonlight Moria below reveled in joy, elated by the prospect of crafting the mightiest zombie soldier from this body. With hands raised in exuberance, Moonlight Moria celebrated his acquisition of yet another perfect specimen. Doflamingo, witnessing Moria's delight, wore a particularly radiant smile. The pirates' momentum momentarily faltered with Owzie's fall, their spirits waning, and the tide of battle shifted. An opening has been revealed. Whitebeard, a masked giant admiral, noticing Whitebeard's intense gaze fixed upon Owzie's body, resolutely leaped forward, wielding his axe in a horizontal strike. Whitebeard's face darkened at Owlsie's death, and as the axe neared, his fist met it head-on. Clang! Crack! The sound of steel clashing resonated alongside the shattering of ice. The air around Whitebeard's fist fractured, spreading to the Admiral's axe, which was obliterated to pieces. Yet this was only the beginning. In a fit of rage, Whitebeard seized the giant Admiral's head and slammed it onto the ship's bow, unleashing the powers of the Gura Nami. The immense force shattered the Admiral's helmet, rendering him unconscious and bloodied, before Whitebeard unceremoniously discarded him overboard. The giant Admiral of the Navy headquarters fell, and the morale of the Navy, which had been pressing hard against the pirates, faltered upon witnessing one of their own fall so easily. With a grim expression, the murderous intent radiated from Whitebeard's visage, unmistakable to all. Though the pirates under Whitebeard's command referred to him as Old Man, there existed a hierarchy of closeness, akin to the 14 captains who were deemed family only if they could board the Moby Dick. Owlsie was the first to die in this war, recognized by Whitebeard as kin. Step over Owlsie. Whitebeard commanded the pirates on the battlefield. Having paid such a price, they must fulfill the objective of rescuing Ace. This was also Owlsie's final wish. Whitebeard's effortless defeat of the giant Admiral indeed invigorated the pirates' morale. With Owlsie having paved the way to the Navy headquarters bay with his life, the pirates surged forward with fervor. Some even breached the small square before the execution platform, mere steps away from liberating Ace. Doflamingo, as if in a realm unperturbed, stood amidst the chaotic battlefield, unmoved by the conflict surrounding him. Doflamingo, I will never forgive you for what you did to Owlsie. Water Buffalo Atmos, the 13th captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, approached Doflamingo with dual blades drawn, teeth clenched in fury. Doflamingo, however, appeared oblivious to his words, laughing to himself. It was so amusing. Water Buffalo Atmos, mistaking Doflamingo's laughter for mockery, glared angrily before launching his attack. This position is neutral, Doflamingo replied with a grin, evading Atmos' assault. As Atmos pressed forward, Doflamingo flicked his fingers, ensnaring Atmos' body with his parasitic strings. What is the matter, 13th Division Captain Water Buffalo Atmos? Doflamingo smirked as he manipulated Atmos to turn against his fellow pirates. Amidst Atmos' anguished performance, desperately wielding a blade against his comrades, Doflamingo spread his arms wide amidst the gunfire, delivering his grand soliloquy. Pirates are evil. The Navy is justice. This notion has been rewritten countless times. The values of those ignorant of peace and those oblivious to war differ greatly. Only those at the pinnacle can define right and wrong. This position is now neutral. Justice will undoubtedly prevail. Only the victors embody justice. The front line descended into a state of chaotic stagnation. Even the formidable giant admiral of the Navy witnessed his comrades falling in the war, a sight that deeply unsettled the nerves of some new recruits. Some terrified of war and death discreetly retreated from the battlefield, fleeing towards the residential quarters behind Marineford. The only admiral still seated and yet to engage, Akainu, bore the responsibility of overseeing the battle. As they chose to flee, he swiftly vanished from his position. No, no, no. I am paralyzed with fear and can do nothing. Such powerful individuals continue to fall. Someone like me is certainly incapable. KB, witnessing the might of the giant admirals crumbling one after another, seized the moment of chaos to turn and flee into the streets behind Marineford, running headlong. Behind him, Barumabur followed suit, also becoming a deserter, returned to the battlefield. Yet before they could run far, a commanding voice resonated from around the corner, startling them into halting their flight and hiding behind the wall. How could Admiral Akainu be here? KB and Barumabur whispered in fear as they peeked to see Akainu blocking the path of a fleeing Navy soldier. Please spare me. I beg you. Thinking of my family makes my legs weak. The Navy deserter, drenched in sweat and panic, pleaded desperately. If you truly cared for your family, you would not cling to a coward's life. Akainu's solemn visage darkened further upon his arrival. As a soldier of unwavering resolve, the presence of a deserter within the ranks of the Navy was absolutely intolerable for Akainu. With a fierce declaration, his arm erupted with blazing magma. which surged towards the terrified deserter, instantly incinerating him into a smoldering heap of ash. As an admiral, Akainu's keen observation allowed him to detect the presence of KB and Barumabur hiding behind a wall. However, before he could act, an officer rushed to him, reporting, "Admiral Sakazuki, the battle preparations are complete." "Is that so?" "At last. It is time to commence," Akainu responded, dismissing KB and Barumabur in the corner as he left, sneering at the wall in disdain. With the mission at hand, taking action against those two cowardly individuals would only squander precious time. The charred remains in the middle of the road, still emitting scalding smoke, served as ample warning for the faint-hearted. On the main battlefield in front of Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku observed that the moment was ripe. He retrieved a din mushi and spoke, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, the operation is about to begin." Vice Admiral Tsuru conveyed the commencement of the operation to all participating Navy personnel. Karp, fully aware that it might be his last chance to see Ace, stood resolutely beneath the execution platform. Memories of Ace flooded his mind, receiving him from the hands of his extraordinary mother after a gestation of over 20 months. Watching him transform from a helpless infant into a mischievous child. Throughout his life as a Navy officer, Karp had never been adept at expressing his emotions. Much like his current turmoil as he lingered below the execution platform, uncertain of how to face Ace. Yet, the announcement of the operation's commencement urged him onward. If he did not ascend now, he might miss seeing Ace for the final time. With a heavy heart, Karp ascended the steps to the execution platform. "What brings you here? Do you have any objections to the battle plan?" Sengoku inquired, taken aback by the appearance of his old friend. The prospect of Karp witnessing Ace's execution weighed heavily on Sengoku. He feared the emotional toll it might take on Karp, uncertain of how he might react. "No, they are pirates. They do not deserve sympathy," Karp replied, his voice still resonant. He interrupted Sengoku's attempt to persuade him to leave. "What am I to do?" "Ace, you rascal, why did you not heed my words and strive to become a formidable Marine?" Karp sat cross-legged on the execution platform, unable to contain the torrent of emotions that had long been bottled up, his shoulders trembling as he spoke through clenched teeth. Tears, which he had fought back, cascaded down his face. Ace, witnessing the once indomitable Karp now reduced to a weeping child, recalled memories of his childhood. Sitting by a warm campfire, Karp, with his salt and pepper hair, had earnestly urged him to become a powerful Marine. That face, filled with care and protection, stood in stark contrast to Ace's own struggle with the shame of inheriting the cursed bloodline of his infamous father, yearning to carve out a name greater than his father's. "Old man," Ace bit his lip, overwhelmed with guilt for having disappointed the elder who had always been by his side. Just as their poignant moment began to unfold, an unexpected turn of events erupted on the battlefield. A pirate ship, adorned with a lion's head, hurtled towards Marineford at breakneck speed, unable to slow down, crashing directly onto the massive ice pillar created by Akiji, soaring into the sky. "Frankie, why are you going so fast without an emergency brake? We're going to die." The crew, who had previously praised Frankie, now panicked, clutching the ship tightly as it plummeted. Chopper and Usopp were reduced to a mess of tears and snot in their fright. "Watch this. Gum Gum Balloon." Luffy, with his limbs entangled at the ship's bow, grinned widely as he leaped downward, inhaling deeply in midair, causing his stomach to swell dramatically. The falling ship was cushioned by Luffy's antics, landing safely and making a spectacular entrance that instantly placed them at the center of the battlefield. The Straw Hat Pirates had flown directly onto the small plaza in front of the execution platform, mere meters away from Ace. "Ace, I'm here to save you." Upon landing, Luffy's eyes locked onto Ace atop the platform, shouting in his direction. Although the battlefield was chaotic, the distinctive entrance, combined with his background as a prominent figure, drew the attention of many. "Karp, is that you rascal's family?" Despite having received prior news from Vice Admiral Tsuru, Sengoku could not suppress his frustration, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted at Karp. The decision to execute Ace had long been made, and after days of preparation, Karp, despite his anguish, had come to terms with the situation. Nevertheless, the risk of his unprepared grandson causing a scene was a grave concern. To have two grandsons meet with death would undoubtedly push Carp to the brink. Ace's biological father, the pirate king Joel D. Roger, held a notorious legacy, but he was deceased and could not spark any turmoil. However, Luffy's father, the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon, was still alive. The Navy had finally gained momentum in their fight against piracy, and they could not afford to provoke the Revolutionary Army at this juncture. What had arrived was not simply Monkey D. Luffy, but a tempest of legacy. Carp felt the weight of responsibility to safeguard this tempest from unforeseen calamity. Luffy. Carp cradled his head, overwhelmed by the unexpected arrival of Luffy. The pain of witnessing Ace's execution was already excruciating, and now he worried that Luffy would have to endure that same agony. Ah, is that Carp's other grandson? It's the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Aokiji and Kizaru, upon spotting Luffy and his crew, began maneuvering their opponents toward the vicinity of Luffy, seemingly with a strategy in mind. The adversaries, sensing a shift in dynamics, found their encounters with the admirals considerably less taxing. Was it possible that the admirals were exhausting their stamina? Whoa, I'm stronger than I thought. A pirate, facing Aokiji, felt a surge of confidence, intensifying his attacks as he fantasized about boasting to his crewmates about defeating a marine admiral. In stark contrast, Akainu, driven by an unyielding sense of justice, viewed Luffy's appearance through the lens of his pirate identity, immediately recalling his father, Dragon, the criminal. Carp's grandson, the son of the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, Akainu declared, arms crossed and eyes steely, devoid of empathy. He must be eradicated. Isn't that Ace's brother? Marco, facing Kizaru, also caught sight of Luffy, instinctively shifting his position to offer support on the battlefield. He couldn't help but marvel at the level of coordination displayed by Kizaru. Was this admiral merely a product of nepotism? Suddenly appearing on the front lines of the battlefield, Luffy and his crew naturally caught the attention of Whitebeard. With that unmistakable straw hat and the frequent mention of Ace, Whitebeard instantly recognized him as the other grandson of Carp, the son of the Revolutionary Army S. Drago, Monkey D. Luffy. Observing the shocked expression on Carp's face and the tension on Sengoku S. brow, Whitebeard's long somber countenance finally broke into a smirk. The two formidable Navy officers who had been a headache for him were now about to have their own troubles. Everyone, provide cover for that straw hat boy Luffy. Ace, I'm coming to rescue you. After landing, Luffy shouted, charging towards the execution platform with his companions. The ordinary soldiers in the small square were no match for them. With the extension of his arm, Luffy could easily sweep several Navy soldiers aside. Straw Hat, you cannot pass here. Smoker had also been summoned to headquarters. Upon seeing the person who had previously escaped from him due to a misunderstanding of his pirate identity easily dispatch a group of Navy soldiers, he transformed into smoke and flew towards him with his jit. Strong right hand. Frankie extended his arm, swinging a chain ferociously at the incoming Smoker. But Smoker evaded it with a swift spin of his smoke tail. Following that, Smoker raised his jit, infused with haki, and continued to strike at Luffy. Clang! The sound of metal clashing. Is attacking our captain your way of looking down on us? Zoro single-handedly blocked Smoker's jit attack, a confident smile breaking across his face. However, in the next moment, a familiar figure entered his line of sight, causing his grin to fade as he unsheathed two more swords from his waist with a grave expression. Let's have a duel. Since our last encounter, I have not let my guard down. Zoro assumed his three-sword style stance, addressing the approaching Dasky, who wielded a rapier. Hey, you fool with green algae for hair. Do not be rude to a lady. Sanji, who had been left on the ship and was seeing Dasky for the first time, shouted angrily at Zoro, maintaining his chivalrous spirit. Shut up, shut up. The same phrase echoed simultaneously from both their mouths, surprising them both. A duel between swordsmen knows no gender, so refrain from uttering words that bring shame to the swords in our hands. Dasky spoke, wiping the blood from a rapier. Since the battle began, the pirates who had fallen to her sword could fill a large cell. Like her benevolent nature, she held her own understanding of justice, viewing the pirates who fell to her as merely having lost their fighting capability. Let's commence our second duel. Zoro, filled with fighting spirit upon seeing Dasky ready, declared, silently reminding himself The 2003 battle against the self-indulgent pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro. I shall not let you escape again. Daisuke's gaze sharpened as she focused on Zoro. The next moment, their figures clashed together in an instant. Ding! Ding! Sparks flew as metal met metal, creating a chaotic symphony of clashing sounds. The rapier, known for its agility, was adept at thrusting, while Zoro's katana combined the advantages of a single blade, with its thick spine and sharp edge, along with his natural physical strength, revealing the disparities in their weaponry. However, after Daisuke adeptly blocked several of Zoro's overhead strikes, her skill began to shine through. With her rapier's nimble and unpredictable swordplay, she disrupted Zoro's offensive rhythm, forcing him into a passive position where he had to defend against a relentless assault. The rapier, known for its versatility, combined with Daisuke's understanding of her physical advantages, had her focus on enhancing her speed rather than brute strength, making her agility even more pronounced. Even though Zoro's three-sword style formed an impenetrable barrier, Daisuke seized the openings, leaving scars on his body with her thrusts and cuts. While the injuries might seem superficial, the places she targeted were deliberate, aiming for weaknesses that could incapacitate even the strongest of men. Despite Zoro's unyielding spirit, the continuous accumulation of wounds made his defeat increasingly apparent. This can't be real. Zoro is being so thoroughly overwhelmed in a sword duel. Sanji and Chopper were both taken aback. The former, despite their constant bickering, held a grudging respect for Zoro's swordsmanship. To Chopper, Zoro was the most reassuring presence on the ship, with no apparent weaknesses aside from his poor sense of direction. It was hard to fathom that Zoro would falter before the relatively unknown Daisuke. As Zoro battled Daisuke, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates actively engaged Smoker to clear the path for Luffy, although they currently lack the strength to pose a significant threat to Smoker. Their numerical advantage and diverse attack strategies were sufficient to delay him temporarily. After all, Smoker's methods of attack were rather straightforward, aside from his jit. He relied on his smoke to suffocate opponents. While Smoker was momentarily held back, Luffy still faced numerous Navy officers blocking his path, and those positioned at the execution platform were the backbone of the Navy headquarters, holding officer ranks. Luffy found it challenging to contend with these officers, as his extended arm sweeps struggled to match his previous performance. He had to deftly dodge the slashing attacks from the Navy while focusing on breaking through their defenses. Fortunately, his objective was simply to breach their line. With every punch he threw, he sought even the smallest gap to advance, though he had accumulated several wounds in the process. "Don't come any closer, Luffy," Ace from the execution platform shouted, seeing the bloodied wounds on Luffy. "You should understand. We are both pirates and should sail freely on the seas. I have my adventures, my companions. You have no reason to meddle in my affairs. A coward like you coming to rescue me? Do you think I would agree? Get lost. There is nothing more humiliating than this. Hurry back, Luffy." Ace's forehead throbbed, gritting his teeth as he shouted. The brother he should have been protecting was now recklessly charging into this meat grinder of a battlefield. Because of him, putting himself in jeopardy. "I am your brother." Upon hearing Ace's words, Luffy did not pause. Instead, he punched down the Navy soldier blocking his way, accelerating his charge. Luffy's words instantly pulled Ace back into the memories of their brotherhood. Meanwhile, Sengoku, overseeing the battlefield, observed Luffy's relentless advance, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Goodness, I could excuse the junior officers at the branch for being unable to stop him, given the circumstances across the seas. The Navy hasn't committed too many resources there. But how can you all be toppled by a single punch from him? I've been friends with Carp for decades. It is inappropriate to attack his grandson. What is the matter with you insignificant officers? Have you truly grasped the intricacies of human relationships? In the small square, the situation for Luffy and his crew had devolved into a predicament where those capable of combat understood the intricacies of human relationships. Yet those lacking such understanding found themselves unable to prevail. There was no alternative. Admiral Sengoku had to personally step forward to issue commands, directing the Navy below, eliminate them on the spot. Do not waste time here. The true adversary of the Navy has yet to reveal themselves. After speaking, he, still uneasy, retrieved the wartime Den Mushi to directly contact the astute Vice Admiral Smoker, known for his indifference to the subtleties of human interactions and his precise, measured strikes, requesting him to personally intervene and obstruct Luffy. As time passed slowly, the moment of execution approached. Two executioners, wielding long-handled swords, ascended the platform, standing in a crisscross formation to the sides of Ace. Admiral Sengoku observed as the Navy's frontline defenses were progressively breached. Switching channels on the Den Mushi, he stated, "Proceed as planned. First deal with the pirates under his command. Eliminate the enemies outside the encirclement." From the onset of the battle, the forces stationed at Marineford had only been a fraction of their full strength. The expansive seafront was not merely facing the initial defenses of Whitebeard. Once breached, the situation at Marineford would deteriorate, transforming them into a large, enclosed trap. The formidable influence of the four emperors in effortlessly annihilating nations extended far beyond their own crews. They commanded vast networks of personnel, numbering from tens of thousands to even millions. The Navy's display of force against Whitebeard was intended from the outset to entirely consume the influence of this venerable emperor. Immediately upon Sengoku issuing the order, Kizaru relayed it to the Navy's scientific division tasked with the encirclement defense on the flanks. "Old man, will the battleships be affected? Is that acceptable? Keep it to a minimum," was the reassuring response from Momonosuke. This marked the first time the pacifists were thrust into such a large-scale battlefield to execute crucial tasks, necessitating careful consideration of every aspect. Momonosuke turned to the group of pacifists behind him and commanded, "It begins now. Forward, pacifists." In the next moment, the pacifists, upon receiving their orders, unleashed a dazzling laser assault, their fists glowing with brilliance, targeting the chaotic battlefield. Explosions erupted intermittently as the flanking forces bombarded the pirates, inflicting severe losses upon those pirates recklessly charging forward. While the captain-level and stronger pirates could still hold their ground, the ordinary pirates became mere moving targets before the onslaught of the pacifists. Would they not even hesitate to sacrifice their own comrades? Whitebeard, witnessing some severely injured Navy personnel exposed to the relentless bombardment of the pacifists, grasped the Navy's unwavering resolve to eradicate them. "Do not falter, my children. Charge forward into the square." Inspired by Whitebeard's words, the pirates, their eyes aflame with determination, launched a desperate assault towards the Marineford defenses. With no avenue for retreat, they resolved to reach Ace before being cornered, fighting like cornered beasts. The Navy stationed at the gates of justice began their offensive against the Whitebeard pirates, and the pacifists from the scientific division initiated their barrage. Before the Navy's encirclement could be completely sealed, the Whitebeard pirates had but one path left: a relentless charge in a singular direction to breach the Navy's defenses. The entire crew quickly retreated from the ice, determined not to allow the pirates to seize the square. Admiral Sengoku recognized that the pirates were now engaged in a desperate struggle and commanded, "Now that the encirclement is nearing completion, the Navy must solidify the front line to secure ultimate victory. Engaging the pirates on the ice would only result in needless sacrifices." The Navy's rigorous training was manifest during this critical moment, as they retreated in waves, ensuring that each group had cover to fend off the pursuing pirates. Once all Navy personnel had evacuated the icy battlefield, Admiral Sengoku commanded his officers, "Once all transmissions are cut off, initiate the encirclement barrier, and then, together with Ace, we will capture the enemy in one fell swoop." Throughout his speech, Sengoku's gaze remained fixed on Whitebeard, who stood at the bow of the Moby Dick. Aside from the unexpected entrance of Whitebeard and Luffy, everything else unfolded according to his design. Even as the battlefield turned increasingly unfavorable, Whitebeard remained steadfast at the helm of the Moby Dick. "Old man," came the sound of footsteps from the deck behind him. Whitebeard turned to see the long-missing Squardo approaching and inquired, "Squardo, are you unharmed?" "I'm alive," Squardo replied, his expression unchanging as he drew closer. "Is that so? I've been unable to reach you since earlier. What is the situation at the bay?" Whitebeard asked, turning his attention back to the battlefield, his tone laced with concern. "It seems the crew has suffered heavy casualties. I took a shortcut to get here, old man. Have you discerned the Navy's strategy? Squardo's expression twisted as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. Regrettably, Whitebeard did not notice this shift. Sengoku and I have been old acquaintances. I welcome the Navy's encirclement from behind, and I too shall strike. We must push forward with all our might. Whitebeard, gripping his weapon, spoke slowly, having prepared himself for a decisive confrontation. His words implied a long-standing rivalry with Admiral Sengoku, yet in Squardo's ears, they took on a different meaning, solidifying his resolve. Indeed, the 43 pirate crews under your command have all benefited from your immense kindness. For the sake of the Whitebeard pirates, we would brave any peril, Squardo declared. Drawing his sword, this battle is to protect our family. The pirate Whitebeard would never forsake his kin. It is precisely because of this that we stand by you in this hell. Among your family, we too are part of it, Squardo continued, his face grim as he discarded the sheath, thrusting the long blade towards the unguarded Whitebeard before him. On the opposite platform, Admiral Sengoku watched the unfolding scene through his reflective lenses. In the next moment, his expression shifted as he witnessed an unforeseen turn of events. Clang! Sparks flew as Squardo's sword was deflected by a ghostly green spear. Sachi, Whitebeard, prepared to personally intervene, halted at the sight before him, his shock palpable. "Are you all right?" he asked, gazing at Sachi, now enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, his form eerily green. Whitebeard's voice trembled with an unusual emotion. For this was a sight he had never expected, especially considering he had witnessed Sachi's burial. "Old man, I'm not entirely certain of my condition. Let us first confront the matter at hand." Sachi's cold voice, when addressing Whitebeard, carried an unexpected warmth. He raised his hands, his furious gaze darting towards Squardo. "Squardo, do you realize what you're doing? I find it hard to believe, almost doubting my own eyes. How could old Dad betray us?" Squard stood trembling at the bow of the ship, evidently summoning all his courage to confront Baihuzi. "You fool! You have been deceived, Squard." Marco, witnessing this scene, flew back from the front, disregarding his greeting with Sachi, and angrily grasped Squard by the collar, roaring in fury. "Even you feign ignorance, Marco? As the captain of the first team, you cannot possibly be unaware of the dealings between Ace and the Navy." Squard retorted. "Ace is the son of Roger. This is indeed a fact. They manipulated the man most vulnerable to this matter. Do you comprehend the enormity of your actions? To turn against old Dad in such a manner is the height of foolishness." Baihuzi, fully aware of the animosity between Squard and Roger, gazed at Squard with disbelief in his golden eyes. Just when everyone expected him to strike Squard down, Baihuzi embraced him instead, declaring, "Even a foolish son?" "Oh dear." Squard had prepared himself for death, yet upon being suddenly embraced, he realized he may indeed have been deceived. He had naively believed the Navy would act against old Dad. "Who is it that led your loyal and straightforward heart into darkness?" Baihuzi solemnly inquired of Squard, cradled within his arms. Just as a father does not blame his son for his misdeeds, Baihuzi would not cast blame upon Squard for his actions. However, those who misled his son must face his wrath. It was the treacherous elements of the Navy. Squard recounted the events in detail. They claimed that by assassinating Baihuzi, the pirates under my command would be saved. Was that not the assertion of Akainu? Baihuzi addressed the trembling Squard, filled with regret, stating, "I can deeply sense your profound hatred for Roger. Yet, Squard, the notion of a son paying for his father's debts is utterly absurd. What has Ace done to you? You and Ace have shared both joy and hardship. The identity of Ace's parentage is irrelevant. On this vast sea, we are united, not just Ace, but all of you are my family." Those who speak of selling their own sons' heads. Baihuzi released Squard and moved forward, directing his gaze towards Sengoku and Akainu upon the platform, his fists trembling with rage. A multitude of fissures appeared, reverberating through the atmosphere and shattering the colossal blocks of ice that sealed their retreat, providing the pirates with an escape route. As pirates, it is for you to decide what to believe, Baihuzi proclaimed from the bow of the ship, addressing the pirates below on the battlefield. "Those willing to join me, cast aside your lives and follow me." Upon concluding, Baihuzi brandished his weapon, Songyun Xie, and leaped into the fray. The man hailed as the strongest in the world. Baihuzi, personally engaged in battle, instantly invigorating the spirits of his loyal pirates, who surged forth to attack the navy upon the plaza. Prepare for battle. The world's strongest man is about to unleash his might. Sengoku, standing on the platform, declared with a serious demeanor as he surveyed the battlefield below. The plan to assassinate Baihuzi had failed, and with it, Sengoku's assurance of completely obliterating the Whitebeard pirates evaporated. A top-tier powerhouse like Baihuzi, despite his age and frailty, wielded the potential for immense destruction. Furthermore, as the target of this execution was Ace, the grandson of Carp, it was unlikely that his old friend would choose to intervene. Thus, despite the Navy's lavish deployment for this battle, true invincibility was far from guaranteed. Just as in the earlier confrontation on the plaza, those who understood the nuances of human relationships could prevail, while those who did not could not. The Navy's ranks were indeed challenging to command. Upon leaping onto the battlefield, Baihuzi observed the Navy's unyielding defense at the plaza, which remained impenetrable. He pressed his fingers against the atmosphere as if grasping something tangible, pulling with great force. Baihuzi's golden eyes glimmered with intensity. The ground began to tilt in accordance with his movement, causing both pirates and Navy personnel on the battlefield to stagger, desperately lowering their bodies to maintain balance. The Navy stationed atop the defensive structures suffered even greater calamity, slipping from the tilted walls and falling into disarray. What is happening? Luffy, hindered by the forces of the Weasel, found himself in a disheveled state. In the midst of perilous combat, he managed to force himself into several sit-ups, driven solely by sheer willpower to remain upright. The sudden tilt of the ground disrupted the Navy's encirclement, granting him a moment to survey the situation. However, this glimpse revealed a startling scene. The ice of the bay cracked and rose, giving birth to towering peaks reminiscent of those at Marineford. The structures on Marineford tilted, and those caught in the chaos momentarily paused their violent endeavors, halting the battle in an instant. This was merely the power of Baihuzi's single maneuver. Luffy gazed blankly at the unfolding spectacle. Was this truly the battlefield they had become embroiled in? Following his initial strike, Baihuzi did not relent. He unleashed a punch directed toward the execution platform, causing the air around his fist to rupture. The sound of cracking resonated continuously, with the ice surface amplifying the vibrations. The shockwave's transmission was markedly pronounced. A dark fissure, unfathomable in depth, spread from Baihuzi's position toward the execution platform on the shore. We must evade. The Navy on the plaza, witnessing the overwhelming force of the shockwave, had no intention of attempting to withstand it. They scattered in haste. Yet the shockwave successfully surged onto the plaza. With a resounding crash, the walls of the execution platform crumbled before the shockwave, vanquished in an instant, leaving only a large expanse of rubble. The shockwave continued its relentless advance toward the execution platform. Are we reaching the execution platform? Go destroy it. Baihuzi's might invigorated the spirits of the pirates, who surged forward with unparalleled fervor, witnessing the shockwave advance unimpeded toward the execution platform. With a thunderous impact, the shockwave collided with the remnants of the platform, casting up a cloud of dust. Is the execution platform unharmed? Did we succeed? As all eyes eagerly awaited the outcome, the dust settled to reveal the execution platform intact beneath. The three Navy admirals stationed below the platform elucidated the reason why such a powerful shockwave had failed to topple it. It was due to the lack of timely activation of the surrounding barriers. Akiji tilted his head, observing the destruction wrought by the shockwave. Poised to speak, but was interrupted by Akainu's sharp retort. Isn't it all your fault for freezing the waves? Akainu scowled. Akiji's freezing of the tsunami was undoubtedly effective, and the towering ice pillars created a strategic geographical advantage for the surrounding defenses. However, the frozen surface of the bay had inadvertently granted the pirates a direct path to the plaza, igniting an unplanned territorial skirmish for the Navy. And to think you're acting so brazenly on the battlefield? I understand your relationship with Carp, but you must take the pirates seriously, Kizaru remarked, glancing at Akainu. At the very least, try to restrain one of the captains. Have you seen the state of your opponent? Oh, just melt them away, Sakazuki, Kizaru added, furrowing his brows. Despite the constant ridicule directed at Huang Yuan for his acting skills, he exhibits an undeniable finesse in the realm of interpersonal relations. Whether engaging with the 5 elders of the world government or the fleet Admiral Sengoku, regardless of whether it involves Aokiji or Akainu, he maintains an adept conversational rapport with his peers. When confronted with the Yonko Shanks, he is often the first to capitulate, and when faced with Luffy, he frequently displays leniency, embodying a strategy of offending no one. At this moment, as he speaks, Akainu ceases his quarrel with Aokiji. What is the status of the encircling wall? Sengoku, situated at the execution platform, has come to understand that there can be no reserves remaining after Whitebeard's strike. It is imperative to commit fully. Addressing the officers behind him, he commands, even if we must halt all machinery in the vicinity, redirect all energy to the encircling wall. Understood. Commencing immediately, the officer, upon receiving the order, swiftly departs to execute the directive. Maximum power output. As the officer activates the switch, a multitude of prearranged mechanical gears begins to operate in unison. Enormous iron barriers rise from the depths of the bay, elevating the ground level to match the height of the city walls behind, forming a pocket formation that traps the pirates still on the ice. The walls have risen. What do they intend to do? A sharp-eyed pirate points at the emerging steel barriers, noting the cannons peering from their firing ports, anxiously alerting his comrades. The previously penetrable defenses have been fortified with towering iron walls, and the sole escape route behind them is now encircled by the Navy. The ordinary pirates below realize the Navy's intent to annihilate them, but they find themselves with no avenue for retreat. No, there is a way. In the area where oars fell, the iron barriers have not risen. What is happening? Hurry and raise them. Sengoku also notes the anomaly and inquires of the Navy below. The encircling wall cannot support the massive body of oars, likely due to his blood infiltrating the machinery, resulting in a power drop. The Navy surrounding Oar's corpse conducts an inspection and reaches a conclusion. Damn it, the demon has no tricks left. Let us commence Akainu. Sengoku, with narrowed eyes, speaks sternly to Akainu. The encircling wall has developed a gap. The trapped pirates will undoubtedly launch a fierce charge toward this opening in a desperate bid for survival. The situation demands rapid escalation. Akainu steps forward, his arms transforming into molten lava, unleashing a torrent of magma skyward. Meteor volcano, a barrage of molten fists, resembling fiery meteors, descends upon the encircled pirate positions below. The barrage crashes into the pirate ranks, forcing them to flee in terror. Yet, Akainu's intentions extend beyond mere chaos. As the lava impacts the ice, the intense heat causes it to melt. Even those fortunate enough to evade Akainu's initial assault find themselves on the brink of destruction without stable footing. The ice is melted amidst the rising smoke. The pirates who narrowly escaped the meteor shower finally grasp the Navy's objective. Alas, this is a blatant scheme. From the moment they arrived, they have been ensnared within the Navy's carefully orchestrated trap. The water, now rising rapidly, soon engulfs the pirates up to their necks. Although they possess considerable experience from years at sea, the temperature of the water heated by the lava swiftly becomes unbearable, causing them to scream in agony. It is scalding hot. The seawater is boiling. Hurry to the shore. Akainu's meteor volcano cannot instantaneously obliterate the ice, and some fortunate pirates manage to return to the dwindling ice floes before being cooked alive. Yet, before they can rejoice, the Navy has prepared another surprise. Boom! 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 The cannons of the steel barriers unleash torrents of fire, relentlessly pursuing the remaining pirates on the ice, forcing them to dodge in all directions. They barely manage to escape the ice when, through the thick fog ahead, rows of pacifists, armed with dazzling lasers, await them. This route is also blocked. Are these walls indestructible? The surviving pirates aim their firearms at the encircling wall, launching an assault, but to their despair. The weapons they rely on prove utterly ineffective against the imposing barrier. Observing the sudden turn of events that has ensnared them in despair, Whitebeard directs a powerful punch toward the encircling wall, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that disperses the smoke and collides with the barrier. In the blinding white light, Shockwaves send the Navy soldiers spiraling away from the encircling wall, even forcing Sengoku on the execution platform to shield himself from the impact. When the light dissipates, the outcome astounds all. With a dull clang, even the mightiest attack from Whitebeard merely leaves a dent in the encircling wall. Old man, your techniques are ineffective. That is no ordinary wall. The pirates lament in despair as they witness this scene. It is time to bring this to a conclusion. Akainu declares from atop the wall, continuously unleashing his meteor volcano. His profound hatred for the pirates intensifies as he witnesses their plight on the ice. Especially since this calamity is a direct result of his actions, fueling his resolve to unleash the meteor volcano with fervor. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupt, sending countless pirates flying. Whether intentional or not, a molten fist fortuitously strikes the rear of the Moby Dick, igniting its wooden structure in flames. The Moby Dick is hit by the magma projectile. Extinguish the fire. We must not allow the ship to sink. We still need to travel with our comrades and Ace. Seeing this, the pirates cease their flight, frantically rushing to extinguish the flames engulfing the Moby Dick, while Whitebeard stands silently, his gaze fixed on the execution platform, seemingly unmoved by the chaos behind him. Whitebeard, your era has come to an end. Akainu declares from a distance, addressing Whitebeard. Whitebeard, with veins bulging as he grips his blade, remains undeterred by Akainu's taunts. His eyes locked onto the execution platform, where the two executioners have raised their long blades, preparing to carry out their grim task. Admiral Sengoku commands the executioners. As the blades descend upon the signal from Sengoku, a resounding ace erupts from Whitebeard's clenched teeth. In that very moment, a voice identical to his reverberates alongside his, accompanied by a youthful yet formidable presence of Conqueror's Haki. Ace, Luffy, struck down by the weasel, witnesses Ace's imminent execution, and with a roar, unleashes his latent Conqueror's Haki for the first time in public. Like all first awakenings of Conqueror's Haki, this overwhelming force surges forth uncontrollably, knocking down a considerable number of weaker Navy soldiers retreating from a square, including the two lieutenant executioners, who fall unconscious. This is the potential of a king. One must commend you for being the grandson of that rascal, Carp. Sengoku's eyebrows twitch as he glances at Carp. Facing the formidable foe, the Yonko Whitebeard pirates, this troublesome friend's family has decided to add to the chaos. Were it not for the fact that the execution was Carp's other grandson, Sengoku would have been tempted to grab Carp by the collar and engage him in a brawl. The sudden awakening of Luffy's Haushiko Haki merely offered a temporary reprieve from the pressing crisis. The formidable Wushum Zhongjiang standing before him was clearly not one to relent, and he was not someone Luffy could contend with at this moment. Sengoku chose to divert his attention from these matters. Perhaps due to the names Whitebeard and Luffy calling out for Ace, the long-thought dead Oars seemed to stir back to consciousness, shaking his head. Just as Sengoku noticed this development, he had not yet issued any commands when the Navy surrounding the bay called out to him with urgency. Admiral, the pirates in the bay are exhibiting suspicious behavior. The scene shifted, revealing that the ice covering the bay had completely vanished. Numerous pirates floated aimlessly on the surface of the sea, all making their way towards a solitary opening where Oars was located. In the Navy's line of sight, a shadow could be seen rising from the seabed, emitting a plethora of bubbles reminiscent of the earlier arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. A colossal column of water erupted skyward, as a ship resembling the previously seen Moby Dick burst forth from the sea, adorned with a shimmering, iridescent film. It soared above the waves, scooping up the scattered pirates and continuing its relentless charge towards Oars. Disaster. It had been lurking beneath the surface all along. Admiral Sengoku gritted his teeth at this unforeseen spectacle. As a strategic mastermind, witnessing events unfold beyond his control only intensified the weight on his conscience. I never claimed that all my ships had arrived, Whitebeard remarked with a stoic expression, though his mood was far from buoyant. This vessel had been intended as a contingency, and he had not anticipated its deployment. The pirate fleet that had accompanied him initially comprised 43 ships, and with the 3 that had infiltrated the bay alongside Moby Dick, A total of 47 vessels had been rendered obsolete before they even set foot on land. This ship had been prepared as a final escape route for his sons. The Navy's extensive preparations made Whitebeard acutely aware of their determination to obliterate the Whitebeard pirates, solidifying the mental resolve he had already steeled himself with. As long as I can ensure the survival of one young life into the future, I would consider my mission accomplished. The sudden emergence of a ship in the bay undoubtedly took the Navy by surprise, prompting an immediate response from those stationed on the encircling walls. Sink it, just like Moby Dick. The cannons stationed at the embrasures swiftly turned their barrels, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the sole pirate vessel in the bay. However, the hurried adjustments, lacking prior testing, severely limited the accuracy of the bombardment. Even when a cannonball occasionally struck true, the pirates aboard would readily intercept it. No, do not target the ship. Aim for oars. Sengoku discerned Whitebeard's intention and shouted to the Navy on the walls. But he realized too late the short distance of mere meters that separated them in Marineford. Go forth, everyone! Oars embraced the massive pirate ship charging towards him. Pivoting descended, along with its crew, crashing into the small plaza of Marineford. The ship's immense momentum, combined with Oars's force, carved a chaotic ruin in the plaza, sending shockwaves that hurled numerous Navy soldiers into the air. Upon entering the Navy's plaza, the pirates leapt down from the ship, brandishing their weapons, but before they could act, Whitebeard emerged from behind. "Sons, fall back," he commanded, raising his blade, the Quake fruit's power coalescing into a white, spherical energy at its edge. With a thunderous roar, he hurled the sphere forward with his sweeping motion. With a sharp crack, the air before Whitebeard splintered into countless fractures, which promptly shattered. The plaza was engulfed in an explosion, the shock wave ravaging the Navy's formation, sending a multitude of soldiers flying in the aftermath of the blast. "Young ones, rescue Ace. Annihilate the Navy." Whitebeard raised his arm, calling forth his pirates, who rallied and charged towards the Navy's ranks. "Stay clear of my line of fire." Whitebeard warned the pirates rushing past him, as another white sphere of energy formed anew upon his massive blade, preparing for another throw. Here it comes again, that same move. The Navy soldiers who had narrowly avoided the previous blast turned pale at the sight of the energy swirling around Whitebeard's sword. As mere mortals, their ability to stand firm in the presence of such a monster spoke volumes of their courage and extraordinary conviction. "This is truly unavoidable," Akiji remarked seriously. Despite his wavering faith in the justice of the world government and Navy following the O'Hara incident and the emotional turmoil stemming from the public execution of his mentor's grandson, he could not remain indifferent to Whitebeard's assault on the Navy soldiers below. Iceball. Akiji unleashed 5 icy pillars from his hands, sending them hurtling towards Whitebeard. In an instant, Whitebeard found himself encased in a transparent ice sphere. Yet before the Navy could celebrate, the ice sphere became riddled with fine cracks, shattering into a flurry of ice crystals, revealing Whitebeard enscathed within. "Ah, it seems the tremors cannot be frozen," Akiji noted, unfazed by Whitebeard's resilience. The strength of a Yonko was not easily vanquished. Frost enveloped Akiji, propelling him towards Whitebeard, but before he could strike, Whitebeard's armed hockey-infused blade pierced through his chest, lifting him into the air. Admiral Kazan, struck by hockey. The onlooking Navy and pirates were astonished by this turn of events. One side featured the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, while the other boasted the Navy's highest combat power, Akiji. How could such titans of strength reach a conclusion in the blink of an eye? "Do not speak foolishly," Akiji interjected, grasping the hilt of his sword. The cold energy surged, latching onto Whitebeard's arm. "Ice spear." 2 spiny ice projectiles formed around him as he intertwined his hands before him. However, before Akiji's attack could fully materialize, the formidable Diamond Jozu barreled in, sending Akiji crashing into a pile of shattered ice. "Father, you go ahead," Diamond Jozu declared, his gaze fixed on the reassembling Akiji, addressing Whitebeard. Akiji, blood trickling from his mouth, emerged from the ice remnants, glaring at Diamond Jozu with a grim expression. He was the most compassionate among the 3 admirals, yet that did not imply he would show leniency towards pirates. He had willingly endured Whitebeard's hockey-infused blow, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths, hoping to exchange injuries. But now he bore the wound without having gained anything in return. The Straw Hat crew, embroiled in battle for an extended duration, found themselves in dire straits as well. Engaging in the Navy's meticulously orchestrated campaign against one of the four emperors, Whitebeard's pirate crew, their current strength could hardly be compared to that of rats in a trap. Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper, attempting to delay Smoker's advance, were swiftly subdued by the reinforcements of the Navy that joined the fray following Admiral Sengoku's orders to encircle Luffy's crew. In the fierce confrontation between Zoro and Dasky, Zoro's unwavering dedication to swordsmanship and extraordinary talent allowed him to glean some techniques for identifying flaws in sword techniques during their clash. However, the injuries he sustained from the onset ultimately exceeded the limits of his physical endurance. Eventually, due to excessive blood loss, his body instinctively entered a state of conservation. The figure of the weasel vanished from sight, and with a swift motion of his katana, he left a crescent-shaped cut on Luffy's leg, toppling him to the ground. Straw Hat Luffy, I, Weasel, bear the name of a Marine Rear Admiral, will not allow you to pass here. Adhering to the newfound perspective he had acquired, Weasel engaged in a dialogue befitting a formidable adversary, acknowledging Luffy's potential as he witnessed him perform multiple sit-ups in a short span of time. Is he similar to the Vice Admiral? Luffy gasped for breath, speaking while attempting to strike back, extending his legs like whips towards Weasel. Soru, Gippo. In an instant, Weasel's figure vanished, reappearing in midair, wielding his sword to deliver a downward slash towards Luffy. Yet, holding firm to his belief that criminals should face legal consequences rather than extrajudicial punishment, Weasel refrained from delivering a lethal blow, merely inflicting a superficial wound on Luffy while most of his force struck the ground. Struggling, Luffy clumsily rose from the ground, attempting to continue the fight. Yet his trembling body was unresponsive. It seems your body has reached its limit. Finger pistol. Weasel, utilizing Soru, appeared before Luffy in the blink of an eye, striking him in the abdomen with a single finger. Thoof! Luffy cried out in pain, spewing blood as he was sent flying back to the ground. On the execution platform, Carp's gaze remained fixed on this scene, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, veins bulging like dragons on the back of his hands. Carp, understand your position, Sengoku remarked, observing Carp's changing expression. His own mood was hardly better, as his old partner's grandsons had thrown the Marine headquarters into chaos, leaving him with nowhere to voice his grievances. As Weasel prepared to capture the incapacitated Luffy, a blinding light flashed before him, indicating the arrival of Kizaru, who landed in front of Luffy. Disappear. Kizaru's legs shimmered with radiant golden light as he delivered a kick towards Luffy. In Weasel's incredulous gaze, Luffy soared in an arc, landing in the hands of Whitebeard. What? No. Admiral Sengoku ordered me to capture him. Are you asking me to snatch him from Whitebeard? Is this even a job? Weasel gaped in disbelief at this turn of events, longing for the powerful healer Mo he encountered in the comm belt to replace this incompetent admiral. Let me go. I need to save Ace. Luffy struggled in Whitebeard's grasp, but his efforts to escape from the giant hand were clearly futile. You have done enough. Let him heal. Whitebeard casually tossed Luffy towards the pirates behind him. It is unnecessary. Do not obstruct me. Ace is my only brother in this world. Luffy fell into the arms of the pirates, quickly breaking free and staggering towards the execution platform, only to collapse weakly to the ground. You merely bluster and act tough. I find this fool quite endearing. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy and then at Ace on the execution platform. The resemblance between the two brothers was striking. Whitebeard stepped forward towards the Marines, and the energy of the Gura Nami manifested as a white, spherical force, poised to strike the execution platform from below. With a resounding boom, before the Gura Nami energy could be unleashed, Whitebeard's blade was stomped down by Akainu, causing the energy to erupt violently between them, scattering debris throughout the arena. If you continue to cause such havoc, this island will not withstand it, Akainu warned, lava bubbling beneath his feet as he stood on the Gura Nami Gurara. Then you'd better hold your ground. Whitebeard remained resolute, his strength as the world's strongest man undiminished despite his injuries. At that moment, Marco seized the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixated on Akainu and Whitebeard, swiftly traversing the crowd until he was merely 10 meters from the execution platform, transforming into his phoenix form and soaring upward. He flew past. "What are you doing?" "Shoot him down." The Marines, regaining their composure, raised their weapons at the airborne Marco. However, as a mythical Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, Marco was unfazed by such attacks. Bullets were ineffective against him. "This is bad," the admirals on the ground observed, but the only one fast enough to intercept Marco, Kazu, appeared reluctant to act, merely standing still and watching. "Go, Captain Marco!" The pirates cheered, sensing that their objective was within reach. Yet, in the next instant, an unexpected figure appeared before Marco. Carp, seated cross-legged on the execution platform, gritted his teeth and leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent Marco crashing to the ground. "Captain Marco!" "That is the Marine hero, Monkey D." Carp. The pirates were momentarily halted, their expressions grave as they regarded Carp, the man who had once chased the pirate king Joel D. Roger, the strongest adversary looming over an entire generation of pirates. Such a figure had not been awarded the title of the strongest merely because those honors were reserved for formidable criminals of the seas. If fairness were to prevail, Carp would undoubtedly deserve several of those titles. No one is allowed to intervene. Sengoku, on the execution platform, admonished Carp, who was trembling at the prospect of taking action. He had been contemplating whether to allow Marco to rescue Ace when he had not expected Carp to intervene just as his grandson was on the verge of salvation. "The rear admiral has acted. The strongest guard." The Marines observed the figure on the high platform, victory smiles naturally forming on their faces. The current generation of Marines had grown up hearing tales of Carp, and his intervention reignited their confidence in defeating their foes. Just as all eyes were on Carp, a shadowy green figure enveloped in dark mist appeared on the execution platform, unnoticed by either Sengoku or Carp. With a swift motion, the ghastly green hand seized Ace's arm, and in a flash, the dark mist enveloped him, leaping down from the execution platform. "Ace has been taken. Quickly, block that mist." The sudden turn of events jolted Sengoku back to reality, and he urgently instructed the Marines below. His gaze remained fixed on the eerie black mist. Even though the objective lay right before him, within his keen observation and the perception of Haki, he found it utterly devoid of substance. What on earth was that ghastly green hand he glimpsed? The Navy, having received the command, opened fire into the black mist, and even the admirals, including Wushu, unleashed their Haki attacks against it. Yet, their assaults failed to hinder the mist even for a moment, as it swiftly surged toward the pirate's side. "Doctor, Ace has been shot. Who can unlock the shackles?" The black mist only halted upon infiltrating the pirate ranks. As it dispersed, Sachi's eerie green figure emerged, anxiously calling out to the pirates behind him. The black mist possessed no capability to obstruct attacks. It was merely his ethereal form that could disregard the Navy's offensives. But Ace, shackled by sea prism stones, could not escape unscathed. Despite Sachi's desperate attempts to evade the onslaught, he could not avoid all the attacks. Fortunately, Ace's injuries were relatively minor, merely superficial. "I can unlock it, Sachi. This must be a trick. How could Sachi possibly be here?" The moment Sachi's ethereal form became visible from the black mist, the shock among the Whitebeard pirates was akin to that of rescuing Ace. The earlier scene where Squardo was thwarted aboard the ship was witnessed by only a select few. To the majority, Sachi had long been presumed dead, and they had even buried his body. "Sachi! Sachi!" Ace stood motionless, his mouth agape in disbelief, staring at Sachi. Undoubtedly, Sachi had perished. It was Blackbeard who relentlessly pursued vengeance for Sachi, leading to his capture and igniting this war. Yet, here was Sachi, appearing in such an uncanny form to save him. What sort of narrative could unfold in such a manner? "Ace, do not doubt. I am indeed Sachi, returned in this form as you see." Sachi placed a hand on Ace's shoulder, the chilling touch confirming to Ace that this was no mere illusion. "I have received your sentiments. I shall avenge Blackbeard. Now, let us consider how to escape from here." After uttering these words, Sachi turned his gaze toward the battlefield. Due to Ace's rescue, the Navy sounded the general assault on the encircled Whitebeard pirates. The battle between Whitebeard and Akainu escalated to a feverish intensity in an instant. The cacophony of crumbling ruins and billowing lava smoke painted the sky in hues of crimson and white. "Father, Ace has been rescued. We can retreat," Marco shouted to Whitebeard, transforming into his phoenix form despite the stiffness in his neck, intercepting the Admiral Kazuru. Diamond Jaws also positioned himself in front of Akiji, but after Ace's rescue, Akiji's combat prowess visibly surged, and he swiftly encased Diamond Jaws in thick ice. However, due to the diamond's exceptional hardness, it could only be considered a temporary confinement. As Akiji prepared to join the fray against Whitebeard or eliminate the Whitebeard pirates' minor foes, Ace, liberated from the sea prism shackles, hastily stemmed his bleeding from the gunshot wound and transformed into a fiery whirlwind, charging toward Akiji. Enough! Ace conjured a massive fireball that licked at Akiji's path, intertwining icy coldness with flames, enveloping the area in thick mist that obscured their figures. "Alas, this is quite bothersome," Akiji remarked, observing Ace blocking his way, his demeanor once again languid. As Carp's pupil, he had to face the reality that he could no longer capture Ace, especially after the latter's rescue. From his elevated position, Carp, having thrown that punch at Marco, suddenly found himself slumped down among the three admirals, utterly drained. The weight of his earlier decision had evidently exacted a toll on him, ultimately leading him to uphold the Navy's righteous stance. He had believed Ace's life was forfeited due to his choice, only to witness his unexpected rescue moments later. "Ace," Carp leaned back against his chair, watching Ace engaged in combat with Akiji below. Whether it was guilt from his prior decision or something else entirely, he was left at a loss on how to confront his grandson. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was equally astonished by Ace's salvation, yet his expression bore no signs of anxiety. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had been prepared to turn a blind eye to the fate of his old friend's grandson, with his true objective being the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's eyes, devoid of any emotion behind his glasses, commanded the Navy through the Den Mushi to strategically divide the battlefield against the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. "Is this the conclusion you can accept? Truly despicable." Sengoku glared at the now composed Carp, then turned his attention back to the fierce battle between Akainu and Whitebeard. This was the pivotal battlefield that would determine the war's outcome. The previous assassination attempt had failed, meaning Whitebeard's physical ailments would not significantly impair his combat effectiveness in the short term. Fueled by his hatred for Akainu, who had manipulated Squardo, Whitebeard fought with unparalleled ferocity. Boom! The tremor from Whitebeard's Nami ability created a deep chasm in the ground, the shockwave sending Akainu hurtling through the air, bouncing twice before landing. As Akainu tried to rise, he sensed an imminent danger behind him, prompting him to hastily elementalize. Yet it was too late. Whitebeard's figure materialized behind Akainu, his fist empowered by the Gura no Mi, delivering a devastating blow to Akainu's head. Boom! Akainu's body was instantly driven into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Akainu emerged, bloodied and scorched, from a pool of molten lava. "Don't get too cocky, Whitebeard." Ignoring his injuries, Akainu glared fiercely at Whitebeard, launching himself forward with arms ablaze in lava. Akainu's molten fists clashed violently with Whitebeard's Gura no Mi attacks, scattering magma across the battlefield and raising the temperature significantly. Whitebeard, deserving of his title as the world's strongest man, despite his advanced age, was impervious to Akainu's strikes. Instead, he consistently inflicted new wounds upon Akainu with his explosive retaliations. Perhaps it was his profound hatred for pirates or his confidence in his thick skin and high defense. But Akainu relentlessly pursued Whitebeard, ensuring he could not withdraw from the fray even for a moment. "Get lost, you magma brat." Whitebeard swung his weapon at Akainu, anxious as he watched his crew being systematically overwhelmed by the Navy. With Ace rescued, continuing the fight would only result in needless casualties, rendering it utterly meaningless. However, the Navy was resolute in their assault, making it exceedingly difficult for them to retreat. Everyone prepared to withdraw. Whitebeard summoned his strength to strike Akainu back, shouting as the energy from the Gura Nami converged into a colossal white sphere at the edge of his blade. From its appearance alone, everyone understood that the power of this attack far surpassed any of Whitebeard's previous assaults. This is bad. The world's strongest man is serious now. What should we do? The Navy halted their actions, horrified at the sight. Among the warlords, only Mihawk maintained his composure, while the others were visibly shaken by the unfolding scene. Hey, Kapu, you should be aware of your responsibilities. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhangguo's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted at Kapu, who was seated among the three great admirals. A radiant circle of golden light enveloped him. In an instant, a colossal golden Buddha materialized upon the execution platform, transforming into this divine figure. Zhangguo leaped toward Baihuzi. The Zhenjin fruit is reputed to be the most formidable of the Paramecia-type devil fruits, possessing the undeniable capability to effortlessly obliterate islands in the hands of Baihuzi. From the outset, the Navy's numerous defensive lines and the encircling walls of Marin Fanduo were established solely to prevent this man from setting foot there. If such a being were to create chaos on Marin Fanduo, the island's fate would be sealed. However, their unexpected arrival rendered the frontline defenses useless, as the massive form of the demon Oz bore down on the encircling walls. Amidst these unforeseen circumstances, Baihuzi managed to land on Marin Fanduo and prepared an extraordinary strike. The massive silhouette of Zhangguo's golden Buddha flickered and appeared before Baihuzi. And just as the energy from his blade was about to erupt, a colossal hand, imbued with shockwaves, intercepted the blow. The clash of energies between the golden palm and the Zhenjun fruit's power unleashed a tremendous explosion. The shockwave swept across the battlefield, sending both pirates and Navy forces flying, while the surrounding debris and dust obscured the vision of those nearby. The two energies remained locked in a stalemate for a moment. But Zhangguo's hastily executed maneuver ultimately exhausted its energy first. The swirling strike, accompanied by white, flowing energy, continued its descent toward the ground of Marin Fanduo. At the critical moment, Kapu appeared before the blade, his ebony arm entwined with black and crimson lightning, intercepting Baihuzi's strike from below. The two opposing energies collided relentlessly between the blade and the iron fist, with the explosive airflow reflecting the black and crimson lightning, causing both their eyes to shimmer with excitement. As the energies finally depleted and vanished, the turbulent air swept across the entire battlefield, leaving only a mere handful of individuals standing amidst the chaos. Gulalala, Zhangguo Kapu, it has been a long time since we last clashed. Baihuzi revealed a row of white teeth, laughing heartily. Although his attack had been thwarted, the residual shockwaves had allowed his pirate crew to break free from the Navy's encirclement, thus fulfilling his objective. Like Kapu and Roger, he and Zhangguo have been longtime adversaries. However, because Zhangguo and Kapu are old comrades, it is typically he who finds himself pursued by both. Their encounters have generally ended quickly, not due to any belief in their superiority, but rather to avoid the persistent pursuit of these self-righteous Navy forces, which he finds bothersome. Baihuzi, from the moment you set foot here, the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates has become an established fact. Zhangguo surveyed the battlefield, addressing Baihuzi. The Navy's deployment of such a substantial force and lavish lineup aimed to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates, rather than merely targeting the single figure of Baihuzi. The four Emperor's crews dominate the New World, not only due to their immense strength, but also because of their extensive network of allies. For instance, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is seen by Zhangguo as a potential successor to Baihuzi, capable of assuming his position after his demise. Such individuals are also primary targets in the Navy's plans for annihilation. Akainu, you are to intercept the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. This matter shall be left to Kapu and me. Without looking back, Zhangguo instructed the 3 Navy admirals behind him, then exchanged a knowing glance with Kapu. The meaning in their eyes was unmistakable, and Kapu instantly understood. I have given you face. Do not let me down now. Ha ha. My old bones haven't fought like this in ages. With Zhangguo's unspoken promise, Kapu felt the weight of his responsibilities and familial ties lift, making him feel considerably lighter. While I still have the strength, less old-timers have one more battle. Gulalalala. Huzi laughed heartily. After being burdened by injuries, he had not experienced a thrilling fight in quite some time. Facing his contemporaries reignited a long-lost fervor within him, and wielding his Tsong Yun Chia, he charged at Zhanghua and Kapu. All three were top-tier powerhouses, and although Huzi faced disadvantages due to his injuries and the numerical superiority of his opponents, this was the Navy headquarters of Marin Fanduo. Huzi could afford to disregard destruction, while Zhanghua and Kapu could not. In such a situation, where one side required distraction, the outcome could not be determined swiftly. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Akainu, having unleashed his attack, did not forget his previous intention. Upon seeing Luffy, who was barely managing to stand, he appeared directly before him. The son of Monkey D, Dragon, the revolutionary, Monkey D, Luffy, a criminal who must be dealt with decisively. As he spoke, magma erupted from his arm, launching a devastating punch toward Luffy. A glance at this scene left Akiji and Kizuru momentarily stunned. No, how could he dare? How we been so obvious in our performance, and yet Akainu remains oblivious? Seeing this unfold, Ace, engaged in battle with Akiji, was startled and transformed into a streak of flame, racing toward Luffy. However, someone was faster. With a swift motion, a mass of black mist appeared before Akainu's magma fist, momentarily halting it. Sachi, the ethereal green spirit, seized Luffy and vanished in an instant. The next moment, Sachi reappeared aboard the last remaining ship of the Whitebeard pirates, where many injured pirates were sprawled on the deck, still breathing. Well done, Sachi. Ace smiled and gave him a thumbs up before resuming his fight with Akiji. Marco continued to hold off Kizuru, while the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates battled against the Navy's vice admirals, buying time for their comrades to retreat. You again, that unknown specter. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Akainu glared at Sachi, magma beginning to flow from his body. The figure of the ethereal green spirit, which could not be perceived by Kinbunchaku, had left a deep impression on him as it had just saved Ace upon its entrance. Great fire. A massive amount of magma gathered before him, forming a gigantic magma fist, mimicking the explosive force of a volcanic eruption as it surged toward the Whitebeard pirate soul vessel. The troublesome Logia-type powers. Why must such abilities exist in this world? Sachi thought, troubled by the vast area affected by Akainu's magma fist. It was known that only Logia-type users could harm his ethereal form. Akainu's attack directly enveloped the only ship of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving him with no means of escape. In desperation, Sachi conjured a thick cloud of black mist behind him, meeting Akainu's magma fist head-on. Watching the black mist being seared away layer by the magma, Sachi's face contorted with pain. This black mist had increased in quantity alongside the growth of his spirit. Beyond that, he had no other source of black mist, and as his ethereal form became more solid, the means of acquiring black mist seemed to have been severed. It could be said that this black mist was a non-renewable resource, diminishing with each use. Thus, he had previously avoided the three admirals of the natural system, weaving through the battlefield to bring back pirates who still had a chance for salvation. A colossal molten fist collided with the black mist, its forward momentum hindered, subsequently fracturing into a myriad of volcanic projectiles that filled the sky, attempting to breach the obstruction of the black mist with sheer quantity and obliterate the pirate ships behind, severing the Whitebeard pirates' hope for retreat. However, Saki would evidently not permit such an outcome. A series of sharp spears appeared in his hands, shattering all the volcanic projectiles that had the fortune to penetrate the barrier of the black mist. But this was not the end. Inazuka Kurenai, seizing the opportunity while Saki intercepted the volcanic projectiles, Akainu once again took the initiative. His figure suddenly appeared before Saki, transforming into a dog-headed arm of magma that lunged towards Saki's shoulder with a punch. Out of the corner of his eye, Saki detected Akainu's assault, altering the motion of throwing his spear to instead thrust it towards the molten arm shaped like a dog's head. Oomph. In the next moment, a piercing, shrill wail and a muffled grunt of pain simultaneously echoed. What kind of monster are you? Akainu grimaced, clutching his arm, glaring at Saki. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. His arm had already elementalized. Yet, the pain of being pierced by the spear still surged from his soul to his brain, a torment that resonated with memories of his encounter in Shirima. At that time, he had experienced a similar pain, though he never comprehended how he had fallen victim in Shirima. Didn't you already say it? As you can see, I am indeed a monster, Saki replied, a large portion of his spectral arm charred, a pained grimace on his lips. Although he had previously endured the pain of his ethereal form being attacked by the natural system during his battle with Blackbeard, there remained distinctions even among the natural systems. The sensation of being consumed and shattered by Blackbeard's darkness felt like a force converging from all directions, intending to grind him to dust. Perhaps it was due to his profound hatred for Blackbeard that he could suppress the agony with his fierce desire for vengeance. Now, however, he fully experienced the searing pain of those who had perished beneath his spear, the difference being that Akainu's magma burned with heat, while the spectral fire on his spear was chillingly indifferent. A monster? That suits your image well. Hence, hell is where you belong, you hellhound, Akainu said in a hushed tone. In the next instant, his molten arm, now drooping, swiftly elongated and lunged toward Saki. The strike was so rapid that even with utmost concentration, evasion proved nearly impossible, let alone the fact that Akainu had feigned a scene of his injured arm's weakness before suddenly launching his attack while speaking. Sizzle. The lava, with unparalleled explosive speed, pierced through Saki's head in the blink of an eye. Naive pirate, Akainu scoffed. He felt no shame in employing cunning tactics. Subsequently, torrents of magma surged from his arm, aiming to incinerate Saki's remaining headless, ethereal form. This peculiar adversary, whom he had never encountered before, could only be deemed truly vanquished once fully obliterated. Yet before the lava could spread, Saki's headless, ethereal form vanished amidst a wisp of black mist. When he reappeared, Saki's head had already returned, albeit with the sole change being that the ethereal glow of his form had dimmed slightly. Even an admiral would stoop to such despicable ambushes. Saki regarded Akainu with a gaze darkened by cold contempt. As one who had inherited the vengeful spirit of the Spear of Retribution, Akainu's treachery evoked memories of being ambushed from behind by Blackbeard, where trust became a blade. The resentment within him surged again, chilling the atmosphere further. Indeed, it is not so easily resolved. As long as the criminal can be eliminated, anything is worth doing. Akainu stated nonchalantly, observing the restored Saki. The absence of presence in the latter's observation haki was enough to indicate that this was no ordinary opponent, and the earlier sensation of pain at the soul level reaffirmed this fact. Currently, the only known entities capable of affecting the soul in the seas were the Yonko Big Mom and the recently emerged Shirima. Now, it seemed, Saki could be added to that list. So be it. Consider this a prelude to addressing the Yonko Big Mom. Akainu's eyes sharpened, magma swirling around his body as he charged toward Saki. It is your kind that brings such chaos to the seas. Perish. Akainu roared, his arm swelling to an enormous size due to the molten flow, crashing down towards Saki. TCH. Self-righteous scoundrel. Saki's fury ignited as he bared his teeth at Akainu, summoning the black mist to form spears that met him head-on. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, ever since Ace's rescue, Kizaru seemed to have shed his theatrical guise. In his confrontation with Marco, he was no longer the figure that could be easily sent flying several dozen meters with a single kick. Now, even when Marco's elbow strike and kick reached his nose, Kizaru could instantaneously transform into light particles, appearing elsewhere. With such mobility, not even Marco's best efforts could leave a speck of dust on his cloak. Captain Marco, have you been able to recover after such a long battle? Kizaru's laser beam pierced through Marco's body once more. Though Marco appeared battered, he persisted in combat, prompting Kizaru to grow increasingly impatient. Kizaru gathered a mirror-like sphere of light in his hand, shooting beams that ricocheted around Marco. In the next moment, Kizaru's figure materialized behind Marco at the speed of light, executing a knee strike aimed at Marco's head, a pose that seemed to avenge the kick he had received from Marco during their prior encounter. Where are you? Marco exclaimed in panic as he searched for the spot where Kizuru had vanished. In his view, Kizuru had disappeared without even the slightest movement. Before he could turn his head to seek, the descending kick struck his neck, a spot where he had previously suffered severe injury. Due to the aerial nature of their battle, Kizuru's powerful kick sent Marco crashing into the ground, carving a long trench before finally halting. "Oh, it seems it's about time for me to make my appearance." Kizuru stood atop the mast of a derelict ship, showing no intention of delivering a finishing blow, seemingly addressing no one in particular. Below, the watching Marine lieutenant saw Whitebeard's 1st Division, Captain Marco, being struck into the ground by Kizuru, rushing forward with sea-stone handcuffs to restrain him. "Well done, Admiral Kizuru." The lieutenant beamed with excitement, gazing up at Kizuru on the mast. Capturing Marco. The 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was undeniably a significant achievement. Even if Kizuru had been the one to defeat him, the lieutenant had merely assisted. However, such a feat was far more commendable than taking down nameless pirates. Kizuru's adeptness in navigating the intricate web of the pirate world positioned him as a figure of high esteem before the 5 elders of the world government. He was a loyal subordinate who followed orders without question. In front of Sengoku, while he occasionally slacked off, it was only after fulfilling his tasks. In the presence of figures like Garp and other Marines, he could engage in trivial banter with anyone, albeit about inconsequential matters. Yet, one must acknowledge that as an admiral, he was the most successful. Whether within the world government or the Navy, he wielded influence, deftly avoiding enmity with all. The most absurd aspect is that he still knows how to give face to the pirates. As long as your strength and background match in any way, I, Huang Yuan, can certainly offer you a gesture of respect. However, if you lack strength or your background has vanished, then you cannot blame me. Huang Yuan glanced at the gradually faltering Whitebeard, who was under the combined pressure of Sengoku and Garp, and immediately felt invigorated. Shifting his gaze to the other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Given the luxurious lineup of the Navy here, there was no longer any worry about enduring Garp's iron fist. The Whitebeard Pirates had no chance of retreating unscathed. From this moment on, the Whitebeard Pirates need not be afforded any respect. As Huang Yuan selected his target, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates also noticed Marco's defeat and Huang Yuan's empty hand. Clang! Flower Sword Vista used his dual blades to parry Mihawk's black sword. Yuru glanced at Huang Yuan atop the mast and pushed away forcefully, creating distance between them. "Thank you." Flower Sword Vista smiled at Mihawk. Given the prowess of both swordsmen, it was challenging to determine a victor in such a short time on the battlefield. If not for the mutual intent, his earlier push would not have been so easily countered. A distracted battle is not what I desire. I hope for a quiet duel in the future. Mihawk sheathed his black sword behind him, lowered his hat, and smiled. His presence in this war was merely to enjoy the excitement of the title of Warlord of the Sea. He had no intention of aiding the world government or the Navy. Just as there were those in the Navy who disdained the existence of the warlords with their legal plunder rights, the warlords held no affection for the Navy either. Pirates are pirates. None can predict how long the warlord system will endure. They naturally hope for the weakening of the world government and the Navy, easing their own minds. Mihawk's engagement with Flower Sword Vista was merely out of admiration for the latter's exceptional swordsmanship, exchanging a few moves. Even when a victor eventually emerged, it would not be on this battlefield. As Flower Sword Vista fought his way through several Navy soldiers, attempting to rescue Marco, Huang Yuan atop the mast took notice of him. No wonder Marshal Sengoku and the others always held reservations about the world government's warlord system. As Huang Yuan spoke, a laser beam shot forth from his fingertips towards Flower Sword Vista. Whoosh! The dazzling light streaked across the battlefield. Flower Sword Vista. Sensing danger in his observation, Haki, as he approached Marco, halted, his sword gleaming coldly as he deflected the incoming laser beam to the side. With a resounding crash, the laser struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and launching nearby corpses into the air, which then crashed down again. "Oh!" The 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista, Huang Yuan's languid voice echoed from behind, accompanied by a sharp whoosh. Such speed, Flower Sword Vista had no time to think. He swiftly reacted, raising his sword to block Huang Yuan's kick. The immense force caused his feet to slide back several meters. No wonder he could defeat Captain Marco. His reputation was well-deserved. Flower Sword Vista surveyed the battlefield and turned to Huang Yuan. While he was not confident in defeating Huang Yuan, he was quite certain he could buy some time for his brothers to retreat. Still thinking of leaving? Huang Yuan followed Vista's gaze. Observing the crew of the White-Beard pirates retreating towards their ship under the captain's command, and calmly stated, "The Navy has made extensive preparations and will not allow your escape to be so simple." With the White-Beard pirates being battle-weary and injured, the number of those escaping from Marineford Square is exceedingly few. Coupled with the encirclement within the bay and the Navy's returning front line, it will indeed be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for these pirates to flee. How would you know without trying? Besides, we have Old Dad holding the fort. Flower Sword Vista declared, glancing towards the battlefield of White-Beard, but what he saw left him utterly astonished. He witnessed the white energy sphere of the Gura Nami appearing, only to see White-Beard bend over, clutching his chest, and cough up a pool of blood. Old Dad! Seeing this scene, the pirates halted, staring in shock. White-Beard's earlier formidable display on the battlefield had invigorated them, causing them to unconsciously overlook the fact that he had been hooked up to 4 drips, his body riddled with injuries. He had only removed the tubes before the battle to present a mighty image to instill confidence in them. Ace gazed at this scene in a daze. Although he had sensed that Old Dad's arrival in his injured state to save him might lead to unfavorable outcomes days prior, witnessing the reality of the situation caused his heart to momentarily stop. The joy of being rescued and regaining freedom vanished in an instant, replaced by helplessness and guilt. If it weren't for him, the White-Beard pirates would not suffer losses and Old Dad would not be in such a state. Akiji observed the 2-pronged spear coalescing in the air and the dazed Ace before him, unsure whether to strike or refrain. After glancing around to ensure no one was noticing this moment, he reluctantly retracted the spear and turned away, pretending to be engrossed in the battle between Sengoku, Garp, and White-Beard. White-Beard, you're getting old. Surrender. Sengoku, in his golden Buddha form, observed White-Beard's coughing blood due to his injuries but refrained from taking advantage of the moment, shaking his head with a sigh. He and White-Beard had shared decades of camaraderie on the seas. It was hard to believe they had both aged from the spirited youths they once were to their current states, with one becoming a naval admiral and the other a pirate emperor ruling the seas. Cough, cough, they say I am old. White-Beard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Sengoku and Garp, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Gururara, we are all old bones of the same era. How much younger are you than I? Leaning on his Gura Nami, White-Beard straightened up, locking eyes with his 2 old adversaries, his white mustache trembling with laughter. I am White-Beard. I am White-Beard. His hearty laughter resonated through the air. White-Beard concealed his miserable appearance due to his injuries, his posture regaining its former strength as he regarded Sengoku and Garp, a flicker of anger appearing between his brows. Never would he have imagined that he, White-Beard, would have a day where he appeared pitiful and received pity from his opponents. White-Beard raised his Gura Nami and, with a sweeping motion, slashed towards Sengoku, followed by a punch imbued with the power of the Gura Nami aimed at Garp. He sought to demonstrate through his actions that even an aged and injured White-Beard remained a proud figure, standing at the pinnacle of the world. At the instant White-Beard made his move, Garp and Sengoku also reacted. The Golden Buddha, accompanied by a shockwave, caught White-Beard's Gura Nami, while Garp's inky black fist met White-Beard's punch. Boom! The clash of their battle reverberated across the island, the shockwaves clearing hundreds of meters of rubble and debris. White-Beard, do you truly intend to take this blow? Sengoku observed the blood pooling at the corners of White-Beard's mouth, his golden brows knitting together. In his heart, whether White-Beard lived or was captured mattered little, but from the perspective of the Navy's interests. In the current circumstances, should Baihuzi be captured, it would undoubtedly compel the stubborn Baihuzi pirates to surrender effortlessly, thus alleviating many concerns for the Navy. Despite the knowledge that Baihuzi would never opt for capitulation, Sengoku, who has long occupied the position of Fleet Admiral, felt the need to inquire once more, as if something were amiss in the procedural flow. Just as Sengoku contemplated further words, Garp's untimely laughter interrupted him. Ha ha ha. As one ages, it is essential to engage in more exercise to maintain strength. I have recently felt my bones becoming somewhat loose. By Huzi, I have come to join you in your activities. Garp laughed heartily, shaking his shoulders, his muscular arms resembling a colossal beast awakening from slumber, grotesquely adorned with bulging veins that sent chills down one's spine with just a glance. It is indeed fitting. I have always been pursued by your navy, and I have never truly faced you in combat. Let me witness the prowess of a Navy hero who relentlessly chased Roger across the seas. By Huzi, with his crescent mustache, appeared in good spirits as he skillfully kicked the embedded kanji-unki from the ground and gracefully twirled his sword before him. At the moment when the blade ceased its rotation, he gripped kanji-unki with both hands and leaped into the air, descending with a fierce momentum aimed directly at Garp's head. Fist of the shockwave. Garp simultaneously launched his attack, his fist enveloped in haki, leaving behind a dissipating dark red arc in the surrounding space as he struck toward by Huzi's kanji-unki. With a resounding boom, the force enveloping kanji-unki clashed with the impact of Garp's iron fist, creating an invisible barrier that seemed unyielding. Even the residual waves emanating from their confrontation rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. One could not help but wonder if Garp, despite the resurgence of his internal injuries, could still exhibit such monstrous strength against Baihuzi. Sengoku shielded himself from the backlash with his arm, squinting at the two opponents unwilling to yield an inch, his brow furrowed in concern. The power contained within either of their attacks could potentially sink the island. Fortunately, they were merely exhausting each other. It is no wonder that Baihuzi dared to storm the Navy headquarters at Marineford to rescue his comrade. Had it not been for his age and the ailments plaguing his body, he might have successfully achieved his goal and departed unscathed. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are aging like fine wine, Baihuzi, Garp mused, observing Baihuzi, who, despite his injuries, continued to engage with him without revealing any signs of decline. Garp felt a complex mix of emotions toward Baihuzi. Like any parent, he understood that Ace had made his own choices. Yet he could not shake the feeling that Baihuzi had led Ace into a mire of greater troubles. Nevertheless, Baihuzi's audacious act of bringing his entire crew to Marineford to save Ace made it evident that Ace had indeed found his comrades and family upon the sea. If Baihuzi and his crew were not pirates, or if he were not a Navy officer, everything would be perfect. Alas, the world knows no what-ifs. Just as Marco had recklessly charged toward the execution platform, choosing duty over personal ties when Ace was on the brink of salvation, Garp remained resolute in his path. All he could do was grant his grandson's father, his old adversary Baihuzi, a dignified demise. You are not so bad yourself, Garp. Baihuzi spoke softly, and if not for the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, one might have believed in his apparent composure. As they conversed, the power contained within their attacks dwindled to a mere whisper. Baihuzi's left fist once again pulsated with the abilities of the Jinjin fruit, colliding with Garp's punch once more. Bang! Their fists met in a fierce contest, neither party willing to concede. Baihuzi glared at Garp, as a jolt from a Jinjin fruit coursed through his right hand, momentarily halting his heartbeat. Yet, while he hesitated, Garp, relentless as ever, unleashed his haki-infused iron fist, striking Baihuzi squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding bang, Baihuzi buckled under the force, propelled backward at an alarming speed. However, while still airborne, he managed to regain his composure, planting his foot firmly into the ground and utilizing friction to halt his momentum. It seems age has truly caught up with me. Your iron fist is indeed as formidable as its reputation. Did Roger ever experience the might of your fists? After regaining his footing, Baihuzi gasped for breath, the sharp pain in his chest and the agony from fractured ribs causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow. Yet he maintained a grin, his keen gaze subtly surveying the surrounding terrain. Did I not mention to you? The Navy has noted your encounters more than once. Garp stood before Baihuzi, his fist still adorned with swirling haki. Gulalala, my loquacious nature prevents me from recounting my blunders. However, I do recall advising you to steer clear of me. Adhering too closely is akin to being a pesky shadow. Whoozee reminisced and chuckled at the memory. Is that so? Garp scratched his head. Recalling their past encounters with a gleam in his eye, countless pirates have fallen beneath my iron fists. When Roger first set sail, he dismissed my strength. Yet my fists taught him a painful lesson, though he managed to escape each time. Eventually, he learned to flee at the sight of my ship, compelling me to develop a skill to still fire cannonballs. In this world, no one remains a perpetual victor. Time and injuries have etched numerous marks upon Whoozee. After forcibly activating the Jinjin fruit's powers and engaging Garp in a fierce battle, Whoozee recognized that the Navy headquarters had deployed a formidable array to effectively neutralize their presence. Even in his prime, extricating his crew from such a formidable force would have been no trivial task, let alone in his current weakened state. With his objective now fulfilled, Whoozee's mind was fixated on one singular goal: ensuring his sons could escape Marineford alive to pursue their destinies. Seizing the moment while Garp spoke, Whoozee meticulously assessed the surrounding terrain, suppressing the resurgence of his injuries as he once again harnessed the powers of the Jinjin fruit. This is bad. Garp, act quickly. Sengoku, noticing Whoozee's movement, surged toward him with his massive golden Buddha form, reminding Garp of the urgency. However, it was already too late. Whoozee's eyebrows arched in delight as he stomped forcefully onto the ground, channeling the white energy of the Jinjin fruit deep into the earth. In the next instant, Marineford's ground began to tremble violently, fissures opening wide across the plaza, extending into the unknown. Help me. Footing. I don't want to die. Numerous unsuspecting Navy personnel screamed as they plummeted into the chasms, while others, fortunate enough to evade the abyss, remained motionless in terror. Damn it, Whoozee. Even if you destroy Marineford, you and your crew shall not escape the Navy's encirclement. Sengoku glared furiously at Whoozee, the tremors of Marineford filling him with foreboding. Enraged by Whoozee's audacity, he paused momentarily before pivoting toward the last remaining ship of the Whoozee pirates. Stay with me. Fear not. I have not yet lost my sanity enough to destroy the Navy headquarters. Whoozee had no intention of thoroughly provoking the Navy. As he spoke, he wielded Song Yun Xie to deliver a slashing blow in the direction of Sengoku, obstructing his advance, and a triumphant smile adorned his face. Do you wish for your sons to escape? As a pirate, yet bound by familial ties to the point of death, the sea does indeed hold absurdities. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Sengoku regained his composure, though anyone would feel displeased after being outmaneuvered. His gaze towards Whitebeard remained filled with fury. The tremors ultimately ceased, revealing several broad fissures across the plaza of Marineford, completely severing the battlefield between the pirates and the Navy. Even those few Navy personnel capable of crossing the chasms to continue their pursuit would find themselves at a disadvantage against the greater number of pirates. Gururara, my comrades, I hereby issue the final command of the Whitebeard pirates. All hands, evacuate Marineford. Whitebeard, surveying his handiwork, laughed heartily at the distant pirates. He was well aware that facing the fully prepared Navy with his current frail body offered little hope. Thus his intention from the outset had been to rescue Ace and then withdraw. Moreover, he had made a resolute decision in his heart to sacrifice himself, remaining in Marineford to ensure his sons could escape. Even if just one young bloodline could flee, it would be deemed a victory. Old man, father, come back. Ace has been rescued. We all want to continue our journey upon the sea together. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates had seized the chaos following the earlier earthquake to shake off his opponent and return to the ship. The pirates aboard understood the implication of Whitebeard's words, crying out to him in despair. Similarly, Marco, who had been rescued amidst the turmoil, was reminded of the towering figure from their childhood, always shielding them from the storm. Even now, despite his body ravaged by illness, that man continued to shield them from harm. Everyone, prepare to set sail. Tears streamed down Marco's face as he gritted his teeth. With the captain absent, as the first division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, he had to execute Whitebeard's command. Commander Marco, we shall follow the old man's orders. The gazes of the pirates instantly turned to Marco, but seeing his trembling shoulders, their expressions fell into despondency. Wait, the Going Merry. Our ship is over there. The pirates, having been rescued amidst the confusion, realized their intention to withdraw and thought of their ship. Witnessing the fissures on the plaza separating their ship from the Navy, they widened their eyes in alarm. What shall we do now? The Navy is over there. I don't care. We must reclaim our ship, Luffy declared, leaning against the ship's bow, nostrils flaring with determination. They had to continue their journey. What would become of them if they lost their ship? Calm down, Luffy. Zoro and the others, having regained a modicum of strength, hurriedly restrained Luffy, intending to say more when they felt Luffy's resistance wane. What is that? Following Luffy's gaze, they saw the sails of their ship fluttering. In the next moment, the entire vessel shook and ascended into the air, flying towards them. It's the ship's spirit. The Going Merry's ship's spirit. The pirate ship descended into the waters of the bay, and the Straw Hat crew joyfully leaped from Whitebeard's ship onto their own. They had rescued their captain Luffy's brother Ace, and their journey would continue. One could say they had fulfilled their objective splendidly. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Whitebeard pirates was one of solemnity, as they prepared for their retreat while frequently glancing back at Whitebeard's figure on the plaza. After severing the Navy's pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard felt a rare sense of satisfaction. Gururara, let's engage in a long-awaited and exhilarating battle. Sengoku, do not wear such a grim expression. With my head as a trophy, your Navy's actions this time cannot be deemed a failure. It will suffice to appease the world government. Whitebeard said to Carp and Sengoku, his amusement at Sengoku's displeasure evident. It was a rare sight to see such an expression on the face of this so-called strategic mastermind. If his decision to remain behind to ensure his son's escape had been made long before, then the desire to indulge in a glorious battle before his demise was his final pursuit in life. Little did he expect that the formidable Whitebeard would resort to such tricks. Upon realizing the tremors of Marineford had ceased, the furrowed brow of Sengoku eased somewhat. He observed the severely injured Whitebeard and glanced at Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji nearby. Akainu, you must attain them. With Whitebeard's injuries manifesting severely, even invoking the powers of the Gura Nami required immense effort. Faced with the Navy's lavish array of forces, the world's strongest man was destined to remain here. Whitebeard's actions to sever the Navy's pursuit clearly confirmed this. Yet the encircling Navy forces were soon to arrive at Marineford. Given that these soldiers had already experienced a battle, breaking free from the encirclement would prove exceedingly difficult. As long as a few pursuers were dispatched from Marineford, once a pincer movement was established, the Whitebeard pirates would find it impossible to escape the Navy's grasp. Even if one or two managed to slip through, they would struggle to restore the former might of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Time does not spare anyone. As formidable young foes continue to emerge upon the seas, the era belonging to our generation will inevitably conclude. Your new generation of Navy seems quite promising, Whitebeard remarked, arching an eyebrow as he swept his gaze over the young Navy soldiers behind Sengoku and Carp. Despite his frail and ailing body, the sharpness of his gaze still instilled fear in those young Navy soldiers, causing their hairs to stand on end. Nevertheless, they clutched their weapons tightly, unwilling to retreat an inch. Sengoku frowned upon noticing Whitebeard's gaze towards the Navy soldiers behind him. He was quite satisfied with their performance on the battlefield. Though their prowess was not particularly striking, they exhibited the persistence and valor expected of Navy personnel when facing the renowned Whitebeard pirates. Although he understood that Whitebeard would likely not harm ordinary Navy soldiers, no one could guarantee that he would not risk everything to inflict a heavy blow upon the Navy. Leave the Navy matters to us. All who yearn for justice are the fresh blood of the Navy. However, from this day forth, the Whitebeard pirates shall have no next generation. Carp, I leave it to you. Sengoku retreated to the edge of the battlefield, creating ample space for Carp, then focused his attention entirely on Whitebeard to prevent him from making a desperate attack on the ordinary Navy soldiers. Ha ha! Rest assured, Carp said, waving dismissively at Sengoku. He approached Whitebeard, who was struggling to regain his composure. Sengoku was overly cautious. I knew that he would intentionally say such things. He would undoubtedly hold back to guard against future repercussions. How could a lackluster battle befit me? Whitebeard. Gulalala, the white-bearded man chuckled, his chin trembling with mirth. Once his laughter subsided, he withdrew the kanji, which was embedded in the ground, enveloped it with his haki, and lunged towards Carp. Here it comes. Carp did not flinch. His fist encircled with haki, striking forward, the tip of the blade meeting the point of his fist with a resounding clang. Sparks flew as their weapons collided, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing against metal. Your strength has waned, Whitebeard. Carp grinned, sensing the diminished force behind the blade. He immediately increased the pressure of his fist, pushing forward. Oomph. Ages render me weaker, Whitebeard scoffed, retracting his long sword and swinging it again towards Carp. Clang, clang, clang. The iron fist and the long blade intertwined in a dazzling display of sparks. You're getting slower. Carp observed the slight delay in Whitebeard's movements, noting the loss of his previous fluidity. Seizing the opportunity, he sidestepped to exploit the blind spot of Whitebeard's sword, his haki-infused fist raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. This is bad. Whitebeard's pupils dilated, realizing the impending danger, but his aging body could not react in time, leaving him unable to even cover with his armament haki. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy impacts resonated until Carp unleashed an even more powerful blow. Bang! Whitebeard's abdomen caved in, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying. Ha! Ha! He gasped, expelling a clot of blood that had lodged in his chest, his complexion easing considerably thereafter. Gulalala! What a relief! After years of being monitored by his sons aboard the ship, even a sip of alcohol required an avalanche of tedious conversation. Whitebeard seemed to reminisce, his expression reflecting an undeniable happiness. Now that I'm feeling this good, I suppose I must show some of my true prowess. Ignoring the pain in his chest, his eyes sharpened with determination. As his cloak billowed, the Koniyunki became enveloped in both Conqueror's haki and armament haki, black and red arcs of electricity crackling around him. Come on! Whitebeard leaped into the air, raising the kanji, infused with haki and the powers of the Gura Nami, preparing to strike downwards. The ferocious force, even before it struck the ground, cracked the earth beneath and stirred the winds, causing the waters of Marineford Bay to swell into towering waves. Ha ha ha! Now, this is more like it. Carp laughed heartily. After Roger's death, he had felt a lack of motivation, coasting through his time in the Navy. But witnessing Whitebeard's formidable attack reignited his spirit. The powerful armament haki enveloped his entire arm, emanating the same black and red electric arcs as Whitebeard. After clenching his fist, he charged towards the blade. The sound of their clash was surprisingly subdued, lacking the explosive roar one might expect. The only anomaly was the furious winds that whipped through the island, stirring up debris, while the surrounding waters crashed against the encircling walls. The waves rising over 10 meters high, only to settle after some time. Carp and Whitebeard stood at opposite ends, seemingly locked in a stalemate. Cough! Suddenly, a large quantity of blood erupted from Whitebeard's throat, his hand reaching up like a large fan to wipe it away, only to find his palm drenched in crimson. It seems my time has come to an end, Whitebeard reflected, gazing at his reflection in the pool of blood, his mind drifting through memories of a grand life upon the seas. He had faced formidable opponents, forged deep friendships, and discovered his purpose early on, searching the vast ocean for his family, now surrounded by so many sons. What a wonderful life, he murmured softly, glancing at his sons who had fled to the bay, crying and calling out to him from the stern of the ship. With heavy eyelids, he mustered his strength. Taking a deep breath, he shouted towards the bay entrance, "Sons, forgive me for leaving first. I am but a remnant of the old era. The new world cannot carry my ship. I am grateful to have met you all in this vast ocean. Our journey ends here. Now go, seek your own paths in life. Old man, father, we promise to continue our journey across the seas together." The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, perched on the stern of the ship, wept openly, wishing to hold onto his final words. "Prepare for retreat," Marco commanded the crew. With eyes red and brimming with tears, he quickly composed himself to assume the role of leader. "Hey, oars, hurry aboard. We cannot let Father's sacrifice be in vain." Marco Erith, noticing the dark sphere at the bay entrance begin to dissipate, directing his admonition towards Oars, who was hesitating at the edge of the encircling wall. Inside was the trio of admirals, currently under Sachi's control, but it was evident that this control would not last long. There was no time for sorrow. As the eldest on board, he must ensure the safe departure of his brothers and sisters. "I'm coming to save you, old man," Oars wanted to speak, but seeing Marco's intense gaze, he quickly changed his tune, picking up his severed leg and plopping down on the deck. With a thunderous sound, the massive pirate ship lowered several meters in the water to accommodate Oars' bulk. "Borsellino, they are about to escape. Cannot you pierce through this black mist?" Akainu, stepping lightly, was unable to break through the enveloping darkness that surrounded them, his anger boiling over as he turned his gaze toward Kizaru after being momentarily blinded by his light. Based on Kizaru's earlier performance on the battlefield, Akainu had every reason to suspect foul play. "Osakazuki, we are all Logia users. How can you say such things?" Kizaru replied, his previously furrowed brow now contorting his entire face into a look of grievance. "This black mist is something I have never encountered before. To be honest, it is our impatience that led us into this trap." As Kizaru spoke, beams of light continuously shot from his fingertips, attacking the dark prison before them. They had not noticed until they were almost upon the pirates, realizing the air was shrouded in a gray mist that rapidly thickened into a pitch-black fog, ensnaring them like a cage. Upon learning from Akainu that their powers could disperse the mist, they relentlessly attacked the dark prison, which was now reduced to a thin veil, barely allowing a glimpse of the outside world. "Hurry, they are escaping." Akainu caught sight of the large ship swaying beyond the mist, hastening his attacks while urging his companions to do the same. At the bay, the Whitebeard pirates were on the verge of fleeing Marineford when the best worker in the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, leapt forth. "You think you can leave just like that? Not a chance. I will turn you into the strongest zombie soldier." Moria transformed into a shadow, slipping through the cracks and shouting at the bay entrance. His primary objective in this battle was to collect the corpses of powerful foes, and he certainly would not let his target escape. "Ingfashi, disperse bats." The shadow of Moria rose from the ground, instantly scattering into a myriad of shadowy bats that flapped their wings and lunged toward the hulking figure of the demon Oz aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship. Flame wall. Ace, witnessing Moria's assault, promptly conjured a wall of fire at the bay's entrance, erecting a barrier before the shadowy bats. The mindless shadow bats collided recklessly with the flaming barrier, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. That infernal fire fist Ace. Damn it, the Navy can't even handle the likes of Whitebeard, yet they managed to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Moria seethed as he saw his attack thwarted, grinding his teeth in frustration. Moonlight Moria, Ace, still reeling from the loss of Whitebeard, was overwhelmed by a surge of emotion that reminded him of Moria's earlier attack on Oz with a piercing shadow spear. Ace glared at Moria, his once tearful eyes now sharpened with fury. Fire Fist. Ace's arm transformed into a colossal blaze of scorching heat, extending toward Moria with fierce intent. Whoosh! The speed of Ace's punch whipped up a gale. Zolfast! Moria's pupils constricted. Shadow Warrior, aware that his plump physique rendered him unable to evade in time. Moria hastily split off a portion of his shadow. At the last moment before the Fire Fist struck, Moria narrowly switched places with the Shadow Warrior, evading the blow. "Ha. Is this your strength? No wonder you were captured by Blackbeard. If you weren't so weak, Whitebeard wouldn't have brought this crew to their doom here." Moria, having escaped the attack, felt emboldened by his fruit's power, mockingly taunting Ace, which incited the ire of Ace and the entire Whitebeard pirates crew. "Ace, don't overthink it. The Whitebeard pirates will never abandon a family member, not one." The crew members on the pirate ship urged the furious Ace to calm down while casting furious glares at Moria. "Damn it, you, a lackey of the world government, are unworthy to speak my father's name." The Whitebeard pirate ship erupted into chaos. Hanji Bista raised his twin swords before him. In the next instant, a flurry of petals materialized, exuding a romantic aura that captivated the senses. Yet, stepping into this realm would unveil the deadly intent hidden within the fallen petals. Ace's palms began to glow, releasing a multitude of firefly-like flames into the air, while Captain Curiel brandished a cannon from his back, revealing dual pistols. As Moria gaped with astonishment, the onslaught from the white-beard pirates commenced. The sounds of explosion and clamor filled the air. Amidst the relentless barrage, Moria's clumsy bulk made evasion nearly impossible. He could only use the Shadow Warrior as a shield. However, the white-beard pirates were formidable foes. Their powerful attacks, imbued with Conqueror's haki, quickly battered the Shadow Warrior, rendering it nearly useless. With no other choice, Moria had to split off vast amounts of his shadow, desperately switching bodies. Yet he could hardly avoid the damage, soon becoming a patchwork of injuries. A mass of glowing flames converged upon Moria, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Despite Moria's best efforts to substitute with the Shadow Warrior, he could not escape the fate of becoming a scorched mess. The attacks from the Whitebeard pirates created a veritable curtain of destruction at the bay's entrance. Such a concentrated assault would overwhelm even a Marine admiral, let alone Moria, the overweight, onion-headed figure. Moria attempted to envelop himself in the Shadow Warrior like a silken ribbon, but even so, he was still battered by Ace's fiery onslaught. His already diminutive forehead now darkened like coal. Ouch! It burns! You remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are despicable, and why haven't those foolish Marines made their move yet? Moria gasped in pain, smacking his still-smoking, burned body. Casting a glance at the three Marine admirals still trapped within their black mist prison, he gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, a spear, slicing through the air with lethal intent, hurtled toward Moria. How dare those remnants of the Whitebeard pirates launch a sneak attack? Though Moria's observation haki had deteriorated, it still allowed him to sense the imminent danger. Panicked, he turned to see the spear approaching rapidly, leaving him no time to react or even to split his shadow for a swap. Cursed! Moria's heart sank as he felt something latch onto him just as he thought he could not evade the strike. The next moment, he was abruptly weightless, swiftly dragged aside to escape the spear's path. That was close. Thank you, Doflamingo. Moria looked at the spear embedded in the ground, feeling a wave of relief as he noticed Doflamingo casually strolling onto the battlefield. Heh, there are too many remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Please leave me the corpse of Demon Oz as my order. I will pay you along with my next shipment. What do you say? Moria proposed to Doflamingo, as he required numerous corpses to construct his zombie army. While a small fraction of these corpses were procured through his own efforts, the majority necessitated a steady supplier. As one of the warlords of the sea, Doflamingo naturally fit this role as a significant intermediary in the underworld, given their mutual business interests. Moria expected Doflamingo to reciprocate by supporting his endeavors. The era of Whitebeard has come to a close. The throne of the four emperors, which reigns over the seas, has a vacancy, and the monsters of a new world will undoubtedly clash fiercely to claim this position. The other emperors will not tolerate the rise of a new foe to contest the spoils. Doflamingo did not respond directly to Moria's request, but instead began to share his predictions about the future turmoil of the new world. His pink coat fluttered with his manic laughter, shaking his shoulders. What do you think? After this war concludes, we need to discuss some collaborations. Doflamingo extended his invitation to Moria, his gaze beneath his sunglasses filled with derision, as if regarding a foolish animal. The position of the four emperors. Moria, upon hearing Doflamingo's words, instantly grasped the implications of the Whitebeard pirates' downfall on the world's power dynamics. His interest piqued. Despite the world government's narrative portraying the warlords of the sea, the four emperors, and the Marines as equals, it was well understood that the first half of the Grand Line belonged to the Marines, who held the greatest power in numbers. Conversely, the latter half, the New World, was dominated by various pirates, with the four emperors standing as the most formidable entities among them. The so-called warlords of the sea, while claiming parity, were merely confined to their territories, enjoying their small domains. Even this achievement relies on the legitimate plunder granted by the world government, allowing him to navigate the narrow confines between the Navy and the four emperors. In contrast, the allure of the four emperors appears exceptionally precious. Had he emerged victorious against Kaido back in the day, he would now be seated upon the throne of the four emperors. Discussing such matters in Marineford. One cannot help but admire the underground world's Joker. Moria, without a hint of doubt, gazed at Don Quixote da Flamingo and chuckled. Although he harbored a keen interest in the position of the four emperors, he was equally reluctant to part with the corpse of the demon Oz. He then placed an order with Doflamingo, stating that acquiring the corpse of the demon Oz would enable him to forge a second strongest zombie soldier, significantly enhancing their prospects for the forthcoming discussions. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's smile froze, unable to comprehend why the corpse of the demon Oz would hold such irresistible allure for Moria. Such obsession with material possessions explains why he became a mere shadow of himself after his defeat by Kaido. Were it not for his status as one of the Shichibukai, he would have long been forgotten by the world. Doflamingo's expression darkened. He had initially intended to retain Moria in the aftermath of the battle, seizing the opportunity to fulfill the task assigned by his superior, but unexpectedly, Moria's words propelled him onto the stage against the White-Beard pirates. Doflamingo, reluctant to expend effort for the Navy, realized that if the performance did not continue, the pretext for cooperation they had previously discussed would become void. As he contemplated this, the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously, his gaze towards Moria akin to a still pond staring at a corpse. To grow, one must learn to gauge the situation. Survival on the seas demands this acumen. The White-Beard pirates are the Navy's prey. All that is required of them is to prevent the quarry from escaping and patiently await the moment of harvest. Birdcage, Doflamingo softly uttered. In the next moment, a series of fine threads erupted from above his head, forming an opening, and subsequently, a multitude of these threads spewed forth like a volcanic eruption into the air. Thousands of transparent threads ascended high before cascading down like a meteor shower, ultimately constructing a colossal birdcage that spanned from the heavens to the surface of the sea within the Bay of Marineford. Clones? Moria observed the enormous birdcage looming overhead and the vanishing figure of Doflamingo, only then realizing that the Doflamingo he had interacted with during this time had been a mere clone of his thread-based ability. Moria's eyes shimmered with enlightenment. Hee, truly befitting of the underground world's Joker. Such a deceptive technique has truly broadened my horizons. Moria sincerely admired Doflamingo's prowess, drawing inspiration from it. Although the shadow clones created by his Yami Nami are not entirely realistic, they possess the ability to swap positions with his own shadow to evade attacks. Moreover, the shadows can shatter and be reconstituted by scattering portions of a shadow into fragments and concealing them in unknown locations. He could instantly swap positions in the face of danger, while losing some of his shadow would diminish the full potential of his Yami Nami in combat. This elusive ability is certainly worth a try. In future encounters, just as an opponent locates him, he could vanish in an instant. Even if he only confronts them once, the repetition would surely become tiresome for them. Yes, once this matter concludes, I shall give it a try. Moria rubbed his chin, nodding in delight. The vast birdcage took form within the bay, Doflamingo's actions severing the final escape route for the White-Beard pirates and the Straw Hat crew. Allow me to break it. Iron Hammer. At the edge of the birdcage, Frankie, removing his faux skin gloves to reveal his iron fists, propelled his massive strength towards the threads of the birdcage with a powerful thrust. A resounding punch collided with the threads, producing an excruciatingly sharp sound. Such sharp threads. Frankie retracted his fist, adjusting his sunglasses to reveal a deep gash of several centimeters on his iron fist, his expression one of disbelief. What should we do? If we don't leave soon, the Navy will catch up to us. Chopper, cradling Zoro, whose body was mostly wrapped in bandages except for his head, felt tears welling in his eyes. The sight of their most reliable member, Zoro, reduced to this state against the Navy, made it clear they were ill-equipped to partake in such a battle. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, who severed Oz's leg. Someone aboard the White-Beard pirate ship exclaimed, "Let me give it a try." The burly diamond Jozu pushed through the crowd. As he spoke, one of his arms gleamed with radiant diamonds, and without further ado, he charged at the threads of the birdcage. Crack! Jozu's powerful form collided with the threads of the birdcage, producing an equally grating sound, yet failing to yield any results. Quite sturdy, Jozu remarked. Stepping back to reveal the birdcage remained unscathed, offering an honest evaluation. Is this a joke? The Whitebeard pirates looked on in astonishment. Jozu could lift icebergs larger than giants. They had never witnessed anything withstand Diamond Jozu's might. It seemed their only option was to confront TheFlamingo, the user of this formidable ability. Marco, observing the impregnable birdcage, addressed the crowd, his gaze scanning the surroundings for TheFlamingo's presence. The capabilities of a devil fruit user are not limitless. They are constrained by the fruit's development, the user's physical stamina, and the range of their powers. In light of this, it was certain that TheFlamingo remained within Marineford, not on the surrounding walls, not by the shore, under the scrutiny of the pirates. Various locations were quickly eliminated. The Navy would never permit TheFlamingo, a pirate, to infiltrate the city's alleys while everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield. There was only one remaining possibility. Above, Marco pondered, resting his chin in thought, and suddenly squinted upwards, following the threads of the birdcage. Sure enough, he spotted TheFlamingo's silhouette high above, though the clouds had long been dispersed by the clash between Whitebeard and Garp. The threads descending from the birdcage provided TheFlamingo with a new vantage point. Have you spotted him? Unfortunately, it was too late. Hee. TheFlamingo sat nonchalantly in midair, unfazed as he directed his gaze towards the dark mist cage that ensnared the three admirals, a cage reminiscent of his own. The once pitch-black mist cage now appeared merely a dull gray, with laser beams, icy blades, and fiery magma clearly visible within. Indeed, in the next moment, the dark mist cage was shattered, and the figures of the three admirals re-emerged onto the battlefield. Oh, how terrifying! Such a massive birdcage. The escape route for the Whitebeard pirates has been blocked, Kizaru exclaimed, his expression exaggerated as he observed the birdcage, glancing at TheFlamingo in the air, utterly surprised that this ill-tempered man would take action against the Whitebeard pirates. As one of the closest generals to the world government, Huang Yuan is acutely aware of TheFlamingo's identity as the underground world's intermediary, Joker. The essence of an intermediary lies in their ability to navigate between various formidable powers while maintaining a semblance of neutrality to reap profits, even if it means offending some. It is imperative to only provoke those one can afford to antagonize, ideally rendering them powerless to retaliate. It seems TheFlamingo believes that the Whitebeard pirates have no chance of resurgence. A single good deed cannot alter the intrinsic nature of pirates. The inflexible Akainu is utterly oblivious to Huang Yuan's true thoughts as he huffs and glances sideways at Akiji. Kazan, understanding the situation, Akiji lazily scratches his tousled hair and approaches the sea, summoning a chilling aura that manifests as an ice spear extending to the surface of the water below. Ice Age. The frigid air emanating from Akiji's body releases along the ice spear, instantly creating a vast frozen expanse within the Bay of Marineford, encasing both ships in the harbor in ice. Huang Yuan turns to Akiji, taken aback that he did not spare Akainu's pride, and so obediently froze the sea. So, it is apparent that everyone recognizes the demise of the Whitebeard pirates, and they're no longer putting on a facade? Huang Yuan silently opens his mouth. He had thought he had reached the pinnacle of his endeavors, only to discover that there are still others relentlessly pursuing their goals. It seems he must strive even harder moving forward. With a birdcage obstructing their path and the Navy's admirals approaching from behind, escape seems impossible. Let us fight them. Captain Marco, let us engage them. The members of the Whitebeard pirates observe the three admirals rapidly closing in on the ice-covered sea, voicing their determination. Marco clenches his fists, acutely aware of his dwindling stamina, his expression filled with trepidation. He glances at Sachi, who hides in the dimness below deck to avoid the sunlight, at Ace, who leans against the ship's edge with a face full of remorse, at Bista, poised with his twin swords for battle, and at the resolute Diamond Jozu, as well as the injured pirates aboard the ship, and his heart sinks. These individuals have barely had any respite after the battle. In their current state, they lack the strength to confront the Navy head-on. Sachi, we will hold off the three admirals while you find an opportunity to deal with TheFlamingo, Marco declares. He has previously noted Sachi's ability to evade many attacks, including Haki, but only required caution against elemental assaults, making him the most suitable to confront Doflamingo. Marco's gaze sweeps across the crew, and he grits his teeth, commanding, "We will fight to impede the Navy's pursuit." When the birdcage opens, no one is to linger. Everyone must flee Marineford without pause. We must not let our father's sacrifices be in vain. The Whitebeard pirates, trapped by the birdcage, are soon pursued by the three admirals from behind. The battle on the icy surface of Marineford's bay is about to ignite once more. The captains of various divisions unite against the three Navy admirals. However, the exhaustion accumulated from previous battles places them at a distinct disadvantage despite their numerical superiority as the fight commences. The admirals, as the Navy's ultimate forces, are formidable adversaries. And given Marco and his comrades' depleted stamina, they cannot hold out for long. The Navy is indeed relentless. With their current conditions, I have little time left. Sachi, concealed within the shadows, casts a cold, assessing gaze over the various battlefields where their forces are faltering, and he raises his eyes to Doflamingo, who languidly observes the chaos from the air. As he speaks, Sachi's figure melds into the ship's cabin, vanishing from everyone's sight. As a sole entity, traversing the material realm is merely a basic ability. A spiritual form does not require breathing and can evade observation from Kin Bunchikahaki, making these abilities incredibly enticing to all skilled assassins. Sachi stealthily approaches, his gaze locked on Doflamingo's movements, cautiously maneuvering beyond his line of sight. Many exalt the infamous reputation of the Four Emperors, yet few turn their attention to the Navy, the true sovereign of the seas, whose tentacles reach into every ocean, even infiltrating the new world dominated by the Four Emperors. Doflamingo watches the battle below with keen interest. Although he has long known the Navy's strength surpasses public perception, the vast territories they must oversee often limit their visible might. It requires meticulous coordination to pursue even a moderately renowned pirate, necessitating troop rotations and detailed arrangements. The spectacle of a full-scale encirclement of a pirate crew of the Four Emperors is indeed a rare occurrence. Is it an illusion? Or is something unexpected about to transpire? Doflamingo, observing the ongoing conflict, suddenly experiences a sense of unease, furrowing his brow as he scans his surroundings. But nothing noteworthy appears to be occurring. Doflamingo suppresses his anxiety without any discoveries and refocuses on the clash between the Navy admirals and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. He witnesses Marco being pierced by several laser beams, his indomitable blue flames faltering, his airborne form faltering as he plummets toward the ground. Ha! Is Marco about to be defeated? Doflamingo chuckles from his vantage point. Just as his attention is drawn back to the battle below, Sachi, who has been lurking in the shadows, finally launches a swift and silent attack from the ice surface beneath Doflamingo's blind spot. Here it comes, Sachi silently recites, swiftly hurling his spear. His spiritual form dissipates into glimmers of light, vanishing from sight. The spear, propelled with such force, creates a lingering shadow that stretches several meters in the eyes of onlookers. Doflamingo, suspended in midair, feels a sudden chill run down his spine. Before he can turn to react, the spear strikes him at an impeccable angle, piercing through his body with astonishing force, while the icy spiritual flames attach to the wound sear into his very soul. Doflamingo cries out in agony, feeling the unprecedented dual torment of soul and body. Sweat instantly beading on his forehead. In a panic, he instinctively unleashes his conqueror's haki. The moment the spear passes through Doflamingo's body, Sachi's vanishing spirit reappears behind him. Catching the spear, Doflamingo's instinctive use of Conqueror's haki unexpectedly washes over Sachi. But Sachi, emerging under the increasingly scorching sunlight, is fully prepared to risk everything, rendering Doflamingo's haki utterly ineffective. Useless. And your birdcage. Sachi bellows coldly, thrusting the spear with blinding speed into Doflamingo's lower back, piercing through completely. Ugh! The pain from his posterior has yet to subside when a grievous blow strikes his waist, and the dual torment of soul and body elicits another scream from Doflamingo, causing his aerial form to sway perilously. The kidneys are the foundation of one's innate essence. The once formidable Doflamingo, now grievously injured, felt his breath become fleeting, struggling even to maintain his balance as he gasped for air. The immense cage that ensnared the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat crew softened and crumbled, its remnants cascading from the heights, achieving its intended purpose. Sachi, seizing the moment, extracted the spear from Doflamingo's body, now devoid of its dark mist, rendering the weapon exceedingly precious. So it is you, this ghastly being. Doflamingo, pale as death, fixed his gaze upon Sachi. Even the act of breathing seemed to drain him of all strength. As he spoke, one hand grazed the wound on his back while the other rested over the location of his severed kidney, manipulating fine threads to stitch his injury. Yet, as the invisible sutures completed their task, the relentless agony of his soul persisted, and the repaired kidney appeared nothing more than an ornamental piece of flesh. Realizing this, Doflamingo's pallor transformed into an inky black, a stark contrast that startled Sachi. In that moment, Doflamingo appeared more ghostly than Sachi himself. He let out a low, unique laughter, which gradually escalated until a fit of coughing interrupted it, his ashen visage turning green with exertion. The brief hue of blood returned to his face, illustrating the toll of his labored breathing. With a gaze filled with brutal malice, Doflamingo directed his hatred towards Sachi, a dark aura of vengeance emanating from him. You are Sachi, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? I am unsure how you have manifested in this form after being slain by Blackbeard, but you have thoroughly enraged me. Regardless of whether any of your crew can escape the Navy's pursuit today, the Don Quixote family's retribution shall be upon you. Your loved ones, family, and even your homeland shall be engulfed in endless warfare. Doflamingo, the most powerful broker in the underworld, the Joker, wielded the privileges of his past as a celestial dragon, operating in both the light and dark realms. His subordinates engaged in various illicit enterprises, from weapons to drugs to slavery, and his declarations carried the weight of undeniable reality. Not only that, Doflamingo observed Sachi's grim expression, grinning to reveal his bloodied gums. Gesturing toward the square of Marineford, there lies a corpse standing tall until death. Do you think, given my former status as a celestial dragon, I could procure Whitebeard's body after all this? Upon hearing Doflamingo's intentions to desecrate Whitebeard's remains, Sachi was consumed by a profound hatred. The horror etched upon his twisted visage eclipsed even Doflamingo's vibrant countenance. I want you dead, Sachi roared, his face contorted with rage. Ignoring the piercing pain of the sun's rays, he charged at Doflamingo with reckless abandon, spear in hand. Doflamingo, still reeling from his grievous injuries and the loss of a kidney, found himself too breathless to mount a proper defense, forced merely to evade Sachi's frenzied assault. However, as he watched Sachi, whose form was now emitting smoke under the sun, Doflamingo felt no urgency. Rather, he found amusement in Sachi's deranged state. On the battlefield below, the collapse of the cage coincided almost perfectly with Marco's defeat. Captain Marco, as the surrounding ice melted under Ace's intervention, the pirates on the ship cried out to rush to Marco's aid. I will save him. You all go first. We cannot let Father die for nothing. Ace freed the 2 ships from the encasing ice and, now unburdened, transformed into flames, soaring toward Marco's fallen form. Flame Wall, seeing the yellow monkey poised to strike, Ace unleashed a massive wall of fire, forcing the yellow monkey to scatter into countless particles of light to evade the attack. Ace's fiery fist struck, and the yellow monkey, appearing elsewhere, remained unfazed by Ace's presence. Shortly after Marco's defeat, Diamond Jozu, engaged with Akiji, fell victim to a well-timed ice attack. Pirates are indeed unreliable. In the midst of his clash with Bista, Akainu noticed the disappearance of the cage and the escaping vessels, urgency gripping him. With his molten fist still charged, he unleashed a volcanic eruption, sending Bista reeling. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed several molten punches skyward. You shall remain here, Akainu declared confidently, intercepting Bista's attempt to intervene. With several capable captains of the Whitebeard pirates either dead or defeated, None aboard the ship possessed the strength to counter Akainu's assault. Given Akainu's formidable prowess and their close proximity, it was virtually impossible for him to miss. It was clear that the Whitebeard pirates' reign was coming to an end. The molten punches ascended, splitting in the sky like a meteor shower, cascading toward the two pirate ships. "Luffy! Everyone!" Ace shouted towards the vessels, watching the fiery descent with despair. He had just left the ship to confront the Yellow Monkey, and now it seemed all would be lost. "Are we to perish? I have yet to create the panacea." Chopper clung to Zoro's leg, unwilling to witness the impending doom. "Everyone, I apologize for dragging you into this war." The crew aboard the two ships gazed in terror at the falling meteoric lava, exchanging their final words, while no one noticed the faint golden glow enveloping the Straw Hat ship, just as the light intensified, as if something momentous was about to emerge. An eerie calm settled over the scene. As the meteoric fireballs loomed closer, the crew braced for the scorching impact, eyes shut in resignation. When a flash of red light streaked through the air, appearing before the meteor shower in an instant, a brilliant blade sliced through the air, and the approaching onslaught of fiery destruction came to an abrupt halt, transforming into a rain of debris that fell into the surrounding sea. After an agonizing wait, the anticipated demise did not arrive. Confused, the pirates opened their eyes, only to behold an unexpected figure. "The Yonko, Shanks!" The pirates of the Whitebeard crew cried out. It is utterly baffling to comprehend why one of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks, has made his appearance here. And even more perplexing is his act of intervening to save them. "Shanks! Hey, Shanks!" On another vessel, Luffy, upon spotting Shanks, immediately joyfully waved his arms and called out. His motivation to set sail was deeply influenced by the crew of the red-haired pirates, as he aspired to seek companions upon the vast ocean and embark on a journey of unbridled adventure. Thus, witnessing his guiding figure brought him immeasurable joy. The arrival of Shanks instantly brought a halt to the fierce battle on the field, even prompting the vengeful Doflamingo and the bewildered Sachi to momentarily part ways. Observing his stance with respect, "Red-haired Shanks, what brings you to Marineford?" Akainu inquired with a hostile glare, his arms ablaze with molten lava, emitting the sounds of bubbling and cracking, clearly poised for an attack. They were currently encircling the Whitebeard pirates, and Shanks' presence here indicated a breach of the Justice Gate's defenses, revealing intentions that were anything but benign. Kapu, witnessing Shanks' arrival, felt a dark cloud settle upon his brow, his fists clenched tightly. The earlier execution of Ace had thrust him into a hellish scenario where his heart was burdened with relentless choices that drained his resolve. Whitebeard's willingness to storm into Marineford with his entire crew for Ace proved that Ace had chosen his companions wisely on the seas, his family. Even in his resentment, he could only blame himself for not guiding Ace onto the right path. The sight of Shanks, the man who had led another grandson into the world of piracy, caused his inner turmoil to swell like wild weeds, unchecked and rampant. Through the breach in the encircling walls, the ship of the red-haired pirates came into view, capturing the attention of all. Upon witnessing Shanks' entrance, Mihawk, who had been lingering at the edge of the battlefield, understood the purpose of his dear friend and rival and gracefully turned to depart. "Mihawk, where are you going?" a nearby naval officer inquired. Mihawk paused, turning half his face. "Although I promised to partake in the battle against Whitebeard, Shanks does not fall within the parameters of that agreement." The Navy was taken aback by this revelation. They found it perplexing that the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, would choose to withdraw upon Shanks' appearance, despite being engaged in the conflict with the most powerful man, Whitebeard. From the moment Shanks arrived, he captivated a multitude of gazes, and with Mihawk's graceful exit, he swiftly became the focal point of the battlefield. "Luffy, you should leave this place," Shanks advised, fully aware of the inappropriate circumstances, maintaining a composed and serious demeanor. He addressed Luffy and the members of the Whitebeard pirates behind him. He had never regarded the Whitebeard pirates' mission to rescue Ace from Marineford favorably. Given the naval forces arrayed before them and their overwhelming numerical advantage, it was clear that even two emperors charging in recklessly would not fare well. Though the Whitebeard pirates had made extensive preparations, including cloaked ships and a gathering of their fleet, Facing the fully prepared Navy on home turf would undoubtedly result in severe losses. What took him by surprise was that, just as he had repelled the Beast Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates had swiftly found themselves in a dire situation. His gaze swept over Carp and Sengoku, their figures marked by the traces of battle, and his confusion began to dissipate. The Navy was indeed serious this time. As Shanks glanced at Carp, he noticed the latter's piercing gaze directed at him, suppressing his thoughts. He leaped onto the ice and advanced toward the Navy. "You bastard, Shanks, how dare you let Dragon's son go?" Akainu's expression darkened. In the current circumstances, the Navy's annihilation of the Straw Hat crew and the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates seemed like a foregone conclusion, and Shanks' actions appeared to be an attempt to let a cooked duck escape. Continuing to fight would only result in an unnecessary escalation of casualties on both sides. "If anyone still yearns for battle," Shanks declared, drawing the remaining armament from his waist, the crew of the red-haired pirates standing resolutely behind him, "let us be your opponents." The Navy on the shore halted their advance upon witnessing the full assembly of the red-haired pirates. The earlier formidable presence and destructive force exhibited by Whitebeard and Carp had made it abundantly clear to the naval soldiers just how immense the power gap was between them and these top-tier forces of the sea. While the Whitebeard Pirates had a multitude of crew members stronger than mere cannon fodder, the red-haired pirates were renowned for their exceptionally high average bounty, embodying the epitome of a well-balanced crew. With their principles of not pillaging or oppressing civilians, every member's bounty was earned through merit. Given the formidable strength of the red-haired pirates, should conflict arise, many present would lack the capacity to participate. To all present, I humbly ask for your indulgence. Shanks sensed the sorrowful and pained gazes of several captains from the Whitebeard Pirates, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Please allow us to handle Whitebeard's final arrangements. The imagery of this battle has already spread across the world. Let's not exploit his death further." "On what grounds do you presume to make such decisions?" a Navy officer interjected vehemently. "Only by displaying his severed head can we proclaim our victory." The Navy, comprised of many hardline figures, was not lacking in fervor, and Admiral Doberman vehemently rebuked Shanks' interference. As they neared the total eradication of the Whitebeard Pirates, Shanks' intrusion at this critical juncture was enough to incite the ire of the weary Navy, who had fought tirelessly on the front lines. Now to demand Whitebeard's corpse? That was sheer audacity. "Quite so. Do you intend to tarnish our victory?" The surrounding Navy echoed, their spirits ignited by Doberman's resolute words. "It matters not," came the voice of Sengoku, who had since regained his composure and appeared before Shanks. "Your request is acceptable, Shanks." Sengoku crossed his arms, addressing Shanks, his clenched jaw revealing his discontent with Shanks meddling in the conflict. The three admirals still possessed considerable strength, and while some of the vice-admirals had fallen in battle against the Whitebeard Pirates, many still remained combat-ready. Coupled with Carp, who had also regained his state, they certainly had the capability to engage the unscathed red-haired crew. Yet, as the current commander of the Navy, Sengoku was aware of far more than those beneath him. In the Battle of God Valley, the identity of Shanks holds a unique privilege within the world government. Coupled with his sudden appearance on the ship of Pirate King Roger shortly after the battle, Sengoku naturally harbors reasonable speculations regarding his identity. "Thank you," Shanks replied nonchalantly, seemingly anticipating Sengoku's decision. "The war has concluded." Sengoku's voice rang out, echoing across the skies of Marineford. As his declaration faded, teams of medical personnel rushed from the rear of the Navy headquarters, diligently attending to the injured soldiers on the battlefield. From the lives teetering on the brink of death, it became evident that although this prematurely concluded war did not yield a complete victory, it nonetheless added some leverage for the future. Akainu approached with a grim expression. His extreme aversion to pirates left him dissatisfied with the current situation. The eradication of pirates inevitably demands a price, and now the Navy has paid that price, only to lose a portion of the fruits of victory due to the intervention of the red-haired pirates. This felt profoundly unjust to the Navy personnel who had sacrificed their lives for the cause. Akainu, true to his military identity, would undoubtedly obey Fleet Admiral Sengoku's orders. However, remaining silent while harboring such pent-up frustration was untenable. Is Sengoku truly allowing them to escape halfway? With Whitebeard's demise, the Navy's objective had been achieved. Hearing Akainu's questioning tone, Sengoku furrowed his brow. After a moment, his expression returned to normal. In the face of the red-haired pirates, who insisted on halting the continuation of the conflict, continuing the fight could indeed expand their gains. Yet, confronting an intact red-haired pirates would inevitably incur greater costs. Engaging in consecutive battles with two Yonko crews clearly exceeded the Navy's original plans. While victory is significant, the consequences of such actions must also be considered. We must address the overall situation of the seas, rather than merely seeking temporary triumph. The Big Mom pirates, Kaido's beast pirates, and the countless pirate criminals flooding the seas bear the weight of justice in this era. The Navy cannot afford to display any signs of weakness. Sengoku stated with slight impatience, internally sighing. He found Akainu's ironclad military demeanor satisfying. Yet the fact that he only employed his intellect when it came to eliminating pirates was a source of headache. If only he could learn a bit of Kizaru's cleverness, he would undoubtedly be the most qualified Navy officer. No, Kizaru's approach is not something to be emulated. You should take care of your injuries. The image of a Marine admiral must be maintained. Sengoku patted Akainu's shoulder, gazing at the blood-soaked expression on his face and the two rather unserious individuals in the distance, sighing in resignation. This role of fleet admiral is truly not for the faint-hearted. The Navy had made ample preparations in Marineford, which also served to promote the Navy's image. From the moment Whitebeard made his entrance, images were disseminated across nearby islands. The overwhelming power of Whitebeard and the formidable fleet of dozens of pirate ships were vividly conveyed to the outside world. Yet, even such a powerful assembly was once pushed into a disadvantageous position against the Navy. The clash between the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, and the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp, left the world in awe. Can such monstrous strength truly be possessed by humanity? The death of the pirate Emperor Whitebeard sent the common citizens who witnessed this scene into a frenzy of celebration. The pirate Emperor Whitebeard has fallen. Hurrah! Long live the Navy! Long live justice! The islanders who received this news first began to celebrate with drums and gongs, even though Whitebeard had never wronged them. The news of the death of such a notorious pirate was enough to excite these ordinary people, long plagued by piracy. Had it not been for the intervention of the red-haired pirates, who rescued some members of the Whitebeard crew, their joy would have been even greater. How could such momentous news escape Morgan's attention? Upon receiving the news, the staff of the World Economic Journal immediately began hastily editing the newspaper. Just hours after the battle, with the midday sun still blazing, the newspaper was already set for printing, dispatching newsbirds to spread the word across the globe. Of course, the events at the center of this turmoil, Marineford, remained unaffected by the external happenings. With the magical level of medical care in this world, thanks to the urgent treatment provided by the medical teams, nearly all Navy personnel who did not perish on the spot were successfully brought back from the brink of death. Following this baptism of war, aside from a few severely injured individuals, the majority of the Navy would emerge as the backbone of the future. Doflamingo, enjoying the privileges of being a warlord of the sea and a former celestial dragon, received the best medical care at the Navy headquarters. In a private medical room, Doflamingo stared at the results flashing on the monitoring equipment, his expression dark enough to drip water. "You may leave," he ordered, dismissing the Navy medical staff. Placing a hand on his side, he noted that, after systematic treatment, he could function normally despite having only one kidney. The sense of tearing anguish that clung to his soul had become somewhat familiar, yet the psychological pain of losing a kidney was unbearable. Although his remaining kidney was in perfect health and the adjustment had little effect on his daily life, as a man who could accept being one kidney short, aside from certain anatomical concerns, this was indeed a matter of utmost sensitivity for men. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Doflamingo's troubled thoughts. "Come in," he replied, turning to face Moria as he entered. Doflamingo's gaze was as chilling as that of a malevolent spirit beneath his sunglasses. He had never intended to participate in the war. Had it not been for Moria's provocation, he would not have lost his kidney. Doflamingo, discussing such matters at the Navy headquarters? Your thoughts are truly surprising. Moria chuckled to himself, lounging against the head of the bed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the state-of-the-art medical equipment. Hee hee. I've never seen such medical devices. I could quietly take some with me when I leave. I can't let my efforts go unrewarded. His subordinate, the genius Surgeon Hogback, would surely appreciate such gifts. Doflamingo ignored Moria's words, chuckling under his breath, his eyes burning with fury. The next moment, he pointed his index finger at Moria. Line shot. The fine thread shot out like a bullet, piercing Moria's unguarded knee in an instant. Doflamingo, what are you doing? Weren't we supposed to discuss the Yonko positions? Moria cried out in pain, clutching his injured leg. Yonko positions? Doflamingo appeared before Moria in an instant, kicking him off the bed and crouching over him, looking down with an air of superiority. No, we should discuss your position as a warlord of the sea. Moria, you're no longer worthy of being a warlord. As Doflamingo spoke, he shot a line through Moria's other knee to prevent his escape. Doflamingo, you bastard! Who's behind you, Sengoku? Moria, with both knees pierced, lay on the ground and glared at Doflamingo. Kunkin. The malevolent words from Doflamingo echoed like a demonic whisper in Moria's ears, causing him to shudder involuntarily, feeling an icy chill penetrate his flesh. Doflamingo, you scoundrel! Moria's pupils constricted, and he unleashed a torrent of poetic curses, a culmination of decades of vocabulary, directed at Doflamingo. Hee hee, you truly are spirited. I wonder if you can still speak so boldly later. Doflamingo remained unfazed by Moria's curses, moving closer with his line saw. His wicked gaze fixed upon Moria, eager to savor his expression of despair. Doflamingo, you don't think you've got me cornered, do you? Moria, incensed by Doflamingo's mockery, shouted with a fierce expression, bloodshot eyes glaring. Just wait, Doflamingo. I will return with my zombie army and make you understand true cruelty. Moria licked his lips, revealing sharp teeth in a grim smile, and in a moment his form transformed into a palm-sized shadow fragment before Doflamingo's astonished gaze. At that instant, several fine lines sliced towards Moria as he made his move. However, the shadow's replacement was instantaneous. Even with Doflamingo's quick reaction, he could not capture Moria before he vanished, leaving only a series of deep cuts on the medical room floor. He escaped. Doflamingo's pupils narrowed as he unleashed his Kenbunshika haki, searching meticulously for Moria. His desire for revenge was palpable, but the real priority was the mission assigned by his superiors. After fruitless searching and failing to detect Moria's presence, Doflamingo kicked over a medical device in frustration, his expression dark as he vented his anger by smashing nearby objects. While he was undeniably formidable, his past as a celestial dragon was an invaluable asset. A single failure might not be significant, but it was certainly not an auspicious beginning. Having escaped through his shadow transfer, Moria cautiously evaded the patrolling Marines outside, although he was uncertain whether the rumors of being removed from the Shichibukai were true. Caution was never misplaced. As a pirate who had navigated the seas for decades, Moria preferred to believe there was some truth to it. Fortunately, it seemed the Marines had not received word from the world government. After a shadowy escape, Moria successfully fled the Marine headquarters alongside Absalom, the transparent man who had accompanied him to Marineford. Damn it! How dare Doflamingo lay a hand on me? He has truly lost his mind. Moria seethed, gritting his teeth. Had he not found inspiration from Doflamingo's line clones to experiment with shadow fragments beforehand, he would have undoubtedly fallen into Doflamingo's trap, and his Kunkin would likely have been lost. As a man of honor, the animosity he felt was akin to the vengeance of a son for his father's murder or a husband for his wife's betrayal. Moria's hatred for Doflamingo surged like an unstoppable tide. Master Moria, what shall we do next? Absalom inquired respectfully. First, let's return to the thriller bark, Moria replied thoughtfully. The confirmation of his status as a Shichibukai was yet to be verified, but the fact that Doflamingo had attacked him indicated he was aware of something significant. Thus, their actions must be more cautious from now on. Retreating to their own territory would be much safer. By the way, Moria continued, Doflamingo's supply channels are no longer viable. We need to find a new supplier. As Absalom prepared to leave, Moria recalled something and called him back, mentally scanning through various underground factions. To acquire a large number of corpses, one would either need to excavate a grand tomb or incite a plague or war. Naturally, the malevolent Germa 66, known for stirring conflict, came to mind. In the aftermath of war, those once deemed worthless corpses could be exchanged for funds to support his research. A transaction Germa 66 would certainly not refuse. Leave the contact with Germa 66 to you. This time, I will require an astonishing quantity of goods. Doflamingo, Moria chuckled, envisioning himself leading a massive army of zombies, trampling the Don Quixote family underfoot. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mariehua, 5 figures resembling livestock, the Gorasii, gathered around a conference table, each adorned with the latest technological translation devices hanging from their necks. The sight was both comical and absurd, given their various disgruntled expressions. Roger's bloodline was rescued. I believe the Marines did this on purpose, one Gorasii exclaimed, bemoaning the humiliation of having the executioner escape after mobilizing all the Marine forces. The round-faced Gorasii, resembling a cow, displayed a visible scowl, while the pig-like one, a bit more rotund, attempted to mediate, saying, if it weren't for Shanks intervening, the Marines would have completely obliterated the Whitebeard pirates, including Roger's bloodline. Enough. We are not here to bicker, interjected the dog-like Gorasii, resting his paws on the hilt of his sword, striking a pose reminiscent of a master swordsman. Due to his size, he could only assume such a stance while standing on his chair. What news from Shanks? He asked the goat-bearded Gorasii beside him. Shaking his head, the goat-bearded one replied slowly that Brat Figureland has no intention of getting involved in these troublesome matters and asked us not to disturb him. How infuriating, the Gorasii lamented. The woes of the world do not concern the world government, and they must resolve their own troubles. At that moment, a shadowy figure silently emerged at the depths of Fishman Island, 10,000 meters beneath the sea. News of the war above had yet to reach this relatively isolated underwater nation, and the flag of the Whitebeard pirates still hung at the entrance of Fishman Island. Walking along the vibrant streets of Fishman Island, the extraordinary sights evoked a sense of wonder, making it feel like a dreamland. Truly, this is a magical world. Even at 10,000 meters beneath the sea, the light is remarkable, the figure mused, gazing upward at the rays filtering down from above. Does this mean that beneath this world's night sky, one can witness an alternative, celestial spectacle? The figure pondered, yet did not forget the purpose of his visit, swiftly disappearing into the surrounding shadows. As the scene unfolded, it revealed a vast and immaculate chamber, wherein a colossal pink canopy enveloped the bed with great precision. The overwhelming expanse of pink greeted the eyes, imparting the sensation of having been transported to an entirely new realm. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed from the outer door, startling the inhabitants within. Almost immediately, a muffled sob emerged from beneath the grand canopy. Upon hearing the sound of weeping, Mabai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to initiate a greeting. Yet, comprehension dawned upon him. Indeed, having been targeted by a deranged individual since the tender age of 6, deprived of attending her mother's funeral, and frequently bombarded with love notes that escalated into threats involving various weapons, it was entirely reasonable for the girl to develop an acute sensitivity and timidity. Dealing with such a shy and reclusive young lady required utmost caution. Mabai pondered for a moment, resolving not to frighten Bai Xing. To achieve this, he unleashed a peculiar energy upon himself, silently sprouting a pair of resplendent butterfly wings from his back. Subsequently, he directed another surge of this extraordinary energy towards the canopy, transforming the vast pink drapery into a magnificent bouquet of vibrant, colorful flowers that clustered together. With a startled exclamation, the canopy abruptly vanished, allowing beams of light to penetrate the previously dim space, causing Bai Xing to tremble in fear and bury her head beneath the covers, her muffled sobs intensifying. Mabai mused to himself, so, was my preparation in vain? At that moment, the pet shark, mate Kaloa, that roamed the room was equally astonished by the sudden disappearance of the canopy and swam closer to investigate. Gaga. Meika Luo glided through the vibrant floral arrangement, enchanted by this novel sight it had never encountered in the depths of the sea. After circling a couple of times, Its intelligent eyes finally spotted Ma Bai on the ground. Ga, Mei Ka Luo, seemingly inheriting Bai Xing's timidity, recoiled a few paces upon seeing Ma Bai appear in the hard-shelled tower. Please, grant me a modicum of respect. I have deliberately transformed into the guise of a butterfly fairy. What does it signify if a mere shark is frightened away? Ma Bai's lips twitched, realizing that his whimsical ruse might not deceive a timid young girl. Just then, a soft voice broke through the air. Hello, I am Bai Xing. Are you the legendary fairy? Is this the flower of the world beyond the sea? It is so beautiful. Bai Xing leaned over the bed, her azure eyes still glistening with unshed tears, yet her gaze towards Ma Bai was devoid of fear and instead filled with wonder. Every civilization has its tales, and Bai Xing had spent her life in the hard-shelled tower since the age of 6, with all her life experiences stemming from her childhood prior to that age. In the realm of children, fairy tales are indispensable, and Ma Bai, at that moment, epitomized the image of a fairy from those stories. A fairy in a fairy tale is undoubtedly a good being. Perhaps, could such a ruse truly deceive an innocent girl? Indeed, you may call me Ma Bai, he replied, nodding, seamlessly embracing his new identity. Pointing to the cluster of colorful flowers at the bedside, he continued, these are the flowers of the world beyond. A gift for our first meeting. Thank you, Lord Ma Bai, Bai Xing exclaimed joyfully, leaning closer to the vibrant blossoms. The immense flower cluster appeared much more proportionate before her. As she drew near, inhaling the fragrant aroma, her features relaxed, and her blue starry eyes sparkled with delight. How fragrant! Bai Xing remarked to Ma Bai, but her brow soon furrowed again. Do you have something troubling you, Bai Xing? Ma Bai inquired, observing her expression. He had anticipated that she might share her experiences with the deranged Dai Kinjiu, yet her response took him by surprise. You have given me such a wonderful gift, but I am at a loss as to what I should offer you in return. Bai Xing's face was a portrait of contemplation as her gaze swept across the room. The flowers from the world above were indeed precious treasures for the inhabitants of the Fishman Island, and she struggled to think of a suitable gift of equal value. The worth of items can vary drastically across different environments. If you truly wish to present me with a gift, you can invite me to sample the local delicacies of Fishman Island, Ma Bai suggested, marveling at Bai Xing's innocence. The gesture of exchanging gifts was indeed commendable. Thus, under Bai Xing's warm hospitality, Ma Bai indulged in a delightful feast featuring the unique culinary delights of Fishman Island. Each locale possesses its own distinct flavors, and the delectable nature of the cuisine, its succulent textures and distinctive seasonings, was markedly different from that of the surface world. It is not a matter of which is superior, but the novelty of the experience was certainly worthwhile. Delightful flavors, Ma Bai declared, patting his stomach contentedly. Burp. Lord Ma Bai, have you ever seen the sun? Is the world outside filled with creatures of various fur and feather? Are there many flying fairies in the lush green forests? Do the stars twinkle in the night sky? Bai Xing asked, her face radiant with anticipation. These were tales she had heard from her mother or read in storybooks. Having spent 8 years in the hard-shelled tower, her only solace was confiding in her pet shark, Mei Ka Luo, to ease her emotions, while another means of relaxation was indulging in her fantasies. Alas, has Lord Baihu passed away? The news of Baihu's demise left Bai Xing momentarily stunned, tears shimmering like crystal in her eyes. Although a pirate, Baihu had ventured into the vast ocean solely to seek his family. He possessed his own sense of pride, eschewing the oppression of the weak and instead providing protection to those in need. Fishman Island was a haven under his guard, and thus, he garnered the respect of its inhabitants. Now, without Baihu's protection, the plight of Fishman Island appeared rather grim. Despite her sheltered existence in the hard-shelled tower, Bai Xing had gleaned enough awareness from the 8 years of harassment by Dai Kinjiu to understand that the world was not solely a place of beauty. Even fairy tales contain malevolent characters, such as witches. Lord Ma Bai, can I truly protect Fishman Island and explore the world beyond? Bai Xing inquired. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the staff of titles summoning in Ma Bai's hand, her nose twitching with uncertainty. She did not doubt Ma Bai's assertion that grasping the staff would endow her with a magical power to safeguard Fishman Island and venture freely wherever she wished. She was acutely aware of her own timidity and frailty, prone to tears in times of distress, leading her to doubt her ability to bear such power or fulfill the responsibility of protecting Fishman Island. Nothing remains static, including your timid nature. Mabai observed her self-doubt and spoke earnestly. Take hold of it, and I will assist you in transforming your character, enabling you to become a worthy guardian of Fishman Island, a girl brave enough to chase her dreams. Without waiting for Bai Xing's response, Mabai's butterfly wings fluttered into the air, and he tossed the staff of title, summoning toward her. Huh, Lord Mabai. You. Bai Xing instinctively caught the staff as it flew toward her in her flustered state. In the hands of Mo Bai, the Chao Zhaozha's staff appeared proportionate. Yet in the immense palm of Bai Xing, it seemed as diminutive as a pencil in the grasp of a giant. As Bai Xing clutched the staff, she found herself at a loss regarding her next actions, when suddenly the ornate waves at the staff's apex came to life, undulating like genuine sea billows. A dance of unending rhythm. The sound of the waves crashing against the sea grew increasingly distinct, gradually drawing Bai Xing's consciousness into another realm. Ding! Bai Xing had received the legacy of the Chao Jiao Ji Nami. Nami was a formidable and youthful member of the Vastaya Sea tribe. When the ancient pact between the merfolk and the Titans was shattered, she was the first to leave the ocean and tread upon land. Amidst the chaotic tides of this new era, Nami faced the uncertainties of tomorrow with unwavering determination and indomitable spirit, wielding the Chao Zhaozha's staff to summon the might of the ocean. Receiving the system's notification, Mo Bai remained quietly observant. Mo Bai to run, I have heard it. This is the voice of the sea. Shortly thereafter, the vacant light in Bai Xing's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, and with a face alight with excitement. She exclaimed to Mo Bai, her massive fishtail joyfully thrashing upon the bed. Like a child reveling in a new toy, Bai Xing twirled in front of Mo Bai while clutching the Chao Zhaozha, muttering spells that only she could comprehend. Upon completing her incantation, a stream of water materialized in the air, gracefully swirling like silk, accompanied by Bai Xing's innocent laughter. Look, the ocean can dance too. Bai Xing beamed with pride at her creation, gesturing towards the aquatic flow that danced in the air as she showcased it to Mo Bai. It was indeed a sight to behold, yet Mo Bai smiled gently and shifted the conversation, his expression turning serious as he said, The ocean harbors a multitude of lives. Its gentle kindness is beyond question, but one must also recognize the perilous nature of the sea. The towering waves can effortlessly shatter all life upon its surface. Please let me finish. Observing Bai Xing's bewildered expression, Mo Bai realized she had never witnessed the world above the sea, and he scratched his head awkwardly before continuing. A single turbulent current can affect millions of lives. The mighty waves and raging tides possess the strength to obliterate cities and submerge islands, which is no trivial matter. What I wish to convey is rather simple. Mo Bai locked his gaze with Bai Xing, earnestly stating, Believe in yourself. You are strong. Stronger than anyone on Fishman Island. Am I strong? Bai Xing glanced between the swirling stream of water above and Mo Bai's earnest countenance, her face beginning to reflect newfound confidence. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from outside the hard-shell tower. Woo! Bai Xing shivered at the sound, instinctively burying her head in the blankets and whimpering softly. After a moment of sobbing, she recalled her transformation. Peering out from the covers with tearful eyes, she looked at Mo Bai and weakly asked, Can I protect myself and defend Fishman Island now? Absolutely. You are strong. Believe in yourself, Mo Bai affirmed, nodding and offering an encouraging glance. As Bai Xing observed the still, swirling water in the air and tightened her grip on the Chao Zhaozha, a glimmer of resolute power emerged in her innocent gaze. I am strong. I am strong. I possess the strength to protect myself, Bai Xing repeated to herself, her murmurs escalating into a confident declaration. Her eyes now filled with unwavering determination. However, when she turned to Mo Bai, her valiant image seemed to falter as she said, I do not wish to continue in this manner. Mo Bai to run. Would you accompany me to reject Duke Daikin the Ninth's proposal? Bai Xing's face was alight with anticipation. Of course. I intended to accompany you. Bai nodded in response. Duke Daikin IX has violated the laws of Fishman Island. Given his history of threats and intimidation, it is highly unlikely he will abandon his pursuit simply because you refuse his proposal. Therefore, you must mentally prepare yourself to utilize the new power you have acquired, should the need for force arise. With that, the two resolved to seek out Duke Daikin IX. To prevent King Neptune from becoming concerned about her actions, Bai decided to take the lead. Guiding Bai Xing and her pet shark, make a luau, through space, stealthily exiting the hard-shell tower. Bai Xing's beauty was well known on Fishman Island, and her large size made her easily identifiable. Using his unique energy, Bai transformed her into a petite 1.5-meter-tall mermaid. Her pet shark, make a luau, was also successfully upgraded to serve as their mount. Darling, does that child not resemble Princess Bai Xing? What are you saying? Princess Bai Xing has not been seen for 10 years. Indeed, she bears a resemblance, yet there are many differences. Daddy is the one riding the shark and elf. Look, he has wings. Shoo, that is merely an illusion. Perhaps I shall create one for you as well. As the bustling street bustled with life. From the moment Bai and Bai Xing appeared, the surrounding individuals sensed a blend of curious gazes directed their way. Since becoming emperor in Shurima, Bai had gradually grown accustomed to the feeling of being observed, while Bai Xing, despite her 8-year confinement within the hardshell tower, had been the beloved darling of Fishman Island in her youth and remained indifferent to the attention. Baidarun, do you know where Duke Daikin IX is? Bai Xing inquired, perched upon her shark, turning to Bai. She realized that if her hard-won courage were to dissipate here, she would likely revert to her former self. Bai was taken aback by Bai Xing's question. He had anticipated that after 8 years of confinement, she would be eager to explore the current state of Fishman Island. Yet her urgency to confront Duke Daikin IX surprised him. Very well, once we resolve the matter with Duke Daikin, you shall be free to explore Fishman Island at your leisure. Sensing Bai Xing's apprehension, Bai began to attune himself to the spatial fluctuations in the direction where weapons had previously been hurled. Space, formless and flavorless, encapsulated the essence of the universe. Just as a flock of geese leaves traces in their wake, Duke Daikin IX's weaponry, having traversed vast ocean expanses, would undoubtedly have left some marks behind. I've found it. Let's proceed, Bai announced, identifying a location outside Fishman Island. After Bai Xing nodded in agreement, he vanished from their previous spot, accompanied by Bai Xing and make a luau. Darling, did you see that? The shark and 2 individuals just disappeared into thin air. It's haunted in broad daylight. We cannot stay here. Let us return home. The once bustling street suddenly fell silent, as residents, unaware of the circumstances, hastily departed, businesses left perplexed, gazing at the empty roadway before reluctantly closing early. Beneath the waves, an unremarkable sunken ship, the legendary Flying Dutchman, served as the gathering place for a pirate crew that had endured for several centuries. This vessel, having survived through 9 generations of captains, continued to exist upon the vast seas, primarily because it had remained in the underwater world since its inception, never having departed from its original location. Ultimately, it was merely a dream unfulfilled for generations of merfolk from centuries past. At this moment, the disheveled Daikin Jiushi, with his unkempt hair and beard, sat in a rickety wooden boat, his gaze fixated on his gloved right hand, a foolish chuckle escaping his lips. It was with this very hand that he had first touched Bai Xing 8 years ago, embarking on a frenzied pursuit of her. For this reason, he had refrained from washing that hand for the past 8 years. Although his proposal had yet to be successful, his relentless use of the Ba fruit's power to hurl weapons towards Bai Xing had effectively prevented her from associating with other men. To the possessive and jealous Daikin Jiushi, this was a triumph. He chuckled, recalling the moment 8 years ago when he first witnessed Bai Xing summon a colossal sea creature, her enchanting visage captivating him further. Unable to contain his obsession, he removed the glove, shielding his marked right hand, leaning closer to it, his elongated nose twitching. Ah, Princess Bai Xing, you shall be my wife, he declared blissfully, inhaling deeply as his hand grasped an axe on the table, carelessly tossing it aside without a glance. The Ba fruit enabled him to ensure that whatever he hurled would fly accurately towards its marked target. Thus, he was utterly convinced that Bai Xing, marked as she was, could never escape his grasp and would ultimately become his bride. The axe, spinning through the air, unexpectedly began to rotate in place. What is happening? Where's my Ba curse? Daikin Jioshi's infatuated expression was swiftly replaced by shock as he stood up, supporting himself on the table, and approached the axe to investigate. However, just as he reached the axe and extended his right hand to bestow his power once more, the airborne axe abruptly altered its trajectory, hurtling towards his face. Daikin Jioshi's pupils widened in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to why the axe was now aimed at him. Desperate to evade, he found his abilities lacking and the distance to the axe too close, helplessly watching as it descended upon him. No! With a scream, his head was cleaved open like a watermelon, blood and gore splattering everywhere. The axe, having lost its wielder, fell straight down in a manner that would astonish any physicist. Thud! The sound of the axe hitting the ground caused Bai Xing, who was shielded by Mo Bai, to shudder, her voice faint as she murmured, "Thank you, Lord Mo Bai. Daikin Jioshi is dead, isn't he?" I can hear the sound of life fading away. She nestled closer into Mo Bai's embrace. The last time she witnessed death was a decade ago when she saw her mother attacked and killed. Now, feeling life slip away before her once more, fear arose naturally. Yet, Mo Bai's gesture of covering her eyes provided warmth and a sense of safety, making death seem less terrifying. Mo Bai had not anticipated stepping out of the space to find the bloody remains of Daikin Jioshi. To alleviate Bai Xing's psychological distress, he took her on a tour around Fishman Island. Due to geographical factors, the entertainment facilities on Fishman Island bore a striking resemblance to the bubble culture of the Chambord archipelago. There were bubble Ferris wheels made of resin bubbles, bubble balloons, and more. Bai Xing's psychological age was not much different from that of a child. Shortly after entering the amusement park, she emerged from the shadows, gleefully darting between various attractions. Freed from the threat of Daikin Jioshi's potential attacks, she indulged in a spree of revengeful enjoyment, participating in every ride as if to compensate for the happiness she had been deprived of over the past 8 years. Hee, Lord Mo Bai, this spinning seahorse is so much fun, Bai Xing exclaimed, a light sheen of perspiration on her pale forehead as she joyfully leaped off the now-still ride. With a flick of her tail, a bubble balloon floated towards Mo Bai. Having fun is what matters. Shall we play again? Montag by Inquirit. His heart warmed by her innocent smile. Not anymore. It's almost time for the soldiers to deliver food. My father will be worried if he finds me missing. Bai Xing's smile remained unwavering as she wiped her brow, taking Mo Bai's hand and sitting side saddle on the back of Shark Makera, saying, Lord Mo Bai, let us return. Hold on, we are leaving, Mo Bai replied, nodding as he opened a spatial passage leading back into the hardshell tower, bringing Bai Xing back in the blink of an eye. Upon returning, Bai Xing's excitement persisted. She swam back and forth in the hardshell tower, exploring every corner, her spirit noticeably uplifted. Without the constant threat looming over her, she felt that every place now brimmed with delightful energy. From this day forth, she would no longer have to curl up alone in that tiny room. Lord Mo Bai, meeting you has been truly wonderful, Bai Xing exclaimed, pausing before a cluster of giant flowers, inhaling their fragrance and smiling at Mo Bai. Once I greet my father, can you accompany me to see the world above the sea? I've heard that the sun outside warms you like no blanket ever could, and at night, the sky is filled with countless twinkling stars. Bai Xing rested her chin on her hand, her sapphire-like eyes sparkling with a beauty surpassing the most dazzling starry sky as she spoke of the outside world. Just as those living inland yearn to see the ocean, those on land dream of reaching for stars. To explore the world beyond the sea surface was a dream shared by every fisherman living beneath the waves. Of course, Mo Bai replied, his face aglow with a gentle smile as he tousled Bai Xing's hair. Now that she had grown to a height of 1.50 meters, her adorable little head was simply delightful to ruffle. The silky strands of her hair brought him more joy than when he had played with grains of rice in his childhood. As a result, Bai Xing's hairstyle, reminiscent of a taiyaki fish, quickly became a tangled mess under Mo Bai's playful hands. Realizing that her head was being used as a toy, Bai Xing puffed her cheeks like a pufferfish in protest, shaking her head and softly saying, "Lord Mo Bai, my hair is getting messy. Don't fret about your hair. Let me give you a new hairstyle." Mo Bai chuckled, reluctantly halting his playful ruffling. He let Bai Xing's long hair down, and after a moment's thought, he skillfully twisted it into a round bun at the back of her head. "Very nice." Mo Bai clapped his hands, pleased with his handiwork. If Bai Xing's long-hair taiyaki hairstyle made her appear as a charming and lovely princess, then the bun added a sense of innocent vivacity to her demeanor. Mo Bai then released a peculiar energy that enveloped Bai Xing, transforming her petite form back into her original giant fish shape. Before she could comprehend the sudden change, Mo Bai, wielding the staff of summoning tides, soared behind her and inserted it into her bun like a decorative accessory. "Bai Xing, what do you think of your new hairstyle?" Voa Buff soared before Bai Xing, conjuring a mirror-like surface from the bizarre energy that reshaped matter. "Huh, Lord Mo Bai," Bai Xing remarked, gazing at her reflection before casting a conflicted glance at Mo Bai, who appeared quite pleased with his creation. May I say something about this?" Although she exhibited a lively demeanor at the amusement park today, it stemmed from having suppressed her feelings for far too long. She still preferred the image of a quiet and obedient girl. May I comment?" Mo Bai scratched his head and replied, "Beautiful people always look good, right? It's just that your figure seems ill-suited for constantly clutching a staff, thus I thought it would be more convenient for you to carry it daily." "I see." Bai Xing mused. "Lord Mo Bai can always make me smaller. I can just mention it to my father." At that moment, she considered the inconveniences of her towering stature and recalled Mo Bai's ability to reduce her size, tilting her head as she spoke. "No, each size has its advantages." Mo Bai interrupted her, speaking with conviction. From his current vantage point, the undulating peaks of snow-capped mountains were undeniably among the finest scenic views in the world of pirates. Bai Xing found his reasoning compelling and nodded in a daze. Shortly after the two returned to the hard-shell tower, soldiers from the Dragon Palace Kingdom delivered the evening meal. Under Bai Xing's warm hospitality, Mo Bai indulged in a dinner fit for a princess. As twilight descended and Bai Xing began to feel drowsy, they exchanged good nights, and Mo Bai departed from the hard-shell tower. While Mo Bai aspired to a life of harem intrigue, he still maintained a sense of boundaries. Such an innocent fool like Bai Xing would not be easily accommodated in his heart without a few years of nurturing. However, Mo Bai was certainly no naive individual. After leaving the hard-shell tower, he swiftly made his way to the Mermaid Cafe, where beautiful mermaid waitresses served patrons. As he sat in the cafe, admiring the enchanting mermaids, the impact of the death of the Yonko Whitebeard had not yet reached the depths of Fishman Island, lying 10,000 meters beneath the sea. However, the world above was in turmoil. The moment this news spread across the ocean, the new world erupted in chaos. While the Whitebeard pirates mourned their fallen leader and prepared for his funeral, countless notorious pirates, like sharks sensing blood, began to attack and seize the territories once held by the Whitebeard pirates. As more and more pirates joined the fray, the absence of Whitebeard's crew to restore order made the New World's pirates increasingly audacious in their territorial disputes. To claim a single territory, dozens of factions deployed numerous pirate ships, igniting large-scale brawls across various seas. Initially, some had felt relief at Whitebeard's demise, believing it would intimidate the lawless pirates and quiet their antics, only to realize that the reality was far from their expectations. Unless the Navy truly approached with force, these pirates would not feel fear. These self-proclaimed champions of freedom were driven solely by ambition and self-interest. On an island adjacent to Whitebeard's homeland, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, laden with the scent of gunpowder, was embedded in a towering gravestone. The base of the gravestone was adorned with a plethora of flowers, while various weapons were thrust into the ground behind it. These weapons belonged to members of the Whitebeard pirates who had perished at Marineford, symbolizing their unwavering loyalty to their father, who once shielded them from a storm. Before the grave, the surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates knelt in solemn tribute to their fallen leader. Among them The most prominent figure was Ace, who had been rescued. Ace, rise. Father would not wish to see you in such a state of despair, neglecting your health, Marco said, kneeling and bowing his head in respect. Then pouring a flask of sake at Whitebeard's grave before turning to Ace. Ace had remained here for 4 or 5 days without consuming a single morsel. If this continued, his health would surely deteriorate. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Father would not have taken everyone to the Navy headquarters. This is all because of me. Ace lamented, his head bowed, his bloodshot eyes betraying his anguish, as his voice cracked with sorrow. During the battle at Marineford, he had also shed tears for Whitebeard's death. Yet, consumed by the weight of Whitebeard's last words and the brothers who had come to rescue him, he had focused solely on stopping the Navy admiral to allow more people to escape, leaving no time to express his guilt and suffering. Only after the war concluded did all his emotions surge forth uncontrollably. He wished he had perished when captured by Blackbeard or during the conflict at the Navy headquarters. The guilt he bore rendered him unable to face his comrades aboard the ship. Had it not been for their efforts to save him, none would have perished. Ace. Marco grasped Ace's shoulders firmly, shaking him to bring him to his feet. He locked eyes with Ace, whose bloodshot gaze was filled with torment, and asserted, Father and the others died saving you, so you must not treat your body with such disregard. In doing so, you dishonor not only yourself, but also the sacrifices of Father and all the brothers who fell at the Navy headquarters. Marco shouted at Ace while forcibly lifting him from the ground. As Ace stood, his knees weakened from the prolonged kneeling, threatening to collapse again. The others rushed forward, but they were a moment too late. Zong swiftly appeared at his side, supporting Ace. Everyone, Ace looked up at the crowd surrounding him, his bloodshot eyes squinting as he lowered his head, a hoarse sob escaping his throat. Soda. There is no need for family to utter such words. However, Ace, by neglecting your well-being, you have wronged everyone. A multitude of voices surrounded Ace, each offering words of encouragement. No one felt that sacrificing so many lives to save Ace was unjust. They believed that for their loved ones, any endeavor was worth undertaking. At that moment, a pirate subordinate rushed in, visibly flustered, clearly bearing important news. Captain Marco, various pirate factions in the New World have erupted into chaos to seize our territory. Just now, the Beast Pirates also launched an assault on our domain. The subordinate reported, glancing anxiously at Marco. Captain Marco, what should we do? Is chaos about to ensue? The Navy has eliminated the least ambitious among us. Let them deal with the aftermath themselves, Marco replied, scratching his disheveled hair, appearing utterly defeated. Next, I intend to protect Father's homeland. Well, I suppose I'll play the role of the doctor. I doubt I'll starve. And what about you all? Marco Inguayev. Having been taken in by Whitebeard since childhood, he inherited Whitebeard's character, possessing little ambition. He held no interest in the status and wealth that others fought over relentlessly. I yearn to return to my hometown, realizing it has been several years since my last visit. I possess few attachments. However, I wonder if there are others who wish to continue their journeys across the vast ocean, and thus we should unite. A gathering of captains convened, sharing their diverse plans. Among them were those weary of conflict, seeking a tranquil existence, and others desiring to explore different meanings of life. Notably, many expressed their desire to continue traversing the seas. I shall bear the flag of Whitebeard and ascend to the throne of the Pirate King. At that moment, a hoarse voice drew the attention of all present to its owner. I shall ensure that the banner of Whitebeard flies high above this era, that all may remember his name, declared Ace, his gaze resolute as he felt the weight of Whitebeard's legacy after being adopted as his son. He had once harbored thoughts of ambush to eliminate Whitebeard, yet now he embraced the spirit of his father. Regardless of the risks, Ace urged, let us accompany one another and continue our travels. His words resonated with the assembly, aside from a few captains like Marco with other plans. The rest eagerly agreed to journey alongside Ace. Indeed, my friends, the flag of Whitebeard shall undoubtedly soar over this age, Ace proclaimed, fist raised high, his determination unwavering. After this battle, we have suffered considerable losses, and countless pirates are drawn to seize a piece of our territory. It is imperative that we consolidate our existing forces, relinquishing trivial matters to preserve our most vital strongholds. When these pirates have exhausted their conflicts against one another, it shall be our opportune moment to act. Ace and a few captains resolve to continue their maritime adventures, seated upon the ground as they assess the challenges ahead. Although the four emperors dominate the New World, many formidable pirates also lay claim to vast territories. Each year, innumerable individuals dare to venture into these waters, and those who penetrate the New World possess considerable prowess. The living four emperors can deter them, ensuring they think twice before overstepping their bounds. However, with Whitebeard's demise, a void has emerged among the emperors, drawing ravenous hyenas to converge upon this vacuum, a frenzy that even the remaining three emperors may struggle to suppress. You speak the truth, Ace. The Whitebeard pirates must indeed temper their ambitions for the time being, Marco remarked, a languid smile gracing his face as he listened to Ace's analysis. The matured Ace now exuded a sense of reliability, easing Marco's concerns for their forthcoming adventure. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, after days of reconstruction, the deep rifts in the naval base had nearly been mended. The debris had been cleared, and while many areas lay vacant, it did not hinder the daily training and activities of the Navy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat alone in his office, the usual presence of Kizaru absent, who typically dropped by for casual exchanges. The reason for this solitude stemmed from a miscalculation by both the world government and the Navy regarding the repercussions of Whitebeard's death. They had anticipated that eliminating a pirate emperor who had reigned over the seas for decades would significantly diminish the audacity of other pirates. Instead, the opposite occurred. These pirates, emboldened, pursued fame and fortune with greater fervor. The New World descended into chaos under the influence of these marauders, leaving the Navy struggling to respond effectively. In the West Sea and the North Sea, apart from the tranquil East Sea, the ocean erupted into a new wave of piracy. Amid such widespread turmoil, the Navy, as the enforcers of the seas, became increasingly occupied. The latest technological advancements of the pacifistas were deployed, and even Kizaru, typically reserved for emergencies, found his leave revoked, compelled to traverse various locations. Nevertheless, in the face of this rampant chaos, the Navy's strength remained woefully inadequate. Alas, the ocean is vast, and the Navy's power is still too feeble to enforce justice. Sengoku furrowed his brow at his desk, his eyes bloodshot and weary. He stared at the towering pile of documents before him, a stark contrast to the youthful vigor he once possessed. Daily reports regarding the movements of pirates flooded in from various Navy bases, accumulating into mountains of correspondence. The papers cluttering his desk were remnants from 2 days prior, still untouched. At 77 years old, I find it unbearable to spend my days here, sifting through endless files. This is sheer torment. Sengoku erupted in frustration, running his fingers through his hair, gazing vacantly at the ceiling as his spine emitted several audible cracks. At that moment, the den mushy on his desk rang. Brew, this is Marine Headquarters, Marineford. I am Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What is the matter? Sengoku's tumultuous emotions swiftly subsided as he answered the call, brow furrowed with concern. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this call pertains to the appointment of a Shichibukai. A representative from the world government informed him. Boa Hancock has refused to respond to the world government summons and has been stripped of her title as a Shichibukai. Blackbeard was captured during the war while invading Impel Down and has also lost his title. After discussions among the Gorosei, Gecko Moria has been similarly stripped of his Shichibukai status. The world government intends to strengthen ties with the Ryugu Kingdom and invites them to join as a member state, thereby retaining Jinbe's title as a Shichibukai, effective immediately. The representative's tone no longer carried the arrogance of previous communications, much to Sengoku's relief. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we now appoint a new Shichibukai, Edward Weevil, also known as Whitebeard II. Whitebeard II, Sengoku echoed, his expression conflicted. Do you have any objections? The world government representative inquired. Sengoku's brow knitted further, his face contorted with concern. The incident involving Whitebeard II's attack on Zephyr's naval training ship, resulting in the loss of Zephyr's arm, had generated considerable uproar. The world government surely could not be unaware of this. Yet they chose to overlook it, appointing Whitebeard II as a Shichibukai. Did they believe the Navy could not resist their warnings? Following the destruction of Mariehua, the world government's demeanor towards its affiliated countries had softened. Yet they maintained an unwavering stance towards the Navy. Were they treating the Navy as a private military like CP? As for pirates, I continue to hold skepticism regarding the Shichibukai policy, Sengoku reflected, expressing his discontent to the representative on the other end of the line. The five elders, seething with rage, could be heard shouting, their tempers flaring. The treasury of Mariehua had been plundered, and even the funds for reconstruction were forcibly extracted from the affiliated nations. The naval logistics and military expenditures, along with supplies, had been taken away well before the invasion, remaining utterly unaffected. Upon witnessing the drastic decline in living standards for their own ranks, the world government was inevitably unsettled to see their subordinates carrying on as if nothing had changed, naturally transferring their grievances towards the Navy. Now, witnessing the Navy's audacity to question the orders from their superiors, they were consumed by a furious ire. For decades, warring states had demonstrated unwavering obedience to the world government. Yet upon hearing the elders' resentful roars, he remained remarkably calm, devoid of any turbulence within. The position of admiral? Did the elders possess a suitable candidate? Recently, he had indeed felt that his body was unable to keep pace with the times, warring states remarked blandly, showing no sign of being intimidated by the elders. Observing the increasingly chaotic seas after the demise of Whitebeard, all of warring states' fervor had dissipated. When he joined the Navy, he had racked his brain on how to ensure justice reigned over the seas, capturing all the nefarious pirates to restore tranquility. Throughout his lengthy naval career, he had diligently pursued notorious pirates alongside Carp, filling the 6th level of Impel Down with the most ruthless criminals, ultimately witnessing the downfall of Pirate King Jold Roger. Just as everything seemed to be progressing positively, Roger's words heralded the onset of the Great Pirate Era, and the influx of pirates overwhelmed the Navy, rendering decades of effort futile and intensifying numerous challenges. Now, having barely subdued one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, the Navy found its task considerably more daunting, and he doubted he would ever witness the day the Navy reigned supreme over the seas. Let be destroyed. I am weary, warring states lamented, having lost the desire to serve as admiral. The lifeless gaze he bore was perfectly mirrored by the Den Mushi. The expression of a life thoroughly worn down silenced the enraged elders. After all, arguing with a stoic would only serve to frustrate oneself. Since you wish to retire, I shall grant you that. We will inform you once we have deliberated on a suitable successor for the position of admiral. One of the elders scoffed, abruptly ending the call, turning to vent his frustrations in Mariehua. I am infuriated. The Navy is utterly oblivious to their own standing, truly believing they embody justice. Without the world government, they are nothing. Warring States was unaware of the elders' outburst in Holy Land Mariehua. However, the news of his retirement brought him immense joy. As he swept a mountain of documents off his desk with a single arm, he then poured himself a cup of hot tea and indulged in his cherished senbei. The relief he felt was truly exquisite. Curse that Carp, Warring States mused, savoring the warmth of the tea, reflecting on the bliss of liberation from burdens. Suddenly recalling Carp's leisurely lifestyle, unable to suppress a scathing remark. This old man had been living so comfortably, watching him toil tirelessly for the future of the Navy. All those years of camaraderie seemingly wasted. After finishing his tea, Warring States stretched his weary bones, feeling remarkably rejuvenated. Glancing at the plaque of justice that proclaimed the Navy's dominion over the seas hanging on the wall behind him, he couldn't help but shake his head, reminiscing about his youthful, impassioned days. Alas, I still cannot let go, he sighed, wiping the plaque's inscriptions with his sleeve. Returning to his chair to sift through the scattered papers on the floor, examining each one carefully. In a certain maritime region of the North Sea, the sun blazed high above, with wisps of clouds adorning the horizon. On the surface of the sea, an array of warships, resembling snails, carried countless identical soldiers slowly advancing toward an island town. The sight of their multitude instilled a deep-seated fear in onlookers. It is the evil army, Germa 66. The wicked legion has arrived. Everyone flee. A boy scavenging along the shore caught sight of the ominous shadow on the water. Squinting to discern the symbol of 66 on the snail shells, terror flooding his features as he shouted. His cries echoed throughout the town, spreading fear rapidly. It is Germa 66, the destroyers of 4 nations. Who will save us? The townsfolk, upon receiving the news, witnessed the approaching mass of snail ships and cried out in despair, fleeing in the opposite direction. While many in other seas believed Germa 66 to be a mere fictional evil organization, those in the North Sea, where it originated, were acutely aware of its terrifying reality. This organization was a highly active mercenary group, instigating wars both overtly and covertly to achieve their goal of dominance over the North Sea, unleashing their pain-immune clone soldiers to ignite conflict. They had even beheaded the rulers of 4 kingdoms, painting murals across the North Sea to disseminate their infamous reputation. Furthermore, due to their status as a member of the world government, they faced minimal repercussions, even when committing heinous acts in full view of the Navy. On the surface of the sea, not far from the island, a multitude of snail ships formed a colossal floating fortress, the mobile base of the Germa 6 army. The Vinsmoke family, starting to flee now? The islanders truly are laughable, remarked the green-haired Yanji, standing at the ship's bow, a cruel smile gracing his face as he observed the panicked crowd on the island. If it weren't for the need to ensure the cargo's integrity, we could resolve this without even stepping foot on the island. Yanji turned to his companions, Ichiji, Niji, and Reiju, smirking. Let me handle this. It has been a while since I played with mice. Yamato, be swift. The stench from the cargo is becoming unbearable, Geru called from the back. The islanders were fleeing towards the rear of the island, avoiding the approaching snail ships as if they were venomous serpents, with even the afternoon sun failing to dispel their terror. In a small casino further back in the town, upon hearing the news of Germa 6's impending attack, even the gamblers, who had been lost in their bets, were jolted back to reality. Run. Life is more valuable than money. Damn it. If I win just one more hand, I'll break even. A desperate gambler, unwilling to accept defeat, overturned a gaming table, scooped up scattered belly, and hastily joined the fleeing crowd. The greed-driven mob surged into the flow of fleeing townsfolk, exacerbating the chaos. A yellow-haired thug spotted a glint of gold on a woman's earlobe amidst the crowd and forcefully pushed his way through. A scream erupted from the woman as the thug yanked the golden earring, along with a piece of flesh, from her ear. Haha, it struck gold. Truly it is gold. The yellow-haired thug bit into the earring, savoring its texture, his eyes gleaming with excitement as his gaze shifted to the other earlobe of the woman. Do not snatch it away. I will give it to you, the woman lamented, clutching her injured ear. Upon noticing the lewd gaze from the yellow-haired thug, her body stiffened, and her voice trembled as she spoke. In her agitation, her trembling hands struggled to remove the earring from her other ear. However, her nerves betrayed her, and after a prolonged struggle, she could not manage to take it off. By the time you manage to do that, the Germa 66 army will have already caught up, the yellow-haired thug impatiently remarked, moving closer to the woman and reaching out to forcibly tug at the other earring. At that moment, a thick, heavy hand seized his wrist, preventing him from achieving his goal. Who dares to meddle with me? The yellow-haired thug turned to see the man before him, clad in a purple robe and leaning on a cane, and recognized him immediately. It was hard not to recognize a blind man who was notorious among gamblers for his penchant for betting. In a game that was already rife with deception, it was much easier to deceive a blind person than a sighted one, wasn't it? You'd best step aside. If you block my way to riches, it will no longer be just a blind man that you have to deal with, the thug threatened, patting the shoulder of the man with a mocking grin. The man, however, paid no heed to the thug's warning and turned to the woman beside him. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you, the woman replied, nodding in a daze. Yet, she was quickly jolted back to reality by the bustling crowd around her. In a panic, she joined the throng, glancing back at the man and warning. The Germa 66 army will be landing soon. You should leave as well. Hey, "You old blind man, you're asking for a beating." The yellow-haired thug, incensed by the loss of his opportunity due to the man's interference, threw a punch at the man's face. However, just as the thug's fist reached him, the gravitational field around them intensified, pinning him to the ground as he felt an overwhelming weight immobilizing him. "Hey, old blind man, this is your doing, isn't it? Let me go." With his face pressed to the ground, the thug's teeth were knocked loose from the sudden pressure, and as he spoke, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Watching the crowd flee while he remained helpless on the ground, the thug's greed was gradually eclipsed by fear. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Please let me go. The Germa 66 people are coming after me. I truly realize my mistakes." In the face of a cowardly bully, one who shifts from threats to begging, it is indeed a grim reminder of the filth that exists in this world. The man remained indifferent to the thug's plight, calmly stepping over him. Under the invisible weight of gravity, the crowd instinctively parted to create a narrow path for him, and he made his way against the current toward the direction of the Germa 66 Army S landing, having blinded himself to avoid witnessing the world's evils. He had no intention of standing idly by when confronted by the malevolent Germa 66. He traversed unhindered, smoothly navigating through the crowd until he reached an empty street. The man, leaning on his cane, walked unhurriedly toward the coast, but suddenly halted. In his perception, two formidable presences abruptly emerged to block his path. Though he could not see, he perceived more acutely than those with sight, and the two powerful auras before him were unlike anything he had ever encountered. One aura, though weaker, exuded an unsettling potential waiting to be unleashed, while the other was so overwhelmingly potent that it evoked the sensation of facing a rising sun. A strange amalgamation of serenity and intensity stirred within him, creating a vivid image of contradiction in his mind. The ephemeral quality of the presence made him question whether he was dreaming. "Might I ask why you two have obstructed my path?" he inquired, his demeanor no longer calm, as he unsheathed half of his cane, revealing the blade within. Faced with such unprecedented strength, he felt compelled to exercise caution. "Lord Mo Bai, are we here to fight?" "But this blind uncle seems rather fierce," remarked Bai Xing, retreating behind Mo Bai, her small frame shrinking in apprehension as she clutched the staff of the sea caller. After reporting to King Neptune of Fishman Island a few days prior, Bai Xing had traveled with Mo Bai to experience the world beyond the sea, exploring wonders unseen underwater and tasting new delicacies. Mo Bai's calm demeanor, however, prompted a sense of unease in the man. Confronted with two overwhelmingly powerful foes, he decided to strike first. "Gravitational blade, fierce tiger," he exclaimed as he drew his sword and concentrated gravity onto the blade, swinging it toward Mo Bai and Bai Xing. With a single slash, an immense wave of horizontal gravity surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Even the very fabric of space warped under the force of his attack. "Just childish banter," Mo Bai commented, a mysterious radiance emanating from his hand as he reinforced the space before him. The distortion of space expanded until it was halted by the fortified barrier. Shortly after, the powerful wind pressure resulting from the gravitational force surged into the secured space, becoming ensnared like a quagmire, eventually dissipating into a gentle breeze. "Childish banter?" the man mused, momentarily stunned as he recalled the softness in Bai Xing's voice. A fleeting smile tugged at his lips. The strength of even a child was remarkable. Indeed, the ocean harbors countless surprises. "Might I inquire again as to why you are blocking my path?" he asked, sheathing his sword but not fully lowering his guard. "We merely happen to be here, and encountering you is fortuitous. I wish to present you with a gift," Mo Bai replied, unleashing a searing tempest of flames directed at the man, before disappearing into the void with Bai Xing without a backward glance. Remaining vigilant, the man prepared to counter the fiery storm with his cane, revealing the blade once more. Gathering gravity upon the blade, he launched a decisive strike. The surrounding space twisted visibly under the tremendous gravitational influence, and the powerful wind pressure surged straight toward the fiery tempest. To his astonishment, instead of a collision, the two forces seemed to exist in separate realms, passing through each other without resistance. Is this the end? He pondered. The wicked Germa 66 had not yet been vanquished. If he perished here, what would become of the innocent citizens on the island? Despite his blindness, he perceived the fiery storm as though it illuminated his sight. Reflecting on his unfinished business, a wave of resignation washed over him. Surely, the spectacle before him must be dazzling. I suppose it is time to meet my end, he said calmly, sheathing his sword and awaiting the arrival of death. The blazing storm finally collided with Yi Xiao as the searing flames licked at his skin. Yet the anticipated pain failed to manifest. Instead, Yi Xiao found himself invigorated, a profound sense of clarity enveloping him, sharpening his awareness of his surroundings. The ruins of the road, previously ravaged by his own attacks, the uneven ground, and even the remnants of withered leaves now revealed their intricate veins under the caress of the fiery tongues. As the flames consumed him, Yi Xiao's body trembled violently. His consciousness was drawn into another realm, where a majestic dragon, cloaked in a tempest of flames and stretching across a vast expanse, fixed its unwavering gaze upon him. The sheer might emanating from this being, standing at the pinnacle of existence, sent tremors through his very soul. The dragon's eyes, radiant as the sun and moon, were locked onto him, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as if moments had morphed into an eternity. Eventually, the dragon, having grown weary of observing the insignificant ants below, closed its eyes, plunging the entire mental landscape into darkness, casting Yi Xiao back into his own consciousness. Yet, a bond had formed between him and the dragon. Is this truly a gift? Yi Xiao mused, shaking his head in wonder. His awareness expanded, instantly enveloping the recently landed snail ship in the distance. His enhanced perception allowed him to scrutinize the clone soldiers aboard, even discerning the intricate patterns of their irises. The mysterious power beyond the devil fruits. Ah, indeed, my luck has always been exceptional, he remarked with an exaggerated expression, though a seasoned gambler with the word bet etched into his very essence. Yi Xiao was not a nefarious individual. He held steadfast to his beliefs. He aspired to alter the rules of this world, to discern good and evil through the humanity of individuals, distinguishing the virtues and vices of the common populace from the dictates of a privileged class. Good and evil cannot be defined. They are weighed solely by the human heart. Now endowed with the power to realize his ideals, his usually calm demeanor surged with exhilaration. With his newfound strength, the blind cane in his hand became half redundant as he dashed towards the shore. Initially, he moved swiftly, taking 2 steps for every 3. But soon, as he grew accustomed to his capabilities, he unleashed himself, his figure darting like the wind across vast distances, intercepting the advancing clone soldiers with lightning speed. Daring to confront Germa 66, it seemed this game was destined to become intriguing. With the aid of technological footwear, the green-haired Yanji leaped effortlessly from a great distance, landing before Yi Xiao with formidable agility. Utilizing the jet propulsion of his shoes, enhanced by his lineage factor, his physique was remarkably powerful. His right fist enveloped in armed hockey. He unleashed a heavy strike towards Yi Xiao. Winch heavy strike. Yi Xiao sensed the impending attack from Yanji in midair, unsheathing his sword as gravity and hockey coalesced upon its blade, slicing towards Yanji. Boom! The formidable force of gravity and the slash erupted simultaneously, propelling Yanji's airborne form sideways, while the overwhelming gravity toppled all the clone soldiers disembarking on the shore, obliterating rows of snail ships in the process. But that was not the end. The powerful wind pressure that followed the gravitational distortion surged forth. The wind pressure carved a trench into the ground, racing towards the colossal moving castle of the Wansmoke family on the sea. To capture the king, Yi Xiao regarded Yanji as inconsequential, for in the North Sea, few could earn his respect. Well, to be precise, no one could. These clone soldiers, modified through lineage factors, were instilled with an unwavering loyalty and a fearlessness of death. At Garci's commanding shout, the clone soldiers aboard the snail ship surged forth, forming a thick human wall to shield against Yi Xiao's onslaught. Boom! The tremendous wind pressure collided with the human shield, sending numerous clone soldiers soaring into the air, cascading down like rain. After shattering a substantial portion of the wall, the wind pressure dissipated into nothingness. "Do you think you've lived too long?" Garci spoke with an air of arrogance, glancing at his children and signaling them to engage. Yixiao was undeniably powerful, a formidable adversary not to be underestimated. Yet, having already clashed, Garci would not exhibit any hesitation. Ichiji and Niji, also successful products of the lineage factor, devoid of emotion, leaped into action upon Garci's command, showcasing their extraordinary jumping ability with their technological footwear as they soared towards Yixiao. Although Reiju retained her emotions, she could not defy Garci's orders and followed suit, while the previously propelled Yanji returned to the fray. Thus, all four of Garci's successful progeny launched their assault. After witnessing Yixiao's earlier prowess, the trio understood his formidable nature, and in midair, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji executed their combined technique. Mixed color burst, red, blue, and green beams intertwined, culminating in a display of energy attributes shimmering on the brothers' metallic gauntlets as they charged directly at Yixiao. The convergence of different energies? This seems rather troublesome. Yixiao reflected as he perceived the formidable energies approaching like comets. With his blind, cane sheath, he summoned gravity to intensify before him. With a resounding hum, the gravity surrounding Yixiao surged to terrifying levels. The clouds above transformed into a radiant white, birds plummeted, and the ground of the shore creaked under the immense weight, leading to a collapse. Even the sea within the gravitational field was instantaneously compressed, lowering several meters. The combined technique of Ichiji and his brothers, trailing a long aftermath, lost momentum under the gravitational influence, crashing down like a falling aircraft into the ground not far from Yixiao. Clang! The three hit the ground headfirst, producing a crisp sound. The ground, compressed by gravity, proved incredibly hard, and even the enhanced physiques of the brothers failed to create a significant dent. These three fools. Reiju observed the rapid descent and swift defeat of her brothers, shaking her head in disbelief. Gazing at the sunken shore and the lowered sea, she was thoroughly awed by Yixiao's immense strength. Although she knew her own capabilities would likely amount to a single strike against Yixiao, unable to resist Garci's command, Reiju charged forward. Pink poison arrow. Without approaching too closely, she unleashed a barrage of poisonous liquid arrows towards Yixiao, reminiscent of a rainstorm. Poison? This could be troublesome, Yixiao remarked, his expression steady. Gathering gravity within his sword, he swung downward, rendering the rain of poison impotent as it fell harmlessly to the ground. Just as he thwarted Reiju's assault, Garci appeared beside Yixiao at lightning speed, his technological footwear gleaming with blinding light. Explosive flying kick. Garci propelled himself with immense energy, delivering a high-speed kick imbued with explosive might towards Yixiao. The speed of Jiaji was remarkable, yet it failed to achieve the element of surprise in the face of Yixiao's heightened perception. Sensing Jiaji's kick, Yixiao deftly parried it with his longsword. The immense force erupted, yet it did not inflict even a scratch upon Yixiao. The two combatants separated after a single exchange. As Jiaji withdrew his leg, he sought to continue his assault, but Yixiao at that moment positioned his gravity-infused blind staff before him and subsequently sheathed his sword. Journey to Hell. Yixiao did it softly. With the sword returned to its scabbard, the gravity around them was instantaneously intensified to its maximum. Jiaji, wielding his advanced spear and preparing to unleash a high-voltage current, found himself crushed to the ground by the sudden increase in gravity, rendered powerless against the now solidified earth beneath him. Even Lei Jiao, not far away, could not escape Yixiao's gravitational domain, being pinned to the ground. From that moment onward, all principal members of the Vinsmoke family were under Yixiao's control. I wish to request something of you, King of the Germa Kingdom. Yixiao approached Jiaji with his customary calm demeanor. What do you desire? As long as you spare my life, I shall acquiesce, Jiaji replied, his voice tinged with desperation as he lay on the ground, unable to lift his head. His previous arrogance had vanished, revealing a stark contrast in his demeanor. The suffering of humanity is vast, The ordinary citizens of this era have exhausted every effort merely to survive, and the flames of war and blades ought not deepen their anguish. Will you promise me not to wield your weapons against these innocents? Yi Shao inwarded, fastening his sword to his waist. Despite his disdain for the Germa's reckless igniting of conflict and spreading of fear, Yi Shao had no intention of eliminating Jiaji and his kin. This was solely because the German kingdom was a member state under the world government, and acting against a member state would render him a wanted criminal. He was an individual who adhered strictly to rules, to the point of stubbornness. When confronted with a conflict between rules and his beliefs, he sought not to defy the regulations, but to alter them. Is that all? I agree, Jiaji replied submissively from the ground, having heard Yi Zhao's terms, yet inwardly scoffing at Yi Zhao's ideals. To feel sympathy for the weak. No wonder he remained a mere vagabond gambler despite possessing such formidable power. If he had wielded this strength, Germa would have long since dominated the North Sea, his name echoing throughout the oceans. Having received the desired response, Yi Shao tapped his blind staff against the ground, retracting the gravity. Jietzi, Leizhu, and others felt the oppressive force dissipate and stood up, brushing off the dust from their clothes. I hope the king will not forget your promise, Yi Shao said to Jiaji before turning and departing at a leisurely pace. Once Yi Zhao's silhouette vanished, he expelled the Germa 66 army and resolved the safety concerns of the island's common folk, strolling along the empty streets in his wooden sandals. Reflecting on the tragedies he had witnessed over the years, his expression, usually unchanging, bore a hint of bitterness. Life is as fragile as grass, existence akin to that of an ant. The ordinary citizens born into this chaotic era lead tragic lives. Their relentless struggles for survival can be shattered by the slightest tempest, leaving them homeless and starving. This is the lament of an entire age. To alter the world is an arduous endeavor. Yi Shao furrowed his brow in contemplation. He needed to find like-minded individuals to strive alongside him, and to bestow peace upon the innocent. Joining the Navy seemed the most fitting option. This was an obvious answer. Yet, after years of wandering, he had refrained from actively joining the Navy due to encounters with nefarious elements within its ranks. Witnessing those who acted arrogantly and recklessly while wielding the privileges of the ruling class. Nothing is ever simple. Ideas buried in the heart without action remain mere thoughts. After much deliberation, Yi Zhao's brow relaxed. With a decision made, a sense of clarity enveloped him, and a contented smile graced his face. Let us seek a place to engage in a small gamble. After Mo Bai and Bai Xing departed, they first visited the zoo to see the various animals that Bai Xing had longed to encounter. The creatures here were remarkably different from those in Mo Bai's world before his journey. While observing the animals, Bai Xing's myriad questions left Mo Bai somewhat bewildered, leading to him quietly acquiring the label of a fool in her eyes. Upon concluding their zoo visit and finding a modest eatery to satiate their hunger, it was time for the growth development plan for the little girl. Just as Mo Bai had set down his chopsticks, he had yet to begin searching for training targets when he sensed several elusive gazes directed at Bai Xing. At that moment, the wooden door creaked shut behind them, leaving only the dim light filtering through the window within the restaurant. Just as we were about to deliver the goods, a beautiful mermaid appears. Our luck is indeed fortuitous. A man with a dirty gray headscarf and triangular eyes rose from his chair with a grin. His greedy gaze was particularly evident in the dim light. I've never played with a mermaid before, boss. Shall I take the lead this time? The portly restaurant owner, with a prominent beer belly, emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing Bai Xing, was instantly captivated by her beauty, gasping for breath. Idiot! A short-haired, middle-aged woman posing as the owner slapped the man across the face, causing his flesh to jiggle violently. Female mermaids are exceedingly valuable, particularly those as stunning as her. She might be worth more than the entire stock in the kitchen combined, and her perfection must be preserved. The short-haired woman gritted her teeth, her gaze fixated on Bai Xing's delicate features, a mix of greed, intense jealousy, and a hint of concealed madness in her eyes. Her dark skin and prominent cheekbones rendered her cheeks gaunt, and having often faced odd stares due to her appearance, she gradually developed envy towards those who were more beautiful. Yet, As a trafficker, she was compelled to protect the natural beauty of these women to secure a lucrative sale. Hee boss, calm down. The slapped man dared not show anger, but instead approached the short-haired woman with a grin, massaging her shoulders, revealing the hierarchy within the trafficker gang. Bind them up. That man should be taken to my room. The short-haired woman interrupted the man's flattery with another slap, then fixed her gaze on Mo Bai for a moment, licking her lips as she spoke to the two. Sensing the woman's suggestive actions, Mo Bai's lips twitched, and he found himself momentarily stunned. Following her command, the portly man and the triangular-eyed man approached Mo Bai and Bai Xing with ropes in hand. Mo Bai, they are traffickers. Many people from Fishman Island have been captured by traffickers. Bai Xing clutched her wand of the wave collar tightly, her aquamarine eyes brimming with fear and fury. She was terrified of the imminent danger and enraged by the suffering inflicted by these villains. Little mermaid, you might as well abandon any thoughts of resistance. We've spiced up your food, the portly man taunted Bai Xing, a ludicrous grin plastered across his face. Though the boss wants to keep the mermaid's perfection intact, a little fun never hurt anyone, right? Volbe was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, as he assessed his own body and realized that the food he had consumed had long been digested by his formidable physique. The dosage of the added substances was insufficient for him. However, Bai Xing likely would not fare as well. Her body might delay the effects of the additives or diminish their potency. Contemplating this, a jade-like radiance materialized in Wuoba's hand and was directed towards Bai Xing. In the bewildered gaze of the 14-year-old girl, the sinister light of optimization encircled her. He's an ability user? The emerald glow in Wuoba's hand stood out starkly in the dimly lit room, causing the hefty man and the turbaned figure to step back in terror and turn to the short-haired woman. What an ability user. Our substances can incapacitate an elephant. Attack. Kill him. The short-haired woman was equally astonished, but upon regaining her composure, a fierce killing intent flickered in her eyes. Her rise to leadership among the group was built on decisiveness and ruthlessness. Hearing her command, the hefty man and the turbaned figure immediately drew their daggers and lunged toward the two. All right, Bai Xing, it's your turn to deal with them, Mo Bai said, having removed the drugs from Bai Xing's system. Bai Xing, looking at the three adversaries before her, felt a clammy sweat in the palm gripping the tide caller's staff, her face reflecting her anxiety. During her training over the past few days, she had vanquished numerous foes and had become increasingly adept at controlling the sea. But all of this had been accomplished from a distance with her eyes closed, unleashing a massive wave. This confrontation, so close and direct, was a first for her. Fear not, I am watching. Just treat them as moving wooden stakes. The towering waves surged forth, relentlessly crashing towards the trio of human traffickers. Run, run! The hefty man and the turbaned figure, witnessing the approaching tide, instantly changed their avaricious and fierce expressions, discarding their daggers and fleeing backward. The short-haired woman, positioned further back, reacted even quicker, making her escape the moment chaos ensued. Yet, the wave had already taken form, its speed beyond their grasp. They barely took 2 steps before the roaring tide caught up with them. The relentless sea engulfed the three, continuing to pound against the walls of the small restaurant. Water, though gentle, can carry falling leaves. Yet, when fierce, it can shatter mountains. Even waves mere meters high, once unleashed, possess the potential energy of thousands of pounds, effortlessly demolishing the walls of the modest eatery. As the wall crumbled, the momentum of the waves faltered, and the water surged through the remnants of the walls into the street outside. In mere seconds, the water level on the street rose above their calves. The sudden upheaval startled passers-by, prompting them to abandon their shoes and socks, hastily splashing through the water, while some even resorted to swimming away. In the dark underground basement behind the restaurant, a group of young men and women, bound by ropes, lay scattered atop a heap of hay. The sound of rushing water and the thunderous collapse of the walls reached their ears, amplifying their fear in an already perilous situation. Their tightly bound hands and feet left them powerless, and the tape over their mouths stifled their cries of terror. The unknown is the most terrifying. Each moment in such a predicament felt interminably long. Drip, drip. Seawater seeped through the cracks of the basement. Each droplet landing on the ground like a chilling note in the quiet environment, heightening their anxiety. Just as they were engulfed in this seemingly endless dread, a loud thud interrupted the sound of dripping water. They recognized that familiar noise, the heavy iron lid above the basement being lifted. Coupled with the brazen words of the traffickers over the past few days, they realized that it was time for their shipment to be handed over. Despair settled over them as they gazed towards their uncertain fate. But to their astonishment, the figure appearing at the basement entrance was not one of the menacing traffickers, but rather a remarkably cute and youthful face. With her pink hair, the newcomer appeared even more adorable, and her azure eyes sparkled like treasures from the sea. "Mobai, there are many people down here," Bai Xing exclaimed upon seeing the individuals in the basement, her azure eyes illuminating with excitement as she spoke, her voice ringing with joy. To combat criminals is a noble pursuit, a dream that every innocent and kind-hearted child harbors. Upon realizing that she had rescued so many after defeating the traffickers, Bai Xing felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This affirmed that her actions were righteous. If evildoers were not vanquished, they would continue to harm the innocent, so she must act without hesitation when the time comes. Wu Ba praised the exuberant Bai Xing, instinctively ruffling her hair before they both vanished in a flash to the basement. The individuals in the basement then beheld Bai Xing in her entirety, instantly captivated by her fish-like tail. Some residents of the Mermaid Isle often ventured to the surface, yearning for adventure in the world above, but such individuals were rare, and most ordinary people might never encounter one in their lifetime. Thus, many regarded them merely as legends of the sea, despite the collective gaze of the crowd. The typically timid Bai Xing remained unflinching, her demeanor exuding confidence as if accepting accolades. "I will help you untie your ropes, so do not be alarmed," Bai Xing said softly, stepping forward to assist them in freeing themselves. Doing good deeds brings joy, and Bai Xing's eagerness was palpable, spurred on by a deeper motivation. Her mother, Princess E.G., had tirelessly worked towards altering the future of Mermaid Isle, striving to create a world where mermaids and humans could coexist. Untying the ropes should have been a simple task, multiplying from 1 to 2 and from 2 to 4. However, due to Bai Xing's mermaid identity and her exquisite beauty, everyone declined the offers of those already freed, lining up to await her assistance, thereby extending the time significantly. "Are you Bai Xing? What a lovely name, and you are quite beautiful as well." "Thank you, Bai Xing. This is my first encounter with a mermaid." "Bai Xing, little sister, is so adorable." The crowd's enthusiastic reactions almost overwhelmed her. After experiencing a reception akin to a celebrity signing event, Bai Xing finally unbound the last person. With her task complete, it was finally Wu Ba's turn to step forward. After a brief inquiry about their hometowns, Wu Ba waved his hand, opening spatial passages to various locations, which elicited a chorus of astonished gasps. "Please be careful from now on. Do not let the bad people catch you again. Goodbye." Bai Xing waved her arms, bidding farewell to each person entering the spatial portal. Once the last individual vanished into the passage, she lowered her arms, yet her bright eyes sparkled with unquenchable enthusiasm. Initially, Bai Xing had ventured from Mermaid Isle merely to glimpse the worlds she had only heard of in stories. However, after this experience, she discovered a new purpose and glimpsed the hope of success. Every community harbors both good and bad, with goodwill and understanding through mutual interaction over time. The supposed divide between humans and mermaids can undoubtedly be bridged. At that time, the inhabitants of Yurindao will be free to emerge from the ocean and bask in the sunlight, while interested humans can joyfully explore the underwater realm. Mabai Darren, do you believe that merfolk and humans can coexist in harmony? Although Bai Xing directed the question at Mabai, her delicate face radiated with certainty, and her sparkling eyes shone with fervent light. Confidence finally graced the countenance of this once timid child. "Of course," Mabai affirmed, unwilling to dampen Bai Xing's newfound self-assurance. He deftly arranged his collection, his expression earnest as he gazed at Bai Xing. "Change signifies. I have made up my mind, Mabai Darren. My mother once said, 'We will stand together beneath the sun.'" Bai Xing replied, her fervent gaze unwavering. Her life experiences, save for the 8 years spent in the hard-shell tower, were profoundly shaped by the late Queen Iji. That gentle, strong, and loving woman tirelessly advocated for the relinquishment of hatred, striving to secure a bright future for the children of Yurandao until her last breath. Now, Bai Xing resolutely embraced her mother's dream. I believe in you. To realize this dream, strength is essential. You must strive even harder from now on. Ma Bai had little to add to Bai Xing's determination, offering only his support. He then led Bai Xing to the depths of the ocean, before a 100-meter-long sea king. The variety of sea kings was vast, their lifespans lengthy, and their sizes immense. Even a 100-meter sea king was considered a lower-tier presence in the deep sea. Upon their arrival, both Ma Bai and Bai Xing immediately caught the attention of the sea king, though it was Bai Xing who truly captivated it. The creature's pupils measured 2 meters in diameter, glimmering with an eerie light in the dim depths, its great mouth opening and closing gently, as if it were silently communicating something. Bai Xing, can you converse with the sea king before you? Ma Bai inquired. While the strength of the tide-calling siren was not deemed top-tier within the Alliance's context, circumstances often forge heroes. In a world dominated by the sea, the ability to manipulate water was a nightmare for all. Yet Bai Xing had the potential to grow stronger, as a royal among sea kings, a rarity to emerge over centuries, and the embodiment of the ancient weapon Poseidon. Bai Xing possessed the gift to communicate with sea kings. When she summoned a throng of 5,000-meter colossal sea kings to ride the waves, even the largest creature in the story would be rendered powerless before her. It seems to be calling me, Bai Xing pondered, gazing curiously at the sea king, whom she had never met. Yet, she felt an inexplicable sense of kinship emanating from it. With newfound strength and confidence, Bai Xing's timid demeanor vanished as she swam directly to the Sea King, gently caressing its smooth skin. Focusing her mind, she attuned herself to the faint voices whispering by her ear. As her concentration deepened, the unique frequency of the Sea King's voice grew increasingly clear. This child claims, I am their king. They have awaited me for centuries. Bai Xing announced, her small hand affectionately stroking the Sea King's head, seemingly sharing in Ma Bai's delight. You can hear its words? Yes, Bai Xing nodded, adding, it feels as if we have known each other for a long time. Ma Bai nodded in understanding and said to Bai Xing, then we may commence our training. While you command the currents to raise titanic waves, guide these Sea Kings to follow the swells. Even if your adversaries withstand the force of millions of tons of water, they will face the subsequent assault of the Sea Kings when disoriented by the waves. As Ma Bai elaborated on his vision, Bai Xing listened intently, her azure eyes sparkling as if she had uncovered a legendary martial arts manual. Ma Bai Darren, let's begin our training, Bai Xing exclaimed eagerly, unable to contain her excitement at the prospect of such an engaging endeavor. In a certain maritime expanse of the New World on a small island, measuring 100 meters square and once safeguarded by the Whitebeard pirates, the sounds of battle and anguished cries echoed for several minutes before subsiding. Amidst the smoky remnants of war, the burly and corpulent figure of Whitebeard II, Newgate Wibble, navigated through the battlefield littered with bodies. What fools they are to claim that only the Whitebeard pirates are Whitebeard's sons. He lamented, snot running down his face, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he clutched a long-handled sword strikingly similar to that of Whitebeard. Indeed, my son, a voice chimed in, the Whitebeard pirates are merely playing house. You alone are the true heir to the bloodline of the world's mightiest pirate, Whitebeard, and I am the woman he loved. Miss Bajin, adorned with golden hair and jewels, with a face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, declared as she approached Whitebeard II, playfully punching and kicking him. You must muster your spirits, my treasure. After a brief bout of playful reprimands, Miss Bajin soothed Whitebeard II, turning to leave while saying, now, tell me, what should you do? Eliminate those captains of the Whitebeard pirates. I am the true son of Whitebeard, and his legacy belongs to my mother. The two of them turned to depart from the island, now reduced to ruins, clearly not their final destination. In addition to Whitebeard II targeting the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Don Quixote da Flamingo having suffered defeat at the hands of Moria after being pierced through the kidney and hip, sought to unleash his pent-up emotions against the beleaguered Whitebeard pirates. In another location, a group of pirates armed with firearms relentlessly pursued two men bearing the Whitebeard pirates' emblem tattooed on their shoulders. After a frenzied chase, the gun-wielding pirates, relying on their numerical advantage, cornered the two members of the Whitebeard pirates in a dead-end alley. Heh, one pirate jeered, "Run, why don't you?" Did you ever think that one day those of the Whitebeard pirates would be hunted down so ruthlessly? With a smirk, he gestured to his companions. Bang, bang, bang. The guns erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, and in the blink of an eye, the two members of the Whitebeard pirates were reduced to a sieve by the onslaught of bullets. People come and go. Who would have thought the Whitebeard pirates would face such a downfall? The corpse of an ordinary member is worth 50 million berries. The Don Quixote family is truly wealthy. I wish I could join them. The gunfire ceased, and the pirates, chattering and laughing, approached the fallen figures. The pirates of the New World nearly clashed over the vacant position of the Yonko left by Whitebeard. Yet none possessed the overwhelming strength needed to dominate their rivals and ascend to the throne. Under such circumstances, the chaos in the New World is likely to persist for several months before it gradually subsides. Shortly after the conclusion of the Marineford War, Jinbei was released by the Navy. Following the destruction of the Holy Land Mariehua by the world government, the balance of power wavered. To gain the support of Yurandao, he retained his title as a warlord. Upon learning of Whitebeard's death, Jinbei immediately visited the grave of the man who had once protected Yurandao, paying his respects to his benefactor. Shenping, a paragon of chivalry and responsibility, firmly rejected the notion of opposing the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War. Owing to the profound gratitude he felt for the protection bestowed upon Fishman Island by Whitebeard. Subsequently, he began to contemplate the future of Fishman Island. Located in the depths of the ocean, 10,000 meters below the surface, where the inhabitants yearned for the sunlight above. Yet, due to the lurking dangers, few dared to brave the unknown world above, resulting in only a scant number of fishmen daring to venture into the open sea. Encounters among different races inevitably lead to friction, prejudice, and discrimination. Conversely, the scarcity of fishmen, in a certain light, renders them precious. Conflicts can arise even among kin for personal gain, let alone concerning such a rare race. Malevolent individuals began to cast their dark shadows over the fishmen. Driven by a morbid curiosity, the rarity of fishmen paved the way with gold for those bold enough to capture them. And some audacious humans even descended to the ocean floor to ensnare them. In his youth, Shenping harbored a deep-seated anger and vengeful feelings towards humans for the harm inflicted upon fishmen. However, after receiving the teachings of Fisher Tiger regarding the cycle of revenge and embracing the philosophy of coexistence advocated by Princess Otoheim, Shenping's perspective shifted. He came to understand that the malevolence of evildoers is inherent to their character and not dictated by their race. His induction into the 7 warlords of the sea was also influenced by the Gorosei, who asserted that such a move would foster harmony between races. With his status as a warlord, Fishman Island gained the backing of the world government, ensuring that the Marines and allied nations would refrain from targeting it. However, the seas were currently engulfed in the most tumultuous age of piracy, rendering this support insufficient. Ruthless pirates showed little regard for the world government, with numerous allied nations falling prey to their wrath. Therefore, Shenping sought to hoist a banner capable of intimidating these lawless marauders. After much contemplation, he opted for an alliance with the Big Mom pirates, whose vision of a unified world resonated with his own ideals. Through a series of intricate negotiations, Shenping's strength and status as a warlord proved irresistible to Big Mom. Consequently, an agreement was forged wherein Fishman Island would regularly supply unique delicacies in exchange for protection from Big Mom's crew. Contrary to popular belief, Big Mom was not as difficult to engage with as rumored. Shenping, taken aback by the smoothness of the negotiations, folded the pirate flag neatly into his attire, reflecting on the unexpected ease of the encounter. Rumors suggested that Big Mom's terror could silence even the most boisterous child, yet during their meeting, she unabashedly expressed her ambition to dominate the seas, a dream of fostering harmony among all races that struck Xinping as naively idealistic. The journey was unremarkable, traversing mountains and rivers, and after over a week, Xinping finally arrived near the Red Earth continent. His identity as a fishman required little preparation. He plunged into the ocean, letting instinct guide him. The deeper he descended, the dimmer the light became until a bright glimmer heralded his approach to Fishman Island. However, upon surfacing, he was met with a shocking sight. A row of gargantuan sea kings, each exceeding 5,000 meters in length, blocking the entrance to Fishman Island, accompanied by several smaller sea kings trailing behind. How could I have been home for such a short time and already find myself confronted by sea kings? Xinping exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Standing at 3 meters tall, he felt dwarfed by the colossal sea creatures, and his cries went unnoticed. In a moment of confusion, a forgotten memory surged forth. 8 years prior, the cries of Princess Shirahoshi had similarly summoned a horde of sea kings. What has happened to Princess Shirahoshi? Panic coursed through him as he disregarded the sea kings blocking the entrance and hastened towards Fishman Island. Ignoring the greetings of soldiers along the way, he made his way to the Ryugu Palace. Upon opening the doors, he was greeted not by chaos as he had feared, but rather by King Neptune and his family gathered around a banquet table, celebrating with a guest. Wait, a family? Xinping pondered, astonished to see Princess Shirahoshi, now diminutive and delicate, seated among them. As a soldier of Neptune's army in his youth, he had watched Shirahoshi grow. Is it a gigantic sea bass fishman? Wasn't she over 1.50 meters at 6 years old? Welcome back, Xinping. Please, take a seat and share your tales, Shirahoshi said with a bright smile, her familiarity evident as she signaled for additional utensils. Thank you, Princess Shirahoshi. Xinping, feeling no need for pretense with King Neptune, confidently approached the table and inquired, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this situation? Xinping, you have endured much during your time away, Neptune remarked, taking in Xinping's appearance with a proud smile. Since the day Shirahoshi emerged from the Tower of Law, Neptune had worn a perpetual smile. His guilt over being unable to protect his daughter during her years of seclusion now replaced by pride in her growth and newfound strength. Not so fast, Your Majesty. Xinping interjected, eager to uncover the truth. I must know why Princess Shirahoshi has become so small. He gestured towards her, emphasizing his concern. You mean this? Neptune began, but Shirahoshi, swallowing her food, interjected, It's magic. A transformation spell. Xinping, skeptical, recalled his extensive adventures at sea. His initial assumption was that it was the result of a devil fruit's power. However, he knew that for a sea king like Shirahoshi, consuming a devil fruit would bring more harm than benefit, as it would hinder her ability to command the sea kings. Did Princess Shirahoshi consume a devil fruit? He asked, anxiety evident in his voice, fearing the answer he dreaded. Do not worry, Xinping. Shirahoshi has not eaten a devil fruit, Neptune reassured him, realizing the source of Xinping's concern. He then introduced the unfamiliar figure at the table. This is Mokiai, Shirahoshi's friend. Her remarkable transformation is largely thanks to him. With a smile, Neptune added, Mokiai, this is the valiant Xinping, our hero of Fishman Island. I have long admired the esteemed moniker of Haixia Xinping. Thank you, my young friend Mobai, for your care towards Princess Bai Xing during this time. The two exchanged pleasantries, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Following several rounds of dining, the feast seemed to bring joy to both host and guests. Xinping hesitated before retrieving a flag from his chest, spreading it across the table as he spoke. Previously, I was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Rinyu Dao, hence I struck a deal with the Big Mom pirates. Neptune, burdened by unspeakable thoughts, sighed deeply, his eyes gradually clouding. The strength of Rinyu Dao is formidable, yet in this tumultuous era of piracy, it cannot weather too many storms. Over the years, Xinping has contributed to this nation as much as I, its king. Neptune stood and patted Xinping's shoulder, stating, as the hero of Rinyu Dao, you may represent this nation with full authority in the outside world. What does Big Mom require? Neptune inquired. The flag of Big Mom has been returned, and failure to fulfill the agreement would inevitably lead to enmity with this emperor. Although Bai Xing has awakened her Sea King abilities, and Ren Yudao is not fearful of confronting the four emperors, Neptune, as the ruler of a nation, does not wish to easily create enemies. Pirates seek merely treasures, and as beings capable of traversing the seas. The wealth accumulated in the Dragon Palace over the years is considerable. I shall provide the funds, and you shall offer protection. For Neptune, who possesses ample resources, this is hardly a concern. Every 3 months, Ren Yudao must supply a batch of exquisite underwater delicacies to the Big Mom pirates, Shun Ping declared. Is that all? Neptune replied, his face filled with confusion. After all, she is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, and the protection fee consists merely of a selection of desserts? Surely, Big Mom must be as benevolent as Whitebeard. In the New World, amidst a turbulent sea, smoke billowed and wreckage floated. Numerous pirates drifted aimlessly on the surface, blood staining the vast waters, while countless fish thrived among the corpses, indulging in this grotesque feast. In the heart of the battlefield, 5 or 6 colossal ships collided as the cacophony of battle reverberated through the air. Young ones, slay them. If we defeat them, the position of the 4 emperors shall be ours. The fierce one-eyed pirate captain, Lan Buya, raised his arm to rally his crew, eliciting a resounding response. In an instant, amidst the clashing of metal, the roars and cries intensified. Lan Buya observed that his adversaries had fallen into disarray, a wicked grin spreading across his face, revealing a set of blackened teeth. This time, he had gathered a fleet of 17 pirate ships to confront the 14 vessels of the David pirates in a brutal showdown. Spurred by a piece of news he could not resist. The David pirates had acquired the relic of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, the Tremor fruit. Logically, anyone who obtained Whitebeard's Tremor fruit would be eager to consume it. However, Captain David of the David pirates had already devoured a devil fruit. Their grand fleet was comprised of self-serving individuals, rife with suspicion and conflict. Thus, David would never bestow this Tremor fruit upon his subordinates. This presented Lan Buya with an opportunity, the chance to wield Whitebeard's power and ascend to become a new emperor. Lan Buya's gaze swept across the battlefield. At that moment, the brutal slaughter appeared to him as a mesmerizing spectacle. The bloodshed among pirates was exquisitely beautiful, like a crimson carpet laid out along his path to power. Not far from this tumultuous sea, on a small island, an unusual naval ship concealed itself within the natural bay, sheltered from the wind. It was peculiar because its flag differed from that of other naval vessels. It bore an inverted naval insignia, with a pirate skull pierced by a golden-handled sword. Teacher ZFA, it seems the battle across the way is nearing its conclusion. Of the 30 ships, only 3 remain. What a deep-seated enmity these pirates harbor. A man in peculiar attire, appearing to be in his 40s, lowered his binoculars and spoke to the one-armed elder behind him, equipped with metallic prosthetics. For these nefarious criminals, this was merely a fragment of their daily existence. And until they were entirely incapacitated, these rogues would not rest. ZFA, sporting strikingly short purple hair, responded, his upward-tilting sunglasses accentuating his formidable presence. As time progressed, the clamor of battle gradually subsided. By sheer numerical advantage, Lan Buya ultimately overwhelmed the David pirates, who could no longer resist. Ha! Lan Buya's laughter grew increasingly deranged, as the sea of corpses and blood at his feet resembled a grand carpet for his ascension. David, it has become evident that in a crew, there can only be one alpha wolf. Your pirate fleet is indeed formidable. But did you not witness the chaos during the battle? In a fight for survival, you were too preoccupied with your own defense to unite, resulting in your inevitable defeat. Lan Buya taunted the gravely injured David, who leaned against the ship's railing, his face alight with triumph. The elite fleet established by David had long been regarded as superior, and he had often conceded to Lan Buya during prior conflicts. Had it not been for the news of David possessing the Tremor fruit, he might not have found the resolve to confront David's crew. Yet now, he had vanquished the renowned David pirates, and was on the verge of acquiring Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. Bah! Lan Buya, you merely gained the advantage of a surprise attack. Even so, you have but a handful of men left. David, a rugged man with mismatched eyes and a bushy beard, spat a mixture of saliva and phlegm directly into Lan Buya's open mouth, which was agape from laughter. He cast a disdainful glance at the remaining dozen pirates still standing and scoffed, "If we were to truly engage, your little minions would have already sunk to the depths to feed the fish." Lan Buya, taken aback by the unsightly phlegm, grimaced as his expression soured. "David, I had initially contemplated granting you a dignified demise, but it appears you are unworthy of such mercy." He spat contemptuously, gripping his bloodied cleaver with a sadistic smile. The brutality of pirate methods is far more savage than one might conceive. Those who thrive on bloodshed understand the art of killing intimately, employing various cruel instruments and methods of torture. If one wished to torment a person for a month, that individual would not perish a moment sooner. David, observing the cruel smile on Lan Buya's face, felt a shiver run through him. He was no saint and was all too familiar with the torturous methods employed by pirates, having witnessed many succumb to such fates. Yet, there exists a difference between inflicting suffering and enduring it. Even a most deranged and brutal pirate would not willingly submit to torment. "Huh, I shall not grant you such satisfaction. Behold, what is this?" David retrieved a devil fruit from a small box at his waist, a smirk gracing his lips. "You invaded us in hopes of acquiring this tremor fruit, did you not?" Tremor fruit. As Lan Buya beheld the Jun Gosher into his possession, his thoughts were entirely captivated by its allure, and his expression morphed into one of madness once more. "Ah, the Jun Gosher is indeed here. Die Wei, when I harness its power to become the pirate king, I shall not forget you, my stepping stone." Ah. With a maniacal laugh, Lan Buya envisioned himself as the sovereign of the seas, his eyes gleaming with a wolf-like ferocity. As the laughter ceased, Lan Buya, his movements accelerated abruptly as he rushed toward the wing, eager to experience the might of Bovaduk. "Wait, spare me, and the Jun Gosher will be yours. Otherwise, if I must face death, I might just consume both devil fruits and perish today," Dai Wei threatened, placing the Jun Gosher near his mouth as a warning. Given the Jun Gosher's association with the world's strongest man, Dai Wei was confident that Lan Buya would not dare to gamble on his resolve. Indeed, as his threat loomed over him, Lan Buya hesitated, standing frozen in place. "Spare you? How can I be certain you won't flee with the Jun Gosher?" His face darkened as he gazed intently at the fruit. The pirates aboard his 17 ships had suffered tremendous losses after such sacrifice. He would not allow the Jun Gosher to evade his grasp. Dai Wei discerned his determination through his gaze and, after some contemplation, decided against making excessive demands. "Provide me with a small boat. After I have distanced myself safely, I will relinquish the Jun Gosher. I will have time to escape, and you will have time to collect the fruit. This seems fair for all, does it not?" Agreed, Lan Buya was about to concede when a distant horn interrupted their conversation. Alas, it's a Navy warship. The few remaining pirates, witnessing the colossal vessel approaching, were immediately thrown into a panic. Having just endured a brutal battle, they were utterly exhausted. Curse the Navy. They must have been observing us in secret for quite some time. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. So typical of the Navy, upon seeing the warship, Ungar realized the Navy had been waiting for the opportune moment to intervene. His anger surged as they intruded, just as victory was within his grasp. "Give me the Jun Gosher." He spat at Dai Wei, his teeth clenched. His crew had suffered grave losses, and without the Jun Gosher's power before engaging the Navy, his journey across the seas might come to an abrupt end. "Only if I ensure my own survival will I hand over the Jun Gosher to you." He stood his ground, unwilling to yield. He had consumed a rather ordinary fruit prior, relying solely on his own efforts to cultivate his strength. While his heart raced with anxiety, he revealed no sign of fear. Now that he sensed the possibility of survival, his mind began to devise further schemes, such as vengeance. His grand fleet, built over decades of toil, had been obliterated due to Lan's sudden attack. Such enmity could not go unpunished. Dai Wei's gaze shifted, deciding to leverage the Navy's intervention to assist him in avenging this grave injustice. Well done, Daiwei. Lambuya, infuriated, struggled to articulate his words, pointing a finger at him, his chest heaving. After a moment, he managed to calm himself, gazing at the Navy warship, now mere meters away. Lambuya closed his eyes, unable to relinquish the Junjun Gosher that was tantalizingly close. Listen up, we must muster our spirits for another battle against the Navy. If we triumph, the path to kingship will be clear, with no obstacles remaining. Desire for wealth leads to death, and birds perish for food. Opening his eyes, Lambuya's gaze brimmed with unwavering resolve as he rallied his remaining crew. Boss his weary subordinates hesitated, intending to dissuade him, but under a menacing glare, they swallowed their words, silent. The distance to the massive warship was merely seconds for it. Just as Lambuya prepared his battle cry, the Navy ships surged forth, crashing into their vessel with unrelenting force. The violent jolt sent the already injured pirates tumbling about the deck, while some corpses slipped off the shattered ship into the sea. A few quick-thinking pirates managed to anchor themselves with their weapons to maintain their balance. I thought you scoundrels would flee upon hearing the horn. Is it because your ship is damaged? Zifa leapt from the warship's bow, landing on the remnants of the pirate ship. Surveying the blood-soaked battlefield, he addressed Lambuya. I never anticipated you, known for your meticulousness, would engage in such a fierce battle with Gawei in this area. Zifa, we have long awaited our mutual destruction. Haven't we? The Navy truly never engages in a losing venture. Lambuya glared at Zifa with hatred. The Navy's timing, as he was about to reap the rewards of victory, ignited his fury to the brink. You should have remained in the shadows, but now you will pay dearly. As he concluded, bellowed, brandishing his hefty blade, imbued with haki, as he charged at Zifa, the remnants of blood giving the impression that the blade wept crimson tears. I have vanquished countless like you. Zifa scoffed, his massive mechanical arm sweeping across with formidable force. Despite his age, as a former top admiral of the Navy, he possessed more than sufficient strength to handle a pirate of mere renown in the New World. Clash! Brilliant sparks erupted as their weapons met. The overwhelming force radiated from the impact, nearly dislodging Lambuya's weapon from his grip. Subsequently, he found himself ensnared in Zifa's rhythm, forced to endure the relentless hammering of Zifa's iron arm. Meanwhile, the Inyo Navy troops did not remain idle. Though of lower rank, they were among the elite of the Navy, swiftly dismantling their opponents who were already battered from the earlier conflict. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal echoed continuously. As Zifa's strikes grew more forceful, he felt his breath becoming labored. Seizing a moment of respite, he retrieved medicine to alleviate the injuries that had accumulated over the years. By a twist of fate, Lambuya collided with the ship's plank not far from David. Cough, cough! Lambuya gasped violently, expelling a mouthful of shattered innards, before turning his gaze towards David, who was leaning against the ship's board. After a brief skirmish with Zifa, he had gained a clear understanding of the disparity in their strengths, and was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by those few who stood at the pinnacle of the ocean. Though he had made quite a name for himself in the New World, he found himself unable to defeat even the aged and injured Marine Admiral. How formidable, then, must those truly at the apex of the New World's food chain be? How powerful was the man known as the world's strongest by WhoGave? Now, the strength of that strongest man lay before him, a power capable of altering the course of his life. Give me the fruit, and I promise that I will allow you to leave after defeating the Marines, Lambuya declared fervently. This was his chance to ascend to the top of the world. Will you truly let me go? David asked, gripping the Junjun fruit tightly. Indeed, I swear it, Lambuya replied, almost impatiently. Very well, David said, his expression still hesitant, yet his hand slowly reached towards Lambuya. Just as Lambuya watched the Junjun fruit draw nearer, a look of delight spreading across his face, David smirked, revealing a mocking curvature, and tossed the fruit towards Zifa. In an instant, Lambuya's expression transformed from joy to bewilderment and then to rage. He had been outwitted by his own subordinate. You're playing me for a fool. You seek death. Lambuya glared at David, his eyes ablaze with fury as he watched the Junjun fruit fall into ZFA's hands. Meanwhile, the moment David threw the fruit, he dashed towards the Marines, and by the time Lanbia realized he had been deceived, David had already reached ZFA. Did you expect this, Lanbia? The Zhun fruit that you so desired has flown right beneath your nose. Compared to your promise, ensuring the life of Admiral ZFA is evidently far more convincing. David mocked, turning back to the fuming Lanbia, feeling an unexpected sense of security in ZFA's presence. ZFA, having admired heroes since childhood, became a hero in his hometown by the age of 14. He had once naively believed that everyone was deserving of redemption. After joining the Marines, he adhered to a principle of non-lethal engagement. However, this empathetic approach ultimately brought him immense suffering when those pirates he had spared resumed their nefarious activities and sought revenge against his family. Grieving the loss of his wife and children, ZFA grew disillusioned with his youthful ideals and developed a deep-seated hatred for pirates. Although he initially contemplated resigning, he was persuaded by his superiors and took on a position as a Marine instructor, hoping for a brighter future for the Marines. Over the years, a new generation of competent soldiers emerged under his tutelage. ZFA, filled with a sense of accomplishment, watched as his students fought against evil on the seas. Yet, at the pinnacle of his old age, a notorious pirate, responsible for the deaths of many of his students, joined the warlords of the sea and became a comrade of the Marines. How could he not feel utterly disillusioned with the world government and the Marines? Now, fueled by rage and resentment, ZFA re-entered the treacherous waters that had scarred him deeply. Do you surrender? ZFA gripped the Zhun fruit, gazing at the seemingly relaxed David with a derisive smile. It was unclear whether he was mocking the once innocent admiral who refrained from killing or the self-important David. Evil must be vanquished, ZFA roared, his massive mechanical crusher seizing David in midair. Crushing short strike, as David's astonished expression froze in disbelief. The explosive devices hidden within the crusher detonated violently. Boom! The intense explosion obliterated David, reducing him to mere fragments amidst the thick cloud of smoke. The stench of blood and shattered flesh completely overshadowed. David is indeed a fool. Thinking he could rise to the position of the strongest admiral in the Marine headquarters, training so many powerful individuals, yet remain a naive, non-lethal idealist. Lanbia initially stared in shock at the sight of David's destruction, only to erupt into manic laughter. He mocked David for believing the Marines' self-promotional narratives. The reputation of ZFA as a non-lethal admiral had been well known in the seas decades ago, but those of them living in the shadows of piracy often regarded it as a mere joke. They could not emulate such behavior nor believe that anyone could be so innocent, especially one who had survived to such an age. Have you laughed enough? If so, it's time for you to depart. ZFA scoffed, vanishing in an instant, and raised the still smoldering mechanical crusher to strike down upon Lanbia. Having just been struck and still gasping for breath, Lanbia could only raise his sword in a futile defense. Clang, clang, clang. With each collision, Lanbia's strength waned rapidly. Finally, after a particularly fierce clash, his arms faltered, and he, along with his sword, crashed onto the deck. ZFA looked down at Lanbia embedded in the deck, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Ever since the formation of the Inyo Marines, every time the Crusher struck a pirate, he felt a thrill of vengeance. The moment one became a pirate, their demise in the sea was all but inevitable. Crushing tornado! ZFA bellowed, slamming his mechanical crusher onto the deck with tremendous force. The overwhelming power caused the already damaged ship to split, spiderweb-like cracks extending across its surface. Eventually, it shattered into countless fragments, hastening its descent into the depths of the ocean, with the ship reduced to rubble. Lanbia had no chance of survival under ZFA's assault. Yet, ZFA's profound hatred for pirates compelled him to ensure, for good measure, that he fired sea prism bullets into the bodies of the pirates floating on the sea. He then ignited a fire, incinerating the remnants of the pirate ship. And only when the vessels had completely disintegrated beneath the waves did ZFA lead his crew to conclude their mission. On board the warship, ZFA sat at a table in his quarters, his gaze intensely fixed upon the Junjin fruit in his hand, even behind his sunglasses. He hesitated, contemplating whether to consume this devil fruit. Baihu Zi had demonstrated through his actions that their generation was aging. Yet like Baihu Zi, despite knowing his physical condition, still chose to storm the Marine headquarters at Marin Fander to rescue Ace. ZFA would not relinquish his resolve to eradicate all pirates from the world simply because of his advancing years. He required power, immense, unparalleled power. Yet, the Zhenzhen fruit alone would not suffice to empower this aging body to achieve his ambitions. Should he reserve it for his students for the future, or consume it himself, forcing this old body to once again play the role of a hero? ZFA's gaze lingered on the Zhenzhen fruit, his eyes flickering beneath his sunglasses. Just as he struggled to reach a decision, a ripple suddenly spread through the air before him, and a young figure stepped forth from within. The individual before him exuded an ethereal quality of detachment from the world, and the pair of bright, clear eyes, as if they contained the essence of an entire galaxy, instantly calmed ZFA's turbulent heart upon their first encounter. "Who are you?" Zhefao inquired, his previously furrowed brow relaxing as he gestured towards the adjacent chair, inviting Mo Bai to sit and converse leisurely. He reclined back, allowing the weight of his body to settle against the chair, his decades of life experience leading him to discern the absence of malice in the newcomer at first glance. With age comes an inability to remain still. Since there was no ill intent emanating from the visitor, it was only natural for him to engage in dialogue. "Please, just call me Mo Bai," he said. Strength serves as a person's foundation, and Mo Bai took the liberty of sitting beside ZFA, pouring himself a cup of hot tea from the kettle on the small table. He was surprised to find a robust and towering ZFA to be so approachable. Were not instructors meant to be fearsome? The name Mo Bai was somewhat familiar to ZFA, yet he could not immediately recall where he had heard it. He nodded and asked, "Were you sent here by the world government or the Navy as an envoy?" Having detached himself from the Navy to establish the Inyo Navy, ZFA had anticipated that the world government and the Navy would promptly send someone to placate him, believing that with his years of service, merely revoking Whitebeard II's warlord status might allow him to pretend that the events had never transpired. However, he felt as if he had been forgotten in recent days. ZFA momentarily lost himself in thought before quickly regaining composure, taking a sip of his tea and inquiring, "What brings you here, Mo Bai? Do you require assistance with a dilemma?" If it were a matter concerning pirates, he mused, the local navy would surely be more adept at providing help. ZFA regarded Mo Bai with curiosity, feeling a fondness for this uniquely composed junior who seemed so out of place in such chaotic times. From Mo Bai, he perceived the embodiment of what life should resemble in a peaceful world. It is time to revisit the heroes of yore. The hero should not fade into obscurity. Mo Bai, clad in light black attire, spoke earnestly. He reflected on how, unlike the heroes in childhood tales who enjoyed happy endings, reality often painted a somber picture of their fates, which were unworthy of their once glorious status. Now, Mo Bai possessed the means to alter ZFA's destiny, to transform the tragic narrative into one of hope. Heroes. Upon hearing the name of the character he had portrayed in his youth, ZFA's pupils dilated, drawn back into a realm of memories. It was his own naive aspirations that had ultimately led to the demise of his loved ones. What hero Z? Merely a deluded child. If you wish to discuss such matters, perhaps you should read some impractical fairy tales, ZFA replied, his brow furrowing as he addressed Mo Bai. The tragic loss of his family at the hands of a spared pirate had shaken his previous convictions, and he was reluctant to delve further into such painful topics. ZFA's sudden rise in tone startled those outside the door. In addition to Zhuoxiu, who had other duties, a striking beauty named Ai Un, with waves of sea blue hair, and a male companion named Ben Z, burst through the door. Upon encountering the unfamiliar figure in the room, AIN and Ben Z quickly positioned themselves protectively in front of ZFA, casting wary glances at Mo Bai. "Teacher ZFA, are you all right?" Ilnaskid, concern etched on her face, while Ben Z, clad in a peculiar ninja outfit, remained vigilant against Mo Bai. I am fine. I merely became momentarily agitated, raising my voice. Stand down. He harbors no ill intentions, ZFA reassured them, shaking his head. Witnessing his student's concern warmed his heart, yet intensified his disdain for Whitebeard too, who had caused harm to so many of his pupils. Following his words, AIN and Ben Z obediently took their positions behind ZFA, though their gazes remained suspiciously fixed on Mo Bai. They had lingered by the door out of concern for ZFA's well-being, yet had not discerned how Mo Bai had entered. Now, Mo Bai, if you have further matters to discuss, please do so swiftly. Otherwise, do not disturb this old man, ZFA expressed with evident impatience. Recognizing the unmistakable hint to take his leave, Mo Bai drained his cup in one gulp. He glanced at the Zhang Guoshi in ZFA's hand and remarked, I never expected Whitebeard Zhang Guoshi to be here. In the original narrative, the Zhang would end up in Blackbeard's possession. However, due to Mo Bai's cunning, Blackbeard had been ensnared and impelled down, leading to the fruit's unintended release. Of course, the primary reason for its availability was that the reckless Mo Bai had been preoccupied with his beautiful yet foolish wife. ZFA noted Mo Bai's lack of greed upon encountering the Dunjun Gushi, feeling quite pleased with the demeanor of this junior. With a chuckle, he tossed the Dunjun Gushi into the air and asked, What, do you not wish to seize it? This capability once belonged to the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard. It would fetch a king's ransom if sold. Do you wish for me to do so, Mr. ZFA? Mo Bai countered, extending his hand, and in an instant, the Junjun Guoshi, which had been in ZFA's grasp, was now firmly held by Mo Bai. ZFA, caught off guard mid-throw, froze momentarily, as did AIN and Ben Z, who stared in astonishment at the Junjun Guoshi now in Mo Bai's possession. Before they could utter a word, Mo Bai tossed the Junjun Guoshi back to ZFA. Well then, it is getting late. We must attend to more pressing matters, Mo Bai declared, and a radiant emerald light enveloped ZFA's form. Teacher Shefa, AIN and Ben Z exclaimed in unison, their shock palpable as they prepared to confront Mo Bai, only to be halted by ZFA's voice. Stop. Mo Bai means no harm, he instructed the two, then closed his eyes to attune himself to the sensations within his body. The emerald light seemed to penetrate deeply into his ailments, instilling a profound sense of relief, with every cell in his body rejoicing in the revival of life. AIN and Ben Z stood frozen, their expressions shifting from worry to awe as they witnessed the visible disappearance of the scars on ZFA's exposed skin, which became smooth and unblemished. But that was not all. The mechanical arm that had once replaced his severed right arm began to visibly regenerate. In mere moments, the arm he had sacrificed to protect his students was restored, the mechanical limb falling away to the ground. When Mo Bai finally ceased, ZFA, now in his 70s, appeared rejuvenated, as if he had reverted to his prime. Hey, AIN, pinch me. I need to know if I'm dreaming, Ben Z exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You are not dreaming. I see it too. AIN replied, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Bai, filled with questions yet fearing the answers they might yield. Indeed, in the vast oceans, certain extraordinary devil fruits could bestow unimaginable powers, just as her backward fruit allowed her to perceive the emotions of AIN, who seemed poised to speak yet hesitated. She understood her thoughts, but merely smiled without responding. Any rhetoric fell short in comparison to the stark reality before them. As the emerald light faded, ZFA swiftly opened his eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as the once persistent pain in his ailments subsided entirely. Observing his restored right arm, he awkwardly attempted to flex his fingers, watching as they moved in accordance with his will. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he clenched his right hand into a fist, unleashing a powerful aura that enveloped his arm in a darkness as profound as ink. His arm had truly healed. ZFA gazed nostalgically at the arm he had lost and regained. It had returned, yet his students remained on that fateful ship from years past. Mr. ZFA, The chaos upon the seas has not yet ceased. Indulging in sorrow prematurely is unwise, Mubai interjected, breaking Zfa's reverie. Subsequently, a sphere of light materialized in Mubai's hand and shot towards Zfa, swiftly merging with his body. Ding! Zfa had acquired the legacy of the formidable Seti. Following the conclusion of the war with Noxus, the underground kingdom of Ionia began to rise, with Seti emerging as a dominant force. Having defeated all local fighters and claiming the blood-soaked arena he once battled in. As the white light entered him, Zfa was momentarily taken aback, sensing his blood roaring within him, filled with an inexhaustible power. It was a delightful sensation. What is this? Zfa flexed his fist, observing the prominent veins and bulging muscles in his arm, and curiously inquired of Mubai. The use of the Zhen fruit's ability invariably affected the user. Yet now Mr. Zfa could disregard this issue, Mubai simply stated, offering no further elaboration. Before this encounter, Mubai had contemplated bestowing the legacy of Noxus's Commander Swain upon Zfa. After all, the power of the Demon Hand could serve as a replacement for Zfa's lost arm, and with Swain's abilities, Zfa could glimpse the secrets of the dead like a shadowy raven, thus better addressing the scourge of piracy. However, upon meeting Zfa, he realized that Swain's powers were ill-suited for him. Although Zfa felt profound disillusionment towards the world government and the Navy, denying his past naive notions, the essence of Hero Z still lingered within him. He was ill-equipped for convoluted schemes. He simply desired to strike against evil with clarity and force. Ha ha ha, Mubai. I accept your sentiment. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall surely help. Zfa laughed heartily, clapping Mubai on the shoulder, gratitude and joy evident in his demeanor. To eradicate all the world's pirates, he required strength, and now, with Mubai not only restoring his severed arm, but also enabling him to bypass the side effects of wielding the Zhen fruit's powers, his ambitions were no longer mere fantasies. Armed with an admiral-level strength, coupled with the renowned Zhen fruit, he was confident he could confront any notorious pirate upon the seas. To eradicate all the world's pirates and restore balance to the world, this future appeared increasingly attainable in his grasp. I hope Mr. Zfa does not find me a bother. Mubai politely smiled. Given his prowess, he naturally would not require to trouble Zfa, yet the intricacies of human interactions were universally understood, save for Akainu. Having concluded the affairs of this visit, Mubai opened a spatial portal, preparing to depart, when he inadvertently caught sight of a rather unpleasing scene. The vibrant, youthful Ain, clad in revealing shorts, had her long, slender legs marred by a scar left by a cross-shaped blade, tarnishing what could have been a masterpiece of beauty. Miseon, greeting. I am Mubai. He approached, extending his cordiality. You know me? Ain, bewildered by being addressed by name upon their first encounter, scrutinized Mubai while pondering where they might have crossed paths. Of course, I know all the beautiful girls, Mubai replied, eliciting a subtle flutter of Ain's eyelids. Such a cliché remark had last graced her ears during a confession of Major Akiji to Major Momotaro at Navy headquarters. Is there something you need? Aon inquired, tilting her head. Impressed by Mubai's earlier assistance in restoring Zfa, she regarded him favorably. You witnessed the situation with Mr. Zfa. Do you require assistance as well? Mubai gestured toward the unsightly scar on Ain's thigh. Restore the scar? Ain's lashes fluttered as she touched the rough patch on her otherwise smooth leg. It had slipped her mind amidst her concern for her teacher's condition, but now, Mubai appeared to be the solution to her dilemma. I would appreciate your help, she said, pursing her lips. Not a bother at all, Mubai assured her, maintaining a calm exterior while internally elated. Once again, emerald light enveloped his hands, tendrils creeping up Ain's delicate leg. Unlike the distant healing performed on Zfa, this time Mubai placed his hands directly on Ain's leg, gently caressing the smooth surface of this exquisite piece of art. Mubai, Aon murmure softly, a blush creeping on her face, marking her as a target of infatuation in their initial encounter. In contrast, Zfa having just ingested the Junjin fruit, was incensed upon witnessing Mu Bai take advantage of his student. His violet hair stood on end. "You rascal Mu Bai, taking liberties with my student right before me," Zfa bellowed, furrowing his brow. At that moment, his fist swung towards Mu Bai's head. Lacking the armed color and descending style characteristic of Karp's famed iron fist of love. Feeling the rush of wind above, Mu Bai reluctantly withdrew from the exquisite art form, instantly appearing before the spatial portal to evade the blow. "Miss AIN, do be sure to contact me for any scar removal services in the future," Mu Bai called back, unsated. AIN and Binzi exchanged glances, stifling laughter at the peculiar expression on Zfa's face, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, perhaps due to his newfound youthfulness. Laughing while being taken advantage of, Zfa realized he had lost his composure in front of his students, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Next time, do not hesitate to act decisively, you troublesome students." With that, he ushered the two out of the room. "How the children have grown," Zfa mused, returning to his seat, his thoughts wandering back to the days aboard that training ship, reminiscing about the sight of his students falling before him. Zfa's hands instinctively glowed with a pale light, fracturing the surrounding air like a spider's web, shattering the wooden handle to pieces. Time flowed on, and before he knew it, months had passed since the war at the summit. In addition to the fierce clashes among various pirates in the New World vying for the legacy of the Whitebeard pirates, the most salient topic during this period remains the selection of the next fleet admiral of the Navy. As any organization reaches a certain level of development, a cacophony of voices inevitably arises, and the Navy is no exception. Beyond those who have joined the Navy due to their powerful backgrounds, individuals who choose to enlist during this chaotic era possess their own unique interpretations of justice, albeit to varying degrees. While they all share a resolute commitment to the overarching goal of eradicating piracy, their personal understandings have led to the emergence of numerous factions within Navy. The most prominent of these are the hawkish and dovish factions. The Hawks, led by Akainu, fervently uphold the doctrine of absolute justice, believing that all pirates and criminal elements must be annihilated at any cost. Conversely, the dovish faction, spearheaded by Akiji, advocates for a more measured approach, asserting that decisions should be made with comprehensive consideration of all factors. Although the two factions typically do not exhibit significant discord, the impending decision that will shape the Navy's trajectory for the next decade, and perhaps beyond, has ignited fervent debates between them. After a series of impassioned exchanges, the Navy ultimately presented two candidates to the higher echelons of the world government for a decision. In the conference room of the five elders in Mary Geos, the five members convened for a new assembly. The Navy had nominated Sakazuki and Kuzan, and the elders deliberated their views on the candidates for Fleet Admiral. "Is it possible to parachute a Fleet Admiral into this role?" inquired the curly-haired elder, leaning over the table. "If we miss this opportunity, it may not come again." The round-faced elder with a mustache surveyed the room before responding, "No." The elder with a sword, who resembled a dog and donned glasses, shook his head thoughtfully and remarked, "The nature of the Navy differs from that of the CP organizations. Their personnel hail from all corners of the world, and a parachuted appointment would not be recognized. Are we merely to stand by and watch? That scoundrel Karp has significant influence within the Navy. If one day his son, Dragon, leads the Revolutionary Army to attack Mary Geos, will the Navy still heed our commands?" The round-faced elder exclaimed, visibly agitated. Even with the full might of the Navy deployed during the War on the Peak, they were still unable to secure the bloodline of the Pirate King, Roger, in the form of Ace, who was rescued by the Whitebeard pirates. He firmly believed that there was more to this than met the eye. The Navy had vanquished Whitebeard, gaining considerable prominence, yet this was not the outcome desired by the world government. They sought to publicly announce Ace's identity and execute him, using the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates to instill fear in those who harbored ambitions against the world government from the shadows. In truth, the world government had garnered no advantages during the War on the Peak, and Ace's rescue had compelled them to acknowledge the threat posed by the Monkey family, necessitating a strategy to firmly control the Navy. Karp's disciple, Akiji had once trained under him, and the curly-haired elder recalled some pertinent information about Akiji, saying, "Let Akainu become the fleet admiral. His conduct over the years is well known. He will not refuse any command from above." We have all witnessed Akainu's unwavering resolve, and his military demeanor commands respect, as he will stop at nothing to fulfill orders. Except for that failure in Sabaody, his record is impeccable. At this juncture, a compliant fleet admiral was precisely what the world government required. Akainu sounds just right. The sword-wielding elder concurred with the curly-haired elder's endorsement, adding, "Zifa's situation must also be addressed timely. If the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu personally orders the execution of a legendary instructor of the Navy, it will undoubtedly plant a deep-seated thorn in the hearts of Zifa's students, ultimately pushing Akainu to align with us." From a moment they invited the second Edward Weevil to become a warlord of the sea post-war on the Peak, they had devised this scheme. Zifa, a pivotal figure within the Navy, had connections that spanned the entire organization, and any hint of ambition from him could easily lead to the Navy's detachment from the world government. Each day he remained alive posed a risk to the world government. Only by eliminating Zifa could they dismantle the Navy's most substantial faction, and by having the newly appointed Fleet Admiral order Zifa's execution, they would significantly isolate the new admiral. Ultimately, whether for self-interest or otherwise, he would have no choice but to yield to them. Seated at the pinnacle of global power, the elders were certainly not foolish. Their previous adversaries were mere trifles, easily crushed with a flick of a finger, and thus not worthy of their serious contemplation. Libby decided. On that very afternoon, the world government dispatched the appointment letter for the new fleet admiral to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The swiftness of this action left those who were still observing in sheer astonishment. Particularly, the direct appointment of Akainu as the fleet admiral sent waves of reaction through the ranks. In the admiral's office, Sengoku held the appointment letter, murmuring to himself. In regard to the selection of the fleet admiral, he had always held Akiji in higher regard. The responsibilities that accompany the position of fleet admiral are immense. And with Akainu's stern and uncompromising demeanor, the Navy would find itself at a crossroads of historical significance from the moment he ascended. It is foreseeable that during Akainu's tenure, the Navy will either bravely navigate the vast seas with a clear vision or succumb to a state of decline, plunging the world into deeper chaos. There exists no third possibility. Sengoku silently pinched his brow, reflecting on Akainu's iron-fisted actions during the war on the Peak and the subsequent turmoil in the seas following Whitebeard's demise. Perhaps, in the face of such chaos, what the Navy truly requires is a ruthless and decisive figure like Akainu to bring an end to this era of crime. Alas, Akiji was born in the wrong time. Sengoku sighed and shook his head. Akiji's interpretation of justice aligns more closely with the choices of the majority. Yet such tempered justice is ill-suited for this dark and tumultuous hour. It was not the five elders who chose Akainu. Rather, it was the era that selected him. The news of Akainu's appointment as Fleet Admiral quickly spread throughout the Navy headquarters, sparking discussions among the personnel, though these merely amounted to idle chatter, with no one expressing strong opinions on the matter. In a wooden pavilion, Akainu, buoyed by the news of his impending promotion, was in high spirits, engaging in self-care rituals. He sat at the tea table, clad only in a towel that revealed his scar-laden chest, cultivating his inner self. At the same time, he contemplated how to effectively combat piracy and crime once he assumed the mantle of Fleet Admiral. Akainu had long held a deep disdain for the Navy's image of weakness and vacillation in recent years. During his initial tenure in the Navy, Sengoku had yet to ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral. At that time, Carp was relentlessly pursuing the pirate King Roger across the globe, and after finally gaining strength, the Navy was still compelled to evade confrontations with the four emperors of the sea without authorization from headquarters. Such indignities were utterly intolerable. Now, he can finally unleash his full potential. Akainu had just savored a delicious bowl of hot tea when he heard footsteps outside the door. Upon turning to investigate, he found it was Akiji, who had narrowly missed out on the position of Fleet Admiral. "I have claimed the title of Admiral," If you harbor any resentment, we can settle it through our actions, Akainu declared, placing his teacup down. They had known each other for several decades, and prior to the O'Hara incident, Akainu had held a positive view of Aokiji, and their relationship was quite amicable. However, after the divergences brought about by the O'Hara incident, Aokiji's subsequent despondency rendered Akainu indifferent towards him, and they drifted apart. Their later expedition to Tsurima had provided a momentary respite in their fraternal bond. Though their relationship remained tenuous, they still did not acknowledge each other's ideologies, but were at least willing to pause and seek understanding. You truly are a troublesome individual. Speaking of settling matters through action first, Aokiji remarked, scratching his tousled hair as he sat cross-legged opposite Akainu. I have no interest in the burdensome position of Fleet Admiral. Aren't you going to offer me a cup of tea for your guest? That is certainly better than being indolent, Akainu replied gruffly, pouring tea into a cup for Aokiji before filling his own. What brings you here? Akainu inquired, sitting up straight, his demeanor starkly contrasting with Aokiji's relaxed posture. After taking a sip of tea, Aokiji adopted a serious expression and looked at Akainu. As Fleet Admiral, you must consider the bigger picture. The pursuit of quick success often leads to irreversible consequences. Aokiji came to Akainu with these words precisely because he understood him. The Navy indeed reigned supreme over the seas. But with such vast territory, a sudden onslaught from pirates could swiftly turn that dominance into a precarious situation. You need not worry about that. I possess far more experience dealing with pirates than you do, Akainu interjected, his resolute face brimming with confidence. He had spent decades on the front lines combating pirates, far more knowledgeable about the task than Aokiji, who often took leisurely breaks. I wish you success, Aokiji nodded, his eyes filled with pity as he gazed at the self-assured Akainu before taking his leave. Due to Sengoku's eagerness to retire, the appointment process for the Fleet Admiral was expedited. By that evening, the ceremony to appoint Akainu took place in the small square of Marineford. After a brief opening speech, Sengoku, under the watchful eyes of the entire Navy, saw Akainu ascend to the throne that symbolized the Fleet Admiral. The entire ceremony was completed in under an hour, and Akainu was promptly moved into the Admiral's office, just as he began to envision leading the Navy toward a new chapter of justice. The moment he stepped into the office, he was taken aback. Was that towering pile of documents merely a figment of his imagination? Rubbing his eyes, he retreated a step, glancing at the sign reading Fleet Admiral's office, and took a deep breath. This time, he would step in with his right foot. Upon entering the office, the daunting stack of documents still loomed before him. This was no illusion. Akainu stared blankly at the unfamiliar office, recalling how clean Sengoku's desk had been during his visits. As he observed the dim light filtering through the window, the position of Fleet Admiral gradually transformed in his eyes into a shadowy prison. Exhaling deeply, Akainu reluctantly took a seat at the desk and silently reached for the topmost stack of documents. Numerous pirate usurpations have occurred in the West Sea, suspected to be orchestrated by a larger mastermind, requesting support for the Navy's 092 branch base. Glancing at the thick pile of documents on the desk, the vigor in Akainu's gaze diminished significantly as he came to understand Sengoku's predicament. It was no wonder that Garp could chase after Pirate King Roger without concern. The news of Akainu's appointment as Fleet Admiral was but a fleeting excitement. In this chaotic sea, fresh events unfolded every moment, especially as various pirates emerged to contest the vacant Yonko position left by Whitebeard's demise. In this tumultuous ocean, strength was of paramount importance. Any semblance of morality crumbled before the might of the powerful. Among the fray of pirates showcasing their prowess, the most likely candidate to inherit the Yonko title from Whitebeard was undoubtedly Edward Weevil, the self-proclaimed son of the strongest man in the world. Possessing the strength reminiscent of Whitebeard's youth, Weevil had already eliminated many former members of the Whitebeard pirates, leaving devastation in his wake. Mom, none of Whitebeard's sons compare to me. I am his true son, Weevil declared as he emerged from the ruins, addressing Miss Bakken, who was scavenging for treasure. Indeed, you are his true son, Miss Bakken replied without looking up, rummaging through the debris for valuables. After a long search, she finally spotted a slender gold necklace on a corpse. A bunch of paupers, Miss Backen exclaimed, yanking the necklace from the corpse and spitting on it. As she turned her anger towards the towering Weevil before her, she began to punch and kick him. Ouch, that hurts, Weevil whimpered, confused as to why his mother was hitting him, yet too afraid to evade her blows. Eventually, Miss Backen grew tired and, gazing at the pitiful Weevil, pouted. This is because Mommy will always love you. Those simple words soothed the foolish Weevil. Miss Backen, however, was dissatisfied with the meager jewels they had collected, as their recent conquests consisted solely of minor members of the White-Beard Pirates, yielding little in valuable treasures. After contemplating, Miss Backen, with a greedy expression, proposed to Weevil, next, let's head to Whitebeard's homeland, Sphinx. I've heard that most of the former Whitebeard pirates are still residing there. We must reclaim Whitebeard's legacy. It rightfully belongs to us. Yes, Mommy. I am Whitebeard's son. His legacy should belong to you, Weevil replied, trailing closely behind Miss Backen, tears streaming down his face. Not long after they departed, a massive warship docked on the island. Observing the ruins and the flames, Binz, clad in a ninja outfit, swiftly assessed the situation. Zifa-sensei, we have arrived too late. Edward Weevil has already left, Binz reported upon returning to the warship, his eyes filled with reverence as he looked at Zifa. Throughout their journey, every pirate they encountered fell silent under Zifa's black-armored might. Even the most notorious pirates were eliminated before they could utter a plea for mercy. Too late, you say? Zifa clenched his fists at the news, then gradually relaxed, issuing the order, search the island for any survivors. Now in a state stronger than his peak, he was in no rush to exact vengeance on Weevil for his students. Upon hearing the news, Binz immediately led his team into action. His abundant fruits were perfectly suited for excavation amidst the ruins as they sought life in the homeland of Baihuzi, Sifink. Apart from a few who were unwilling to remain pirates and chose to return to a simpler life, the rest of the Baihuzi pirates had temporarily settled near Marco's small clinic. They regularly assisted Marco in gathering herbs and helped the local residents cultivate the land, engaging in various menial tasks, thus integrating quite well into the community. That day, the members of the Baihuzi pirates responsible for fishing along the coast were hauling in their nets when they unexpectedly spotted a medium-sized sailboat approaching the island from afar. The pirate who noticed the ship quickly grabbed a telescope, and, upon a single glance, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Standing at the bow of that vessel, wielding a large sword, was none other than the notorious Edward Wyber, the so-called son of Baihuzi, who had recently gained notoriety by trampling over the Baihuzi pirates. How could someone who tarnished the old man's reputation possibly be his biological son? The pirate gritted his teeth and hurriedly rowed ashore, sprinting back to deliver the news. Captain Marco! Captain Ace! He shouted as he ran. Upon reaching Marco's clinic, several captains emerged upon hearing the commotion. Slow down, what is going on? Marco, having taken on the role of a doctor for some time, now exuded a refined demeanor as he handed the pirate a cup of water. Thank you, Captain Marco. The pirate gulped down the water, his breath gradually calming, and spoke to Marco and the others, that scoundrel who has been slaughtering our brothers at sea, claiming to be the old man's biological son, is heading this way. That guy is coming? Captain Marco, is he really the old man's biological son? Ace asked, his eyes narrowing as he sought confirmation from Marco. The Baihuzi pirates regarded one another as brothers and sisters, and Wyber's actions would naturally be met with their disdain. However, given the debt of gratitude they owed to Baihuzi, if Wyber were indeed his true son, they would not resort to lethal force against him, even for the old man's sake. How would I know about matters between men and women? Marco Cachuelistrat, regardless. We cannot allow him to continue attacking members of the Baihuzi pirates. Fine, then let us subdue him for now. Ace nodded in agreement. In recent times, Wyber had attacked numerous members of the Baihuzi pirates. Yet, they had been under siege, making it difficult to intervene. Now that Wyber had come to them, Ace and the others would certainly seize this splendid opportunity. Let us go confront this fellow who bears the title of the old man's biological son, Ace declared. As the waves crashed rhythmically upon the shore, Wyber and Miss Bakin's sailboat successfully docked at the beach. The remnants of the WhoGave pirates, including Marco the Phoenix, Ace the Fire Fist, and Diamond Jaws, were all gathered there. Miss Bikini gazed greedily at the throng on the shore, contemplating the vast treasures WhoGave had amassed over decades of dominance as one of the four emperors. Once she dealt with these remnants of the WhoGave pirates, no one would contest her claim to WhoGave's legacy. "Hey, old woman, is this guy really the old man's son?" Ace inquired, casting a glance at Wyber's long white beard, lending some credence to the rumors circulating outside. "Old woman." Miss Bikini's face flushed with anger upon hearing Ace's address. As a woman, no one is indifferent to their age, especially someone like Miss Bikini, despite her advanced years, was still keen on adorning herself with treasures. Her wrinkled visage tightened further as she pointed at the WhoGave pirates on the shore. "You disrespectful lot. Son, show them your strength." "All right, Mom." Wyber quickly sprang into action at Miss Bikini's command. His eyes bulged as he leapt from the ship, brandishing his large sword before the members of the WhoGave pirates. "You have angered my mother," Wyber roared, twirling his sword with immense force as he swung it towards the crowd. "Let me handle this," a deep voice called out. Jaws stepped forward from the crowd, his formidable physique instantly enveloped in a dazzling diamond sheen as he boldly confronted Wyber's blade. With a thunderous crash, Wyber's sword collided with Jaws', resulting in a fierce stalemate as neither was willing to yield. Surprised, Wyber gazed at Jaws, who possessed the strength reminiscent of WhoGave in his youth. A rarity in the seas. "I am the true son of WhoGave," Wyber bellowed again, exerting more force on the hilt of his sword, pushing Jaws back a few steps. "How is this possible? Captain Jaws can lift a mountain." The members of the WhoGave pirates looked on in disbelief as they witnessed Jaws falter in the struggle. "This fellow is indeed formidable," Ace thought, regarding Wyber with a serious expression, initially believing him to be merely a pretender basking in the old man's glory. It was now evident that his strength was not to be underestimated. "Let us all strike together. We cannot afford any missteps in the old man's homeland." Ace instructed Marco and Bista, to which they nodded in agreement. Had this not been WhoGave's homeland, they might have engaged Wyber in a fair contest. However, since Wyber had chosen to fight here, they could not be expected to adhere to chivalry. As Wyber pressed his advantage against Jaws, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, the members of the WhoGave pirates began to take action. Fastest among them was Marco, who, at the moment of decision, transformed into his hybrid form. His arms morphed into wings of burning blue flames as he soared low at an incredible speed. Phoenix Strike. Marco's clawed feet intertwined to form a seal, unleashing a powerful shockwave towards Wyber. Though Wyber was foolish, he was still skilled in combat. Sensing the impending attack from the WhoGave pirates through his observation hockey, he pushed Jaws back with a single stroke. As Marco's swift attack approached, Wyber immediately raised his sword in defense. With a resounding boom, Wyber managed to block Marco's Phoenix Strike, yet the urgency of his response resulted in him being forced back a distance. Following this, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as the surrounding members of the WhoGave pirates unleashed a barrage of bullets, enveloping Wyber in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke lingered without dissipating, Wyber's plaintive voice emerged from within. "Mommy, it hurts. I'm in pain." Upon hearing the sound, Ace and Bista exchanged a glance, simultaneously springing into action. Firefly Demo. Ace's hand spread forth, releasing countless green glowing fireballs into the surrounding area. As his voice resonated, the fireballs swiftly converged towards the billowing smoke. Rose Dance. Bista leaped into the air, brandishing his twin swords, scattering a multitude of red rose petals down into the smoke below. Their attacks struck almost simultaneously within the haze. Boom! The red rose petals, accompanied by the green fireballs, exploded through the choking black smoke, revealing the battered and disheveled figure of Weevil. "Mama, it hurts! It hurts!" Weevil wailed, rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames clinging to his body. Miss Bakken, witnessing Weevil's pitiful state under the concentrated fire of the Whitebeard pirates, felt an unsettling panic rise within her. Was it not said that the Whitebeard pirates had been reduced to mere remnants by the Marines, unable to pose any threat? How could they still possess such strength? The turmoil in her heart surged, yet her demeanor remained composed as she shouted to Weevil, "My dear son, if you defeat them, the entire world will know you are the one true son of Whitebeard. They have usurped the legacy your father left for us. Go, reclaim what is rightfully ours." With the flames on his body nearly extinguished and fueled by Miss Backen's words, Weevil's pain was overshadowed by a blazing fury. "Indeed, I am the one and only son of Whitebeard. I shall slay all of you wretched villains who have stolen what belongs to us," Weevil bellowed, his eyes blazing with intensity. Damn it! What nonsense is this about the Whitebeard pirates being a mere shadow of their former selves after his death? The Marines speak nothing but lies. Miss Backen, her expression grim, rode with fervor, cursing under her breath. Her audacity to attack the Whitebeard pirates so recklessly after his death stemmed not only from her greed for the treasures left behind, but also from the insinuations of the staff she encountered when invited to become one of the Shichibukai, which hinted at the disarray within the Whitebeard pirates. She had expected Weevil, inheriting Whitebeard's youthful strength, to easily dispatch the remnants of his crew. Yet, reality had proven her wrong. Their strength remained formidable, and with a powerful leader, they could swiftly reform into a crew rivaling the emperors of the sea. "All that is left are these treasures. How wretched my remaining days will be," Miss Backen lamented, her thoughts drifting to the amassed treasures on the ship. A hint of melancholy crossing her face, though she could swap out her jewelry every few days, with the loss of Weevil as her strong arm. Her future quality of life would undoubtedly plummet. The prospect of living in poverty without new jewels was unbearable. However, she was grateful to have escaped. As she sighed while gazing at the sea, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead, blocking the sunlight. Instinctively, Miss Backen looked up to find Marco, transformed into his phoenix form, hovering closely above her. "Phoenix Marco!" Miss Backen exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she frantically wielded her oar. Despite being just a frail old woman, she adeptly maneuvered the medium-sized sailboat across the waves with her over-a-meter-long oar, defying the laws of physics. "Hey, Miss Backen, stop. You can't escape," Marco said, effortlessly keeping pace with her as he flapped his wings. Observing the frantic old woman below, he offered a gentle warning. However, Miss Backen was undeterred. Having commanded Weevil to navigate the seas for many years, she knew too well the cruel methods pirates employed. Not even a seasoned veteran could withstand such torment. Thus, she rowed even faster. Marco followed her for over 10 minutes until the old woman's strength finally waned, her arms trembling like noodles. "No more running, no more running," Miss Backen gasped, collapsing onto the deck, panting heavily. What a nuisance. It would have been better to do this sooner. As Marco prepared to escort her back to the island for further deliberation on their situation, Miss Backen suddenly let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, flailing her arms. "Bring me the jewels from the ship. They are my entire savings accumulated over the years." In light of her potential connection to Whitebeard, Marco had no choice but to pinch his nose and bind Miss Backen, rowing her and her treasures back to Sphinx. After securing both Miss Backen and Weevil, the members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered to discuss their next course of action. "Well, did you get any answers? Is Weevil truly the biological son of our father?" Ace inquired of Marco, who had just returned after questioning Miss Backen. "The information remains unchanged. Miss Backen insists that our father once loved her, and Weevil is the fruit of their love. That foolish boy is incapable of providing any useful information," Marco replied, hands in pockets, wearing a look of exasperation. "Ever since she realized we had no intention of killing them due to our father's influence, Miss Backen has been clamoring for us to hand over our father's inheritance. But our father was never interested in treasures sought after by others. What could he possibly leave behind?" No matter how he tried to explain, she remains unconvinced, firmly believing we intend to seize our father's legacy. Marco shook his head in resignation. He had much more to say, but refrained, knowing Miss Backen was attempting to sway him with various arguments to gain control over the Whitebeard pirates. The complexities of relationships between men and women can be quite troublesome, especially with this mess our father left behind. Since reasoning has failed, we cannot let them go free," Ace stated. Given Miss Backen's obstinacy, allowing her to leave would only result in her continuing to attack the Whitebeard pirates from the shadows. Moreover, Whitebeard had always sought familial bonds on the sea. How could he have left any substantial inheritance? Let's find 2 devil fruits for them to consume, and prepare 2 pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs to restrain them, Ace proposed, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Absolutely. I'll have the crew gather intel on the devil fruits. As for the sea prism stones, we have some stock in the warehouse. Crafting 2 pairs of handcuffs mixed with sea prism powder shouldn't be an issue. Josen nodded in agreement. With Miss Backen's unpredictable nature, they could not afford to let their guard down, especially considering Weevil's formidable strength. If trouble arose, it would undoubtedly be significant. Utilizing the combination of devil fruits and sea prism stones to weaken them was indeed a clever strategy. Then it's settled. Ace clapped his hands, finalizing their plan for the 2. As night deepened and the stars and moon vanished behind the clouds, Weevil snored softly in the dark storage room. Displeased, Miss Jean muttered to herself, expressing her dissatisfaction with the treatment she received. Observing that the Whitebeard pirates had refrained from inflicting severe punishment upon them, she surmised that the crew still held affection for Whitebeard. Initially, she intended to leverage her status as Whitebeard's lover to gain influence within the crew. Yet Marco showed her no chance, dismissing her attempts to communicate. With a swift series of slaps, he awakened Weevil, who had been peacefully slumbering, leaving him to emit helpless whimpers due to the gag obstructing his mouth. Do not speak unless I permit it. Do you understand? Miss Jean stated ominously, halting her actions upon seeing Weevil awaken. After confirming his understanding with a nod, she removed the gag, saying, "Now, free yourself. What do these chains think they could do to you? They are nothing but feeble strands." Weevil possessed the strength of Whitebeard in his youth. To him, those chains were as weak as overcooked noodles. Upon receiving Miss Jin's command, Weevil tensed his muscles and forcefully pulled, shattering the chains that bound him into several segments, which fell onto the pile of straw. Miss Jean observed with satisfaction as Weevil regained his composure, despite his dusty and disheveled appearance. If she could not obtain influence, she would resort to destruction. Knowing the Whitebeard pirates were on guard against her seizing power, she resolved not to hold back. A fierce glint crossed her eyes as she retrieved a special Den Mushi, linked directly to the Gorosei, and dialed the number. "Is there something urgent at this late hour? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation," came the irate voice of one of the Gorosei, clearly disturbed from his dreams. Had it not been for Ms. Jin's timely wrapping of the Den Mushi in her clothing, this outburst would have drawn unwanted attention. "Please, esteemed Gorosei, calm your anger. I have critical information to report," she said with an obsequious tone, revealing her obsession with wealth and power through her attitude towards Whitebeard's legacy. "I have successfully infiltrated Whitebeard's homeland, Sphinx. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are here, and to prevent any of them from escaping, I kindly request the Gorosei to dispatch some reinforcements." Even while communicating through the Den Mushi, Miss Jean maintained a submissive demeanor. The world government was a powerful ally. A mere trickle of their resources could ensure her lavish lifestyle moving forward. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? The Gorosei, on the other end, paused momentarily, taken aback. They had invited Weevil to become a warlord, not only to sever the ties between the Navy and Zephyr, but also to leverage Weevil's strength and lineage. The establishment of the warlords was intended to balance the increasingly chaotic seas. Weevil's power, combined with his status as Whitebeard's biological son, granted him a legitimate claim to inherit Whitebeard's legacy, particularly under the guidance of the vain Miss Jean. Those consumed by desire are the easiest to manipulate. The Gorosei had recognized Miss Jin's avarice when they hinted at the substantial inheritance left by Whitebeard during her invitation to join the warlords. Now, this scheme was ready to bear fruit. Sphinx's location posed a challenge. Even the nearest naval base would require a day's journey to send troops. "When do you plan to act?" the Gorosei inquired, frowning. Sphinx lay within the territory that Whitebeard had controlled during his life. Prior to the Summit War and the decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy had adhered to a strategy of avoiding provocation of the 4 emperors, establishing observation points only outside their territories, resulting in a lack of available reinforcements. We will commence operations in 1 hour. Miss Bajin replied with a fierce glint in her eyes. While she spoke of stealth, the reality was that they had already been captured. They had merely managed to escape temporarily. If dawn arrived, the Whitebeard pirates would undoubtedly discover their presence. The Gorosei fell silent for a moment before responding. If you act within an hour, only Admiral Kizaru will be able to arrive in time. The deployment of an admiral is essential to completely eradicate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. I trust you will not disappoint the world government. With that, the Gorosei ended the call. Admiral Kizaru, the Navy's foremost combatant. Upon hearing the Gorosei's chosen reinforcement, Miss Bajin's face lit up with uncontainable joy. The Navy was the undisputed ruler of the seas, and an admiral represented the pinnacle of naval power. With the addition of an admiral alongside Weevil, who possessed the strength of Whitebeard in his prime, what could the Whitebeard pirates possibly counter with? At Marine headquarters in Marineford, following Whitebeard's death, the increasingly chaotic seas had multiplied the tasks for every member of the Navy. In this turbulent environment, Admiral Kizaru, known for his agility and ability to respond to crises, found his temporary assignments multiplying exponentially. He was so busy that he barely had a moment to catch his breath, let alone reel in a single fish. This situation, by all accounts, should have gradually calmed down over time, with the intensity of the workload diminishing. However, coincidentally, at this moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku retired, and Akainu ascended as the new Fleet Admiral, redistributing the workload of an admiral. Thus, Kizaru, once the Navy's laziest member, transformed into the hardest-working admiral overnight. Although it was said he had no fixed work hours, the truth was he was now tirelessly on duty 24 hours a day. After enduring the night, Kizaru returned to his quarters, exhausted, and before he could settle onto his bed, the din mushi on his chest began to ring. Moshi Moshi, esteemed Gorosei. What mission do you have for me? Kizaru answered the call with an expressionless face, his voice devoid of emotion, tinged with the weariness of a working man. Indeed, there is a new task that requires your attention, the Gorosei responded, pleased with Kizaru's perceptiveness. Having a subordinate who anticipated tasks before they were articulated was invaluable. Prepare to head to Sphinx and assist Warlord Edward Weevil in dealing with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Esteemed Gorosei, Kizaru mused, this admiralate has become quite dismal. Life is losing its charm. With a resigned sigh, he transformed into a beam of light and soared into the night sky, swiftly departing Marineford. An hour was a tight schedule, leaving no room for idleness. A radiant flash sped through the night, attracting the attention of many. Yet, this distinctive mode of travel made it clear to all that it was Admiral Kizaru, deterring anyone from seeking trouble. The unambiguous direction of his journey allowed onlookers to deduce that Kizaru's target was none other than the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, as the Whitebeard pirates faced their downfall, the public watched Kizaru's actions with a sense of morbid curiosity. The Shanshan fruit is reputed to possess the speed of light in this fantastical realm. The concept of light speed may be somewhat exaggerated, yet still signifies unparalleled swiftness. Unimpeded, Huang Yuan continued his journey until he approached the territorial bounds of the Whitebeard pirates, at which point he decelerated. The task at hand involved collaborating with the warlord, Weevil. If he were to make such an ostentatious entrance, he would undoubtedly become the focal point. Arriving early, he decided to rest for a brief moment. Huang Yuan retrieved his wristwatch, glanced at the time, and exhaled a long sigh of relief, stretching his body before relaxing. Though he had been quite busy recently, it was essential to seize moments of leisure. Transforming into particles of light, he vanished into the air, landing on a small island near Sphinx. Just as he was about to find a spot to rest, he caught sight of rows upon rows of tombs. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon a cemetery? The grave of Whitebeard? Huang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, and at the forefront of this burial ground, he noticed the prominent weapon, the Tsongyun Xie, embedded in the gravestone, along with a cape that unmistakably testified to the identity of its occupant. If Akainu, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards pirates, were to arrive here, destruction would undoubtedly ensue. However, Huang Yuan clearly had no intention of causing trouble. He muttered to himself, "Forgive me for borrowing your grave for a moment," as he approached the tomb. In this cemetery, others had mounds of earth, but Whitebeard's grave was crafted from stone, and naturally, he would choose the finest place to rest. Huang Yuan dusted off the loose soil and leaned against the gravestone, allowing himself to doze off. Nightfall was the time when insects thrived. It seemed as though fate conspired against Huang Yuan. As he drifted into a light slumber, he swatted a few bothersome mosquitoes, only to have a small centipede crawl into the waistband of his clothes, biting him with its venomous pincers. Hiss! Huang Yuan inhaled sharply, the pain jolting him awake. He lifted his garment to remove the centipede, twisting his body to examine the wound. However, in doing so, he inadvertently brushed against a shadowy spear hidden beneath the gravestone, slicing open his skin. Hiss! Huang Yuan's eyes widened, and under the dual agony of physical and spiritual pain, he instantly became alert. Standing upright, while turning to confront the object that had wounded him, the spear he had disturbed began to stir, emitting a flickering green glow. A faint mist coalesced, and a spectral green figure abruptly appeared before Whitebeard's gravestone. Admiral Huang Yuan. Sachi, upon sighting Huang Yuan, immediately heightened his vigilance. The silent arrival of an admiral in the dead of night could only spell trouble. Yet this was the resting place of their father, and any confrontation here would inevitably disturb his grave. Sachi grasped his spear, his expression tense as he faced Huang Yuan, uncertain whether to engage or refrain from combat. It was none other than the 4th Division Commander Sachi, appearing in this eerie cemetery at such a late hour. How terrifying! Huang Yuan noticed the discomfort on Sachi's face. Recognizing his concern for Whitebeard's grave, a playful smile graced his lips as he let his fingers shimmer with dazzling light. If you cannot withstand it, the unfortunate casualty will be the gravestone behind you. Damn it! Sachi gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Huang Yuan, observing the impending attack brewing at Huang Yuan's fingertips. He resolved to endure the strike with his body when suddenly, a large blaze erupted on Sphinx Island. Had begun? Huang Yuan glanced at his wristwatch, shaking his head with a look of regret directed at Sachi. What a pity. Subsequently, he abandoned his attack, transforming into a beam of light and soaring towards Sphinx. This guy, Sachi sighed in relief, watching Huang Yuan's retreating figure, struggling to find words to describe his deplorable character. As he beheld the inferno-consuming Sphinx, Sachi gripped his spear and hastened after Huang Yuan. The grave of their father was important, but so too was their homeland. Sphinx is ablaze. Quick, put it out. Someone has been murdered. Amidst the fiery glow, countless figures darted about, their clamorous cries shattering the tranquility of the night. Numerous villagers, armed with buckets, joined the fray to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, Weibel wielded his massive sword to fend off those rushing to aid, while Miss Bakken nimbly darted between houses, setting fires and exacerbating the chaos, fueling the inferno further. Cursed be Miss Bakken and Weibel. They have come to wreak havoc. They had audaciously brought chaos to their father's homeland, an unforgivable act. I will assist the injured villagers while you deal with Miss Bakken and Weibel. We cannot allow them to continue their destruction, Marco declared, unfurling his wings to search for injured villagers. Jozu and I will stop Weibel. Vista, you apprehend Miss Bakken. The rest of you, focus on extinguishing the flames. Ace commanded, setting off with Jozu towards Weibel's location. As they journeyed, the burning buildings lining the path deepened the grim expression on Ace's face. Their father had perished at Marineford to save him, and under the brothers' encouragement aboard the ship, he had begun to shed his guilt. Silence. You imposters. I am Whitebeard's true son. Upon hearing Ace's words, Weibel roared in fury. Lacking intelligence and naively obedient to Miss Bakken's commands, Weibel was most preoccupied with his identity as Whitebeard's biological son. Enraged, Weibel's sword, imbued with haki, swung toward Ace, who stood in his path. Fire Fist. Confronted with such a formidable attack, Ace's arm transformed into a colossal blaze of intense heat, extending as he met Weibel's sword with his flaming fist. Boom! The shockwave from the flaming punch collided with the pressure generated by the sword. Although Weibel claimed to possess the strength of Whitebeard in his youth, he merely had brute force. His haki and swordsmanship left much to be desired. resulting in a clash that was evenly matched. The resulting gust swept Ace's flames towards the surrounding structures, prompting Ace to change his expression as he cautiously retracted his flames and dodged backward. Boom! Weibel's sword, still carrying momentum, struck the ground where Ace had stood moments before, sending countless debris flying. Seeing that his strike had missed, Weibel grew even angrier, relentlessly swinging his sword in pursuit of Ace. Yet, no matter how fiercely he chased, Ace's nimbleness allowed him to evade effortlessly. "You nimble monkey, I will slay you," Weibel bellowed, his eyes turning crimson as he descended into a berserk state, wildly swinging his sword and wreaking havoc to vent his inner rage. Ace, wary of the destruction surrounding him, knew he could not allow Weibel to continue. "We must change the battlefield and force him to the shoreline," he shouted to Jozu. Jozu nodded in understanding. A robust and formidable physique was suddenly adorned with shimmering diamonds, gathering strength before charging with an unstoppable force towards the frenzied Weibo. With a thunderous crash, as Weibo had just swung his blade but had yet to regain his composure, Jiao Zi collided fiercely with his abdomen. Weibo was sent soaring backward for over 10 meters, and before he could touch the ground, Ace had already anticipated his landing and was waiting there for him. Flame Pillar. Ace unleashed the flame ring, and flames spiraled from his hands, transforming into a blazing pillar on the ground, which then shot upward in an instant, striking towards the heavens. The roaring fire pillar, bearing Weibo as if he were a grand firework, ascended into the sky. "Your turn," Ace called out to Jiao Zi, observing Weibo in free fall. "Rest assured," Jiao Zi nodded, taking a brief run before bending and leaping. Upon reaching the same height as Weibo, his diamond-encrusted arm struck fiercely against Weibo's body. The downward momentum of the freely falling Weibo abruptly halted, and under Jiao Zi's impact, he soared through the air like a volleyball, heading towards the sandy beach. "Well coordinated, Jiao Zi." Ace chuckled, giving Jiao Zi's arm a friendly pat. The modest Jiao Zi merely smiled shyly at the praise. The two did not linger, pursuing the trajectory of Weibo's descent. Running on the ground was evidently far slower than flying. By the time Ace and Jiao Zi reached the shore, Weibo, having endured a series of fluid maneuvers, was already standing ready for battle, facing none other than Admiral Huang Yuan of the Navy. What puzzled Ace and Jiao Zi was that Weibo, as a warlord of the sea, stood poised with his large sword, glaring at Huang Yuan, fully prepared for combat. "Edward Weibo, did Miss Pekin not inform you? My mission is to assist you in eliminating the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates," Huang Yuan remarked with a frown upon seeing Ace and Jiao Zi. It was hard to believe that he had nearly been struck down by this brainless ally on his way here. "So you are the reinforcements my mother spoke of?" Weibo inquired, scrutinizing the admiral closely. With an expression of realization, he nodded slowly. "Then I shall leave them to you. I am off to find my mother." With that, Weibo began to shuffle away towards the village engulfed in flames. Huang Yuan exclaimed, "Wait, I am the reinforcement. You are the main force against the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates." Just as Huang Yuan was questioning his purpose, Ace's arm erupted with a torrent of flames, creating a massive firewall that blocked Weibo's path. "We are still here, so we cannot allow you to leave," Ace stated firmly. Glancing at Huang Yuan before addressing Jiao Zi, "Be cautious. Just hold Huang Yuan off for now. I will swiftly deal with Weibo." Weibo's only standout trait was his sheer strength. Compared to the equally powerful Jiao Zi, it was evidently easier for him to confront Weibo. The earnest Jiao Zi grinned and stepped forward to face Huang Yuan. "How frightening," the 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jiao Zi, Huang Yuan remarked expressionlessly, his teasing words and relaxed demeanor suggesting he did not regard Jiao Zi as a worthy opponent. Indeed, as the highest combat force of the Navy, few could be considered as rivals. You will find it even more terrifying soon," Jiao Zi retorted with a cold smirk, covering himself in diamond armor before charging forcefully at Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan, aware of Jiao Zi's formidable defenses, opted not to engage in futile attacks, instead dissipating into particles of light and nimbly maneuvering around Jiao Zi. While toying with Jiao Zi, Huang Yuan observed the battle between Ace and Weibo with a leisurely demeanor. Watching the confrontation unfold, it appeared to be evenly matched on the surface, yet Wei Bu, intermittently sustaining injuries, stirred no concern within Huang Yuan. When he received this mission, he anticipated such an outcome. He had been the one to evaluate Wei Bu's strength and report to the world government. Possessing the strength of a young Whitebeard was indeed formidable. But the outcome of battles often required a comprehensive assessment. With the battlefield confined to the coastline by Ace's fiery barriers, he could finally unleash his full power. Utilizing his extensive area attacks, Ace unleashed a series of skills that left Wei Bu covered in charred remnants and burns. Mirror fire, Ace declared with a fierce gaze, as flames erupted from his arm, forming a massive firewall that surged towards Wei Bu. The broad attack area encompassed all potential escape routes for Wei Bu, leaving him with nowhere to evade. Wei Bu's power was quite simplistic, aside from wielding a sword reminiscent of Whitebeard's. He possessed a decent mastery of armament haki and observation haki, lacking any refined swordsmanship techniques and relying solely on brute force. Faced with the oncoming colossal firewall, Wei Bu's eyes widened as he gripped his sword, attempting to summon wind pressure to deflect Ace's assault. The powerful wind pressure momentarily stifled the firewall, but against the relentless flames, it was merely a futile effort. The flames, fed by the wind, blazed even more fiercely. As the wind pressure dissipated the roaring firewall, under Wei Bu's astonished gaze surged forward, completely engulfing him. Mother, mother, it burns, it burns. Wei Bu's anguished cries echoed from the searing inferno, reminiscent of a demon in hell enduring torment, sending chills down the spine. With the firewall finally dissipated, Wei Bu lay sprawled on the beach, emitting faint wisps of smoke. As Huang Yuan observed Wei Bu's defeat, he had just begun to entertain thoughts of returning home for a nap when his keen senses suddenly detected something, and he turned to look out to the sea. Navy? At the same moment, Ace, having dealt with Wei Bu, glanced in the same direction. In the distance, a clearly marked Navy ship was approaching Sphinx, and Ace's expression instantly became grave. If it were only a single admiral, they might have only needed to be tense for a moment, considering it a temporary special operation. However, the presence of a fully equipped naval vessel indicated that the Navy's objective was evidently to engage them in full combat. Huang Yuan gazed at the distant ship, filled with confusion. The Gorosei had explicitly stated that he was the sole reinforcement for this mission. Yet what was this Navy vessel doing here? As the ship drew nearer to Sphinx, the ghostly green figure of Sachi finally arrived at the shore. Ace, quickly organize everyone to retreat. Navy Instructor Zephyr is on that ship, Sachi exclaimed as he landed, urgently addressing Ace. Having already been shocked to encounter an admiral at Sphinx, he was bewildered by Huang Yuan's presence, but upon spotting Zephyr on the ship, his mind erupted with alarm. A naval admiral, a fully equipped warship, and the presence of the former Admiral Zifa, despite his advanced age, would undoubtedly place Sifenk in a perilous predicament should a battle ensue. What? Zifa is leading the charge. Both Ace and Jozu were equally taken aback upon receiving this news, and soon their thoughts aligned with those of Sachi. They must evacuate swiftly. Oh, so it is Teacher Zifa? Then it cannot be so easy for you to depart, Yellow Ape said in a slow, measured tone. As one who adheres to an ambiguous form of justice, he often chooses to abandon missions when success is within reach. Yet he has his own passions, such as his catchphrases and pre-battle banter. The person leading the charge aboard that warship is none other than Zifa, who frequently lectures him, and with whom he has the least rapport. If he does not showcase a bit of skill, would it not be akin to returning home in splendor while cloaked in obscurity? Moreover, should he let the pirates escape right before him, Zifa's subsequent lectures would be incessant, causing a headache and trouble. Hachikogu. Yellow Ape's expression turned serious as he placed his hands before his chest, unleashing a multitude of dazzling light projectiles towards the three before him. The barrage of light illuminated the area as if it were day. Are we finally about to witness his true strength? Ace and his companions regarded the overwhelming light with grave expressions. Throughout their previous encounters with Yellow Ape, he had maintained an indifferent demeanor. Regardless of the opponent, Anyone standing opposite him could hold their ground for a time, indicating that he was concealing his true capabilities. Now, is this what his real strength looks like? Mirror fire. Ace unleashed his full power, summoning a vast wall of flame to stand before the three of them, ready to meet the onslaught of Hachi, Kogu, boom, boom, boom. The relentless light projectiles collided with the fire wall, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Occasionally, a projectile would breach the wall through the gaps created by the earlier strikes, landing on the beach behind them and exploding. Quickly, organize everyone to evacuate. Ace gritted his teeth as he observed the fire wall, now riddled with holes. While reinforcing the flames, he urged Jozu and Sachi to act. If Yellow Ape's Hachi Kogu were to land unimpeded, its destructive power would rival that of his mightiest attack, the Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor, capable of obliterating an entire city. Even if a confrontation with the Navy is unavoidable, it must not occur on the land of Sci-Fink. Ace, it's Captain Marco. Just as Jozu and Sachi were about to speak, they caught sight of Marco flying towards them and shouted in unison. The immortal bird Marco, Yellow Ape, noticing Marco's approach, murmured to himself as he redirected the light projectiles towards Marco's airborne figure. Marco, undeterred, surged forward, charging through Yellow Ape's Hachi Kogu with great speed, utilizing his momentum to deliver a powerful kick. Crane's Claw. Marco, propelled by immense inertia, aimed his sharp bird-like talons directly at Yellow Ape's face. A kick, is it? The talons magnified in the reflection of Yellow Ape's glasses, and at that critical moment, his body suddenly transformed into particles of light, vanishing only to reappear behind Marco. Compared to the speed of light, Yusachi's expression grew solemn as he regarded Yellow Ape. Such instantaneous, teleportation-like speed could give any opponent a headache. Had his dark mist not been exhausted during the previous Marine War, he could have restricted the opponent's evasion space. However, at present, relying solely on sheer speed, Yellow Ape could easily obstruct them here. Do not resort to underhanded tactics. Being struck by your spear would be exceedingly perilous. Yellow Ape remarked languidly, his narrowed eyes fixated on the spear in Sachi's grasp. The lingering pain from the earlier wound, carelessly inflicted, still throbbed within him, an ache that resonated with both body and soul. His prowess as an admiral was not innate, even with his reputed speed of light. Decades of naval service had inevitably left him scarred. Yet, the visceral pain that struck at one's very soul was a sensation he had never encountered before. Anyone who has felt such soul-shaking agony would dread experiencing it again in Neo Navy warship. The brilliant flames and explosions of light on the coast had certainly drawn the attention of Zifa and his companions, who were following closely behind Weibel. Yellow Ape, of all people, appearing here at such a late hour. What ridiculous mission is he on for the world government? Zifa stood at the bow of the ship, observing the distant explosions with an expression of disdain. Among his former students, Yellow Ape was the one he found it hardest to connect with. Ever since Yellow Ape consumed the fruit that boasted the speed of light, he seemed to lose his focus, often slacking off during training, and he would only half listen to Zifa's lectures. Yet, despite this, Yellow Ape remained among the top in strength within his cohort, which made Zifa feel as though his teachings were utterly ineffective, leading to frequent admonishments whenever they met. Teacher Zifa, perhaps Yellow Ape, is undertaking a Navy mission, Zhuoxiu interjected. Though they had left the Navy under Zifa's leadership to establish the current Neo Navy, their sentiments towards their former organization were merely disappointment tinged with frustration, Zifa included. Even if they had grievances, their ire was directed at the world government, which enacted the Shichibukai policy. Just as their current mission is to eradicate pirates worldwide, in their hearts, they saw no distinction between themselves and the Navy. Their aim remained the same, and Yellow Ape was still their senior. To minimize disputes between Teacher Zifa and Yellow Ape would be prudent, for the current Zifa indeed possessed the capability to unleash a devastating blow upon his senior. I know him all too well. If this is indeed a Navy mission, he would have rejected it outright, having crossed through the chaotic seas rife with pirate skirmishes to reach Sci-Fink in the dead of night. Aside from the old men of the world government, no one could compel him to forsake his rest for such a task, Zifa scoffed. It is evident that only someone with the audacity to command a slacker like Yellow Ape to undertake a mission during his downtime could have issued such orders. Zhuoxiu fell silent, inwardly praying. He hoped that when they eventually met, Yellow Ape would maintain the proper attitude. The visibility in the dark night confirmed that the warship was nearing Sci-Fink, and with its latest propulsion system, it was undoubtedly swift. As they spoke, the warship had already docked. Yellow Ape sidestepped Ace's fiery punch, then countered Marco's kick with an elbow strike. Just as Sachi's spear was about to pierce him, his figure transformed into light particles, vanishing to reappear elsewhere, with a beam of radiant laser gathering at his fingertip. He was about to unleash it when a robust voice resonated from behind. Yellow Ape, I believe I advise you not to rely too heavily on the abilities of the Pika Pika. Nami Zifa leaped from the warship, immediately launching into a lecture directed at Yellow Ape. As stern as ever, Zfa Lao spoke leisurely, turning his head to see Zfa. The words that were on the tip of his tongue suddenly swallowed back. Your teacher Zfa? Huang Yuan gulped, gazing at Zfa with disbelief. Could this robust individual, appearing to be a decade younger than himself, truly be teacher Zfa? One could become foolish after lingering too long in the ranks of incompetent Marines, he thought. Zfa grinned and taunted Huang Yuan, but upon seeing the lifeless body of Weibo Air on the ground, his expression changed instantly, and he moved towards it with purpose. I have waited far too long for this day, Whitebeard too. Anger, regret, and self-reproach flickered in Zfa's eyes as he regarded Weibo Air with contempt. Lifting his right foot to stomp down on his head, Huang Yuan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. As a member of the Shichibukai under the world government, he could leave without guilt after Weibo Air fell. Even if Weibo Air were to perish at the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, it would bear no consequence for him. However, he absolutely could not allow him to die at Zfa's hands. To kill a Shichibukai would be tantamount to declaring war on the world government. It would also mean that Zfa would stand in opposition to the Marines. Do you comprehend the implications of killing a Shichibukai, teacher Zfa? Huang Yuan's figure flashed as he intercepted Zfa's foot, his expression grave. Despite their differences, he did not wish to witness a day when they would be at odds, swords drawn. Ah, I certainly understand better than you do what it signifies. Zfa replied, his disdain evident as he lamented the hypocrisy of the world government that grants pirates the legal right to plunder, while the Marines, who proclaim justice, remain complacently passive in the face of such decay. Teacher Zfa, regardless of your stance as your student, I will do my utmost to prevent you from embarking on this path of no return, Huang Yuan said, a sense of frustration evident in his eyes. Regretting his previous thoughts of how Zfa would confront the Whitebeard pirates, momentarily forgetting the deep-seated enmity he held for Whitebeard too. Stop me? Zfa scoffed, finding amusement in those words as a smirk formed on his lips. There seems to be a problem within the Marines. We must prevent them from clashing here. Ace, observing the escalating conflict between Zfa and Huang Yuan, placed his hand on his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If you wish to bicker, take it elsewhere. We can't afford to sink the island at this hour. Who will we hold accountable? This is merely bullying the honest. Jozu interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at the fallen Weibo Air. Previously, they had hesitated to strike Weibo Air, considering he might be the biological son of their father. However, that concern had been shattered when Weibo Air desecrated their father's homeland. If he dies, it is of no concern to us. You fool. Marco shot an exasperated glance at Jozu. Sachi chuckled, explaining to the bewildered Jozu, do you think without Weibo Air, they might join forces against us? Enlightenment dawned upon Jozu as he understood Sachi's point. Ace assessed the three present. With Sachi's ethereal form, safety was assured. If all went well, Marco could lead him to safety, while Jozu's imposing physique might prove to be a burden in this tense moment. Jozu, you should return and organize the others for evacuation. We will find a way to handle this situation. At the moment Zfa decided to strike, his arms were shrouded in a dark hue of haki as he launched a powerful punch towards Huang Yuan, maintaining the demeanor of a teacher guiding a student. ZFA refrained from unleashing the full power of the Gura Nami at the outset. In response, Huang Yuan did not attempt to evade the attack with his speed. Instead, he conjured a sword of light from his fruit's ability, meeting ZFA's punch head-on. Clash after clash, the two exchanged blows, generating shockwaves that devastated the sandy shore, sending debris flying. "Your arm has recovered quite well, Teacher ZFA," Huang Yuan remarked after one collision, shooting a laser at ZFA with his fingertips. Initially, he believed ZFA's recovery was merely superficial, hoping that this brief sparring would help him realize the folly of his path. Yet, with each encounter, whenever he felt his strength would suffice against ZFA, he was instead overpowered. ZFA's strength was not to be underestimated. Each attack bore the weight of his former glory. Is it not a bit arrogant to have become a Marine Admiral amidst the despondency of the Navy? ZFA commented, shattering the incoming laser with a punch. Through their exchanges, he perceived Huang Yuan's restraint, an evident sign of his disdain. "Being a frog in a well, do not presume to look down on me," ZFA bellowed, propelling himself towards Huang Yuan with a fierce kick. As he closed in, a sphere of white energy manifested around his arm, splitting the surrounding air apart. "What is this?" The Gura Nami, Ace, and the others, who were waiting for the opportune moment to intervene, turned to ZFA with mixed expressions, unable to ignore the familiar sight that reminded them of Whitebeard, especially since this was the homeland of the old man. Witnessing this spectacle, Huang Yuan's pupils constricted in alarm, his heart racing. Yet, the light sword in his hand was already in motion, leaving no time for retreat. With a crack, Huang Yuan's sword shattered upon impact. ZFA's fist struck true, landing squarely on Huang Yuan's head, which had only partially transformed. The force of the blow sent Huang Yuan soaring through the air, only to return as particles of light after a considerable distance. Not only has your arm healed, but you have also gained the powers of the Gura Nami. "I truly envy your fortune, Teacher ZFA," Huang Yuan muttered, bloodied and battered, revealing a gap where a tooth had been knocked out. In that moment, he finally grasped the excruciating sensation of Akainu being struck down by Whitebeard. "Do you still wish to speak of stopping me?" ZFA asked with a smile, observing Huang Yuan's disheveled state. The once swift Huang Yuan, who understood the importance of timing, had not felt this overwhelmed in over a decade. If Teacher ZFA is aware that this will position him against the world government, yet continues down this path, as your student, I can only pretend not to see, Huang Yuan said, raising his hands in a gesture of truce. "How fitting for your character," ZFA remarked, accustomed to Huang Yuan's antics, and without further ado, he approached Wei Bu Er's body, with his right fist imbued with haki and the power of the Gura Nami. He aimed for the face that had haunted his dreams countless times, delivering a decisive blow. Weibel, having lost consciousness, was instantly struck down by Zifa's assault, his head shattered and a murky mixture of red and white splattering forth. "He is dead," Zifa observed calmly, gazing at Weibel's headless corpse, his chest rising and falling violently. Such a scene had played out in his dreams countless times, and now it had finally come to fruition. The murderer of his numerous students had met his end at Zifa's hands. With the weight of vengeance lifted, Zifa felt a profound relief. Even the once insufferable Kizaru seemed more amiable in his eyes. "I am surprised you did not seize the opportunity to flee. Is it because this island is the homeland of Whitebeard?" Zifa turned his gaze towards Ace and his companions. His objective was to eradicate all pirates across the globe, and the Whitebeard pirates were no exception. There were still many villagers residing on the island. If they had the capability, they could choose another venue for battle. Ace nodded without hesitation, his piercing gaze fixed on Zifa as he spoke. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, they were acutely aware of the formidable power of the Gura Nami. The tremors could easily trigger earthquakes and tsunamis, unleashing catastrophic natural disasters, and even cause volcanic eruptions if the seismic activity were to occur at the right location. The raging fires in the villages had long been extinguished through the collective efforts of everyone involved. The arsonist, Miss Bakken, was predictably captured and subsequently beaten to death by villagers who had lost their loved ones in the blaze. Though Jozu was the first to depart the shore, his speed did not match his considerable physique. Before he could return to the town to issue the evacuation order, Marco had already seized Ace by the shoulder and soared back to the village. Captain Marco and Captain Ace have returned. They're dead meat. That explosion of lasers was definitely the work of Marine Admiral Kizuru, right? I didn't expect Captain Marco and Captain Ace to repel the Admiral so swiftly. The surrounding pirates felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Marco and Ace's return. The commotion from the battle in the distance was significant, especially since Kizuru's devil fruit abilities were difficult to conceal at night. Even from afar, everyone was aware of the presence of Admiral Kizuru. Marco had rushed to assist upon seeing the flashes of laser light, driven by concern. Everyone, upon landing, Ace raised his voice to capture everyone's attention and spoke with a grave expression. Everyone, gather your things and prepare to evacuate. Captain Ace, what has happened? The nearby pirates noticed the concern etched on Ace's face, halting their cheers to inquire. Former Admiral Zifa has also arrived. He has not only restored his disabled arm, but has also regained his physical prowess to its peak condition. Ace's revelation left those around him in disbelief. The phenomenon of regaining lost limbs was exceedingly rare in the pirate world, especially for an injury that had been sustained and retired for over a decade. And to have returned to peak form? Before they could voice their questions, Ace's next statement left them utterly dumbfounded. Zifa has acquired the power of the Gura Nami. Ace frowned, his expression serious. What? The ability of the Gura Nami belonging to our father? How could this be? Why would our father's power fall into the hands of the Marines? The surrounding pirates gasped in shock, looking expectantly at Marco, hoping this was merely a jest. Indeed, Marco affirmed gravely, nodding to confirm the truth of the matter. The atmosphere immediately fell into a heavy silence until one pirate, awakening to the implications, exclaimed, "Does this not mean Zifa can cause an earthquake to sink Sphinx? The destruction of our father's homeland by the power of the Gura Nami must not come to pass. We must stop Zifa. Yes, stop Zifa. Protect Sphinx." The pirates rallied together, their voices rising in fervor. Silence. Ace, troubled by the cacophony, furrowed his brow and interrupted the fervent atmosphere, stating, "Zifa does not wish to involve the civilians of Sphinx. We have agreed to meet 1 hour later, 20 nautical miles west, as the battlefield for both sides." At this point, Ace paused, raising his voice dramatically. "Brothers, the Marines have shown us such courtesy. Tell me, what shall we do?" The surrounding pirates were taken aback to learn that Zifa had not threatened them with their father's homeland, but rather proposed a separate battlefield. They fell into silence. During the Marineford War, the Marines had spared no effort to combat them, paying any price necessary. At that time, those who failed to evacuate in time found themselves engulfed in cannon fire. In astonishment at Zifa's different demeanor from other Marines, the pirates erupted with renewed vigor. "Ha ha ha! We cannot allow them to look down upon the Whitebeard pirates. Let those Marines witness our strength." The pirates raised their weapons in exhilaration. Faced with an admirable opponent, the only fitting response they could offer was a battle fought with all their might. Ace, observing the uplifted spirits of the crowd, smiled. "Everyone, gather your things and prepare for the battlefield." 20 nautical miles west, a massive black warship lay quietly anchored on the sea. Kizaru, his tongue lodged in the gap between his front teeth, gazed at Zifa, who stood at the bow, watching the crimson sunrise with the demeanor of a wronged spouse. The spectacle of his expression caused the surrounding Neo-Marine soldiers to recall their own painful experiences, struggling to suppress the corners of their mouths from curling upwards. Logically, a slothful individual like Kizuru should have returned home to catch up on sleep the moment Weibel perished. Yet, he was burdened with far too many questions to answer. For instance, how had Zifa returned to his prime and regained youth? Lately, Kizuru had felt an abundance of wrinkles forming on his face. "Zifa-sensei, do you think the Whitebeard pirates will stand us up and not come?" Kizuru, noticing Zifa's silence, sought to engage him, his words slightly leaking air. "Not everyone possesses your miserable disposition. While pirates are known for their unreliability, they're the sons of Whitebeard. If they truly do not come, I would feel more at ease. It would indicate they lack the courage to reclaim what their father left behind. Zifa's words subtly criticized Kizaru. A teacher is most familiar with their most troublesome student, and Zifa was no exception. Seeing that Kizaru remained, neither speaking nor leaving, Zifa continued without turning around. Are you here to help me deal with the Whitebeard pirates? You might as well take the lead, setting an example for your juniors. Kizaru's expression froze instantly. Had he just been assigned a task? No, Zifa-sensei. Kizaru instinctively attempted to decline. However, Zifa was already prepared and interjected. We will discuss matters after the work is done. Kizaru observed the haki that had unknowingly coiled around Zifa's fist and promptly fell silent, standing still. A threat. This was undoubtedly a threat. Those who recognize the times are the wise ones. Currently unable to contend with Zephyr, one must endure, listen, and acknowledge. In another decade, perhaps, should we wait another 20 years to see? 20 nautical miles may not seem far, yet for most vessels, this distance is easily traversed in an hour. As the sun peaked above the horizon, casting a crimson glow upon the sky, the grand ship of the Whitebeard pirates gradually revealed itself from a distant black silhouette. They're coming. Zephyr stood at the prow, arms crossed, observing the enlarging shape of the vessel. He tilted his head slightly, addressing the yellow monkey behind him. It is your turn to take the stage. Set an example for your juniors. The yellow monkey, upon hearing this, wore a disgruntled expression as he soared towards the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Just watch. None of your seniors can defeat him. Zephyr declared confidently to the soldiers of the Neo-Marine on board, a smirk evident in his eyes as he remarked on the unwillingness of the yellow monkey. The feeling of power is indeed delightful. Even those one may not favor cannot resist your words, much like the reluctant yellow monkey before him. Are we preparing for battle? We cannot lag behind. Let us send a couple of fireworks to greet the Navy. As the two sides drew closer, Ace remarked upon seeing the yellow monkey descending from the battleship. Instantly, the pirate ship was ordered to turn, revealing 3 gleaming broadside cannons. Aim, load, fire. With the command given, the pirates ignited the fuses with excitement. Boom! 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 The thunderous sounds erupted nearly simultaneously, the recoil of the heavy cannons sending ripples across the sea below. 3 cannonballs soared in a parabolic arc towards the distant naval vessel, regrettably without prior test shots. Only one approached its target, which was intercepted and obliterated by a counterattack from one of the naval soldiers aboard. Naval combat, is it? Zephyr observed the battle signal issued by the Whitebeard pirates and waved to the Neo-Marines behind him. Show them the results of your training. In most maritime confrontations, battles commence with heavy artillery. The side that loses navigational capability first often experiences a decline in morale, subsequently being pursued into close-quarters combat and easily defeated. This, too, is a staple of naval training. With Zephyr's command, the Neo-Marines swiftly retaliated, unleashing their own barrage of firepower from their broadside cannons at nearly parallel angles. Boom! In an instant, smoke billowed, and cannonballs splashed dramatically upon the ocean's surface. Amidst the cacophony, the yellow monkey approached the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Launching his signature technique even while airborne, Hachi, Shaku, Kongo. Brilliant light flickered in the yellow monkey's hands as he unleashed a torrent of luminous projectiles towards the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, instantaneously obscuring a vast expanse of vision. Attacking our ship right off the bat? That's rather unsportsmanlike. Marco transformed into his phoenix form, charging through the myriad of light blasts directly at the yellow monkey, delivering a fierce kick midair. As Marco's strike neared, the yellow monkey was compelled to halt his Hachi Shaka Kongo, extending an arm to block Marco's kick. Boom! At the moment of impact, the yellow monkey was sent flying backward, only regaining control after a considerable distance, landing gracefully. How familiar this scene feels. This is no longer a matter of performance. As an admiral, you treat this so lightly, yellow monkey. What is your true intention? Marco Inguayez, grappling with the yellow monkey in midair, perplexed. With such strength at his disposal, why did he not utilize it? Why was he so eager to take the lead? Were you saying, Captain Marco? It is quite remarkable that you can still converse amidst full-scale combat. The yellow monkey replied leisurely, disregarding Marco's question. Blocking Marco alone suffices to demonstrate affection. Why toil in a fierce struggle? And what a compensation. Speaking of which, why hasn't the world government issued my overtime pay recently? As the two exchanged blows, the yellow monkey pondered how to broach the subject of his compensation with the elders. Marco, having failed to extract answers from the yellow monkey, found amusement in the situation. After Whitebeard's demise, he had no intention of continuing as a pirate. He merely awaited the end of this battle to return to his practice as a doctor, pondering the trivialities of life. As the cannon fire intensified, it became clear that neither side could inflict significant damage upon the other's vessel with conventional munitions. Yet, amid the tension of battle, both parties swiftly entered a state of combat, their spirits soaring. With the atmosphere charged, both ships instinctively turned to charge at one another. The ensuing clash would be a fierce close-quarters battle. Attack! Let the Navy witness our prowess. Kill! The pirates of the Whitebeard crew raised their weapons, faces alight with excitement, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming bloodshed. Advance! It is time to assess the fruits of your prior training. Zephyr commanded, lowering his crossed arms, his gaze sharpening. As the two ships collided, the soldiers of the Navy and the pirates engaged in a brutal melee. Meanwhile, the most formidable figures, Zephyr and Ace, observed the battlefield without haste to intervene. In this world, it is often the high-end combat power that determines the outcome of a war. Yet, those with foresight pay keen attention to the situation unfolding below. The benefits of training and growth are indispensable to every faction. After all, at a certain level, there has yet to be a scenario where, even when physically exhausted, one could eradicate us all. Fueled by the initial cannon fire, both sides entered a fervent state of conflict upon contact. The strength of the surviving pirates from the Marineford War was undeniably formidable, yet the Neo-Marines, being the elite of the Navy, alongside the formidable Devil Fruit users, swayed the tide of battle distinctly towards Zephyr's favor. Witnessing the impressive performance of his students, Zephyr could not help but smile, turning to Ace and his companions. Seeing them fight makes me eager. Let us not remain mere spectators. No sooner had he spoken than Zephyr's foot struck the ground, propelling him as a shadow across the battlefield. Show me your strength, grandson of Garp. Zephyr boomed with unrestrained joy, his fist enveloped in hockey, aimed squarely at Ace. As you wish, Ace retorted defiantly, grinning as his arm transformed into flames, stretching to meet Zephyr's punch with fervor. Fire fist. With a resounding crash, Ace's fiery fist collided with Zephyr's own. Such strength, as he felt the force emanating from Zephyr. Ace's grin vanished instantly. Following his initial punch, Zephyr swiftly unleashed another, striking Ace squarely in the face, sending him crashing into the deck below. Ace. The members of the Bai Hu Zihai Zhan Tuan were left in shock upon witnessing Ace's swift defeat, their expressions turning grave. Jaws, his body suddenly encased in diamond, charged recklessly towards Zephyr. Diamond Jaws. Zephyr, noticing Jaws' aggressive approach, grinned and prepared to unleash a powerful punch with his right fist. With a resounding boom, a tremendous force erupted between the two. Jaws, known for possessing the superhuman shining fruit, was also referred to as the Diamond Shield due to his formidable defensive capabilities, which could withstand the strikes of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. His incredible strength allowed him to hurl even larger blocks of ice than those of the giant race. Even Zephyr, restored to his peak, could not completely overpower Jaws in a mere clash of strength. The two separated after their initial strike, and with a newfound interest, Zephyr relentlessly pursued Jaws with a series of punches. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed like a torrential storm, causing even the massive Jaws to steadily retreat. As Jaws fell into Zephyr's rhythm, Bista and Sachi could no longer remain passive. Rose Dance. Bista, leaping into the air after a brief run-up, swung his twin blades, sending a flurry of rose petals cascading towards Zephyr. At this moment, Zephyr remained unperturbed, his fingers splayed as he grasped Jaws' immense diamond form. With a commanding shout, He lifted jaws to shield against the descending petals. The beautiful scene of falling rose petals transformed into a foreboding spectacle as danger loomed. The crisp sound of petals hitting Ja's body conveyed the lethal intent hidden within the dance. Just then, Zephyr, while still holding jaws aloft to block Bista's attack, sensed a dangerously potent aura approaching from behind. Sachi had stealthily appeared, brandishing a spear aimed directly at Zephyr's back. A surprise attack from behind was hardly an optimal choice. Zephyr swiftly hurled Ja's body into the air, pivoting to meet the spear with a fist imbued with haki. The clash produced a bone-chilling sound as fist met spear, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. Sachi was sent reeling back, his ethereal form disrupted by the force of Zephyr's strike. Having successfully countered, Zephyr did not relent. Glancing at the still falling jaws, he forcefully propelled himself from the ground, soaring into the air. Catching Ja's diamond body once more, he grinned at him and said, "I wonder if your defenses can withstand the powers of the Junjin fruit?" "What?" Ja's eyes widened in shock, but no matter how he struggled, Zephyr's grip remained firm. In the next instant, a signature pale, flowing orb of Junjin fruit manifested in Zephyr's hand, which he directly infused into Ja's body. The intense vibrations made Ja's diamond form emit distressing cracking sounds. Ja's ace, emerging from the wreckage of the deck, shouted in alarm at the unfolding scene. The rest of the Bai Hu Zi Haijian Tuan shared his concern, fully aware of the formidable powers of the Junjin fruit. Is this where it ends? Zephyr's gaze sharpened as he looked at the members of the Bai Hu Zi Haijian Tuan, a smile creeping across his face. With the force of gravity accelerating their descent, he forcefully drove Ja's down onto the ship below. Crash! With Zephyr's thunderous command, Ja's massive form, propelled by an immense force, smashed into the Bai Hu Zi Haijian Tuan's vessel. The deck shattered like brittle wood, creating a gaping hole as Ja's body pierced through the ship and plunged into the depths of the sea. Before the crew could mount a rescue, the energy from the Junjin fruit enveloping Ja's erupted violently. The sea began to churn violently, waves crashing against the ship, swiftly rising into towering walls of water. Despite their vessel's considerable size, it seemed insignificant in a vast ocean. The sheer force of nature was beyond human comparison. A tsunami was on the horizon. The ship would capsize. As the crew of the Bai Hu Zi Haijian Tuan struggled to maintain their balance on the swaying deck, water poured in through the gaping hole. The surging waves quickly overwhelmed them, dragging them into the tumultuous sea. The Neo-Navy ship, tethered to their vessel, also rocked violently amid the tsunami's fury. Had it not been for Binzi's quick reflexes, assisting the naval soldiers in securing themselves with vines, they too would have been swept away by the waves. Teacher Zephyr, under these circumstances, we cannot continue fighting. I have organized the soldiers to return to the ship, Luo Xiu reported as he approached Zephyr. Good work. After gathering your troops, move away from here, Zephyr replied, hovering in the air, his heart heavy with resignation. The power of the Junjin fruit was indeed formidable, yet its unleashed might could inadvertently trigger natural disasters affecting even one's allies. What was the point of training soldiers if they were to perish at their own hands? Amid the tsunami, the Bai Hu Zi Haijian Tuan's damaged vessel was quickly engulfed by the waves. Many pirates struggled on the surface, while countless others were dragged beneath, lost to the chaotic currents of the ocean. In the sky, the battle between Kizaru and Marco had already separated at the onset of the tsunami. Observing the devastation, Kizaru instinctively recoiled when glancing at Zephyr. It seemed that Zephyr had indeed held back with that previous punch. Marco, however, stared grimly at the chaotic sea, desperately searching for Ace and the others. With each passing moment, Marco's anxiety deepened. Ace and the others had vanished from this expanse of sea. How could this happen? Marco murmured in despair, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body. Just moments ago, they had been fervently rallying to protect Sphinx, and now they found themselves at the brink of annihilation. As a pirate, one must be prepared for the possibility of meeting their end beneath the waves. Allow me to guide you on your journey, Zephyr thought. Observing Marco's vacant expression, shaking his head as he lunged forward, preparing to strike Marco's head with a punch. It seemed Marco was entirely oblivious to the impending blow, his focus solely on the sea, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ace and the others. Just as Zephyr's fist was about to connect, Marco's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. At that moment, a shadow burst forth from the water, sending a spray of droplets into the air. A dark spear shot out of the sea with incredible speed, aiming directly at Zephyr's back, forcing him to halt his attack on Marco. Sensing the imminent danger, Zephyr abandoned his intention to strike Marco and turned to face the spear with a powerful punch. The bone-chilling sound reverberated once more as Zephyr's hockey-infused fist, combined with the might of the Jinjin fruit, sent the spear hurtling back. Sachi appeared in the path of the spear as trajectory, effortlessly catching it. Even submerged in water, he retained his vitality. It seemed he was not a user of a devil fruit, Zephyr noted as he scrutinized Sachi's ethereal green form. Regarding the news of Sachi's demise at the hands of Blackbeard, he had indeed heard whispers of it. Initially, he believed that Sachi would manifest as a malevolent specter through some extraordinary devil fruit ability. However, the unfolding reality appeared to be quite the opposite. How peculiar. Marco, what has become of Ace and the others? Sachi inquired of Marco, only to be met with a sorrowful shake of Marco's head. How could this be? Ace and the others cannot be harmed. Sachi frantically scanned the surface of the sea below, his lips murmuring incessantly. Memories of shared moments with Ace and the others flickered vividly in his mind. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates are now left with just the two of you. I shall send you down to reunite. Zephyr observed without yielding any insight, speaking aloud. Sachi's gaze shifted to Zephyr, his expression twisting into one of sheer loathing, complemented by his body glowing with a ghostly green luminescence, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. It is your fault. If it weren't for you, Ace and the others would never have encountered such a fate. Sachi's voice, cold and hoarse, erupted in a roar. Gripping his spear, he charged at Zephyr, a torrent of hatred seizing his every thought. All pirates deserve to be extinguished. This is your destined end. Zephyr bellowed with laughter, his fist, infused with haki and the powers of the Gura and Nami, collided with Sachi's spear. The sound of grinding teeth rang out, as expected. To prevent Sachi from being flung away again, Zephyr deftly seized the spear with his other hand, closing in to deliver a powerful punch. A resounding bang echoed as Zephyr's smile faltered. His fist passed through Sachi's ethereal form, leaving no trace of harm. Yet, the hand gripping the spear was enveloped in a chilling, searing sensation. "Ahaha! You see, you cannot kill me." Sachi laughed maniacally. Tugging at the spear, he found it immovable within Zephyr's grasp, and thus relinquished it altogether, lunging to bite Zephyr's arm. Zephyr, startled, swiftly enveloped his entire arm in Busashoko haki. Observing Zephyr's reaction, Sachi remained unfazed. His spear existed between the material and the spiritual, allowing Zephyr to grip it, but his spirit was not bound by such rules. Sachi disregarded the defenses of Busashoko haki, sinking his teeth into Zephyr's arm. A sharp pain shot through Zephyr's soul, and he gasped in shock, retreating from Sachi. "Were you?" Zephyr inquired gravely, examining his seemingly unscathed arm. This ability to bypass defenses is utterly confounding. If the Navy possessed such means, Kaido, fond of self-destruction, would have been reincarnated countless times. "Zephyr-sensei, he is a demonic entity," Kizaru interjected. "Silence. Do you think I need your commentary on the obvious?" Zephyr shot a glare at Kizaru. "No, Zephyr-sensei, I meant that Logia-type attacks can harm him." Kizaru recoiled slightly, rubbing the wound on his rear from earlier, casting a wary glance at Sachi. Such a minor injury, yet the pain lingers like a festering sore. Engaging Sachi, whom he bore a grudge against, seemed far more invigorating than sparring with Marco. "Then, I shall leave him to you." Zephyr was taken aback that Kizaru would voluntarily accept such a challenge. Unable to comprehend this, he could only feel a sense of relief in entrusting this troublesome opponent to Kizaru, whom he deemed less favorable. Tasked with the mission, Kizaru sprang into action, raising his finger to unleash a laser beam towards Sachi. Sachi, wary of the incoming beam, deftly sidestepped. Then, with a flick of his hand, the spear in Zephyr's grasp transformed into a cloud of black mist, returning to his own hand. Sachi yelled, brandishing the spear and relentlessly advancing toward Zephyr. His hatred for Zephyr was evidently rivaled only by that for Blackbeard, who had slain him. "Your opponent is me." Kizaru appeared before Sachi in the blink of an eye, nonchalantly declaring, raising his leg, now transformed into particles, to strike at Sachi. Boom! The light particles struck Sachi's ethereal form, and a look of agony flashed across Sachi's ghostly green visage as he was sent flying by the force. "Kizaru, you Navy scum deserve to perish as well." Sachi's face contorted in rage, memories of the battle atop Marine Ford flooding his mind. The death of Whitebeard, the untimely demise of his brothers and sisters aboard the ship. Images surged within Sachi's mind, stripping him of all reason. "You all deserve to die." Sachi, wielding his spear, lashed out erratically at Kizaru, but against one said to move at the speed of light, such attacks were utterly futile. "It seems he has completely lost his mind," Kizaru remarked, firing laser beams from his fingertips, observing Sachi's frenzied assaults without any attempt to evade. Continuous strikes marred Sachi's spiritual form. Sachi, Marco, filled with concern, prepared to assist, only to find Zephyr blocking his path. Rather than worry for him, you should be more concerned for your own safety. Zephyr's gaze bore into Marco, devoid of any emotion. His objective was to eradicate every pirate in existence. Notions of empathy toward pirates were non-existent. Zephyr, Marco glared at him, his fists clenching tighter, his expression shifting from sorrow to intensity. A commendable gaze. This is the demeanor a pirate should possess. "Are you prepared for your own obliteration?" Zephyr grinned widely. "Only battles where opponents are serious hold any value." Phoenix Pistol, Marco, in his hybrid form, focused intently as he launched an attack toward Zephyr, unleashing a powerful shockwave. "Today, the Whitebeard pirates shall become a mere footnote in history." Zephyr met the shockwave with a punch. Before the shockwave could reach him, it was shattered by the energy of the Gura Nami. Subsequently, Zephyr's hockey-laden fist collided directly with Marco's head. Boom! The undying blue flames erupted, and Marco executed a 360-degree aerial spin before plummeting into the sea. Marco, Sachi, witnessing Marco's descent into the water, suddenly regained his clarity. First it was Whitebeard, then the brothers and sisters aboard the ship, and now Ace and the others. Only Marco remained unharmed within the Whitebeard pirates. He could not allow anything to befall him. With gritted teeth, Sachi braced himself against Kizaru's laser beam shot from behind, his body plunging swiftly into the sea. Using his spear, he hooked Marco's collar and dragged him from the water, but Sachi's desire to fight further dissipated as he fled with Marco toward the distance. Now he wishes to escape. Is it not too late? Zephyr pursued the two from behind. Aware that his attacks could not harm Sachi, he shifted his focus to the still recovering Marco, drenched in seawater. A dark arm enveloped in a cataclysmic energy sphere shot forth. Sachi sensed the ominous movement behind him, halting his tracks to look back, his eyes widening in terror. The range of the shockwave was immense. Although his spiritual form remained unscathed, if Mark were to be struck while in a weakened state, he would undoubtedly perish here. Saki observed the approaching shockwave, and Mark, ensnared by the spear, and gradually came to a resolution. "Mark, I will hold him off. You must survive and find Ace and the others. The previous place was far too lonely. Remember to exhume my remains and relocate them beside my father." With a calm demeanor, Saki completed his statement and flung Mark into the distance. Channeling his spiritual energy into the spear, Saki let out a fierce roar and charged towards the shockwave. Boom! The powerful shockwave collided with the spear as Saki desperately transferred his spiritual energy into it. After being dragged several meters, he finally withstood Zepha's assault. "Saki!" Mark shouted. After soaring a distance through the air, the seawater on his body had dwindled significantly. Although he remained quite frail, maintaining flight was no longer a significant issue. Glancing at Saki, who was intent on self-sacrifice, and the corpses floating on the sea below, tears instantaneously blurred his vision. Remembering Saki's instructions, Mark forcefully suppressed the urge to rush back and turned to flee into the distance. "Letting you escape like this will give me quite the headache," remarked Huang Yuan slowly. Observing Mark flying away, he placed his hands before him. Seeing this, Saki attempted to impede Huang Yuan, but noticed Zifa using moonwalk to pursue Mark, forcing him to confront the more formidable Zifa instead. Countless dazzling light orbs erupted from Huang Yuan's hands, blotting out the sky and engulfing Mark's figure. Is the resilience of the immortal phoenix truly so robust? Huang Yuan mused, watching Mark, who, despite teetering amidst the myriad light orbs, remained upright. In his weakened state, maintaining flight after enduring such an onslaught of light orbs indicated that once Mark's haki was fully cultivated, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse. Just as Huang Yuan prepared to pursue and eliminate any lingering threats, dark storm clouds abruptly gathered above this seafaring domain, transforming the sky from a flicker of light to an impenetrable darkness. Another formidable foe has arrived. Huang Yuan halted his actions and gazed upward at the oppressive thunderclouds. The Navy had received orders not to engage the four emperors, yet the four emperors bore no such constraints, particularly that war-hungry Kaido, who had frequently wreaked havoc in the Navy headquarters while inebriated. During his tenure as an admiral, he had encountered this scenario over a dozen times and had grown accustomed to it. Boom! A thunderous bolt descended from the storm clouds, illuminating the scene as a colossal dragon emerged, peering downwards. "Hey, you show up unannounced in the new world, seeking a fight with me? Why are you heading the wrong direction?" "Why?" Kaido bellowed, his slightly intoxicated gaze fixed on Huang Yuan, and upon noticing Zifa, his voice faltered, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "You are the former Admiral Zifa? What has happened to your arm?" Kaido inquired. Before anyone could respond, Kaido shook his massive head and continued. "Well, I hope you can kill me this time." With that, Kaido's enormous dragon had unleashed a torrent of scorching breath towards Huang Yuan. Boom! The fiery breath surged forth, its extreme heat potent enough to melt an entire mountain in an instant. Observing the impending onslaught, Huang Yuan transformed his body into particles of light, evading the attack and reappearing beside Zifa. "Zifa-sensei, it seems we must prepare for a retreat." Huang Yuan extended his hands, addressing Zifa. Aside from the command forbidding engagement with the four emperors, Kaido's tenacity posed another significant concern. Kaido had single-handedly created chaos in the Navy headquarters and various territories of the other four emperors, having been captured 18 times and surviving all manner of torture. When faced with such a resilient and troublesome adversary, all factions adopted a strategy of avoidance. Huang Yuan, who preferred to err on the side of caution, had no intention of becoming overly entangled with Kaido. "How will we know if we don't try?" Zifa replied, his eyes ablaze with fervor. With his ambition of eradicating all pirates, surrendering before any pirate was out of the question. Since regaining his peak abilities and acquiring the powers of the Gura Nami, he had yet to experience a truly exhilarating battle. Most opponents he encountered were dispatched in a single blow, and those who posed a worthy challenge would quickly lose their capacity to fight just as he became engaged. The Kaido before him was the perfect adversary. "Leave Kaido to me. You deal with him," Zifa declared, eagerly launching himself towards the airborne Kaido. Previously cautious due to concerns for his students' safety amidst the devastation caused by the Gura Nami, he had never unleashed its full power. Now that his students had evacuated and Huang Yuan possessed the strength to protect himself, he was finally free to unleash his might. A gleeful, resolute smile adorned Zifa's face. While still in midair, his arms became enveloped in haki, the pale energy of the Gura Nami seamlessly merging with his flesh, his limbs shimmering with an ethereal gray light. "Ha ha ha! Kaido, today I shall fulfill your wish." Zifa bellowed, his fist akin to a hefty sandbag, appearing minuscule before Kaido's massive dragon head. The moment the Gura Nomi's power manifested on Zifa's fist, Kaido's previously tipsy demeanor sharpened. Just months prior, he had wallowed in sorrow over the fact that the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had not perished at his hands, but Zifa's arrival rekindled his spirit. Kaido's eyes gleamed, and he unleashed a torrent of wind blades akin to scythe-like slashes, directed towards Zifa. Bad wind. The gray light of Zifa's arm sliced through the sky, rending the atmosphere asunder. Kaido's wind blades never even grazed Zifa before being dispersed. Impressive, Kaido remarked, his expression shifting from shock to delight. He had never feared a powerful opponent. As long as no one could kill him, he would relentlessly pursue those stronger than himself. The gray light of Zifa's fist loomed larger in Kaido's vision, ultimately colliding with his nose. Bang! Zifa's fist struck Kaido's nose. The Gura Nomi's power surging into Kaido's body upon contact. Scales shattered, blood gushed forth, and the colossal dragon's head dipped as it began to tumble downwards. Roar! Stung by the blow to his nose, Kaido could not help but roar, his body spinning as he halted his descent just before plunging into the sea. Not bad at all, Zifa, Kaido remarked, his gaze towards Zifa growing serious. Blood trickling from his nose and staining his eyes, rendering his dragon visage even more fearsome. Over the years of chaos he had wrought upon the sea, this was one of the few times he had been so thoroughly unsettled in battle, particularly in his defensive dragon form. The might of Zifa was unmistakable. Weren't you shouting for death? Why not stand still and see if I can satisfy your wish? Zifa proposed. There was no joy in witnessing Kaido's bloody dragon head. The breach in defense was merely that, a breach. The reasons behind Kaido's near invincibility, aside from his formidable dragon-scale defense, included his astonishing recovery abilities. High defense is but a deceptive flesh shield. The true shield is one that can both strike and heal. What significance lies in actions not taken by oneself? Kaido snorted disdainfully, his immense dragon form beginning to spin like a top. As he twirled, the surrounding air filled with a howling wind. In no time, several massive tornadoes emerged around Kaido, roaring towards Zifa, a calamity-level tornado. Under the onslaught of the colossal vortex, Zifa's body was uncontrollably swept away, swirling erratically with the tempest. Truly, un monstre existence, fortunately. The warships had already retreated. Zifa squinted to shield his eyes from the flying sand, glancing at the disastrous tornadoes, and unleashed the powers of his Nami. Crack! The atmosphere spread with fissures resembling spider webs, and as the air trembled, the winds within the tornadoes collided and dissipated swiftly. Just as Zifa managed to extricate himself from the tornadoes, Kaido roared and charged directly toward him with his dragon head raised high. Roar! Kaido's massive jaws gaped open, releasing a searing breath aimed at Zifa. Indeed, every one of the four emperors possesses an extraordinary prowess, Zifa pondered as he beheld the relentless assault. Sensing the scorching breath rushing toward him, Zifa forcefully propelled himself upward, narrowly evading Kaido's dragon breath attack. As Kaido drew nearer, Zifa deftly spun in midair, landing atop Kaido's colossal body. Now it was my turn to strike. Such a perfect opportunity for an offensive would not be squandered. Racing along the serpentine form of the dragon, Zifa bent low, delivering a powerful punch downward. Bang! His fist, infused with haki and the energy of the Nami, crushed the hardened scales atop Kaido's head, creating an indentation, and the shockwave surged into Kaido's body, forming fine cracks in his scales. Aru! Kaido let out a pained howl, his massive form sinking momentarily before quickly stabilizing. Bang, bang, bang! Zifa did not relent, unleashing a flurry of punches on a single point, shattering the scales, with blood cascading down Kaido's dragon head. One could only wonder if the dragon's blood, imbued with the powers of a devil fruit, would serve as a boon for the fish and shrimp below. Roar! Damn it! Get down here! Kaido bellowed in fury. While swinging his head, his body twisted and twirled in the air, attempting to shake Zifa off. Such an image of being ridden was undoubtedly a humiliation, especially with Zifa attacking from a blind spot atop his head, forcing him into a passive state of receiving blows. Yet the surface of the sea below offered no foothold, and as a devil fruit user, he could only maintain his Azure Dragon form to preserve his combat effectiveness. After a futile attempt to shake off Zifa, the pain became unbearable for Kaido, who let out a dragon's roar and soared away into the distance. He was desperately in need of a landing spot. Why is he leaving? The yellow monkey, having already pushed Sachi into a corner, glanced at the retreating Kaido, losing interest in toying with his opponent. With a swift strike of his sword of light against the spear, he flipped and delivered a kick to Sachi's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Before Sachi could regain control, the yellow monkey unleashed a barrage of light bullets. Hachikogu. Squinting at Sachi, the yellow monkey's light bullet struck with precision against Sachi's ethereal form. The dazzling brilliance swiftly engulfed Sachi. Boom, 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 boom. Sachi's spirit retreated again and again amidst the explosions. His ghostly green form gradually faded under the bombardment of the light bullets, ultimately becoming transparent and vanishing from sight. One could only marvel at the peculiar nature of natural-type attacks. The yellow monkey observed Sachi's disappearance with indifference, swiftly catching the dark spear that fell. Feeling the eerie yet scorching sensation emanating from the spear, he rubbed the still painful wound on his rear, his eyes darting with cunning. Kaido, carrying Zifa, soared into the storm clouds. Yet, no matter how the thunder struck, Zifa remained unfazed. Clinging tightly to Kaido, his tempestuous punches had pierced through flesh and struck against the solid skull. Damn it! Kaido seethed with frustration, murderous intent brewing, his eyes reddened from pain. Finally, a small, uninhabited island came into view. Roar! Kaido joyously bellowed. Upon reaching the island's skies, he immediately retracted his massive azure dragon form, transforming into his hybrid dragon-human shape. In this form, his agility would significantly enhance, and his methods of attack would become more versatile and unpredictable. TSK, wasn't it said that you wish for death? Just a little more fighting, and it would be as you desired, Zifa mused as he descended to the ground with moonwalk steps, feeling unsatisfied. That enormous azure dragon target had not retaliated no matter how much he struck, only howling in agony. Truly a coveted training tool. Alas, it was over. You must have enjoyed that immensely. Kaido, now in his dragon-human form, wiped the blood and flesh from his forehead, veins bulging. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zifa. The frustration of being defenseless is something no one relishes. Kaido's expression darkened as he glared at Zifa, the prominent veins in his forehead pulsating, revealing his fury. The sky seemed to echo his wrath, rumbling with purple lightning amidst the dark clouds. Arcs of electricity crackling across his dragon-human form. I hope you can provide me with more exhilarating sensations, Zifa, in this oppressive atmosphere. Kaido roared aloud and leaped into the air. The kanabo in his grasp crackled with black and red arcs of electricity, swinging the iron club to unleash a sword-like projectile. Of course, I come with the intent to end your life, Zifa declared as he delivered an uppercut, sending Kaido's distant attack soaring into the sky. The purple strike ascended, the energy brewing within erupting violently, tearing a rift in the pitch-black storm clouds. Zifa pressed closer, unyieldingly engaging Kaido in direct confrontation. Clang, 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 clang. Each collision between the two sparked brilliant flashes of light. Both combatants were of the admiral level, their mastery of haki comparable. However, Kaido's kanabo gave him an edge, and Zifa, relying solely on his fists, could feel a twinge of pain from the strikes. Not bad, Zifa. Kaido grinned widely. Rokushiki, with a roar. Kaido leaped into the air, gripping the kanabo with both hands, and brought it crashing down upon Zifa, powerful haki radiating outwards in thick black and red lightning. Truly, a monstrous vitality. Zifa's expression shifted as he observed Kaido's increasingly formidable presence. The previous attacks he delivered while riding atop Kaido's head had caused some cracks in the dragon's hard skull. Injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person only seemed to embolden Kaido further. Indeed, a natural-born monster. Faced with Kaido's overwhelming assault, Zifa crossed his arms. Enveloped in haki and the powers of the Jun Nami, bracing for the impending strike. Boom! The collision between Zifa's arm and Kaido's spiked club sent black-red lightning cascading through the surrounding void. Zifa bent his knees, gritting his teeth as he fiercely resisted Kaido's assault. The spikes grated against his hardened arm, producing a sizzling sound, while the ground beneath them cracked and collapsed violently. Kaido, unable to overpower Zifa, allowed a smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, his body performed a somersault in mid-air, and the powerful tail of the dragon behind him let out a piercing shriek as it surged towards Zifa's abdomen. This is bad. Zifa watched in horror as the dragon's tail drew nearer, too late to react. The speed of the attack rendered him incapable of even cloaking himself in Busashoka Haki. With a thunderous crash, the tail struck Zifa, propelling him backward, leaving a long trail in the ground before he came to a stop. Cough, cough. Zifa spat out the dust that had invaded his mouth as he rose from the ground. His fingers instinctively brushed over the scar on his abdomen, but the pain was swiftly fading. Confused, Zifa glanced down. He observed the distinct scar on his abdomen, the bruising darkening to a purplish hue. Yet the pain had vanished entirely. Before he could comprehend this phenomenon, he noticed the black-purple discoloration of the bruise noticeably lightening in that brief moment. So this is... A sudden realization struck Zifa as he recalled the golden orb of light that had merged with his body after Mo had restored his arm. It allowed me to disregard the inevitable internal injuries incurred while utilizing the Gura Nami. As he touched the now faint scar on his abdomen, Zifa's eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to the light of the sun and moon when he gazed at Kaido. Such an extraordinary regenerative ability meant he could fight without fear of injury, even disregarding the need to conserve his stamina. Come on, Kaido. Next, I shall show you what a true monster is, Zifa declared, his gaze sharp and confident. In the next moment, his Busashoka Haki erupted forth without reservation, enveloping his entire body. But that was not all. A large sphere of pale white Gura Nami energy manifested upon Zifa's now black iron-colored form, infusing itself into his very bones and flesh, unleashing his full power. Crack! The earth beneath him shattered, and the atmosphere around them ruptured. The shockwaves resonated instantly to the sea beyond the island, where tumultuous waves rose, and the storm clouds in the sky dissipated rapidly, vanishing into nothingness. Hey, are you trying to throw your life away? Such reckless application of Gura Nomi's powers will primarily affect your own body. Kaido's expression changed upon witnessing this scene. Whitebeard had roamed the seas for decades, and the might of the Gura Nami was well known. Even a monster like Whitebeard had suffered grievously while wielding its power. Was Zifa not courting death by doing the same? Yet at that moment, Zifa felt every cell in his body come alive. The seismic energy surged within him, and while countless weak cells were being obliterated, a rare few were adapting to the shockwaves, growing increasingly resilient. Normally, such widespread cellular death would collapse the body, but a powerful vitality maintained this seemingly fragile balance. Furthermore, his brain suppressed the pain brought on by the drastic changes in his body. What an incredible sensation! Zifa clenched his fist, the veins in his arm bulging like gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Every sinew and bone in his fingers seemed to be brewing with immense power. Today, I shall fulfill your wish for death, Kaido, Zifa said with a confident smile, stepping forward, his body launching toward Kaido like a cannonball. Where he passed, the air shattered, and the sound of explosive impacts echoed like thunder on parched earth. Relentless and unyielding. What kind of joke is this? Raime hack, Kaido roared, his face contorting in fury. He leapt into the air, spinning his spike club, channeling the purple lightning and the black-red arcs of Haki that radiated from it as he swung it towards Zifa. Boom! The two clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield, producing a deafening explosion. In the next moment, Kaido's dragon-like eyes narrowed as he was propelled backward by Zifa's overwhelming force, his feet digging into the cracked earth, carving a deep trench. But that was not the end. The Gura Nomi's power surged relentlessly through the iron rod into Kaido's body. From his claws, Kaido's dragon scales began to peel and shatter layer by layer. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief. As the scales on his forearm neared the brink of destruction, he released his grip on the spike club. Staggering back, Kaido's body swayed, and the ground beneath him was etched with a web of deep fissures. After retreating for several meters, Kaido finally managed to steady himself. His arm, now stripped of scales, hung limply at his side as he looked up in shock at Zifa. He had been breached in direct combat. This was something even the world-renowned strongest man, Whitebeard, had never achieved. Kaido's jaw clenched as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. But Zifa did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Propelled by explosive force and the sound of shattering air, he flew in and delivered a powerful punch to Kaido's jaw. Kaido nearly bit his own tongue, his mouth snapping shut involuntarily. The tremendous force and shock waves sent pain radiating through his teeth, his eyes bulging as he was propelled backward. Mid-air, Kaido's eyes, nearly rolling back, suddenly snapped back to focus, blood vessels bulging ominously. As he remained airborne, his body regained balance through the motion of his tail, and his knees buckled as he crashed into the ground. It had been a long time since he tasted such a feeling, one that even instilled a tinge of fear within him. Kaido's tongue licked the sharp gaps between his teeth, scraping away the blood oozing from his gums, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Zifa. I have continuously defeated those who claim to be stronger than me, and in due time, I have become the strongest myself. What can one see from this position? A view that no one can surpass? Kaido spoke flatly, then retrieved a gourd from his waist, uncorked it, and downed its contents in one go. As he spoke again, his voice regained its vigor. I hope your body can withstand your strength. Otherwise, my life will become exceedingly dull. Kaido declared excitedly, releasing an unending torrent of Conqueror's haki. Waves of overwhelming might tinted the realm around Kaido with a dark crimson hue. Dragon's breath. Kaido opened his massive jaws, his throat conjuring heat capable of instantly melting rock, and unleashed it towards Zifa. Once again, he resorted to an old tactic, indicating that Zifa's methods had run dry. Zifa, unleashing his full power, showed no intention of evasion. A sphere of white energy formed around his fist, striking back against Kaido's scorching breath. As he swung his fist, the white sphere instantly transformed into an invisible projectile. The next moment, Kaido's fiery breath erupted in an explosion, raining down fiery droplets across the terrain. Zifa stepped forward, and with a resounding blast and the sound of rupturing air, he appeared above Kaido's head in an instant. Ah! Zifa roared, his fist, now infused with a grayish luminescence, doubled in size as it surged with vitality, crashing down toward Kaido's head. Kaido had already witnessed the might of Zifa's attack. Yet, as the iron-headed lad, who seeks death in various ways merely to find a worthy adversary, Kaido harbored no intentions of retreating. With a thunderous cackle, Kaido's menacing horns entwined with his haki, darkening ominously, as a multitude of crimson lightning bolts emanated around him, charging towards Zephyr's fist with relentless ferocity. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Kaido was instantly driven into the earth beneath Zephyr's might. A resounding thunderclap echoed as the island, overwhelmed by the ferocity of their clash, began to fracture rapidly, with surging seawater cascading through the crevices. Amidst the rubble and dust, a colossal roar reverberated. Kaido transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon, spiraling upwards as he brandished his weapon, the Hachizai Jia, into the air. Zephyr, you must live until the day I defeat you. Kaido bellowed with a thunderous laugh, his serpentine form poised to ascend. From their encounter, Kaido discerned that Zephyr surpassed him in strength, igniting within him a renewed aspiration to pursue greatness. The terrifying power he witnessed would not incapacitate Zephyr. Instead, it became a testament to Kaido's satisfaction with the outcome of this encounter. Remaining would only subject him to further defeat. It was wiser to await the enhancement of his own abilities before seeking another bout with Zephyr. However, as Kaido sought to depart, Zephyr would not permit it. His ambition was to eradicate all pirates from the world. Seeking to flee? Have you consulted me? Zephyr's voice boomed as he propelled himself into the air, creating a shockwave that tore through the heavens, appearing above Kaido. With a fist imbued with formidable haki, he aimed a devastating blow at Kaido's forehead. Coming again? Kaido's expression shifted as he realized Zephyr had set his sights on his prized head. Just as Zephyr's fist was about to land, Kaido desperately turned his head aside. With a resounding crack, Zephyr's fist collided with Kaido's jade-like dragon horn, shattering it in an instant, sending the fragment plummeting into the sea below. Roaring defiantly, Kaido's dragon-like eyes turned a fierce crimson. Yet, fully aware that he was no match for Zephyr, he wasted no time in retreating swiftly. The progression of combat among the strong is the swiftest. Following this battle, Zephyr's mastery of Haki advanced significantly, culminating in the formation of a luminous orb, akin to the color of his fist. This was a fusion of Haki and the powers of the Junjun fruit. Oof. You claim to seek death. If you possess the courage, do not flee, Zephyr declared as he hurled the fused energy orb towards Kaido. The orb, imbued with a grayish hue, surged towards Kaido at an astonishing speed, rending the sky and stirring the waves violently. A tremendous explosion ensued upon impact, shaking the very fabric of the distant landscape. Kaido let out a heart-wrenching roar as his dragon scale shattered, torrents of dragon blood raining down upon the heavens. The title of the world's strongest creature was not bestowed lightly. Even with his scales fractured and bloodied, Kaido's vitality remained formidable. He writhed momentarily before vanishing into the clouds. Observing Kaido's ability to maintain flight and disappear within the clouds, Zephyr shook his head, reluctantly opting to abandon the pursuit. The moonwalk technique, while adept at hovering, could not compare to true flight. Moreover, Kaido had already vanished into the thick clouds, rendering the search for his massive form a daunting task. Zephyr was not a lone wolf. The safety of his students weighed heavily on his mind. Should anything happen to them, he would be left isolated and vulnerable. Oh no! Upon recalling his students, Zephyr's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened back towards their rendezvous point. This was a territory teeming with notorious pirates. Without a formidable presence to deter them, the naval vessels would be besieged. Having previously experienced the horrors of Weeble's attack, Zephyr regarded his students with utmost protectiveness. Upon reaching the designated location and spotting his students unharmed aboard the ship, he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon returning to the deck, he encountered Kizaru, who approached with a nonchalant demeanor. Zephyr raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Kizaru, you didn't let Sachi slip away this time, did you?" Given Kizaru's notorious reputation, such a suspicion was hardly unfounded. "Zephyr-sensei, am I truly so untrustworthy in your eyes?" Kizaru shrugged, casually twirling the spear he had acquired, a smirk playing on his lips as he provocatively asked, "So, how did things fare with Kaido?" This was clearly a jab at Zephyr's inability to resolve the situation with Kaido. Zephyr's countenance darkened at Kizaru's taunt, his fists unconsciously enveloped in Haki. "What do you wish to imply?" Zephyr's tone remained calm, yet the palpable aura of menace was unmistakable. Kizaru, sensing the ominous atmosphere, recoiled slightly, instinctively placing his hands behind his back and adopting an overly formal posture. Observing this, Zephyr couldn't help but chuckle. Had he possessed this level of strength during Kizaru's rebellious phase, perhaps the latter would have turned out differently. "Enough with your theatrics," Zephyr commanded, retracting his Haki and gesturing dismissively. "Speak, what brings you here?" He understood Kizaru well. If there were no pressing matters, the man would have long returned home to rest. It was a fanciful notion to think he would voluntarily linger to assist. As anticipated, the moment Zephyr opened his mouth, Kizaru's demeanor shifted dramatically. Kizaru approached with an exaggeratedly fawning attitude, saying, "Zephyr-sensei, has I made progress in developing her devil fruit abilities? You see, I've been so busy lately that even a yawn could squash a fly." He gazed at Zephyr's youthful visage, envious of the apparent vigor he exuded. Previously, Kizaru had never felt the pangs of aging anxiety. However, witnessing the youthful appearance of the 70-year-old Zephyr compared to his own age brought forth an unavoidable realization. Regrettably, every attempt to approach Ein had been met with her guarded refusal. Could one truly blame him for his appearance? Alas, Kizaru had no choice but to tactfully approach Zephyr to discuss this matter. Zephyr regarded Kizaru with an impassive expression. "Your face appears as if it has aged prematurely. And since when did you begin to care about your appearance?" "Ein's abilities remain unchanged. They are unrelated to my own transformations." Zephyr shook his head, bemused. Then, might you share a hint with me, Zephyr-sensei?" Kizaru's disappointment was palpable as he inquired about the source of Zephyr's rejuvenation. Such a phenomenon, which could restore youth without diminishing combat prowess, would be irresistible even to a man like him. If fate permits, you will encounter it. Zifa shook his head, dismissing Huang Yuan's inquiry. The fact that Mo Bai assisted him in restoring his arm, bringing him back to his prime, and granting him that formidable vitality was already an insurmountable kindness, so he naturally had no intention of troubling Mo Bai further. Not receiving the desired answer, Huang Yuan, dejected, prepared to depart, but before he could move, Zifa called out to him from behind. Wait! Upon hearing the voice, Huang Yuan turned in surprise, initially believing Zifa was about to share some information. However, Zifa's next words shattered his hopes. Your face is filled with wrinkles, and you don't seem comfortable. Let I give you a few treatments. Zifa waved to summon Ein and addressed Huang Yuan. As long as you refrain from releasing an overwhelming amount of haki, the power of the retrospective fruit can keep you looking youthful. Zifa looked at Huang Yuan with a disdainful curl of his lips. For others, the inability to wield excessive haki might pose a challenge, but for you, it hardly matters. Akainu, Akiji, and Huang Yuan, the three of them are the highest combat powers of the Navy. Among them, Akainu's mastery of his devil fruit and haki training are equally advanced, leaving no shortcomings. Akiji, in his youth, adhered to the principle of burning justice, training with reckless abandon, establishing a solid foundation in haki and martial arts, even surpassing the development of his fruit. Only Huang Yuan, after acquiring the so-called light-speed Pika Pika Nami, became overly reliant on the power of the devil fruit, resulting in a rather lazy training regimen. The strength of fruit development far exceeds that of haki and martial arts, rendering haki for him more of a decorative aspect. Huang Yuan silently regarded Zifa, at a loss for words. After contemplating, he found Zifa's words to possess some merit, thus willingly accepted his suggestion. After Ein regressed him by 24 years, the 32-year-old Huang Yuan appeared significantly rejuvenated. As Huang Yuan felt the changes in his body, he was immensely satisfied. But when his fingers brushed against the still prominent wrinkles on his face, he was momentarily taken aback. Staring blankly at Zifa, Huang Yuan swallowed hard and struggled to voice his thoughts. Teacher Zifa, I feel I could go for another round. I would appear more composed at 20. As Zifa delved deeper into the new world, after months of waiting, Moria finally concluded a rather unpleasant transaction with the Vinsmoke family. What a complete scoundrel. They claim to be a family of killers, yet the quality of the corpses they provided is utterly subpar, not a single one worth mentioning. Moonlight Moria grumbled incessantly as he stuffed shadows into the bodies of the cloned soldiers. He had eagerly placed an order with the infamous war profiteer, expecting a shipment of high-quality goods. To his dismay, apart from a few ordinary corpses, the rest were all biotechnological clones. Although these clone soldiers were slightly stronger than ordinary humans, their primary strengths lay in absolute loyalty and lack of pain perception. This was of no assistance in creating zombies. As materials for zombie making, these cloned soldiers, with their mechanized existence and lack of autonomy, were far inferior to regular humans. It was well known that when the Vinsmoke family ignited conflicts across the globe, the bodies were mere byproducts of war, worthless in monetary terms. He spent a fortune on these worthless scraps, only to receive these tasteless and regrettable products. Enduring his frustration, Moria finally completed the creation of the last zombie soldier. Gazing at the multitude of zombie soldiers filling his vision, his resentment dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This would be his capital for revenge against Don Quixote da Flamingo and his ascent to power. Seeing so many zombie soldiers, da Flamingo is sure to be startled. Moria looked at his army of zombies, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Tens of thousands of zombie soldiers, a force capable of obliterating a nation. Moria stood elevated, surveying his entire fortune. With a flourish of his cloak, he turned to command the three strange beings to launch a full-scale attack. But suddenly, a wave of recollection washed over him, bringing back the pain of lost companions. To live is to lose, Moria murmured. his gaze sharpening with newfound determination as he addressed the three strange beings. "You three stay here." Lord Moria, the transparent Absalom, began to speak, but his words were interrupted by a sob from beside him. "Is Lord Moria going to face danger this time? Please don't leave us." Perona, clutching a teddy bear with one arm, wept profusely, tears streaming down her face. Having been rescued by Moria at a young age, she regarded him as a father figure. Now, faced with the prospect of being abandoned, she could not bear the thought. "Do not worry, Perona. I'm leaving you here because I have a more important task for you." Moria spread his fingers and smiled widely. Under his control, the shadows began to rise, splitting into several black shadow boxes, which he handed to the three strange beings. "In case of danger, I will instantly swap places with my shadow. The area, shrouded in fog, has yet to be fully explored by anyone, ensuring utmost safety. You are responsible for hiding the shadow boxes on the abandoned floating ships in a misty region. I entrust my safety to you." Hee. After assigning tasks to the three strange beings, Moria erupted into a fit of laughter. Having previously escaped Doflamingo's trap using shadow clones, he felt he had found a way to survive. Now, he had left shadow boxes in many places secretly. Most people only have one chance to make mistakes in their lifetime. Yet he now possessed countless opportunities for trial and error. Who else could rival him for the throne of Pirate King? Amidst the rapidly changing environment, fresh events unfolded every moment. Very few were aware of Moria's plans for revenge against Doflamingo. How long it would take to create a significant uproar remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the most sensational news was undoubtedly the complete disappearance of the Whitebeard pirates from the seas, stirring endless discussions among the populace. Hooray! The Whitebeard pirates have finally been eradicated by the Navy. I hope the Navy will continue their efforts and eliminate the remaining pirates. In the near future, our children will surely live in a peaceful era, in taverns and bustling markets. The general sentiment among the common folk regarding the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates was largely similar, cheering that they were one step closer to a brighter future. The Straw Hat crew, undeterred by their travels, had crossed Fishman Island and entered the latter half of the New World in the months following the conclusion of the Summit War. Their ship floated quietly upon the waters of the New World. On board, Usopp, upon reading the front page of the newspaper, was momentarily stunned, only to erupt into frantic cries shortly thereafter. "Luffy! Luffy!" Usopp shouted, rushing towards Luffy, who was fishing at the ship's edge. "What is it, Usopp?" Luffy, lost in boredom, absent-mindedly swayed the fishing rod that had yet to catch anything and turned to ask. "Luffy, take a look at the newspaper," Usopp urged, pulling Luffy down from the side of the ship. Usopp took a deep breath and solemnly thrust the newspaper into Luffy's hands. Confused, Luffy accepted the newspaper, and upon reading the headline, his mind jolted and his expression transformed dramatically. How could this be? Ace! Luffy's pupils dilated, his mouth agape in disbelief as he fell weakly to his knees on the deck. Tears, like a dam bursting, streamed down his face. "Luffy, what is wrong?" Zoro, hearing the commotion, descended the stairs, picked up the newspaper from the ground, and his expression changed as he discerned the content. During the War of Marineford, they had witnessed the formidable strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, how could such a powerful crew have ended so swiftly after losing Whitebeard? Zoro, calming his swirling thoughts, focused intently on the newspaper and finally spotted a glimmer of hope. "Luffy, your brother may still be alive. As the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, if he were dead, the Navy would surely broadcast it widely. Right now, no news is the best news. The various pirate factions in the New World, upon receiving this news, were initially struck with shock, quickly ceasing their conflicts. This was undoubtedly no trivial matter. What they valued was not the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates that the Navy had decimated, but the fact that the Navy had brazenly penetrated the pirate-dominated waters of the New World. It is essential to note that the latter half of the New World had been under the control of various pirate factions for decades, and this was the first time the Navy had so audaciously intruded upon their territory. What was the Navy up to? Were they not afraid of being besieged by us? The Navy had issued a declaration of war against us. We must unite to confront them. With the chaos in the New World subsiding, the pirates, in anticipation of a potential all-out war instigated by the Navy, reached an unprecedented consensus. Although discerning eyes could easily see the hidden agendas within, the sheer force of their union awakened unrealistic fantasies within everyone. This was indeed the most tumultuous era of piracy upon the seas. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the fog-laden office of the Admiral, Akainu, who had never smoked, found himself, shortly after becoming the fleet admiral, burdened by an avalanche of paperwork, transforming into a seasoned smoking companion of Smoker. Voices of the various pirate factions in the New World uniting against the Navy stirred a storm within the Marine ranks. Reports of attacks on isolated bases serving as sentry posts in the New World compounded Akainu's sense of helplessness. He set down a stack of reviewed documents, wearily rubbed his forehead, stretched his chest, and heard a series of cracks from his joints. Reflecting on the universal conscription proposal he had submitted a month prior, Akainu sighed deeply. Alas, the efficiency of the world government. I wonder if they will agree. At Mariehua, the Holy Land, the chain reactions triggered by Zifa's actions in the New World against the Whitebeard pirates compelled the Gorosei to convene a meeting to discuss countermeasures. The sound of thunderous arguments echoed from the meeting room, audible outside. How dare Zifa? The furious round-faced Gorosei with a mustache displayed his anger vividly upon his grizzled visage, his thick lips spewing forth spittle as he railed. As he lamented, it became clear that his true ire was not solely directed at the increasingly chaotic maritime situation, but rather at Zifa's audacity to strike against the warlords of the sea, who were sanctioned by the world government. The legal right to plunder granted to the warlords of the sea was bestowed by the world government itself. Thus, Zifa's actions were a direct affront to their authority. Well, this incident provides us with a justification to issue a bounty on Zifa. However, we must not dwell solely on Zifa. A Gorosei wielding a sword interrupted the round-faced one, as silence fell over the meeting room. Surveying the gathered members, he inquired, "What thoughts do you have regarding the current pirate incursions against Navy bases in the New World?" Such matters are naturally the Navy's concern. The world government does not maintain them for free, protested the round-faced Gorosei, his simmering resentment evident. Yet his temperament remained unchanged despite his grievances. While his statement holds merit, we cannot simply stand by and watch the Navy suffer significant losses. The long-bearded Gorosei, appearing astute, calmly analyzed, Zo has been making tremendous strides, and the surrounding seas have all been incorporated into its jurisdiction, fortified into an impenetrable fortress. We cannot glean any information from within Zo due to its formidable military power. Neighboring nations have rushed to establish diplomatic relations with it, and even 2 former member states of the world government have chosen to withdraw and align themselves with Zo. Our standing faces unprecedented challenges. The world government cannot afford losses and must preserve the Navy's strength. The long-bearded Gorosei pondered strategies, tapping his goat-like hooves on the conference table, before suddenly raising his head to suggest, "What do you all think about Akainu's conscription plan? Universal conscripción." Upon the long-bearded Gorosei's prompting, the others recalled Akainu's proposal from a month prior. This approach could indeed alleviate the Navy's plight against the relentless onslaught of pirates. However, recruiting individuals from across the globe would undoubtedly yield a mix of characters. Would it not risk placing the Navy beyond their control? As anticipated, someone soon voiced this concern. The Navy's compliance with the world government's orders was already lacking. Would the universal conscription bolster the Navy's strength to the point of causing it to spiral out of control? The curly-haired Gorosei, furrowing his brow, expressed his apprehension. "Do not worry. Strengthening the Navy also serves to bolster our own power. For the ordinary individuals below, military orders are paramount. As long as we can maintain control over the Navy's upper echelons, they will forever remain tethered by the leash around their necks." The sword-wielding Gorosei, earnestly declaring this, suddenly recalled his current appearance, his expression turning a shade of green. After a moment of awkwardness, he managed to settle his mixed emotions and continued. "The chaos in the New World is not insurmountable. We can disseminate the news of Zifa's betrayal and the execution of Warlord Weevil. shifting the blame for the Whitebeard pirates' troubles onto Zifa. Once the pirates in the New World realize this is merely a farce, the turmoil will swiftly subside. What? Have you considered the consequences of such actions? The round-faced Wuloxing, with a prominent mustache, rose in fury, his large, bovine eyes ablaze with indignation as he glared at the knife-wielding Wuloxing, expressing his discontent. The former Marine Admiral's blatant rebellion against the world government's policies and the news of his slaying of Warlord Weibel are bound to strike us in the face before the entire world. Just as the round-faced Wuloxing articulated, the reason the news of Weibel's demise at the hands of Zifa has not yet been disseminated is due to the world government's concern for its own reputation, which led to the suppression and concealment of the information. Now, they wish to proactively release this humiliating news? The Holy Land Maligieo has already faced destruction once. Is it still necessary to consider matters of face? As long as the world government can maintain its supreme authority, even if we five venture forth in this guise, the flattery we receive shall remain unblemished. The knife-wielding Wuloxing scoffed. This world ultimately values strength above all. As long as they continue to stand atop the pinnacle of global power, even the worst can be spun into something commendable. All present are cunning foxes, well aware of this truth. Thus, it was not long before the world government acquiesced to the request for recruitment by Akainu, utilizing all its channels to assist in promoting the Marines' global recruitment initiative. Initially, upon receiving this news, Akainu was filled with excitement, his mind racing with thoughts of how he would seize the opportunity to make a significant impact post-recruitment. However, upon seeing the warrant against Zifa that arrived alongside the approved recruitment documents, Akainu's expression of exhilaration vanished in an instant. Zifa-sensei has killed Weibel. Akainu's mind was momentarily shaken as he absorbed the content of the warrant. Like the majority of the Marines, he harbored a deep-seated desire to rid the seas of the warlords. Yet, as a quintessential iron-willed soldier, the duty to obey orders outweighed his personal beliefs. While the notion of Zifa having slain Weibel initially brought him a sense of relief, it also signified a confrontation with the world government. The Marines, as an arm of the world government, naturally found themselves at odds with Zifa. One side was his mentor, while the other was the command of his superiors. Akainu clenched the document tightly, the cigarette between his lips burning rapidly. After what felt like an eternity, as the stub finally extinguished, he spat the ash that had fallen into his mouth into the ground, exhaling a long plume of swirling smoke. He summoned the soldier on duty at the door and handed him a document. Deliver the new warrant to the communications room. Yes, Marshal. The soldier stood straight, saluting as he took the warrant and exited the marshal's office. Once he reached the communications room, the soldier finally exhaled, his tense body relaxing. Phew! The pressure from Marshal Akainu is far greater than when he was an admiral. It must be due to his rapid increase in strength, rendering his aura difficult to contain. The soldier murmured to himself, finally having the time to satisfy his curiosity by examining the contents of the warrant. However, upon taking a glance, his face instantly froze. How could Zifa-sensei appear on the wanted list? The soldier exclaimed incredulously. Zifa had served for decades as a Marine instructor. It could be said that a significant majority of the current Marines were his students. How could such a person end up on a wanted list? What has happened to Zifa-sensei? The soldier's words attracted the attention of those around him, a large crowd gathering as they approached, their expressions mirroring the disbelief of the soldier. The communications room fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of noise. This must be a false warrant. Who orchestrated this prank? To place the name of Zifa-sensei, who dedicated his life to combating crime, on a wanted list is an absolute affront. Whoever is responsible, I shall ensure they pay dearly. The Marines in the communications room surrounded the soldier, their eyes ablaze with fury, displaying an unmistakable determination to uncover the truth. Calm down, everyone. Let us discuss this rationally, the soldier said, retracting his neck and adopting a posture of submission akin to that of Kizu, hastily explaining, I am merely the soldier on duty in the marshal's office today. This was personally handed to me by Marshal Akainu. If you're going to lie, at least be consistent. If you said it was the Admiral Kazuru, who has the most strained relationship with Zifa-sensei, we might believe you. But how could Marshal Akainu indulge in such a prank? It seems you won't speak the truth unless you're coerced. Beat him, someone in the crowd shouted. And in an instant, the Marines in the communications room descended upon the soldier, delivering blows and kicks. Within 2 or 3 minutes, the soldier found himself battered and bruised, huddled on the ground, cradling his head. Everyone, please stop. Enough. The soldier, his eyes swollen to slits, hurriedly raised the document in his hands as the surrounding actions began to wane. This is indeed an official document from the Marshal's office. Aside from Marshal Akainu, I am the second person to have handled it. Look at the world government's seal on it. The soldier, filled with a sense of grievance, cried out in explanation. The surrounding Marines, seeing that the soldier had firmly maintained his stance, exchanged glances before reluctantly accepting the document he offered, flipping it over. As they perused the subsequent contents, they too confirmed the veracity of the matter and the reasoning behind Zifa's wanted status. Zifa-sensei did well. A pirate who attacked a marine training vessel cannot possibly be deemed worthy of being a warlord. This only proves that these warlords are nothing but scum. A communications marine declared after reviewing the warrant, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. A pirate is a pirate. What sort of justification is legal plunder? It is an outright violation of justice. Yet soon after, his mood dampened. How could Zifa, who devoted his life to the cause of justice, be wanted for punishing evil? Is the so-called justice truly the justice they envision? The news of Zifa being wanted by the world government swiftly spread across the seas, causing the various notorious pirates in the New World, who had previously united against the Marines, to fracture into chaos. Those who had earned their renown on the seas were all cunning foxes, wary that Zifa might be a ploy concocted by the Marines, choosing instead to observe the situation. The previous turmoil subsided. Before long, the Marines unveiled their global recruitment initiative, which, based on strength rather than qualifications, offered the opportunity to ascend directly to the rank of Marine Admiral, igniting a fervor of discussion. An admiral's position, attainable solely through strength? In an instant, numerous capable individuals, previously constrained by their conscience and leading unremarkable lives, flocked to various Marine bases to enlist. In the North Sea, at the Marine Branch Base, a middle-aged base commander brandished the global recruitment notice as he scoured the local town's gambling establishments, finally locating his target in a tavern. Yixiao, what brings you here? I've searched every casino in town for you. The base commander greeted the bartender, ordered a rum, and took a seat beside Yixiao, venting his frustrations. Colonel, just call me by my name. I'm but a Marine ensign now, Yixiao replied, tossing 3 dice in his hand, turning to smile at the base commander. I am merely here to wager a drink. I assure you, I will not breach discipline. Alas, my purpose in seeking you is not to discuss this matter. The base commander took a swig of rum, shook the recruitment notice in his hand, and began to read beside Yixiao, approved by the world government. The Navy launches a 3-month global recruitment plan as of this day. This is a golden opportunity to ascend to the position of Admiral. The base commander shook his head, sighing. Such a rank is beyond his reach. Having spent most of his life becoming a mere base commander, perhaps this is the pinnacle of his existence. So, what do you think? Are you interested? I have witnessed your strength with envious eyes, he inquired cheerfully while nudging Yixiao with a shoulder. Who could fathom the astonishment in his heart when he first witnessed Yixiao's prowess? That meteor fell from the heavens with a resounding crash, leaving behind a pirate crew with a bounty worth billions reduced to mere debris upon the waves. The speed at which he eradicated those pirates was more astonishing than a dream. With such a formidable ally at his side, the base commander felt a duality of joy in discovering a treasure and guilt in allowing it to gather dust. The dragon soars across the seas, and the phoenix sings high in the heavens. His own achievements pale in comparison. Yixiao's capabilities clearly merit a pursuit of grander horizons. Thus, upon hearing the news of global recruitment, he promptly sought out Yixiao. Yixiao, moved by the commander's words, felt a stirring in his heart. To alter the rules, he must ascend to a fitting height and this global recruitment stood before him as a splendid opportunity. However, Colonel, I am already employed by the Navy. Can I still participate in the recruitment? Ishao furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. Of course, the commander reassured him. Currently, our allied bases are exceedingly busy. Your title merely appears on our branch's roster and has yet to be submitted to headquarters. He patted Ishao's shoulder and, glancing around cautiously, added earnestly, only our base's brothers know of this matter. When you rise in rank, do not forget to support us. Ishao was not one to lack adaptability. With the commander's backing, he re-entered the global recruitment under the guise of an ordinary person. The recruitment events thrived across various locations, with the number of applicants flooding into the Navy bases reaching a historic high in nearly a decade. The recruitment process involved local competitions, with the strongest contenders advancing to higher bases for further contests. After determining the regional champions, they would gather at the Navy headquarters for the final showdown. The spectacles of competition were extraordinarily grand, with dazzling battles occurring on the arena, prompting eager speculation on who would emerge victorious. Yet in the North Sea, none of the participants in the global recruitment harbored ambitions of claiming the top spot. Anyone witnessing the meteor shower would tremble in awe. This was merely a casual strike from that individual. The Navy had recently devoted nearly all its resources to the global recruitment. In the absence of significant threats, naval forces maintained their routine patrols without specifically pursuing pirates. This had little effect on the powerful pirates. But for those lacking strength who either faced hunger or were disinterested in plunder, this was indeed a grand revelry. They could see some remote islands or hijack a few weak merchant ships, transforming their lives from destitution to feasting. In a certain sea area of a new world, the buggy pirate crew was sailing directly towards a small island barely measuring a dozen meters across. After Nami's victory over the Golden Lion and the subsequent calming of the EC's chaos, they had hastily retreated to the Grand Line. Upon arriving there, Buggy seemed to awaken something extraordinary. Not only did tons of gold rain down from the sky during the day, but even casual excursions to procure supplies yielded ancient treasure maps. They had spent several months leisurely seeking treasures, defeating several pirate crews attempting to engage in treachery with the might of Buggy Ball. Just as they thought to continue their carefree treasure hunting, the Shurima Empire, which had previously thwarted the world government and the Navy, suddenly began to expand its influence after 2 months of silence. It not only incorporated the vast sea surrounding it, but also expanded outward at a frenzied pace. Countless iron warships of the Shurima Empire patrolled their waters day and night, driving away pirate crews that disturbed the peace of the local populace. Witnessing a Shurima warship chase down a pirate crew with cannon fire covering a radius of several kilometers evoked a sense of dread in the buggy pirate crew, prompting them to hastily stow their belongings and flee to the relatively safer New World. The treasure lay in plain sight on the island, unburied, devoid of the thrill of discovery. On board the pirate ship, adorned with various golden jewels, Buggy discarded the treasure map in frustration, lamenting, "This island is too remote. If it weren't for that, this glaring treasure would have been snatched long ago." Through his golden telescope, he gazed at the shining boxes of treasure displayed on the inconspicuous island, feeling utterly indifferent. What he cherished was the thrill of exploration in the face of the unknown, not the treasures themselves. He held no interest in wealth. "Captain Buggy, after this, we must construct a larger pirate ship. We also need to find a way to offload some worthless jewelry." First Mate Machi exclaimed with a furrowed brow, while his lion companion, Ricky, nodded in agreement. They had become exceedingly wealthy. Not only was the captain's quarters overflowing with treasures, but every crew member's cabin was also filled with riches, even Ricky's lion den. Entering the kitchen with an empty stomach, they were met with dazzling gold. Each night, the ship's open deck was filled with those unable to sleep due to the abundance of jewels. "I know this without you telling me. I've stated before that I have no interest in money. I only enjoy the thrill of uncovering hidden treasures." Buggy shouted at Machi. He felt ensnared in a dreadful curse, with every treasure map leading him seamlessly to riches, devoid of any enjoyment in deciphering clues. Wealth kept pouring onto his ship. To refuse it felt inhumane. Damn it. Even rolling dice has 6 sides. What is the point of an effortless treasure hunt? As the pirate ship docked, without command, the crew leapt ashore, eagerly beginning to transport the treasures. What was once their favorite pastime now felt lackluster, and their efficiency was painfully low. Baki observed the crew members, each sporting dark circles under their eyes and appearing listless. Contemplating the stack of treasure maps in his hand, he ultimately tucked them into his pocket and furrowed his brow, saying, "Once we empty the treasure from the island, we shall find a place to sell everything on board. Each of us will receive 100 million berries. We will pause our treasure hunt and take some time to rest." 100 million berries is certainly no trifling sum. However, the crew, typically enthusiastic about dividing riches, did not display overwhelming joy at the prospect of such a fortune. They seemed somewhat immune to the allure of wealth, expressing instead a keen eagerness for Baki's suggestion of a break from treasure hunting. Long live Captain Baki. Once we sell the goods on board, we can finally lie on soft beds. I Haven T slept well for over half a month. Only half a month? Your insomnia must be due to the wind on the deck these past few days. I've been sleepless for months, relying on daytime naps, the pirates lamented. Their spirits evidently lifted as they began to work in pairs, transporting treasure chests onto the ship. One pirate, while lifting a hefty chest of riches with his companion, suddenly tripped on something beneath his feet and fell heavily to the ground. With a thud, the unbalanced chest fell, scattering jewels and gold coins everywhere. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, rubbing his twisted ankle before hurriedly gathering the scattered treasures with his partner. After ensuring no valuables were left behind, he turned his attention to what had caused his fall. The pirate mused, peering at a segment of milky white material protruding from the beach, unsure of what creature's horn it might be. Such a seemingly valuable item should not be lying amidst the treasure, perhaps washed ashore by the waves, he thought, as he unearthed the horn from the sand and placed it atop the treasure. The treasure on this deserted island weighed only a few thousand pounds, and under the united effort of the Baki pirates, it was cleared in less than 10 minutes. Subsequently, with renewed vigor, the crew charted a course on the sea map, heading straight for the nearest underground trading market. After 2 hours of navigation, the Baki pirates docked at a bustling port. "Captain Baki, there are too many people outside. Should we wait until dark to begin trading?" Kabaji suggested, glancing at the throngs of people on the dock as he rushed into the shimmering cabin to speak with Baki. In a world rife with piracy, revealing their immense wealth in such a crowded market could make them targets, a cake that everyone would want a piece of. "You may be right, Kabaji. As always, you prove to be our astute strategist. We shall proceed as you suggest," Baki acknowledged, nodding at Kabaji. He then tossed him a pure gold dagger encrusted with gems, instructing, "Go find a generous buyer and negotiate a time for tonight's transaction. Remember to procure some food and drink on your return." Kabaji nodded, stowing the dagger in his sleeve before departing. In the evening, the Baki pirates held a modest feast aboard the ship, and before they knew it, night had fallen. As the appointed trading hour approached, the dock remained brightly lit, bustling with fewer people than during the day, yet still lively. "Captain Baki, it seems we cannot conduct our transaction in secrecy any longer," Kabaji and Machi said, gravely observing the animated scene at the dock. "Do not fret. As your captain, I am always prepared for any eventuality," Baki declared, puffing out his chest and placing an arm around Kabaji and Machi's shoulders, lowering his voice. "I have ordered the cannons on the ship to be loaded with Baki bombs. If anything goes awry, this dock and the town behind it will be sent skyward." A sinister smile crept across Baki's face, causing Kabaji and Machi to instinctively shrink back. He was no benevolent soul. If anyone attempted to double-cross them, they would not escape unscathed. "Captain Baki, the other party has arrived." At that moment, a pirate from the Baki crew rushed over, calling out loudly. "Let us welcome our guests," Baki replied, his expression instantly returning to normal, a smile gracing his lips. He then led Kabaji and Machi to the deck to meet the trading partner, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with round glasses and a small mustache. "Thank you for supporting the operations of the Hayton Trading Association. I am Gas Luo, the head of this branch," he greeted, immediately recognizing the leader of the ship and smiling amiably at Baki. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. This business is far beyond your expectations. How prepared are you financially? Baki inquired, furrowing his brow. Perhaps out of habit, he felt as though Gasluo's smile was directed at his distinctive red nose. The Hayden Trading Association is backed by the king of loan sharks in the underground world, Duffeld. I believe you need not worry about our financial capacity, Gasluo replied, lifting his chin with a proud expression. The underground world is a hotbed of chaos, and even as a branch head of the Hayden Association, his status is one that most would look up to. Baki nodded, having heard of the 6 kings of the underground world. Loan sharking is among the most lucrative businesses. Thus, the Hayden Association, under Duffeld's patronage, would undoubtedly possess substantial resources. Come, let me show you the goods we're prepared to sell, Baki said, leading Gasluo into the ship's hold. As Gasluo stepped inside, he was immediately dazzled by the treasure piled along the sides of the passage. 1 chest, 2 chests. Gasluo's calm demeanor evaporated. As they progressed, the number of chests grew, and the glint of greed ignited in his eyes. Initially believing these pirates were merely fortunate, he now realized they had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove. As they toured room after room, Gasluo's heart raced, overwhelmed by the sheer number of dazzling chests. Even the crew's quarters were filled with riches, and the kitchen meant for storing food was brimming with treasure. What windfall had these pirates encountered? Gasluo felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. In an era where pirates roam freely in the New World, there are no altruistic souls to be found. The Hayden Association, backed by the king of loan sharks, has committed numerous acts of betrayal. They are not a company that adheres to trading regulations. For Gasluo, the promise of profit was becoming increasingly irresistible. No, even if Duffeld himself arrived, he would be tempted by these treasures. As Gasluo prepared to signal his associates hidden within his sleeve to seize the opportunity before him, a pirate from the Baki crew opened a treasure chest, allowing him to inspect the riches personally. Upon seeing the first item atop the pile, his heart sank. It was that very milky white horn, the broken horn. Gasluo collapsed onto the ground, his forehead instantly drenched in cold sweat. Pointing at the broken horn atop the treasure in the chest, he gazed fearfully at Baki, his voice trembling as he exclaimed. As someone who operated within the underworld, he was well informed. He had recently seen a photograph of the 4 Emperor Kaido with a shattered horn in the New World. The layers and position of that broken horn perfectly matched the one before him. Indeed, it was a broken horn. Baki looked at the terrified Gasluo with confusion, furrowing his brow as he said, "The total value of the treasure on the ship is no less than 8 billion berries. I wonder how you intend to negotiate?" However, this mere frown appeared to Gasluo as daunting as a natural disaster. Before him stood a fearsome individual capable of breaking the horn of the 4 Emperor Kaido. How could a mere division leader like him dare to confront such a ruthless figure? What do you propose for the trade? Gasluo stammered, trembling in fear of inadvertently provoking this formidable man. Let us conduct the transaction in one go to avoid future complications, Baki stated with a furrowed brow. He cannot comprehend why the once proud Gasluo had suddenly become so submissive. Could it be that he was overwhelmed by my imposing aura? Baki scratched his head, perplexed. Could we perhaps negotiate half the amount first? This is already the maximum our trading company can manage, Gasluo said softly, his pale face fixated on Baki, terrified that his words might provoke the wrath of this menace. 8 billion berries was nearly equivalent to the bounties of 2 of the 4 emperors. It was certainly no trifling sum. Even the Haidun Trading Company, supported by the king of loan sharks, Duffeld, could hardly muster such a substantial cash flow in a short time. Even accepting half the goods would require liquidating all available cash flow within his division and possibly leveraging many assets with some reliable partners in town to scrape together enough berries. Half, you say? Baki pondered. He understood that he possessed an abundance of treasures, and for the other party to manage half was already quite impressive. We cannot take these items out to sea conveniently. You help me contact some trading partners. We need to sell all the cargo here, Baki declared, his expression suddenly turning fierce. Paired with his red nose and clown makeup, he embodied the image of a delusional killer. Transactions must adhere to rules. Should I discover any tricks on your part, This town will ascend to the heavens in an instant. Baki threatened, leaning so close to Gaslow that their faces almost touched, his voice dark and ominous. Although he did not understand why Gaslow's demeanor had shifted so dramatically, he was all too familiar with the expression on Gaslow's face. Fear. Sheer terror. He could not fathom why Gaslow was so frightened of him. But as long as he could ensure the other party completed the transaction smoothly, it was a matter that required no further contemplation. "I will do as you say," Gaslow stammered, petrified, nodding vigorously. He had no doubt about Baki's threat to send the entire town skyward. After all, this was a man who had shattered the horn of the 4 Emperor Kaido. Annihilating a town would be as simple as a sip of water. "Good, go and take care of it," Baki replied, satisfied, nodding. He retracted his intimidating demeanor and turned, leaving Gaslow with a silhouette that stirred his thoughts. Upon hearing Baki's words, Gaslow felt as if a weight had been lifted and hurriedly scurried down the gangplank of the Baki pirate cruise ship. Without pausing, he dashed along the street back to the Haidun Trading Company, and upon recognizing his familiar surroundings, his racing heart began to settle. After hastily gulping down a lukewarm cup of tea, Gaslow summoned the staff of the trading company. "You all, take a few people with my identification badge and head to the Eastern Street Slave Resource Auction House to borrow some cash. Borrow as much as you can. Tell them it's for 1 day, and you will pay them interest," Gaslow instructed 2 managers, anxiously waving them off. Then, turning to 2 other managers, he said, "You go contact the red light district across the street and the storage insurance office. Inform their leaders that there is a significant deal that requires our partnership to complete. Have them prepare cash for a face-to-face discussion." Gaslow enumerated the local powers and dispatched all the managers, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Thus, after contacting a multitude of individuals and clarifying the situation, Gaslow managed to gather the necessary 8 billion berries to acquire the treasure from Baki's ship. During the transaction, those contacted by Gaslow also took note of the exquisite broken horn, and they, like Gaslow, displayed utmost respect and fear when addressing Baki. After emptying the ship of its treasures, none of them dared to take the broken horn, leaving it with the Baki pirate crew. What a farce! If Kaido were to appear before them wielding his spiked club one day, how unjustly wrong they would feel. Thus, a transaction of immense value, equivalent to the bounties of 2 4 emperors, was successfully completed in a cordial atmosphere. On the ocean under the night sky, the pirate ship of the Baki pirate crew, which had initially drawn deep water, now sailed away at an increased speed. The crew felt invigorated, as if they had shed a tremendous burden. 8 billion berries, while seemingly a vast sum, once packed away in boxes, felt significantly lighter compared to the heavy gold and silver they had previously carried. The treasures that had once filled every nook and cranny of the ship's hold were now reduced to mere boxes, allowing the crew to finally have a bed to sleep in. Accustomed to the dazzling jewels and precious metals, the dull-colored paper notes in the boxes appeared even more precious in the eyes of the Baki pirate crew. "Lads, tell me, what do you wish to do?" Baki exclaimed, standing at the ship's bow, surveying his crew on the deck. His cape billowed in the sea breeze, enhancing his commanding presence. "A party! A party!" The members of the Baki pirate crew cheered, raising their arms in unison. Having struck it rich and finally having beds to sleep in, such a momentous occasion surely called for a grand celebration. "Yash, I've instructed the cook to prepare a feast. No one shall leave this evening without getting drunk," Baki declared, raising his arm. No sooner had he spoken than the kitchen staff, all smiles, began to bring out tables laden with food and drink, showing no signs of resentment for their hard work. After all, each of them had been promised 100 million berries for today as efforts. They were convinced they would follow Captain Baki for the rest of their lives. Soon, as the food and drink arrived, the Baki pirate crew commenced an exuberant celebration. Meanwhile, as the crew reveled in their festivities, a message rippled through the underground world. To fulfill Baki's demand for an immediate cash transaction, Gaslow had contacted everyone he could reach. And throughout the process, all those individuals had laid eyes upon that exquisite broken horn. It was the horn of the 4 Emperor Kaido. Those who qualify to be linked with Gassi Luo are invariably individuals of some repute within the underworld, each backed by formidable forces. When that broken horn was spotted by them, it was already destined to spread like wildfire among all those of note in the underground realm. The one who broke a horn from the head of the 4 Emperor Kaido has been found. That very night, the records of every member of the buggy pirates were thoroughly scrutinized by the denizens of the underworld. Some details were revealed with such clarity that even the time he urinated on several anthills as a child was meticulously uncovered. This exemplifies the terrifying reach of the underworld's channels. To have disrupted Kaido's horn, such a revelation. It is astonishing that a crew member of the Pirate King GOLD, Roger, could remain so deeply concealed. The only hint of his existence over the years was the mockingly paltry bounty of 15 million berries issued by the Navy. To have such a meticulously hidden individual exposed at this moment, could it be to claim the vacant position of the 4 Emperor left by Whitebeard? Doflamingo regarded the information relayed by his subordinates with a grave expression, his pupils narrowing in shock beneath his sunglasses. Since losing his celestial dragon status and starting from nothing, establishing the Don Quixote family in the North Blue, he has appeared on the surface as one of the warlords of the sea, invited by the world government, while covertly acting as one of the major intermediaries in the underworld. Such accomplishments had long instilled in him a profound sense of self-satisfaction, and he was confident that he would ultimately ascend to the empty throne, becoming the sole ruler of this world. Yet, it now seemed that the seas were far more complex than he had previously perceived. A pirate, who in the eyes of many bore a mere 15 million berry bounty, was capable of inflicting an indelible humiliation upon the seemingly invulnerable for Emperor Kaido, who had survived decades of reckless endeavors. Who could guarantee that such a cunningly concealed presence was the only one? Doflamingo suddenly trembled, filled with anger at his own moment of doubt, and casually tossed Buggy's dossier into the trash. Ah, this world is all the more entertaining in its chaos. What? The one who broke Kaido's horn has been found. The former crew member of Pirate King GOLD, Roger, the clown Buggy, with a bounty of merely 15 million berries? The Navy has made a colossal blunder, mistaking a tiger for a meerkat. Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency, was entirely unfazed by the noise of the night. Instantly, he flipped over and, without bothering to put on his shoes, rushed to the brightly lit work area, holding a snail phone. Big news! Big news! Everyone, snap to attention. Tomorrow's newspaper will fly off the shelves. With a vigorous flap of his wings, Morgan commanded. He then began directing numerous journalists to work tirelessly on editing the news content. The reporters sitting before Morgan were anything but mediocre. Upon receiving such explosive information, their minds overflowed with ideas. After a flurry of writing and sketching for over 10 minutes, several high-quality short autobiographies about Buggy, of which even he was unaware, sprang to life on the pages. Boss, what should we title this sensational piece? A bespectacled literary man approached Morgan, inquiring, "We must choose a title that is nothing short of explosive." One of the protagonists is a monster who has single-handedly wreaked havoc in the Navy headquarters and across other territories of the 4 Emperors, surviving execution dozens of times. Morgan exclaimed with exaggerated expression, holding the autobiographies created by his subordinates. Morgan pondered for a moment before declaring, "Tomorrow's headline will be the new 4 Emperor emerges. The man who overwhelms the world's strongest creature, to leave such a mark of shame on Kaido, who has spent decades in a frenzy of self-destruction. Buggy's strength must surely rank at the top among the 4 Emperors. Perhaps Buggy could inherit the title of the world's strongest man from Whitebeard. We must print extra copies of tomorrow's newspaper. This may very well be the turning point in history, and we are witnessing history in the making." The more Morgan spoke, the more excited he became, already envisioning the astonished expressions of people upon seeing the news in the morning. Thus, with Morgan's confirmation of the layout, the World Economic News Agency commenced printing the latest edition of the newspaper. In a high-end suite within the red light district, the Queen of Happy Street, Stussy, also caught wind of this news from her subordinates. After expending some effort to gather all available information on the members of the Buggy Pirates, Stussy conducted her own analysis before dialing a small white snail phone. "Esteemed Gorosei, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." Upon connection, Stussy held the snail phone respectfully. Although she was one of the 6 kings in the underworld, her true identity was that of an intelligence officer for CP0, and she maintained the utmost respect when addressing the true high echelons of the world government. "Speak," came the succinct response from the Gorsi on the other end, the tone devoid of the tumult that accompanied previous interruptions to Blackbeard. Though CP0 and the warlords of the sea both served the world government, the former, having been nurtured from a young age, evidently commanded greater trust and proximity from the Gorsi. "Gorsi, I have received intelligence from my subordinates that the one who broke Kaido's horn has been identified." Stussy's voice flowed smoothly, piquing the Gorsi's interest. "Oh, who is it?" he inquired, his voice now tinged with curiosity. "The captain of the Buggy Pirates, the Clown Buggy, a pirate with a mere bounty of 15 million berries, is in fact a former crew member of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger," Stussy replied respectfully. "What?" The Gorsi's voice abruptly escalated, the snail phone echoing his outrage. "What is the Navy doing? How could such a dangerous individual have a bounty record of only 15 million berries? If this matter had not come to light, would the Navy only realize his hidden strength once he becomes the Pirate King?" Even knowing that the Gorsi's ire was not directed at her, Stussy hastily knelt on one knee during the outburst. Finally, as the Gorsi's anger began to subside, he fell silent for a moment before asking Stussy, "Do you know their whereabouts?" "In a remote sea region that falls within the former territory of the Whitebeard pirates. I have already ordered close surveillance of their movements." Stussy confirmed with a nod. "You are to send an invitation to them as a warlord of the sea, regardless of whether they accept. Do not engage with them for the time being," the Gorsi commanded. The current situation facing the world government is indeed dire. Not only has the entire sea been thrown into chaos by pirates, but the Sabaody archipelago has also delineated a vast expanse of ocean where they cannot gather intelligence. Recently, some CP operatives in the East Blue reported sightings of a long-absent revolutionary army in all nations where power transitions have occurred over the past year. This calamity does not come alone. Confronted with the tumultuous autumn that threatens the world government's power, they scarcely have the capacity to address the chaos upon the seas. The extravagant banquet of the Baiji pirate crew last night can undoubtedly be described as lavish, with rare delicacies seldom seen, even among royal nobles, being served without limit. The feast was filled with joy, continuing late into the night. The jubilant Baiji and his crew indulged in copious amounts of drink, stumbling back to their quarters to embrace the warmth of their beds, as if reuniting with long-lost lovers. Only the kitchen staff, tasked with cleaning the aftermath, and the vigilant lion, Leaky, clutching a broken horn as a teething toy, remained behind. Thus, they slumbered until the sun was high in the sky, and the Baiji pirate crew gradually regained their former vitality. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the windows, Baiji felt the effects of his intoxication slowly dissipate. He stepped onto the deck to breathe in the moist, salty sea air, and a jolt of energy surged through him, shaking off the remnants of his hangover. Before he could inquire about the midday meal prepared by the kitchen, a terrified shout echoed from the lookout tower. "Captain Baiji, trouble. A ship flying the world government's flag is approaching from the flank." The lookout's voice trembled with fear as he exclaimed, "At the speed they are displaying, we have no chance of escaping." What kind of lookout are you? Why are you only just now noticing them?" Baiji roared in anger. His joyous anticipation of several days of continuous revelry was instantly shattered by this news. He leapt onto the lookout tower, snatching the telescope from the lookout's hands, and peered through the lenses. In the distance, near the horizon, a small vessel displaying the world government's flag was racing towards them at an alarming speed. Under normal circumstances, such distance would be easily escapable, but the vessel's unreasonably rapid pace was bewildering. It was as if the power of a colossal iron ship had been infused into that small craft, leaving a towering wake in its wake. The vessel's intentions were unmistakably directed at them. As Baiji gazed through the telescope at the approaching ship, his expression grew cold and resolute. Since the death of Roger, he had avoided conflict with the Navy and the world government, striving to conceal his existence while solely focused on treasure hunting. However, it was clear that this ship had set its sights on them, and Baiji, who had never engaged with the world government before, could not believe they approached with benevolent intentions. "Gunners, prepare. Blow that ship to smithereens with my Baiji bombs." "Oomph. Do they think I, Baiji, am made of clay?" he shouted to his crew on deck. His crew was well aware of their own capabilities. At present, his crew consisted of those he had brought from the East Blue, and while they could handle ordinary civilians in the New World, known as the Sea of the Strong, it would be more practical to rely on cannon fire rather than their hands. He had devised the Baiji bomb, whose explosive power could devastate an entire town. Even in this realm filled with formidable foes, the Baiji bomb would allow him to vanquish the vast majority of adversaries. "Understood, Captain Baiji." The gunners among the pirates grinned confidently as they calculated the distance and direction of the approaching vessel. With practiced precision, several cannonballs emblazoned with skull insignias were rapidly fired from the cannons, soaring in a parabolic arc towards the world government ship. "The Baiji pirate crew is attacking us. It seems they likely have no intention of joining the Shichibukai," remarked a masked CP member aboard the small vessel, observing the incoming cannonballs with a calm demeanor. The intelligence indicated that the crew had even shattered one of Kaido's horns. With the right approach, they could swiftly become the new Yonko. Such a deeply concealed presence would not be easily recruited. Yet, orders from above had been issued, and their task was to execute those orders. Perhaps the crew was merely extending a greeting. Some powerful individuals possess peculiar quirks. "Let us carry out our mission," replied another CP member, cloaked beneath a vast tarpaulin. As soon as the words left his mouth, both figures vanished from the ship, reappearing midair. Flying finger gun. X2 the duo aimed their fingers at the approaching cannonballs, swiftly firing air bullets that accurately struck the skull-marked projectiles. The cannonballs erupted in a blinding flash upon impact with the air bullets. "Not good. These are no ordinary cannonballs." The two CP members gasped as they beheld the dazzling light that illuminated the heavens. Their bodies tensed, and with no time to spare, they propelled themselves into the air using the moonwalk technique to evade the explosion's radius. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of overlapping blasts, several brilliant flames erupted upon the distant sea, engulfing the world government's vessel entirely. The destructive power of the Baiji bomb was no ordinary threat. To attempt interception was sheer folly. What the world government? Captain Baiji is a man who aspires to become the pirate king. The members of the Baiji pirate crew erupted into cheers at the sight. In their collective consciousness, no one could survive within the explosive radius of a Baiji bomb. In the midst of the jubilation, one pirate inadvertently caught sight of two figures approaching from the sky. As he rubbed his eyes to clarify the vision, his expression shifted to one of terror. "That's," he stammered, pointing at the two figures draped in tattered cloth. "The world government's members are still alive." The pirates, gripped by fear, turned their attention to the airborne figures. The crew of the Baiji pirate crew was instantly drenched in cold sweat, gripping their weapons tightly in a bid to summon courage. Finally, as the tension mounted, the two CP members landed on the deck of the Baiji pirate crew's ship. "So this is the Baiji pirate crew. You certainly made quite the ruckus with your greeting," remarked the masked CP member. Observing the crew's battle-ready demeanor, he initially felt disdain, prepared to display the arrogance of a celestial dragon-esque guard, only to have his attention suddenly drawn to Leaky in the corner, using the broken horn to clean his teeth, sending a shock through his being. What did I just witness? A pet lion using Kaido's horn as a teething stick? Did Baiji break Kaido's horn just to provide his pet with a suitable chew toy? The thought left the masked CP member momentarily frozen. For the crew of the Baiji pirate crew, their tense and fearful expressions transformed in his eyes into a desperate struggle against their primal urge to tear them apart. "Indeed, we are the Baiji pirate crew. If battle is what you seek, let it be. Other pirates may fear your world government, but we do not," shouted First Mate Machi, gripping his whip and summoning his courage. In the face of impending conflict, surrender was not an option among pirates. In this life-and-death struggle, the only currency was sheer bravery. Upon witnessing that his bazooka could not resolve the situation with the two CP members, Baggy felt a chill wash over him. The moment he saw his vice-captain's bravery, the remaining warmth in his heart evaporated entirely. Did he not understand his own capabilities? If those individuals could survive before the bazooka, how could his crew, mere amateurs in combat, hope to withstand them? With a heavy heart, Baggy prepared to retreat behind his crew. Yet his distinctive red nose was instantly caught in the gaze of the two CP members. Baggy, the captain of the Baggy Pirates, a former intern of the Roger Pirates. The CP members confirmed, their eyes fixed on him. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Baggy Pirates. Their captain was once a member of the Pirate King Roger's crew. No wonder their journey had been smooth under his leadership. He must have been secretly helping them navigate many troubles. Surely, that was the case. Captain Baggy often claimed to be studying treasure maps in his quarters, but it was merely a ruse. He truly cared for them. The crew, filled with admiration, raised Baggy to heights he himself was unaware of. Captain Baggy. The crew looked at him with adoration, their fervor almost palpable. Even if Baggy commanded them to march to their demise, they would likely comply without hesitation. Overwhelmed by their praises, Baggy felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't bring himself to reject their admiring gazes. Not explaining seemed prudent, especially since many matters had nothing to do with him. What if the truth surfaced one day? It would be a tremendous embarrassment. Caught in this turmoil, Baggy opted for a strategy of neither acknowledging nor denying his past, directing his gaze towards the two CP members. Indeed, I'm a former member of the Pirate King Roger's crew. I did not anticipate that my secret would be uncovered by you. He feigned strength, attempting to intimidate the CP members. The cannon fire was merely a greeting from my subordinates. While my mood is still favorable, you may leave at once. With arms crossed, he cast a scornful glance at the two. We are here on behalf of the world government to invite you to join the Shichibukai. Whether you accept or decline, the world government bears no malice towards you, the CP member stated, exchanging glances that revealed their awareness of Baggy's reluctance. Did you see that? The world government is actively inviting the captain to join the Shichibukai, and their stance is so humble. Others would vie desperately for such an opportunity. The crew buzzed among themselves, their gazes towards Baggy filled with reverence. If they would have died for him before, now they would gladly lay down their lives for him without hesitation. Shichibukai? Inviting me? Baggy exclaimed, bewildered, pointing at himself as he sought confirmation from the CP members. Since leaving the East Blue and vanquishing a few pirate crews that sought to engage in treachery, he had spent his time treasure hunting. Could his past association with the Roger Pirates suffice to earn him a place among the Shichibukai? Indeed, we have come specifically to invite you to join the Shichibukai, the CP members affirmed with a nod. After receiving their confirmation, Baggy hesitated not, agreeing to join the Shichibukai. Amidst the adoring gazes of his crew, he received a special Den Mushi, a direct line to the Gorosei. Once the two CP members departed, the Baggy Pirates jubilantly prepared for another grand celebration. The previous night had been a feast in celebration of their newfound wealth, and now they rejoiced for Captain Baggy's ascension. Ha ha ha! Captain Baggy had joined the Shichibukai. They were now legitimate pirates. They could seize treasures without the Navy chasing them, and perhaps even take a leisurely stroll before the Navy base. The crew clinked their glasses, reveling in the merriment, while only the chefs remained busy in the kitchen. Having just recovered from a hangover, the crew was not inebriated to excess. The spirits were merely an embellishment to the atmosphere. After 3 hours of revelry, the party that had replaced lunch finally drew to a close. Baggy stood at the edge of the ship, feeling the sea breeze revive him as he contemplated his surreal ascent to the coveted status of Shichibukai, a title sought by countless pirates. Before he could fully grasp the implications, the head chef approached him. Captain Baggy, the banquet consumed an excessive amount of supplies. Under normal circumstances, we have enough provisions for only 2 more days. The chef gazed at Baggy's imposing figure with reverence. Originally a chef from a remote village in the East Blue, he had joined a pirate crew out of necessity after his business failed. Little did he know that joining this crew would become the best decision of his life. Under Captain Baggy's exceptional leadership, they had navigated the treacherous seas safely. With his unparalleled treasure hunting skills, they had amassed great wealth and had now risen to become an officially recognized pirate crew. The chef firmly believed that as long as they followed Captain Baggy, they would embark on an even more legendary journey. Stay close to me, and you shall never live a life of hardship, Baggy declared, his spirits high as he proclaimed their next destination. Set a course for the nearest island to procure supplies. The evening's banquet shall proceed. We shall drink to our heart's content. Money is the one thing I lack not. He had previously sold treasures worth 80 billion berries. Even after distributing a portion to his crew, he still held nearly 50 billion berries. The Baggy pirates were not like Luffy's crew, who could devour an entire feast worth 1,000,000 berries. Thus, Baggy was indeed financially secure. Their journey was filled with joy as they docked at a bustling trade island. Before they could disembark to procure supplies, the workers at the dock, upon seeing the Baggy pirates' distinctive red-nosed flag, screamed in terror, "The Baggy pirates have arrived." What? The Baggy pirates? Is that the crew of Lord Baggy from the newspapers? The lively dock became even more animated as a throng of pirates, eager to replenish their supplies, rushed over, hoping to catch a glimpse of the imposing figure of the new Yonko, Baggy. If only they could seize this opportunity to align themselves with the crew of the new Yonko. "Captain Baggy, our ship is surrounded by many people," reported the strategist, Kabeji, upon hearing the commotion at the dock. "Do not worry. It must be that my ascension to the Shichibukai has spread swiftly and the world government's efficiency is impressive." Baggy laughed boisterously, never having imagined that he would experience a day where he was the center of attention. This feeling was truly magnificent, given their fervent enthusiasm. I could not disappoint their expectations. Let us proceed and allow them to admire the imposing stature of the Wangsha Kuei-hai. Baji, with a striking confidence, placed his hands on his hips and addressed his crew, subsequently striding forward with a commanding presence. The crew members of the Baji pirate crew, inspired by his words, followed suit, their chests puffed out proudly. After all, their captain is now officially recognized as one of the Wangsha Kuei-hai by the world government. They are legitimate pirates, acknowledged by official decree. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd at the dock, Baji led his crew, akin to a triumphant general, with a face beaming with pride as they ascended the ship's bow. Before Baji could extend his arms to deliver a speech of glory, the crowd erupted into an even more fervent cheer. "Behold the mightiest of the four emperors, Captain Baji. I never imagined his presence would be even more magnificent than I had envisioned. Captain Baji, allow me to join you along with my crew. I have long admired you. For Emperor Baji, at the ship's bow." Before Baji could articulate his anticipated speech regarding his new position as Wangsha Kuei-hai, he caught several key phrases amidst the crowd's fervent shouts. "For emperors? Baji, has another notorious pirate share my name?" Confused, Baji glanced around, and upon realizing that the adoring gazes were directed at him, his heart began to race uncontrollably. "It appears they are indeed referring to me. But did I not just become a Wangsha Kuei-hai? How is it that I am now being hailed as one of the four emperors?" The reasoning eluded him, yet Baji, buoyed by the crowd's adulation, decided to cast aside such thoughts and erupted into hearty laughter at the ship's bow. "Ha ha ha! My spirits are quite high of late, and since you have all shown such enthusiasm, I shall graciously permit you to join the Baji pirate crew. Bazi lauget uporio silis." Casting his gaze down at the sturdy and formidable pirates at the dock, his heart racing with excitement. This is the new world, famed as the Sea of the Strong. Every pirate capable of being here possesses considerable strength, and having so many eager to join his crew is undoubtedly a remarkable fortune. The pirates gathered below, elated by Baji's response, could hardly contain their excitement. While they were indeed strong individuals in their own right, the New World is a realm where everyone possesses considerable prowess. A wolf among sheep may be fearsome, yet in the company of formidable foes, they might merely be a small prey. Baji, a peerless powerhouse who has bested Kaido, is assuredly on the path to establishing the Baji pirate crew as one of the four emperors. Thus, their decision to join is undoubtedly a wise investment. Upon joining Baji's crew, they would ascend to become the apex predators of the New World. "Captain Baji, from this day forth, we shall follow you. Long live Captain Baji. Long live the Baji pirate crew." The pirates at the dock began to cheer exuberantly for their promising futures. In that moment, a few keen observers suddenly noticed the lion, Li Ji, sitting proudly on the ship's deck not far from Ba Ji, equally exuding an air of pride. Around its neck hung a gleaming, jade-like broken horn, tethered by a rope. Hiss! The broken horn dangling from its neck must have been used as a dental chew toy for that fierce lion. Truly, only someone capable of breaking Kaido's horn would dare to use it as a pet's chew toy. Such an affront to Kaido demonstrates Ba Ji's confidence in facing any repercussions. What a remarkable Captain Ba Ji is. A chorus of admiration arose as their gazes turned to Ba Ji, filled with fervent respect. The whispers grew louder, catching the attention of more onlookers, who then turned their fervent gazes upon Ba Ji, now utterly captivated. A captain who possesses the strength to so brazenly disregard another emperor is surely worthy of their lifelong allegiance. Naturally, Ba Ji on the ship's bow overheard the voices of those in the front row, and his expression froze in stunned delight. Kaido's horn. Ba Ji turned his gaze to the broken horn hanging from Li Ji's neck, and the image began to align with the figure of the emperor, Kaido. Hiss! No wonder the attitude of my trading partner, Gallows, shifted so rapidly during our previous exchange. Just then, a tumultuous gust swept through the dock, sending a newspaper dancing through the air until it landed beside Ba Ji. He swiftly seized the paper and cast a glance at the front page, where bold, explosive words leapt out. A new emperor emerges. The man who crushes the world's mightiest beast. Below the title, almost occupying the entirety of the page, was a colossal portrait of Ba Ji himself. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Tears streamed down Ba Ji's face, betraying the joy that had overtaken him. Captain Ba Ji, why are you crying? First Mate Mochi inquired with a puzzled expression upon seeing the tears on Ba Ji's smiling face. Ba Ji maintained a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained as he replied, "It is merely a bit of wind and sand." The pirates below, reveling in the simplicity of their forthcoming membership in the Four Emperors, were momentarily silenced by the sight of Ba Ji crying with joy. Just as the crowd struggled to comprehend Ba Ji's tears, someone in the throng offered an explanation. Captain Ba Ji must be overwhelmed with happiness at our joining. In an instant, realization dawned upon them, and they were all moved to tears by Captain Ba Ji's heartfelt sincerity, their weeping resonating throughout the dock. So that was it. Woo woo woo. Captain Ba Ji is truly a figure of profound emotion. I shall certainly pledge my unwavering loyalty to Captain Ba Ji. Me too. Time at sea flows astonishingly swiftly. Amidst Ba Ji's agony and joy, the Marine Corps' 3-month-long world recruitment campaign finally drew to a close. During this period, aside from the monumental news of Ba Ji's ascension to the Wangxia Kuei and his emergence as a new emperor, no other noteworthy events transpired. Even the prior challenge posed by former Kuei, Moonlight Moria, against Kuei Doflamingo, which ended in failure, garnered only minimal attention in the immediate area. At Marine headquarters, Marin Fander, numerous formidable participants of the world recruitment gathered, having undergone a series of intense confrontations, ultimately leaving only 2 top contenders vying for the position of admiral. One was, of course, the blind swordsman Yi Xiao, who had emerged as the frontrunner from the North Sea, possessing the powers of the Paramecia-type heavy fruit. The other was the top-tier martial artist, known only in the New World, who wielded the powers of the Logia-type forest fruit, known as Huangmu. Both had demonstrated overwhelming superiority in their previous confrontations, leaving no room for doubt. Even the newly appointed reserve admirals, Ji Yuan and Tao Tu, who had been deliberately included in the final 4, found little advantage against the two. This display of extraordinary destructive capability helped to assuage the grievances of veteran soldiers who had previously resented the notion of newer recruits being elevated to positions of power without merit. As the two contenders' formidable prowess became evident through their confrontations, the final battle was postponed to avoid damaging Marin Fander, with the Marines selecting a suitable venue for the decisive clash. In a spacious wooden loft, Yi Xiao sat cross-legged upon the bed, eyes closed, in a state of tranquil meditation. Since being gifted a peculiar item by an odd individual, and subsequently drawn into a strange world by the spirit of a colossal dragon engulfed in frenzied flames. The once gambling enthusiast Yi Xiao found himself with an alternative pastime to indulge in during moments of ennui. With a tranquil heart and focused mind, Yi Xiao immersed himself in the realm of the dragon spirit, discovering that his perceptive abilities had significantly heightened and continued to grow stronger with his practice. Despite the trembling fear of facing a formidable beast, he communicated with the dragon spirit and learned that as long as his spirit could withstand the dragon's onslaught, he could harness its immense power. He was not merely refining his mind, but also becoming more formidable. A series of knocks disrupted Yi Xiao's meditation, pulling him from the dragon spirit's domain. "Come in," he said amiably. As the door creaked open, a naval soldier entered. The soldier saluted Yi Xiao respectfully and announced, "Mr. Yi Xiao, the ship is ready for departure to the final battlefield." "Thank you," Yi Xiao replied with a nod, slipping on his wooden sandals. Taking up the blind, sword leaning against the bed, and striding toward the port of Marin Fander. "Is Mr. Yi Xiao truly blind?" The naval soldier pondered, bemused, as he observed Yi Xiao's retreating figure. Thus, was the blind cane merely a decorative accessory? In the marshal's office, the desk before Akainu was finally devoid of paperwork. Relishing a rare moment of leisure after a flurry of document processing, Akainu glanced at his colleagues Akiji and Kizu, who lounged comfortably on the sofas, and took a long draw from his cigar. He had once believed that his ascension to the rank of marshal would herald the realization of his ideals of justice. But reality had delivered a harsh slap. He had been woefully mistaken. An incessant stream of problems awaited his resolution, leaving him overwhelmed and devoid of the opportunity to actualize his vision. This role of marshal was far from easy. Akainu observed his two colleagues, who had recently replenished their forces and were enjoying a leisurely reprieve, and his resentment was palpable. Particularly Kizaru, whose youthful visage now appeared to be in his 20s. Parading around the naval base with a smug demeanor irked Akainu immensely. Who do you think will ultimately prevail? Akainu exhaled a cloud of smoke, directing his inquiry toward Akiji and Kizaru. The older generation of the Navy had either retired or held only nominal positions, leaving only these two contemporaries to converse with him. "I admire Yi Xiao's unflappable demeanor. I believe his true strength has yet to be fully revealed," Akiji remarked, his gaze inadvertently flickering toward Kizaru. In his lifetime, he had encountered only two individuals with such a serene disposition, Kizaru and Yi Xiao. Kizaru's tranquility stemmed from a lack of concern for many matters, and Akiji wondered if Yi Xiao shared a similar outlook. "Hey, why are you looking at me? If you want a mirror, go buy one yourself," Kizaru grumbled, distractedly admiring his youthful, handsome face in a small mirror. As he noticed Akiji's gaze, he tucked the mirror away, muttering about its purpose. After stowing the mirror in his pocket, Kizaru retrieved his long-time nail clippers from his trousers and began to trim his nails, seemingly oblivious to Akainu's words. Akainu observed Kizaru in silence. After years of collaboration, he was well aware of his colleagues' less-than-stellar demeanor and opted not to dwell on it. Instead, he spoke to Akiji. "I believe Akiji has the potential to win. His unwavering commitment to justice is profound, and at a certain level of strength. It is often a person's character that sways the tide of battle." Perhaps, Akiji shrugged, adopting a nonchalant attitude. He understood that Akainu's underlying concern was not about the victory of Yi Xiao or Akiji, but rather about the position of marshal. He feared that Akainu's appointment by the Gorosei, without fair competition, might breed dissatisfaction. However, Akiji was genuinely indifferent to the matter. He had witnessed Akainu's struggles in recent days and felt a twinge of schadenfreude. No wonder Kizaru, who frequently traversed the marshal's office, exhibited little interest in the position. It appeared to be a burdensome role indeed. The final battleground designated for Yi Xiao and Akiji by the Navy was the desolate Punk Hazard Island, a place rendered uninhabitable due to a catastrophic event involving corrosive substances. Selecting this location for their confrontation was pragmatic, as it provided a space devoid of habitation. As the iron warship carrying Yi Xiao and Akiji approached the barren shores of Punk Hazard Island at a leisurely pace, Vice Admiral Tantata entered the cabin and announced, "Gentlemen, We have arrived. Xiao, your strength is commendable, but you likely fall short of my capabilities. Why not concede now? Engaging in a duel seems rather cumbersome, Akiji said, yawning as he emerged from his drowsiness. He had witnessed Xiao effortlessly dispatching opponents in previous encounters, yet his confidence remained unshaken, perhaps due to the fact that the previous 3 admirals were all Logia-type users. Surely, victory was destined to be his. I have considerable confidence in my abilities. Perhaps you should consider conceding, Akiji, Xiao replied with a smile, having exited his meditative state upon Tantada's entrance. One of his motivations for joining the Navy was to amend certain unsatisfactory rules, and to achieve this, an essential position was imperative. He was determined to secure this role of admiral. How troublesome, Akiji sighed. Let's conclude this swiftly. He ruffled his hair and, with that, exited the cabin. Xiao chuckled and followed closely behind, donning his wooden sandals. After witnessing Xiao and Akiji disembark, Tantada ordered the warship to retreat a safe distance. The aftermath of a battle between such formidable titans could be catastrophic. Should their full might be unleashed upon the island, obliteration would be a mere possibility. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, maintaining a necessary safety distance was prudent. On Punk Hazard Island, the 2 combatants did not rush to engage in battle along the shore. Instead, they purposefully made their way toward the island's central area. They were acutely aware of each other's strengths, and the destructive potential of their confrontation necessitated a more suitable arena than the fragile coastline. As they approached the center, Akiji gazed down at the ground still tainted by corrosive materials, his brow furrowed in concern. Before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao tapped his cane on the ground several times. Punk Hazard Island once served as a naval research base. Xiao, with a silent yet expressive demeanor, spoke softly. It was precisely due to his extensive knowledge and the abhorrent sights he had witnessed that he chose to blind himself, seeking solace in the absence of vision. While his eyes were indeed rendered useless, his heart felt clearer than ever, a reflection of his choice to join the Navy, striving to amend certain rules. Upon hearing this, Hamu quickly relaxed his brow. As long as it was not the work of pirates, he found it inconsequential. The 2 stood facing each other in the central area, an unspoken tension lingering between them. In the next moment, a smile graced Hamu's lips as his arms transformed into a multitude of vines and branches. Launching an offensive against Xiao, a torrent of vines lashed out violently, the sound of the rushing wind sending chills down one's spine. How impolite to strike first. Xiao disregarded the oncoming vines, offering only a calm smile. Now on an uninhabited island, he was free to unleash the full extent of his gravity fruit abilities without concern for collateral damage. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger, Xiao shouted, gripping his sword with a reverse hold, channeling the power of gravity into his blade as he executed a sweeping strike. With a resounding crash, the formidable horizontal gravitational field obliterated the encroaching vines into mere fragments. The resultant pressure from the gravity surged forth, hurtling towards Hongmu's previous position. It was indeed more potent than their previous encounter at Malinfanjuo. Had he been holding back his full strength all along? Hongmu's expression shifted slightly as he transformed his arms into vines that rooted into the ground, summoning a tree creature whose form melded with his own. The powerful wind pressure barreled through, scattering the trees Hongmu had conjured. The force continued until it struck a massive tree creature, sending it flying before the wind finally dissipated. As Xiao's sword fell silent, he sensed that Hongmu was still concealed, yet the scattered branches and twigs began to take root anew. Some fragments sprouted into towering trees, while others morphed into thorny vines. In the blink of an eye, a thicket emerged on the desolate island. The plants within this thicket exhibited an eerie vitality, with vines thrashing about and trees sprouting limbs. Yield, for with your abilities, you cannot defeat me. Hongmu's essence intertwined with a newly sprouted colossal tree, a face emerging from the massive stump, addressing Xiao, who found himself encircled. His sense in fruit, compared to the magma fruit of Akainu, the ice fruit of Akiji, or the light fruit of Kizuru, lacked offensive prowess. Nonetheless, he held confidence that among the former 3 admirals, only a Kainu could naturally counter him. Akiji and Kizaru would only comprehend his strength through direct confrontation. The essence of his Sunsen fruit endowed him with remarkable regenerative capabilities. The forest alongside the sea stood as a bastion of life. As long as a single leaf or twig of his creations remained intact, he could resurrect it as a new shoot symbolizing life. Thus, the Sunsen fruit truly presented a formidable challenge. Yixiao sensed the life force of Hongmu emanating from the surrounding flora, murmuring with his sightless eyes. Sheathing his sword, he projected his formidable perception into the heavens. Hongmu misinterpreted Yixiao's gesture as a sign of surrender before he could voice his thoughts. He witnessed a series of radiant halos ascending from Yixiao, reaching towards the sky. Was it merely a meteor? As Hongmu manipulated the vines of the surrounding plants to ensnare Yixiao, he also commanded the branches of the tree creature to form fists. Before the creature's fists could descend, a piercing sound echoed from above. Initially, Hongmu remained unperturbed, continuing his assault. He had observed Yixiao's previous actions during their duel at Malinfanjuo. Such small meteors could not possibly obliterate his plants. However, as the whistling intensified, Hongmu finally discerned the grave situation. He looked up swiftly, drenched in cold sweat. Above him, a fireball measuring kilometers in diameter plummeted with a deafening roar. Cold sweat beaded on Hongmu's forehead, the overwhelming weight of the celestial rock shattering his composure. Yixiao, we bear no enmity. Is it truly necessary for you to gamble with my life? He lamented, unsure whether his plans could withstand the impending doom. This colossal meteor, which appeared to overshadow half the island from hundreds of meters above, would surely devastate the entire island upon impact, with the meteoric descent visible to the naked eye. They had no time to flee. What vendetta could warrant such peril? Hongmu's thoughts raced, cursing inwardly, yet he refused to succumb to despair. Jinzeng Sinsen. Hongmu gritted his teeth, commanding the massive tree creature to drive its roots deeper into the earth. Simultaneously, the creature grew larger under the infusion of life energy. Countless branches transformed into colossal hands, reaching skyward, hoping to mitigate the meteor's descent and lessen the impending catastrophe. After exerting every effort, Hongmu's enormous tree visage gazed down at Yixiao, who remained eerily calm, exacerbating his frustration. Why you stand idly by? Your actions have led to this. Should you not assist instead of awaiting a serene demise? Hongmu shouted in exasperation. Had he known that the seemingly amiable Yixiao harbored such a propensity for reckless destruction, he would never have contended for the position of admiral. What folly it was to gamble with one's life. If you believe you cannot withstand this attack, you may concede, Yixiao remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by the impending meteor. His mental perception had grown immensely powerful, enabling him to perceive meteors deeper within the sky. Those distant celestial bodies required only a slight gravitational tug to guide them to the ground, expending minimal effort. Madman, even now, you concern yourself with the Admiral's position. Fine, I concede, please assist me. Hongmu spoke rapidly, his words tumbling forth. He regretted fiercely contending with this lunatic for the admiralship. If there were such a thing as a potion for regret, he would have downed 3 bottles in one go. I thank you for your concession. Yixiao replied with a calm smile. He then immersed his mind into the realm of the dragon spirit. Manipulating the meteor from the heavens required little effort, yet the rapidly descending stone, ensnared by gravity, posed a different challenge. Upon exiting the spiritual realm, Yixiao beheld a world engulfed in ceaseless, chaotic flames. This was the dragon's flame. Thanks to the strength of his spirit, he could wield a greater power from the dragon than the original bearer, Li Qing. Having already conceded, Hongmu awaited Yixiao's action, teetering on the brink of fury. Before he could unleash another tirade, Yixiao's calm voice resonated from behind him. Hongmu, leave this to me. You may retreat for now. A smile. Have you lost your mind? Hongmu was venting his pent-up emotions, but upon seeing a smile, his voice fell silent, as if his heart had momentarily stopped beating in the presence of an unparalleled beast. From the flames and storms surrounding the smile, he felt an unprecedented sense of dread, an overwhelming tremor stemming from an insurmountable power. Ignoring the dazed Huangmu, a smile gazed up at the approaching meteor, inhaled deeply, and calmed himself, focusing his mind. In the next instant, with a thunderous roar, a smile's foot struck the ground with such force that it caused a minor tremor. Utilizing the reaction force, a smile soared through the sky, the swirling flames around him coalescing into the form of a fiery dragon. As he neared the meteor, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a smile transformed under the flames into a golden fist, striking the massive meteor, which was measured in kilometers in diameter. The resounding boom shattered the heavens, and the seemingly insignificant fist obliterated the meteor into countless fragments. Is this real? Huangmu gaped in disbelief, gazing skyward. He was rendered speechless by the rain of debris and the fiery figure above. With such power, how could he contend for the position of admiral? Could he simply confront the Marine Admiral Akainu and land a blow? No, perhaps just half a blow to avoid causing a fatality? Wouldn't that be a direct promotion? A violet halo ascended, and under the influence of gravity, a smile transformed back into a fiery dragon shadow, descending rapidly to resume his ordinary appearance. Huangmu, I shan't be modest about the position of admiral, a smile remarked casually, as if shattering that colossal meteor which could sink islands was merely a trivial feat. This nonchalant demeanor only solidified Huangmu's perception of a smile's formidable strength. Uder, truly deserving of the title. Indeed, only someone with greater strength can assume the rank of admiral. Huangmu said, cold sweat trickling down his brow, fearing that a smile might hold a grudge for his earlier outburst. If that punch had landed on him, it likely would have obliterated his very essence. Wait a moment. A punch? Then what purpose does that blind staff of yours serve? Huangmu's gaze fixated on the blind staff hanging from Smile's waist, his mind engulfed in confusion. On a naval warship some distance from the shore, Major Squirrel and his crew awaited the resolution of the battle between the two. Based on past experiences, battles of such powerful opponents typically took several days to conclude without external interference. Thus, the Navy found themselves in a state of idleness, anchored in the area. During lunchtime, Major Squirrel sat on the deck, savoring a hot pot while singing. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a fireball brighter than the sun suddenly appeared in the sky above the distant island, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind as it plummeted. That was Mr. Ishiao's attack. I've seen it at Navy headquarters. This time, it is far more formidable, exclaimed a crew member. Such a gigantic meteor. Thankfully, Admiral Akainu foresaw this and chose an alternative battlefield. Otherwise, the Navy headquarters would be in peril. The crew began chattering excitedly. In their eyes, the attacks from the Major and the Admiral were terrifying. Only Major Squirrel, upon witnessing the enormous meteor measuring kilometers across, grasped the true horror it represented. We're doomed, Major Squirrel exclaimed, springing to his feet in alarm. All hands, full speed ahead. Evacuate this area immediately. Such a colossal meteor could obliterate the island. Following closely would be earthquakes and tsunamis. Damn it, we've come this far only to be caught in the aftermath. Can you all be more cautious during battle? Under Major Squirrel's command, the Navy began their hasty retreat. Had the battle escalated to such a heated stage in such a short time? Standing at the bow of the ship, Major Squirrel fixed his serious gaze on a massive meteor, his heart racing in time with the roaring winds. Wasn't it customary for powerful foes to initially gauge one another's strength with a few probing blows, exchanging pleasantries before engaging in battle? What was this? Did the wild strongmen differ so greatly from those in organized ranks? Major Squirrel's mind was awash with questions. Just as the ship had not retreated far enough, he beheld a fiery dragon shadow, accompanied by a resounding roar, surge upward towards the descending meteor. With a thunderous crash, the kilometer-wide meteor was effortlessly obliterated by the impact of the dragon's shadow, its destructive force reducing the entire meteor to mere dust. Even from a distance, the thunderous reverberation left the crew momentarily deafened. That is, Mr. Ishiao. Major Squirrel watched in awe as the dragon's shadow dissipated, revealing the figure poised in a striking stance, his expression one of astonishment. Such destructive power could scarcely be rivaled even by Whitebeard. And yet, Weren't you supposed to be a blind swordsman? Major Squirrel, should we continue our retreat? Queried a Navy soldier, noticing the meteor's demise and approaching the astonished Major. Retreat. To avoid collateral damage, we must move even farther away. Once the situation on the island is clarified, we will return for them. Major Squirrel replied firmly, open-mouthed. With his extensive experience at sea, he understood that such an escalated confrontation was indicative of both parties' awareness of each other's immense strength. Battles among the elite would never yield a victor in less than a meal's worth of time. Absolutely. Thus, due to Major Squirrel's wealth of experience, a smile was compelled to remain on Punk Hazard Island, joining Huangmu in his fasting diary. In the first half of the Grand Line, Shurima had transformed. After nearly a year of nurturing with the waters of life, the once arid and scorching desert had flourished into a lush forest, with only fragments of sandy coastline remaining. Countless plants adorned the landscape, and the robust green branches symbolized the nation's vitality. In the city center, towering structures stood tall and clean. Wide streets with ubiquitous public facilities attested to the nation's advanced development. The bustling crowds, diverse in appearance and vividly dressed, narrated the powerful inclusivity of Shurima. Today, Shurima had emerged as the unrecognized sovereign of the vast seas in the first half of the Grand Line. With the formidable ironclad ships developed by Richter, armed with artillery capable of toppling mountains, Shurima's fleet navigated unimpeded. Any force that dared to obstruct their path would be obliterated by relentless cannon fire. Accompanied by the ascended powers of Generals Bell and Gaka, wherever the fleet ventured, royal families and nobility from various nations would extend their warm welcome. From the towering Diandao Mountain to the fragrant Shangbodi Archipelago, the vast expanse of ocean has witnessed the eradication of the pirate menace that had plagued it for decades. All accomplished within a mere few months. Shurima stands as a formidable barrier, effectively severing the usual channels through which pirates from all corners of the seas could infiltrate the New World. Their only remaining path to pursue the legendary treasure known as One Piece, as spoken of by the pirate King Royer, now lies through the treacherous and perilous waters inhabited by sea kings. In the face of Shurima's overwhelming military might, it is inconceivable that any foolhardy individual would dare to chase after a treasure whose existence remains uncertain. The New World has witnessed a significant decline in fresh blood flowing into piracy, signaling the imminent demise of this grand era of pirates, which is destined to be swept into the annals of history. Within the council chamber of the city, kings from various nations gathered, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they gazed upon Kebula, who presided over the proceedings from the podium. Once, as a king of a member nation of the world government, he had been an object of their reverence. During the 3 years of drought in Alabasta, they had relished in the spectacle, and as Alabasta fell to ruin and was supplanted by Shurima, their mockery grew even louder. Observing someone of higher status descending into the depths of misfortune was a source of immense satisfaction. Yet, who could have anticipated that? After losing his royal title, Kebula would not only avoid ruin, but instead rise alongside the ascendants of Shurima. Thank you all for taking the time to attend this meeting amidst your busy schedules. I trust you are all well aware of the situation in the waters of the Grand Line. Thanks to your active cooperation, the cleansing operation spearheaded by Shurima has progressed remarkably well, and pirates are now a rarity, Kebula eloquently stated from the podium. The plan to eradicate piracy has achieved resounding success, and I have summoned you all at the behest of His Majesty the Emperor of Shurima. Oh, does His Majesty intend to cleanse the seas of pirates or the nefarious brigands of the New World? His ambition is truly commendable, came the enthusiastic responses, with kings eagerly offering financial support. I too shall contribute. I pledge 500 million berries. The assembly erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, as the kings hastily rallied to gather funds without fully understanding the purpose of Kebula's summons. In their eyes, Shurima's efforts to eliminate pirates across such vast waters were merely a display of power, a form of intimidation. Now that Shurima had called upon them, it was undoubtedly time to reap the rewards. They thought little of parting with mere riches, considering it a form of protection payment. As kings, they were not lacking in wealth. As long as their nations endured, they could extract more. Your unwavering support is immensely appreciated, Kebula remarked, when suddenly a voice resonated from beyond the chamber doors. Mabai entered, ascending the platform. In the resplendent eagle armor he donned exuded an undeniable aura of authority befitting an emperor. His Majesty the Emperor of Shuruma. The kings were taken aback by Mabai's presence, their faces glowing with a sense of vanity and satisfaction. Mabai's reputation as a ruler who preferred to delegate had become well known across the seas, yet his deliberate visit to see them granted them a sense of importance. With a sweeping gaze that encompassed the gathered kings, Mabai smirked and declared, "The scourge of piracy in these waters has been entirely eradicated by the forces of Shuruma. The next phase of our plan is to relieve you of your crowns. In the lands of Shuruma, there exists no nobility." What did they just hear? No nobility in Shuruma? The kings were momentarily stunned, struggling to process Mabai's words. Surely, the emperor himself was the highest noble in this realm. How could he speak of the absence of nobility while they resided in their own domains? "Your Majesty, what did you just say?" A portly king with bulging eyes exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. "Did you not hear clearly? I shall repeat myself for clarity. The purpose of summoning you here is to relieve you of your crowns. In Shuruma, there exists no nobility." Mabai fixed his gaze upon the kings, his tone brooking no dissent. This time, the kings comprehended Mabai's words all too well, their expressions darkening. Most of them hailed from hereditary dynasties, and the prospect of losing their royal titles was akin to shattering their ancestral legacies. Is the emperor jesting? In our own lands, must we heed the will of Shuruma? Several elderly kings with long beards rose in indignation, glaring at Mabai. Indeed, his Majesty must be intoxicated. Speaking nonsense. Another chimed in. Let us pretend we did not hear. With this, more kings stood, their discontent palpable as they joined in the chorus of dissent. Noticing the growing number of dissenters, even those who had hesitated joined the fray, voicing their outrage toward Mabai. Unbeknownst to them, the few who had initiated the uproar cleverly concealed themselves behind the others. TSK. Mabai shook his head, bemused by their foolishness. Then, raising his hand, a contingent of yellow sand soldiers materialized behind the kings, their spears pressed firmly against the backs of the monarchs. I am not soliciting your opinions. I am merely informing you. From this moment forth, all that lies within this maritime expanse belongs to Shuruma. Mabai traced a circle on the map, extending a hand toward the kings, as if inviting them to comprehend. Do any of you have questions? Feeling the sharp points of the spears at their backs. The kings tensed, their hearts racing, and as they met Mabai's gaze, they all fervently shook their heads in silence. It was only when faced with the specter of death that these avaricious men regained their rationality. Once the soldiers escorted the kings away, Kebula approached Mabai to report, "Your Majesty, thus far we have taken control of 7 nations, and their armies have not resisted without the orders of their kings. The policy reforms following our takeover will be implemented swiftly and based on our experience. It should take roughly a month for the residents of these regions to begin to accept our policies." Well done, Mabai nodded, well aware of Kebula's governance capabilities. Once the policies were stabilized, he would release these kings. He was eager to witness how these vampires, accustomed to luxury, would fare relying solely on their own resources. Indeed, nobility is much the same wherever one goes. Among the kings of this sea, there are those who bullied the weak and committed unspeakable acts. However, during Shumei's campaign against piracy, these nefarious individuals were conveniently dealt with as well. The kings who have survived to this day can merely be regarded as landlord vampires who maneuver their politics without going too far. Allowing them to experience the profound disparity of life would serve as a memorable punishment for them. Kebula, with numerous tasks ahead, soon departed from the council chamber, leaving Mobai alone within the room. Mobai casually seated himself at a table, resting his chin on one hand as he pondered. Aside from the vast seas of the first half of the Grand Line, the East Sea has, through the efforts of the Revolutionary Army and Nami, already resolved the threats posed by pirates and the oppression of the nobility, establishing itself as the first stabilized region. Recently, during his communication with Lu Qi, he learned about the current situation in the South Sea. During this time, His companions have relentlessly hunted notorious pirate gangs in the South Sea, becoming synonymous with death. Fearing the specter of death, no one dared to commit any heinous acts in the South Sea for the time being. The North Sea and West Sea also deserve a visit. M.O. Bai's fingers lightly tapped the table as he made his decision. Not in haste to leave. He retrieved a din mushi and dialed number. Brew, 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 brew. Moshi, moshi. This is Dorag. After 2 rings, the connection was established, and Dorag's deep voice resonated. Comrade Dorag, does the Revolutionary Army have any recent plans? M.O. Bai inquired in a calm tone. With the infusion of fresh blood from the EC, the Revolutionary Army's development has been progressing smoothly. After a brief pause, Dorag replied, with Shurema attracting the attention of the world government, we have decided to expand towards the other 3 seas. However, no specific targets have been chosen yet. Do you have any suggestions? Strength is always the fundamental determinant of status. The formidable power currently exhibited by Shurema made Dorag feel somewhat uneasy in M.O. Bai's presence. Unsure of what to say, if the Revolutionary Army possessed the strength of Shurema, they would have long since launched a comprehensive attack on the world government. Dorag considered M.O. Bai's approach to be overly cautious, simultaneously advancing towards the 3 seas. The territories of the first half of the Grand Line have already been incorporated into Shurema's domain, while the New World remains a haven for those great pirates. Should the Revolutionary Army liberate the remaining 3 seas entirely, the world government would become as insubstantial as a drifting leaf, its existence entering a countdown. As soon as M.O. Bai uttered these words, Dorag on the other end of the din mushi was momentarily taken aback. Upon careful consideration, he realized that reality indeed aligned with M.O. Bai's assertions. Shurema has encompassed all the territories of the first half of the Grand Line. If the Revolutionary Army were to completely liberate the 4 seas, the world government would be left with only its member nations in the New World. The New World is a paradise for those great pirates. Previously, nations sacrificed greatly to gain the world government's protection. But now, as the status and prestige of the world government continue to decline, wouldn't seeking the protection of a powerful pirate crew be more secure than paying tribute to the world government? Thus, the entity once deemed the greatest enemy by the Revolutionary Army, the world government, is on the brink of collapse without even a confrontation. Wouldn't concurrently advancing towards the 3 seas be too ambitious? Dorag furrowed his brows, expressing his concerns. The situation faced by the Revolutionary Army differs from that of Shurema. Shurema can effortlessly pacify vast territories due to its overwhelming strength, while the collective might of the Revolutionary Army is not weak. Attempting to simultaneously liberate the oppressed ideologies across 3 seas would still present considerable challenges. After all, the other 3 seas are not devoid of powerful pirates and malignant forces as the EC is. They lack the frequent intervention of Vice Admiral Carp, who often descends upon novice villages to deal with pirates. Rest assured, when you arrive there, you will find that matters are not as difficult as you imagine. Where there is injustice, there will be resistance. The Revolutionary Army is not fighting alone. M.O. Bai, having detected Dorag's hesitance, spoke with unwavering calm before disconnecting the call. He admired the Revolutionary Army's ability to incite public sentiment, particularly the East Army's commander, Beluabedi, who consumed the Paramecia-type Inspire fruit, could rally the oppressed to muster their courage against injustice with a mere wave of his flag. With the capabilities of the Revolutionary Army, even without M.O. Bai's intervention, the 4 seas could be easily liberated. The Revolutionary Army has been meticulously concealing their movements all these years, primarily to evade the gaze of the world government. Now that the world government is preoccupied with its own troubles, it lacks the capacity to monitor the activities of the Revolutionary Army. Yet, Dorag still expresses such hesitation, indicating a growing wariness towards M.O. Bai. It is astonishing that Dorag can remain at ease, delegating authority to Kobula amidst the vast domain of Shurema, revealing a commendable breadth of character. It is no wonder that those involved in politics and revolution possess such intricate thoughts. However, it is reasonable being able to lead the Revolutionary Army safely beneath the world government's very nose for so long necessitates a degree of cunning. Mo shook his head in silence. The bloodline of the sun surging, shedding its iconic eagle armor. Subsequently, his form melded into the surrounding space, vanishing from the council chamber. Among the four seas known as a paradise, the East Sea is universally acknowledged as the weakest. Yet, when debating which is the strongest, it could take a decade of argument without resolution. However, when it comes to chaos, the West Sea undoubtedly takes the lead, outpacing even the North Sea, which is plagued by fervent warmongers. The situation here is exceedingly complex, rife with gangs and pirates, their numbers so vast that the Navy cannot apprehend them all. The reason is simple. These forces are actively nurtured by numerous nations and nobles. Just as one is apprehended, two more can be cultivated in return, sustaining a cycle of life. Even some member nations of the world government actively foster pirates, referring to them as vassals. To venture forth as a pirate is deemed criminal. Yet upon returning to their homeland, they are lauded as exemplary citizens, rendering the Navy powerless, left merely to witness their revelry. These nations serve as safe havens. The Navy can only seize these pirates when they embark on their plundering voyages, severely hampering operational capabilities. In a remote town, recently established as a stronghold by a burgeoning gang, a dozen women and children are encircled in the town square. Not far from them, several gang members, clad in black shirts and pants with bulging waistbands, huddle together, puffing on cigarettes and conversing. How many of the families of today's meat tickets do you think will pay for their ransom? A scar-faced, burly man discarded his cigarette, but lighting another as he inquired of his companions. What we ask isn't exorbitant. 50,000 berries can buy back a family member's life, which everyone can afford. At the very least, there should be 10. Haha, that's why the big brother is so righteous. Other gangs would demand millions. We're all impoverished folks here, so a few tens of thousands will suffice. It's just buying peace. The group engaged in loud banter, reveling in their anticipated windfall. Their gang had only recently been formed. Initially, they were a ragtag group wielding fruit knives and wooden sticks. Having completed a few deals, they quickly upgraded their attire, donning stylish suits and trousers. Look at how cool we look in these neat outfits. Enough chatting, someone is coming. Lacey, go collect the money. The scar-faced man, spotting a figure in the street, inhaled deeply to finish his cigarette before discarding it and stepping on it, signaling to his tall, lean companion. The tall, lean figure immediately discarded the cigarette, but his face illuminated with excitement as he jogged towards the silhouette on the street. You lot, day after day, you never learn to save a bit. Throwing away a cigarette with so much left, the burly man lamented with a look of regret. He then bent down to pick up the discarded cigarette, but cleaned it with his mouth, spat out the dirt, and took a satisfying puff, saying, "This place without me would fall apart." The tall figure slowed his pace upon seeing the dark-skinned man standing awkwardly on the street, observing the yellow-stained, checkered shirt he wore. He straightened his own suit and strutted over with an air of confidence. Rest assured, we won't break the rules. The meat tickets are well protected. I guarantee not a hair is missing. 50,000 belly per person, cash on delivery, he declared arrogantly, tilting his chin at the dark-skinned man. They had previously studied the successful experiences of the larger gangs in the West Sea and concluded that the most essential principles for survival in this world were rules and loyalty. Despite being a fledgling gang, they were brimming with potential. Big brother, I've borrowed from everyone around. I've gathered 746,000 belly. Can you be lenient and allow me to redeem my wife? The dark-skinned man pleaded, opening the cloth bag in his arms to reveal the belly within. His face filled with desperation. Calculating based on 50,000 belly per person, he could indeed redeem his wife. However, his wife was already pregnant. This gang demanded an exorbitant sum of 100,000 belly, far beyond his means. Well, who knows how many children are in your wife's belly? We're asking for the price of one child, and you dare to haggle with us? The tall figure's expression shifted dramatically as the topic of money arose, reverting to a shrewd and menacing demeanor. We are rule-abiding people. You must adhere to our customs. According to our rules, the money you brought is only enough to redeem one person. Your child is 8 months along, so we can only extract the child. Now, do you want your wife or the child? He said coldly, delivering a devastating blow to the dark-skinned man's psyche. Once again, they reiterated, in their quest for strength and expansion, rules were paramount. Even divine intervention would not suffice. Big brother, I beg you, let me take my wife and child. I promise to find a way to make up the rest. The dark-skinned man, upon hearing the tall figure's words, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he grasped the tall figure's pant leg in desperation. "Pa, you pauper, let's go. Considering the excess funds, you can take away the corpse of another." The tall figure snatched the cloth bag of cash from the man's hands, shaking off his grip disdainfully. Even as a kidnapper, he looked down upon a man who couldn't even muster 100,000 belly to protect his wife and child. Poor? No wonder you're destitute. Just a month ago, he was also a penniless wretch. After merely a short time, he could now afford a suit worth several tens of thousands of belly. One must strive and advance. The tall figure cast a contemptuous glance at the man and made his way toward the center of the square. Seeing himself dismissed, the man staggered to follow closely behind. "Big brother, the money he paid is insufficient, only enough to redeem one person," the tall figure shouted to the burly man. "Oh, if the money is for one person, then give him one person. You can decide these matters yourself," the burly man replied, already lighting another cigarette, lost in a euphoric haze. This was 100 belly a stick. It tasted far superior to the makeshift rolled leaves they had previously smoked. With the burly man's approval, the tall figure no longer hesitated. Amidst the terrified cries of women and children, he dragged out a heavily pregnant woman and addressed the stumbling, dark-skinned man. "Now, tell me, whom you wish to redeem?" When the man hesitated to respond, the tall figure licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. "Fear not. Those who should live will not perish, and those destined to die shall not survive. If you do not choose, I shall make the choice for you." The tall figure brandished a dagger, hovering it over the pregnant woman's belly, watching the man drenched in sweat, his expression a mix of panic and despair. Just a month ago, he was a homeless man scavenging like a wild dog. Now, he wielded the power over others' lives and deaths. This drastic shift in status intoxicated him with delight. The dark-skinned man, once an ordinary citizen, had never encountered such a scene. His legs weakened, he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the tall figure's words, unable to decide. What a procrastinator. Let me help you choose. Growing impatient with the lack of response, the tall figure sliced through the pregnant woman's clothing, revealing her rounded belly. The pregnant woman, perpetually under pressure, let out a wail of terror. The dark-skinned man, who had lived a life of honesty, was rendered blank by the sound of his wife's scream. A surge of strength surged through him, and with bloodshot eyes, he lunged at the tall figure, who was distracted by the woman's distress. "Get away!" The tall figure was caught off guard as the dark-skinned man tackled him. Just as he reached for his waistband, ready to retaliate, he was paralyzed by the man's blood-red gaze. "You!" Before the tall figure could utter a few words, the dark-skinned man, in a frenzy, sank his teeth into his throat. The man emitted a beastly growl, instinctively tearing at the tall figure's throat, soon causing a large pool of blood to seep beneath them. Lacey, the burly man, and other gang members watched in horror, their faces turning pale as they drew their firearms, pointing them at the dark-skinned man. "Stop!" the burly man shouted, aiming his gun at the crazed figure. But the man's sanity had long been shattered. He continued to gnaw at the lifeless throat of the tall figure. "I said stop." The burly man, seeing that the man ignored him, shouted in anger and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The short gun in the burly man's hand spat fire, and a bullet struck the man's abdomen at lightning speed. Upon being shot, the man's body convulsed, yet he ignored the wound, turning to glare at the burly man with wild eyes. Then, he lunged at the burly man, adopting a feral stance. The pain coursing through him only fueled his madness. He was insane. He was completely deranged. The burly man babbled incoherently as the gun in his hand spat fire. The other gang members followed suit, pulling their triggers and unleashing a hail of bullets. Puff, puff, puff. Due to the proximity, even if the gang members were poor shots, only a couple of bullets strayed off target. The man's assault faltered, his limbs went limp, and he collapsed onto the ground. The burly man, still bewildered, took a moment to calm himself before approaching the fallen man. "Bah, just a moment ago, you were so fierce. Why do you now lie there like a dead dog?" The burly man with a coarse face wiped his face and spat a thick phlegm onto the man. He had just been startled quite badly. The man fell helplessly to the ground, and as life ebbed away, his reason returned. His lips moved as if to speak, but he was choked by the blood surging from his throat, only able to emit a rasping sound. "Don't be in a hurry to die. You care so much about your wife after having caused the death of one of my brothers. Before you go, she should at least perform a show for you," the burly man said viciously, gesturing to his accomplices to bring over the man's wife, who was paralyzed with fear due to the shock. "Take a good look at your wife, who has been terrified to the point of losing her color. It's all because you were unable to pay the ransom, leading to this situation." The burly man caressed the face of the bewildered pregnant woman in front of the man, wearing a mocking expression. "I heard that a pregnant woman's temperature is higher than that of ordinary people. My brothers have never seen one before. What a pity for the child in her womb, having to witness such a spectacle before even being born. Ha ha ha." The surrounding gang members laughed heartily, reveling in the man's reddening face. The man coughed blood, his complexion turning crimson from the rising rage. He desperately wished to tear the beast before him into pieces, but his body could no longer support such actions, leaving him with nothing but unwilling tears of blood. As he gazed at his wife, who was still dazed with fear, despair began to creep into his heart. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingers, causing him to instinctively look over. He found a sharp, gem-embedded blade lying just a hair's breadth away from him. The blade's heavy spine was as wide as a finger, forged from a matte metallic material he had never seen. Embedded in the hilt was a transparent gemstone resembling ice. What a pity! If only he had found this blade earlier, he could have sold it for a good price and redeemed his wife. With this thought, the honest man, who had lived his life in simplicity, clenched his teeth and shook his head bitterly. No wonder he couldn't protect his pregnant wife. Having reached this point, his first instinct was to succumb to weakness. As a man, he should have been thinking about how to destroy these beasts. While the man wrestled with his feelings of inadequacy, the mocking laughter of the gang members was accompanied by the sound of fabric being torn. Rip! The burly man grasped the already torn clothing of the pregnant woman. With a forceful tug, the loose garment was reduced to tatters, revealing the woman's body, which had grown fuller during pregnancy. "No, please spare me." The woman, who had been in shock from the bloody events, regained her senses and cried out in terror, cradling her belly with one hand and wrapping her arms around herself with the other. How could we let you go? Your husband could have brought a ransom, and we might have allowed him to take one of you, but he killed one of our brothers. My brothers are very angry right now," the burly man said, squeezing the pregnant woman's face with a mocking tone. The surrounding gang members echoed his laughter. In truth, they had no interest in a pregnant woman who had gained weight. After all, for just a few thousand Bailey, they could find a professional with a pleasing figure and skilled techniques. If they were willing to spend a little more, they could enjoy themselves thoroughly. What was the significance of a pregnant woman whose figure had changed? They merely wished to stage a grand show before the dark-skinned man, to kill both body and spirit. This psychological thrill provided them with greater satisfaction. Upon hearing his wife's cries, the blood that had retreated from the man's eyes surged back, and the blood in his throat rushed faster. He struggled with all his might to move his body, his scarlet eyes fixed in fury upon the beast before him. His fingers brushed against the hilt of the blade that lay so close. Instantly, a mysterious force coursed through the hilt into the man's body. He felt the rage within him swell uncontrollably, as if it would consume him entirely. In an instant, the fire of fury coalesced in his eyes, resembling a fierce beast ready to pounce. As the rage escalated, the fading vitality within him seemed to trigger a switch, causing a strange resurgence. The several bullet wounds on his body began to heal at a terrifying speed. Is this a performance for us? The more you suffer, the happier we become. The gang members, oblivious to the dying man, were invigorated by the commotion he caused, their faces glowing with excitement. After all, Such grievous injuries would not yield anything worthy of their attention. Bring him over. How can we allow him to miss such an exciting show up close? The burly man commanded, squeezing the soft flesh of the pregnant woman without looking back. It hurts. The pregnant woman cried out in pain, and the sound of her agony, mixed with her fearful expression, ignited a spark within the burly man. But before he could act, a sudden rush of wind, accompanied by a shower of thick liquid, fell upon him, soaking him thoroughly. What are you doing? I didn't tell you to. The burly man wiped his face and turned to scold the others, but upon looking up, he found only a few broken bodies where his companions had once stood, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Are they dead? The burly man instinctively glanced at his blood-stained hand, confirming his worst fears. The thick liquid in his hand was indeed the blood of his comrades. His body trembled uncontrollably, and fear surged within him. Those who revel in evil only truly comprehend the taste of fear when such things happen to themselves. Just then, the burly man noticed a figure emerging before him. Swallowing hard, he raised his gaze to see the dark-skinned man, who had previously been lost to madness. However, the fury in the man's eyes had solidified into tangible flames, and in his raised hand was the heavy, sharp blade. Please no, the burly man stammered in terror at the gleaming edge of the blade. Yet, the only response he received was the clean, swift sound of cutting wind. Ding! Jackson Wilkins has obtained the legacy of the barbarian king, Timir. The untamed and boundless rage propelled Timir to triumph in Freljord. He had publicly challenged the greatest warriors of the North, preparing himself for the darker days ahead. In the restaurant, the indifferent M.O. Bai, waiting for his meal to be served, remained unfazed by the system's notification. He had already approached the conclusion of the situation in the gang's town, preparing to take matters into his own hands. However, upon witnessing the formerly meek and honest man exhibit a fierce determination to fight for his wife in the face of danger, he decided to bestow a legacy upon him, deepening the bond between the couple. Regarding the matter of pregnant women being startled, it leads us to discuss the optimization of circumstances. M.O. Bai would not leave any unforeseen hazards. The speed at which meals are served during mealtimes is unexpectedly swift, seemingly due to the chaotic overall environment. Here, food is characterized by one essential quality: expediency. Some vegetables are merely blanched and drizzled with sauce to constitute a meal. As M.O. Bai navigates the food, he contemplates the issues surrounding the Shihai. Utilizing the legacy of the celestial traveler bard, M.O. Bai swiftly grasps the general situation in Shihai. Once again, it must be said this place is exceedingly disorderly. Should Nami arrive here, it would entail an inhumane 24-hour work regimen, and even that may not suffice. Of course, if she wishes to incite a tempest to cleanse all of Shihai, that would require a different approach. Why indulge in such trivial thoughts? I have already distanced myself from the vast nation of Shurima. Should such matters not be left to others? M.O. Bai scratched his head, and upon coming to an understanding, he relaxed entirely. Let others handle the affairs. I shall merely offer my endorsement from behind. In Shihai, between the islands of Aloia and the Flower Kingdom, a band of pirates is hastily pursuing a merchant ship they have seized. A few hundred meters behind them, a medium-sized naval vessel is in hot pursuit, its main cannon intermittently booming, attempting to halt the two vessels ahead. Yet in the vast expanse of the sea, striking a moving target without prior calibration is purely a matter of luck. Unfortunately, the Navy's fortune today is most unpropitious. Coronel Tina, the Scarado pirate group, has already landed on the territory of the Flower Kingdom. Should we continue the chase? A naval lieutenant inquired of the highest-ranking officer aboard. Based on past experiences in Shihai, he would not typically pose such a question. However, the Scarado pirate group is a tool nurtured by the Kingdom of Aloia to handle matters they prefer not to intervene in, and the Flower Kingdom has no reason to extend protection to these foreign pirates. Tina was incensed at such a question from a member of the Navy. Standing at the bow, her gaze fixed on the Scarado pirate group rushing toward the island, she declared resolutely, "Capturing pirates is our duty. Pursue them." "Yes, Colonel Tina." The naval lieutenant stood at attention, saluting in compliance. On the shore, under the leadership of Captain Blake, the members of the Scarado pirate group dashed along the streets toward the Flower Kingdom. "Captain, do you think the Flower Kingdom will offer us refuge?" A gaunt, one-eyed pirate inquired anxiously. "They are merely the dogs of various interest groups, nurtured by the state. Even their own masters might abandon them, let alone rely on the goodwill of neighboring nations. Fear not. Do you recall the previous dispute between Aloia and the Flower Kingdom over the underwater mineral-rich territory? Of course, I remember. At that time, the Flower Kingdom seemed almost divinely aided, successfully ambushing the royal army sent by Aloia and achieving an effortless victory. Could it be?" The one-eyed pirate suddenly grasped the implication of Captain Blake's words, staring in shock at his captain with bushy eyebrows and large eyes. "Our seemingly harmless captain is capable of such shameless actions?" Blake turned to the one-eyed pirate, surveying his crew, and nodded. "At this point, I shall not conceal the truth from my brothers. Long before we joined Aloia, Master Qingjiao of the Baibao Water Army had contacted me. We are merely undercover agents within Aloia. Our true identity is that of the Baibao Water Army, and from now on, we can walk the world under the banner of the Qingjiao family." Blake exclaimed with pride. How could being a dog for the nobles of Aloia compare to joining the Baibao Water Army and becoming part of the Qingjiao family? The Baibao Water Army boasts a history of hundreds of years, and its leader, Dongliang Qingjiao, holds significant sway even before the royal family of the Flower Kingdom. Upon joining the Qingjiao family, they would shed their identity as mere dogs and ascend to the privileged class. The other members of the pirate crew displayed expressions of excitement upon hearing Blake's words. They could not only escape the pursuit of the Navy, but also transform themselves, attaining considerable status within the Flower Kingdom. As Blake and his crew hastened, they were soon intercepted at the city gates by the vigilant members of the Baibao Water Army. "Halt! You must be the Scarado pirate group. This is not your place." The member of the Baibao Water Army had yet to finish speaking when Blake produced a golden iron token from his chest pocket. Upon recognizing the inscription, the expression of the Baibao Water Army member instantly softened. "So, you are guests of Master Qingjiao. I shall let you pass." The member of the Baibao Water Army stepped aside, speaking amicably. "We are being pursued by the Navy. Kindly assist us in dealing with the naval forces behind us," Blake urgently requested, glancing back at the approaching Navy. Should they be captured, the freedom they currently enjoy on the seas would vanish. "The Navy has followed us to the Flower Kingdom." The Baibao Water Army members' expression changed dramatically. Following Blake's gaze, they indeed spotted a contingent of naval personnel. "Humph! These naval forces possess audacity. Fear not. Watch how I deal with them." The Baibao Water Army member confidently patted his chest, exuding self-assurance as he addressed Blake and his crew. "Colonel Tina, they have indeed been halted at the city gates." The naval lieutenant excitedly pointed toward Blake and his crew at the city gates. "At last, are we about to capture the first batch of pirates this month?" Tina sensed something amiss. Narrowing her eyes, she observed Blake and his crew at the city gates, their expressions betraying no hint of panic, but rather an air of amusement. The situation was evidently not as the lieutenant had described. Indeed, as the Navy reached the city gates, just as the lieutenant was about to lead the team to apprehend Blake and his crew, the members of the Baibao Water Army stepped forward to block the Navy. "Lieutenant, in broad daylight, why does your Navy seek to apprehend the ordinary civilians of the Flower Kingdom? Is your notion of justice merely a guise to oppress the common folk?" "I apologize. Your actions do not apply to the Flower Kingdom." The Baibao Water Army member stood defiantly before the Navy, speaking with righteous indignation. Behind him, Blake and the crew of the Scarado pirate group gazed in admiration at this scene, a surge of fervor swelling within them. In the past, while in the kingdom of Aloia, they frequently witnessed loyal dogs being forsaken by their masters. How could they ever have imagined such a display of bravado? In this moment, they were immensely grateful to have joined the Baibao Water Army and become part of the Qingjiao family. For the honor of the Qingjiao family, they were willing to shed their blood. Ordinary civilians? The naval lieutenant's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Blake and his crew. "Where have you ever seen ordinary civilians dressed in such a manner, armed with swords and short guns? Look, the blood on that blade has yet to dry." Upon hearing these words, Blake and his companions were suddenly struck with panic, sensing the imminent danger of their lives being exposed. Just then, a member of the Baibao Water Army cast a reassuring glance in their direction. Are you referring to this? The Baibao Water Army member nonchalantly took a bloodied machete from Bulake's hands and remarked, "Isn't this the fault of your navy? You are unable to protect our fishing boats, leaving our fishermen to fend for themselves. It is only natural for them to carry weapons, don't you think? Look at this blood on the blade. It bears witness to the valiant struggles of our fishermen against those pirates. A stark contrast to your Navy's pristine uniforms of so-called justice. You're grasping at straws," retorted the Navy lieutenant, incensed by the Baibao Water Army's unreasonable arguments. He brandished the pirate flag he had previously seized from the pirate ship on the shore, indignantly declaring, "This is the flag of the pirates. As a member nation of the world government, are you truly willing to protect this band of rogues? Oh, so the esteemed lieutenant has come to return the spoils of war to our fishermen," the Baibao Water Army member scoffed, revealing his disdain. "One must commend you, Lieutenant, for your integrity. Had this pirate flag been found by someone else, they would surely have claimed it as their own achievement. The environment in the West Sea is indeed such. In some of the more powerful member nations of the world government, even when pirates are caught red-handed by the Navy, as long as someone is willing to advocate for them, they can leverage their connections to compel the Navy to release them. Thus, the long-established members of the Baibao Water Army have grown accustomed to looking down upon the Navy, especially when these naval officers dare to intrude upon their territory. Isn't this simply asking for a slap in the face? How dare you?" The Navy lieutenant's face flushed crimson with humiliation, struggling to articulate a response while pointing at the Baibao Water Army. At that moment, Tina, who had remained unfazed up until then, could no longer stand by and stepped forward. Captain Bulake of the Scarado pirate crew, with a bounty of 76 million berry, she announced, brandishing a wanted poster in front of the Baibao Water Army. In the next instant, elongated barriers sprang forth from her sleeves, encircling Bulake and the other members of the Scarado pirate crew standing behind the Baibao Water Army. Tina's sudden assault caught everyone off guard. The once formidable Bulake and his companions were swiftly ensnared by Tina's trap. "What do you Navy think you are doing? Release them at once," exclaimed the Baibao Water Army members, taken aback by the audacity of the Navy to assault ordinary citizens within the borders of the Flower Kingdom. "If you do not provide us with an explanation, you shall not leave here today." The members of the Baibao Water Army, shocked by the sight, immediately sounded the alarm and drew their swords, positioning themselves defiantly in front of the Navy. They could hardly believe that the Navy would dare to apprehend anyone within the territory of the Flower Kingdom. The Baibao Water Army, a force intertwined with the local populace for centuries, was renowned for maintaining the security of the Flower Kingdom. The Navy rarely ventured into the Flower Kingdom, and their actions within its borders had not occurred in nearly a decade. Tina was visibly displeased. "The Navy has confirmed Bulake's identity to you clearly," she stated, fixing her gaze upon the member of the Baibao Water Army. She then chose to disregard him entirely, commanding her officers to apprehend all members of the Scarado pirate crew. Upon receiving the orders, the Navy officers, brimming with excitement, sprang into action with alacrity. The commanding officer's assertiveness was undeniably captivating. Tina, observing her subordinates, felt a deep sense of disappointment regarding the state of the Navy in the West Sea. Having been dispatched to this region for some time, she found herself lamenting the chaotic circumstances that had long been established. Even as an officer transferred from the Navy headquarters, there were times when she was compelled to conform to local customs, such as dealing with the obstinate Baibao Water Army, despite their awareness of the pirates' true identities. And even with many high-ranking members bearing substantial bounties, they could not take action against them. "The pirates you captured this morning, at the cost of dozens or even hundreds of lives, must be released by you tomorrow. This is the harsh reality." The Scarado pirate crew hails from the neighboring Olivia Kingdom, which is why Tina chose to act within the Flower Kingdom. After all, the Olivia Kingdom does not offend others when there are no disputes of interest, and the Scarado pirate crew would undoubtedly be severed from any ties. Logically, the Flower Kingdom should not overly scrutinize the Navy's actions in apprehending a pirate crew from a previously contentious neighboring nation. Besides, even if they pursue the matter, the current fleet admiral is a Kainu, Even if the Flower Kingdom were to raise a ruckus at the Navy headquarters, Akainu would not perceive their actions as wrongful. This was one of the reasons Tina felt emboldened to take action in the Flower Kingdom. A leader with a firm hand often instills great confidence in their subordinates. Release us. We are members of the Qingjiao family. This is the Flower Kingdom. You cannot arrest us. Bulake and his companions struggled and protested against their detention. The earlier defiance of the Baibao Water Army member in face of the Navy had emboldened them, revealing the strength of the Qingjiao family's influence. Silence. You wretches of the high seas, prepare to spend the rest of your days in prison. The Navy officers, having successfully captured Bulake and his crew, felt a sense of release from their previous frustrations. They glared fiercely at the captured pirates, kicking anyone who dared to resist. A sense of satisfaction washed over them, and they paid no heed to the protests of their captives. Not long after the Navy had apprehended Bulake and his crew, the streets of the Flower Kingdom, just a door away, began to fill with members of the Baibao Water Army, responding to the alarm. Upon witnessing the Navy escorting a group of captives, they exchanged glances and swiftly converged, encircling the Navy in mere minutes. Colonel Tina called out Abu, a member of the Baibao Water Army, with his orange hair and a few missing teeth. Why has your Navy come to the Flower Kingdom to apprehend people? He scanned the Navy's ranks before directing his inquiry at Tina, the highest-ranking officer present. As an elite Navy officer from the headquarters, Tina had gained considerable renown in the West Sea. Abu, before Tina could respond, a member of the Baibao Water Army who had been on duty at the city gates, stepped forward, eager to recount the events, but was silenced by a glance from Abu. Understanding immediately, the on-duty member leaned in to share the details in hushed tones. After learning the circumstances from his comrade, Abu nodded, glanced at the captured Bulake and his crew, and turned back to Tina. Colonel Tina, I believe this is a misunderstanding. These individuals are our invited guests, and not the pirates you claim them to be. Upon hearing Abu's response, Tina was taken aback and cast a surprised glance at Bulake. Could it be that this group of pirates had indeed joined the ranks of the Qingjiao family's Baibao Water Army? Tina presented the bounty notice for Black to Abu, unperturbed, and stated, whether they are pirates is not for you to decide, nor for the Navy. The description on this bounty notice is unequivocal. They are members of the Scarado pirate crew. Colonel Tina, the sea is vast. It is quite normal for there to be others who resemble them, is it not? Abu retorted, his expression stiffening before he quickly donned a polite smile to mitigate the tension. As the most astute member of the Qingjiao family in this generation, he was reluctant to offend the Navy too severely, despite his disdain for the forces of the West Sea. After all, the West Sea was merely home to some branches of the Navy, whose overall might was undeniably among the most formidable in the ocean. Since Black had already acquired the identity token of the Qingjiao family, he could be considered one of their own. To neglect him would tarnish the family's reputation. However, no matter how much Abu tried to justify himself, Tina remained steadfast, her gaze fixed on him without a hint of yielding. Though Tina often claimed that Smoker was the most ill-tempered among her peers in the Navy, her ability to engage in conversation with him suggested that she was not easy to deal with herself. During the tenure of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, she had to adhere to the old order for the sake of stability in the West Sea. However, with the current Fleet Admiral Akainu actively promoting the World Conscription Initiative, it was evident that a significant upheaval was on the horizon. Consequently, to keep pace with the changing times, the old order of the West Sea was due for transformation. Is the Navy determined not to release him? As persuasion proved futile, Abu felt a surge of irritation. As he spoke, his hand inched toward the axe bound behind his back. Why not just say you intend to make a move? Upon witnessing Abu's action, Tina smiled confidently. In an instant, she thrust forth a black, bar-like iron rod, launching the first assault against Abu. Colonel Tina, one must exercise restraint, Abu shouted, his axe enveloped in haki as he swung it down towards the incoming iron rod. With a resounding crack, the heavy axe cleaved through the iron rod, crashing into the ground beneath him. Before Abu could ascertain Tina's next move, a pink figure rapidly advanced towards his abdomen. Not good. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Abu's brow as he abandoned his heavy axe and forcefully propelled himself into the air. While airborne, he seized another axe from behind and swung it at Tina, who had just passed through his former position. With a whoosh, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as Tina, seizing the advantage, swiftly turned around and unleashed a flurry of black iron bars from her hands. Crack! Crack! Abu's heavy axe once again severed several iron bars, but just as before, a rapid pink figure darted past him once more. Employing the same tactic, Tina capitalized on the moment when Abu was suspended in mid-air, swiftly maneuvering around him. In an instant, a tightly bound iron bar ensnared Abu, forcing him to crash into the ground. Leader Abu, the surrounding members of the 8 Treasure Water Army, were stunned into silence at the sight of Abu's swift defeat, astonished by Tina's prowess. Although Abu was not among the strongest of the Qingjiao family's principal members, he often resolved the majority of issues simply by making an appearance. It was clear that this Colonel Tina, renowned in the West Sea, was indeed formidable. The 8 Treasure Water Army members raised their swords and firearms, directing their ire towards the encircled navy. This was the land of flowers. They could not allow the navy to bully them on their own turf. The surrounded navy, resolute, also aimed their weapons at the 8 Treasure Water Army. In this era, those who joined the navy did so out of hatred or a fervent belief in justice. With their commander leading the charge, they could not afford to appear weak. In the midst of this tense standoff, a loud voice suddenly echoed from the rear of the 8 Treasure Water Army's ranks. What has happened to Abu? Before the figure arrived, the voice rang out. The current pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army, leader Qingjiao, alongside the seasoned Kai, advanced to the front of the crowd. The 12th generation pillar Qingjiao. Tina and the Navy were taken aback at the sight of Qingjiao. Who would have thought that an attempt to capture a neighboring country's pirate crew would provoke such a notable figure? Upon seeing the Navy and the ensnared Abu, Qingjiao's expression darkened. His perception was both expansive and limited. Having been struck in the head by Carp, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards all Navy personnel. The Navy often faced assaults while on duty near the Land of Flowers, and the residents of the West Sea were well aware of the masterminds behind these attacks. Yet, due to the influence of the Land of Flowers, such matters had ultimately gone unresolved. Over time, the Navy had become infrequent in their appearances near the Land of Flowers. Now, seeing the Navy within its borders, Qingjiao's temper flared. How dare the Navy come to the Land of Flowers to bully my grandson? This is utterly intolerable, Qingjiao shouted, his face contorted with rage. As he spoke, Qingjiao clasped his hands together, unleashing a powerful wave of conqueror's haki that swept through the area. The encircled Navy, overwhelmed by Qingjiao's imposing aura, began to collapse one by one until only Tina remained standing. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army, too, could not withstand the pressure. The once crowded scene dwindled to just a few who could still stand firm. What an overwhelming presence. Truly a legendary figure. Tina gritted her teeth, resolutely bracing against the onslaught of Qingjiao's conqueror's haki, unwilling to retreat. As a Navy officer, she had her own sense of justice to uphold. 8 burst fist. Following the display of his overwhelming aura, Qingjiao leaped into the air, using the flat surface of his head to execute a powerful strike aimed directly at Tina below. Grandfather! Stop! Abu, trapped and immobilized, shouted in panic upon witnessing Qingjiao's attack. As a colonel stationed in the West Sea, Tina may not have held the highest rank, but she was undoubtedly the most distinguished Navy officer in the region. Should anything happen to her, the Navy headquarters would undoubtedly redirect greater attention towards the West Sea. Though they might be shielded by the Land of Flowers, the days of scrutiny from the Navy headquarters will be far from pleasant. It would be a loss far outweighing any potential gain. Impressive. Tina was anxious as she surveyed Qingjiao's overwhelming force, her eyes darting around at the fallen comrades. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly summoned a series of curved black iron bars, layering them in the air in a desperate attempt to absorb Qingjiao's assault. Crack! The combination of Qingjiao's weight and the force behind his strike caused the iron bars to emit strange sounds, and in the blink of an eye, several layers were pierced. Below, as Tina listened to the relentless cracking of the iron bars, she clenched her teeth and continued to summon layer after layer of defenses. After all, Qing Jiao was a seasoned legendary pirate. Even though Tina was an elite Navy officer from the headquarters, facing someone of Qing Jiao's caliber rendered her efforts seemingly naive. Crack! Crack! The ominous sound of iron bars snapping grew increasingly closer. Tina clenched her teeth, pressing her hand against the now immovable iron bars, feeling the tremendous force descending from above. At last, amidst the relentless cacophony of metal breaking, she could see the imposing figure of Qing Jiao approaching through the gaps in the bars. What a formidable assault! With a look of unyielding defiance, Tina watched as Qing Jiao's iron head struck through layer after layer of iron barriers, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The moment Qing Jiao's iron head made contact with the earth, it created a deep crater, sending a flurry of cracks and debris flying in all directions. Caught in the wake of Qing Jiao's powerful attack, Tina was inevitably hurled away, rolling several times across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Due to her proximity to Qing Jiao's attack, she suffered considerable harm, losing consciousness and slipping into a state of oblivion. Oof. How audacious of the Navy to attempt to capture my grandson in the land of flowers without even Carp making an appearance. After rendering Tina unconscious, Qing Jiao's fury remained unabated. As he spoke, he approached Tina, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Simultaneously, Abu, who had been locked away by the iron bars, regained his freedom. Seeing Qing Jiao's action, he rushed forward, not even pausing to brush off the dust on his clothes, to intercept him before he could strike. "Grandfather, stop!" Abu exclaimed, grasping Qing Jiao's arm to prevent him from proceeding. "The Navy's purpose in coming here is to capture the Scarado pirates." He pointed to the already unconscious Blake and others on the ground, urging the Navy's recent world conscription has significantly bolstered their forces. If we intrude upon their site now, it will undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. As the most astute member of the Qing Jiao family, Abu was accustomed to preventing impulsive actions from Qing Jiao and Old Kai. Moreover, Qing Jiao, who had risen to prominence in the Baibao water army for centuries, was not one to be heedless of reason. After listening to Abu's counsel, Qing Jiao's rage subsided considerably. "Abu, do you think this world conscription by the Navy will have any implications for our Baibao water army?" Hearing Abu mention the globally significant world conscription, Qing Jiao could not afford to underestimate it, and asked with a serious expression. As the current pillar of the Baibao water army, Qing Jiao naturally valued the legacy of their organization greatly. If the Navy in the West Sea had remained as it was before, he would not have been overly concerned. However, with the Navy having strengthened its forces through the world conscription, and now entering the land of flowers to apprehend pirates, all signs indicated that the Navy had undergone significant changes. Even with the protection of the land of flowers, they were still pirates by nature, which placed them in direct opposition to the Navy. Therefore, the Navy's expansion required careful and prudent consideration. "You need not worry, grandfather. The Navy's attention is focused on the New World, the Sea of Strong, and this world conscription activity is aimed at countering the increasing chaos there. As long as no major incidents occur in the West Sea, their attention will not shift in our direction," Abu replied confidently. The Sea of Strong, which gathered powerful pirates from all corners of the world, was enough to give a Navy a headache. There would be little energy left for them to concern themselves with the West Sea. Qing Jiao nodded in understanding upon hearing Abu's reassurance. He then stepped forward to where the unconscious Blake lay, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face. Slap! Slap! After the sharp sound of the strikes, Blake stirred awake, jolted by the pain. "Lord Qing Jiao." Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Qing Jiao for the first time, Blake's voice rose in astonishment. As realization dawned upon him, his expression quickly transformed into one of reverence. Previously, while undercover in the Olivia Kingdom, he had only communicated through written messages. This was his first direct encounter with a legendary figure. The reason for such an esteemed individual appearing before him was, astonishingly, to rescue them. Tears welled in Blake's eyes as he gazed at Qing Jiao. Previously, he had witnessed the violent organizations serving the nobles being abandoned one by one. This encounter ignited an overwhelming sense of belonging and honor towards the Baibao water army within him. "You're Blake?" correct? Qing Jiao assessed him, recalling the young pirate he had encountered several years prior. He had hoped to plant a seed in the Olivia Kingdom that might yield fruitful returns in the future. Little did he expect that the seed sown years ago would today bear the rotten fruit of the Navy's pursuit. Indeed, Lord Qingjiao, it is my honor to be recognized by someone of your stature, Blake replied, his face flushed with admiration. Given that you have attracted the Navy's pursuit into the land of flowers, you will not find trust upon returning to Olivia. Therefore, it is best for you to remain in the land of flowers, Qing Jiao advised, nodding towards Blake. After all, he was a person who had amassed a bounty of 70 million berries in the West Sea. Keeping him around could prove beneficial. Otherwise, what would be the point of having fought the Navy? It was a pity that the seed planted in Olivia had not yielded the grand fruit he had envisioned. Qing Jiao glanced at the surrounding members of the Baibao Water Army and the Navy who lay unconscious. Turning to Abu, he said, I leave this matter in your hands. With that, Qing Jiao made no further delay and turned back towards the path he had come from. Care to lend a hand? Abu asked old Kai, who had been watching the scene unfold. This task has been entrusted to you by grandfather. I shall take my leave now. Old Kai chuckled before promptly following Qing Jiao. Left behind, Abu surveyed the unconscious members of his crew and the Navy, scratching his head. Without further thought, he adeptly approached a fellow crew member and delivered a swift kick to their rear. Bang! The attacked member of the Baibao Water Army quickly regained consciousness. Having long accustomed themselves to such treatment, and joined Abu in reviving their comrades. They swiftly proceeded to apply their unique method of kick therapy to each of the fallen. Once they had roused all of their own, they then turned their attention to administering aid to the Navy. However, during the process, personal emotions inevitably influenced their actions, resulting in some discrepancies in the locations of their therapeutic interventions. A Navy vessel slowly departed the land of flowers, contrasting sharply with the speed at which it had arrived. The atmosphere aboard the ship was thick with tension. Even the flags seemed to droop, affected by the somber mood on board. It only stirred slightly in the sea breeze. Appearing half-hearted, coupled with the crimson sunset on the horizon, it painted a poignant picture of a sunset over the western hills. In one of the ship's cabins, Tina, with her head and ribs bandaged, gradually regained consciousness. Hiss, she murmured. Is this the cabin of a warship? How did I end up here? Supporting her aching head with her right hand, she gazed at the vaguely familiar surroundings, filled with confusion. She had clearly been defeated. How could she be back in her own quarters? With a heart full of confusion, Tina endured the pain radiating from her head and ribs as she slowly stepped out of the room. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the ship's doctor, Rosina. Colonel, what are you doing out of bed? You must return immediately. You have 2 fractured ribs, and any misstep could result in misalignment of the healing bones, potentially piercing your internal organs and complicating matters further, Rosina urged, promptly assisting Tina back down the same path. Tina did not resist. Only when she lay back in bed again did she voice the questions swirling in her mind. Dr. Rosina, how did I return to the ship? I only recall being unable to evade Qing Jiao's attack and being thrown by the aftershock before losing consciousness. Do you know what happened afterward? Tina inquired, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. As a logistics officer, Rosina had remained aboard the warship and might not be privy to the events at the front lines. However, she certainly knew how Tina had ended up back on the ship. Colonel Tina, you were carried back by the soldiers aboard. I'm not fully aware of the events that transpired in the Kingdom of Flowers, Rosina replied, retrieving prepared bandages from her medical kit to tend to Tina's wounds. Carried back by the soldiers? Tina's confusion only deepened, giving rise to even more questions. The Navy soldiers had lost consciousness before her. So why was she the one being brought back to the ship? Colonel Tina, shall I summon someone to inquire further? Rosina asked, noticing the perplexity etched on Tina's face. Yes, please have Lieutenant Adams come in, Tina replied, not resisting the suggestion. However, upon hearing this, Rosina's expression turned troubled. She glanced at Tina and spoke softly. Colonel Tina, the soldiers returned injured and brought several corpses with them, including Lieutenant Adams. The Navy faced ruthless pirates, and sacrifices were inevitable during their missions. The reality of life and death was not uncommon among them. From Rosina's words, Tina understood that they had indeed returned from a devastating defeat. What troubled her was why they had even managed to survive. "Please summon someone," Tina said, closing her eyes and falling silent for a moment before speaking to Rosina again. "Understood, Colonel Tina," Rosina nodded, taking the medical kit and exiting the room. Tina did not have to wait long. Soon, a Navy sailor entered, walking with an exaggerated gait, his face alternating between shades of blue and purple. As he moved, he occasionally gasped in pain, clearly struggling with his injuries. "Colonel Tina," the sailor saluted awkwardly. Tina's lips twitched slightly as she observed the sailor's demeanor, gaining a clearer understanding of the severity of their defeat. It was beyond mere tragedy. Without hesitation, Tina straightforwardly asked, "What transpired after I fell unconscious? Why did the 8 Treasure Navy let us go?" "Report, Colonel. We were awakened by the 8 Treasure Navy's blows. After they finished with us, they allowed us to carry you and several comrades who perished beneath the rubble away," the sailor reported, wincing as he spoke. "As for their reasoning, we are unaware." Despite the sailor's explanation, Tina's confusion remained unresolved. She was not one of those cunning opportunists who roamed the seas, and she did not fully comprehend their motives. However, the Navy's significant defeat was painfully evident. "I understand. You may leave now," Tina said, her lips twitching at the sight of the sailor's shifting expressions, which only added to her discomfort. Once the sailor departed, Tina found herself alone in the room. In this unreasonable world, there existed individuals with monstrous resilience. Injuries that could be fatal to an ordinary person were merely trivial to them. Unfortunately, Tina was just an ordinary individual. Based on past experience, she knew that the pain from her fractured bones would confine her to bed for at least a week before she could even contemplate resuming training. As Tina stared blankly at the ceiling, a figure clad in white stealthily entered the room. Noticing Tina's dazed state, the newcomer nonchalantly picked up a pair of purple-tinted sunglasses from a table affixed to the ship and donned them. Believing this commotion would capture Tina's attention, he turned to find her still lost in thought. Left with no choice, he reached for a book on the table, curiously glancing at its cover. A classic like War and Peace. One must commend you for being such a rational woman," he mused, gently tapping the book's corner against the table. The unexpected sound finally pulled Tina from her stupor. "Who are you?" Tina demanded, eyeing the man standing by the table with suspicion. Just as she attempted to push herself up in defense, her expression shifted to one of shock as she looked closer at him. It felt as though her body had sunk into a deep quagmire, rendering her immobile. "What have you done?" Tina glared at him warily. Not only was she injured, but he had also ensnared her body with some mysterious means, leaving her powerless to resist. The feeling of being butchered like livestock was truly unsettling. Please don't look at me as if I were a villain," he said, visibly displeased by Tina's expression. Adjusting the borrowed sunglasses on his face, he added, "Do I look like a bad person to you? A man who invades another ship uninvited and takes decisive action cannot be a good person, can he?" Tina's face darkened as she scrutinized him, her eyes filled with apprehension. The fact that he had managed to appear silently aboard their ship and control her without a sound indicated his formidable nature. Given the Navy's recent catastrophic defeat, they were in no position to confront him. "Oh," he said, lowering his sunglasses to peer at Tina, a smirk curling on his lips. "Very well, congratulations, you are correct. I am indeed not a good person." As Tina struggled to mask her complex emotions, he drew closer, his grin widening. Having witnessed the worst of humanity during her years of combat at sea, Tina understood the depths of depravity that thrived in a realm where law held little sway. Now, rendered immobile, what kind of unspeakable treatment awaited her? With each step he took, Tina's heart raced faster. Do not become too complacent. Our defeat does not signify that justice will not prevail. In this powerless weight, Tina's eyelashes trembled as she closed her eyes, yet she gritted her teeth and spoke defiantly. "You truly are a gem among the elite of the Navy headquarters." Mabai approached Tina's bedside, observing the trembling eyelashes that quivered in fear. Yet the mischievous smile on his lips remained unchanged. As he spoke, Mabai removed the purple-tinted sunglasses from his face and placed them upon Tina's own visage. "Are you mocking me?" Tina asked, her trembling lashes pausing as she steeled herself, reopening her eyes to glare at Mabai with gritted teeth. "It's merely returning what belongs to you," Mabai remarked, surveying Tina once more. Indeed, once the small sunglasses were donned, her aura transformed into that of a cool girl. "One must admit, purple is rather enchanting," Mabai noted with a nod and a smile. "You." Tina's expression darkened, but before she could utter another word, a series of conspicuous emerald-colored halos appeared in Mabai's hands. "Optimization," Mabai declared, his voice laced with mischief as he extended his right hand toward her injured abdomen. The emerald halos began to coil around Tina's body in spirals. As she felt the sensations coursing through her, a flush of embarrassment and indignation suffused Tina's face. The poetic words that had been poised on her tongue remained unspoken as she suddenly sensed a change in her wound. The pain that had previously lingered even while lying down had now completely subsided. Based on her experience, it was evident that her injury had been flawlessly healed. "Help me heal," she thought, realizing she had indeed misjudged him. As the injury on her forehead was mended, the green halos dissipated from Mabai's grasp. However, his hand did not withdraw, lingering on Tina's taut waist, caressing her gently. Her previously calmed demeanor shifted once again. "Scoundrel!" Tina glared at Mabai, her teeth grinding as if they were sharpening against his bones. Just moments ago, she had thought she might have wrongly accused him, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought. "Hey, you seemed so moved just now. How could you turn into a predator so quickly? Truly fickle." Mabai leaned closer to Tina, a devilish grin adorning his face. Feeling his warm breath against her, Tina's heartbeat quickened. Was this truly about to happen? She found herself powerless to defend the justice she held dear. Observing Tina lost in her tempest of thoughts, Mabai refrained from further teasing, instead delivering a swift and resounding slap on her pristine forehead. Bang! The sound resonated from her head as Mabai's action elicited a pained cry from Tina. Instinctively, she covered her forehead, rubbing it lightly before realization dawned upon her. "I can move," she marveled, staring at her own hand in astonishment. In the next moment, Tina sprang up from the bed, conjuring two black iron bars from her palms, launching an assault toward Mabai from both sides. "I've got you," she exclaimed, her expression brightening as she witnessed Mabai standing still, unperturbed. To neutralize an opponent of unknown strength with a single strike would indeed be the best outcome. However, Tina's expression soon shifted. The two iron bars passed through Mabai's form, as if he were a mere illusion, colliding and entwining with one another. Mabai remained unmoving, a serene smile gracing his features as he observed the spectacle. "Who are you?" Tina's countenance grew solemn as she fixed her gaze upon him. With no knowledge of Mabai's capabilities, she understood that without the ability to strike him, her position was precarious. If conflict arose, she would undoubtedly be the one to falter. Thus, communication became the most prudent course of action. "I am a good person. You may call me Mabai," he replied nonchalantly. "A good person?" Tina's expression darkened with indignation upon hearing his response. "Indeed, am I not a good person for helping you heal?" Mabai shrugged with feigned sincerity. "Bah, a good person," Tina scoffed, recalling the sensation of Mabai's hand on her waist during the healing. "Speak, what is your purpose here? Do not tell me you came merely to heal me," she challenged. With her confidence in her attacks rendered ineffective against him, she recognized that someone of his caliber must have ulterior motives. "What if I were to say it was for lustful intentions?" Mabai replied, casually sitting on the edge of her bed. Tina remained silent for a moment, scrutinizing his face. "I believe that," she retorted, "and it seems you possess desire without the courage to act upon it." With a nod, Tina descended from the bed, pouring a cup of water from a jug on the table and offering it to Mabai. "If you have business, speak it. If not, you should leave promptly. A military vessel is no place for an uninvited guest." Through their brief exchange, Tina discerned Mabai's whimsical nature. Dealing with such a person required directness. She had to clearly express her refusal to engage in frivolities. True to form, upon her refusal, Mabai immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. "Very well. There is indeed a matter at hand, though my earlier inclination remains true." He raised his hands in surrender, unabashedly confessing. He firmly believed that honesty was an everlasting weapon. By boldly admitting his nature as a lecher, he could disregard societal judgment and openly embrace his desires. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Tina took a seat on the opposite edge of the bed, nodding toward Malbai. She was unperturbed by his admission of lustful intentions. Within the Navy, she had encountered countless admirers who pursued her fervently after a single meeting. She had long grown accustomed to such behavior from men. The audacity of a nation's violent institutions to brazenly obstruct naval law enforcement was beyond imagination in other realms. You, too, wish to alter the circumstances of the Navy in the West Sea, do you not? Malbai inquired, feigning ignorance yet keenly aware. The state of affairs in the West Sea had not arisen overnight, nor could it be changed on a whim. Speak plainly, Tina replied, sipping from her cup, her expression unchanged. Such matters were common knowledge in the West Sea and hardly worthy of discourse. Let's make a deal. You are aware of Nami, the one who defeated the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, in the East Sea. I can offer you the power to realize your ambitions and significantly alter the situation in the West Sea. At this revelation, Tina's expression shifted dramatically. The tale of a 16-year-old girl vanquishing a legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, who had wreaked havoc on the seas for decades, had spread across the world, resonating in every corner. Beyond the notoriety of the Golden Lion himself, another topic of fervent discussion was Nami's age. To defeat a contemporary legendary pirate at the tender age of 16 was unprecedented. Even in documented history, no such precedent could be found, which explained why Nami was regarded with divine reverence. The unexpected visitor before her boldly claimed he could bestow upon her a power akin to that of Nami, a power revered as divine. While it seemed improbable, the notion of an untouchable individual possessing such formidable strength was not entirely out of the question. Are you deceiving me? Tina's gaze bore into Malbai, keenly attempting to discern any hint of truth on his countenance. In response to Tina's skepticism, Malbai nonchalantly spoke. In his previously empty hand, a radiant blade engulfed in flames materialized, captivating Tina's eyes instantaneously. From this blade emanated an inexplicable aura of might, enveloping her in a profound warmth. If one were to articulate this sensation, it could perhaps be deemed the embodiment of the justice the Navy espoused. What price must I pay? Tina could not tear her gaze away from the luminous blade, her heart racing as she confronted Malbai. She was acutely aware that in this world, nothing came without a cost. To gain something significant, one must inevitably relinquish something of equal value. The magnitude of the power he offered left her uncertain of what she possessed that could match it. You must find a way to fall in love with me, Malbai declared without a hint of hesitation. What? Tina questioned, incredulity lacing her voice as she cupped her ear, scarcely believing her own ears. To wield such formidable power for the sake of affection? I require your genuine love. As I refuse to engage in the pursuit of women in a manner unbefitting my character, Malbai asserted, shaking his head. He aspired to build a harem, and the idea of courting each woman individually seemed excessively troublesome. Tina found herself in a dilemma. I cannot guarantee such a condition. Reluctantly, she diverted her gaze from the radiant blade to Malbai. This matter is not urgent. Do you harbor any fondness for me at present? Malbai waved his hand dismissively and then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, No, it's entirely unfavorable. Tina frowned, speaking candidly. Malbai's expression froze, his mouth twitching involuntarily. It appeared that he indeed lacked any formidable allure towards women. Feeling a pang of disappointment, Malbai swiftly entered the system marketplace and exchanged for a heartthrob system. Beep. The host has acquired the legacy of a nine-tailed fox, Ali, a vast-eye fox spirit intrinsically connected to the realm of magic, was in search of her rightful place in the world. Upon completing the exchange, Malbai immediately activated his charm ability on Tina. Instantly, her gaze, once drawn to the radiant blade, became fixated on his face. As their eyes met, she shyly lowered her head, unable to maintain eye contact. Do you now have feelings for me, Tina? Malbai queried confidently, reveling in his newfound allure, receiving only a hesitant nod in response. Then this sword shall be yours. Satisfied with her answer, Malbai entrusted the radiant blade to Tina and, resembling a triumphant general, strode into the spatial passage, disappearing from sight. He now considered himself the most captivating man in the world, eager to represent the male populace in a charm contest against his beautiful, albeit foolish, wife. Tina, her cheeks flushed with shyness, revealed a hint of reluctance as she clutched the radiant blade, its fiery form not causing her any discomfort. Her fingers grazed the blade's surface, eventually resting upon the hilt, at which moment the sword split into two. "Is this a dual sword?" Tina murmured, grasping the two blades, now ablaze with golden flames. As her hands ascended the hilt, wings burst forth from her shoulder blades, and in a moment of disorientation, she beheld a world saturated with radiant soil. Beep! Tina has acquired the legacy of the Justice Angel, Kale. At the zenith of the Rune Wars, a celestial spirit birthed Kale, who inherited her mother's glory, soaring with the holy flames to fight for justice. As her consciousness returned, Tina's expression regained its former rationality. "Did you employ some trickery?" Tina, having exited the charm state, scoffed, glancing at the wings behind her and the holy blade in her grasp. "Burning evil, the flames of truth and justice," Tina murmured, a confident smile gracing her lips. "As the wicked grow rampant, I too shall thrive." With a sudden flourish, her wings unfurled, and two additional pairs sprouted beneath her, the sacred flames engulfing her wings. Tina, wielding the dual swords, exited the room, her wings of holy fire propelling her skyward, retracing her steps. With the blades in hand, she had transformed beyond recognition. Tina was resolute that the evils of the West Sea would soon meet the cleansing fire of divinity. The Eight Treasures Navy held a unique position within the Flower Kingdom, functioning as its formidable enforcement agency. Like other legitimate military forces, the Eight Treasures Navy maintained its own barracks. Captain Black of the Scarlato Pirates was not a nameless figure, having previously garnered a bounty exceeding 30 million berries. Upon joining the Eight Treasures Navy, he was promptly bestowed with a significant rank as captain of a ship, leading not only his original crew, but also benefiting from numerous recruitment slots. At that moment, the newly promoted Black was hosting a celebration with his crew in their designated camp. Nearby members of the Eight Treasures Navy joined in the festivities, welcoming their new comrades. The camp was adorned with several banquet tables, where a group of burly men, exuding an air of brigandage, clinked their cups, the raucous laughter echoing beyond the camp. "Black, to ascend to captaincy right after joining. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. I will rely on you in the days to come." "Indeed, Captain is wise. We are held in such high regard here, unlike in Avelia, where we lived in constant fear. It is truly an honor to follow you. Cheers. From now on, we are all brothers, looking out for one another." Black raised his cup of potent liquor, a broad smile illuminating his face as he nodded to those around him. He tilted his head back, draining the contents in one gulp, the fiery burn eliciting a gratifying hiss from his throat. Who could have imagined that mere hours ago he was a fugitive, like a rat scurrying from the Navy? Yet, in this brief span, he had transformed into the object of admiration at the feast. All of this was thanks to his decision years prior to betray his former master without hesitation upon receiving contact from Qingjia, becoming an insider for the Eight Treasures Navy. Thus, every choice made in life holds significant weight. As the revelers grew intoxicated in camaraderie, a brilliant fireball streaked across the darkening sky towards the Flower Kingdom, illuminating the land with its radiance, akin to a blazing sun. Its brilliance captured the attention of every soul on this land, rendering its presence undeniable. "What is that?" Uncertain, they urged one another to seek out Qingjiao Dongliang. Under the intoxicating influence of alcohol, the crowd swayed unsteadily, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the fiery glow racing towards them from the horizon. As they fixated on the blaze, a deep sense of reverence mingled with fear surged within their hearts. The flames approached with alarming speed, and before they could flee the encampment, it loomed ominously overhead. Once the flames settled, they finally discerned the figure within. It was none other than the naval commander they had encountered earlier that afternoon, the defeated Colonel Tina of the Navy. They had shown her mercy, so why had she returned? She appeared transformed, radiating an overwhelming aura. Yet, no matter how formidable she seemed, she could never be a match for Qingjiao Dongliang, a figure of legendary status in the West Sea. Beneath the sprawling camp of the Babao Water Army, spanning 10 miles, its members gazed up in terror at Tina as she soared above. They murmured anxiously amongst themselves. Many felt a profound dread simply from observing the fiery wings and twin swords she wielded. Just the sight of her ignited an illusion of being engulfed in flames. In the sky, Tina flapped her wings, ablaze with divine fire, her eyes burning with righteous fury as they fixated on the sprawling camp below. For centuries, the Babao Water Army had engaged in piracy, brazenly establishing their encampment deep within the borders of the Flower Kingdom. Tina's eyes blazed with divine wrath, and the holy flames on her swords crackled with an aura of truth and retribution. Justice was an unequivocal decree, impervious to any transgression. Tina's voice resonated with authority as she propelled herself towards the camp, swords drawn. The Babao Water Army members, witnessing her approach, were seized by panic. Initially elite forces from the Navy headquarters, they had captured countless criminals with bounties in the hundreds of millions upon arriving in the West Sea. Only the foremost members of the Qingjiao family could hope to contend with such strength. Clearly, Tina was no longer the same as before. Her aura instilled fear, making them doubt their ability to resist her. "Blake, you possess the highest bounty in the camp. It stands to reason you are the strongest among us. Please, buy us some time until Qingjiao Dongliang arrives," implored several veterans who had come to congratulate Blake on his recent induction. Ultimately, the West Sea was not far removed from the Paradise Islands, and aside from the 3 members of the Qingjiao family, no notable figures remained in the Babao Water Army. The highest bounty among the others barely reached 30 million berries. Had Tina retained her previous demeanor, they might have had confidence in their numerical advantage to thwart her. But now, her formidable presence instilled a paralyzing fear, leaving them uncertain of their capacity to hold her off. Blake was momentarily taken aback by the veteran's words, his small eyes reflecting a profound confusion. The approaching Tina was enough to instill dread. If they could not withstand her, how could he? He gazed with trepidation at the rapidly descending figure of Tina, who was poised to strike the camp. Previously grateful to Qingjiao for rescuing them from the Navy's clutches, Blake's attitude now shifted dramatically. He had initially agreed to infiltrate for the greater benefits promised by the Babao Water Army, but now they expected him to lead the charge. The Qingjiao family's strength was renowned in the West Sea, and the cost of betrayal weighed heavily on his mind, his brow furrowing in turmoil. Yet in the next moment, he resolved to defy the Qingjiao family. In his line of sight, Tina descended, wielding her swords with merciless precision amidst the encircled Babao Water Army. Each swing of her blades, ignited with sacred flames, unleashed waves of golden fire that engulfed the camp in flames. The inferno consumed tents, and the cries of the Babao Water Army echoed as it spread relentlessly. To hell with the Qingjiao family. Survive tonight, and we shall see. Blake's face, once strained with conflict, now hardened with resolve as he drew the 2 curved blades hanging at his waist. "Blake, go. We will commend you to Qingjiao Dongliang later." The nearby veterans, witnessing Blake's determination, felt a surge of renewed confidence. They sought no grand achievements from him. They merely wished for him to withstand her long enough for the others to rally and reform their ranks. By systematically obstructing Tina's onslaught, they hoped to mitigate their losses until Qingjiao Dongliang's arrival. "Thank you, everyone," Blake replied with a sincere smile, though his eyes stealthily glanced at his former crew. Unbeknownst to the unguarded veterans, Blake swiftly struck, dispatching them with lethal precision. The crew, initially perplexed by their captain's intentions, swiftly drew their daggers, finishing off the fallen Babao Water Army members. "Captain, what are next steps?" Once assured there were no survivors, the pirates gathered around Blake, awaiting his command. They were uncertain of his motives, but they had long recognized his wisdom. Following his lead would surely yield the right course of action. "We must leave the Flower Kingdom at once. The situation here is dire." Blake's gaze shifted to the distant figure of Tina, her presence exuding an ominous authority, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The Babao Water Army was doomed, and the Qingjiao family would not survive the night. The West Sea would soon undergo a transformation. Their only escape lay in the New World. Blake wasted no time, sprinting in the opposite direction of Tina while voicing his thoughts. The New World. The pirates trailing behind Blake exchanged worried glances. Captain, the territory of the Ruema Kingdom already covers half the Grand Line. With their ruthless tactics against pirates, we will likely be obliterated the moment we exit Reverse Mountain, warned a one-eyed pirate. That information is widely known. We will take a different route, through the Calm Belt, Blake stated decisively, revealing he had a plan in mind. Without looking back, he proclaimed, rather than remain here awaiting fate's decision, we shall actively choose our destiny. Meanwhile, at the Babao Water Army camp, the night sky was illuminated by flames, casting the encampment in a harsh light. Tina glided low between the tents, her twin swords carving through the air with lethal grace, igniting the heat of the sacred fire with each strike, reducing the Babao Water Army and their shelters to ashes. Having never wielded a sword before, Tina now executed masterful slashes that only a true swordsman could master. Yet, the overwhelming force she displayed transcended that of any mere swordsman. This was a slaughter devoid of suspense, and Tina showed no mercy as she executed her grim task. In her eyes, ablaze with a sacred fire, there was no place for evil to hide. Each individual bore the indelible mark of their misdeeds. At the moment when the purifying flames consumed the encampment, a thunderous roar finally echoed through the air. Damn it, who did this? Outside the camp, Qingjiao, hastily arriving from the city with his disheveled beard, seethed with anger as he beheld the ruins of the Babao Water Army's encampment, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Initially, the Babao Water Army had existed like any other insignificant violent organization, one that could be easily discarded. It was through the tireless efforts of the Qingjiao family, spanning generations, that they had attained a pivotal status in the nation of water, becoming an irreplaceable entity. Yet now, centuries of their family's legacy lay in ruins, leaving only the three main members of their lineage. Even if they were to reconstitute the Babao Water Army, it would take generations to regain their former stature. How could Qingjiao not be furious? Grandfather, be careful. The strength of our adversaries is terrifying. They have turned our camp to ruins in such a short time. Abu, witnessing Qingjiao's rage, hurriedly restrained him, his expression grave. They had arrived in under 10 minutes since they first spotted the flames. In that brief span, the Babao Water Army's camp had been utterly destroyed, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains, devoid of any human cries. It was crucial to note that their camp housed over 1,000 troops. You have destroyed the fruits of our ancestors' labor over generations. How can I stand idly by and watch? Almost driven to madness, Qingjiao disregarded Abu's counsel, angrily shaking off his hand, and plunged into the smoldering ruins. As Qingjiao charged into the debris, Lao Kai and Abu had no choice but to follow. The trio navigated through the thick smoke, inhaling the nauseating stench of charred flesh. Experienced, Qingjiao recognized the scent as that of corpses consumed by fire. However, the scorched earth bore no remnants of bodies, swiftly clarifying the enemy's capabilities to him. Huh, you wield flames of terrifying intensity? Soon, you shall taste this very bitterness. Qingjiao seethed, his fury unquenched. Before long, a figure, aglow with flames, barred their path. Even through the dense smoke, the figure radiated an undeniable brilliance. Before they could discern the person's features, the trio felt an excruciatingly perilous aura emanating from them. As the figure approached through the haze, Qingjiao and his family first noticed not the person's face, but their fiery eyes. The immediate reaction of the three was akin to gazing directly at the sun. Once the searing light brought tears to their eyes, they finally beheld the stranger's visage. "It's you." Qingjiao's voice dripped with disbelief, yet his gaze quickly ignited with uncontainable wrath. "I should have dealt with you before. You have obliterated the legacy of my family." He bellowed, invoking the essence of the Babao family's legendary combat technique, the 8-clash fist. Wrapping his flat head with armed haki, Qingjiao bent his legs and thrust himself into the air. He unleashed the shockwave of the 8-clash fist, his most formidable attack, descending upon his foe. Unlike their initial encounter, this assault bore the weight of armed haki and ancestral mastery, rendering Qingjiao's might even more fearsome. However, Tina was no longer the one who had been easily defeated before. Her eyes blazed with righteous fury as her wings beat fiercely, rising to meet Qingjiao head-on. With her hands gripping the blade imbued with purifying flames, she swung it towards Qingjiao's flat head. As the blade sliced through the air, a wave of searing fire surged forth, colliding with the descending Qingjiao. The explosion reverberated like thunder, engulfing him in flames. The heat is unbearable. It hurts. Qingjiao's rage was consumed by the inferno, and his carefully cultivated assault was extinguished, his features contorted in agony as he plummeted to the ground. Grandfather! Lao Kai and Abu were taken aback by Qingjiao's swift defeat and rushed towards the spot where he fell, dread etched on their faces. It's so hot. Qingjiao writhed in agony, having struck the earth and rolled in an attempt to extinguish the furious flames that consumed him. However, the fire was no ordinary blaze. It continued to ravage his body relentlessly. Grandfather, we're coming to save you. Lao Kai and Abu, overwhelmed by concern, rushed to his side and began stamping out the flames. Yet the fire was no common flame. The moment they stepped onto the burning Qingjiao, the flames eagerly spread to them, seeking new targets. Hiss! It's so hot. What is happening? Both Lao Kai and Abu soon found themselves in a similar plight, their cries merging with Qingjiao's as they endured the sanctified flames. Under the unyielding fire, the anguished wails of the Qingjiao family echoed like tormented souls in hell. A harrowing lament that would haunt any listener. Though the sacred flames burned for less than 10 seconds, it felt as if the trio had endured centuries of torment. Once the evil was purged, the unrooted flames upon the earth subsided. The primary members of the Baobao Water Army, Qingjiao and his kin, were reduced to ashes even before they could withstand the fiery onslaught of Tina's blade. Your sins have been atoned for. Tina observed the few wisps of black smoke rising into the air, her tone devoid of emotion. Having completed her task, she did not depart, but turned her piercing gaze towards another direction in the Nation of Flowers. The pirate forces nurtured by the Nation of Flowers were not limited to the Baobao Water Army alone. With her wings thrumming powerfully, Tina propelled herself like an arrow towards her next target. That night, the flames upon the ground of the Nation of Flowers never ceased. The infernos transformed the entire country into a realm of perpetual night. Amidst the flames, the distorted cries of the damned could be heard. Yet they faded as quickly as they arose, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. Because Tingna had once witnessed a realm of justice and glory while wielding her sword, her conviction for righteousness grew ever stronger. Even the palace of Huazhuiguo was not spared from the baptism of the sacred flame. Amidst the cataclysmic upheaval in Huazhuiguo, there were those who chose to take risks and plunge into chaos to seek personal gain. However, what awaited them in the end was only a gaze ignited by fury and the purifying flames. The ordinary citizens of Huazhuiguo felt powerless and anxious amid the blaze of their nation's transformation. Yet, when a majestic and sacred figure soared above the city, accompanied by the light of dawn, the radiance that cascaded from the heavens soon brought them tranquility. Tingna flew over the city, her wings ablaze with holy fire, casting down a sacred light that quelled fear and ignited warmth within the hearts of the people. Tingna descended before the remnants of the shattered palace, gazing at the statue of the king, triumphantly returning on horseback, erected in a prominent position to boast of his achievements. She severed the statue of the king with her burning blade. Tingna touched the brow of the stone steed with her ignited sword, and flames along with glory swiftly converged upon the stone horse, enveloping it completely. Under the influence of light and fire, a pair of golden wings sprouted from the back of the stone steed, which let out a whinny and came to life. The resurrected steed trotted forward, resting its head against her palm, neighing and rubbing against its creator. Tingna gently caressed the life she had summoned, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. She was confident that she could cleanse all evils within her sight with the sacred flames. The winged steed she had created would protect the people as they rebuilt their beautiful home from the ashes of sin. Tingna stroked the resurrected steed and turned her gaze toward a girl, grimy and cowering, who was kneeling amidst the ruins and peering at her with timid eyes. From servants to kings, none could rise above justice. Do you understand? Tingna's eyes regained their former clarity as she regarded the remnants of the ruins where the girl was hiding, speaking in a calm tone. The girl, concealed among the debris, felt a tremor in her heart. After a moment of silence, she comprehended that the beautiful yet fearsome figure had indeed discovered her. The one who had destroyed the palace and slain her family. I understand. The girl no longer hid, emerging from the ruins with a hesitant voice. She then closed her eyes, awaiting her fate with fearful anticipation. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated death did not arrive. The girl opened her eyes in confusion. The figure that had ruthlessly slaughtered in the palace continued to soothe the sacred steed before her, showing no intention of harm. "You want to kill me?" the girl asked, her voice trembling. Given the previous display of ruthlessness, it seemed implausible that she would be spared. Tingna patted the steed's head, and it dutifully returned to its original position, transforming back into a statue. "I have only slain those deserving of death. Let us rebuild a new nation from the ashes of the old society alongside the people here," Tingna said to the girl, meaningfully patting the stone steed. "Remember, light will favor every heart that harbors justice. The domain of Shihai is not vast, and the flow of information is swift. The notorious Bagoo pirate fleet of WhoGave, along with numerous royal nobles, perished in a single night of raging flames. The news of the royal collateral, now tasked with rebuilding her homeland from the ashes, spread throughout Shihai the very next day. Instantly, the entire region was abuzz. The strength of WhoGave was renowned throughout Shihai, with the Bagoo pirate fleet's Babeo water army being a formidable presence. How could the fall of such a historically powerful member of the world government go unnoticed? Those nearby, driven by curiosity, set out for WhoGave to gather information, yet the inhabitants were preoccupied with reconstruction and had little time for such inquiries. The most they could uncover was that a noble figure, dignified and sacred, surrounded by roaring flames, had accomplished all this. As the crowd grew, it inevitably attracted individuals with ulterior motives. To them, a once mighty nation now lay in ruins, with only a royal collateral girl left to rebuild. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. When considering the wealth of a nation, the first thought that comes to mind is the royal treasury. These schemers were not fools. They set their sights on the remnants of the palace. Even scavenging in the palace would yield greater rewards than robbing the frugal commoners. Those who could hastily arrive in WhoGave were undoubtedly from nearby territories. Among these ill-intentioned individuals, the most formidable was the violent organization from the neighboring kingdom of Awilia, known as the Kumu pirate crew. "Captain Hapu, isn't it unwise for us to strut in like this?" a hesitant pirate remarked to the emaciated figure of their leader, an old man resembling withered wood. Captain Hapu had fortuitously acquired a devil fruit of the Paramecia type, enhancing his powers significantly, allowing him to join the ranks of Awilia. Under Captain Hapu's leadership, they had always operated in the shadows, employing poison to incapacitate their foes before easily defeating them at their most vulnerable. Now, walking under the sunlight felt uncomfortable for these unscrupulous pirates. What is there to fear? WhoGave is now left with only that royal collateral girl. I fear her newly recruited. Impoverished guards will flee at the mere sight of us, Hapu declared, striding boldly down the center of the road with disdain. With the power of the devil fruit, he had bested many notable figures in Shihai. Now, did a fallen royal girl, with a newly assembled guard team drawn from commoners, think she could stop them? That was sheer folly. The crew of the pirate ship agreed with his assessment. However, unaccustomed to the sunlight, they still felt a discomfort as they furrowed their brows. The surrounding populace had already organized themselves to clear the ruins left by the previous night's inferno, and the newly recruited guard team was attending to the debris of the palace. Thus no one obstructed the Kumu pirate crew. It wasn't until they brazenly entered the palace, which lacked a grand entrance, that they were discovered by the guards and the royal orphan girl, who were clearing the wreckage. "Who are you?" What business do you have here? The girl, covered in dust and working alongside the guards, asked warily upon spotting the Kumu pirate crew. Her caution was understandable, as the crew's appearance immediately suggested they were not of good intent. Each member was clad in dark attire, their furtive glances darting around, causing others to instinctively avert their eyes when they looked their way. What business? Of course. It was to take advantage of the situation and make a fortune. Hapu cackled openly, unabashedly revealing their intentions. The opportunity for them to confront their adversaries head-on with transparency is indeed rare. This sensation fills him with exhilaration and fervor. Upon witnessing the unabashed ambitions and brazen conduct of the Kumu pirates, the young girl quickly turned to her newly recruited guard team amidst the ruins, exclaiming, "We cannot face them. Everyone quickly hide." The newly enlisted guards, mere common folk seeking to earn a meager income, did not hesitate to flee in all directions upon hearing her voice. "Ha ha ha, Captain, you are right. These new guards can only run when they see us." One pirate exclaimed gleefully, "Hey, we're about to strike it rich. Look, the statue in the palace courtyard is adorned with such large quantities of gold." A pirate pointed towards the stone horse statue amidst the ruins. The dazzling golden wings of the horse were striking, and it was evident that the royal family favored gold as their primary material. This pirate easily assumed the statue was made of gold. "Jekakik, once we claim this bounty, we will no longer have to associate with a miserly king of the Olivia Kingdom." Harper, the captain, turned his gaze towards the imposing stone horse statue as he listened to his crew's words. The glimmering golden wings ignited a fervent greed within his eyes. With such wealth so openly displayed, the royal treasury of the Flower Kingdom must still be intact. The treasury of a prominent royal family from the western seas is ripe for the taking. Leave a few to dismantle the gold from the statue. The rest follow me to the palace to search for the vault. Ignoring the girl's presence, Harper waved his hand, commanding his crew to prepare for a lavish plunder of the riches here. Meanwhile, the girl, overlooked by him, had already approached the stone horse statue. Recalling the beautiful yet terrifying figure she had seen at dawn and the words spoken, she clasped her hands tightly over her heart and prayed to the stone horse, which she had witnessed transform into a living being. "I will lead the people with virtue and honor. I shall uphold justice and strive for it. Please let the light bless this land." Her expression was solemn. Having witnessed the miraculous transformation of the stone horse, her faith in Tina's words was unwavering, and her demeanor was profoundly earnest. As the girl prayed fervently, the Kumu pirates remained motionless, and the stone horse statue radiated a circle of golden holy light. In the astonished gazes of the pirates, the statue emitted a piercing cry, and the flying horse sprang to life. Screech! The flying horse neighed loudly, its wings igniting with golden flames. As its wings flapped, a wave of heat surged forth, and the horse soared through the air towards the pirates with great speed. The statue has come to life. It's a monster. The Kumu pirates stood frozen in fear, their expressions filled with terror at the sight of the galloping horse. "What are you panicking for? There are so many of us." Harper, equally alarmed, attempted to maintain a facade of calm as the captain of the pirate crew. As the galloping horse approached, Harper's arms suddenly swung beneath his cloak, releasing a cloud of invisible powder that dispersed into the surroundings. This was a power he had developed from the superhuman-type BB fruit, capable of creating a toxic miasma in the area. Any creature entering would soon succumb to an uncontrollable malady, losing its ability to fight. Lacking hockey and physical prowess, Harper often relied on this technique to triumph over stronger foes, making it his most proficient move. Watching the horse charge unwaveringly into the miasma, Harper smirked with a sense of assured victory, counting down the moments. However, as the number surpassed his knowledge, the horse's speed showed no sign of diminishing. Harper's expression darkened. "How is this possible? My poison has incapacitated bounties worth over 100 million. He exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he fixated on the horse's form. As the horse drew closer, Harper noticed a layer of divine radiance enveloping it, realizing the reason it was unaffected by the miasma. But by then, it was too late for him to evade effectively. With a thunderous crash, the golden-winged horse charged forth, its powerful hooves striking Harper's frail body. The sound of cracking bones echoing instantaneously. Under the forceful stomp of the holy steed, Harper's body lay still from the moment it hit the ground. As Harper's life force waned, flames erupted from the hooves of the golden-winged horse, consuming his emaciated remains. Captain Harper, the members of the Kumu pirates, witnessing their captain turn lifeless upon contact, were filled with dread, screaming as they scattered in all directions. Screech! The golden-winged horse let out a triumphant cry, then galloped after the fleeing pirates. Two legs could hardly outrun four, especially with the magnificent wings of the flying horse aiding its speed. In this overwhelming display of velocity, the golden figure darted across the ruins. In less than a minute, several more wisps of blackened ash joined the remnants of the fallen. The girl observed the rapid unfolding of events with reverence in her gaze, bowing deeply to the flying horse. Thank you for your blessing. Having vanquished the Kumu pirates, the flying horse did not revert to stone. The girl offered a sincere bow, and the flying horse approached her, its golden eyes meeting her devout expression. Screech! The flying horse emitted an enigmatic sound, lowering its massive head to gently touch the girl's forehead. Instantly, the holy light, acting through the flying horse, enveloped her. After completing this act, the flying horse grasped the girl's collar in its mouth and, amid her startled cries, flung her onto its back. With that, it took flight, soaring above the city. After the initial shock, the girl understood the intentions of the flying horse. I am Vanalia. I look forward to our future together. A smile adorned her face as she pressed her dusty cheek against the horse's sleek coat, her hand brushing against its soft fur. The scene of the golden-winged horse carrying the royal scion above the city, enveloped in holy light, was witnessed by many. That's Princess Vanalia. Look, the princess and the holy horse are radiating light. The citizens, who had previously been burdened with worries about their future, following the upheaval of their nation, found renewed hope upon witnessing this spectacle. As first-hand witnesses, they were acutely aware of the terrifying power of the noble figure shrouded in flames and glory from the previous night. Now, with Princess Vanalia enveloped in holy light above, it was evident she had received the recognition of that formidable being. With the backing of such a powerful figure, they no longer had to dread the potential humiliation from external threats due to their nation's weakened state. Meanwhile, those with ulterior motives observed this scene, momentarily setting aside their own schemes, waiting to decide their next course of action. In summary, the nation whose defensive forces were shattered quickly stabilized without descending into chaos. The sun set in the west, painting the horizon with brilliant hues of crimson. In Olivia, within the royal palace, the elderly King Henry sat upon his opulent throne, the plate of afternoon sweets served by the maid reflecting his image like a mirror. After dismissing the maid with a wave of his hand, he inquired of the commander, Alberto, have there been any reports from the Kumu pirates? Your Majesty, since noon, the Kumu pirates have ceased all communication. The pirate forces from the Flower Kingdom were obliterated last night by an unidentified and formidable entity. They should not have encountered any danger there. Harper and his crew likely betrayed Olivia, akin to Blake and his compatriots, replied Commander Alberto, kneeling with uncertainty in his gaze. These pirates are nothing but ungrateful wretches. They once begged to join Olivia. King Henry exclaimed, his anger causing him to pound the armrest of his throne, his sagging visage reflecting his discontent. Harper must have discovered the ancestral treasury of the Flower Kingdom. Alberto, send someone. You must personally capture them and retrieve everything from the treasury. The old king's lips turned a shade of purple with fury as he commanded the knight. Upon realizing the calamity that had befallen the Flower Kingdom's royal family and nobility, he had already envisioned the treasury as his own. As the day waned, his anticipation for the treasure remained unfulfilled, particularly with the Kumu pirates having gone completely dark, aggravating his distress. The miserly old king, renowned for his avarice, was likely to lose sleep over this matter. Henry rose and paced in front of his throne, unable to quell his mounting agitation. Just as Commander Alberto was about to exit the grand hall upon receiving his orders, Henry called out to him, Alberto. In such a short span, Harper and his crew cannot have escaped too far. Hurry back. I shall await your triumphant return at the city gates. Henry hastened to catch up with the knight, patting his shoulder and imparting a hopeful gaze. He was determined to witness the wealth of the Flower Kingdom return to his coffers at the earliest opportunity, else he would be unable to find peace. Commander Alberto regarded the old king in silence. As Henry's nephew, he was acutely aware of his uncle's suspicion that he might embezzle a portion of the riches. "As you wish, your majesty," he finally replied, his voice resolute. Had it not been for their shared royal lineage and mutual interests, he would have preferred to avoid such a burdensome leader. As they stepped outside the palace, before Alberto could rally his forces to set out, a blinding fireball appeared on the horizon, hurtling towards them. "Alberto, what is that?" King Henry squinted, straining to discern the figure in the sky. His failing eyesight could only perceive a flicker of flame, prompting him to ask the knight for clarification. "It appears to be a person?" Commander Alberto responded, his uncertainty evident. "Your eyesight is failing as well." King Henry shook his head. He found it easier to believe that it was a flaming meteor rather than a person. For if there were rare materials within a meteor, they could be more valuable than mere gemstones. Meanwhile, Alberto remained fixated on the luminous figure soaring towards them. As the figure drew nearer, Alberto discerned more than just a vague silhouette. "Wings! Wings!" he exclaimed in terror, mouth agape. "What did you say?" An incredulous King Henry cupped his ear, seeking clarification. "Wings. The figure amidst the flames has multiple pairs of burning wings. The catastrophe that befell the Flower Kingdom last night was wrought by a being engulfed in flames." Alberto gazed at King Henry, fear evident in his voice. "That fireball is heading straight for us." Being neighbors separated only by a sea, Alberto had received more information. The casualties from the Flower Kingdom's inferno left no remains. Were they now to face the same fate? "Are you suggesting that this is the culprit behind the devastation in the Flower Kingdom last night?" King Henry's expression shifted dramatically, his voice sharp with alarm. Before Alberto could respond, the truth quickly unveiled itself before their eyes. The fireball rapidly descended into Olivia's territory, landing in a specific direction. In the next moment, the raging flames began to consume the land beneath them. "Alberto, we must flee swiftly and avoid following in the footsteps of the Flower Kingdom's royal family," King Henry urged, his words tumbling forth in haste. Suddenly, his eyes bulged with dread, and his voice rose in urgency as he commanded, "Quickly, go to my chamber. The treasures I have collected over the years are hidden beneath my bed. They must be retrieved." Alberto gradually calmed, observing the old king's unwavering fixation on wealth, even in perilous circumstances, a silent resolve brewing within him. In the next instant, as King Henry fretted over his hidden treasures, his pupils dilated in disbelief. He felt a sharp, chilling pain piercing through his abdomen, glancing down to find his insides spilling from a gaping wound. "Alberto, why?" King Henry's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he questioned, frantic hands attempting to gather his entrails to stuff them back inside. Yet, the loss of blood quickly clouded his consciousness, rendering his actions futile. "Why?" Alberto, with a placid expression, wiped the blood from his sword, his demeanor shifting to one of fury. "I have been fortunate enough to be born into royalty, yet due to your miserly reign, I have lived less lavishly than some minor nobles. Look, after years of your penny pinching, the royal family finds itself at the brink of ruin." "Huh! A royal family that has never indulged for a single day." With a cold glimmer of steel in hand, Alberto approached the old king, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "The Flower Kingdom's fate serves as a stark warning before us. Resistance is futile. Yet, it seems the adversary requires a compliant royal family to assist in their endeavors." Without a flicker of emotion, Alberto plunged his sword into King Henry's chest, stating earnestly, "This opportunity for survival I desire." After slaying King Henry, Alberto cast a glance at the distant flames that had ignited, then dashed into the palace. He aspired to become the Vanalia of Olivia. This position was one he would not allow anyone to usurp. The geographical expanse of Olivia was considerably smaller than that of the Flower Kingdom. with its pirate forces primarily comprised of renowned brigands recruited from abroad, leaving few stationed within its borders. Therefore, this fire consumed its surroundings in less than 10 minutes, igniting the homes of the vicious nobles who believed themselves immune to legal repercussions due to their status. Having learned from the precedents set by the Flower Kingdom, no one dared to seize the opportunity to incite chaos. The sky had not yet fully surrendered to darkness when the blazing fire upon the earth had completed its mission and subsided. Under the watchful gaze of the city's inhabitants, Tingna unfurled her wings and descended upon the palace of Aloia. Upon entering the palace, Tingna's brow furrowed involuntarily. In the very center of the palace lay a small mountain of bleeding corpses, and a man clad in radiant silver armor knelt before her, sword in hand. His head bowed. "O sacred and noble master, I am Alberto, the sole bloodline of the Aloia royal family. I shall obey your will and offer my loyalty to govern this nation for you." Upon witnessing Tingna's entrance, Alberto immediately clenched his right fist to his chest and bowed in solemn oath. His eyes burned with fervor. By serving the figure before him, he envisioned a position of power beneath one and above countless others, indulging in wealth previously unimagined and living a life of sophistication he had once only dared to dream of. However, Tingna's gaze revealed unmasked disdain at Alberto's declaration of fealty, and the blazing blade in her hand pierced directly into his chest. Why? That useless scion from the royal family of the Flower Kingdom can become your servant. Why can't I? Alberto cried out in despair, his body engulfed in flames, rising in a wisp of dark smoke. Tingna was furious. "No one is my servant. Only those who tread the clear paths of right and wrong may stand by me." As news of the events in the Flower Kingdom spread once more to Aloia, the royal nobles of the Western Sea found themselves gripped by fear. In secret, these nobles hurriedly sent away some bloodline descendants, hoping to preserve their family lineage. Meanwhile, criminal organizations such as the Mafia and pirates fell silent, for among the casualties in both nations were their own kind. As they continued to observe, Tingna did not disappoint their expectations. At dawn, as the sun rose above the horizon, the purifying flames of judgment appeared in the skies above the Western Sea, continuing her acts of adjudication. No tyrant or villain could escape her scrutiny. Under her piercing gaze, no sin could evade judgment. No identity could offer immunity. When Tingna wielded her fiery justice across the Western Sea, her unhidden identity was unsurprisingly revealed. The once mighty royal nobles of the Western Sea found themselves under the threat of a blade hanging above them, poised to descend at any moment, leading to restless days and sleepless nights. Upon learning that the architect of these actions was a colonel from the Navy headquarters, they quickly reached out to one another. "Damn it! How dare a mere naval colonel openly strike against us, members of the world government? What does she intend to achieve? We are utterly incapable of contending with such a formidable naval officer." They realized that they must set aside their differences, unite, and collectively urge the world government to apply pressure on the Navy. After considerable discussion, all prominent royal nobles contacted one another via transponder snails, expressing their discontent to the world government. The incessant calls caused the staff at Mary Geos to scramble for assistance, overwhelmed by the volume of complaints. In the conference room of the 5 elders at Mary Geos, the 5 rotund figures gathered on the couch, their expressions ominous as they voiced their frustrations. What does the Navy intend to achieve? With only a few dozen member nations left in the world government, how dare they act against us? The irate, round-faced elder was seething, his teeth nearly grinding together. He lamented his current image as a cow rather than a robust bull. Otherwise, he would have stormed to the Navy headquarters to confront Admiral Akainu. Since its inception, the Navy had never attacked a member nation of the world government. Yet now, under Akainu's leadership, the Navy had indeed launched an assault on these nations. When numerous member nations united to lodge their protests, they suddenly realized that several royal families in the Western Sea had already been annihilated. The formidable forces of the Surima were nearly at their gates. And yet the Navy seemed intent on dragging them down further. "Calm down. There is something amiss," one elder remarked. The reports state that it was a colonel from the Navy headquarters who acted against them. But how could a colonel possess the strength to confront a royal family from a powerful nation like the Flower Kingdom? The elder with a long beard furrowed his brow. Everyone quiet down. Let's inquire with Akainu to see if he's aware of the situation. The elder wielding a sword adjusted his gold-framed glasses and exchanged a knowing glance with the curly-haired elder, who, equally furious, said nothing but immediately dialed the transponder snail on the table. After the familiar sounds of connection, the transponder snail answered, "This is the Navy headquarters, Admiral's office. I am Admiral Akainu." The voice of Akainu emanated with unwavering resolve. "Akainu, do you still remember that you are the Admiral of the Navy?" The curly-haired elder addressed him calmly, though the transponder snail's expression betrayed a tempest beneath that calm facade. "Great. It seems I am about to be reprimanded. Dealing with paperwork is already a headache, and now the scolding is coming through the transponder snail." Akainu thought to himself, feeling an overwhelming urge to return to the battlefield, reminiscing about the glorious days of frontline combat. If the 5 elders believe that I, as Admiral of the Navy, have acted inappropriately, they are free to select another. Akainu replied, devoid of any change in expression. Ever since he had taken on this burdensome role as Admiral, he had yearned for the thrill of battle. "You." The curly-haired elder was momentarily taken aback by Akainu's words, which he had once heard from Sengoku himself. The other elders exchanged glances upon hearing Akainu's declaration. The Navy's insubordination was becoming increasingly alarming, and some matters needed to be expedited. "You are aware of the events unfolding in the Western Sea, correct? The Navy's actions have exceeded all expectations. Today, dozens of member nations have sent joint letters of protest through the world government." The curly-haired elder, having regained his composure, spoke with indignation to Akainu. "Western Sea?" Akainu responded with confusion, furrowing his brow as he replied through the transponder snail. "The recent reports from the Western Sea have all been victories. Numerous bountied criminals have been eliminated. Notify headquarters to revoke those bounty orders." Upon hearing Akainu's reply, the curly-haired elder erupted in fury, yelling into the transponder snail, "What? Are you trying to claim credit? Did they not inform you that, aside from those pirates, they have already obliterated several royal families of the world government? How are you leading this fleet?" The curly-haired elder's exasperation was palpable. If it were not for the sheer absurdity of this situation involving a mere colonel, he would suspect that Akainu was mocking them. What? The revelation that the Navy had annihilated several royal families in the Western Sea left Akainu in stunned disbelief. On the other end of the phone, Akainu was momentarily taken aback by the news. During this period, he had been immensely gratified by the efficiency of the West Sea Navy. In just over a month, so many bounty orders had been revoked, the accumulated amounts rivaling that of 1 or 2 of the notorious Yonko. Such efficiency must stem from an intense enthusiasm and unwavering commitment to justice. Yet now, all that remained in his heart was the sound of shattering glass. The West Sea Navy's actions against the nations allied with the world government indicated that they had prepared to betray the Navy and oppose the world government. In an instant, the figure of a potential suspect emerged in Akainu's mind, the Revolutionary Army leader, Monkey D. Dragon, who had defected from the Navy 20 years ago and become the world's most formidable criminal. Observing the phone bug, mimicking Akainu's bewildered expression, the curly-haired elder stars snorted disdainfully and continued, "Now do you comprehend what has transpired? Stop wasting your days in the office handling trivial paperwork. You may find yourself the sole commander of the Navy before you realize it." The elder stars looked at Akainu with a blend of disappointment and frustration. It was precisely because of Akainu's steadfast and unyielding character, devoid of any political entanglements, that they had chosen to appoint him as the fleet admiral. One could only say it was a case of losing something in the East, yet gaining something in the West, each choice bearing its own advantages and disadvantages. "I will handle the situation in the West Sea." Akainu clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, convinced that the Revolutionary Army had undermined him. His hatred for Dragon surged, wishing he could feed him molten magma. There was no time for haste now. The curly-haired elder stars exchanged glances with the other elder stars and addressed the phone bug. "There are more pressing matters for the Navy. With the situation in the West Sea, We must pay closer attention to internal affairs concerning Zifa's defection from Navy. I give you 3 days to resolve this matter swiftly." With that, the curly-haired Elder Stars hung up the phone bug, leaving no room for Akainu to object. "Do you think Akainu will comply?" the curly-haired Elder Stars inquired, surveying the others around him. "We chose him to be the fleet admiral precisely because we believed he would be obedient." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the initially irate Akainu found himself calmed by the Elder Star's final words. Zifa was also his mentor, and although Akainu was not adept at expressing emotions, the only thing he excelled at was harboring all his feelings within. Silently placing 2 cigars between his lips, he finally took a long drag from the last stub after nearly being consumed by the wind. The swirling smoke did not ease his troubled spirit. Shaking his head, he chose to temporarily set the matter aside. However, the more he attempted to dismiss it, the more it gnawed at him. Burdened with his thoughts, Akainu redirected his focus to the issues in the West Sea, seeking a distraction. He picked up the phone bug on his desk and dialed the number for the West Sea base. "Brew, brew, brew, brew. This is the West Sea Navy Base 106. I am Base Commander Romeo. How may I assist you?" A deep male voice came through as the phone bug connected. "I am Fleet Admiral Akainu. Major Romeo. I remember you well. I am aware of the situation in the West Sea. Have someone with authority on your end speak with me," Akainu said, suppressing the fury boiling within him. In his reasoning, Major Romeo had led the entire West Sea Navy to defect and join the Revolutionary Army, which would naturally not earn him any goodwill from Akainu. In fact, Akainu's demeanor was hardly amiable toward anyone. You're already aware?" Romeo, unsure of Akainu's thoughts, instinctively shrank back upon hearing the Admiral's words. He did not wish to conceal the situation in the West Sea from Akainu. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The chaotic old order that had persisted in the West Sea for centuries had left every stationed Navy member feeling suffocated. Now, with Colonel Tina directly addressing the masterminds who sheltered pirate criminals and nurtured violent organizations, it was incredibly uplifting for every Navy member in the West Sea. Thus, even though they were aware that some of those targeted by Colonel Tina were nations allied with the world government, they chose to remain silent, failing to report upwards in a timely manner. After all, they had witnessed too many precedents unfold before their eyes. And as individuals who had joined the Navy out of a sense of justice, they did not possess sufficient trust in the world government. Therefore, everything that transpired seemed entirely logical. "Admiral Akainu, I can manage matters on my end. It was my decision to withhold information from you," Major Romeo replied, his heart racing with trepidation. He understood that concealing military intelligence was a severe offense that could affect others, so he chose to shoulder all the blame himself. However, Romeo's admission transformed in Akainu's ears into something entirely different. "Really? You can still manage things over there? The next time we meet, I will surely let you taste the flavor of magma." Believing Romeo had betrayed the Navy due to the Revolutionary Army's enticements, Akainu's rage flared intensely, and he spoke indignantly. In his mind, the most crucial aspect of the Navy was its commitment to justice. Romeo, who had betrayed the Navy for personal gain and turned to the Revolutionary Army, was undoubtedly beyond redemption. On the other end of the phone, sensing Akainu's fury, Major Romeo's expression fell. "No, Admiral Akainu. The punishment for withholding military information starts at 10 years, with a maximum of life imprisonment. We have no enmity between us. You cannot take your anger out on me." Romeo stammered, speaking rapidly. He had witnessed far too many gruesome scenes while trailing behind Tina lately, and he had no desire to experience Akainu's magma firsthand. "Holding back military information? Even now, you still wish to deceive me? I am already aware of the news regarding your defection from the Navy." The mere mention of this sent Akainu's anger soaring. Even the phone bug, mimicking him, began to imitate the scene of magma surging over his head. "Admiral Akainu, please understand. Only Colonel Tina has defected from the Navy, and she is the sole one to have acted against the nations allied with the world government. We were simply unable to keep up with Colonel Tina's speed, and we lacked the capacity to stop her. We were truly powerless." Romeo cried out, blending truth with exaggeration, desperately pleading his case. When Tina had judged and executed those unjust royal nobles and pirate gangsters, They had been laughing with joy. Having already determined that Romeo had joined the Revolutionary Army, Akainu found it impossible to believe him. However, from Romeo's words, Akainu gleaned some insights. If Romeo, who had defected from the Navy, claimed that Colonel Tina had betrayed the Navy, then the true situation in the West Sea was likely that Tina was valiantly resisting the Revolutionary Army. It must be so. Confident in his analysis, Akainu abruptly hung up the phone bug, no longer willing to listen to Romeo's excuses. He flipped through the directory containing the numbers of the elite Navy personnel and found Tina's number, promptly dialing it. Brew, 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 brew. After a lengthy wait filled with the busy signal, just as Akainu began to entertain the thought that Tina might have encountered misfortune, the phone bug was finally answered. Upon connecting the phone bug, Akainu's first instinct was not to inquire about the situation from Tina, but rather to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. Had the phone bug taken a misstep? What a glaring light! After Tina resolved the matter with a certain mafia group and released the hostages, she finally freed her hand to retrieve the incessantly ringing phone bug from her pocket. The moment the phone bug was connected, it swiftly mimicked Akainu's appearance on the other end, allowing Tina to ascertain his identity. Admiral Akainu, I apologize for making a decision without notifying you. If the world government seeks accountability, just say that I have defected from the Navy and place all the blame upon me, Tina expressed nonchalantly, her demeanor as calm as ever. On the night she decided to take action against the world government's affiliated nation, the Land of Flowers, she had already mentally prepared herself. If things were to continue in the same vein as before, the situation in the West Sea would never change, and the pirate menace would remain unvanquished. Justice, if compromised even slightly, ceases to exist. In order to execute her sense of justice flawlessly, all forces that provided shelter to pirates and other violent organizations must be eradicated. For this reason, she had long been prepared to shoulder all responsibility. Meanwhile, Akainu, his eyes dazzled by the phone bug's imitation, was momentarily incapacitated by Tina's words. Akainu thought, what? The news from the Gorosei indicated that the Navy in the West Sea was taking action against the world government's affiliated nations. The Gorosei would not deceive him. So indeed, the Navy in the West Sea was in serious trouble. The base commander of the West Sea, Romeo, claimed that they had not defected, but that Tina had betrayed them, which was certainly questionable. A traitor calling another a traitor was dubious at best. However, the seemingly unproblematic Tina claimed she had defected from the Navy. All the clues swirled chaotically in Akainu's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered about the situation in the West Sea. Stop, stop, stop! Akainu, his head throbbing with confusion, rubbed his temples and furrowed his brow as he asked Tina, let us not get caught up in who defected from the Navy. First, clarify for me what you know. Although he harbored some doubts about Tina, a multitude of information was preferable to relying solely on hearsay. The more one knows, the better one can analyze and extract something useful from the existing information. Is Admiral Akainu still unaware? Tina queried, perplexed. Akainu had called her. It should have been the affiliated nation in the West Sea applying pressure through the world government to the Navy headquarters. This revelation from Romeo should have surfaced only after they could no longer conceal it. Why did Akainu still appear so utterly befuddled? Tina maintained a positive outlook on Akainu. There are no perfect choices, only the most suitable ones. In this era of rampant chaos and evil, having a steadfast individual who despised wrongdoing and was willing to employ any means necessary to eradicate criminals as an admiral would undoubtedly elevate and inspire the entire Navy's morale. Without dwelling on this matter any further, Tina recounted the recent events in the West Sea to Akainu. This included the Navy's initial frustrations and her rapid rise in strength after acquiring her inheritance, which empowered her to confront the violent organizations nurtured by the state and execute those unjust royal nobles. As Akainu listened to Tina's account, he became increasingly familiar with her narrative, rendering him completely dumbfounded. The elite Navy, with just a colonel's rank, could suddenly possess the extraordinary power to easily eliminate legendary pirates. He knew of several stories with a similar template. It began with a mere 16-year-old girl from the East Sea, Then there was the incident where he and Akiji were thoroughly beaten by the so-called ascended warriors of Shurima. Now, someone in the Navy had attained such miraculous power. Why had fortune not favored him? That thought flickered in Akainu's mind for just a moment before he quickly dismissed it. Tina's coherent logic and connections with what others had said dispelled his doubts. Soon, Akainu became exhilarated. Tina, to what extent do you believe your current strength has ascended? He eagerly inquired, filled with anticipation. Nami's first battle had seen her triumph over the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, who was renowned alongside Pirate King Roger and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. The formidable powers of Bell and Gaka from Shurima were experiences he had personally witnessed. The terrifying physical prowess that could devour his magma, which even he and Akiji could not breach, was enough to dissuade anyone from confronting it. Now, how powerful could Tina, who had similarly acquired such extraordinary abilities, possibly be? What degree? Tina pondered for a moment. Illuminated by the holy radiance, her face appeared exceedingly sacred and noble, and a familiar confident curve graced her lips as she proclaimed, "Tina is invincible." Akainu gazed at the phone bug in his hand, reflecting her intense confidence, and felt an ache in his teeth. Yet, having experienced the beatings from Bell and Gaka, he did not doubt Tina's current strength. His heart surged with passion, fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, igniting a fervor within him. With such a powerful ally in their navy, would the eradication of evil on the seas be far off? What nonsense about the 4 emperors of the sea. The navy is invincible. Please refrain from mentioning anything about defecting from the navy. You have handled the situation in the West Sea well. Those who harbor and protect pirates deserve to be eliminated. I will address the accountability from the world government. By the way, make sure to return to the headquarters for your appointment ceremony. General Tina, Akainu excitedly concluded, not allowing Tina a chance to decline before hanging up the phone bug. Understanding the intricacies of this matter, Tina had now become a treasure in his eyes. Just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem, the Navy cannot afford to lose Tina. Even if he were not to remain as admiral, he would ensure that Tina stayed within the Navy. This was a prime opportunity to quell the turmoil of this chaotic era. He contemplated whether he could persuade the Gorosei to add another admiral position within the Navy. If not, he would consider which of his old comrades, Akiji or Kizu, might step down. Akainu felt immensely pleased as he thought. To retain formidable talents, mere faith is insufficient. Tina, with her newfound power, is undoubtedly qualified to become an admiral of the Navy. Currently, one of the 3 admiral positions have been awarded to the victor of the World Conscription event, Smile. Such a vast entity would not retract promised rewards. If adding another admiral position was unfeasible, then he would have to consider the 2 old friends, Akiji and Kizuru. If all else fails, he could even relinquish his own position as admiral. No, the position of admiral is unworthy. A powerhouse like Tina should be at the forefront of justice. Without hesitation, Akainu dialed the Gorosei's number. Brew, 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 brew. Akainu, if you're not busy with the tasks assigned to the Navy by the world government, what is the purpose of your call? The phone bug connected, and a familiar voice, with the same familiar tone, echoed through. The Gorosei, still speaking with a brusque demeanor, shouted loudly. It had not been long since they last hung up the phone. Upon receiving a call from Akainu, the Gorosei naturally assumed that he intended to refuse their previous orders. Gorosei, I have thoroughly understood the situation in the West Sea, but there are discrepancies. Akainu began to relay the information he possessed. His words emphatically indicated the Navy's frustrations in the West Sea, highlighting the arrogance and malevolence of the affiliated nations that harbor and protect pirates and violent organizations. Essentially, he portrayed the Navy as one that has endured considerable provocation, ultimately compelled to take action against those nations, with no hint of rebellion occurring. Are you jesting? I am increasingly doubting the wisdom of the world government's decision to appoint you as admiral. One of the Gorosei retorted in exasperation. Without the assistance of other forces, how could those West Sea Navy personnel possibly contend with nations that have thrived for centuries? The Gorosei, now doubting Akainu's mental faculties, continued, the strength of those troubled nations is formidable, particularly in the land of flowers. Any faction of the 8 treasure pirate crew possesses the might to challenge the entire army of any weaker affiliated nation. It is sheer folly to think that the West Sea Division could confront them. Do you recall Nami, who defeated the Golden Lion in the East Sea, and those 2 self-proclaimed ascendants from Shirema? Akainu, undeterred by the Gorosei's irate remarks, passionately asserted, there are individuals within the Navy who have acquired this mysterious power. What did you say? The Gorosei gasped in astonishment, suddenly comprehending the implications. It was no wonder they had not immediately connected this occurrence to the mysterious power manifesting at sea. The rarity of such phenomena rendered them devoid of any discernible pattern. Comparatively, they preferred to attribute it to the machinations of hidden ambitious figures. This matter ends here. We shall overlook the Navy's actions against the world government's affiliated nations. The Gorosei indicated, exchanging glances with one another to regain their composure before addressing Akainu through the transponder snail. According to their customary approach, Tina, who had acted against the affiliated nations, would typically face a bounty on her head. However, given the current dire state of the world government, even the once authoritative Gorosei found their tempers needed to be moderated. Gorosei, I believe the Navy should create a new admiral position with appropriate remuneration. Akainu's voice echoed once more. You shall oversee this matter. Furthermore, the Navy must act swiftly concerning Zephyr. The Gorosei, eager to deliberate the issue, readily acquiesced to Akainu's request and emphasized the urgency regarding Zephyr before promptly terminating the call. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, the atmosphere within the Gorosei meeting room was notably tense. Let us share our perspectives, one of the curly-haired Gorosei suggested, surveying the room. The moment they acquired mysterious powers, they disregarded the world government's orders and acted against the affiliated nations. This is not a trivial matter. It would not be surprising if they turned against the world government one day, mused another with a goat beard. The news of the Navy unexpectedly acquiring such mysterious powers should have been a boon for us. Yet, judging by their actions, they appear to be another headache like Garp. No, it is worse than Garp. At least Garp has not attempted to annihilate the regimes of the world government's affiliated nations. We must stabilize the situation. Glean as much information about this mysterious power as possible from them, and if that proves unfeasible, eliminate them swiftly, one Gorosei sighed. Why couldn't it have been one of our own who obtained this power? At Navy headquarters, Akainu's initial excitement over the Navy's enhanced strength gradually subsided, leading him to exhale deeply. The Gorosei's insistence made it clear that evasion regarding Zephyr was futile. Ding! Akainu rubbed his temples and pressed the bell on the table, producing a crisp sound. Soon, a duty soldier knocked and entered. Admiral Akainu. The soldier saluted, standing upright and awaiting orders. Summon several admirals, and bring along Aohige as well. Akainu commanded with a wave of his hand. Although Aohige had been defeated in the final battle and lost the opportunity for an admiral position, his prowess had already garnered significant recognition from the Navy prior to that confrontation. The lack of available admiral positions was simply the issue at hand. The duty soldier promptly took his leave, and within a quarter of an hour, Kizuru and Akiji arrived in succession. I have summoned you for a task assigned by the world government, Akainu began, glancing at Kizuru and Akiji as they took their seats. We must resolve the issue of Zephyr's defection from the Navy within 3 days. This is the area where the Neo Navy has recently been active. Akainu presented a recently faxed map, still warm from the machine, laid out on the table. Upon hearing Akainu's words, Kizuru and Akiji, who had previously appeared relaxed, instantly became alert and fell silent. Meanwhile, Ikaku and Aohige, aware of Zephyr's standing within the Navy, exchanged glances between Kizuru, Akiji, and Akainu. Eventually, Ikaku broke the heavy silence in the office. Has the Admiral decided who will take action? He asked calmly, alleviating the tension among them. As one of Zephyr's students, it seemed inappropriate for outsiders to handle this matter, and the reason for their presence was to inform them that their burdens would only increase in the coming days. Please. Akainu addressed Ikaku and Aohige, then turned to Kizuru and Akiji, asking solemnly, I need to remain stationed at Marineford. Which of you will undertake this task? Kizawa hesitated. Let Akiji go. The Navy's research division has made new progress and requires my oversight. The youthful Kizaru quickly sought to evade the responsibility, vividly recalling the painful experiences from the recent New World expedition, especially after the confrontation with Kaido, where a horn had been broken from the latter's head. Although the newspapers attributed the breaking of Kaido's horn to the newly appointed Emperor Buggy, Kizaru, as a witness, had ample reason to be skeptical. He certainly did not wish to endure Zephyr's shocking punch again. This opportunity should undoubtedly be bestowed upon his good comrade Akiji. Akainu, well aware of Kizaru's evasive nature, remained silent as he scrutinized Akiji, cognizant of their previous disagreements stemming from the O'Hara incident. He understood that if this task were entrusted to Akiji, the Navy's efforts would likely yield no results. With this realization, Akainu shifted his gaze back to Kizaru. Let us set aside matters concerning the research division for now. The world government is pressing for urgency regarding this task. You shall handle it, Akainu decisively commanded, disregarding Kizaru's dismayed expression. Although Huang Yuan's temperament is rather deplorable, he has consistently handled the tasks assigned by the world government with remarkable competence. Given Huang Yuan's customary approach to matters, entrusting this task to him would undoubtedly leave no opportunity for the world government to find fault. After arriving at this decision, Akainu dismissed several individuals. Just as Akiji, with a complex expression, was about to fade from view, Akainu's voice echoed from the office, suggesting that those inclined should accompany their mentor. As the group exited the marshal's office, the Navy's operation concerning Zifa was finally confirmed. No one wished to conceal the truth, nor could they genuinely do so. Due to Zifa's pivotal status within the Navy, news of this operation spread rapidly throughout the Marine headquarters in Marineford, both inside and out. What? We are actually to take action against Teacher Zifa? Is this an order from Marshal Akainu? Teacher Zifa has dedicated his life to the cause of justice, and now we are to act against him? Is this what justice entails? The Marines remaining at the headquarters were all in an uproar, angrily tearing off their cloaks emblazoned with the word justice and heading to the marshal's office to demand an explanation for Zifa. However, upon their arrival, they were met with an even fiercer reprimand from Akainu. A higher rank can crush one underfoot. Ultimately, these Marines could only resign themselves to the situation, as the world government imposed a stringent time constraint on this operation. As the leader of the mission, Huang Yuan set sail at dawn the following day. His extended stay at the headquarters was primarily to await the elite vice admirals who had received the news and were hurrying back. As Zifa was a revered mentor to all Marines hailing from the headquarters, the formation of this operation against him was exceedingly grand. Except for those who had urgent matters to attend to, almost all vice admirals from the Marine headquarters were present, including Huang Yuan and Akiji from the ship leading the charge. It could be said that the Navy's operation had effectively emptied a significant portion of the headquarters. This formidable assembly was not merely due to the vice admiral's respect for Zifa's strength. They had set aside their responsibilities to pay their final respects to a beloved mentor. The entire fleet participating in the operation was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Huang Yuan's countenance reflected the weight of this gravity, blending seamlessly into the collective sorrow. This left the vice admirals, well aware of Huang Yuan's strained relationship with Zifa, utterly astonished. It is said that General Huang Yuan and Teacher Zifa are at odds. Yet, judging by Huang Yuan's current heavy heart, he likely feels no less burdened than we do. As the leader of this mission, Huang Yuan's encounter with Teacher Zifa would undoubtedly weigh more heavily on him than on us. The vice admirals, their hearts laden with complexity, observed the seemingly soulless Huang Yuan at the bow of the ship, shaking their heads in quiet discussion. Just by looking at Huang Yuan's current dazed and forlorn expression, who would dare claim that he and Teacher Zifa are not on good terms? They would be quick to defend him. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan, standing at the bow, felt utterly despondent, his mind replaying the moments when he had been struck on the head, reflecting on the pain and the stark contrast to Zifa riding Kaido. It was evident that Zifa had shown restraint, recalling their mentor-student bond. Now, as he led the mission to confront Zifa, even if the latter were the most forgiving of individuals, it was likely that he would not escape unscathed. Although the dawn approached on the horizon, Huang Yuan felt as though he were trapped in twilight. Turning to look at Akiji, who stood in a similar stupor on the deck, as well as the elite vice admirals on the other ships, he felt somewhat reassured. He softly murmured to himself, hoping that Teacher Zifa would go easy on them. With so many targets for his ire, there should be enough to satisfy his frustration. In the New World, the Adelaide Sea, a colossal vessel of the Neo Navy relentlessly pursued a pirate ship. The bow of the ship, armed with the latest naval technology, bore down on the pirates, forcing them to evade left and right. Consequently, the pirate ship was compelled to slow down, inching closer to the brink of despair. "Captain, the Neo Navy is closing in. We cannot continue like this," the helmsman exclaimed, straining to avoid the formidable cannon fire as he glanced back at the approaching warship. Their ship's propulsion was no match for the pursuing vessel, and with the enemy's cannons relentlessly forcing them to dodge, being overtaken was now a foregone conclusion. "We cannot engage them at sea. Their cannons are far too advanced." Captain Finnegan, observing the advancing warship, remained unperturbed, a dangerous smirk creeping onto his lips as if a cunning plan had come to fruition. He had heard whispers regarding Zifa's betrayal and the formation of the Neo Navy, particularly in the context of recent operations to eradicate pirates in the Adelaide Sea. Given the innate opposition between the Navy and pirates, many pirates harbored animosity towards Zifa, who had defected yet continued to act in the Navy's interests, prompting numerous ambushes against him. A plethora of pirates joined this hunting endeavor, yet none succeeded, with many being annihilated by Zifa instead. As news of this spread throughout the New World, an influx of pirates flocked to the cause, seizing the opportunity for renown. Among them was Finnegan, who, having been pursued by the Neo Navy, viewed it as a deliberate strategy. "Hard to port. Let us head towards that uninhabited island and engage them in a battle to the death. The chance for glory is right before us. If we can eliminate Zifa, we will emerge as the new wave in the New World, with riches and women aplenty." Captain Finnegan, gazing at the crew armed with knives and axes hidden in the ship's hold, fervently rallied them for the impending confrontation. In his estimation, the aging Zifa could hardly maintain even 50 to 60% of his former prowess. The fact that he had endured amidst the multitude of hunters in the New World for so long could only be attributed to the advanced propulsion systems of the warships, alongside a modicum of luck. Upon reaching the island, Finnegan and his band of pirates swiftly concealed themselves within the coastal underbrush, secretly observing Zifa and his group. They did not perceive any cause for concern regarding Zifa's strength. However, the formidable firepower aboard the massive ship warranted caution, and they aimed to avoid detection. Concealing themselves in the underbrush was a strategic measure to evade bombardment from Zifa's vessel. If they could gain the upper hand and launch a surprise attack against Zifa and his crew, it would be even better. The situation unfolded as they had anticipated. The pursuing Neo Navy, upon finding no sign of pirates on shore, refrained from indiscriminate bombardment of the island. Nevertheless, the cannons were still fired, albeit redirected towards the pirate ship. With a thunderous roar, the massive cannon belched flames, and Finnegan's pirate ship was instantly obliterated, reduced to scattered wreckage. As jubilant as they may be now, they will soon face despair, Finnegan growled, lowering his voice as he addressed the concealed pirates behind him. They would not have to wait long. After detonating the pirate ship along the shore, the Neo Navy swiftly disembarked from their warships, commencing their search for the pirates' whereabouts on the island. Observing a contingent of Neo Navy troops venturing deeper into the island, Finnegan refrained from urging his subordinates to launch a surprise attack. What a ridiculous Neo Navy this is. How could they muster such a dim-witted crew? That old codger Zephyr must not be faring much better. It was only after the Neo Navy had entirely vanished from sight that Finnegan finally spoke. "Capture the leader before the followers. Let us first seize control of that warship, cutting off the retreat of that band of Neo Navy on the island. Such a substantial prize lies before us. If we do not seize it, what sort of pirates would we be?" Finnegan gazed at the massive warship anchored by the shore, his eyes gleaming with desire for its firepower, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, encountering him, Zephyr's streak of good fortune has surely come to an end. Once we take command of this warship, the Neo Navy on the island will find themselves stranded, mere sheep to be herded and slaughtered at our discretion. The thought of claiming Zephyr's head and achieving renown in the new world, becoming a sought-after figure, filled Finnegan's heart with exhilaration. Men, follow my lead. Today is the day we make our names. Finnegan shouted as he leaped from the underbrush, brandishing his firearm. The pirates concealed in the foliage responded eagerly to his command, springing forth with blades in hand, charging towards the warship on the shore. Zephyr, remaining aboard the ship, heard the distant shouts and curiously approached the bow to peer down. Upon witnessing dozens of pirates rushing towards the warship, he quickly grasped the situation. How has Ryoso been training his troops that such a simple tactic could succeed? Zephyr furrowed his brow. As a former naval instructor, he placed great importance on the fresh blood of recruits. Even in the perilous new world, he had not abandoned his training regimen, seizing every suitable opportunity to deploy his Neo Navy soldiers. Yet, the performance of the Neo Navy thus far was far from satisfactory. Finnegan, captain of the Honglian pirate crew, with a bounty of 310 million, is cunning and wields a flintlock pistol, though his combat prowess exceeds his marksmanship. Zephyr observed Finnegan, who had unwittingly fallen to the back of the charging pirates. Recalling the intelligence he possessed, he turned to his combatant, Binzi, and stated, "This group of pirates lacks strength. I leave them to you." "Yes, Master Zephyr," Binzi replied with a nod, swiftly leaping from the warship. Just before landing, Binzi tossed a sphere to the ground, which erupted in a cloud of white mist, causing a vine-like plant to grow instantaneously. Using the vine as leverage, Binzi propelled himself into the midst of the surrounding pirates. These New World pirates were quick to react. Upon seeing Binzi breach their perimeter, they immediately launched a coordinated assault. Amidst the onslaught of blades, Binzi evaded with remarkable agility, utilizing the distraction of the burgeoning plants to occasionally fell a few pirates with his knife. Zephyr pondered, a student of mine? An adept with a devil fruit ability. Finnegan, now in the rear, murmured as he witnessed Binzi navigating through the encirclement with ease. Reaching into his pocket, Finnegan retrieved a sea stone bullet and loaded it into his flintlock pistol. He aimed and fired. Bang! The gun's muzzle spat fire as a black projectile shot towards the chaotic fray, inevitably striking the vine that Binzi had summoned. Damn it! This gun's accuracy is always off, Finnegan exclaimed in frustration. At the sound of the gunshot, the pirates attacking Binzi momentarily froze, glancing around in alarm before realizing none of their own had been hit, allowing them to relax. However, with the sporadic gunfire, the pirates continued to attack Binzi while remaining wary of potential hidden threats, failing to concentrate fully on their adversary. In a short time, several pirates lay defeated at Binzi's feet. A few unfortunate souls have also fallen to the gunfire. TCH. This crew is indeed unreliable, Finnegan scoffed. His flintlock pistol continued to fire ineffectively towards Binzi, the accuracy left to chance, yielding mediocre results. After dispatching the other pirates, Binzi swiftly made his way toward Finnegan. Utilizing the rapidly growing plants to conceal his approach, Binzi drew closer to Finnegan with relative ease. As he neared, a flash of steel surged towards him. Not good. Finnegan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he saw the blade aimed at him. With a swift motion, Binzi severed the flintlock pistol from Finnegan's grip. However, the panic that had briefly gripped Finnegan evaporated as he seized the opportunity to kick the blade away from Binzi, sending it flying. A cunning smile crept upon Finnegan's lips as he revealed a glimmer of sharpness from his sleeve. "You've fallen for my trap," he declared, lunging toward Binzi's exposed chest. Yet, as his gaze met Binzi's face, he found not the panic he had anticipated. Just as the sense of boredom began to creep in, he noticed Binzi forming an obscure hand sign. A peculiar sound echoed from behind him, and in the next moment, a flourishing thorny tree pierced through his chest. The branches lifted his body into the air, vibrant blood staining the thorns, creating an eerily beautiful tableau. As life swiftly ebbed away, Finnegan succumbed to an eternal silence, filled with his unfulfilled resentment. Having resolved the pirate threat, Binzi cast not a glance at the defeated remnants and turned back towards the warship on the shore. His devil fruit powers have been developed well, yet in the unpredictable expanse of the ocean, opportunities to utilize such abilities were scarce. Thus, the focus of his training must remain on the fundamentals of physical combat. Zephyr maintained a stern demeanor, perhaps only revealing a softer side in moments of casual, everyday life. Binzi, not being Kizaru, accepted Zephyr's guidance with a serious and grateful expression. Meanwhile, the few remaining crew members aboard patiently awaited the return of the Neo-Navy soldiers they had sent to search the island. Yet, before their anticipated return, a fleet of more than a dozen naval ships appeared on the horizon. From the unmistakable trajectory of the warships, it was evident that their target was none other than themselves. Quite a number have arrived. The world government truly holds me in high regard. Sending Kizaru to lead the charge, Zephyr remarked as he gazed towards the approaching vessels. Upon spotting Kizaru at the bow of one ship, a hint of disdain flickered in his sharp gaze beneath his sunglasses. Truly, he remains unchanged, still embodying that extravagant demeanor. Clearly, the last lesson left no impression. As he continues to rely on his devil fruit powers, Zephyr expressed his contempt. During their last parting, he had reluctantly agreed to Kizaru's request, allowing Ain to revert him to a form from 36 years prior, given his assistance. The side effect manifests when Huang Yuan unleashes his formidable haki, thereby shattering the confines of his ability and reverting to his original form. It is surprising that in an effort to maintain his youthful appearance, Huang Yuan refrained from using haki during this period. At this stage of life, one might ponder why he is still so vain. Teacher Zfa and his seniors have likely arrived here at the behest of the world government. Ayin and Binzi remarked with concern as they gazed at the approaching warships in the distance. Since the world government announced that Zfa had disregarded the Seven Warlords system and issued a bounty for the capture of the Seven Warlords Whitebeard II, Weeble, the Neo-Navy has clearly delineated its stance against the Navy, which remains under the world government's command. Now, with Huang Yuan arriving with a fleet of warships, their malevolent intentions are palpable. Ayin and Binzi's worries extend not to their own safety, but rather to the senior officers dispatched by the world government to confront Teacher Zfa. Throughout their journey in the New World, the Neo-Navy's primary adversary has consistently been Zfa, having become accustomed to his unrelenting firepower and swift victories in battle. Each strike from his formidable gray silhouette is executed with utmost dedication. Aware that this is a command from the world government, they feel compelled to teach these misguided disciples a lesson. After carrying the weight of justice for so long, they have seemingly lost their ability to discern right from wrong. Zfa, observing the approaching warships, spoke with a tone that remained stern, though his expression softened slightly. The nefarious actions of the world government are no secret among the higher echelons of the Navy. Those within the Navy who hold justice dear are naturally averse to the government's conduct. Yet, due to the government's overwhelming power and the tumultuous state of the seas, most naval officers suppress their dissatisfaction and continue to engage in battles against pirates. He had once been among them. Had it not been for the invitation extended to his students by Whitebeard II, he might not have felt disillusioned with the world government and its inaction, nor would he have established the Neo-Navy. However, the world government now appears to be in decline, experiencing its weakest influence in centuries, unable even to restrain the reckless expansion of Shirema. Yet, the Navy continues to heed its commands, now even turning against him, leaving Zfa understandably incensed. Such unfilial disciples deserve to be taught a lesson. As the fleet led by Huang Yuan drew near, the figures of Akiji and the elite vice admirals aboard the ships caught sight of Zfa standing at the bow. Upon first glance, they instinctively rubbed their eyes and began to murmur amongst themselves. Has Teacher Zfa's arm healed? He appears even younger than I do. Perhaps Ain's fruit ability has progressed? After a brief discussion, the elite vice admirals soon returned to their somber demeanor. Given the composition of their forces, merely Huang Yuan's intervention should suffice to easily subdue the aging Zfa. Their purpose for coming is to bid farewell to Teacher Zfa. Akiji, sharing a vessel with Huang Yuan, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Zfa's rejuvenated form. They all understood that Ain's backward fruit ability, when faced with a serious battle, would render such superficial transformations futile. Akiji glanced at Huang Yuan, who appeared as though he had undergone a facelift. Yes, he's indeed the one. The vessels eventually came to a halt mere meters apart. Sensing the heavy atmosphere emanating from Huang Yuan's side, ZFA initiated the proceedings. A considerable number of individuals have arrived. It seems they are determined to leave me here. ZFA's gaze swept over the somber faces aboard the opposing ship before settling on Huang Yuan, a smirk playing on his lips. Observing the expressions around him, it was apparent that Huang Yuan had chosen not to disclose his true strength. True to his character, he likely deemed it troublesome to report to the world government initially. By the time the orders came, the opportunity to address the matter had passed. Fortuitously, a target had presented itself, perfect for a bit of exercise. Upon noticing the malicious smile gracing ZFA's lips, Huang Yuan's countenance twitched and his heart raced. Seizing what seemed to be a final glimmer of hope, Huang Yuan turned to Akiji, who appeared to have no intention of revealing himself, and asked Kazan, "Since you're here, won't you come to see teacher?" "Oh, Kazan is also here," ZFA exclaimed in surprise, following Huang Yuan's gaze only to have his view obstructed by the ship's railing. "Is it that he wishes to avoid meeting me, his teacher? It appears my tenure as a Navy instructor has been a failure." Huang Yuan inadvertently exposed Akiji's presence, leaving him no choice but to abandon his concealment. "Teacher ZFA, it has been a long time," Akiji said, reluctantly stepping forward. ZFA disregarded Akiji's greeting and turned to Ayan and Binzi, instructing, "You two should take the crew and head to the island for the time being." "Yes, Teacher ZFA." Ayan and Binzi, fully aware of ZFA's current capabilities, did not refuse. Nodding, they promptly led their team off the ship and onto the island, moving away into the distance. The naval officers dispatched to execute ZFA did not impede Ayan and the Neo-Navy's departure, harboring their own dissatisfaction with the mission and choosing to ignore the former comrades. Once Ayan and the others were out of sight, the atmosphere surrounding ZFA shifted ominously. "It seems everyone is present except for Akainu. I appreciate you all taking the time to come see this old man. I shall spare you any further pleasantries. Let us commence." ZFA addressed his students, who had gathered with a semblance of filial piety. Without affording them the opportunity for nostalgia, he forcefully propelled himself off the deck, launching like a cannonball towards Huang Yuan's vessel. Hachi Shikango. Witnessing ZFA initiate the attack, Huang Yuan had no choice but to respond. Swiftly transforming into particles of light and appearing in midair, his arms crossed as he unleashed a barrage of dazzling light bullets. The multitude of light orbs obscured the sky, raining down towards ZFA. In the face of this onslaught, ZFA showed no intention of evading, enveloping himself in a powerful layer of armament haki, rendering him shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Teacher ZFA's arm is still intact. Furthermore, he shows no signs of change. Has Ayan's fruit developed to such an extent? Can he restore even an arm severed for over a decade? The vice admirals, attributing ZFA's transformation to Ayan's abilities, were left in a state of uproar. ZFA had indeed employed formidable haki, yet his appearance remained unaltered. Does this imply that Ayan's backward fruit has evolved to a level that even an admiral cannot evade? They watched in shock, and upon catching sight of Huang Yuan in the air, their hearts sank, realizing the implication. If Huang Yuan were to regress twice more, he would cease to exist. The admirals were astounded by the sight of Zifa, who, despite wielding formidable haki, maintained his current appearance. Yet, Zifa's movements did not cease. As a dark layer of armament haki enveloped him entirely, a pale white orb of flowing energy emerged around his form, causing the surrounding atmosphere to crack. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Witnessing the energy orb reminiscent of the one seen during the Top War at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the stunned admirals found their minds momentarily paralyzed. Was it the power of the Jinjin fruit? How did it manifest on Teacher Zifa? As the crowd gaped in shock, this familiar milky white energy orb did not disperse like it did when wielded by Whitebeard. Instead, it seamlessly merged into Zifa's flesh, transforming his once dark form into an enigmatic gray hue. With an explosive roar, Zifa, disregarding the attack from Kizuru's Hakasukian, charged through the barrage of light projectiles with brute force. Every time we meet, I have told you that no matter how powerful a devil fruit ability may be, it can only serve as a complement. Zifa, exuding an aura of terror, appeared before Kizuru amidst the sound of the atmosphere shattering, delivering his usual lecture. In the reflection of Kizuru's now pale visage behind his sunglasses, Zifa's gray-hued fist descended with unprecedented ferocity. Kizuru, witnessing the terrifying fist approaching his head in a flash, felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. The last time they met, Zifa's punch had also been a fusion of haki and the Jinjin fruit-esque power. Although Zifa seemed to show signs of restraint, the magnitude of his strength was undeniably terrifying. Compared to this current assault, the previous punch felt like a mere drop in the ocean. The gray-hued fist alone exuded such a potent aura that it fractured the surrounding atmosphere, with a grayish hue spreading through the cracks, entwined with the powerful armament haki. Kizaru's face turned a sickly green. How could he, a natural-type user who had developed his fruit to unparalleled heights, block this? Just then, Akiji's voice resonated through the air, a vividly lifelike ice bird, radiating an intense chill, swiftly intercepted Zifa's fist. Yet, relying solely on this maneuver to halt Zifa's overwhelming strike proved too ambitious. Under Zifa's might, the ice bird barely endured a moment before shattering into countless icy fragments that cascaded toward the sea below. Zifa's momentum remained unabated as his fist crashed down upon Kizuru's head. It cannot be said that Akiji's intervention was entirely futile. At the very least, that brief moment of delay aged Kizuru several decades, allowing the powerful haki to envelop his head just before the impact. With a deafening thud, Zifa's fist struck Kizuru's haki-clad forehead, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy that sent Kizuru plummeting into the depths of the sea, creating a towering splash that soared over 10 meters high. The shockwaves reverberated across the surface, stirring tumultuous waves. Was an admiral defeated in a single punch? Is teacher Zifa truly this powerful? Witnessing Kizuru's swift defeat, the surrounding marine mid-ranking officers were taken aback. After a moment, amidst the uproar, someone finally remembered Kizuru, who had fallen into the sea. Oh no, we must rescue Admiral Kizaru. In midair, Akiji, his arm transformed into an ice bird in an attempt to block Zifa's punch, stared in shock at Kizuru's instant downfall. Before arriving, he had never envisioned such an outcome, even believing Kizuru could handle the mission on his own. Unable to reconcile the situation and reluctant to confront Zifa, he had intended only to observe from the shadows, reminiscing about the teacher's decline. Yet, with Kizuru's swift defeat, Akiji found himself reluctantly standing before Zifa. With a grave expression, Akiji regarded the fearsome Zifa, stating, even a young Whitebeard would likely hesitate to wield the Jinjin fruit's power in such a manner. Teacher Zifa, how long can you sustain this state, which harms both your enemies and yourself? Zifa's current terrifying prowess evidently stemmed from channeling the Jinjin fruit's energy inward, enhancing his aura and speed to astonishing levels. However, containing the energy that could cause widespread devastation within himself primarily endangered his own body. Even the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, had accumulated severe internal injuries due to the side effects of the Jinjin fruit, even without using it recklessly. How long could Zifa maintain such a condition? As he gazed at Zifa, who exuded a formidable aura, Akiji felt a pang of sorrow flash through his heart. Teacher Zifa was clearly aware that this was his final battle before his curtain call, unwilling to reveal a pitiful visage before his students. Do not feign sorrowful expressions. Did you not come here to execute the orders of the world government? Noticing the fleeting trace of sorrow on Akiji's face, Zifa, with a hint of irritation and amusement, spoke without the intention of elaborating. Zifa's movements did not slow as he shifted his focus onto Akiji. The gray-hued iron fist altered its trajectory, aimed directly at Akiji. Armed with the knowledge of Kizuru's fate, Akiji had no intention of taking Zifa's overwhelming punch head-on. The instant Zifa moved, Akiji conjured a thick ice peak barrier connecting to the sea using his frigid abilities, simultaneously retreating with swift moonwalk steps. The fearsome fist carved through the air, leaving cracks in its wake, with the sound of the atmosphere exploding echoing continuously. In a resounding boom, Akiji's massive ice barrier shattered instantaneously beneath Zifa's fist. As Zifa barreled through the falling ice shards, he found no trace of Akiji. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly detected Akiji's movement in the sky above. Attempting to delay Zifa by leveraging his speed, it appeared the lesson Kizaru had learned was not sufficiently profound. Observing Akiji's intentions, Zifa discerned his strategy in an instant. A scornful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before his battle with Kaido, Akiji's speed might have been considered a flaw. However, having recognized the potent self-healing capabilities he had acquired in the unrestrained use of the Jinjin fruit, applying it to every cell within his body, he had transformed into a warrior devoid of weaknesses. In this state, any fragile cells that emerged would signify death, leaving only those resilient and malleable cells, strengthened through the ordeal of tremors, to endure within him. During the period of annihilating pirates in the New World, his physical prowess had escalated to a terrifying degree. If one were to declare that Kaido and Charlotte Lingling are inherently monstrous beings, then Zifa has, during this period, remarkably matched their pace, evolving into a terrifying creature forged by sheer will. Zifa's physique is not only comprised of cells honed to an extraordinary resilience, but in this state of unbridled ferocity. These cells are also in an intensely active state, resulting in an exponential enhancement of his physical prowess. The so-called light-speed Kizaru did not wish to evade the previous punch. Rather, Zifa provided him no opportunity to react. In the next moment, Zifa's form vanished from the sight of the onlookers, his unparalleled speed eluding even the Admiral Akiji. How swift! The spectators gasped in astonishment, their hair standing on end. The extreme velocity, imperceptible even to their observation haki, would undoubtedly result in their swift demise had they faced Zifa. Although they could not catch sight of Zifa, they were far from foolish, and their gazes shifted towards Akiji. As anticipated upon their glance, Akiji's countenance shifted drastically, his body rendered completely rigid in mid-air. Sensing the imminent danger, cold sweat poured from Akiji as he cast a disbelieving glance behind him. But before he could identify the threat, a jarring pain struck his head. Bang! Zifa's iron fist descended upon the back of Akiji's skull, unleashing a terrifying energy that obliterated Akiji's consciousness in an instant. Subsequently, Akiji's body plummeted to the ocean floor. Much like Kizaru before him, Akiji, the Admiral, has fallen. Zifa-sensei is truly formidable. The assembled vice-admirals of the Marine headquarters erupted in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Utterly a loss for words. The Kizaru who had led them was felled with a single blow, and Akiji, who had come to bid farewell to Zifa, met the same fate. Despite the palpable terror surrounding Zifa, an unspoken thought arose among them. Could this be some form of performance? Before their minds could fully comprehend the situation, Zifa, enveloped in an aura of dread, had already appeared before them. The ominous presence caused their hearts to constrict and cold sweat to pour forth. Kizaru and Akiji were merely performing. The very atmosphere, laden with an unrestrained and oppressive energy, struck them painfully, rendering their defeat wholly justified. Zifa-sensei, would you believe me if I said I came here for the scenery? Yes. We are here for a vacation. Look, the scenery here is truly splendid. The vice-admirals huddled together, forcing awkward smiles as they sought various excuses. Some, in a bid to substantiate their claims, pulled out a photo-transmitting snail to capture the scenery before Zifa. Observing the lackluster performance of his disciples, Zifa's lips curled into a sinister smile, revealing a chilling grin. Indeed, the scenery is quite exquisite. It would serve well as a resting place for certain individuals, would it not? Zifa's gaze drifted toward a nearby deserted island, lush with overgrown vegetation, as he spoke with a pointed implication. Upon hearing these words, the vice admirals felt a shiver run down their spines, their expressions growing complex as they regarded Zifa. Their purpose for coming was to execute Zifa, though internally reluctant and never truly intending to act. They had prepared themselves to witness Zifa's demise. They were the ones who had shown no mercy. What reason had they to employ such feeble excuses in hopes of softening Zifa's heart and sparing them? Contemplating this, the vice admirals sighed deeply, falling silent, awaiting their fate in quietude. Yet, Zifa did not strike. Instead, he reigned in his formidable presence, withdrawing from his aggressive stance. Retrieve Akiji as well. If we wait any longer, he may be swept away by the tide. Zifa shook his head and instructed. Zifa-sensei. Upon hearing this, the surrounding vice admirals were momentarily stunned, their eyes glistening with emotion as they gazed at Zifa. This was a teacher who, even knowing they had come to kill him, still showed compassion. What had clouded their judgment to the point of believing they could accompany him to his end? Should they not have voiced their discontent vehemently, raising protests to compel the world government to rescind the order? As they looked at their tear-filled eyes, Zifa's expression grew stern. Raising his fist before them, a cruel smile gracing his lips, he threatened, "From this moment forth, you are all prisoners of the Neo Marine. Should you wish to escape beneath my very gaze, you may inquire of my fist whether it will grant you permission." The elite vice admirals, emerging from the Marine headquarters, swiftly retrieved Akiji, who soon lay beside Kizaru, expelling seawater. Both, being of admiral caliber, relied on their formidable vitality, quickly regaining consciousness after expelling the seawater. However, in light of the force Zifa had unleashed upon them, full recovery would likely take some time. Hiss, we're still alive. Kizaru cradled his throbbing head, gasping in relief that he had managed to envelop himself in haki at the critical moment. While his mastery of haki was barely adequate, it was far preferable to having taken that punch directly. Beside him, Akiji grimaced in pain, silently lying on the shore. Zifa's speed had been such that he had been unable to react, absorbing that punch entirely with his head. Awake, are we? Then do not linger. Hurry and join the others. Zifa's voice resonated, prompting Kizaru and Akiji to instinctively follow the sound. The sight before them caused their mouths to twitch in disbelief. Zifa reclined leisurely before a lush expanse of trees, swaying gently in his chair. Amidst the verdant foliage, several vice admirals from the Marine headquarters were bound to tree trunks, their exposed skin smeared with a viscous golden substance, accompanied by a swarm of yellow and black insects. You all intended to take my life. Is this not a mere mild reprimand? Zifa inquired of Kizaru and Akiji, his expression unexpectedly affable. Not excessive, not excessive. Witnessing Zifa's genial smile, Kizaru felt a measure of relief from his headache, hastily waving his hands. With that, he motioned for his comrade Akiji to join him as they approached the trees. Hold on. Come here first. You're the leader of this operation, correct? Zifa beckoned to Kizaru, fixing him with an inquisitive gaze. Oh yes. Kizaru's lips twitched, inwardly cursing Akainu for assigning him this task, especially after he had clearly declined. Zifa nodded, reaching into Kizaru's pocket. When he withdrew his hand, it held 2 photo-transmitting snails. Eavesdropping photo snails? It appears that your relationship with the world government is far better than I had anticipated. Zifa gazed at the 2 black den mushi in his hand, his expression one of surprise as he looked at Kizaru. It was only natural for Kizaru, who also served as the commander of the Navy's scientific division, to maintain a close connection with the world government. However, the fact that he produced 2 listening den mushi indicated that Kizaru had been assisting the world government with various covert operations over the years. Zifa, disinterested in the petty dealings of the world government, chose not to press Kizaru further. In the midst of Kizaru's evident unease, Zifa reached into another pocket. This time, he retrieved a single listening den mushi. Zifa stared at the den mushi in his hand, then cast a sidelong glance at the sweating Kizaru. Undeterred, he continued to search. Stop. Teacher Zifa, what are you looking for? I can give it to you directly. Kizaru exclaimed, almost in tears. At this point, he feared that even his underwear would be revealed. Oh, it's nothing much, just the den mushi you used to contact Akainu. I fear he might not believe that you've fallen into my hands, Zifa replied, spreading his hands. Upon learning the answer, Kizaru, nearly in tears, rolled up his sleeve and opened the watch cover, revealing an ordinary den mushi, which he handed to Zifa. All right, you two wounded can remain unbound and lie beneath the tree. Honey, remember to apply some on each other, Zifa said casually, dismissively waving his hand. As Kizaru and Akiji went off to face their punishment, Zifa dialed Akainu's number using Kizaru's den mushi. After a series of busy signals, the call connected, and Akainu's voice emerged. Who are you? How did Kizaru's den mushi end up in your hands? Akainu's tone was harsh as he noticed that the den mushi did not resemble Kizaru. Long time no see, Akainu. Have you forgotten what I look like? Zifa replied, his mood quite buoyant as he observed the punishment being meted out to his students in the nearby woods. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Akainu recognized the figure the den mushi imitated, and a pang of guilt surged within him. However, this was swiftly overshadowed by the realization that Zifa appeared decades younger, connecting with Kizaru's prior youthful visage, coupled with Kizaru's den mushi being in Zifa's possession. The implications were clear. The truth could only point to one possibility. Kizaru had betrayed them. Where's Kizaru? Have him speak with me, Akainu demanded, his feelings of guilt dissipating as anger consumed him. The betrayal of Kizaru meant that those who followed him, including Akiji and the other vice-admirals, likely joined him in defection. This sudden turn of events would significantly weaken the Navy's elite forces. As a soldier known for his iron will, Akainu placed immense value on obedience to orders. Kizaru's insubordination was intolerable, especially now when he was prepared to lead the Navy into a grand offensive, only to find himself losing a significant portion of his elite force. The world conscription plan he had meticulously implemented now seemed futile. Kizaru likely has no desire to converse with you, Zifa remarked, relishing the sight of Akainu's suppressed fury. Years ago, when the Whitebeard II, Weevil, was invited to join the Shichibukai without the Navy's protest, it had already sown seeds of discontent within him. Now, with Akainu personally ordering the removal of his mentor, Zifa felt a profound disappointment in the Navy and in the institution he had dedicated decades of his life to. The more discontent Akainu felt, the more satisfaction Zifa derived from it. Hearing Zifa's response solidified Akainu's belief in the betrayal of Kizaru and the others. His fists clenched tightly. Without the prior world conscription plan, he would have been left as a mere figurehead. He yearned to confront Kizaru and Akiji directly, dismissing any inclination to engage with Zifa, whom he perceived as mocking him. Akainu's features tightened as he observed the den mushi mimic Zifa's relaxed demeanor, sensing it as a silent derision aimed at him. With gritted teeth, he managed to utter, "Where is Akiji?" Akiji is currently with Kizaru. Oh, and those who came along as well. It seems they are doing quite well under my care, Zifa replied ambiguously, glancing at his students enduring punishment in the woods. From Akainu's furious expression, it was evident what thoughts occupied his mind, and Zifa intended to turn those thoughts into reality. After all, the Navy under the world government could hardly uphold the banner of justice. Excellent, excellent. You are all doing splendidly. Akainu's enraged voice echoed from the den mushi, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of teeth grinding and knuckles cracking. Is this call intended to humiliate me? Akainu seethed, if you wish to interpret it that way. You are not mistaken, Zifa shrugged nonchalantly. I merely came to inform you that true justice does not cower in fear. The Neo-Navy shall execute the justice that the traditional Navy cannot reach, annihilating all evil within its sight. Justice cannot be arbitrarily defined by a select few. Zifa's words conveyed his dissatisfaction with the world government, his discontent unmistakable. With a slight smirk, he locked eyes with Akainu through the den mushi, stating, "The Neo-Navy welcomes all who share our common goals and possess a sense of justice. If you find dissatisfaction in your role as Fleet Admiral, you are welcome to join us." With that, Zifa abruptly ended the call, observing his students, who bore their trials in silence. Zifa's eyes shimmered with a hopeful anticipation for the future. compared to those yet to mature into soldiers. These captives would serve as the unwavering backbone of the Neo Navy's endeavors for justice in the New World. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Akainu, after concluding the call, leaned weakly against his chair as his initial fury subsided, falling into silence. He felt a deep reluctance regarding the order to execute Zifa. The past actions of the world government had indeed contradicted his sense of justice. As a competent soldier, Akainu had never considered defying the world government's orders. However, with Kizu and Akiji, along with a host of vice admirals, having defected from the Navy, the remaining forces consisted primarily of lower-ranked soldiers and those who had joined through unconventional means. Among those who shared his background and held suitable ranks, only a handful remained, including the likes of Garp and Sengoku, along with their aides. His longtime comrades, with whom he had fought side by side for decades, were now gone. Furthermore, ZFA's final statement that justice cannot be arbitrarily defined by certain individuals lingered in Akainu's mind. Had he truly erred all these years? The once revered figure found himself engulfed in profound confusion, grappling with the bitter reality of betrayal. Yet, as the horrific calamities wrought by the notorious pirates he had once witnessed replayed vividly in his memory, clarity returned to his gaze. Criminals must be eradicated. Only when the wicked are vanquished can the virtuous claim their right to exist. Akainu resolutely affirmed to himself, as if engaging in self-hypnosis. However, the recollections of certain actions by the world government would inevitably resurface, echoing ZFA's words within him. In the New World, within a remote maritime expanse, a pirate ship adorned with the Jester Skull flag floated across the waves. Unexpectedly thrust into the ranks of the Shichibukai, Buggy found himself coerced into assuming the throne of one of the Yonko, compelled to recruit a band of formidable subordinates. After hastily dismissing the newly recruited crew with flimsy excuses, Buggy, wary of Kaido's potential hostility, led his original crew into this exceedingly secluded region. Captain Buggy, we have been adrift in this sea for several months now. What exactly are we searching for? One of his crew members inquired listlessly while fishing, casting a sideways glance at Buggy, who stood at the ship's bow, absorbing the sea breeze. Despite their captain's elevation to the Shichibukai and his dual role as a Yonko, he had neither indulged them in the joy of their newfound status nor honored his previous promises of a lavish lifestyle, confining them to this desolate area for months on end. To claim that they harbored no grievances would be utterly false. Yet, faced with Buggy's recent surge in notoriety, none dared voice their discontent. What are you asking for? You have no right to question. The treasures that caught the captain's eye were undoubtedly coveted by even the Yonko. Let us not forget that our captain was once a crew member of the Pirate King, Joe L.D. Roger. Perhaps he is destined to follow in Roger's footsteps, uncovering the One Piece and leading us to the pinnacle of this vast ocean. The sharp-eyed strategist, Kabeji, glared at him, adding a touch of flattery. Kid, some matters are not your concern. With his cloak billowing in the maritime winds, Buggy cast a defiant glance at the inquisitive pirate, picking up on Kabeji's remark. Subsequently, amidst the adoring gazes of his crew, he entered the cabin with Kabeji and Machi. The aura of strength emanating from Captain Buggy was increasingly palpable. We are truly fortunate to be part of the Buggy Pirates. Once Machi entered and promptly secured the doors and windows, the dimming light in the cabin momentarily diminished Buggy's imposing presence. Kabeji, have we discerned Kaido's whereabouts? Buggy, assuming an air of authority, collapsed into a chair, feigning a wipe of non-existent sweat from his brow as he addressed Kabeji. Upon learning the circumstances that led to his unwanted ascension to the Yonko throne, Buggy was filled with trepidation, fearing Kaido might indiscriminately retaliate, subjecting them to unwarranted calamity. However, the news of Kaido's severed horn had already spread across the seas. Even if he vehemently denied it or attempted to dispose of the evidence, it would be to no avail. Kaido was undoubtedly aware of the true situation, yet he likely had no inclination to publicize or explain this embarrassing predicament. The populace of the ocean would continue to believe that he had broken Kaido's horn. Should fate lead to an unfortunate encounter with Kaido, It was certain that Kaido would relish the opportunity to deliver a beating. Perhaps for this reason, or perhaps due to his own vanity, Buggy ultimately chose to acquiesce to the situation. Among the entire crew, only first mate Machi and strategist Kabeji were privy to the truth. Captain Buggy, there have been no sightings of Kaido at sea recently. According to reports from our scouts, he has been holed up on Onigashima for the past few months. Beyond that, we have no further information, Kabeji replied, moving closer. Captain, it cannot continue like this. We should consider negotiating peace with the beast pirates. First mate Machi spoke with concern. Aside from their Shichibukai and Yonko identities, they were merely an ordinary pirate crew that had emerged from the East Blue. Lacking the formidable strength of powerful buggy bombs, they would likely stumble through the first half of the Grand Line. Confronting a Yonko crew was beyond their capacity to withstand. Negotiate peace? And send you to do it? Have you not seen how the newspapers portray it? The people, brainwashed by this news, are eager for us to engage in full-scale war with the beast pirates. Buggy erupted, standing atop his chair, his frustration palpable. If given the choice, he would prefer to avoid entanglements with anyone he could not contend with, particularly the deranged members of the beast pirates. Yet, the stark reality remained that, barring the incident involving Kaido's severed horn, they had no other connection. However, the World Economic Journal's sensationalism had rendered their relationship exceedingly peculiar. Even within this crew, which had originated from the East Blue and contained several subpar fighters, some members incessantly boasted about their captain's prowess, boasting how he could easily defeat Kaido. Conversely, among the lunatics of the beast pirates, it was likely that their first encounter would erupt into conflict. Hearing this, Machi instinctively recoiled, falling silent like a timid chick, casting a pleading glance toward Kabeji. Understanding Machi's silent plea, Kabeji swiftly grasped the situation. Captain Buggy, Kaido has been inactive for several months. It is pointless to remain hidden here. Moreover, we must replenish some essential supplies. We cannot expect everyone to forage for fruit, hunt beasts, and fish on a deserted island every day, Kabeji proposed to Buggy. Despite possessing substantial wealth, it was disheartening to live in such frugality. Very well, we will resupply and then return. Ultimately, against the collective will, a reluctant Buggy consented to depart for resupply. Concerned about potential repercussions from the beast pirates, the Buggy pirates set sail with all their might, completing the resupply in less than half the time it would normally take. They dared not linger, returning to this secluded maritime expanse at a swift pace. As they returned under the cloak of night, the oppressive darkness did little to dampen the spirits of the pirates who had finally replenished their supplies after months. They immediately sought a deserted island to celebrate this momentous occasion with a lively feast. Kabeji, Machi, gather some beasts from the shore, Buggy instructed, glancing at the crew who had lit a bonfire. Given the perishable nature of meat, they had refrained from purchasing any, thus necessitating the hunt for fresh game. In the delightful atmosphere of the impending party, Kabeji and Machi, filled with high spirits, readily agreed to lead the group deep into the jungle in search of prey. Once they entered the verdant wilderness, the party members dispersed. Leaky, quickly sniff out the scent of any game. Tonight, we shall celebrate, Machi confidently declared, patting his pet lion. Leaky. With Leaky's assistance, he was certain he would emerge as the one who captured the most prey. Upon hearing this, Leaky's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he energetically began to sniff around the jungle, his tail wagging fervently. Suddenly, Leaky's paw halted before a pile of excrement weighing at least 10 pounds, and he promptly covered his nose. Awoo! Leaky's gaze brightened with enthusiasm, and cautiously, so as not to alarm any potential prey, he called out to Machi before dashing deeper into the jungle, following the traces left by the game. Hey, slow down. Wait for me, Machi exclaimed as he hurried after his swiftly retreating lion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the polar bear Beepo, who had been missing for nearly a year, sat beside a roaring campfire, with a variety of fruits piled in a hollow tree behind him. After descending from the Sky Island with his martial arts-trained canine companion, Xingjia, they embarked on a journey across the sea in search of the Heart Pirates. Unfortunately, Beepo had merely been a mascot within the Heart Pirates, while Xingjia was just the pet of a priest. Neither of them possessed the skills required for navigation. Thus, they aimlessly drifted across the ocean, relying on the goodwill of animal protection organizations and kind-hearted individuals who fed them along the way. Ultimately, they overcame numerous challenges, vanquishing wave after wave of villains intent on feasting on their flesh, but their vessel was ultimately wrecked. Consequently, they received a wilderness survival mission on this deserted island. Due to Bepo's fur tribe heritage, he took charge of tasks such as managing the campfire and crafting tools, responsibilities that Shang Jie was unable to undertake. Meanwhile, the martial arts adept Shang Jie was tasked with hunting. In brief, upon entering the pirate world, Mo acquired the ability of the celestial Wanderer Bard through a system, which allowed him to summon the powers of heroes from the past League of Legends, as long as he had influence points. The Golden Lion, Shiki, set sail. Little did I expect that my 2 failures would be against the Storm, Crocodile. I'm done. The opposition is filled with those cursed by the Sand Devil fruit. Inel. I'm a god. Just as the words left my lips, a thunderous roar echoed. Are you afraid of me, your god?